We partied too hard last night. My head is pounding. Chen Que slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling with a wave of resentment. His unfocused pupils gradually sharpened. Chen Que froze at the unfamiliar ceiling, then jerked upright. Little snake, you're awake. Just as Chen Que was lost in confusion, questioning his life and ready to complain, a burly man with a beaming smile like a chrysanthemum suddenly appeared in the hospital room, quickly filling his view. Chen Que listened to the stream of incomprehensible Japanese, utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand a word, but his heart pounded. Wasn't this man the third Hokage? With the surroundings and the untranslated, unintelligible language, this was unmistakably the Naruto world. Stunned, Chen Que swallowed the words that instinctively rose to his lips. He knew the seemingly simple man was no pushover. If he blurted out Chinese, it would be a disaster. The glimmer of wit in his eyes faded back into blankness. As if still dazed, he sat motionless on the hospital bed, silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed to fetch a doctor. Doctor, what happened to my disciple? He asked anxiously. The doctor was extremely attentive. The man before him was the current Hokage, and his patient was the Hokage's prodigy disciple. Hokage-sama, as you mentioned, Orochimaru fainted in grief after his parents died. The symptoms seem mild at first, but after waking he appears like someone afflicted with senile dementia. This seems to be a subconscious self-constriction. He's too young to accept his parents' death, so his mind is escaping reality. The doctor carefully lifted Orochimaru's eyelid, shone a light into it, and spoke cautiously. Hiruzen frowned deeply, unable to resist pulling out a smoking pipe. He put it to his mouth and was about to light it with a small ninja technique when he remembered he was in a hospital, so he tucked the pipe away. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he spoke. Death is a ninja's inevitable destiny. Though my disciple is only 7, he is exceptionally gifted. He cannot be so fragile. Treat him again properly. I await your good news. Hiruzen, who in his prime had a fiery temper, forced calm into his voice as he said this. He strongly doubted the doctor. His disciple was such a prodigy. How could he be as fragile and worthless as the doctor claimed? The room fell quiet again. The doctor dared not delay and went to search medical texts, hoping to crack Orochimaru's condition and find a cure. The third Hokage returned to his office to handle affairs. On his desk lay a crystal ball. From time to time he looked into it with concern at a misty public bathhouse area, as if fearing some woman might accidentally drown. Chen Que watched all this blankly, making no rash moves. Meanwhile he searched Orochimaru's memory, his top priority being to solve the language barrier. Once upon a time he had been a young boy fascinated by the colossal tailed beast chakra that felt like cultivation energy, and the mysterious Rinnegan and Tenseigan. Never did he expect to actually transmigrate into this world. And he never imagined he'd become Orochimaru, though at least it wasn't the older, more dangerous Orochimaru. Being the adult Orochimaru would have been truly dangerous. One careless slip and he wouldn't know if he was on the offensive or the defensive. Half an hour later, Chen Que stared blankly at the ceiling, eyes lifeless. He found that Orochimaru's original memories had not been left to him at all. The first major obstacle after transmigration had arrived. I don't know Japanese. How can I solve this? And what about the cheat ability every transmigrator is supposed to get? Chen Que felt aggrieved and pondered a solution. But he didn't panic. Although he had no overpowered bloodline, Orochimaru himself was a genius. Then he could use impure world reincarnation. Wait, what? I'm the one in control now. How would I know anything about inventing techniques? No way. If I go down this path, even if I survive, I can't escape 9 years of compulsory education. Realizing this, Chen Que finally understood how serious the problem was and how naive he had been. After 9 years of compulsory education, he would probably be so useless that the third Hokage wouldn't value him. Dreaming of learning impure world reincarnation would be sheer fantasy. Orochimaru. Feeling better? While Chen Que was spacing out, a harsh, unfamiliar Japanese voice came. A boy with spiky white hair and 2 red marks on his cheeks quietly opened the door and slipped in. He said softly. Chen Que couldn't understand a word, so he simply ignored the boy and closed his eyes to sleep. 5 minutes later, Chen Que suppressed the urge to kick the boy, clenching his fist under the blanket. 10 minutes later, his ears were ringing, his head buzzed chaotically. This was so inconsiderate. He was a patient. Who could be so heartless as to torment him? The cannonball-like Japanese showed no sign of stopping. Instead, the boy grew more excited, going from 2 syllables per second to 3. At 20 minutes Chen Que was foaming at the mouth, convulsing and rolling his eyes like an epileptic fit. He had been enduring it to avoid attracting suspicion, but his inner rage kept mounting and the pent-up anger finally triggered the scene. He had literally held it in until he looked like he'd swallowed poison. Fortunately, the young Jiraiya felt thirsty, paused to take a drink of water before continuing his tales of glorious exploits over the past few days. Then Jiraiya saw the scene, rushed out, and ran to fetch a doctor. Chen Ke's consciousness finally shut down as his brain triggered its protective mechanism. It was about to shut down and restart. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuation in the host. Physical functions comply with the system binding requirements. Please choose a system. 1. God Tier Check-in System. 2. God Tier Roast System. 3. God Tier Gacha System. 4. God Tier Pay-to-Win System. Please make your choice and silently confirm. Detected no response. In 5 seconds a random system will be assigned to the host. 5. 4. 3. 1. Now drawing. Success. Congratulations. You have obtained the mysterious system. The system wishes you a pleasant experience. Please rate this service. Host consciousness is asleep. Defaulting to 5-star rating. Thank you for using our service. Have a nice day. Goodbye. With a flurry of commotion, the doctors and nurses worked desperately to save Chen Que, or rather Orochimaru, who had collapsed and whose heart had briefly stopped beating. They brought him back. At least that was what they believed. The patient's heartbeat has returned to normal. His body twitched abnormally, leading them to suspect he had been poisoned by an assailant, but no trace of poison was found at the scene. The nurses carefully examined Orochimaru as they drew their conclusion. Then Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the ceiling like a boy dazed by an ordeal. The noise around him did not fade, instead it grew louder and louder. It would have been acceptable if he could understand it, but it was like sitting through an English class, utterly incomprehensible. That was the worst part. The system has detected that the host needs help. The mysterious system will protect you. My God is glad to serve you. Just when Orochimaru was about to make himself sick from holding back a second time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was like a beam of light piercing the darkness, warm against Orochimaru. He stiffened for a moment, then his expression went blank again. He did not know whether this system could make him fluent in Japanese or make him invincible. The wiser choice was to stay cautious. The clamor around his ears seemed to vanish. Just as Orochimaru was about to ask the system about its functions, the system suddenly spoke. The host's strong desire has been detected. You have obtained Japanese proficiency level 8. Thank you for using the system this time. Chen Que felt a coolness in his head, and the words he had wanted to say were cut off by the system's voice. When he regained his senses, he realized he could actually understand Japanese. He even seemed to be able to speak it. Wondrous. Just as he was marveling, he suddenly remembered hadn't he had 2 wishes? Which link had gone wrong? Orochimaru sank into thought. He called the system in his mind but received no response. It seemed to appear only when he was in a special state. This was not Orochimaru's guess, it was a message transmitted to him by the system. Great, you're awake, Orochimaru, Jiraiya said happily. The nurses and doctors around them were startled. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes regain light, they fell into thought. A nurse quickly ran out. Orochimaru glared at Jiraiya. He remembered that voice, the person who had made him convulse earlier. He hadn't expected it to be Jiraiya. Where is he? Is he all right? I've found a treatment. It's very reliable. Just hit his head with lightning and Orochimaru will definitely regain his old memories. Just as the other doctors and nurses stood there at a loss, waiting for the nurse who had gone to fetch the specialist to decide the next step, the attending physician who had diagnosed Orochimaru as having dementia from escaping reality returned from his research. His voice echoed in the corridor and grew closer. He was the most skilled brain doctor in Konoha Hospital. Orochimaru felt fear in his heart. He threw off the sheets and prepared to flee. This was no rescue. It was something else entirely. It was clearly the Lightning King of Konoha. The moment his feet touched the ground, Orochimaru's body went soft, and he collapsed to the floor. That was because his body had not yet fully adjusted. It was also his first time using his leg strength, so it felt strange. Jiraiya dumbfoundedly helped him up. What are you doing? If you're sick, you need to see a doctor. Why are you so worked up? Jiraiya said simply. No need. I'm already fine. Orochimaru said coldly. It was his first time speaking, yet the words were oddly fluent. The brain specialist saw Orochimaru speak and secretly felt a pang of regret. What a wonderful experiment wasted just like that. If only he had read that miraculous book sooner. Seeing that Orochimaru was normal again, he could only give him a light examination and dared not say anything. After all, this child was a disciple of the current Hokage. He would surely become astonishingly powerful, and hold a high position in the future. The doctor could not afford to offend him. At the same time, he grew keenly interested in how Orochimaru had recovered and planned to ask for details later. From their talk, it sounded like fighting poison with poison. This is a good method, it should be recorded in the medical texts later, the attending physician thought. A saintly light seemed to radiate from his body. Before long, Orochimaru was discharged. Using his weak body as an excuse, he talked Jiraiya into carrying him home, 2 birds with 1 stone. On one hand, it was a light punishment to settle the score with Jiraiya, on the other, he had no memory at all and no idea where he lived. All right, we're here. Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll bring that washboard Tsunade to see you. Jiraiya brushed his sweat-dampened white hair and said softly. Orochimaru was startled. Washboard. Then he remembered that young Tsunade had indeed been a little sparing with fabric back then. Well, thank you, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said gently. Seeing young Jiraiya so exhausted from carrying him all this way, he decided to forgive him. In the original story, after all, he had been fond of Jiraiya, the bold hero who always fell one step short, and had felt regret for him. Found it. Orochimaru looked at the small notebook in his hand and his expression shifted slightly. His predecessor had been a brilliant student after all, of course he would leave notes. The notebook in Orochimaru's hand recorded chakra refinement, and the 3-body technique complete with detailed analyses. That made things much easier for his memoryless self. Although these things were simple, he did not dare ask anyone. Ninjas were all extremely wary. If he showed the slightest abnormality, there would be no good outcome. After all, ninjas were not only wary but also skilled killers. Nothing happened that night. Orochimaru first read through the notebook carefully, then began to practice from beginning to end. Although chakra already existed in his body, he needed to go through the process several times to deepen his memory. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi learned that Orochimaru had recovered. He did not intend to visit right away. The night view outside the office was too inviting, he could not tear himself away. He would let his precious disciple rest, and visit him the next morning. As for the doctor's claim that his disciple had been poisoned and cured of brain damage by another poison, he just smiled and said nothing. Several elite ANBU had been stationed near Orochimaru. How could he not know what had really happened? It must have been Jiraiya who awakened Orochimaru with love. His disciples were such good children, helping each other, true inheritors of the will of fire. Hiruzen felt wonderful, and the peaceful night view made his mood even better. Bang! Bang bang! Is Orochimaru awake? The sun is already high. I'm with Tsunade here to see you. Orochimaru only felt a knocking sound enter his mind. It seemed that last night's familiarization with chakra extraction had kept him up quite late. Moreover, lying on a strange bed made it hard to fall asleep. He had been in a half-awake, half-asleep state. It was only near dawn that he finally drifted off into a dazed sleep. He hadn't been asleep for long when a violent knocking sound came through. Orochimaru sat up with a displeased expression. This is no knocking, it's pounding on the door, he grumbled in his mind. His vertical pupils, like those of a snake, were still heavy with sleep. Coming. Stop knocking. He folded his blanket slightly. He called out as he opened the door. Without greeting the two, he went to wash up. After finishing, he said indifferently, Good morning, you two. After all, his predecessor's personality was quite cold, and Chen Que didn't dare to change it, fearing he might reveal a flaw. So he tried to speak using the original character's expression and tone as much as possible. Fortunately, both Orochimaru and Chen Que were naturally taciturn and cold, so they didn't arouse suspicion. Gurgle! As the trio just stepped out the door, Orochimaru's stomach began to growl. He was in a growth spurt, and having not eaten last night, he had instead expended a lot of energy. Thus a wave of hunger hit him. Fortunately, he had been injected with plenty of nutrient fluids at the hospital, otherwise he would have been too weak to walk. Whose stomach is growling? Jiraiya's big eyes darted around as he spoke, a hint of delight in his voice. Tsunade shot Jiraiya an annoyed look. Childish. Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit upset again. At this time the three ninja of Konoha were still just recently graduated kids only 7 years old. They felt so childish. That made him a bit uncomfortable. Yo, my 3 disciples training so early. How diligent. Just as the trio was about to go for a stroll and grab something to eat, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind them. Old man, you're early too. Jiraiya quickly responded instinctively. Orochimaru and Tsunade in identical fashion crossed their arms and watched the show. Meanwhile Orochimaru appeared calm on the surface but was panicking inside. He was afraid of revealing any slip in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately Hiruzen didn't pay him much attention, merely patting his shoulder lightly, allowing him to successfully pass unchallenged. Learning that the trio planned to eat, Hiruzen offered to treat them to celebrate Orochimaru's recovery. Jiraiya's eyes showed contempt. As everyone knows, breakfast is just a casual meal, lunch and dinner are the real meals. So Hiruzen's move was, one must say, quite clever. It saved a lot of money. Yo, these dumplings are really good, Jiraiya, eat more. I'll provide enough. If you don't eat a lot, you're not giving me face. If you don't give me face, today's training tasks will be doubled. Jiraiya, seeing Hiruzen's act to save money, couldn't help but mock him, a few words leading to this scene. 1 skewer, 5 dumplings. In front of Jiraiya were 3 empty skewers and 5 more skewers yet to be eaten. This was Jiraiya's way to squeeze more money out of Hiruzen, ordering 10 skewers at once. Orochimaru was speechless. For him 2 skewers would be enough. The feeling of fullness was strong, and the sweet filling in the dumplings was cloying. Jiraiya had already eaten breakfast, so now he was in a bit of a dilemma. The 3 of them watched and laughed heartily. In the end Jiraiya only ate 5 skewers and packed the remaining 5 to take away. The weather is nice today and my mood is good too. I'm going to teach you a jutsu. What do you want to learn? The 4 stood on the training ground. Hiruzen felt it was about time to go to work. He prepared to teach them one jutsu, then let them practice on their own. Old man, I want to learn a world-destroying jutsu. Before Orochimaru and Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya shouted loudly. Hiruzen ignored Jiraiya and looked at Orochimaru with affection. He still found it more pleasant to look at Orochimaru. If possible, he only wanted to take Orochimaru as his disciple, the other 2 were just extras. But to Hiruzen's disappointment, Orochimaru didn't respond. Instead he stared blankly at the ground. Tsunade, on the other hand, was the princess of the Senju clan. Although her grandfather and granduncle had died, she still had plenty of jutsus to learn. Moreover, her grandmother Mito Uzumaki was still alive. Hiruzen's black goatee twitched, and he helplessly looked back at Jiraiya. There are no world-destroying jutsus, but there are many powerful ones. Unfortunately, you are too weak now and simply cannot learn them. Hiruzen said softly. Orochimaru's heart stirred. The main characters come and go, but the Rasengan is forever. He secretly recalled the steps to train the Rasengan. A Seal SA rank jutsu was so tempting. They were only 7 now. How could Hiruzen teach them such powerful jutsus? At most a B rank jutsu would be the limit. Sensei, I want to learn the shadow clone technique. Seeing that Jiraiya couldn't come up with anything after a long time, Orochimaru spoke softly. His voice was somewhat cold. Hiruzen turned around and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, like me, you possess all 5 chakra natures. Logically, you should inherit my mantle and learn the basic jutsus of the 5 elements to facilitate future composite and combination techniques. What's the use of learning the shadow clone? Hiruzen was somewhat puzzled, wondering what his genius disciple was thinking. Orochimaru was slightly startled to see Hiruzen care so much about him. After a moment of daze, he came to his senses. Sensei, I mainly want to study this shadow clone technique, it's nothing else. Moreover, I find this solid-bodied clone very interesting. Orochimaru replied seriously. Since Hiruzen was quite considerate toward him, he showed a bit more respect in return. It was simple. Although in the original work the impression Hiruzen gave was not good, his inaction was quite infuriating. But since he had arrived in this world, he shouldn't judge a person by fragments. It would be better to experience it himself. After all, he was a cultured transmigrator. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, no matter how bad Hiruzen was to others, as long as he was good to him, then in his eyes Orochimaru he would be a good person. Thinking it over, Orochimaru felt nothing wrong but also felt something was off. But he couldn't put it into words. He suppressed the thought. He felt as if he had been brainwashed. Is this the strongest genjutsu, the Kodo Amatsukami of the Will of Fire? Truly terrifying. Unable to figure it out, Orochimaru attributed it all to the will of fire. That was the scapegoat. He was Orochimaru and also Chen Que. He wouldn't be fooled by such a small trick. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just take it out for a walk and see. Sincerity or pretense, when faced with a situation, wouldn't it be clear? That said, Orochimaru still procured the shadow clone technique with great delight. He had to admit it was truly rewarding. The shadow clone was a cheating jutsu useful for training and as cannon fodder. It was an utterly marvelous technique. However, Orochimaru did not immediately practice it. Instead, he first studied kunai throwing. His current chakra reserves were meager, so he needed to hone his projectile skills for self-defense. Soon the sun climbed high. Jiraiya was still grappling with the shadow clone technique, while Tsunade sat by a tree seeking shade from the foliage. Orochimaru, who was tirelessly throwing shuriken, paused at the sight, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Sweat a little more in training and you might bleed less in a critical moment. It could save your life. He spoke softly. Tsunade snapped back to attention, seeing Orochimaru standing before her, gazing at her. Oh. After a moment of hesitation, unsure of what to say, she brushed him off with a non-committal reply. Orochimaru said nothing, merely finding a spot nearby and leaning against the tree. And yet Jiraiya, though ugly, dim-witted, short and poor, does have remarkable perseverance. Just as Orochimaru was enjoying the breeze and gazing at the distant scenery preparing to rest, he heard Tsunade speak. This caught him off guard. He found it rather perplexing. Could it be that Tsunade once had a crush on Jiraiya? But because she was as flat as a washboard, Jiraiya rejected her. Then she turned into a bombshell, leaving Jiraiya with lifelong regret. A cascade of thoughts surged through Orochimaru's mind. Soon a full-blown drama unfolded in his head, complete with plausible reasoning. Sensing Orochimaru's unwavering gaze, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. She put on a fierce expression. What are you staring at? What are you thinking? Don't you dare imagine anything! She snapped like a flustered little girl whose secret had been exposed. Truth be told, she did harbor a slight fondness for Jiraiya. As for the reason, Tsunade was born into prestige, no one had ever dared defy her. But Jiraiya constantly teased her, completely disregarding her status. Moreover, as a child, Jiraiya was quite handsome, youthful, and sunny with a unique charisma. Though he often seemed foolish, spending time together every day naturally drew her in. Orochimaru was also handsome and intelligent as a child, but he was too cold. Even his smile felt chilling, his slit pupils gazed at people like prey. By comparison, it was natural that Tsunade found Jiraiya more intriguing. Orochimaru gave a practiced smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. It seemed utterly insincere. What are you two chatting about? Jiraiya, noticing the lively conversation, came over to ask. The two looked at the sweat-drenched Jiraiya, rendering them speechless. Nothing, just saying you're very handsome, Orochimaru said casually under Tsunade's fierce glare. Jiraiya, hearing even Orochimaru compliment him, felt immensely pleased. And not bad, you've got good taste. Jiraiya was smug. Tsunade was annoyed. How's your training going? There's a D-rank mission this afternoon. Don't overexert yourself and become a burden, she snapped. She couldn't stand Jiraiya's narcissism. If only he were a little more humble. Tsunade sighed inwardly. That afternoon passed in a flurry of chaos, completing a D-rank mission. Time flew by. Half a month passed uneventfully. Orochimaru finally recultivated his predecessor's notes, deepening his memory, and achieving mastery. Old man, if you assign us another cat or dog retrieval mission today, I'll dismantle your office. As the three were receiving their mission, young Hiruzen was about to assign routine tasks to his disciples when Tsunade burst out with her bold declaration. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with admiration at her domineering attitude. He loved assertive women. Orochimaru remained unmoved, indifferent to the matter. He needed time to settle and gradually familiarizing himself with Konoha's terrain and locations. Routine missions were fine. Besides, his shadow clone practice was nearly complete. Once his chakra grew a bit more, he could sustain it for half an hour or an hour. He could have his shadow clone handle missions while he himself enjoyed leisure nearby, leaving no trace. At this thought, a colossal nine-tailed fox appeared in his mind. Chakra was a precious resource. He had to devise a plan to acquire it. The nine-tails, with its reputedly infinite chakra, was still in its complete form. In the original story, even half of its body was formidable. The whole entity would be even more so. With that in mind, Orochimaru made a mental note. This was one of his primary objectives. Ahem, Orochimaru, do you also think so? Tsunade roared while Jiraiya itched for action. Young Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze to Orochimaru. Seeing his sensible disciple lost in thought, he coughed to draw his attention, curious to hear his precious student's opinion. Startled by the cough, Orochimaru looked bewildered. Well, I think it's fine. At least C-rank missions pose no problem. He spoke reflexively. He knew the Second Shinobi World War was imminent, followed by the Third. He needed to strengthen himself. In the original story, the three of them, even as adults, struggled against the demigod of the shinobi world, nearly dying. Moreover, with his reincarnation, the shinobi world could change unpredictably, becoming even more perilous. Hiruzen frowned, taking Orochimaru's words seriously. He had to consider it carefully. But he couldn't leave. He needed a trusted jonin to protect the trio. The thought gave him a headache. He had become Hokage by decree not long ago, essentially a figurehead with power concentrated in the clans. Especially the Senju clan. Though many members had married commoners as the clan that produced two Hokages, their influence was immense. The Uchiha clan was even less reliable. Due to his teacher's questionable decisions, relations with the Uchiha were strained. After some thought, only a few clans of his trusted friends seemed dependable. Orochimaru, what do you think of the old man putting you in charge of this bandit suppression mission? Tsunade ignored Jiraiya, who was walking ahead while holding his head and looking at the road. She said to Orochimaru. We'll scout first, I suppose. What else can we do? Haven't we learned the shadow clone technique? Just used it for reconnaissance. Orochimaru replied casually, not taking it too seriously. What concerned him more was whether his hands would tremble when he killed. In his past life he had never even killed a chicken, making him restless. Though he had long been prepared, he never expected this day to arrive so soon, leaving him somewhat at a loss. As for being put in charge, what was there to say? There were bound to be several powerful figures following behind them, so he wasn't worried at all. After all, Princess Tsunade was right beside them. Flat-chested, are you scared? A mere bunch of bandits is nothing before the great Jiraiya. Just stand behind me. I'll rout them, Jiraiya said arrogantly, completely unconcerned. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After thinking it over, afraid Jiraiya might suffer later, she finally spoke. Jiraiya, don't underestimate them. Even if the bandits are just ordinary people, they're adults who have seen blood. By all accounts, we're still children. We're definitely inferior in strength, stamina, and combat experience. And we've never killed anyone before. I've heard that the first kill can bring about some negative reactions. Tsunade said crisply, sharing her insights. Her reasoning was solid. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with admiration. Without comparison, there would be no harm. The stronghold is not far ahead. Any ideas? Let's pool our thoughts and discuss a strategy. The three of them hid by a tree, gazing at the nearby stronghold. Orochimaru spoke first. What's there to discuss? We're ninjas, just go straight in and start pounding, Jiraiya said arrogantly, completely disregarding the bandits, as if he had some backing. Tsunade listened but still didn't speak. She had already said everything she needed to. Then let's wait until nightfall. After all, we're ninjas, we play at assassination. Only a fool would charge head-on, Orochimaru said with a pointed remark, drawing a light laugh from Tsunade. Jiraiya was annoyed but said nothing. Since Orochimaru was the leader, as long as his decisions were correct during battle, he would definitely follow. That was military discipline. The three decided to strike at night, and quietly retreated a few hundred meters to avoid detection. These rations are absolutely disgusting. Jiraiya took a bite and spit it out. The other two deeply agreed. Rations were mainly for filling the stomach when it was inconvenient to make a fire. So they added various odd things, severely compromising the taste. More importantly, it was their first time eating them, and there was no water. How could anyone swallow this? Orochimaru was also speechless. He had no experience with this either. I'll get some water. You two keep watch. Seeing the two lazybones not moving at all, Orochimaru said helplessly. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a knowing smile. When night fell and it was around 1 in the morning, the three began their operation. Orochimaru had originally planned to use shadow clones for reconnaissance. But he recalled that clones only had a fraction of his strength, and would drain his chakra. If they failed, they would also alert the bandits. It would be more reliable to just go directly. After thinking it over, he decided against it. So the three climbed up the wooden wall about 3 meters high. On the wall only 2 bandits were sitting against the wall chatting idly, completely unaware of the 3 small figures quietly using chakra to climb the wall with their hands and feet. While climbing, Orochimaru remembered he still had some lessons to complete, the tree climbing and water walking exercises. At times like this, having that kind of chakra proficiency would certainly be more convenient. The 3 crept along the outer edge of the wooden wall like geckos, using chakra only a wall away from the 2 bandits. Orochimaru gently drew a kunai from his tool pouch. Its icy gleam revealed its sharpness. Tsunade, gritting her teeth, also picked up a kunai. Jiraiya, who had been boasting loudly earlier, now hesitated. Seeing Jiraiya's state, Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance. Tsunade nodded slightly. The 3 sat on the wooden wall. Seeing the gory state of the 2 bandits, Jiraiya turned pale. Orochimaru's eyes were momentarily dazed but quickly hardened. Tsunade huddled in a corner, retching violently, almost vomiting bile. Though they had steeled themselves, facing this reality was still overwhelming. When the 2 had recovered a bit, Orochimaru said softly, "Let's go. The bandits might change shifts soon. We can't linger here any longer." Orochimaru tried to stay calm, though the image of the 2 bandits' deaths lingered in his mind. But then he remembered that his kunai had struck off target, nearly causing the bandit to cry out. Orochimaru silently reproached himself. Seeing the 2 still trembling slightly, he didn't speak. These were psychological hurdles they had to overcome on their own. Others' encouragement would be futile. Even if it helped, Orochimaru didn't know how to do it, and the current environment wasn't suitable for such things. Besides, he could barely take care of himself. How could he spare attention for others? Right now he only wanted to grow stronger quickly, everything else could wait. The 3 began to move stealthily. Fortunately, the bandits were not very vigilant, they had set no patrols within the stronghold. Orochimaru had no intention of focusing on the other 2, though he knew following Tsunade would be safer. But now the opponents were just bandits. After coming to this world, he couldn't hide behind a woman. The moonlight shimmered. Orochimaru quietly slipped into a small hut, and then emerged. His clothes were stained with blood splattered from the kill. Especially with a weapon like a kunai, though sharp, it was too short. As he crept into the second room, a scream pierced the night sky. The stronghold erupted in noise. Orochimaru retreated to the previous room to search. Finding a large blade. If not for assassination, a sword was better for group combat. Orochimaru walked toward the commotion. There were probably protectors in the shadows, and their actions would surely reach Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears. So he had to show unity and camaraderie, even risking danger for his teammates. At critical moments he could even take a blade for them. That would greatly benefit him. Of course, only when it was absolutely safe and could be staged as a show. If truly in peril, all that was meaningless. He would definitely choose to flee without a second thought. "Jiraiya, what happened?" Orochimaru asked in exasperation upon seeing the knife wound on Jiraiya's arm. Tsunade meanwhile gazed at Jiraiya with deep concern. Her beautiful eyes burned with fury. The 3 of them had already regrouped, only to find themselves surrounded. The bandits merely encircled them, showing no intention of attacking just yet. So Orochimaru pressed Jiraiya for an answer. "We'll talk once they're all dead," Jiraiya replied, his tone rarely serious. He didn't want to say more. Perhaps it was because he was the only one who had been wounded by the bandits, and humiliation was getting the better of him. The 3 stood back to back, taking up 3 positions. Orochimaru charged straight forward, dragging his oversized blade behind him due to his small stature. Tsunade and Jiraiya were left speechless by his recklessness. Their hands clutched kunai ready to throw. Truth be told, they were rather exasperated. Shouldn't they be standing back to back, thinning the enemy ranks with projectiles first? But Orochimaru's headlong charge left them utterly bewildered. It wasn't their fault for thinking this way. After all, the Orochimaru of now had a completely different mindset. His battle tactics and ideas were different from theirs as well. Without a word, Orochimaru dragged his blade to a bandit, using chakra to bolster the strength in his arms. And then he began slashing wildly, a chaotic flurry that held a strange reckless beauty, if one ignored the opponent. Because despite the ferocity of Orochimaru's onslaught, he hadn't even grazed the bandit's clothes. It was utterly exasperating. "If you've got guts, stop dodging." After swinging 7 or 8 times, Orochimaru felt his breathing grow ragged. He cursed under his breath, yet remained unruffled and calm. The bandit opposite him, however, completely ignored Orochimaru. For the bandit had clashed blades with Orochimaru once, and his tiger's mouth was still numb from the impact. So he kept using leverage to hold Orochimaru at bay, trying to find an opening. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya had already hurled all 7 or 8 of their kunai and shuriken, managing to kill only 3 bandits. They were dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that hitting a moving target was entirely different from hitting a stationary one. "A few little ninja, why have you come to my stronghold in the dead of night?" At that moment a booming voice rang out, and all the bandits parted slightly, awaiting the arrival of its owner. "On a dark, windy night built for murder. Why, we've come to kill, of course. Do you think we'd skip our sleep just to go sightseeing in your humble abode?" Orochimaru called back loudly. Though his voice was young, it burned with hot-blooded valor. "I don't recall ever offending you, Konoha ninja." The bandit leader's heart sank as he caught sight of the ninja forehead protector on Orochimaru. His underlings might be ignorant, but he knew full well the might of Konoha. "Who knows? We're just paid to do a job. It's not like we'd skip our sleep to play vigilante. Or perhaps you'd like to hire us instead," Orochimaru said with a smile. At the same time he took the chance to catch his breath. The leader cast a deep, measuring look at the 3 of them. "Tell you what, I'll pretend you were never here and I'll pay you twice the reward. If you're willing to withdraw, today's affair never happened. How about it?" The leader spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. He wasn't afraid of the 3 brats before him. He feared the Konoha that stood behind them. "Orochimaru." Seeing that Orochimaru actually seemed tempted, Jiraiya hurriedly called out. If they went back now, their mission would be a failure. If they couldn't even complete a simple bandit suppression mission, who would ever dare hire Konoha ninja again? Tsunade said nothing, her delicate fists clenched tightly. She would never allow the reputation and honor of the Konoha that her 2 grandfathers had protected to be tarnished. Orochimaru appeared to be pondering, but in truth he was merely buying time. They had expended their stamina far too quickly. And now the bandit leader had appeared. He intended to end this in a single strike, capture the chieftain to capture all. He began gathering chakra onto the edge of his blade, planning to hurl it like a projectile. Just as the bandit leader spread his hands ready to raise the offer and sway Orochimaru, a sharp light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Here goes." The long blade cut through the air with a fierce gust, hurtling toward the bandit leader with astonishing might. Seeing the blade racing toward him with terrifying speed, the leader's face twisted in panic, his pupils shrinking. "Young man, you have no martial honor!" Before he could finish his words, his neck was pierced clean through by the blade. Seeing their leader slain, the other bandits began to retreat, then broke into a run. "Run! The boss is dead!" Watching them flee, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He opened his ninja tool pouch, drew out a shuriken and hurled it. Each throw took down a bandit, transforming him into a master of projectiles. After 4 or 5 throws, he realized the remaining bandits had already fled far away. So he picked up the long sword lying nearby and gave chase. The mission was to wipe out the bandits, so he needed to eliminate as many of them as possible. Fortunately, the boost from chakra was considerable enough to let him catch up to the scattering bandits. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched Orochimaru first pick off the fleeing enemies with projectiles, then snatch up a sword and pursue. Snapping back to their senses, they remembered their mission. Orochimaru caught up to a bandit, swung his blade, and the man's head remained where it was even as his body ran a few more steps on pure inertia. Orochimaru's heart was not at peace. His face had turned rather pale. Yet he forced it down and continued his pursuit. Fortunately, his one fatal strike had killed the leader, or else they would have been in real danger. They were only 7 years old now, their chakra and physical conditioning were still weak, and their close combat experience was far too lacking. They were nowhere near as ferocious as those 12 or 13-year-olds during the Chunin exams in the original story. It wasn't until 4 or 5 in the morning, after a relentless chase, that Orochimaru finally stopped, panting heavily. The bandits who had fled in his direction were all dead. Now he planned to walk back to the stronghold and regroup with his teammates. "Orochimaru, you're back!" As Orochimaru approached the stronghold, Jiraiya, sharp-eyed, spotted him and shouted loudly. Tsunade also stepped out to greet him. "When did you 2 get back?" Orochimaru asked quietly, noticing that Jiraiya's arm had been bandaged up like a twisted pretzel. "We got back ages ago. Only a dozen or so ran in my direction," Jiraiya chimed in. "About 20 on my side. It went pretty quickly. They had no will to fight, so I picked them off one by one with ease," Tsunade reported as well. "Is there anything left in this stronghold? Let's see if we can find some spoils of war." After sitting on the ground to rest for a while, Orochimaru spoke up. "Sure, we've been waiting for you to get back." Orochimaru rose to his feet. Tsunade, on the other hand, felt rather indifferent. Ever since Hashirama died, no one had dared to take her to the gambling dens. She was also afraid that Mito would spank her. Besides, she couldn't enter Konoha's gambling dens before turning 18, and even if she did get in, no one would dare play with her. So she had no interest in money at all. Honestly, Jiraiya, I don't mean to rag on you. Before the fight you were all bluster, treating the bandits like they were nothing. But once things got going, you were a total liability. You couldn't even assassinate an ordinary civilian and ended up wounded by a knife. As they walked, Orochimaru couldn't resist needling Jiraiya. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with some confusion, quietly listening. Though she had no interest in money, she still chose to walk along with her teammates. I don't bring it up. I snuck into the first room and handled it easily. Then I slipped into the second room, crept to the bedside, and was just about to strike when a woman grabbed hold of me. She asked me why I was so late. I was completely baffled. While I was trying to figure things out, she caught the scent of blood on me. She pulled out a short blade from beside the pillow and slashed at me. It's all my fault. Because she was a woman, I felt compassion, and couldn't bring myself to kill her, which put everyone in danger. Jiraiya explained the reasons, adding a quiet apology. Orochimaru was dumbfounded, so that was how it went. Tsunade wore a blank expression, not quite following. Before long the group found a hidden chamber, and seized some silver and a jumble of other items. The three divided their spoils, a nice little bonus on top of the mission. Later they discovered a cellar where quite a few young men and women were imprisoned. They set them all free. And so this mission came to a successful end. After resting for an hour, the three prepared to head back to Konoha. Old man, we're back. As soon as he entered the office, Zillai couldn't help but reveal his true nature, yelling boisterously. Speaking of which, Yuanfei Risen was still in his prime. It was truly baffling why everyone called him an old man. Yuanfei Risen quickly hid the crystal ball on the table and sat upright with a solemn expression. Are you injured? He asked, pretending to be clueless, as if he knew nothing. Zillai, you? Wrapped up like a mummy. Why don't you go to the hospital and get treated? Watch out, you might get tetanus and need amputation. After glancing at the unharmed Dashuan, Yuanfei Risen looked at the two and noticed Zillai's hand, said sternly. Zillai was stunned, then without a word he ran off. It seemed he still valued his own life. After Dashuan made a brief report as he was about to leave, Yuanfei Risen kept Dashuan alone, causing Dashuan to be slightly startled and highly vigilant. Seeing Dashuan's serious expression, Yuanfei Risen smiled slightly. Just a casual chat, don't be nervous. Dashuan, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. In this mission, have you noticed any areas where you are lacking? Yuanfei Risen lit his pipe, took a gentle puff, exhaled with some enjoyment, and then spoke. Master, I feel that my chakra is still too little, and I don't have any proficient ninjutsu, and my taijutsu is not presentable. Dashuan calmly self-criticized. Yuanfei Risen, hearing Dashuan's words, felt full of approval. No wonder he was his proud disciple, so young and already so humble. Truly a good child he had painstakingly raised. Why don't I see you using the ninjutsu I taught you? Didn't I secretly give you 5 basic ninjutsu last time? Yuanfei Risen asked softly. Dashuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that this cheap master had actually given him special treatment. A master, my chakra is insufficient. In that situation I felt close combat was more advantageous. Although our close combat experience is too little, isn't doing missions precisely for gaining experience. With a thought, Dashuan made a string of excuses without a blush or a skip of his heart. Yuanfei Risen looked at Dashuan with admiration. Snake child, someday I'll show you what true composite ninjutsu and the power of combined ninjutsu really are. You must lay a solid foundation, understand? I'm counting on you to inherit my legacy in the future. Dashuan was slightly stunned, then gently nodded. Okay, master. Yuanfei Risen, seeing the sensible Dashuan, felt greatly relieved and gently waved his hand. Snake child, go play. When your strength has improved a bit, I'll give you another gift. Yuanfei Risen said softly. Dashuan nodded. Okay, master. Dashuan returned home, sat for a while, then began to slowly, as if tidying things, search for the basic ninjutsu that Yuanfei Risen had mentioned. He pondered over Yuanfei Risen's words. To be honest, Yuanfei Risen's combined ninjutsu was indeed quite strong. But Dashuan felt it was slightly insufficient. After all, he possessed not only the 5 elements, wind, fire, lightning, earth, water, but also yin and yang, 2 additional attributes. In the original story, Dashuan did not follow Yuanfei Risen's path either. The current Dashuin was a time traveler, so naturally he wouldn't take that path either. But since he had no ninjutsu to use now, learning it was still acceptable. After all, combined ninjutsu was not as simple as just learning ninjutsu, it also involved nature transformations. How much time would that take? Moreover, whether it was him, or Yuan Fei Risen, their bodies were merely mortal with limited chakra. Combined ninjutsu was clearly the kind of thing meant for those with tailed beasts or sage bodies. Mainly having seen Naruto's tremendous chakra and a myriad ninjutsu of Sharingan, Byakugan, Mangekyo, and would release this kind of 5-element combined ninjutsu really didn't catch his eye. Moreover, it wasn't a combination of all 5 elements at once, just 1 or 2. Dashuan, what are you doing? The next morning the three were training at the training ground. After this mission, everyone had realized their own issues, so their training was more targeted. As for Dashuan, he was repeatedly covering the soles of his feet with chakra and climbing trees as if walking on flat ground. Thanks to his good foundation, Dashuan quickly got the hang of it. Judging by the current situation, he would likely complete the tree climbing training successfully in less than half an hour. At home, he had a shadow clone studying the 5 C-rank ninjutsu he had found. By the time he succeeded here, that shadow clone would probably have depleted its chakra and dissipated. But it still saved him an hour or two. With his current chakra and small body, he didn't dare to be too reckless, afraid that his body couldn't handle it. Too much would be counterproductive. After all, when the shadow clone technique dissipated, all the fatigue and memories would return to the original body. Idiot, he's training his control over chakra. I think you need to practice too, your chakra control is terrible, Gang's host said irritably. Zilai scratched his white hair. I'll worry about that later. Let me first master the ninjutsu the old man taught me, Zilai said grumpily. Since he hadn't even learned the ninjutsu, what was the point of talking about control? Was he lacking control? He was lacking talent for learning ninjutsu. Gangsho, seeing Zilai like this, was slightly stunned, as if she had thought of something. She smiled gently, incredibly beautiful. If Dashuan had seen this, he would surely have said, as graceful as a startled swan, as lithe as a swimming dragon. But unfortunately, such charm was only for the one she loved. It was a good thing Dashuan didn't see this, or he would surely have teased Zilai. Naturally, he was also stunned by Gangsho's beauty. He was slightly dazed, a blush creeping onto his face. Gangsho, seeing Zilai like this, felt a bit shy. She quickly turned her head away. According to her usual personality, she would have said, "What are you looking at? How beautiful!" Dashuan stood quietly on the topmost branch. The tips of his feet gently rested on it, as if he possessed the skill of Qigong. Although in his past life he often stood on high buildings and gazed at distant scenery, the feeling in his heart was different. After watching for a while, Dashuan quickly climbed down. He estimated that the shadow clone in the house was about to deplete its chakra and dissipate. When that happened, a flood of memories and fatigue would transmit to his mind and body. If his brain fell into unconsciousness, and he fell down, it would be ridiculous. Dashuan, should we do a mission this afternoon, or wait until tomorrow to take another C-rank mission? As soon as Dashuan came down, Zilai ran over and asked softly. Gangho said nothing, her eyes entirely on Zilai. Your hand is in this state, even pulling weeds would be a stretch for you, and you want to do a C-rank mission? Are you kidding me? Dashuan rolled his eyes and said irritably to Zilai. His gaze was as if he were looking at an idiot. But when he saw Gangsho, he found her staring at Zilai with infatuation. Out of nowhere he thought of a song. Snowflakes fluttering. Dashuan quickly shook off this improper thought from his mind. What a joke, he had no interest in Gangsho. He liked them small. And Gangsho was too big. He couldn't handle it. Sai, refining chakra is so slow. At this rate, when will I ever get it done? Night fell. Orochimaru sat cross-legged on his bed. He felt a little bored. The Second Great Ninja War hadn't even started yet, so he had nothing in the original plot to use as a reference. The original story had described this early period only very sparsely. Some things were hard to touch because his strength was still far too weak. If he affected future developments, he would lose the chance to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Take Hashirama's corpse, for example. He really wanted to get his hands on it, but he was afraid of being found out and beaten to death. It was just a pity that such a fresh corpse had already gone moldy. Sometimes Orochimaru even wanted to do a little research. But he couldn't quite figure it out, and it was too much of a waste of time, so he rejected the idea. As he thought, Orochimaru lay on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. After spacing out for a while, he sat up again. From under his pillow he took out a notebook and a pen. He started writing in a burst. In one breath he wrote more than a dozen lines in Chinese. 9 tails with style Rinnegan Tensigan. Nagato. Orochimaru wanted to wait until the second great ninja war broke out when Jiraiya had not yet taken Nagato as his disciple and directly seized the Rinnegan. But he was also afraid that Madara would refuse to allow it and come after him. What matched the Rinnegan was Hashirama's cells, that is Ashura's chakra. Combining the two would produce Otsutsuki chakra. Once he gathered both he would transform from a snake into a dragon and soar to the sky. With those thoughts Orochimaru slipped into dreamland. After all, dreams had everything. The next day. Your wounds haven't healed. Why not rest a little longer? Why come to me so early? Looking at Jiraiya, who had come to the door, Orochimaru asked in confusion, completely baffled. We're off for the next few days anyway. Let me take you to a good place. I don't take just anyone there, you know. Jiraiya said mysteriously with a slightly lecherous expression. Seeing that expression, Orochimaru understood everything. But he still pretended not to understand and asked, Where are we going so early in the morning? Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru. Why ask so many questions? Just follow me. It's not like I'm going to harm you. Seeing that Orochimaru really had stopped asking, Jiraiya felt a little bored. So he simply focused on the road ahead. What are we doing here? And why are we sneaking around? Did you bring me here to ambush someone you have a grudge against? He saw that Jiraiya had brought him to a mountain ridge and was hiding in the grass. Orochimaru asked in surprise. He had thought Jiraiya had found some great place, or perhaps a brand new bathhouse. He hadn't expected to be brought to such a shabby place, and he felt utterly let down. Ambush my ass. You'll know in a while. We came early to save a spot. Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground and whispered. Save a spot for what? Could there really be some treasure on this crappy mountain? Orochimaru was puzzled. Should wait another 2 or 3 hours and you'll know. Seeing that Orochimaru was speaking too loudly, Jiraiya quickly made a shushing gesture. Just say it. If you're not going to say it, I'm leaving. This is boring. Orochimaru stood up and prepared to leave. He really looked like a fool at that moment. Hey, don't go. I brought you here to find inspiration, of course. I see you training all day every day and I'm afraid you'll train yourself sick. I made a special point of bringing you out to relax. I found this treasure spot after a lot of effort. Afraid that Orochimaru would leave, Jiraiya quickly explained. Oh. Then tell me, how exactly does one relax? Jiraiya, when it comes to finding inspiration besides going to bathhouses, what else have you got? Do you even have some unique secret technique? Orochimaru rolled over, lay flat on the ground, looked into the distance, and said helplessly. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Since you know me so well, I won't hide it from you. Not far from here there's a natural hot spring. Some girls like to take a dip in the morning to invigorate their blood and chi. You're in luck. The ones at this place, especially in the morning, are all quite good-looking, Jiraiya said with an expression every man would understand. Orochimaru's eyes went blank. He should have known long ago what kind of person Jiraiya was. Without even eating breakfast he had come at dawn to save a spot. Such an addiction, Orochimaru was speechless. But he was also faintly curious. What exactly was Jiraiya so eager about? Today he would have to observe it carefully. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya was also a great writer, poisoning countless young people, and his books were extremely sought after. He could buy a share in that later. Wouldn't it be like picking up money? It was much better than going on miserable missions and earning a few scraps of silver. At that thought, Orochimaru's gaze at Jiraiya gained a few more hints of appreciation. His mind also began recalling some classic novels. For example, by Jia Bin and that spin-off of Demigods and Semi-Devils, Ouyang Feng Battles Wang Rong. And so on. These were all gleaming silver. If he wrote them, they'd surely have far more promise than Jiraiya's make-out violence, or whatever. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Just as Orochimaru was enjoying the scenery and Jiraiya was practicing ninja stealth techniques, a voice came over, startling them. Pervy old man, you're here too. The spot's all saved up. Let's enjoy it together. While Orochimaru was still thinking of what to say, he remembered that this so-called master had some kind of high-tech gadget. If he wanted to watch the show, he could just sit in his office. So he wondered why this so-called master had come here at all. Jiraiya said casually from the side. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. I just thought the air here was nice and came out for a morning walk. Hiruzen Sarutobi said without changing his expression. Jiraiya was disdainful. Then what about last time at the Konoha bathhouse and the time before that at the waterfall? How do I run into you every single time? Seeing the old man being so coy, Jiraiya grew annoyed and insisted on showing Orochimaru the old perv's true colors. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking of some excuse to forcibly salvage his image in his beloved disciple's eyes, his expression suddenly turned serious. My two disciples, the air here is fresh and brings you closer to nature. Training ninjutsu here will yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you understand? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly going on about such things truly left Jiraiya and Orochimaru dumbfounded. They had no idea what he was up to. But after a few seconds they understood. They saw Danzo strolling over leisurely with his hands behind his back. Good brother, what a coincidence. You've come to absorb nature's essence too. Before Danzo could say anything, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke first. Hiruzen, training disciples so early. It seems this blessed spot has been discovered by quite a few people, Danzo said without changing his expression. They chatted. So a group of people sat on the ground and began chatting. Jiraiya didn't really like the fierce-looking Danzo, so he sat on the ground refining chakra. Orochimaru meanwhile sat behind his so-called master quietly listening to them talk. But, an hour later, Orochimaru looked at the crowd of Chunin and Jonin before him and felt a little dizzy. Only then did he truly understand what Jiraiya had meant by saving a spot. The whole damn Konoha was holding a morning meeting here. How could it not be lively? Jiraiya, this is what you call relaxation. We listened to them talk at a meeting all morning. Orochimaru and Jiraiya walked side by side down the street. Orochimaru said speechlessly, I don't know either. In the past we all had an unspoken understanding. Everyone tacitly pretended not to know one another and minded their own business. We all pretended not to recognize each other. Who knew the old man would come today? So everyone just gathered together. Jiraiya said a little innocently. He insisted that this wasn't his fault. Orochimaru, however, felt it had all been pointless. He had rushed over early in the morning. If he had seen something, it would have been one thing. But the thing was, he hadn't seen anything at all. From then on, a label was slapped on his head too. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk beaming with pleasure. He took a puff of his cigarette every now and then. After attending the morning meeting together, he felt that his relationship with his beloved disciple Orochimaru had grown closer, and an additional bond had formed. He really is my disciple. We even have the same hobbies. This is simply a treasure sent to me by heaven, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured softly. The root. Beneath him were only 2 or 3 small fry, who told me that a group of ninjas had been sneaking there lately to conspire. Even Hiruzen himself was there. Was he going to usurp his own position? Danzo cursed in aggravation. Yesterday he had received a secret report. It said that recently a group of ninjas had been going to the mountains early in the morning and staying for several hours, making him think there was some conspiracy. They seemed to be preparing activities for rebellion. This made Danzo pay close attention. But when he went over there, he was already enveloped by Hiruzen's presence. He could only head toward Hiruzen. It turned out there really were quite a few ninjas. And damn it, they were all breathing fresh air together, and holding a morning meeting. Later, when the meeting ended, he learned from Hiruzen what the group had gone there to do. It made him depressed for a long while. So now he had gathered his underlings to hold a criticism session. At the same time, he prepared to write a report to have Hiruzen seal off that indecent place. A group of ninjas, instead of thinking about contributing more to the village, ran to that kind of place at dawn. How utterly improper. A month later, at Orochimaru's home. Jiraiya, can you do it or not? How much have you written? I'm sick of doing D-rank missions. Orochimaru asked Jiraiya, who was reading his manuscript. Since Jiraiya was injured last time, it took nearly 2 weeks just to heal his wounds. After Jiraiya recovered, he wanted to take on a C-rank mission to go out and have some fun. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused on the grounds that they were not strong enough. They had no choice. After all, they had been injured and faced danger. So they could only do D-rank missions in the village and work on the farm, looking for cats and dogs. Seeing this situation, Orochimaru pulled Jiraiya aside and began to plan. After all, they had to eat. If they couldn't go out and have fun, doing D-rank missions was worse than staying home and training on their own. Mainly because Orochimaru remembered his past life seeing all those ninjas with 300 or 400 D-rank missions, which gave him a headache. They had only done a few dozen so far, with hundreds more waiting for them. So they decided to find another way out and directly start the previous plan. Jiraiya always talked about art, but when it came time to actually write, he found that after writing less than a dozen characters he would start daydreaming, and his mind would wander. Seeing this, Orochimaru thought, "This won't do." So he wrote a few thousand characters based on his past memories for Jiraiya to reference. It was fine when he didn't write, Jiraiya would just wander around. But after he wrote, Jiraiya came to Orochimaru's house every day urging him to write more. This was really ridiculous. That's why the scene just now happened. Jiraiya stared at the paper with still wet ink as if it were a treasure, his eyes almost glued to it. Orochimaru was speechless, realizing that Jiraiya was completely absorbed in the manuscript, and had no intention of paying attention to him. His mind began to churn. He refused to believe it. A reincarnator like him stopped by such a problem. "This is too little. I find the book you wrote incredibly exciting, much better than the books I've read before." After finishing the manuscript, Jiraiya let out a sigh of amazement, reluctantly tearing his eyes away from the pages to look at Orochimaru. Seeing Jiraiya in such a state, Orochimaru was speechless. "You're the writer. I just wrote a few chapters as a sample," Orochimaru said, somewhat exasperated. Hearing this, Jiraiya quickly shook his head. "No, I've realized you're the real artist. You should be the one to write. It will definitely become a hit. Then we'll have lots of money." Jiraiya rattled on, making Orochimaru's head buzz. "Don't even think about it. Take the manuscript and figure it out yourself. Don't keep coming to my place all the time. People might think there's something going on between us," Orochimaru said crossly, stuffing the manuscript into Jiraiya's arms and starting to shoo him out. He couldn't think of any good solution. In the original story, Jiraiya started writing novels when he was older after going through many trials and experiences. This made it impossible for Orochimaru to speed things up for the time being. He had thought about taking Jiraiya to drink and have fun, which might have inspired him. But considering their age, they couldn't even get in. After kicking Jiraiya out, Orochimaru rummaged under his bed. He pulled out 2 small balls. The first step was to fill a balloon with water. But Orochimaru searched all over Konoha and couldn't find any balloons. Helplessly, he had to skip ahead and proceed to the next step. As you can imagine, without the first step, the second step was extremely difficult. The ninja world of this era didn't have many toys. This solid round ball had already consumed a lot of his time. He even thought about carving a few out of wood. But since he didn't fully understand chakra yet, and was afraid of taking a wrong path, he didn't want to waste time. He would have done that long ago. As for the basic ninjutsu that old man Sarutobi taught him, they also gave him a hard time. It proved that a person's talent is not only closely related to their body, but also to their thinking. This was a lesson Orochimaru learned after failing dozens of times. In the past, when watching anime, he always thought Sasuke was not good enough. With the massacre of his clan, he only awakened 3 tomo in both eyes, and it took him so long to learn the fireball jutsu. Now that he was in this situation, he realized that many things are always easier said than done. Wasn't he a perfect example? A reincarnator with such a talented body, yet he had turned himself into a brainless player. He estimated that if he followed the original path, by the time of the 4th Great Ninja War he wouldn't even be able to perform the impure world reincarnation, let alone clone or copy the Mangekyo Sharingan. He would need to live another 500 years. Actually, this was also a question that Orochimaru had been pondering. It was probably because he was new to chakra energy, so his understanding of this energy was still insufficient. That's why he was behaving like a dead last. Half an hour later, Orochimaru gloomily threw the round ball in his hand onto the ground. "So Sasuke and Naruto are both damn geniuses. The clown turned out to be me." Orochimaru lay on the bed with vacant eyes, finally accepting that he was a loser. Ding! Detected the host's strong desire. "Congratulations, you have obtained the complete C-rank ninjutsu. You will have a photographic memory of all C-rank ninjutsu. Enjoy." The system's voice came like a tornado, fast and gone. It appeared noisily, solved the problem, and vanished without a trace, as if being chased by enemies. Before Orochimaru could start complaining, 5 basic ninjutsu appeared in his mind. Then, as if sliced, they were explained step by step, analyzing the principles and usage of the ninjutsu, and were deeply imprinted in his memory. Holy crap! This is awesome! Right, even though I have no talent, I have a system, Orochimaru said softly, his tone extremely excited. It was like a problem that couldn't be solved, but suddenly a flash of inspiration solved it all. One word. Awesome! After being excited for a while, Orochimaru's mood turned a bit sour. He remembered that last time what he wished for was invincible strength, or fluency in Japanese. But this time he had been obsessing over A-rank and C-rank ninjutsu. He found that this system always seemed to pick the easy tasks. It was really frustrating. But as he thought about it, Orochimaru's mood improved again. It was better than nothing. Even if he were given advanced ninjutsu now, he might not be able to use them. His thin reserves of chakra. He was well aware of his own limitations. Although Orochimaru was already somewhat satisfied feeding himself with self-consolation, humans are greedy. So he began to ponder in his mind how to get the system to appear. He wanted to get a big cheat. Recalling the previous events, Orochimaru began to mutter incessantly in his mind. I want the Tensegan, I want the Rinnegan, I want the God Tree Fruit. I want would release. I want the Sage Body. Orochimaru kept thinking in his mind. He thought until he tired himself out and fell asleep. The system still didn't appear, which was really absurd. But Orochimaru had a sweet dream. He dreamed that Kaguya was massaging his legs and then she went to another planet and brought him a fruit to eat. Then he became invincible, went to other worlds, snatched Luffy's hat, threw Zoro's sword into the sea and took over the palace of the one who always asks, "Am I beautiful?" Then the scene shifted to a deep mountain where he caught a rabbit and roasted it only to be chased by someone with a hammer. Then he stole a baby's milk. Then it seemed like he was back on Earth where he drove away a Mercedes at the foot of a mountain. Finally he seemed to be buried by a girl who liked to use the Away 18 style. Orochimaru, why are you so haggard? Your dark circles are so heavy. The next day, as usual, Jiraiya came knocking on Orochimaru's door while chewing on a dumpling. Orochimaru had been dreaming all night, intensely stimulating. So despite sleeping for so long he was listless. It's nothing. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Why don't you go play with Tsunade sometimes? Why do you always come to my place? Orochimaru said somewhat exasperatedly. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed a bit unhappy, Jiraiya felt a little intimidated. Fearing that Orochimaru would challenge him to a spar, he left after a few words. He didn't even mention asking Orochimaru to write more manuscripts. After all, in the past, whenever he said he had started writing an artistic work but was stuck, Orochimaru would kindly invite him into the room and then start writing the manuscript, letting him catch up. Old man, no matter what, this time we won't take D-rank missions anymore. At the very least we want C-rank missions. In the Hokage's office. Having been suppressed for over half a month, Jiraiya finally couldn't take it anymore. Seeing the old man not even blink and casually toss them another D-rank mission, he instantly became furious. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the enraged Jiraiya and Tsunade, slightly taken aback. Then, seeing his most beloved disciple still calm and composed, he felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, to have such an obedient disciple there must be a price. In his view, Tsunade and Jiraiya were just two retributions. After a moment of thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. He wasn't too worried about Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even if something happened, they wouldn't die. He was only afraid that Orochimaru would fall into danger, and if something went wrong he would regret it deeply. How about this? For the time being, don't take any missions. I'll teach you a ninjutsu. You're too young and you'll easily hit the age-limited bottleneck. Wanting to become strong quickly would be very difficult. It's better to let nature take its course. This ninjutsu happens to be suitable for you right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his dark beard and spoke calmly. Sure enough, upon hearing about a new ninjutsu, Jiraiya's eyes instantly gleamed with green light, and he immediately stopped causing a ruckus. As for Tsunade, she was speechless. She had no interest in ninjutsu. As long as they didn't do D-rank missions, she would wholeheartedly agree. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was thoughtful, trying to understand what this cheap teacher meant. He speculated what kind of ninjutsu it might be. Seeing Orochimaru deep in thought and Jiraiya full of anticipation, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a bit proud. As for Tsunade, he unconsciously skipped over her. Alright, this ninjutsu is called summoning technique. Once you've learned it, come find me. Of course, you can also go out and find a summoning beast that suits you. Consider it a vacation. Hiruzen Sarutobi took 3 scrolls from the drawer and gave one to each. They were all handwritten by him. It was clear he had thought about this issue long ago and intended to teach his 3 disciples. Orochimaru held the scroll in his hand, gently stroking it with his thumb. He recalled the manga from the original story, which demanded sacrifices every time it appeared. He was somewhat displeased. However, the Ryuchi cave was the most suitable for him. In the original story, because he had already used the living corpse reincarnation technique, his soul and body were not in harmony, and his soul was weak, which prevented him from learning Sage Mode. Orochimaru, you stayed behind. Is there something you want to say? Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed that Jiraiya and Tsunade had left, but Orochimaru was still standing there dazed, so he asked. Although his summoning beast Monkey King Enma was impressive, Enma belonged to the Sarutobi clan and was passed down exclusively. Moreover, the Enma clan had a relatively small population, making it unsuitable for too many people to sign summoning contracts. Of course, if Orochimaru wanted it, he would definitely take out the large scroll and readily sign a contract with him. Orochimaru, brought back to reality by Hiruzen's words, replied, "Ah, sensei, I'm fine. I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourself." Orochimaru said a few words softly and took his leave. However, on the way back he fell into deep thought. He wondered if he should follow Jiraiya's example, form hand seals in the air, and use the reverse summoning technique to be transported to the summoning realm. Alternatively, based on the plot, he remembered he could go find the Yugo clan. The entrance to the Ryuchi cave should be near there. Back home, Orochimaru began to study. He decided to learn this technique first. As for what came after, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. He had considered going after Enma. However, it was uncertain whether Enma had Sage Mode. Although its combat power was decent on a large battlefield, its size was too small. Summoning creatures like the slug, toad, and snake had distinct advantages in large-scale army operations. Of course, Enma could transform into a golden staff, allowing him to swing it like Sun Wukong. But he also had the Kusanagi sword. In his personal opinion, a sword looked much cooler. Most importantly, this sword was a divine artifact. Thinking of this, he refined his goals again. Now he wanted to obtain an impressive summoning beast that could also learn Sage Mode. Then he would find his sword. He would arm himself to the teeth. In his left hand the kidney and liver, in his right the sword. Ideally, when Kakashi was born, he would acquire the Chidori. Then he would become the Thunder God. Lightning gathering and dispersing. He had already thought of all kinds of flashy moves. As Orochimaru pondered, he realized something was off. He remembered from the original story that Jiraiya, envious of his and Tsunade's summoning beast, had angrily used reverse summoning to go to Mount Maiboku. But where the hell is my snake? Where did it go? Thinking about this, Orochimaru was utterly baffled. He felt a bit helpless. Given his predecessor's personality, he had probably seen a beautiful snake on the road, found it intelligent, and naturally liked snakes, so he signed a summoning contract with it. He planned to raise the snake himself, then summon it to fight alongside him. Then he discovered that this casually signed snake was of great origin, connected to the Ryuchi cave. Thus he would summon a huge snake to fight. After all, the minds of geniuses were strange. For example, Shursui and Itachi had raised a flock of crows and used them as summoning beasts. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt terrible. If this logic held, it was far too uncertain. Detecting that the host has a need and has met the prerequisite condition of summoning technique, the system specially gives you a pet egg to solve your urgent need. Wish you a pleasant experience. Just as Orochimaru gritted his teeth, preparing to use reverse summoning to teleport to the summoning realm, the system's voice rang out again. Holy crap. System, you're awesome. I'll definitely give you a 5-star rating. You're the best system I've ever seen. Orochimaru, finding the system so helpful, subconsciously began to praise it. This system was truly a timely rain. Whatever he thought of, it provided. Compared to those systems that would kill the host or shrink their younger brother at the slightest provocation, it was a refreshing stream in the world of systems. Orochimaru felt a surge of emotion as he stared at the egg that had appeared out of nowhere on the table. Then carefully he picked up the ordinary-looking fist-sized egg and placed it on the bed, pondering what kind of egg it could be. According to the system's output, it should at least be a premium item. But this egg looked so small it didn't seem likely to produce a fierce beast. Just as Orochimaru was wondering when the egg would hatch a chick, or a small pet, a crisp crack suddenly came from the eggshell. A tiny crack appeared and quickly spread. Seeing this, Orochimaru stared at the egg with anxious eyes, his heart in turmoil. On one hand, he hoped the summoned beast would be handsome, on the other he wanted it to be fierce. Most importantly, he wished it would grow quickly. Otherwise, waiting decades for it to gain combat power would be ridiculous. Seeing a small hole already formed in the eggshell, Orochimaru's slit pupils constricted. He wanted to go over and see what was inside, but he was afraid of scaring the little creature lest it refuse to come out. That would be a disaster. So he stepped back a few paces, driven by psychological nervousness. Finally, after a few minutes, a long tongue extended from the eggshell, followed by a small pointed head. It then began to eat the shell. Orochimaru saw this and felt utterly defeated. Damn, it's still a snake. That's just ridiculous. He looked at the pure white body about a dozen centimeters long with 2 small bumps on its head and a body as thick as a chopstick. Orochimaru's originally cold and sinister slit pupils were now unfocused. He was completely disheartened. Just as he was staring blankly, the little white snake was eating the eggshell bite by bite with a crisp sound. Meanwhile its body began to change. The originally fine and fragile scales gradually became rougher. Dead skin appeared on its body as if it were about to shed. Finally, after finishing the eggshell, the little white snake found a corner of the bed and struggled to squeeze, stretch, and maneuver. It began to shed its skin. When Orochimaru came to his senses, he found that the little white snake had almost doubled in size, now about 20 centimeters long. Moreover, it was doing something indescribable to his pillow. But beside the pillow he saw a thin, uneven layer of skin. Orochimaru then realized that this little cutie had started shedding right after birth. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Come over and help me." I twisted my waist. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave it alone and let it finish shedding, the little white snake, as if cramped, trembled violently and spoke. Orochimaru was startled, then suddenly thought that even little toads could talk. It wasn't strange for his system-produced white snake to speak. "Kid, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help. Don't you want me to be your big brother?" Seeing Orochimaru still frozen, the little white snake flicked its tongue and spoke again. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned slightly. "Big brother. You should be calling me big brother." Despite saying that, Orochimaru still grabbed the snake by its 7 inches, pulled a corner of the dead skin and tore it. "Ouch. Fuck. Kid, are you trying to murder me? My new skin and scales are very tender." Orochimaru looked at the little white snake, which had let out a cry and was lying limp on the bed without moving, full of confusion. Then he poked it with his finger, flipping it over. "Ouch, I've recovered. Kid, you almost sent me to the afterlife." The little white snake stared blankly ahead with its small slit pupils, then spoke slowly. "You're not dead. I thought you were dead." Orochimaru looked at the bit of blood on the shed skin, speechless. He felt a bit frustrated. "A little injury like this makes you cry that much? If you go to battle, you'll be shouting to run away before it even starts. Kid, how can you talk like that? Do you want me dead? I'm telling you, you've stirred up a big trouble. Don't come begging me to save you then." The little white snake's words interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts, making him pause. "What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. The little white snake flicked its tongue. "Kid, I'm thirsty. Go get me a glass of water." It had no intention of explaining, just spoke directly. Orochimaru stroked his chin, sensing something ominous. After a moment's thought, he walked to the table, poured a glass of water, and placed it beside the seemingly mysterious little snake. Seeing the little snake arch its body to dip into the cup for water, Orochimaru watched quietly, finding it amusing. It was strange. In his past life he was most afraid of snakes, yet in this life he ended up keeping a snake as a pet. "Now can you tell me, what big trouble have I caused?" Orochimaru steadied the teacup, and after the snake finished drinking he asked softly. Seeing that Orochimaru had a decent attitude, the little snake flicked its tongue. "Kid, how did you steal me out? And how did you bind a contract with me?" Its slit pupils stared intently at Orochimaru, as if trying to see through him. Orochimaru was taken aback by the snake's serious demeanor. "When did I steal you out? What binding contract are you talking about? I haven't even signed a summoning contract with you." "Where would a contract come from?" Orochimaru said, puzzled and confused. Then, as if remembering something, he froze. He suddenly remembered that this egg was produced by the system, meaning it wasn't just conjured up with a whoosh but stolen with a whoosh. As for the contract the little white snake mentioned, it was likely the faint connection he felt in his mind with the snake. Watching Orochimaru lost in thought, the little white snake observed with interest, its tongue flicking in and out. "So where were you originally? If I said that someone else stole you out and I just happened to find you, would you believe me? Or you could go back and we'll pretend nothing happened. Is that okay?" Orochimaru planned a strategic retreat to avoid revealing the system's existence. He started making up a story. Seeing Orochimaru's behavior of denying responsibility after getting what he wanted, the little white snake experienced the harshness of the world for the first time. This was really speechless. The contract was signed, the egg hatched. Now he wants to back out. That's ridiculous. "I'll tell you, but you won't understand. Our clan is the boss of the 3 major evil forces in the spirit world. You know the summoned beasts out there. They are all trash." "Oh, you're that impressive. My teacher's summoning beast can turn into a weapon, and it can be long or short, big or small. Orochimaru began to play dumb. The crime of stealing the egg could never be admitted. In the short term, the other party's parents would come looking for trouble. In the long term, when he became invincible in the future, it would be an indelible stain. As for the so-called contract signing, Orochimaru still didn't quite understand it. The system hadn't explained it either, nor given him a manual, or anything, which was rather frustrating. Kid, I'm leaving now. If I don't go, my mom will probably come looking for me. Then there will be a great disaster in the ninja world. Just as Orochimaru was about to think of some excuse to confuse the situation, the little white snake spoke softly, catching Orochimaru off guard. This little white snake seemed quite formidable and spoke with great arrogance. Just as Orochimaru was about to say something, the little white snake's body turned into a puff of white mist and vanished. Who stole my child? And he's still an egg? Who is so heartless? In the lonely cave, a great white snake stretching for thousands of meters let out a roar. This small world seemed to tremble violently, as if about to collapse. White snake immortal, do not be agitated. We have already spread out from the Hualong pool and will not miss any corner. We will definitely find the young immortal. The great white snake had a pair of dragon horns on its head. Upon closer inspection, it had already transformed into a flood dragon. She gazed deeply at this untalented clan member. Do you know that my child is the snake most likely to transform into a dragon in the past 1,000 years? Just the hatching alone took 1981 years. And it was constantly soaking in the Hualong pool. Once hatched, it would become a flood dragon. The white snake immortal was about to say more when she suddenly remembered. This matter couldn't be blamed on these clan members after all. Even she only discovered the child missing after the incident. How much more so for these low-level clan members? With that thought, her aura surged slightly, and these clan members, hundreds of meters long and 10 meters thick, vanished from where they stood. She found them irritating. A spatial fluctuation. Who is it? The earth fell silent for a moment. Suddenly the white snake immortal sensed the spatial fluctuation nearby, startling her awake. Mom! It's me. I'm back. The little white snake landed and, looking at his mother's vast majestic body, swallowed hard. The white snake immortal was also stunned. Who's your mom? Don't talk nonsense. She was baffled by the little white snake's antics. She replied instinctively, then seemed to recall something. Her normally vertical pupils seemed to turn round. Are you my egg? My child? The white snake immortal sensed the connection of flesh and blood. Then she spoke. Yes, Mom. The little white snake answered honestly. The white snake immortal's tongue flickered, and from the warmth emanating from her body, it was clear that much of her anger had dissipated. Child, what exactly happened? Why did you vanish in an instant, hatch, and end up in this stunted form? According to estimates, you should have soaked for another 300 or 400 years before emerging. Upon emergence, you would become a flood dragon, and then you would be the best hope for our clan to transform into a dragon. The white snake immortal's tone was mournful, as if years of hope had come to nothing. It's a long story. I don't know how it happened. Suddenly a spatial rift enveloped me. When I regained consciousness, I had already been contracted by someone. And I suddenly hatched. Before, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break out. This time it came easily. And what astonished me most was that the other party was a child less than 10 years old, probably using a summoning beast for the first time. Then some unknown variable occurred and I was summoned. The little white snake began its analysis, deducing based on the available conditions. It couldn't imagine that Orochimaru had a black technology like the system, believing it was all fate and divine will. How is that possible? Our clan hasn't signed a contract with humans for a long time. And without a contract, how could you be summoned? Without a contract, it's useless. At most, you could use the reverse summoning technique to send you to our lonely cave. Everything you said doesn't make sense. With that thought, the white snake immortal flicked her tongue and spat out a scroll dozens of meters wide. She unrolled it slightly. Then she discovered that a name had appeared on it. Damn. Not only did he summon my son without reason or logic, but he also didn't let me off. At this moment the white snake immortal was shocked. Because this scroll was the summoning contract of the white snake clan. If the chakra was sufficient, even she could be summoned. The white snake clan ruled the lonely cave, while the purple snakes were their underlings. Snakes of other colors had various uses. Usually purple snakes would go to the ninja world to gain some presence and recruit followers. Although purple snakes weren't very large, they were already presentable. Thinking of this, the white snake immortal felt quite frustrated. Although the lifespan of snakes seemed endless as long as they kept shedding their skin. But she felt that her potential was exhausted. She could never transform into a dragon. She had always pinned her hopes on the little white snake, but now that incident had occurred, her long-laid plans were shattered. She had already thought of a name for the little white snake, Little White Dragon. But unfortunately it seemed it would never be used. With that thought, the white snake immortal's mood darkened again. Not only had this cheap son failed to meet her expectations, but he had also dragged her into it. However, thinking that summoning her would require a massive amount of chakra, her mood improved slightly. Go soak in the Hualong pool. Try to transform into a flood dragon as soon as possible. See if there's still hope of becoming a dragon. The white snake immortal, having thought of these things, calmed down from the shock of regaining her child. Seeing that his mother seemed displeased, the little white snake said nothing and slowly crawled into the Hualong pool to soak. The white snake immortal looked at this cheap son so small. No matter how she looked, she found him displeasing, so she simply stopped looking. Her massive body began to crawl deeper into the cave. The white snake immortal stopped and spoke softly. Maybe I should have another one. She had the air of someone giving up on a failed account and starting a new one. She recalled that this egg had been formed from flood dragon blood and immortal power, and when it first appeared it seemed full of potential. She never expected such an outcome. But she also realized that rather than spending the long boring years idly, it was better to have children to pass the time. Orochimaru, how about we go wander the ninja world together? Find a summoning beast. The next day, Jiraiya mysteriously approached Orochimaru. No need. I already have a summoning beast. I won't bother with you, Orochimaru said softly, not intending to go out with Jiraiya. Jiraiya had stayed in Mount Myaboku for several years. What did he eat? He ate bugs. That was utterly absurd. Moreover, they weren't even stir-fried. Being boiled was considered a luxury. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya initially wanted to ask him to show it. And based on Orochimaru's summoning beast, he planned to find a bigger and fiercer one. Who would have thought that Orochimaru showed no intention of showing off? That was truly strange. Moreover, Orochimaru rarely went out lately. He stayed cooped up at home all day, mysterious about what he was doing. Thinking of this, Jiraiya, who saw the door already closed, felt a pang of disappointment. He sighed. He planned to go find Tsunade for some fun. Orochimaru, what do you want me for? So mysterious. Tsunade saw Jiraiya, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's charming demeanor, and couldn't help swallowing nervously. Then he glanced at Tsunade's chest. He muttered to himself. A woman who can see her toes when she looks down is not my type. A woman who cannot see her toes when she looks down is the one. What are you staring at? What do you want? Tsunade rolled her eyes, addressing the distracted Jiraiya. Jiraiya snapped back to reality at Tsunade's words. Tsunade, have you signed a summoning contract yet? Jiraiya asked hesitantly. Tsunade didn't hesitate and replied. Yes, I did. Last night I rummaged through my home and found a summoning scroll. So I signed it. Do you want to sign as well? Tsunade paused mid-sentence, remembering that Jiraiya was just a commoner, so she changed the subject and asked. Jiraiya was about to agree immediately, thinking Tsunade was so loyal. But then he considered that girls might like strange things unsuitable for a man like him. What summoning beast did you sign? Can I see it? Jiraiya was cautious, not agreeing right away. He decided to check it out first. After a sound like a moving toilet, a white mist rose from the ground. Jiraiya saw a slimy, wet creature, feeling utterly speechless. Worse, its size was ridiculously small. This was far too unsuited for a manly man like him. I have something to do. I'll take my leave, Tsunade. I'll come back to play another day. Jiraiya's face turned slightly pale as he hurriedly took his leave. He truly had no interest in that soft, tiny slug. He thought for a moment, and decided to ask his master for a travel permit, go out on a journey, and find a majestic summoning beast. Then he imagining the day when he would have a fierce and mighty summoning beast that could crush Orochimaru's and Tsunade's beasts so badly they'd be finding their teeth, he almost burst out laughing. Smoothly, Jiraiya got a travel permit in hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi merely advised Jiraiya to be careful and said no more. The ninja world was relatively peaceful at the time, so he wasn't too worried. He would just send an ANBU as a bodyguard. Jiraiya left the village. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly opened his bag and checked. In the end, he realized his plan to have fun was somewhat ruined. because his entire fortune was only a little over 1,000 ryo. That was hardly enough for food and drink. Apart from doing missions to earn money, he had no idea how to make a living. That was utterly absurd. The Hokage's office. My dear disciple, you also want to go out to find a summoning beast. Why not go with Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, frowned, and looked at Orochimaru before him. Teacher, everyone's fate is different. That's why we didn't go together. Orochimaru planned to go on a journey pretending not to have a summoning beast, using the search for one as an excuse to leave the village. Disciple, it's too dangerous out there. How about signing my summoning beast? My summoning beast has a great origin, not only extremely fierce. More importantly, it can transform into a weapon, long or short, big or small. Impressive, right? Hiruzen spoke in a coaxing tone, trying to keep Orochimaru in Konoha. After all, Orochimaru was too brilliant, he needed to be taught by his side. Because he was too smart, his sense of good and evil might be weak, and Hiruzen feared he might go astray. Orochimaru felt a warmth in his heart when he saw that Hiruzen Sarutobi was even willing to let him sign a contract with his most precious summoning beast. No need, teacher. I still want to find one myself. Thinking of his current strength, which wasn't even one Kakashi, Orochimaru felt a sense of urgency. After all, Kakashi was the famous unit of measurement, the legendary tie-breaking ninja. Well then, I wish you all the best. If you can't find one, come back immediately. If you don't want to sign my summoning beast, I'll help you find a new one. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's sincere words, Orochimaru was slightly moved. He decided to repay kindness with kindness, and later give this cheap master a few pointers to prevent him from acting so recklessly in the future. In action. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt he was overthinking, for people change. And power corrupts the mind. Thank you, teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the empty room, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Sigh. Send 3 special jonin to protect Orochimaru. After a long pause, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke as if to the air. A shadow flickered in the distance, and disappeared, presumably to summon them. After submitting the travel permit, Orochimaru finally walked out of this village that felt like a cage. After all, to leave the village, aside from missions, one needed a permit for other reasons. Orochimaru stretched slightly, then removed his ninja headband. His form shifted, transforming into a boy of about 10 years old, dressed in patched clothes. Like a refugee. This appearance was not much different from his original height, so maintaining the transformation technique required less chakra. Moreover, this look would save him a lot of trouble. If he wore the headband, he might encounter many who respected him, but far more who might be his enemies. After all, not long ago the first great ninja war had begun. Tobirama Senju led Konoha to repel several powerful enemies who coveted the fertile land of fire, killing countless enemy ninjas. If he had the strength of several Kakashis, others would fear and respect him. But now he was just a brat, others would likely want to kill him on sight. Both of Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciples have left the village. It was our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan who founded Konoha together. Why did the Senju produce 2 Hokage? Now that both Hokage are dead, damn it, they let the disciple of the same lineage become Hokage. This is an outrage. Where is justice? Where is the law? Where is fairness? As he spoke, the man in the room, clad in splendid robes and facing away from the door, paused slightly. The ninja kneeling by the door stared at the man's back and dared not utter a word. Moreover, I suspect that brat Hiruzen made our Uchiha clan control the police force, not only because he recognized our strength and wanted our support. I feel he has ulterior motives. Sly as a fox. Find a few capable men and make it look like an accident, understand? Only choose those who are of one mind with us. Don't recruit men whose minds have been corrupted by peace. Is that clear? The richly dressed man turned his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan glaring sharply at the subordinate kneeling on the ground. Why, yes, chief. Watching the subordinate leave, the man gazed at the sky beyond the door with a trace of melancholy. You want to play games? Then I'll cut off your retreat. If I can't outplay you in the game of human hearts, I'll use absolute power to break the rules. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll make you taste my wrath. Where should I go now? Orochimaru stood silently at a fork in the road, a little pensive. After a moment's thought, he took a map from his robes. He studied the map. He planned to head to the land of iron. Perhaps his aim no Murakumo's sword, also known as the Kusanagi sword, lay over there. The thought of the Kusanagi sword left Orochimaru baffled once again. Logically speaking, there was probably a creature called the Yamata no Orochi in this world. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru later transformed into the Yamata no Orochi, and some Kusanagi swords were simply white snakes transformed. It could extend and shorten at will, and the worst part was that no one knew exactly how many Kusanagi swords existed. Several had appeared in the original work. If they were made from snakes, that theory didn't hold water either, because Orochimaru was eventually sealed away and the sword in Sasuke's hands still remained unchanged. The most plausible explanation was that this divine weapon could be summoned back at any time. Alternatively, with his vast knowledge, Orochimaru had forged one himself, the one Sasuke used. After thinking it over for a long time, Orochimaru decided to head to the Land of Iron. All that deliberation was no better than searching slowly. If fate allowed, he would obtain it eventually. The reason Orochimaru was so fixated on this weapon was that the sword was incredibly sharp, could lengthen or shorten at will, looked striking, and was highly practical. The key was that he loved swords. And as far as swords went, this one was the only one that really appealed to him. As for the Totsuka sword, he had no particular interest in it. Orochimaru strolled lightly in the direction of the Land of Iron. His destination was already settled. From now on, he would simply enjoy the scenery and walk there at his leisure. 3 days later, Orochimaru's clothes were ragged and torn, and he had reverted to his original appearance. The reason was that he had set out with only a map. He hadn't brought a single cent with him, nor a change of clothes. He thought a ninja should be capable of anything. For washing up, he could just find a river. For food, he could just hunt. Mainly, he was too lazy to carry anything. Yet his beautiful thoughts met a harsh reality. It was nothing like the wonderful, carefree, nature-embracing journey he had imagined. To take a shortcut, he chose a path overgrown with brambles. Earlier, he had been walking along disguised as a refugee. Though with his current physical condition, traversing such terrain was completely child's play. However, his clothes didn't know how to dodge the way he did. Within less than half a day, they were nearly shredded to pieces, making him look like a real beggar. When he tried to hunt to fill his stomach, he truly discovered how absurd nature could be. He might not have a full Kakashi's worth of chakra, but he should at least have 1/5, 1/6, or 1/7 of a Kakashi. Damn it. He couldn't even catch a cute little rabbit to keep him company. That was utterly ridiculous. The rabbits in the wild moved with such incredible footwork that with his impressive speed he couldn't even see their tails. In the end, he found a river. With a quick slash of his blade, he caught 2 plump little fish and roasted them for a meal. After taking a satisfying bath, he discovered that his clothes simply wouldn't dry. He thought about using chakra to dry his clothes, only to realize he had no idea how to pull off such an advanced technique. This whole series of blunders nearly made the Umbu watching from the shadows die laughing. But it was precisely these actions that led their group into danger, because Orochimaru kept heading off to remote and desolate places. The people protecting him from the shadows also needed supplies, so they would send someone to resupply. Those following Orochimaru would leave a few unique secret marks. The marks pointed the way for the people behind. Finally caught up to them. "How should we make our move?" 2 plain-looking men like woodcutters gathered together. One of them spoke up. "Just kill them first and disguise the scene later. Why make it so complicated?" The other, a burly man who seemed to be the leader, fell into thought after hearing his younger brother's words. After thinking for a moment, the leader said in a displeased tone, "Dream on. Our clan is invincible in one-on-one combat, but the other side is Umbu. They have real combat experience. And here unexpectedly 3 skilled Umbu are following him. Didn't we agree that each side would send only 1 Umbu to follow him?" The leader said, somewhat disgruntled. They were Tokubetsu Jonin as well. A Tokubetsu Jonin was a bit stronger than a Chunin, and their strength nearly approached Jonin level, but it still wasn't enough to take on a Jonin alone, hence the name. Special Jonin. As for why Tokubetsu Jonin were sent to carry out assassinations, it was because every ninja in every clan who reached Jonin strength had to be registered, and their presence was watched by certain people. After all, a Jonin was already a formidable combat force. Unlike a Genin who could throw kunai and knew a jutsu or 2, or a Chunin who knew a few basic jutsu, a Jonin was in a completely different class. A Jonin's casually unleashed jutsu carried extremely powerful destructive force. "Once we take out that Umbu in the rear, it'll be 2 against 2. We both have 2 Tomo's Sharingan. Then in a one-on-one fight, victory will be effortless." The ninja in charge thought for a moment, and said. The duller-looking one listened quietly. Before long, in the grass, the 2 burly, simple-looking men wore solemn expressions. "They're almost here. Follow the plan when it starts and don't spook them." The leader couldn't help but warn again. "I know. Use genjutsu to immobilize him at once, then suppress my chakra fluctuations, cover his mouth, and slit his throat immediately, so the Anbu nearby won't sense anything. Anbu all have their own sensory jutsu. I've remembered everything you said. The leader listened, saw that the other had remembered it all fairly well, and nodded slightly. Who's there? A masked figure moved swiftly through the trees, then suddenly stopped, his hair standing on end. What? Is this road yours? Can a man take a piss without you making a fuss? A man stepped out from behind a tree, pulling up his pants and tying his belt. The Anbu ninja silently breathed a sigh of relief. Who's that? A voice came from not far behind the Anbu. Hearing that the voice was so close, the Konoha Tokubetsu Jonin instinctively looked back and became wary. Uchi! The eyes beneath the Anbu mask went blank. When he looked back without the slightest guard, he saw a pair of Tsutomu Sharingans spinning bewitchingly. The kunai in his hand became a laughingstock. Before the Anbu could finish his words, he fell into a daze. A thick palm covered his mask, and a tiny kunai with a gleaming edge slashed across his carotid artery. Wave after wave of warm liquid spilled onto the ground. Enemy! The pain broke the genjutsu, and the Anbu instinctively tried to shout. But he found that his throat had been cut. Only two unintelligible sounds escaped as blood sprayed ceaselessly from his mouth. His body fell straight to the ground. The man behind wiped the kunai on the Anbu's clothes, then gently laid the body on the ground. I told you to cover his mouth. How exactly did you cover it? If he had broken the genjutsu any sooner, we'd be dead. And if we hadn't finished him off, we'd be bringing trouble to the clan. The leader said softly, unceremoniously rummaging through the corpse for the scroll containing supplies. Boss, didn't you see that he was wearing a mask? And that mask doesn't even have a slit for the mouth. How was I supposed to cover him? The big man felt a bit aggrieved, thinking the leader was talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. The leader saw how wrong the big man looked and softened a little. All right, well done. From here on we can't fight side by side. We'll stay behind them and pick them off one by one. When they see their companion hasn't returned, they'll likely come back to investigate. They'll also leave one person guarding the target. Then things will be much easier for us. We'll complete the mission beautifully without taking any risks. The leader said softly, clearly in a good mood. But big brother, what if they don't follow the pattern? What if they bring the target back with them, discover us, and immediately turn and run? What do we do then? The simple-looking big man asked quietly with sound reasoning. The leader was a little stunned, then sighed. Even a wise man can slip up when he thinks too much. The leader nodded, affirming the big man's words. That's exactly why we have to stay behind them. Only then can we control the whole situation and defeat the enemy while chatting and laughing. The leader smiled faintly and said softly, Awesome. The big man looked at the leader with a face full of admiration. Orochimaru found a relatively high branch and lay down to sleep. In the dead of night, he suddenly woke with a start. Who goes there? Orochimaru shouted at the dark silhouette not far away. His hand clenched tightly around a kunai, his spirit and energy gathered into a single point as the shadow drew nearer. Relax, I'm from the Anbu of Konoha. The Hokage sent us to protect you. Originally we were to remain hidden and never reveal ourselves. But now there's a problem. Come out, Kurajitsun. The masked man spoke calmly. Orochimaru watched in silence, saying nothing. Another shadow emerged from a different direction, stopping a short distance away, no closer than 3 meters. What's the matter? Orochimaru asked, seeing that neither man made a move to attack while simultaneously focusing his spirit to its peak, wary of any sudden strike when his guard was down. We were sent by the Hokage to protect you. There were 3 of us. This afternoon one of our comrades went to the rear to resupply. All 3 of us are special jonin. He hasn't returned yet. We're in the middle of a mission. He would never be gone this long under normal circumstances. The man calmly explained the situation to gain Orochimaru's trust. They intended to switch to close protection to better safeguard the target. After hearing the man's words and the sequence of events, Orochimaru's heart sank. He hadn't realized so many people were watching his back. He had been too naive, thinking the outside world held little danger. Thus he hadn't been overly vigilant, knowing that at his age his mentor would surely arrange for someone to protect him. Woken in the middle of the night only to hear such grim news. So do you think they're already lurking in the shadows following us, or have they gone ahead to cut us off? Orochimaru spoke softly after a moment's thought. The Anbu operative was taken aback. Such reasoning seemed far beyond a 7-year-old. The enemy likely numbers 2 or 3 and their strength can't be too great. Anyone capable of silently killing our comrade would not be so timid waiting until now to strike. Because if they had enough power they would have overwhelmed us already. The man paused, then continued his analysis. So they must have acted in coordination to eliminate our comrades silently. Their strength is probably at most special jonin. If they were truly powerful they would have attacked long ago, or at least come for us right after killing our comrade and pinpointing our location. Orochimaru listened quietly, then frowned slightly. So why did you come out? Have you determined whether you or I are their target? The Umbu operative about to answer was momentarily stunned. As he opened his mouth to speak, Orochimaru's words came slowly. Split up and flee. Draw their attention and try to make it back alive. This time I'm the target. You Umbu always wear masks on duty. It's unlikely they're after you. So the target must be me. This is probably the work of spies from other villages leaking our information and sending ninja to intercept us. Of course it's more likely that a clan from our own village is behind it. As for the motive, it's unclear. If it were foreign ninja they wouldn't be coming from behind us. Orochimaru spoke in a rapid succession, then gave the two a long hard look before leaping onto a tree and starting to run. He had said all he needed to, why wait any longer? The two ninja left behind exchanged glances. Then they made hand seals, transforming into younger versions of Orochimaru, and veered left and right toward the village, one to draw fire, the other to see if they could make it back. They were loyalists to Hiruzen Sarutobi, long prepared to die on the battlefield, so they harbored no ill intentions of using Orochimaru as a bargaining chip to save themselves. After all, their mothers, fathers, wives, and children were still in the village. After a few minutes of leaping through the trees, Orochimaru made hand seals. White smoke cleared, revealing 4 Orochimarus. One continued straight ahead, deliberately leaving traces. The left and right clones did the same. They followed routes that looped back toward Konoha, leaving subtle marks along the way. The real Orochimaru lingered for a moment, then carefully moved forward to the left. As he walked he erased any accidental footprints and other signs. His speed, initially clumsy, grew more practiced and faster. After all, 3 shadow clones had consumed most of his chakra and they could only last about half an hour without combat. That was why Orochimaru was so cautious, fearing that the ninja, after chasing the misleading trails, would find nothing and double back to discover his real path. Thus he was painstakingly slow and meticulous in covering his tracks even in this critical moment. Of course, by dawn his concealed traces would become obvious. He couldn't rule out that the enemy might also know the shadow clone technique. If it came to that, he would have to fight. That was why he had only created 3 clones. He had to conserve some chakra plus what he recovered while moving, which might, just might, be enough. He wasn't overly worried he had a trump card for emergencies, but he preferred not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, had he known his attackers were from the Uchiha clan, he would have taught the 2 Umbu operatives the shadow clone technique on the spot. After all, the shadow clone technique was created by Tobirama specifically to counter the Uchiha's Sharingan. Half an hour later, Orochimaru found he had only covered a few miles and his heart chilled. For the first 15 minutes he had moved while hiding his tracks. For the last 15 minutes he had sprinted at full speed without bothering to conceal his trail. Waves of exhaustion and fragmented memories washed over him. He lay on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body felt utterly drained. He had planned to create more shadow clones after the current ones dissipated, splitting into 2 groups. Now he realized he had overestimated himself. He couldn't move a single step. The accumulated fatigue hit him all at once, multiplied tenfold. He wouldn't be able to get up for at least half an hour. After some thought, Orochimaru had no choice but to rest where he was. In this state, even if he used his trump card, there was a high chance of social death. They've split into 3 groups. What do we do now? The burly man, who looked rather simple-minded, spoke softly. The leader remained still unmoving. After a moment, let's split into 2 groups. Take out the 2 who are heading back. The ones fleeing outward don't matter for now, we can catch up later. The leader said quietly. With that his figure flickered and he vanished in pursuit. The somewhat simple-looking man, seeing the leader depart, also flickered away toward another direction. In the dense forest, a man from the Umbu disguised as Orochimaru halted mid-step. Come out! Don't bother hiding! A faint mist enveloped his body, and the Umbu agent returned to his original form. Good perception. Too bad. A voice emerged from the darkness responding. Before the sentence finished, the speaker, sword in hand, was already less than 3 meters from the Umbu agent. Seeing the fierce approach, the Umbu's heart sank. He grabbed 3 kunai and hurled them at the opponent without a moment's hesitation. The Uchiha watched the kunai flying toward him, lightly flicking his long sword to knock them to the ground. At such close range, to possess such reflexes and perception, clearly his swordsmanship was exceptional. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions rang out in succession. It turned out the kunai thrown by the Umbu were all attached with explosive tags, and the darkness of the night had kept the Uchiha from noticing. By the time he realized that the tags were already glowing, and the next second they detonated. The Umbu stared grimly at the smoke billowing from the explosion. He didn't expect 3 explosive tags to finish the opponent. He only hoped the loud blast would send a signal to his comrades and Orochimaru, to tell them that the fight had started here and to stay alert lest they be ambushed. As the smoke dissipated, a blurry dark figure slowly emerged. The formerly bulky peasant-like figure was gone, replaced by a man about 1.8 meters tall with a slender build. As expected of an Umbu elite. Too bad. The slender man's pupils began to turn crimson, with 4 black tomo appearing above them. He looked utterly demonic. Sharingan, an Uchiha. The Umbu's voice trembled with fear. He never expected an Uchiha to be the one attacking them. His face beneath the mask twisted in shock. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The Uchiha, with his thin frame and black clothes slightly singed, stared coldly at the Umbu before him. Don't resist. I'll let you die without pain. The Uchiha leader spoke indifferently, as if the Umbu of the same rank were nothing more than a blade of grass. The Umbu lowered his head, watching the opponent's body, trying to anticipate his moves. But it was night, and the situation was overwhelmingly against him. You've already seen my eyes. Do you think these belated efforts will help? The Uchiha said calmly, deliberately messing with the opponent's mind. Since the other wore a mask, he couldn't read his expression to gauge his thoughts. The Umbu's heart sank. He felt like prey. Yet he dared not be careless. He formed hand seals, lightly disrupting the chakra within his body, trying to break free from the illusion. The Uchiha saw him take the bait and smirked. He gave a cold laugh. Just as the opponent was forming seals and disrupting his chakra to dispel the non-existent genjutsu, he flickered forward. Using his exceptional perception, he locked onto the target. Sword in hand, he aimed for the Umbu's neck, a strike that would be fatal if it landed. The Umbu's face darkened. With superb taijutsu, he kicked toward the wrist holding the sword. The Uchiha subtly altered the trajectory of his blade, shifting from a diagonal slash to a straight downward cut, as if aiming to sever the opponent's leg. At the same time, he spoke to rattle the opponent. It's useless. Before these eyes, all your movements are laid bare. Seeing the sudden change in the attack, the Umbu bent the leg still on the ground, using the leverage to leap backward and evade the strike. Nice reflexes. The Uchiha wiped the blood from his sword lightly. He had only managed to cut the opponent's calf. Seeing the opponent standing still, afraid to move and reveal an opening, the Uchiha sheathed his long sword and began forming hand seals. In 1 second he completed 4 seals and more, his chest swelling slightly. The Umbu, seeing the Uchiha form seals, wasted no time either. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out 8 shuriken. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled them at the Uchiha. The Uchiha's expression remained unchanged. He brought his left hand to his mouth. A massive fireball several meters wide erupted from his lips, charging toward the Umbu. The Umbu's 8 shuriken, too light and thin, were blown away by the fire release. The Umbu hadn't expected the fireball jutsu to be so powerful and swift. In his pupils, the huge fireball rapidly expanded and hurtled toward him. But looking closely, the Umbu's eyes beneath the mask showed no change. Clearly he had anticipated this and prepared a countermeasure. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose and dissipated, leaving only a log in place. It turned out that, unbeknownst to the opponent, he had already used the substitution jutsu, even evading the Uchiha's eyes. Taking advantage of the massive fireball spewed from the mouth, scorching hot and blindingly bright, the expanding flames blocked the Uchiha's line of sight. Hearing a soft sound ahead, the experienced Uchiha didn't hesitate to release the jutsu. His Sharingan scanned the area, trying to locate the Umbu. In the darkness, the masked Umbu crouched on a tree branch, staring intently at the blurry figure below, afraid to move lest the slightest sound betray his location. A drop of blood from the Umbu's wounded calf fell onto the branch, then continued dripping to the ground. The Umbu's palms began to sweat. In his extreme tension, he didn't notice that his calf was still bleeding. Below, the Uchiha stood motionless. Suddenly he froze. Then his fingers twitched slightly. A moment later, the Uchiha took a small step forward. Did that bastard run away? In the pitch-black silent forest, the Uchiha leader's voice murmured to itself. Then he took a few more steps forward. The Umbu clenched his fists tightly, watching the terrifying enemy below who seemed to think he had fled. His breathing grew even shallower. Carefully, cautiously, his mind began plotting an escape route. When he saw the terrifying enemy had walked away and disappeared from sight, the Umbu let out a faint sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. The sword wound on his leg began to throb, sending a sharp pain through him. He froze. Then he quickly looked down. Blood was dripping from the branch onto the leaves below, sliding down. He had no idea where it was falling. The Umbu scrambled to his feet, not bothering to think about his next move. He just needed to leave this place immediately. But as he stood up, something pierced his back right through the heart. A voice chilling him to the bones sounded behind him. Nothing escapes my eyes. The Umbu's pupils dilated and he pitched forward toward the ground. Thud! His body hit the earth heavily. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Seeing that the opponent was dead and hadn't turned into anything else, the Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. You're too weak. And too naive. Just as the ANBU agent on this side had already been dealt with, the Uchiha clan members over there had only just caught sight of a figure. The Uchiha leader rested for a while on a tree branch, used a few uncommon ninjutsu to erase the traces of the skirmish, then gave chase in a third direction. This was where Orochimaru and the ANBU had parted ways. Orochimaru, now rested enough, continued sprinting forward. The successive explosions just now and the firelight flaring not far away made him realize that a fight had already broken out over there. You little whelp, stop right there. The burly man, transformed from an Uchiha clansman, saw a slender small figure ahead. With both hands behind his back, the figure cleared several trees in a single leap, weaving through the forest at extraordinary speed, with almost scientific precision. Ahead of him, the ANBU agent disguised as Orochimaru heard the voice behind him, but showed no intention of stopping. Because about 10 minutes earlier, the firelight coming from several li away and the echoing roar of exploding tags had made it clear to him that the battle over there had already begun. What was more, shortly after realizing an enemy was chasing him, he, the one responsible for passing intelligence, had already sent the word out. In just a few hours, he estimated, a ninja hawk would deliver the report back to Konoha. All he wanted now was to run a little farther to tie up one of the enemy forces and give the target he had to protect a slightly greater chance of surviving. 10 minutes later. Why aren't you running? The Uchiha watched the thin small figure ahead with keen interest, his tone teasing. The ANBU man drew heavy, greedy breaths, savoring the sweetness of the air. When he heard the enemy's question from behind, he had no intention of acknowledging it at all. The big, simple-looking man blurred, transforming back into a youth of 14 or 15. 6 kunai in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, all 6 were hurled outward, and the Sharingan had already emerged in his eyes. His first move was a lion pounces on rabbit killing strike. The Uchiha watched the motionless figure before him in silence. 6 more kunai appeared in his hand. Bang! The Orochimaru, the ANBU, had become turned into a block of wood, 6 kunai stuck deep in it. The Uchiha was taken aback. His gaze swept the area. When did you form the seals? Oh, I remember now. You made me think you were gasping for breath, your body trembling uncontrollably. It was all to disguise the trembling of your shoulders while you formed the seals. The young Uchiha spoke with admiration. In his heart he grew more and more wary of his opponent. The ANBU agent had already reverted to his true appearance. Having used too much chakra, he could no longer keep up the transformation technique. He stood behind a thick branch. He quietly slipped several shuriken into his hand. He intended to end this quickly, to try to kill his opponent. His mission as bait was already complete. If he could kill this man, he would continue the Lord Hokage's mission protecting that youth. The face of Orochimaru surfaced in the ANBU agent's mind. Then his eyes focused and he steadied his breathing, ready to hunt the lamb below. As yet he had not noticed the Sharingan in the eyes of the person below him. In the moment just past, he had been wholly focused on arranging his trap. It was only now, looking down at the enemy who stood motionless with his back to him, that the situation turned delicate. The Uchiha saw nothing move. He could not tell whether the man had slipped away or hidden himself. After a moment's thought, he made a few subtle hand seals. His chest swelled. He was going to set the mountain ablaze. He could not be bothered to go looking for his foe. He would turn the seemingly clever ANBU agent into a roasted pig. He pressed a hand to his mouth and as if exhaling spat out a sheet of flame. Then he began to spin intending to burn a perfect circle. Watching from the darkness, the ANBU agent saw him form hand seals and prepare to release a jutsu and readied himself to strike. But he reconsidered, deciding to see what the man was up to. After all, through the indistinct shadows he could only perceive the slight movement of the man's arm and the violent surging of his chakra. So he had no idea what the man was doing or what jutsu he meant to unleash. When a sheet of fire burst into view he knew something had gone wrong, but the flames were not spitting toward him, so he was still not panicking, steady as Mount Tai. When the man below shifted his feet and began to turn, he could no longer hold himself back. This bastard had no martial honor. Didn't he know that burning down a mountain meant spending his life in prison? There was no time to overthink. The ANBU agent gathered chakra in his legs, his spirit, energy, and mind braided into a single cord. He was ready to shoot out like a blade and use his rich close-quarters combat experience to kill his opponent. Just as the Uchiha was enjoying the blazing flames and about to turn to set the area behind him aflame, the ANBU agent's eyes sharpened. He charged. The Uchiha had bathed the three directions in front of him in a sea of fire and was about to turn, take a few steps, and set the space behind him ablaze too. Halfway through the turn he sensed a fierce gust of wind. The Uchiha smiled. A wall of earth shot up from the ground and stood before him. It turned out that by releasing a huge amount of chakra he had not only deceived the enemy hidden in the shadows but also secretly finished other hand seals ready to receive the hidden rat's sneak attack at any moment. Seeing the earth wall rise at a startling speed, the ANBU agent felt his heart clench. The fire all around blazed, illuminating the area brilliantly. He broke off his charge in midair and landed on the ground. Beneath the mask his eyes stared fixedly at the figure before him. Sharingan. Genjutsu. Who are you, sir, to carry on in such a sneaky manner? The ANBU agent thought this was merely an illusion, someone disguised as an Uchiha to mess with his mind. As he spoke he bit his tongue hard, trying to use the pain to break this illusion that did not seem particularly sophisticated. The Uchiha found the words amusing, but they also annoyed him. He had just used the Uchiha clan's signature fire-style Great Fireball, and the man still dared to doubt his identity. That made it a little hard for him to save face. Seeing the Uchiha lost in thought, the ANBU agent did not hesitate. 2 strides turned into 1 as he charged. The Uchiha saw this little ANBU rat still daring to attack first, and even more daringly still daring to look into his eyes. It made him deeply displeased. As he rushed forward, the ANBU agent noticed that the Sharingan in the other's eyes was still there. He dropped his head slightly, suppressing the disbelief deep in his gaze with all his strength. With such a golden opportunity, everything else had to be cast aside. Hesitation meant defeat, and it would also slow the swing of his kunai. This was the basic professionalism of an ANBU assassin. And the young Uchiha, seeing the ANBU lower his head only halfway through the charge, felt a thrill of pleasure. He loved the way enemies refused to meet his eyes when he fought them. If someone actually dared to look into his eyes, he was almost at a loss about how to fight. After all, whether he was learning to fight or actually fighting, the moment he activated his Sharingan no one would meet his gaze. So all his fighting experience had been built around that pattern. His Sharingan turned slightly, and the ANBU agent, who had been dashing at great speed and was all but upon him, seemed to slow to the crawl of an ant. His movements became as if slowed several times over. The Uchiha felt a surge of pride. This wonderful sensation was something he truly did not know whom to share with. For a moment many thoughts drifted through the Uchiha's mind. When he came back to himself, the ANBU agent was already before him, the edge of the kunai glinting in the firelight sent a chill into the heart. But the Uchiha did not care at all. He shifted hands and feet together, moving only slightly, and struck after the man had committed. His fist slammed into the wrist holding the kunai and snatched the weapon away. A violent knee rammed into the soft belly of the ANBU agent. In the firelight a youth of about 1.6 meters hung suspended in the air. Clutching the kunai he had taken, he landed slowly. The ANBU agent meanwhile was sent flying several meters, slammed into a tree, and collapsed limply on his back. His eyes glazed over, fixed on the red branches scorched by the flames above. Then all of a sudden he sat up and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He felt several of his ribs break at once. As for the organs those ribs were protecting, he had no idea what condition they were in now. All he knew was that blood rushed up again, caught at his throat, and he swallowed it down with grim determination. The Uchiha was a little astonished that the man could still sit up after taking a full-powered chakra-clad knee strike to the body. But he did not dwell on it, for the flames from three sides were about to close into a ring and seal him inside. The Uchiha's toes shifted lightly, blue chakra clinging to them. One kick drove straight into the ANBU agent's chest. The Uchiha had already gone. Flames leapt into the sky behind him. On the ground lay only the ANBU agent, still masked, his chest caved in with a gaping hollow. Thus all three ANBU members protecting Orochimaru had died in the line of duty. Even so, it was fine. Once set, the fire spread quickly. The small animals in the forest, startled, bolted in all directions. Their frantic running woke the sleeping creatures in spots the flames had not yet reached. In their blood flowed an ancient instinct for dealing with disasters of this kind. And so across the mountain small animals were darting and fleeing everywhere. They moved like a migration ready to flee this forest. Animals have sharp hearing, so the creatures of the whole mountain range were stirred into action. As it happened, almost all traces of Orochimaru's escape route had been trampled, covered, and destroyed by the maddened small animals, leaving the place in utter disarray. Hours later, Orochimaru sat inside a mountain cave. The fire spreading rapidly in the distance chilled his heart, but he was not worried. A river not far away would hold the fire back. Several hours later, not far from Konoha, a ninja hawk flew through the sky. Then, as if it had struck something, it dropped straight down. A figure wrapped in black robes caught it, opened the bamboo cylinder on its leg, and examined the note inside. After making sure there was no problem, he pulled the saban from the hawk's body. A green light flickered in his hand. Soon after, the ninja hawk rose into the sky once more and flew toward Konoha. There were no fewer than 10 such black-robed figures, all of them bringing down hawks that flew in from the same general direction. They had been doing this for days. They took endless delight in it. The night passed without incident. Dishiwan used some weeds and the like to conceal the narrow cave entrance, preparing to spend the night inside the cave. With flames leaping toward the sky, running would be too unwise and conspicuous. Moreover, the small animals and the fire had already obliterated all traces of his footprints. There was no need to flee recklessly and put himself in danger. However, he could not sleep at all. The slightest rustle would startle him awake. One day earlier, Jiraiya searched among the mountains only to find that the animals there were far from satisfactory, which made him rather frustrated. Moreover, the days of arduous travel had worn away his already scant patience. Especially seeing no hope at all, these small animals were not even suitable for use as summoning beasts. This agitated him greatly. He lay on a branch, picked up the water flask at his waist, and took a sip. Suddenly he sat up. As if struck by an idea, he hastily pulled out a scroll from his bosom and studied it carefully. I see. So that's how it is. Jiraiya tucked the scroll into his bosom, placed his hands on his hips, and gazed into the distance with spirited vigor. At that moment he felt a surge of heroic ambition. Thus, after resting for a moment, he began to form hand seals with earnest concentration. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the technique complementary to the summoning technique, yet slightly different, the reverse summoning technique? Ha! Summoning realm, your master Jiraiya is coming. After completing the seals, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Ah! Damn it! Under the stunned gaze of the Anbu, Jiraiya left only 5 words before vanishing from the spot. The Anbu member hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. Seeing the empty ground, he was utterly bewildered. He had no idea how to report this to the Huang. Could he tell the Huang that his disciple, right before his eyes, first turned his back to him, placed his hands on his hips, roared with laughter, muttered something about a place he didn't catch, and then he was gone. Then came a string of curses, and the man was gone. If he reported that, he'd probably be beaten to death by the Huang. 2 Uchiha, one tall and one short, sat by the riverbank. Because the fire had grown too large, they gathered together. With such a massive blaze, animals fled in all directions, leaving no trace to follow. They weren't dogs after all, they didn't have canine noses. These Anbu are truly well trained. Knowing they couldn't defeat us, they turned themselves into bait, and even knew to start a forest fire to prevent us from killing their protected target. That's truly admirable. The tall, thin Uchiha leader gazed at the blazing inferno, speaking with genuine admiration. The younger-looking Uchiha boy was taken aback by the leader's words. You're really cunning, he said. The Uchiha boy's eyes darted slightly as he nodded in agreement. Then it suddenly dawned on him. He was the one who had started the fire. So, big brother, should we keep chasing or what? The boy began to change the subject. The leader thought for a moment. Chase my ass. The shinobi world is huge. Who knows where he's gone? Isn't it better to go back and enjoy ourselves? Besides, this mission's failure has nothing to do with us. It was their own intelligence error. They said there was only one Umbu, but there were actually 3. The leader recalled that during the chase they had found traces at 3 separate locations. He felt helpless. If they had had 3 people, he could have continued the pursuit. With that thought, the leader spoke irritably. The 2 rested for a while, then transformed again and set off on their return journey. A large fire here would attract many eyes. Running into acquaintances would be troublesome. 3 days later. The Huiying's office. Huiying-sama, may I ask what you require of me? A youth who appeared around 10 years old with long silver-white hair tied in a ponytail, and a chakra short sword strapped to his back stood before Yuan Fei Rijan. Zhuiyun, I'd like to trouble you with a personal matter. Yuan Fei Rijan sat on a stool gazing at the youth with admiration. This was the foundation of their Muyi. If the youth were strong, Muyi would be strong. This young man, though still in his early teens, had already shown great promise, reaching the level of Jonin, only lacking a formal assessment. His talent was in no way inferior to that of his disciple De Shiwan. This was already an extremely high compliment from him. In his eyes, his disciple De Shiwan's intelligence and wisdom were rare in the world. Please, Huiying-sama, go ahead. Chimu Shomao spoke calmly, his demeanor as light as a breeze. Yuan Fei Rijan looked at the youth before him, and was reminded of his own disciple De Shiwan, who was equally unassuming yet firm. A hint of worry crept into his eyes. Here's the matter, my disciple De Shiwan went out a few days ago. I dispatched 3 Tokubetsu Jonin from the Umbu to protect him. After this preamble, Yuan Fei Rijan took a deep drag from his pipe. Chimu Shomao listened quietly. He had heard of De Shiwan. Rumor had it that the boy had excelled at the ninja academy, and was thus taken as the Huiying's disciple. He wasn't clear on the specifics. Because Yuan Fei Rijan chose to keep many things hidden to protect his disciple, nothing was leaked. Seeing that the youth showed no impatience, and waited for him to continue, Yuan Fei Rijan felt somewhat relieved despite his inner turmoil. After all, such a person inspired a sense of reliability. They usually send a coded message every 2 days reporting their status and my disciple's progress. But this time it's been over 3 days and no message has arrived. I fear something has gone wrong, so I'd like you to go and check on them for me. Yuan Fei Rijan spoke softly at this moment. He was no longer the lofty Huiying, but a master concerned for his disciple's safety. Chimu Shomao listened quietly, then analyzed, could it be that they've traveled too far or that something happened to the ninja hawk? Yuan Fei Rijan didn't reply to Chimu Shomao's words, he just puffed on his pipe, filling the office with smoke. No, they carry a special summoning scroll, and the ninja hawk they use is specially bred for wartime. It flies fast, high, and above all possesses remarkable endurance. Most importantly, De Shiwan was just traveling normally, he hasn't gone far. Yuan Fei Rijan explained gently. Alright, give me the approximate location. I'll set out now. Wait for my news, Huiying-sama. Hearing this, Chimu Shomao saw no need to delay further. After all, Muyi was his home. The more outstanding young talents the village produced, the stronger it would become. Thus he took the matter seriously. Moreover, he sensed something unusual from Yuan Fei Rijan's words. Then I entrust this to you. You must bring De Shiwan back for me, Zhuiyun. Yuan Fei Rijan handed Chimu Shomao a scroll and spoke to him solemnly. Rest assured, Huiying-sama. Chimu Shomao nodded and replied earnestly. At the border of the land of iron, a man with a resolute expression, clad in a martial arts uniform and crowned with a wild golden afro, strode along the path with an utterly bizarre appearance. This was none other than Orochimaru, who delighted in defying conventions. He chose to go against the grain, transforming himself into an eye-catching spectacle that drew lingering gazes from every passerby. He reasoned that if the Umbu failed, the pursuers would never expect such a bold move. And if the Umbu succeeded, reporting back to his chief master, that would be even better. 3 days earlier, upon waking from a deep sleep, Orochimaru had cautiously scouted the area, weighing whether to hide in the cave for a few days or make a swift escape. After surveying, he discovered that the massive wildfire on the mountain had burned with astonishing speed. In just one night, the once verdant slopes were now a charred, barren expanse. Perhaps because the trees in the ninja world thrived with abundant sap and oils, they burned far more quickly than in the mortal realm, where a blaze would rage for days before consuming everything. Thus many locals ventured into the mountain to investigate whether to replant the trees or scavenge for valuables. Orochimaru could not tell. Using the transformation technique, Orochimaru assumed the guise of an adult, mingled with the crowd, wandered for a while as if sharing their purpose, then turned and departed. He continued toward the land of iron. Kidding, he was brimming with courage, utterly unafraid. However, due to his limited chakra, he would walk for a few hours, then stop to find a concealed spot, cancel the transformation technique, rest, and re-invoke it. Thus, after 3 days of travel, he finally reached the border of the Land of Iron. Gazing at the somewhat ornate entrance ahead, Orochimaru's mind wandered. He noticed that every passerby, regardless of skill, wore a long sword at their waist, or strapped one across their back. It seemed a sword was the very passport to this city. Orochimaru felt a sudden bewilderment. Would entering without a blade make him hopelessly out of fashion? Or worse, if questioned, it might invite unnecessary trouble. Thus he pondered whether to slip into the nearby woods and conjure a sword. Just then a young man in a blue robe with a long sword slung across his back strode out from the city and headed straight for Orochimaru. Orochimaru's heart stirred with less than pleasant thoughts. He stared intently at the approaching man, waiting until the man was nearly passing by. Yet Orochimaru refrained from acting on those dark impulses. The terrain was open too close to the city gate, making it awkward to execute. "What are you gawking at, country bumpkin?" The young man suddenly spat as Orochimaru was about to let him off. Orochimaru froze, pointing at his own nose. He couldn't believe that despite his flamboyant Super Saiyan-like appearance, anyone would dare speak to him like that. "Are you talking to me?" Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with incredulity. Surely his get-up screamed overwhelming power. But as he stood there dumbfounded, the next words nearly shattered his refined composure. "Yes, you. Don't think turning your hair into a broomstick makes you the boss of the block. Why were you staring at me? Believe me, I'll gouge out your eyes." The young man twisted his nose, curled his lips, and shot Orochimaru a contemptuous glare. "What's going on over there?" "No fighting in the Land of Iron. Take it elsewhere," a soldier bellowed from a distance, spotting the brewing altercation. The blue-robed man shrugged at the soldier's shout. "Lucky you, otherwise I'd have plucked out your eyeballs and made marbles for my pet." The young man wrinkled his nose, staring down his nostrils at Orochimaru, his face a mask of disdain. Orochimaru stood bewildered, never expecting such a cliché drama to unfold from a single glance. But since the other had spoken so arrogantly, he couldn't back down. "Come on, let's spar," Orochimaru said, his voice flat and emotionless. With that he headed toward the nearby woods. The young man hesitated, puzzled by Orochimaru's decisiveness. Yet noticing the lack of muscle beneath the strange attire, he relaxed. He assumed the other was no match for him. So he followed Orochimaru, eager to show this odd fellow what true swordsmanship looked like. Moments later they stood facing each other. "Kid, you've got some nerve and guts. I'll make your death a quick one." The blue-robed youth drew his long sword from its scabbard. The worn, shabby wooden sheath caught Orochimaru's eye. Just as Orochimaru thought, "What a damn crappy sword," a crisp ringing sound reached his ears. "Holy shit, this sword!" A strange sensation stirred within Orochimaru. The sword's ring was anything but ordinary. Especially when the young man pulled it free, a flash of silver light stabbed into Orochimaru's eyes, making him squint. "So bright," Orochimaru murmured, instinctively raising his left hand to shield his eyes from the inexplicable brilliance. Seeing Orochimaru's hand rise, the youth sneered. With a shift of his feet, he leaped 2 meters as if using some strange footwork or illusion. Orochimaru watched the charging opponent raise his hands, brought them together, and began forming hand seals. The young man froze, staring at the seals. His charge faltered. With a thud he dropped to his knees, the sound of a sincere prostration. "Spare me, ninja-sama." Seeing the strange energy rising from the other, the youth begged for mercy without hesitation. He knew nothing of swordsmanship. The sword was stolen from the city. He had used the battered scabbard and the guise of a spoiled brat to hide his true identity to avoid detection. When he left the city and saw Orochimaru's scrawny, underfed look, he had instinctively wanted to bully him. At the same time, he hoped to leave a stronger impression on the soldiers. After all, who would suspect a thief to be so arrogant? What he hadn't expected was that his random victim turned out to be a ninja. That was absurd. Orochimaru stared at the kneeling youth, his mind buzzing. "Didn't you say we'd spar? What's this?" To be honest, Orochimaru couldn't fathom the youth's actions. He wondered if this was some kind of salute, or a ploy to lower his guard and then stab him with a sudden thrust. "My lord, do you like the look of this sword?" The youth, seeing no sign of leniency, raised the sword with both hands. Like an offering, he crawled on his knees toward Orochimaru. As the man approached, Orochimaru tensed and said, "Place the sword on the ground and step back." Orochimaru's caution was not unfounded. The swordsman's path had persisted for a reason. Ninja were generally powerful, leveraging chakra to cover most weaknesses. but their bodies were frail. If a swordsman got close, a ninja wouldn't even have time to form seals before being impaled. Hearing the command, the youth obeyed without hesitation, placing the sword on the ground and retreating a few meters on his knees. Seeing the man's compliance, Orochimaru found it amusing. He stepped forward, gently picked up the sword, and felt its weight. The sword was about 2 feet 8 inches long, and had lost its earlier flashy glow. Orochimaru sensed that this blade was far from ordinary. So he lightly touched the edge with his finger. To his astonishment, his skin parted without any pressure. A drop of blood oozed out, flowed along the blade, and vanished into the metal. Orochimaru was shocked. He felt a faint connection forming between his mind and the sword. The youth, watching Orochimaru fondle his treasure with obvious delight, suppressed his reluctance, crawled backward on his knees faster and faster until he was about 10 meters away, then rose to his feet. He broke into a sprint, each step covering 3 or 4 meters with an extraordinary gait. By the time Orochimaru recovered his wits, the benefactor had vanished. He stood dazed for a few seconds, then almost laughed. For a fragment of obscure information appeared in his mind, the sword's name, Chao Shijian. A moment later, Orochimaru came to his senses. He picked up the broken scabbard from the ground, sheathed the sword, and then turned to leave. Such a fine sword, he had left it to that young man who would likely return with reinforcements. Meanwhile, the city was already in an uproar. For the Kusanagi sword, the heirloom of the Kusanagi clan, had been lost. Legend had it that their ancestor forged it from the tail of the 8-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi, combined with celestial iron, making it a blade of extraordinary power. To ward off covetous eyes, they had always claimed the sword was long lost, deceiving the world. Little did they expect that today the sword would truly be gone. Orochimaru walked on deep in thought, planning to visit Ryuchi Cave to see if he could cultivate sage art. After all, he had obtained the Kusanagi sword in such an inexplicable manner. He could never have imagined that due to insufficient chakra the transformed Sun Wukong would appear rather thin, leading to such an amusing scene. But he began to ponder, was this the world's corrective force at work, delivering everything that belonged to him through various accidents? If so, trouble loomed large. It meant he might follow the path of his predecessor, Lord Snake. At this thought, Orochimaru's expression darkened. After all, if that were the case, he would turn into Snake Ant, or even if not, constantly swapping bodies to eke out an existence disgusted him. Each body swap inflicted damage on the soul. Thinking this, Orochimaru felt he was overthinking. He halted his steps. He decided to first reach Ryuchi Cave and master sage art. Sage art was a formidable power, a unique feature of the ninja world. One of the core strengths. Only with great power could he face the unwelcome changes ahead. Just as Orochimaru stood still, preparing to use the reverse summoning technique, he failed to notice the ground beneath him loosening. Then the earth gave way under his feet. He slid right in. What the hell? Orochimaru felt his body hurtling down a path like a racetrack. But he wasn't too concerned, instead curiosity stirred within him. This scene seemed straight out of a novel or film, a cave that might hold a legacy. Yet why was its entrance so odd? Wouldn't rain flood it in? It was so straightforwardly vertical. Then a thought struck Orochimaru. What if this is some reptile's dwelling? It didn't look like a cave with a legacy at all. No entrance could be this slippery. Orochimaru tried to use his chakra to adhere to the slick passage. His heart sank. He found the passage too slippery to gain any traction. He calmed himself, attempting to control his chakra, form hand seals, and unleash a jutsu in this situation. A light mist enveloped his body, and the transformation technique dissipated. Moments later, Orochimaru began forming hand seals, though slowly. After all, performing a jutsu wasn't just about hand seals, it required precise chakra control. But before he finished his seals, he reached his destination. His expression turned subtle. Yet when he saw what lay before him, he stopped. It was a chamber like a hidden room. Perhaps to keep out animals or rainwater, a stone door stood before him, looking far from ordinary. Orochimaru's heart raced with excitement. He felt unbelievably lucky today, as if fortune was showering him with blessings. Armed with a mind shaped by modern knowledge and countless novels and films, he found the mechanism in less than 10 minutes. He pressed it successfully. The stone door trembled, then slid open to both sides. Orochimaru stared at the entrance with reverence. He hoped that behind the door lay powerful jutsu, masterful swordsmanship, or at least a mountain of gold and jewels. He wouldn't mind. After all, the door looked so grand and sophisticated, whatever lay inside had to be worthy of it. Full of anticipation, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on the widening gap, a rare feeling of hope stirring within him, an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. The door opened. A faint light flickered inside. Orochimaru sent a shadow clone in while he waited outside. Despite the prospect of treasure, he didn't let his guard down. After a moment, the shadow clone dispersed. Orochimaru's eager expression froze slightly. He thought it over, then stepped through the stone door. However, as he passed through, the door closed automatically behind him. He showed no concern continuing forward. The door used some unknown sensing mechanism, closing when no one was outside. In this era of technological backwardness, such a configuration seemed almost miraculous. When he reached the center of the room, the dim light gradually brightened, allowing him to see everything clearly. The workbench that had caused his shadow clone's expression to freeze now appeared before him. On it were bottles and jars, murky and full of impurities compared to modern standards. A single sheet of paper lay on the table, its characters clearly written in a special ink, the composition of which was unknown. Orochimaru picked it up and read quietly. The gist of the paper was that the former owner of this cave, the laboratory, had died. Without an heir, he had left behind all his knowledge, waiting for a worthy successor. His knowledge was vast and broad, encompassing numerous small inventions, projects, and experimental data. What caught Orochimaru's attention most was the data on genetic engineering. Though he had already seen the message through his shadow clone, he couldn't help reading it again. "Is this the world's corrective force?" Orochimaru murmured. He noticed that many of the experimental data aligned with the original Orochimaru's expertise. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru was like a colossal bug. At such a young age, he had mastered Edo Tensei, the reincarnation technique. And he had even mastered cloning, absurdly advanced. His knowledge was astonishingly broad. Yet now, knowing nothing, he had ended up here. This was a place where a person, a tenth of the original Orochimaru's youthful talent, had devoted his life to leaving behind invaluable initial data for this version of Orochimaru who was now Chen Que. Truth be told, Orochimaru didn't want to study it. He had no desire to delve into such research. Such pursuits required too much time. He preferred to gain overwhelming power. Power attracted him more. Yet a part of him stirred as if his body's instinct yearned to swim in the ocean of knowledge, but that was nonsense. Orochimaru picked up a piece of experimental data to read. Mainly, he wanted to see if his low-level jutsu's speed-learning photographic memory ability could work on this material. If it couldn't, he would have to bring Kabuto here. If it could, he would naturally embrace it without hesitation. After all, to show off, one needs all kinds of knowledge. Even boasting requires some preparation. Orochimaru read for 3 whole days. Fortunately, he still had plenty of water on him. By nature, Orochimaru was a man of indomitable will. After discovering that these materials could likewise grant him the power of total recall, he began to read them. By the time 2 days had passed, he was already unbearably hungry. But seeing that the remaining documents were not many, about half a day to a day's worth, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew where the exit was, but he was still unclear about the entrance. It was most likely the place where he had come in. He was not sure he could find it, so he did not want to take the risk or leave recklessly. He would wait until he had committed all the materials to memory. They might come in handy later. All of this, of course, rested on the chakra within his body. No ordinary person could possibly maintain such a pace, especially given the consumption needed to fuel the brain while memorizing information. Orochimaru stood at the exit, gaunt as a streak of sunlight fell upon him. His thin figure exuded a singular charm, and his gaze now seemed far more profound. It was a feeling of profound intelligence. His former self had at best possessed nimble eyes. He had now adjusted to the dazzling sunlight outside. Orochimaru drained the remaining water from the flask. He was a little weak now, so he did not walk quickly, he merely moved at a normal pace. He went in search of water and food. Half an hour later, he finally found a small river. In truth, he had already anticipated this. If a laboratory had been built in such a place, it would surely be not far from a water source. After all, researchers who lose themselves in their work would never want to waste time on such mundane chores. An hour later, in a mountain cave, Orochimaru made arrangements that kept the smoke hidden. Thick curling smoke filled the interior, yet none could be seen from outside. That was the maximum he could achieve. In his weakened state, he could not eat raw food, otherwise parasites and other microorganisms in it would have had their way with him, and might even kill him on the spot. So he chose this roundabout treated method of making fire. Although he was famished, he ate slowly, using the boiled water to wash down the fish. After eating, Orochimaru felt considerable strength return to his body. He used the transformation technique to leave the cave and silently vowed that he would never go through such an ordeal again. If he had studied this hard back in his school days, getting into a top-tier university would have been as easy as pie. Earth. A young man was walking along the road. He looked around curiously. This place is truly amazing. Steel horses racing that fast can be seen everywhere. After getting used to Chen Ke's body, Orochimaru began training to refine chakra. Chen Que was already 18 or 19 and his body was no longer young. But that could not stop the brilliant Orochimaru. Within no more than half a month he successfully refined chakra from the good-for-nothing body of Chen Que. During that half-month, besides refining chakra, he also thoroughly figured out the phone, computer, and other electronic devices Chen Que had left in the room. Now he could watch TV serials while studying Chinese characters. He was drawn to this vast, profound culture even though he had seen quite a few familiar scripts and languages online. After learning some of the history and the behavior of this country, he sneered and swiped the screen away. If there was ever a chance, once his cultivation was accomplished, he wanted to go over there and deliver a few ninjutsu to cleanse the garbage that had sullied that language. It would not be long, he believed, before Orochimaru would strike a different spark in Chen Ke's world. One thing worth mentioning: after Orochimaru took over Chen Ke's body, one certain anime in this world faded from everyone's memory. No one could remember it, and no one could ever find it again. At dusk, with a grave expression, Orochimaru formed hand seals, activating the bond in his mind that connected him to the little white snake. He used it to locate his target. With a soft click, Orochimaru disappeared from the spot. A moment later he found himself beside a large pool. In the pool was a white snake with a body about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. As for its length, Orochimaru could not estimate it because it was floating on the water's surface. Its tail curled beneath its head, looking utterly carefree. "Holy crap, are you Xiao Bai? Why are you this huge?" Orochimaru blurted in astonishment. The snake before him was very likely the little white snake. "Could you call me a snake of more than 10 meters and dozens of centimeters thick, Xiao Bai?" Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Xiao Bai did not budge. Though he had long known Orochimaru would come, he was comfortably bathing and didn't really want to entertain him. Orochimaru noticed that the snake had become cocky after just a few days apart, and he narrowed his eyes. But at the thought that the snake had grown so huge in such a short time, as if pumped full of growth hormones, and had become too big for him to fight, Orochimaru suppressed his displeasure. "Then Dabai, where is this?" Orochimaru asked casually, looking around. He had initially thought that even if he came to Ryuchi Cave he would at least face some trouble from those purple snakes. Who would have thought he would end up in a place like this? He had not seen a single purple snake. "Oh, this is the forbidden land of Ryuchi Cave. Ordinary snakes cannot enter," Xiao Bai said, unperturbed. After all, the two of them shared a bond in their minds, a connection far closer than an ordinary summoning pact. Orochimaru was slightly stunned by Xiao Bai's words. A red danger sign seemed to flash above his forehead, wailing in silent alarm. Of course it was purely a psychological effect. "Kid, what exactly are you here for? You haven't even summoned me out to play." Xiao Bai first asked Orochimaru's purpose, then added a complaint. Don't mention it. These past days have been full of dangers. I nearly died. I thought you were still as small as when you were born, so how would I dare summon you out to throw your life away? Besides, at your current size you still couldn't beat them." Xiao Bai was irritated that Orochimaru thought little of him, but the next moment he forgave him. After all, how could an ignorant mortal know his true power? It had to be said that time was truly a strange thing. In just a short while Xiao Bai had become unbearably inflated. "No worries. Next time take me along. I soak here every day and I'm bored to death." Xiao Bai rolled over, swam once across the pool and spoke. Orochimaru looked at the snake. In such a short time it had earned his respect. From the loud, excitable little creature of before, it now radiated a steady, composed aura, giving him a strange sensation. "By the way, you still haven't told me why you came here," Xiao Bai said softly, as if something had just occurred to him. Orochimaru's eyes brightened slightly. The master of this place had finally asked why he had come. "I want to learn sage art." Orochimaru wasted no time and said it outright. Xiao Bai was taken aback for a moment. Then he said casually, "Which version do you want to practice?" "There's the express version, the ordinary version, and the deluxe version. The time required differs for each," Xiao Bai said softly. Orochimaru was stunned and utterly confused. In his impression, learning sage art should begin with smearing some kind of sacred oil on the body, then performing the first stage of sage training, and then continuing according to a certain ratio. Then on a high cliff hundreds or thousands of meters above the ground, one would sit on a wooden plank for the later stages, ensuring that sage mode could be opened anytime anywhere. Or like Hagoromo did to Hamura, nearly beating him to death, then sticking a sage talisman on him so he instantly entered sage mode and mastered sage art. Why then had it become like this when it reached Xiao Bai? After a moment of thought, Deshiwan tentatively asked, "What are the differences between the quick version, the standard version, and the deluxe version? How long does each take to cultivate?" Deshiwan asked softly. "The quick version is naturally the version that allows you to learn quickly. Moreover, the compatibility with sage art chakra is not too high. It's likely that one might grow some scales or a snake tail, but it's not a big problem. The time required is also quite short. See this pool? Drink a few pounds of it daily, and you can master it even while lying down." The little white snake said lightly, completely unconcerned. After all, no one else is as fortunate as Deshiwan to have signed a contract with him. The essence of this dragon transformation pool is not something just anyone can use as they please. Hearing the little white snake's words, Deshiwan thought of someone in his mind. That person was Do. Do's entire body was covered in scales, and he had grown dragon horns and a dragon tail. It was similar to a dragon transformation, but his transformation was more appropriately called a flood dragon. And it was extremely ugly. The mere thought of that appearance made Deshiwan feel utterly disgusted. After all, he had no intention of turning into a white phosphorus serpent, or an 8-headed serpent like in the original story, hideously ugly. This one can be ruled out. What about the standard version? Deshiwan asked again. Feeling a bit tired from standing too long, he sat down by the edge of the pool, resting one elbow on his leg with his slender fingers lightly clenched into a fist supporting his chin. He appeared somewhat gentle. The little white snake stared at Deshiwan with eager eyes. This pose was so handsome, but unfortunately it couldn't get a hand on him. The standard version is the sage art that the other two major sage lands have. With some special snake oil, following the practice method of sage art, you just practice carelessly and you'll master it. Moreover, those with good talent won't experience too much snake transformation. But you'll only know after successfully entering sage mode. After saying this, the little white snake dipped its head into the pool and dove. It gave Deshiwan some time to think. After all, different people have different tastes. It didn't know which version Deshiwan preferred. Listening to the little white snake, Deshiwan thought of an apt term. Sage mode spectrum. Thinking of this, he truly felt that he and the Longdi Cave were a destined pair. After all, if his sage art talent were like that of Mingren, possessing a perfect sage mode spectrum, then it was very likely that the symptom of snake transformation would be his pair of eyes, and he already had a pair of snake pupils. Wasn't this the will of heaven? After all, if he added a cross-shaped pupil to his snake pupils, it would be somewhat strange, wouldn't it? Then what about the deluxe version? Given that it's called the deluxe version, it must be extraordinary. After thinking for a while, Deshiwan asked again. If the standard version was comparable to other sage arts, this deluxe version must be far more powerful. You're overthinking it. It says there are 3 options, but for now you can only choose one from 2. The little white snake looked at Deshiwan and said somewhat irritably. Deshiwan was taken aback, his mind buzzing. So all that anticipation was for nothing. Then why did you say there were 3 options? Tell me the principle of the deluxe version, Deshiwan inquired. He was a bit curious about this deluxe version of sage art. The deluxe version, as the name suggests, is awesome. However, to cultivate the deluxe version of sage art, first you are too young, second I am too young, third you need to first master either the standard version or the quick version, and then undergo enhancement. Deshiwan found the little white snake's words quite interesting. This was much more fun than a single-choice question. I understand that you say I need to cultivate one sage art first. You say I'm too young, I understand that too. But what the hell does my cultivation of sage art have to do with you? Upon hearing this, the little white snake became slightly shy. Of course it does. If you cultivate the quick version of sage art and then advance to the deluxe version, it's very likely that you can become a true half-snake, half-human with extremely enduring sage art, able to activate and deactivate instantly, and control it freely. If you cultivate the standard version of sage art and then advance to the deluxe version, you will have an essential improvement on the original characteristics, and you might even gain the talent to truly transform into a dragon like me. As for me, whether it's the quick version or the standard version, both require my essence blood, What you humans call 1 drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood. I am still too young. It's not suitable. The little white snake shook its head shyly. After hearing this, the Shiwan was dumbfounded. There was such a twist to it, he hadn't thought of that. But another question popped into his mind, which sage art had Do cultivated to end up like that. Given his relationship with the Longi cave, at most he had cultivated the quick version, or the standard version. It was impossible for him to have access to the deluxe version. Alright, then I'll choose the standard version. Deshiwan decided without even thinking. Seeing that Deshiwan had decided to cultivate the standard version, the little white snake arched its body. Then it made a hissing sound that Deshiwan could not understand. What did it know about teaching sage art? Naturally, it would call someone else to teach. Speaking would be a bit awkward, so it used this method that Deshiwan couldn't understand. After all, it had been talking so confidently earlier. If it now admitted it didn't know, it would lose face. And currently the White Snake clan consisted of only 2 snakes, it and its mother. After a while, Deshiwan felt the ground beneath him shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Then he heard a huge voice. Little snake brat, can't you just stay still and enjoy your bath? Deshiwan understood this sentence. And from the tone, it was a rather fierce female snake. After all, apart from him, there were only snakes here. A white snake coiled up like a mountain appeared before Deshiwan. Its snake pupils were fixed on Deshiwan as if looking at prey. It was somewhat chilling. What Deshiwan didn't know was that when he usually looked at others, they felt the same way. The white snake sage had actually known as soon as Deshiwan arrived. But she still roared at the little white snake. What did that equal? It was like a double whammy. Seeing the prematurely hatched egg, her hopes were shattered. Although she was quite frustrated in her heart, at least it was her own egg, her own bloodline, she could still bear it. And when she saw Deshiwan alone, she could actually accept it. Even though Deshiwan was the instigator, such a cute boy made her maternal instincts overflow, and she couldn't get angry. But when the 2 were together, she couldn't help it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she looked, the more annoyed she became. She could only make an example of the snake. So she roared at the little white snake to intimidate this little Deshiwan. To let this cute young man understand that she was not to be trifled with, and when he became powerful in the future, and summoned the summoning beast, he should think twice. This scene seemed like it was meant to scare a child, testing Deshiwan's capacity, while also seeing if this Deshiwan was qualified enough. If he wasn't qualified, then this cute young man with beautiful snake pupils might as well stay in the lonely cave. If he was qualified, then it would be fine. Of course, if Deshiwan weren't good looking, he would likely have been eaten in one bite long ago. She wouldn't have cared at all. Deshiwan felt his entire body become completely immobile. When the great serpent arrived, he had already stood up straight, hoping to leave a good impression on the visitor. After all, he still harbored many ulterior motives. For instance, the little white snake stolen by the system. Moreover, the serpent's gaze was piercingly sharp, as if it had seen through him completely. His mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans densely appeared on his forehead, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Little snake whelp, when a guest arrives, you should have told me sooner. I haven't even dressed up yet. Seeing a guest like this is truly impolite. After a moment, the white snake immortal somewhat satisfiedly lifted the oppressive pressure that had enveloped Deshiwan, scolding softly. Yet even this soft voice echoed through the space like a thunderclap. Young man, how should I address you? We rarely have visitors here, so we were a bit flustered. Please don't mind guest. The white snake immortal flicked her tongue and revealed a human-like smile, sending a chill down Deshiwan's spine. To Deshiwan, the white snake immortal felt like an emperor in a film, now smiling warmly, now thundering with rage. Completely unpredictable. It fully demonstrated what it meant to be like attending a monarch, never knowing when your head might roll. You wouldn't even know how you lost your head. Watching the white snake immortal's vertical pupils fixed on him as if awaiting his reply. Deshiwan dared not be negligent. His mind raced. Sister Snake, hello? It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I'm a friend of Little White. I came here today to take refuge, so I've intruded upon your territory. I apologize for the disturbance. Little White was right. You are indeed gentle and dignified, beautiful and charming and exceptionally virtuous. Deshiwan racked his brains, launching into a sweet-talk mode. After all, any female creature that understands human speech loves to be praised. Sure enough, upon hearing Deshiwan's words, the cold aura around the white snake immortal instantly dissipated. Ho 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 ho, young man, you certainly have a way with words. What does this little snake whelp know? I'm his mother. How could he praise his own mother like that? The white snake immortal's voice lowered again, speaking tenderly. Dishiwan felt a flicker of joy upon hearing this. But he remained uncertain. Sister, what are you saying? I wouldn't have known you weren't Little White's sister. I almost didn't recognize you. Sister, how do you maintain your skin? It's so beautiful. Dishiwan spoke again, filling the white snake immortal's heart with delight. Little White stared at his mother's scales, lost in thought. He wondered about skin. Cute little one, I already know why you've come. I will help you cultivate the immortal arts properly. Now is just the right time. Your current chakra reserves are not too high, so absorbing natural energy will make it easier to balance the proportions. But you are still too young, you shouldn't practice for too long. At most 1 hour a day. So stay here and train slowly. Sister will take good care of you. The white snake immortal spoke softly like a kind elder sister. Dishiwan appeared calm on the surface but was overjoyed inside. Indeed, many times the mind is more useful than force. Little White Snake lay back in the pool with a look of utter despair. He didn't understand. Why was his mother so gentle with Dishiwan yet called him a snake whelp? It made him wonder if he was even her biological child. In the evening, the white snake immortal ordered her underlings to build a luxurious poolside villa for Dishiwan beside the dragon transformation pool. She also brought a large wild boar for Dishiwan to make dinner. He was free to cook it as he pleased. After all, they only had serpent tails, so how could they understand human cuisine? Besides, he wouldn't dare eat what they made. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Dishiwan felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to dealing with humans, he preferred these little animals. Snakes may seem cold and terrifying, but that's only due to the information passed down through human genes. After all, snake venom is too lethal for humans. This is a legacy from the human ancestors who suffered greatly. Time flew by. As Dishiwan became deeply engrossed in the immortal arts, unable to extricate himself. 2 months passed without him noticing. During these 2 months, Dishiwan's talent for the immortal arts was indescribable. He hadn't even started. After all, he had studied the Rasengan with tutorials and a complete process, and still hadn't mastered it. Let alone the immortal arts, which were even more difficult than the Rasengan. Of course, part of the reason was also due to the white snake immortal. She said only 1 hour of practice per day and not a second more. Even if Dishiwan had a burst of inspiration, it had to be cut short. One could imagine the white snake immortal's strictness. However, his chakra reserves had become much denser. His control over chakra had become as natural as moving his own limbs. Previously he could exert at most 80 of his strength, now he could exert at least 120. Little Snake One, I found another excellent medicinal herb. Use it to stew meat today. Look how thin you are, you need to nourish yourself. After Dishiwan completed his daily task, the white snake immortal spoke with a doting expression. Little White Snake lifted his head above the pool water, watching his mother use chakra to carry a centuries-old medicinal herb emanating a fragrant aroma and hand it to Dishiwan. He was speechless. Wasn't this the herb his mother had grown herself? Last time he tried to touch when he got beaten into the ground for half a day. But with Dishiwan, these herbs were given away like common cabbages for him to waste. A wave of despondency washed over him. His head, about a meter thick, plunged into the water and began blowing bubbles. It was a silent protest, as if saying, "That stuff is bitter and doesn't taste good. I'm strong, so eating it is useless. It'll give me diarrhea and so on." The white snake immortal glanced at the pool and the bubbles stopped. The sight of this cheap sun annoyed her. Dishiwan was so much more obedient. "Thank you, Sister White. When I become stronger, I'll find lots of delicious food and fun things to bring you." After 2 months, Dishiwan had discovered that the white snake immortal loved it when he spoke in a childish, sweet voice. Whenever he adopted this demeanor, the white snake immortal became more patient. The aura she emitted made him feel comfortable, and she would take meticulous care of him. So, for the sake of academic success, he endured humiliation and completely cast aside his sense of shame. He thought, after all, it was just him and 2 snakes here. No one would know the efforts he made to become stronger. The world only saw his brilliance and carefree invincibility. The white snake immortal gave too much. This herb soup had a refreshing fragrance, and could keep his mental energy active for days, making chakra refinement faster, smoother, and of higher quality. That was the root cause of Dishiwan's fall. If someone asked him whether he would do it again if given another chance, he would only say, "Bring on more of such benefits. It's truly tempting." Of course, the strength gained through enduring humiliation now was only for showing off greater power later. Little Snake One, be careful on your way back this time. After you inform that cheap teacher of yours, come back immediately, got it? Early in the morning, Deshiwan proposed to the White Snake Immortal that he wanted to go back to the village. Hence the current scene. After all, there were still many good treasures in the village that he hadn't drained dry. He had been out for so long, it was time to go back and report. What if that cheap teacher of his found another wild disciple outside? Wouldn't that be unpleasant for him? Sister Snake, I know. You must take good care of yourself too. Don't always scold Little Snake lest it ruin your mood. Deshiwan's calm face instantly changed into a pleasing childlike demeanor. Xiao Bai heard Deshiwan mention him, so he lifted his head out of the pool. He didn't expect that this shameless fellow would actually tell his mother not to scold him for no reason. He felt a slight joy in his heart. He hadn't misjudged this good brother. But before he could be happy for a few seconds, he heard his mother's voice. Oh, you mentioned it, and I almost forgot. Why not let Xiao Bai carry you back? After all, it's not good for him to be so lazy all the time. Hearing Deshiwan's words, the White Snake Immortal felt a warmth in her heart. Without hesitation, she sold out her own son. No need, Sister Snake. The summoning technique has its limits. It can only summon for a period of time. One cannot stay in the ninja world through summoning forever. Deshiwan heard the White Snake Immortal's words, felt a stir in his heart, and then denied it. He was telling the truth, not making it up. The White Snake Immortal was slightly stunned. She had never been a summoning beast. How could she know these things? Then how about I let him go out from the exit and find you? The White Snake Immortal proposed again, as if she was trying every means to give away her son. No need, Sister Snake. Deshiwan proposed again. During this time, through the White Snake Immortal, he had bullied Xiao Bai quite a bit. Now he couldn't defeat Xiao Bai. If he brought Xiao Bai with him, wouldn't that be like an old man hanging himself, tired of living? It was mainly because recently Xiao Bai kept staring at him with green eyes like a hungry wolf. That was quite uncomfortable. Xiao Bai was originally 100% unwilling, but hearing that Deshiwan was still speaking up for him at this moment, he seemed to understand why his mother liked Deshiwan so much. Deshiwan stood at the place where he had used the reverse summoning technique, staring blankly at the sky. For a moment he felt a bit melancholy. He missed them a little. After a moment of dazed, Deshiwan shouldered his long sword and set foot on the road back to my village. Little one, daring to walk alone in this wilderness, aren't you afraid of being eaten by wolves? Half a day later. The sky was slightly dark. Just as Deshiwan was about to find a place to rest and continue the journey the next day, a man's voice came from not far away. Deshiwan did not acknowledge the other. After all, although he had not mastered the immortal technique. But after several months of accumulation, his chakra, physical fitness, perception, and everything else had been greatly improved. He had long sensed the man's presence, but simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing that this little brat had no intention of acknowledging him, the young man frowned. His thick eyebrows formed a straight line. Kid, I haven't eaten for days. How about lending me some money to spend? The young man frowned at Deshiwan and said again, thinking to himself that this little brat couldn't be deaf, could he? He was originally a villager from a nearby town. But he had a small flaw. He was a bit fond of gambling. This time he not only lost all the money at home, but also lost his wife and house, and even owed a huge debt. So in the afternoon he took a butcher knife and prepared to go up the mountain to see if he could find some valuable yams. But he was a lazybones himself, so he didn't understand these things at all. He simply wanted to try his luck. If he was lucky, he might find some rare medicinal herbs, sell them for money, and then go back to win big, reclaiming his wife and house. But he hadn't thought about one question: if there were precious herbs, would they be left for a lazy guy like him? So unsurprisingly, he found nothing. Now that the sky was about to darken, he was preparing to steel himself and go back when he discovered a lone child. Although the child's clothes looked even more ragged than his own. But a child itself was a valuable commodity. So he wanted to trick the child into being sold. Then he found that the child seemed not to hear him. This made him frown slightly, because if the child was deaf, the price would be greatly reduced. Seeing that the child was still picking up wood as if he were air, the young man secretly felt a pity. It was a pity. If this good-looking little boy wasn't deaf, there would definitely be many wealthy people who liked to play with little boys. If he was deaf, the price would be greatly reduced. Deshiwan quietly squatted on the ground, fiddling with wood. The man swaggering behind him with a kitchen knife raised was completely exposed in his perception. Plus, perhaps due to his recent constant cultivation of the Lonely Cave Immortal technique, he seemed to have gained a heat-sensing ability like that of snakes at close range. It made any living creature with heat become completely exposed around him. It was subtle and wonderful, absolutely perfect. If I were you, I wouldn't be so foolish. When the man was less than 2 meters away from Dishiwan stood up, turned his back to the young man, and said softly. Hearing Dishiwan's words, the young man was slightly stunned. Then he became angry and humiliated. You can hear me. Even a kid like you looks down on me. The young man's face turned livid, feeling that Dishiwan looked down on him. Then he revealed a sinister grin. Excellent, a little plaything that isn't deaf and dumb will definitely fetch a good price. In the young man's eyes he seemed to see a pile of silver. He quickened his pace again. He didn't like this little plaything's attitude. He would put the butcher knife against the pale neck of this arrogant brat. Hearing the young man's words, even with Dishiwan's considerable restraint, he was furious. Having been through a bombardment of information, how could he not understand the meaning of these words? Ignorant, foolish. Dishiwan's hair gently floated up his steps light, and he appeared behind the young man. With a slight movement of his hand, he snatched the butcher knife from the young man's hand. At the same time, he lightly slashed, cutting the young man's hand tendons. If a dog barks at me, I won't respond, because dogs are lovely animals, only loyal to their own masters. In my eyes, you are worse than a dog. So you don't get the treatment of a dog. Having said that, Dishiwan swung the heavy butcher knife. The young man's hand tendons and foot tendons were all cut by Dishiwan. Dishiwan casually tossed the butcher knife aside and walked away into the distance. This kind of trash didn't even have the value of an experiment. Just leave him here to feed the cute little creatures. Affected by the fool's mood, Orochimaru journeyed through the night. He intended to quickly return and report, and then see if he could squeeze some more benefits from his cheap teacher. Now he was running low on ninjutsu. The basic techniques could no longer match his chakra. He also planned to bring his little ball with him during the next reverse summoning. He would also practice the spiral sphere. At Ryokudo, each day was spent learning sage arts, refining chakra, and resting as prescribed by the White Snake Immortal. She wouldn't let him overexert himself. Even if he wanted to train, the White Snake Immortal would stop him. The White Snake Immortal was like a strict teacher, not only instructing him in cultivation but also caring for his physical and mental well-being, making him train scientifically according to her rules. What could Orochimaru do? He had to endure. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, especially since she meant well. He traveled until around 2 or 3 in the morning before stopping. He found a broad branch, drank some water, and prepared to take a nap. After all, the journey had been dusty and tiring. Soon he drifted into a light sleep. Nearby, over a dozen small snakes hid among the branches, acting like sentinels, vigilantly detecting any movement in the vicinity. These were Orochimaru's work. His body naturally possessed a constitution that made snakes feel close, and spending every day with the White Snake Immortal only enhanced it. His body carried the scent of a flood dragon. Using snake oil daily to practice sage arts had granted him this marvelous ability. He could command all ordinary snakes. To the perception of snakes, Orochimaru was now like a snake king. Passport. 2 days later, Orochimaru returned to Konoha. The journey was smooth, encountering no assassins or ill-fated individuals. So he returned without any delays. I lost my passport. My teacher is the current Hokage. I'm Orochimaru. Seeing 2 unfamiliar guards standing like door gods, Orochimaru patted himself down. Then he realized his clothes were tattered and his passport had long been lost somewhere. Oh, you're Orochimaru. Forget that your teacher is the Hokage. Even if your father were the Hokage, it wouldn't matter. Without a passport today, even dragging out your ancestors is useless. Do you know how many relatives of the Hokage and self-proclaimed elders I turn away every day? The guard like a door god rumbled. Orochimaru's clothes were simply too shabby. How could a disciple of the Hokage look so pitiful? And where would the Hokage's disciple be enjoying himself? The guard suddenly recalled that the Hokage's 2 disciples had indeed gone out, and hadn't returned yet. With this thought, the man's expression softened slightly, but he still didn't let him pass. Wait here. When someone you know comes by, have them send for someone to pick you up. The guard said somewhat coldly. After all, the Hokage had recently ordered a thorough investigation, and the 2 previous honorable gatekeepers had been dismissed. He had heard that spies had infiltrated Konoha, and something big had happened. 2 important figures had gone out and met with trouble. The spies had tipped them off. He didn't know the specifics, he was just an ordinary gatekeeper, no need to know too much. His companion, seeing Orochimaru's ragged clothes and travel-worn appearance, felt that the boy's aura was not simple. After a moment's thought he said, "I'll go report to the captain and have him report up the chain. Kid, this is no joke. If you're an imposter, the ruthless Umbu elite might drown you in a cage." The man stared at Orochimaru seriously. Orochimaru thought that this guard was wiser in dealing with people. He felt a slight joy. If possible, he really didn't want to force his way in. After all, his cheap teacher still had many good things he coveted. So at all times he had to maintain a gentle and refined demeanor, keeping his cheap teacher's impression favorable and opening doors for him. He couldn't let such a trivial matter damage Hiruzen Sarutobi's opinion of him. But if he didn't force his way in, he didn't know anyone here. Not long after, Orochimaru finally entered the village. The Umbu had vouched for him, and then vanished. Even with his eyesight and heat perception, he couldn't sense them. Clearly they had used the body flicker technique. How capricious! When will I ever learn the body flicker technique? Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Indeed, our protagonist currently held no illusions about the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he obtained it given his mediocre ninjutsu talent, it would probably take decades or centuries to fully understand it. And that was just understanding, not even touching on whether he had spatial perception talent. After all, the current Flying Thunder God technique was only a rudimentary version. The genius who could improve it had not yet been born. With his clear self-awareness, he would have to master sage arts first or practice a few difficult ninjutsu and understand chakra more thoroughly before he could grasp its principles. These flashy techniques were unfriendly to him now, like reading a celestial book. "Snake, you're safe, that's wonderful." When Orochimaru reached the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi rose from his seat, hurried over to Orochimaru, and checked if he was injured. He had been terribly worried. The Umbu had clearly been annihilated. He could only send people to search for the bodies of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, praying that their intelligence would see them through. Day and night his heart grew heavier, expecting the worst news. But unexpectedly Orochimaru came bouncing back on his own. "Teacher, I'm fine. I owe my survival to the Umbu. By the way, have they returned?" Orochimaru spoke softly, following his own thoughts. "They should have all died in the line of duty, and their bodies haven't been found yet. They must have encountered a formidable enemy. Rest assured I will take good care of their families. Don't bear any burden. After all, the path of a ninja is brutal. Even I might pass away one day." He paused mid-sentence, then shifted his tone. "Yes, teacher, I understand. How could someone as powerful as you pass away? But I'll be going into seclusion for a while." According to the situation, Orochimaru first followed Hiruzen's words, then casually mentioned his plan to seclude himself. He didn't mention Ryakudo, too lazy to explain. He would just hang a seclusion sign on his door and reverse summon himself there. He would return every few days. If Hiruzen used his crystal ball and found him missing, he would explain later. "Snake, are you about to break through? Not even 7 yet and already approaching Chunin, truly my disciple." Hearing this, Hiruzen was delighted. After all, Orochimaru was still very young at the age for building a foundation. Rapid breakthroughs were extremely difficult. Orochimaru smiled lightly, offering no explanation. "Tsunade, aren't you going out on missions? Why do you keep hanging around here?" asked a sweet-faced girl of the same age as Tsunade, who was already beginning to develop. "Don't even mention it. Missions require a team. We don't even have a Jonin squad leader, and now both my teammates have gone off to play. D-rank missions can be done solo, but I'm not going to bother." At that moment Tsunade was still unaware of what had happened to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi had kept everything hidden. Even the recent thorough investigation of Konoha had not revealed the truth about those involved. The village's higher-ups only knew that 2 high-ranking individuals had met with misfortune. They assumed the 2 were dead, so they had no interest in the deceased. Tsunade pouted slightly as she looked at Senji Yunchi, who was fiddling with bottles and jars. Senji Yunchi was her cousin, only a few months older than her. Yunchi's grandfather was the younger cousin of the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, but he had died on the battlefield before reaching the age of 20. Her father, having grown up without a father, had never learned to harness chakra. When she was 3, her parents perished while traveling for business. Yunchi had returned to the clan. Because they were similar in age, the 2 quickly became close friends. "Then just train. If you could inherit your grandfather's would release, you might even become Hokage and protect me." Senji Yunshi tidied the glass bottles and set them aside. Looking at Tsunade, she said, I don't want to be Hokage. Hearing Yunshi's words, Tsunade shook her head. By the way, why are you always messing with these things? I shouldn't have used my second grandfather's notebook for accounting. Look at what you've become. Tsunade looked at Yunshi with a pang of sorrow. Due to her parents' death, Yunshi had matured far beyond her peers and had become quite introverted. Who's the one who keeps dragging me to play dice? I remember you still owe me quite a few candies. But it's a good thing you found this notebook. All these precious records would have been wasted collecting dust in the room. If rats or something had damaged it, your second grandfather's hard work would have been for nothing. Yunshi glanced at a worn notebook on the left, then carefully brushed off the dust and placed it into a drawer. Seeing how carefully Yunshi treated the notebook, Tsunade pursed her lips. No way. My second grandfather researched so many things. I remember when I was very, very small, about this big. Tsunade gestured with her hands. That big? You were a baby then. You remember things from when you were a baby. Stop bragging. Yuning looked at Tsunade's gesture and said helplessly. No, I was about 2 years old then. Let me tell you, my grandfather and second grandfather were so much fun. Tsunade's eyes curved like crescent moons and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Clearly she was recalling something happy. Seeing Tsunade pause again, Yunshi playfully tickled her under the arms. Tell me, how were they fun? The second Hokage was her idol. She was eager to know about his past. After a moment of giggling and begging for mercy, Tsunade began to speak. I remember several times when I was playing dice with grandfather, second grandfather would come over. Then he would say, brother, I've invented another jutsu. And grandfather would calmly look at him and ask what kind of jutsu. As long as the first 2 words of second grandfather's answer weren't water release, grandfather would tell him to write the jutsu into the scroll of seals and seal it away. Isn't that funny? Haha. Thinking of this along with the image of his second grandfather, Tsunade burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. But as she laughed, the sorrow in her eyes became irrepressible. Those people were all gone now. After hearing this, Yunshi couldn't help but chuckle, then felt immense admiration and respect. Seeing the sadness in Tsunade's eyes, she hesitated slightly, as if trying to think of how to comfort her friend without hurting her pride. Let's play dice so you can complete your 100-loss streak. Yunshi thought for a moment, and said. Tsunade snapped back to reality upon hearing her words, and a warmth spread through her heart. Sure, but I remember I've only lost 87 times. I'm still far from 100. Tsunade fumbled in her pocket, and pulled out 6 dice with a faint fragrance. She handed 3 to Yunshi. The two sat on the steps in front of the house and began to play. Send word to Sakumo that Orochimaru has returned. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk flipping through some documents. After reading a couple of pages, he seemed to recall something and muttered to himself. A white-haired child came to his mind. A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes, then hardened. He stood up and walked to a hidden place. A moment later he reappeared holding a large scroll. This was the scroll of seals. For the past 2 months he had been constantly worried, blaming himself for not teaching his disciples more life-saving techniques. Sarutobi, have you already forgotten the threats outside? He muttered self-deprecatingly. Then he focused on the scroll, preparing to assign some powerful tailor-made jutsu to his disciples upon hearing the tragic news of Jiraiya or when he returned. Orochimaru is the smartest, so I should pick the most impressive one for him. This Flying Thunder God technique is difficult enough and excellent for survival, but it lacks offensive capability. Hiruzen examined a jutsu, read the notes, frowned, and murmured to himself. Other powerful jutsu require too much chakra. Hiruzen frowned. Maybe I should teach one jutsu openly and another in secret. Hiruzen whispered to himself. After all, many things were not so simple. Even as Hokage, he couldn't overstep or go too far. That was why he often appeared a bit stingy. The scroll of seals was kept under his custody. Although he could practice freely, he couldn't just teach others at will. After all, anyone else who wanted to learn the more powerful techniques from the scroll of seals had to make significant contributions. He couldn't act recklessly just because he was Hokage. Of course, these were just the surface rules and regulations. What couldn't be done openly could be done in secret. Rules were only meant to restrain others. As Hokage, he only needed to put on a show and appear to follow the rules along with everyone else. If he were the first to break them, the village would surely fall into chaos. Time passed swiftly. Over 3 years went by. Orochimaru had turned 10. He stood about 1.5 meters tall, and the purple tear marks at the corners of his eyes made him appear even more sinister and chilling. During these years he had successfully mastered the Rasengan. As for Senjutsu, due to his young age, and the White Snake Sage's deliberate pacing, the feeling of success remained elusive, as if something was still missing. Jiraiya had returned once 2 years ago, then went back to Mount Myaboku for training. However, Orochimaru estimated that Jiraiya was probably slightly stronger than him now. After all, Jiraiya should have nearly mastered Senjutsu even if he hadn't fully succeeded. In any case, Orochimaru himself had never succeeded. In the end, he couldn't enter Sage mode on his own, he had to rely on the 2 Toad Sages to achieve it. But it was still more formidable, 3 against 1 after all. In a dim underground chamber, Danzo spoke softly. Orochimaru, didn't I tell you? The equipment and facilities here are all complete. What's the point of you always studying little mice? If you want to research humans, you'll never get anywhere with mice. Only I can obtain corpses. Danzo stood nearby, speaking softly, watching Orochimaru, whose eyes were gleaming. Orochimaru, feeling that his talent was far too lacking and driven by the urgency of the impending war, had begun catching mice 3 months ago to familiarize himself with the knowledge in his mind. 3 months ago he started catching mice to practice and study the information in his head. As for Danzo, a year ago he had restarted the research project that Tobirama Senju had once halted at Hashirama's behest, and had replaced all the equipment. He felt his age increasing while his strength stagnated. This worried him greatly, so he turned his malicious thoughts to wood release. He began searching for talented researchers in Konoha. In the ninja world, unless you were a ninja, no matter how impressive your other identities or abilities, you would end up living a miserable life. Thus in Konoha, a cradle of the strong, finding someone who had given up being a ninja or who simultaneously trained in ninjutsu and pursued science was exceedingly difficult. So he decided to cultivate his own batch of researchers to fulfill his ambitions. He began wandering around the village every day. When he stumbled upon Orochimaru studying mice, his heart stirred and he wanted to recruit him. After all, Orochimaru was Sarutobi's disciple, destined for a prominent future, perhaps even the Hokage. Just like Danzo himself, whose one wrong decision still haunted him to this day. Even if Orochimaru turned out to be useless and never became Hokage, he would at least hold a high position like Danzo. If this succeeded, it would achieve multiple goals at once, perhaps even using Orochimaru to undermine Sarutobi's prestige as Hokage. If handled well, Sarutobi would step down, and Danzo could become Hokage himself. Orochimaru ignored Danzo's words, knowing that this shadow of the pot was no good person. It hadn't been long before Danzo, now with some underlings, began to let his ambitions swell, ready to mess things up. Still, Danzo's current position could provide access to many valuable resources. For instance, Danzo said, "Orochimaru, what do you think? I will nurture you well. With my status, I can later elevate you to the position of Hokage." Seeing Orochimaru unmoved, Danzo felt a flicker of disgust but forced a smile he thought was kind. He tempted Orochimaru, believing that all young men full of self-importance dreamed of high status and the Hokage seat. "But Danzo-sama, I'm afraid I'm not cut out for research." Orochimaru's heart stirred, but he didn't believe Danzo's nonsense. The Hokage position was Danzo's very lifeblood. How could he possibly promise it? Even though Orochimaru was young, he didn't believe a word. So he put on a flattered expression. He had merely played with mice and Danzo was already courting him. Honestly, he couldn't figure out what Danzo was scheming. Danzo frowned at Orochimaru's hesitation. If not for knowing that Orochimaru had been outstanding in the academy with brilliant and unconventional ideas, which even Danzo found impressive, and if Sarutobi hadn't acted first, Danzo would have taken Orochimaru as his own disciple to teach him the true way of Konoha. Moreover, the boy was not only intelligent but also interested in research. Danzo had a feeling that Orochimaru would definitely achieve something. "Kid, I happened to find a pair of Sharingan on the road a few days ago. If you stay here, I'll give you these found Sharingan to study. How about it? I don't need to tell you how powerful the Sharingan is. You understand. What an achievement it would be to unravel its secrets." Danzo pulled a container from his robes, inside which lay a pair of single-tomo Sharingan. He emphasized the word found, as if warning Orochimaru that even the Uchiha Konoha's top clan could have their Sharingan found by him. Finding Orochimaru's corpse, a commoner, wouldn't be too difficult. His tone was brimming with confidence, as if he didn't care about the label of Hokage's disciple on Orochimaru. Danzo tempted with the Sharingan while holding a big stick. Orochimaru naturally understood the implication. Honestly, he was extremely displeased. But considering Danzo's current influence, he calmed down. With his current resources he could never obtain a Sharingan, and that was just the appetizer. Ahead lay Hashirama's cells, the cells of the god of Shinobi, and the chakra of Ashura. Looking at the big picture, even someone as composed as Orochimaru couldn't ignore such power. He was afraid he might not produce anything useful, afraid of his own inadequacy. After all, the original Orochimaru was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Even Chen Que, standing on the shoulders of over 5,000 years of history, dared not claim to match him. Of course, if the system were powerful enough, that would be a different story. Even if 100 Orochimarus were resurrected, they couldn't withstand it. Well, I'll stay and learn, but I'll only come for 4 hours a day. The rest of the time I need to train. And I want 2 days off per week plus an extra 4 days at the end of each month. Also, I want a salary. After all, if I'm here studying, I can't take on missions. As Danzo's forehead veins bulged, Orochimaru rattled off his demands. Even he felt he was being a bit ungrateful. Afraid Danzo might have him killed, young Orochimaru paused. But Danzo, initially annoyed, suddenly realized that the boy's conditions were aimed at not neglecting his training. The higher his level, the more Sarutobi would value him. And the greater the blow when he fell. Thinking this, Danzo smiled like a withered chrysanthemum. All right, I agree. Work hard and try to achieve something for Konoha and bring glory to your teacher, my good comrade. Having decided, Danzo began to sweet-talk, pulling on their connection. An ordinary youth would have long succumbed to Danzo's chain of intimidation. Sensei, you called for me. Hokage's office. Orochimaru, having received an ANBU notice at home, arrived. Upon entering, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face etched with worry, puffing on his pipe. Yes, I did. What did Danzo want with you? Hiruzen Sarutobi recalled the day's ANBU report, which stated that Orochimaru had followed Danzo and then vanished from sight. Worried that his disciple might be led astray, Hiruzen Sarutobi hastily summoned Orochimaru to shower him with concern lest someone exploit his vulnerability. After all, Danzo had changed. He was no longer that adorable comrade from the past. As for other matters, he could turn a blind eye. After all, some things required Danzo's cooperation and scapegoating. But when it came to his young impressionable genius disciple who had yet to form a complete worldview and values, he could not sit idly by. Nothing. Today Danzo saw me studying a mouse and lent me a few books. Orochimaru spoke half-truthfully. If Hiruzen Sarutobi prefaced his words with, Elder Danzo, he would follow suit. If Hiruzen simply said, Danzo, he would do the same, signaling that he and his cheap master were on the same side. Then he would play both sides, to swindle their treasures into his own hands. This was destined to be a prolonged tug-of-war. Oh, what kind of books? Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart tightened. He knew exactly what Danzo had been up to lately. Just some biology books like why humans can't breathe underwater, why they need to mate, why they have to defecate after eating. Orochimaru fabricated nonsense without changing his expression. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I was overthinking. Maybe Danzo, seeing how strained our relationship has become, is using my precious disciple to extend an olive branch. My old brother, after all these years. Since he hasn't been experimenting on live humans, perhaps I should just approve his research project. Hiruzen Sarutobi mused silently. Little did he know that Danzo had already begun moving on the projects he had never approved. Telling him was merely a formality to gauge his opinion. If he agreed, they would cooperate. If not, with Danzo's current resources, digging a secret chamber or tunnel was a trivial matter. Who would conduct such shady projects out in the open? Coming back to himself, he remembered Orochimaru was still waiting. Hiruzen Sarutobi's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. Snake, how's your training lately? Need any help? Orochimaru shook his head lightly and spoke indifferently. It's fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly at Orochimaru's words. Having a talented disciple is wonderful, hardly any need to guide him. But it does rob a master of some joy. Snake, train hard. When you reach Jonin, I'll give you a grand gift. Hiruzen Sarutobi said warmly. As he called him Snake, he realized that Orochimaru had grown so tall it would no longer be appropriate to call him that. Such a nickname was only fitting for childhood. Ryuchi Cave. This feeling. The snake scales on Orochimaru's face slowly faded. The purple tear marks became even more eerie. Don't get distracted. Remember this feeling. As Orochimaru reveled in the sensation, the voice of the white snake sage reached his ears. Orochimaru paused, then calmed his mind. He meticulously recorded the current state and sensation in his mind. He knew that the stage of using snake oil to cultivate sage mode had succeeded. He had completed the first stage of sage training. Little snake, from the moment I saw your snake eyes I felt you were especially suited to cultivate our Ryuchi Cave sage mode. Now I see my instincts were absolutely right. Your talent in sage mode is the strongest I have ever seen. The white snake sage observed that Orochimaru had entered sage mode without any change in his appearance. It seemed that even the overbearing energy of sage mode could not alter Orochimaru in the slightest. She sighed in admiration. Orochimaru, still fine-tuning his control, did not reply. 1 minute later. The purple tear marks on Orochimaru's face lightened slightly. At your current strength you can only sustain sage mode for 1 minute and 9 seconds. Your body is too young to bear too much energy. Hearing the white snake sage's words, Orochimaru felt a surge of joy. This was a perfect start. At only 10 years old, apart from lacking a bit of chakra, he possessed Shadow Clone Rasengan and Sage Mode. These 3 jutsu were all hard-earned through day after day of grueling training. This sense of accomplishment filled him with satisfaction. Thank you, elder sister, for your guidance all this time. Orochimaru smiled faintly and spoke. His smile was somewhat sinister, giving the impression of a hollow laugh. But the white snake sage paid it no mind. She could feel Orochimaru's sincerity. Little snake, you're still in the first stage. For the second stage you must enter sage mode without using snake oil. There's still more training ahead. After that, the third stage, entering sage mode anytime anywhere without snake oil. Seeing Orochimaru's slight arrogance, the white snake sage spoke gently. As the exhilaration of completing the first stage of sage mode began to fade, an intense wave of fatigue washed over Orochimaru. Go back and rest quickly. Or you can stay here and rest if you like, the white snake sage said, seeing the weary Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, took his leave, and prepared to go home for a good sleep. At the same time, another goal surfaced in his mind. Uzumaki body. That physique with immense recovery power and astonishing chakra reserves. So he jotted it down in his little notebook. Unbeknownst to him, he had already filled nearly half a page with Chinese characters. Apart from the Senju clan members who had not inherited would release, Orochimaru wrote down every person with distinctive talents as they came to mind. Of course, for now he was only coveting. He had no ability to do anything yet. The next day. Outside Konohagakure. Underground. In a research lab spanning several hundred square meters. Orochimaru, like a slacker at work, sat in a corner, staring blankly at the Sharingan in the container before him. If only I had a pair of Sharingan. Then I could experience that almost perverse insight and the boost to my body. If I had a Mangekyo Sharingan, that would be even better. One for Tsukuyami, one for Kamui. I wonder what a wonderful feeling it is for the user. Orochimaru sighed. In stark contrast to him were a few adult men busy with experiments not far away, or in an adjacent room an old man teaching a dozen or so clever children whom Danzo had tricked and kidnapped. Orochimaru's incongruity stood out sharply against them. The knowledge in his mind and the erudition of the old man lecturing were leagues apart. That was why he could be so leisurely. Detected the host's strong desire. Prerequisite condition: Sharingan satisfied. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bloodline limit Sharingan 1 Tomo. Just as Orochimaru's mind was wandering, a voice rang out in his head. The pupil and Tomo in the Sharingan within the container rapidly vanished. Moments later, Orochimaru felt a cool sensation in his brain, and his chakra began surging toward his eyes. An uncomfortable feeling like ants crawling over his eyes set in. If Orochimaru could see his own eyes, he would notice that his usual snake pupils had quickly turned crimson. The snake pupils were compressed into a miniature form. A single Tomo was spinning around the tiny vertical pupil like the earth revolving around the sun. This Sharingan had an extra vertical pupil compared to others. Whoa, the system is awesome! As the ant-crawling sensation faded, Orochimaru sensed something extra in his eyes. He picked up a transparent glass from the table, placed a dark cardboard behind it, and created a crude mirror. Orochimaru admired the Sharingan in his eyes, praising the system in his mind. Then he controlled his chakra to study how to activate and deactivate the Sharingan. After a moment, Orochimaru discovered that dispersing the chakra in his eyes would revert the vertical pupil to its original state. When he channeled chakra into his eyes, the ant-crawling sensation returned, the vertical pupil compressed into a mini form, and the pupil background turned red. The vertical pupil and tomo were black. Everything before him became much clearer, and his observation became microscopic. After confirming he could successfully activate the Sharingan, Orochimaru dismissed it, not having time to study the wonderful insight. After all, he was still in the wolf's den. Though Danzo wouldn't be as boring as Hiruzen Sarutobi to waste time on surveillance, there were many eyes and ears here. That's why Orochimaru chose a corner so they wouldn't notice he was playing with the Sharingan. At this thought, Orochimaru froze. He saw that the Sharingan in the container had turned completely white. The pupil power and bloodline had vanished. The preserved Sharingan had become two entirely white eyeballs like white spheres. If not for the blood vessels inside, no one would know they were eyes. Whoa, how am I supposed to explain this? Orochimaru realized the problem was a bit serious. Then he gritted his teeth, opened the container, and with some disgust took out the two blank eyeballs, frantically dousing them with various chemical materials. He tried to destroy the evidence. Then he could claim that the Sharingan had reacted with some material covering up the secret of the white eyeballs. He could even ask Danzo later if he had any more Sharingan. More than 10 minutes later, Orochimaru was sweating profusely. Because quitting time was near and the damn eyeballs still showed no reaction. At this thought, Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. He threw the two eyeballs to the ground. Then he brought his slightly muddy shoes into intimate contact with them. He would crush them into a pulp, and then destroy the evidence. After all, entering or leaving this place required a thorough inspection by Danzo's trusted men at the entrance. Destroying them was the only way. Leaving them here or carrying them on his person would be a disaster if discovered. When it came time to explain why the Sharingan was missing, as long as Danzo and his men didn't know the secret, he could say whatever he wanted. After all, a one-tomo Sharingan wasn't that precious to Danzo. Damn it, why does maintaining the Sharingan also require chakra? Why can I only use it for 45 minutes before my abundant chakra is almost depleted? Night. Deshiwan lay on the bed. To be overly cautious, he covered his head with the blanket and activated the Sharingan. He intended to test and familiarize himself with the exceptional dynamic vision and insight under the faint light. This test revealed the problem. He discovered that maintaining the Sharingan also required chakra. So he started timing it, which led to his earlier complaint. After all, in the original story, even Kakashi could casually keep the Sharingan active while using Raikiri and chatting. He, however, didn't have the Uchiha bloodline, so he couldn't even turn off the Sharingan. But Deshiwan had a complete bloodline limit transplanted by the system, so why was he so deficient? If he used ninjutsu, wouldn't he be even more drained than Kakashi? Unconsciously, Deshiwan compared himself to Kakashi. This comparison revealed a serious problem and led to a conclusion. He was even more lacking than Kakashi. If this continued, perhaps the future unit of chakra measurement would become one snake. That would be utterly absurd, an astronomical absurdity. Disciple, you want to go out? What for? Yuan Fei Rijan changed his term of endearment for Deshiwan, looking at the young man before him with furrowed brows. Master, I've realized that my chakra is far too insufficient. I can barely use a few techniques before running out of chakra entirely. So I want to go out and see if there's a solution. Deshiwan spoke half-truthfully. Hearing his words, Yuan Fei Rijan remained silent, simply gazing out the window. He took puff after puff from his pipe. Disciple, it's likely that you're still too young to refine much chakra, or perhaps your control over ninjutsu isn't yet perfect. Yuan Fei Rijan said comfortingly. He feared his disciple might take a wrong path due to this absurd reason. At the same time, a woman's figure appeared in his mind. That was Xian Wishui, who, whether it was the Uzumaki constitution or the Nine Tails, the amount of chakra was something that those of ordinary constitution could never catch up to, no matter how hard they refined it. He knew all too well the bitterness of that gap. In fact, he even saw his own shadow in Deshiwan, possessing extraordinary talent, learning ninjutsu with ease, yet lacking the chakra to showcase his gifts. Alright, be careful. Safety is the top priority. After a moment, Yuan Fei Rijan came back to his senses, took a deep drag from his pipe, and agreed to Deshiwan's request. He hoped Deshiwan would encounter his own opportunity and solve this problem. Of course, it was merely a hope. Even Deshiwan himself hadn't thought about it. Looking at the big picture, the only way to increase chakra reserves was the hero's water, but that was a poison. He went out to hunt down members of the Uzumaki clan for research. He wanted to study the secret behind their abundant chakra. Although he wasn't as brilliant as the original Deshiwan, he had seen the script and saw further than the original. So you're going out? In an ordinary room, Shi-wan stood before Tuanzang explaining that he needed to leave for a while. After all, Tuanzang was his current employer, the one who paid him. I see. You are Yuan Fei's disciple, like a disciple to me. Take good care of yourself out there. If you're ever uncertain, I'll teach you a few principles to follow. Tuanzang naturally hoped Shi-wan would meet with misfortune. At this point, Shi-wan hadn't yet displayed his scientific talent. He was merely clever, and knew a bit more than others, so Tuanzang didn't take him seriously. If Shi-wan died, it would be a heavy blow to Yuan Fei, and that would please him. Of course, he wouldn't be the one to wield the blade. What principles? Shi-wan was a bit puzzled, wondering what old fox Tuanzang was up to. When these questions arise in your mind, I hope they help you. To kill or not to kill, kill. To save or not to save, don't save. To run or not to run, run. That's all I have to say. You may go. After speaking, Tuanzang waved his hand, signaling Shi-wan to leave. Shi-wan gave him a deep, lingering look. He found those words somewhat interesting. Shi-wan had originally planned to ask Tuanzang for some money, but Tuanzang's interruption made him forget. Only when he walked out the door did he remember. He thought it wasn't a big deal. After all, a ninja wouldn't starve. That evening, Shi-wan left the gates of Muyi again. It felt like leaving the beginner's village. He used the transformation technique and traveled with a merchant caravan. He feared the Umbu would follow and discover what he was about to do. Besides, his last escape had terrified him. It was better to be cautious, as enemies lurked in the shadows wanting his life. Even if the Umbu followed, they couldn't protect him. He now had considerable self-defense capabilities. But that wasn't referring to himself. A single summoning technique could keep him safe and clear the early stages. Even if he couldn't win, a reverse summoning technique would let him flee to the dragon's cave and enjoy himself. Or he could summon Xiao Bai, who was still training and fighting in the summoning realm. Ordinary ninjas were no match for Xiao Bai anymore. Blue Star. A man with a robust build, willow leaf eyebrows, half-closed eyes with a faint smile, a crew cut, and a small ponytail sat on the sofa. This world's science is truly amazing, but unfortunately many materials are inaccessible. This nuclear bomb is quite interesting. This man was none other than Chen Que, who had transmigrated and taken over Shi-wan's body. When Chen Que occupied his body, their souls swapped. Shi-wan now inhabited Chen Ke's physical form. He had already reached the peak of the Chunin level. His knowledge was also growing. Late at night, Shi-wan hurried along the road. After mingling with the caravan and leaving Mu Yi not far behind, he had already slipped away unnoticed. The caravan members didn't even realize someone was missing. Shi-wan was now rushing non-stop, hands clasped behind his back, leaping across 3 or 4 trees with each bound. As he traveled, his gaze wandered, contemplating the operational plan. After all, researching the Sharingan and Byakugan could wait, but the Uzumaki clan could not. The timeline was approaching the point where the Uzumaki and Senju clans would be severely crippled, leaving only a few survivors. So he needed to gather more experimental materials. He didn't know if he could figure it out through research or if the system would be generous. So while hurrying, he was somewhat distracted. After traveling again until 1 or 2 in the morning, Orochimaru rested. After all, even a ninja is human. The body has its limits when it comes to fatigue. The next day, when Orochimaru discovered nearby some fruits he recognized and could eat, he ate them on an empty stomach for breakfast. Although eating fruit on an empty stomach is not ideal, it wasn't a major problem. At worst, it would cause diarrhea. Therefore, one should not be too absolute about problems. In the afternoon, Orochimaru's already pale complexion grew even more pallid. This taught us a lesson: it's better not to eat wild fruits recklessly. Even if you recognize them, you should wash them before eating. Or at least not eat them on an empty stomach. Orochimaru had now learned this lesson the hard way. Along the way, every half hour he would hide behind a tree to relieve himself. "Little brother, why are you still on the mountain so late? Come down with me. There are wild beasts on the mountain at night." Orochimaru had just finished his ordeal not long ago. His legs were weak as he started walking. A few hours earlier, he had already begun walking on the ground. Then he heard a gentlewoman's voice. This startled Orochimaru. He sensed a woman appearing not far from him. Orochimaru turned his neck slightly, looking at the approaching woman. His heart stirred slightly, for on the woman's clothes was a clan emblem, the emblem of the Whirlpool clan. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Murderous intent surged within him, and he was about to strike down the flower when, gurgle, another wave of sensation hit him, turning his face purple. "Wait a moment, I need to relieve myself." The killing intent faded. All he wanted now was a happy visit to the bushes. The sunset's afterglow shone upon the two of them. Birds occasionally flew by and leaves fell all around. The woman stood still, stunned. Watching Orochimaru run off clutching his stomach, she couldn't help but smile softly. The surroundings instantly seemed to lose their charm. Unfortunately, the only audience Orochimaru was focused on his explosive business. "Little brother, why are you here?" A man and a woman walked along the road. The woman was half a head taller than the man, stunningly beautiful like a fairy. She occasionally turned around to look at Orochimaru while walking backward, lively as a little elf. She was delighted because this was the first time she had seen an outsider. "I came up the mountain to find some herbs." Orochimaru felt a bit confused. Originally, after relieving himself, he had planned to kill this seemingly ordinary woman without mercy. Who would have thought this woman was so forward? She latched onto him and started asking all sorts of questions. "Oh, it's getting late today. Tomorrow I'll take you to find them. I'm very familiar with this place. I often come up the mountain." After hearing Orochimaru's words, the woman said enthusiastically, "Oh." Orochimaru replied perfunctorily. The sky had begun to darken and the two arrived at a small wooden cabin. It was then that Orochimaru learned the woman's name was Naizi. Her father was originally a ninja of the Whirlpool clan who later fell in love with an ordinary woman. But a cliché scenario occurred: the man's family did not approve of their union. So her father took her mother and lived in seclusion on this mountain not far from the land of whirlpools under a false name. And every ninja has enemies. One time when he went down the mountain to buy supplies, her father never returned. Her mother 2 years ago finally died of lovesickness. From then on, only this woman, not yet 11, lived alone on the mountain. "My cooking is good, right? Even if it's just mushroom soup and wild vegetables." Naizi watched Orochimaru devour the food sitting beside him with her hands propping up her chin, her big eyes blinking at him as she spoke. It's quite good." After Orochimaru ate some herbs Naizi had found his stomach stopped rumbling. With an empty belly, a bowl of hot soup was indeed very comforting. In the dead of night, inside the small wooden cabin, the soft moonlight streamed through the small bamboo window filling the cabin. A slender figure stood by the bed. Before him was a worn-out little wooden bed. On the bed lay a woman fast asleep. "Living in this world must be painful for you. How about I help you find release?" Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted slightly, revealing a cold glint. The first rays of morning dawn touched the small cabin. The young girl's fair legs were tangled in the blanket. Then, rubbing her eyes sleepily, she sat up. She remembered that today she had to take that little companion to gather herbs on the mountain, so she couldn't sleep in. So with eyes half open she put on her clothes and washed up. Naizi knocked on the door. "Little one, wake up. Big sister is already up." After a long pause, there was no sound from inside. Naizi gently pushed the door open. She found the room empty. Instead, there were some burlap sacks bulging, their contents unknown. On the table were 2 pieces of paper. Naizi was slightly stunned. She walked to the table, picked up the paper and looked. It was something she couldn't quite understand. Then she picked up the other sheet. "Naizi, the sacks contain rice oil and salt. The other paper has the chakra refining technique and a few small ninja techniques. This world is not as simple as you imagine. Remember to train well and it will give you some ability to protect yourself. Don't bring strangers into your home casually anymore. Not everyone is a good person. Chen Que." The paper in the woman's hand fluttered onto the table. Her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of sorrow. She opened the sacks and saw 3 full bags of rice along with a good amount of oil and seasonings. In a nearby village. A villager who had woken up early and was about to cook opened his rice jar to find it completely empty. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. He looked again, still empty. The villager hurriedly checked his hidden silver only to find that just some rice and seasonings were missing. He breathed a sigh of relief, then started cursing. Still in the mountain forest, Orochimaru sat silently by the river holding a fish in his hand. He was performing surgery on the fish. Moments later, the gutted fish had a large handful of intestines and organs pulled from its belly by Orochimaru, which he tossed into the water. Then the fish treated by this quack doctor died with its eyes wide open in indignation. To console the deceased fish, Orochimaru added some rare ingredients. He gave the fish a bath, massaged it, and prepared to give it a nice rub-down and a steam bath soon. Soon after, a wisp of cooking smoke drifted away, vanishing into the unknown. Having suffered an upset stomach the previous day, Orochimaru decided to eat cooked food today, even if it meant risking danger. Yesterday had nearly emptied his insides. Konoha. Senju clan compound. Lady Tsunade, this is your younger brother. A person bearing the Senju clan emblem appeared before Tsunade holding a child who had just been weaned. A younger brother. I have a younger brother. Then where are my parents? Why aren't they back? Tsunade took the child, staring blankly at the infant in her arms. Then she asked softly. The ninja did not reply but vanished into a puff of smoke, disappearing without a trace. Outside Konoha village. Underground. A dim room. Lord Danzo, although there were some ninja guards, it's done. The man was captured, the woman killed, and the child was taken by someone else. Gone. Danzo sat in the only seat in the room facing a kneeling ninja. Hearing the report, a flicker of joy stirred within Danzo. His expression remained calm as he waved his hand, signaling the man to withdraw. However, just as the ninja stood up and turned to leave, Danzo's form flickered. He appeared behind the ninja. A blade gleamed in his hand. The ninja's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. As if unable to comprehend why Danzo, his trusted confidant, would be so ruthless. Danzo looked at the fallen corpse, tossing the blood-stained blade to the ground. Someone drag him out and bury him. Remember, do it properly, no slacking. Only after the body was carried away by two ninja did Danzo remain staring blankly ahead. After a long silence, Danzo snapped back to reality. A complex look flickered in his eyes. Sensei, forgive me. Rest assured I will protect Konoha well. He took a step. After thinking for a moment, he found a mask in the room and put it on. So this is Hashirama Senju's son. Danzo muttered to himself, looking at the man in the cage, disheveled hair bound by heavy chains. The man, hearing movement outside, lifted his head slightly. Seeing a masked figure, he asked, who are you? Why go to such lengths to deal with an ordinary person like me? This man was Tsunade's father, Hashirama Senju's son. However, Hashirama's son abhorred war and had chosen not to become a ninja, leaving the clan's protection. Danzo saw those eyes, a hint of daze flickering in them. Then he collected himself and turned away. Although the man had not trained in chakra, his face, so reminiscent of Hashirama Senju, was answer enough. He had captured Hashirama's own son to research, would release no one was more suitable. The only shortcoming was that the child had not been secured. But after some thought he decided to let it go. That child was the backbone of the Senju clan and the crown prince of Konoha, better not to meddle. One experimental subject was sufficient. Besides, his heart was not at ease now, there were ripples in his eyes. After all, the Senju clan was his teacher's family. Now he had brought ruin to his teacher's nephew's family. He had not wanted it to come to this, but everything he did was for Konoha. The village lacked the power to decide the outcome, the means to intimidate the great clans. And would release was that power. Since the Senju themselves could not inherit the first Hokage's would release, they would become experimental subjects. With that thought, Danzo's eyes returned to a cold, terrifying calm. A person has a heart, and inside it is a triangular thing called conscience. Every time we do something bad, that conscience rotates, tormenting the heart, making it bleed. But once we do enough bad deeds, it's fine. Because the triangle has its edges worn smooth. His words seemed to allude to Orochimaru at that moment. Orochimaru was crouching on the ground. Before him lay a corpse stripped to the waist. Beside it was discarded a garment bearing the Uzumaki clan emblem. There was no right or wrong, it was simply that this Uzumaki possessed a coveted physique yet lacked the strength to protect it. And Orochimaru was the one greedy for that physique. After a moment of sensing, all that remained was a corpse missing its heart, which Orochimaru preserved in a container. Orochimaru sat on a distant tree. His heart was not at peace, he did not like the person he had become. Especially the blood staining his clothes and fingers. System, I want the Uzumaki physique. Orochimaru spoke softly, holding a heart in his hand. Detecting the host's strong desire. Prerequisite not met. Note: to obtain a complete Uzumaki physique you need 100 ordinary civilian Uzumaki hearts, or 10 Chunin level Uzumaki hearts, with initially activated physique. Orochimaru was taken aback, his eyes dimming. The hand holding the container showed bulging veins. Clearly his heart was not calm. He did not ask why last time a single One-Tomo Sharingan had granted him the One-Tomo Sharingan. The system was the system, he was merely the host, not the master. There was no room for bargaining. Besides, he was the beneficiary, so he did not want to bother asking why. He thought this was fine enough. If he had to research it himself, who knew how long it would take? The heart in the container grew shriveled as if the process was happening in sync. Orochimaru took out the withered heart and tossed it aside. He was not wrong, the source of the physique's power was indeed in the heart. Orochimaru with blood on his clothes and hands leaned against the tree sitting on the branch. He touched his head with a blood-stained hand gazing at the sky, his vertical pupils unfocused. His delicate pale face looked languid. A frown creased his brow, and he gently bit his lower lip. Soon after Orochimaru jumped down from the tree, his eyes indifferent. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed a dazzling flower blooming at the base of the tree. Orochimaru paused in his step, ready to walk forward. He walked to the flower, crouched down. After a moment he stood up and turned to leave. But after a few steps he stopped, turned back and returned. He raised his foot and stomped viciously on the flower. His shoe twisted hard. "Why do I live so oppressed, and you get to bloom so brightly? Are you mocking me?" Orochimaru recalled how since arriving in this world he had been cautious, constantly hiding his true self. He had been imitating the Orochimaru from his memories to the point of forgetting his original self. Just now that phrase had been echoing in his mind. Life has no meaning, but as long as you live you find many interesting things, like you saw that flower and like I saw you. Orochimaru's eyes began to turn bloodshot. I just want to be myself, I just want to have some strength. Why must I be made a butcher? Damn it. You want me to kill. Is 100 not enough? I'll kill them all. Orochimaru stood on the ground, eyes bloodshot, his young face twisted with ferocity, as if he had unleashed the demon within. The crimson in Orochimaru's eyes receded, returning to a flat calm like a pool of dead water. Hunting Chunin, although I only need 10, I'm only a Chunin myself, and their chakra is extremely formidable. If I don't control the battle fluctuations well and get discovered, I might very well end up here myself. Orochimaru murmured softly. Step by step he walked toward the village like a walking corpse. Young man, why are you all alone? Where are your elders? By the look of you, you're not from around here. He arrived at the door of a small wooden cabin. A woman said with some concern. A long sword pierced through her chest. System. Orochimaru called out softly, attracting attention. At this moment, in order to grow stronger, he had become a slave to power. For the sake of an imposing physique, he had turned into an executioner. He did not think he was wrong, the world was wrong. He merely wanted to live better. In this world, to survive one needs power. Because the second great ninja war was about to begin. In this world he had no allegiance. Orochimaru's pupils were somewhat unfocused, but his steps did not stop. The stench of blood in the village grew heavier. Originally he had only intended to kill those whose clothes bore a clan emblem. And anyone who discovered him. It was almost the same as killing on sight. Who are you, sir? Why are you slaughtering unarmed civilians? Just as Orochimaru's strikes grew swifter, and his sword swings more practiced, a voice appeared directly ahead of him. The newcomer was about 1.8 meters tall, his muscles grotesquely bulging. On his head was a ninja forehead protector. Orochimaru came back to his senses slightly. He sobered up completely. He looked at the several corpses lying before him. He did not bother with the man who towered nearly a head taller than him. Instead he turned back in a daze. Everywhere was drenched in blood, among it a trail of small blood-stained footprints, vivid and striking. The burly man saw that Orochimaru not only ignored him but dared to expose his back to him. Clearly he didn't take him in the least. So the man narrowed his eyes, quietly drew the long sword from his back, and with a slight shift of his steps closed within 3 meters of Orochimaru. Orochimaru sensed the gust of force behind him. He lunged forward 2 paces, then sprang violently into the air. Twisting midair, he landed on his feet, skidding 20 or 30 centimeters across the ground. Seeing such excellent balance from Orochimaru, the burly man did not hesitate, and charged at Orochimaru, who was still sliding backward from inertia after landing. Orochimaru watched the burly man charging at him with a ferocious face. His right hand held the sword pointed at the man beside him, his left hand curled slightly, a faint blue light flashed, and quickly formed into a continuously spinning sphere. The burly man's sword shifted slightly as he prepared to execute a ninja sword technique. Orochimaru's vertical pupils constricted rapidly, his irises turned crimson, and 2 tomo emerged, spinning swiftly. The burly man, carrying the momentum of a charge and wild chakra, slammed viciously toward Orochimaru, as if using a club rather than a sword. Lengthen! Orochimaru's eyes fixed on the man, his lips barely moving. The Kusanagi sword rapidly extended, thrusting at a gap in the man's defense. The burly man hadn't expected Orochimaru's sword to be so bizarre. His pupils shrank. A blood flower bloomed on his shoulder. but his body showed no intention of stopping. Orochimaru could clearly see the trace of pain in the man's eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. Sensing the man's landing point, Orochimaru gave a faint smile and lowered the long sword in his hand. The long sword, losing its chakra, quickly shortened and fell to the ground. The man's hopeful thunderous strike unsurprisingly missed and blasted a gaping hole in the earth. Orochimaru dodged to the big man's left, his movements like a dance, graceful and unhurried. "Your speed is too slow." The Rasengan in Orochimaru's hand smashed ferociously toward the man's forehead. Ruthlessly vicious. The burly man's pupils contracted as he sensed Orochimaru's agile movements and the sphere-like chakra in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his left elbow to block his forehead. Bang bang! The man's body was blasted several meters away, crashing into a house. Without hesitation, Orochimaru summoned the longsword from the ground and stabbed toward where the man had landed. He had no intention of dragging things out. The burly man lay on the ground, catching his breath. His left arm was already twisted. Clearly the bones inside were completely shattered. His chakra and his formidable physique seemed pale and feeble before that blow. Sensing the sound of breaking wind, the big man, having barely caught his breath, tensed up again. Bracing his right hand against the ground, he launched himself up. The Kusanagi sword slammed into the ground. Seeing the lethal strike miss, Orochimaru paused for a moment, then without hesitation a flash of blue appeared in his hand again. It was as if it drew all the surrounding wind, forming an air bullet. The big man's breathing was heavy. Seeing the Sharingan in Orochimaru's eyes, his heart sank. The big man cast aside his thoughts and lowered the long sword in his hand. He grabbed his left arm, which was racked with excruciating pain, and used the chakra in his right palm to manipulate the fingers of his paralyzed left hand. He then began forming hand seals. Twin hound sealing kill. Moments later, two somewhat ethereal fierce hounds condensed from chakra rushed toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was slightly surprised to see the opponent release his jutsu so quickly. The Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly. He hurled the Rasengan in his hand at one of the hounds. Before Orochimaru could react, the ethereal dog, scattered by the blow, transformed into a chain that coiled around Orochimaru's arm. The other hound opened its mouth wide, about to tear a chunk of flesh from Orochimaru. The big man, hand still forming seals, manipulated the chain and the dog. The imposing Rasengan in Orochimaru's hand dissipated. Unsurprisingly, the hound sank its teeth into Orochimaru's shoulder. Even with chakra wrapped around his body, Orochimaru couldn't halt those fangs for even a moment. His face remained expressionless. A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and the words he spoke chilled the big man to the bone. "A wound in exchange for a life, quite a bargain." The big man hurriedly looked toward the wreckage he had crashed into. The long sword that had been stuck in the ground was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that while he had been focused entirely on controlling his jutsu, the long sword had already flown out, poised to strike. And since Orochimaru was bound by his sealing jutsu, it had made him relax his guard, making him even more careless. The big man figured the sword must already be close behind him, and if he dodged it, he would have no chance to fight back. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as the seals in his hands began to change. A long sword pierced through his chest. The big man only felt the strength in his body rapidly fading. Gritting his teeth desperately, he formed his final hand seal. Explode. The big man's voice was extremely weak as blood gushed from his mouth. He pitched forward, unable to hold on any longer, and died. Meanwhile, the remaining fierce hound rapidly expanded, emitting a glimmer of light. Then, under Orochimaru's narrowed gaze, it exploded. After a thunderous explosion, Orochimaru lay on the ground, his breath coming in short, tight gasps. His body was scorched yellow in patches, and his hair was as mangled as if a dog had been gnawing on it. The wound on his shoulder had first been bitten into two gaping holes, then caught in the blast until the flesh seemed already necrotic. Orochimaru propped himself up into a sitting position. Blood dripped ceaselessly from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs had suffered considerable damage as well. Clearly, the chakra he had hastily summoned to shield himself had absorbed only a fraction of the impact. Most of the power, however, had still been devoured by him. Fortunately, every time he killed a man, the system would siphon the power from the victim's body and rewrite the genetic code within his own. Only at this moment did he truly comprehend the might of the Uzumaki clan. And this formidable nation was destined to be obliterated before long. At that thought, the reluctance in his heart rapidly dissolved. Since they were all fated to die sooner or later, he might as well grant them that end. Orochimaru clambered to his feet with great effort, ready to finish the slaughter quickly, and then vanish. The commotion just now had been too loud, it would likely draw unwanted eyes. Just then a man adorned with the Uzumaki clan crest appeared before Orochimaru. Orochimaru fixed his icy gaze upon him as if sizing up prey. The man was startled by that look, yet he still stepped softly forward, closing the distance between them. Why did you all start fighting? So many lives lost. You're badly wounded. Let me take you to get treated. Orochimaru's cold-slitted pupils faltered, a wave of softness enveloping his heart. The murderous intent inside him gradually receded. He did not look at the man again, simply allowing him to approach. Orochimaru stared blankly at the devastation before him, lost in a daze. Just die. His mind was wandering when the cry came. The man who had drawn near closed in on Orochimaru, yanked a dagger from his sleeve and thrust it at the utterly defenseless Orochimaru. From beside him came a vicious snarling sound, teeth grinding like a demon's wrath. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. For a brief moment a profound weariness swept over him, and he lost the will to resist. He even half hoped that the man would simply kill him. He stared blankly at the dagger growing closer, his vertical pupils shrinking. The man's ferocious expression was fixed on his heart as he lunged. Through the Sharingan the movements were slowed to a crawl. Orochimaru could see every inch of skin with absolute clarity. Like a vengeful ghost, a long sword appeared, tearing through the man's chest. If I'm to die, it should be at the hands of someone better looking. The man collapsed with unfocused pupils, staring blankly ahead. The long sword settled into Orochimaru's hand. He forced himself upright, staggering forward. Living in a world like this is nothing but torment. Let me grant you release. Gazing at the villagers who had gathered in small groups to investigate the explosion, Orochimaru whispered with detached indifference. Young man, what happened in the village ahead? Why are you so severely wounded? Orochimaru said nothing, only dragging himself a few more steps forward. Sensing that the distance was just right. Half an hour later Orochimaru stood at the edge of a village. The blood on his body had yet to dry. Because yet another fresh layer of blood had been poured over it. The Uzumaki body has completed its transformation. Through continued hunting, the Uzumaki body can be developed to its utmost limit. Just as Orochimaru quietly exhaled in relief, feeling the power within him beginning to undergo a qualitative change, the system's voice emerged. As though opening its blood-drenched maw to reveal its demonic essence. He sensed his wounds slowly knitting themselves closed, and the chakra within him had already multiplied several times over. I'm damn tired, can't be bothered to kill. This time the words were spoken aloud from Orochimaru's mouth. Kid, what happened here? Why are you drenched in so much blood? In that instant Orochimaru understood all too well what it meant when the tree craves stillness yet the wind refuses to cease. He felt that his body had recovered somewhat. But facing two of them at once was not a gamble he was confident in. Uncle and Ninja came to the village just now and killed everyone he laid eyes on. It was horrifying. I only survived by lying among the corpses playing dead. Orochimaru blinked, and 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. As though spotting beloved kin, he rushed toward the 2 ninjas. The Uzumaki clansman had meant to ask about the sword in Orochimaru's hand and the wounds on his body. But then, thinking that the boy was merely a child, his heart softened, and he prepared to walk over, embrace Orochimaru, and take him away. His companion, however, merely watched him with cold eyes. In his view, what did the life and death of ordinary commoners have to do with noble ninja like them? The ninja, who had crouched slightly with his arms spread wide ready to embrace Orochimaru, saw a flash of silver light in his pupils. His hand clamped desperately over his throat. The smile he had put on to comfort a child froze on his face. Damn it, you're a ninja. His companion, utterly stunned by the scene, charged at Orochimaru, desperately trying to block that lightning-fast sword strike for the defenseless comrade who had no time to react. Ah. You actually killed him. God damn it, didn't I tell you not to carry that useless kindness in this world? You just wouldn't listen. The man stared at his companion's corpse. The warm smile on those lips was unbearably glaring in his eyes. It was plain to see that the bond between the two ran deep. Orochimaru, without the slightest qualm, activated the Sharingan in his eyes, reveling in the sheer thrill of his surging chakra. Too slow, little bro. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled upward as he taunted. His tongue flicked out lightly to taste the blood on the blade, completely unconcerned about the ninja hurtling toward him. The ninja before him was now less than 3 meters away. Orochimaru opened one eye and closed the other, taking aim. The sword in his hand, charged with chakra, was hurled outward as a hidden weapon. He had discovered a new way to play. The man, seeing the long blade flying toward him at full speed, steeled himself, tilted his head, and dodged it. Yet before he could savor his triumph, Orochimaru came charging at him. A blue sphere had somehow materialized in his hand. The man stared at Orochimaru with grim solemnity, raising the sword in his grasp. He was calculating how to evade this attack, avenge his companion without sustaining a single wound, and claim Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru, however, made no other move. He simply in all earnestness smashed the sphere toward the man. His other idle hand twitched faintly as if beckoning the man, "Come on, try me." The man, provoked beyond endurance by the sight, was seething with fury. Overwhelming chakra surged into his sword as he prepared to cleave Orochimaru in two. Suddenly a sharp sound of tearing air came from behind him. In an instant clarity returned to the man's eyes and he tried to dodge. But in that momentary lapse of concentration the breath he had gathered slackened. The blue sphere slammed viciously into his chest. The man spun and flew backward. A long sword pierced through him from behind. In the same instant he was struck by two devastating forces, one from the front, one from the rear. Orochimaru watched the corpse already lifeless hurtling away. Orochimaru exhaled a faint sigh of relief. Though his chakra reserves remained plentiful, his body had been driven to the absolute limits of exhaustion. Had he not struck so decisively, death would have claimed him instead. After all, he was not of Uzumaki blood, nor did he bear the Uzumaki crest. It was only because the blood had caked over him that these two ninjas had yet to uncover the truth of his identity. If he had not acted first, he would have been exposed sooner or later. So he could only blame that somewhat kind-hearted ninja for his sorry fate, for being born into the wrong world. At night Orochimaru sat on a branch of a tree. Though he had bathed in the river, dyeing the water a crimson hue, he appeared clean. Yet he still felt the stench of blood on his skin. So he let his clothes remain damp, confronting the weakness within his heart. He let the wind caress him as he gazed at the moonlight. In the dead of night he drifted into a hazy slumber. The wounds on his shoulders and body slowly healed. Such was the might of the Uzumaki constitution. Be it vitality, chakra reserves, or physical recovery, all were astonishing. In the middle of the night he awoke, with a start, haunted by a dream where a crowd interrogated him, demanding why he had killed them. Each visage was twisted and ferocious. Thus in his dream Orochimaru drew his sword and slew them all once more, until at last his own figure appeared, a figure that gazed at him with boundless pity. "Why do you look at me like that? We have grown strong now. Before long, for a long time to come, we no longer need to wear masks among men. We can indulge our passions, follow our whims, and do as we please. How wonderful is that?" Orochimaru spoke to his own phantom, wounded and hysterical by its words. The phantom merely gazed at him with pity. After a long silence the phantom finally spoke. "Weakling." It uttered only those two words, and Orochimaru flushed with rage. "How am I weak? Can't you see how strong we are now? The future is bright. We have the Sharingan, we possess that ultimate power. We lacked chakra before, but now we have it. When we grow older and acquire other constitutions, won't we become the strongest in this world?" Orochimaru shouted at his phantom. "Not we, just you. I would never turn my blade against those weaker than myself. Only the weak vent their fury on the weaker, the strong direct their rage at those stronger than them." Hearing this Orochimaru laughed. "You are the divine within me, aren't you? The original Orochimaru was at best a skilled escape artist who lived long. In this dog-eat-dog world, if you strike at those stronger, they'll kill you in one move. How naive can you be? The second great ninja war is coming. I am the disciple of the Hokage, and I must go to the battlefield. My talent is 1,000 times worse than my predecessors. Am I to become cannon fodder, or pray for heaven's mercy to survive?" The argument ceased. Orochimaru awoke, startled, or rather disgusted by his own sanctimonious self, unwilling to see that reflection. Shouldering his longsword he set off on the road again through the night. He had no intention of continuing his hunt. If there had been any other choice he would not have gone to such extremes. But there was no choice. Now that he had obtained the constitution, he was unwilling to linger in this place baptized by blood. He would develop the constitution gradually. When he saw the two gate guards again, Orochimaru breathed a faint sigh of relief. No longer would he have to live in constant fear. The two guards, having learned from the previous incident, merely glanced at his pass before letting him through. "Teacher, I'm back," Orochimaru addressed his convenient master in a soft voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi's already furrowed brow deepened further, a trace of concern flickering in his heart. "Disciple, since you're back, rest well. These past days must have exhausted you." After exchanging pleasantries with a feigned smile, Orochimaru left the office. Hiruzen, however, knitted his brows tightly. He sensed a powerful aura of bloodlust emanating from Orochimaru, likely accumulated from killing many in recent days. As a seasoned veteran of war, he could see it at a glance. No matter how well Orochimaru disguised himself, he could not yet fully control his aura. Orochimaru himself might not have realized this yet. Soon an Umbu ninja left the gates of Konoha. Recalling how Orochimaru had shaken off the Umbu he had sent to protect him along with the blood aura, Hiruzen grew concerned. As a caring master, Hiruzen Sarutobi took note. After all, Orochimaru was his precious disciple. Whenever he spoke of him, a faint pride swelled in his heart. Pride. A few days gone and you've withered. Life is so fragile. Did I tend to you too well? Once away from me you wilted. He gazed at the carefully nurtured flower in the pot. Orochimaru murmured softly, then tossed it into the trash bin beside him without a second glance. Soon after, he lay on his familiar bed and fell asleep. Kill you all! Orochimaru mumbled in his sleep. He was talking in his dreams. In the Hokage's office not long after, Hiruzen Sarutobi received a secret report. It stated that in the land of whirlpools several villages had been massacred and several ninjas had died. The only traces left at the scene were a set of small footprints, some sword marks, and fluctuations of wind-natured chakra. Hiruzen took a long, heavy drag of his pipe. The office filled with smoke. Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do? With his intelligence, if Hiruzen couldn't deduce that the culprit was his 10-year-old disciple, he wouldn't be Hokage. The room fell silent again. He took out a scroll he had been copying for some time. Frowning, he unrolled the scroll. It read, Flying Thunder God Technique. He glanced at it, and the image of Orochimaru appeared in his mind again. He set it down slightly, a look of doting affection in his eyes. Moments later, a faint burning smell emanated from the Hokage's office. In the brazier, the scroll that Hiruzen had just examined was blazing fiercely. His gaze was calm yet shadowed. His disciple had changed, no longer following the path he had laid out. His plans and provisions would need to shift as well. After all, if Orochimaru were to revel with the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he wanted to eliminate the threat, he couldn't. So he would not leave such a risk. Besides, he hadn't yet decided how to handle the matter. The land of whirlpools was an ally of Konoha, and he didn't know why Orochimaru would commit such heinous acts. These were things he needed to investigate and study. After all, in the future this emotionally detached disciple might turn against the village that raised him. That was something he could never tolerate. So he took it seriously, planning to observe a little longer. After all, the land of whirlpools didn't know who the true culprit was. And Orochimaru was still his most beloved disciple. Within the crystal ball, a young boy sat cross-legged on his bed refining chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed fondly at the figure reflected in the orb. A moment later, the scene within the crystal ball grew intense. Orochimaru opened his eyes, formed hand seals, and left a clone on the bed. Now he possessed the Uzumaki constitution, naturally gifted in sensory perception, further enhanced by his training in senjutsu. Even without entering sage mode, his sensory abilities had sharpened considerably. Thus, how could he fail to detect being spied upon? Afterwards, Orochimaru spent some time training in senjutsu within Ryuchi Cave. He also changed the white cloth tightly wrapped around his wound. Because he had returned to Konoha, he had bound the injury in many layers to prevent Hiruzen from noticing anything unusual. Only now did he have time to replace it. The bandage was already stained with blood, for the wound was deep enough to reveal bone. Even with the Uzumaki constitution, it could not heal so quickly. At the same time, he pondered a question: would he contract rabies? After all, a chakra dog was still a dog. And his subordinate, how had he been wounded so severely? Why hadn't he sent White to help? White's combat ability is decent now, you needn't worry that he can't be of use. The white snake sage spoke with some heartache. A faint warmth stirred within Orochimaru. It's nothing, sister. In battle, how can one avoid injury? A few bumps and bruises are inevitable. You didn't even enter sage mode just now. Why not use snake oil to enter sage mode? Sage mode can enhance your recovery. The white snake sage said softly. No need, sister. I've finally grown accustomed to absorbing natural energy without snake oil. If I were to use it now, all this time's effort would be wasted. Besides, I've already missed several days of training. Orochimaru declined. Before long he left the sacred land, for the white snake sage's words had reminded him of something. Sage mode. He thought of the sage body. The Uzumaki clan was a distant relative of the Senju clan. He wondered if the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki combined might cause atavism, or even turn his constitution directly into a sage body, or unexpectedly awaken would release. Though Orochimaru's thoughts were somewhat naive, they were not impossible. Once this idea took hold. Having tasted the power of the Uzumaki constitution, Orochimaru could hardly restrain himself. After all, if a ritual required as many people as last time, if he did not act now, the Senju clan might mysteriously vanish before long. And the remaining Senju members who had married commoners, where could he even find them? But this matter was not as simple as it had been with the Uzumaki. After all, the land of whirlpools boasted a thriving population and a people who cherished peace. Many were unwilling to become ninja, choosing instead to farm and live a quiet, stable life. It was ironic, possessing such powerful talent yet refusing to cultivate. That was precisely why the nation would face destruction before long. Of course, they were not entirely to blame. After all, the more one knew, the less secure one felt. The less one knew, the more one could live peacefully and happily for a good long while. Indeed, peace was such a beautiful word. And Orochimaru had once enjoyed such peaceful times, though that world too was fraught with misfortune, resource wars, nations without nuclear weapons torn by daily conflict, peace forever beyond their reach. How touching! Blue Star. Chen Que sat before two computers. One screen flickered with cascading code while the other played a soap opera. His eyes were red from watching. Suddenly a crimson line of text caught his attention. Unflustered, he tapped lightly on the keyboard. Before long a page appeared. Blue Star is undergoing some unknown changes. What the heck? Orochimaru had originally been searching for the truth of nuclear weapons only to stumble into an information database. Science was becoming somewhat unscientific. Yunshi, you can't keep at this day after day. How about I take you out to play? Recently Tsunade had been busy looking after a child, her younger brother Nawaki Senju. So she often wandered over to her friend Yunshi's place. I'm in the middle of an experiment. Talk later. Yunshi didn't even raise her head as she spoke, her pen dancing across the page recording her experiment notes. Tsunade felt a little bored. She gently pinched Nawaki's cheeks, playing with him. After all, if a child wasn't meant to be played with, it would be utterly pointless. Wow, it's only been a short while and you already have a kid. Seeing Tsunade holding a child before him, Orochimaru spoke. Deep within his eyes flickered a trace of greed, like a predator eyeing its prey, then it vanished in an instant. Nawaki smiled the moment he saw Orochimaru staring at him, as if he already adored him. This left Orochimaru somewhat bewildered. You're the one with a kid. People say you get pregnant from kissing. I've never kissed anyone, so how could I possibly have a child? Tsunade's voice rose by several decibels. Since Yunshi ignored her, she took Nawaki for a stroll through Konoha. When she passed by Orochimaru's house, she decided to drop and saw him tinkering with something and called out a greeting. Which led to this scene. Orochimaru felt rather amused. It seemed to remind him of his own childhood when he knew nothing and was easily fooled by others. Even while watching TV, whenever such scenes appeared, he would turn his head away. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Orochimaru's eyes, then faded into calm, replaced once more by his practiced smile. Then who is this child? Orochimaru asked softly, his mind churning. This is my little brother Nawaki Senju. Isn't he cute? Tsunade lifted Nawaki up slightly as if to display her brother more fully. He really is quite cute, Orochimaru said with slight admiration. But in his heart alarm bells rang. Indeed. In the future Nawaki would become his disciple and then die before his very eyes. That loss would utterly transform him, revealing the fragility of life and the anguish of parting, driving him to pursue the path of immortality. Of course, that was the experience of his previous self. And Nawaki was also Orochimaru's reference point for the approximate timeline of the Second Great Ninja War. Wah wah! A cry broke out. Little Nawaki began to wail. Orochimaru's heart stirred. Why is he crying? Is he hungry? He asked softly. Hungry, my foot. He peed. The diaper's soaked. Anyway, I'm heading home to change this little rascal. Want to come over to my place? I can introduce you to a friend. Sure, I'm pretty bored anyway. A sharp gleam flashed deep within Orochimaru's eyes. Finally, he would have a chance to scout out the Senju clan's home. Tsunade was slightly taken aback by Orochimaru's prompt acceptance. In the past, every time she had invited him over, he had refused without exception. She never expected him to agree so readily this time, and it left her a little dumbfounded. She had only meant it as a polite gesture. I didn't expect your place to be so spacious. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Tsunade, not noticing Orochimaru's expression, led the way ahead. It's alright just like this. Many of the clan members have integrated into Konoha now, otherwise the scale would be at least several times larger. How many ninjas does your clan still have? Orochimaru casually glanced around and asked in a calm, offhand manner. As if just asking unintentionally. I don't know about that. The current Senju clan is managed by my grandmother. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade was taken aback. Then she replied, though it was unclear whether she truly didn't know or was pretending not to. A name surfaced in Orochimaru's mind. Uzumaki Mito. And a giant fox. Thinking of Mito, Orochimaru's heart tightened slightly. Now that he possessed an Uzumaki body, if he were to stand before Mito, she might discern something amiss. Yunchi, are you free? I'd like to introduce you to a friend. After changing Nawaki's diaper, Tsunade led Orochimaru to the outside of Yunchi's room. She called softly inside. Just a moment. A voice like a clear spring reached the ears of the three outside the door. Hearing this voice, Orochimaru was slightly startled, feeling it was distinctive, as if it could cleanse and strike the heart. After a moment, while Orochimaru was looking around, the door creaked softly and opened. Orochimaru's gaze flickered in surprise, then turned calm. Although this teenage girl was quite beautiful, rivaling Tsunade's cuteness. But how could she disturb Orochimaru's composure? This is my good sister Senji Yunchi. Orochimaru, he also likes tinkering with all sorts of things. Maybe you two have something in common. Tsunade introduced her. Orochimaru remained unruffled, his face donning a practiced smile. It gave a very amiable impression. I'm Orochimaru, nice to meet you. After saying this, Orochimaru made a handshake gesture, then paused. Because in this world there was no such custom. Seeing Orochimaru extend his hand, Senji Yunchi was a bit startled. But clever as she was, she instantly understood Orochimaru's intention. Senji Yunchi. Their hands lightly clasped for less than a second, then released. Tsunade watched with crinkling eyes, finding it amusing. This Orochimaru always seemed so serious, but now, just meeting her good sister, he started taking liberties. Suddenly the idea of matchmaking them popped into her mind. Tsunade said you also like to tinker and research, is that true? Yunchi shifted the topic and addressed Orochimaru. False. I don't know research. Orochimaru smiled slightly and spoke calmly. The scene fell silent for a moment. You're lying. I've seen you studying Little Mai several times, and I don't know what you're up to. Orochimaru, you still say you don't know research. Orochimaru heard Tsunade's words. He instantly recalled the line. Chanwei, you still say you don't know martial arts. Shaking off the random thoughts, Orochimaru said casually. I was studying the birthing and care of female mice. That's not research, at best it's veterinary work. Hearing this, Yunchi couldn't help but smirk, finding Orochimaru intriguing. Tsunade rolled her eyes, leaving it for Orochimaru to interpret. Orochimaru, at this time, why did you go to the Senju clan again? Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office frowning deeply. In that moment he thought a lot. With Orochimaru's intelligence he had discovered that chakra was insufficient. Thus evil thoughts stirred in his heart. First he planned to study the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, but for some reason killed so many people, and now he had gone to the Senju clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but suspect that imperceptibly his disciple had completely diverged from him, becoming extremely terrifying. Added to Orochimaru's intelligence, he even suspected that everything Orochimaru did was a pretense. Trust once broken or cracked. Any slight move by Orochimaru, or even being out of his sight, made him think Orochimaru was doing something bad behind his back. Thinking this, he felt he should have a good talk with Orochimaru. After all. Sigh. Teacher, is there something you need from me? Orochimaru smiled humbly. If not for his somewhat sinister eyes, he could not be more righteous. Especially at around 10 years old, such an adorable appearance was too deceptive. Disciple, why did you kill so many people from the Uzumaki clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, his aura pressing down on Orochimaru. His opening was a bombshell, as if the evidence was conclusive. The smile on Orochimaru's lips froze. His eyes were dull. He hadn't expected the matter to be exposed so quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi had discovered his deeds so soon, catching Orochimaru off guard. He didn't know that the murderous aura he had brought back had betrayed him. Coupled with the trail of small footprints, and the absence of similar incidents in the area he was directly pinpointed. A storm of thoughts raged in his mind. Even though he was eloquent at this moment, he became tongue-tied. His heart sank to the bottom. Seeing that Orochimaru had no intention to explain, the warm smile on his lips vanished, and he just stared back with cold slit pupils. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a pang in his heart. So it was indeed his precious disciple who had done it. Even if someone showed him a photo of Orochimaru, he would hesitate, even if the evidence was conclusive. Even if he had already concluded that his disciple was the murderer, as long as Orochimaru didn't confess, he would choose to believe his disciple. And Orochimaru's inaction filled his heart with an unspeakable sadness. That cold slit-eyed stare, seemingly devoid of any emotion, made him feel somewhat of a failure. After all this time, he still hadn't gained Orochimaru's trust. In his mind he recalled the moments spent with Orochimaru, the heartwarming smile that Orochimaru always wore in his presence. But all of that shattered into pieces, turning into the cold demeanor of Orochimaru now. What pained him was never how many people Orochimaru had killed. What pained him was that after all these years of raising Orochimaru with painstaking effort, teaching him ninjutsu, and instilling in him the principles of life, he had never gained Orochimaru's trust. Orochimaru never shared his thoughts with him, making him feel like an outsider. This distance and unfamiliarity made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. It was as if he could never warm up that block of ice called Orochimaru. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen withdraw his fierce aura and put on a sorrowful expression, Orochimaru lowered his head and stared at the office floor. He had nothing to say. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen had treated him rather well. If Orochimaru had possessed even slightly better talent and physical constitution, he would not have chosen to bare his fangs and stir up trouble so soon. But in this world there were not so many ifs and what-ifs. All he knew was that he must become stronger, far stronger. The strong roamed free. He did not believe that anyone had walked the path of power without doing something against their conscience or committing evil. After all, the world's resources were limited and everything relied on mutual plunder, absorbing the essence of others to strengthen himself. Therefore he never felt he had truly done something wrong, only that his methods were somewhat extreme. Ninja. In plain terms, they killed. Even if bandits raped and plundered, what did it have to do with them? They were not police, nor were they enforcers of the law. They were merely mercenaries who did the job for money. That was why they killed bandits, people completely unknown to them, people who had never provoked them in the least. They took the money and killed. It was only after the killing that they stood on the moral high ground, bathed in sunlight so that others could not see their true faces. Under the banner of carrying out justice on heaven's behalf, they did the job for money. In truth, bandits were also people, ordinary people, only evil ones. But is there any difference between the wicked and the good? In truth, there is none. Take us for example. We plunder the honey that bees have painstakingly collected, then praise them as industrious little creatures. And the meat we eat every day, was it not all bloody? Were they wrong? Their only fault was being weak. The strong devour the weak. Strictly speaking, they too are living beings, along with all those animal furs and such. Were they wrong? No. He slowly drew his thoughts back. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. My good teacher, so now are you planning to hand me over and let them kill me to vent their anger? Or do you intend to do it yourself? Orochimaru let out a cold smile and spoke softly, shattering every illusion in Hiruzen's heart. The Hokage's office became hazy with smoke. It came from Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe. Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do? Hiruzen was so angry that he no longer called him my disciple, but addressed him directly by name. In his heart he still clung to a faint hope his disciple was still young, had merely been led astray by slander, and as long as he corrected his course in time it was not too late. I want to become extremely powerful, but I am limited by my body. So I wish to study powerful physiques and uncover the secret hidden within them. Now that things had come to this, Orochimaru had no intention of hiding anything. He blurted it out without a second thought. Sheer nonsense. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen felt fury blaze up in his heart once more. Still he forced it down. But human experimentation defies heaven's harmony. Even if you are doing research, is there any need to kill so many ordinary people? And beyond mere killing, what can you possibly learn? You have fallen into a killing madness. Is killing so enjoyable that you now take pleasure in murder? Hiruzen tried to dissect Orochimaru's inner thoughts as he spoke. No, that's not it. I find killing quite disgusting. I only kill in order to take hearts and study the truth. Orochimaru answered without thinking, the words flowing out like pearls of wit, no thought required. Absurd. Killing people to take hearts, isn't that the path of demons? And in such a short span of time, what can you possibly comprehend? The Uzumaki clan is our trusted ally. If this ever comes to light, how will others think? How will we handle these social and political relationships? Then a perfectly good ally will become an enemy because of you. Once war breaks out, we will be attacked from both sides. Where would we find enough people to defend then? And in the village there are still the first Hokage's wife and the Senju clan. If word leaks out, even I cannot protect you. Have you thought about that? Hiruzen felt Orochimaru's thinking was terribly immature, and he was disappointed like a man seeing iron fail to become steel. You are the Hokage. Why should you be afraid of them? Orochimaru asked without thinking. His words stirred something in Hiruzen's heart. Could it be that his foolish disciple had caused trouble so recklessly because he believed his Hokage teacher would protect him? Some of Hiruzen's anger began to fade. If that was the case, it meant Orochimaru still trusted him greatly. At that thought, Hiruzen quickly stopped himself. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the shinobi world, swept across the land of fire and founded Konoha. The second Hokage was also supremely gifted. He was practically a human-shaped ninjutsu creation machine. How mighty the two clans were! Do you think someone like me, a mere Hokage, would even be taken seriously by them? Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam slipping out, and spoke in a low voice. His disciple was clever in other matters, but he understood far too little about the village and the broader situation. "Oh teacher, what use is telling me all this? How do you intend to deal with me?" Seeing that Hiruzen was going off topic again, Orochimaru bluntly, like a stubborn death-seeking fool, dragged the conversation back. "My disciple, if you truly love research, I can consent. I can even support you and build you a laboratory. But you must understand, you absolutely must not let this come to light, and you must not get tangled up with Danzo. And if it does come to light, I will pretend to know nothing. You may even study living subjects if you wish, but everything must be done on the condition that it can never be discovered. Also, if anything happens, tell me directly. Do not hide things from me. Understand?" His fierce bearing gradually subsided as Hiruzen spoke softly. He thought, was it not just research? Why not agree? As long as he was not experimenting on people from the village, what did it have to do with him? Besides, other nations were doing the same things. Hearing such an unexpectedly open-minded Hiruzen, Orochimaru was stunned and rather bewildered. After all, in the original story, Orochimaru was reported precisely because of his live-human experiments. Then in that story, Hiruzen had spared his life, which was why he became a rogue ninja. But here, why was Hiruzen not taking it seriously? Orochimaru was baffled. "Then teacher, what about the matter of the land of whirlpools?" Orochimaru asked cautiously. Seeing Orochimaru in such a state, Hiruzen felt a stir in his heart. The feeling of gaining his disciple's trust, of being the one he turned to for cover and counsel, was indeed rather pleasant. "Keep it buried deep in your gut. I long ago altered your records of leaving the village. From now on, think 3 times before acting and always consider the consequences. And when you conduct experiments, you may touch anyone, but you absolutely must not harm anyone from Konoha. Do you understand? Otherwise I won't be able to protect you. You must know that my position as Hokage was never stable to begin with. I ascended entirely through my teacher's decree, pretending to maneuver and jockey alongside the Senju clan, acting as their tool. That was how I secured my seat. Many things must be planned slowly and carefully. Understand? In the future, if there is anything you do not understand, come and ask me often. I am your teacher. I will support you with all my strength. We are a family. Disciple, have you remembered all this?" This time Hiruzen had spoken to Orochimaru far more than usual, confiding many secrets, as if chatting with a friend. When Deshiwan returned, his head was buzzing. He had originally thought things would turn very serious, perhaps even ending in a bitter death. Unexpectedly, this old man was different from what he had imagined. Much thunder, little rain. This also made Deshiwan understand more deeply what the ninja world truly was. Yuan Fei Rijan sat in his office smoking a cigarette. He gazed at the empty space before him where Deshiwan had stood just moments ago. After understanding Deshiwan's thoughts, Yuan Fei Rijan felt much more at ease. As long as Deshiwan had not completely decayed, he would not choose to abandon this beloved disciple. After all, he had already invested too much. To destroy the talent he had cultivated with such painstaking effort, he could not bring himself to do it. Deshiwan, I'm back! Just as Deshiwan was refining his chakra, a loud shout came from outside the door. This made Deshiwan slightly startled. The voice was somewhat familiar. Crack! The door was opened and a white-haired young man a bit taller than him appeared before him. Zilayi, how did you get so tall? Damn! Seeing Zilayi grinning foolishly at the door, Deshiwan said in a daze. He had eaten so much, wasted so many good things just to grow this fast. And this Zilayi. Thinking of this, Deshiwan was slightly stunned. Then his heart bloomed with joy. Thinking of this companion, he estimated that he had been eating bugs for years. Especially undercooked bugs. They were packed with protein. Hearing Deshiwan's words, Zilayi first turned pale, recalling some squishy things, then put on a smug expression. His eyes curved. Clearly his heart was blooming with joy. As long as he was taller than Deshiwan, this hardship was acceptable. Of course. It's not just height that's grown fast, my strength has also progressed rapidly. Zilayi covered his white hair, speaking smugly like a petty person who had gotten his way. Yo, it seems that in these years you've not only grown taller but also become more inflated. Deshiwan chuckled softly. He felt a slight urge to have a fight with this Zilayi to make him understand who the real boss was. Zilayi grinned. It seems you've changed quite a bit too, Deshiwan. I wonder if your strength is as formidable as your mouth. Zilayi's smile faded. He said in a deep voice. It seemed he also wanted to test Deshiwan's mettle. After all, being suppressed by Deshiwan for so many years was hard for anyone to bear. When he gained strength, the first thing he thought of was Deshiwan. He wanted to defeat Deshiwan. He wanted to make Deshiwan, the so-called genius, understand that even someone like him, an idiot, could catch up to a genius after hard work. Zilayi, why didn't you tell me when you came back? Just then Gang Shou appeared not far away, holding the young Xingshu in her arms. She called out loudly. The tense atmosphere in the field instantly dissipated. The two exchanged a smile, feeling a bit awkward. No, I just got back. It's just that my home is close to Deshiwan's. So I came to have a look. Zilayi, seeing a much plumper Gang Shou said with a beaming smile. After seeing toads for years. He suddenly felt that Gang Shou was so beautiful, like a celestial maiden. Of course, at this moment any woman appearing before him would give him the same feeling. Besides, Gang Shou was already pretty when she was young. Growing up, she had a different kind of beauty. Oh. Gang Shou responded to Zilayi's words, a little unhappy. By the way, Gang Shou, you've become much prettier. Is there any secret? Zilayi smelled the fragrance on Gang Shou and leaned in to say. This made Gang Shou blush deeply. Really? Gang Shou rarely assumed a maidenly posture. As for the Xingshu in her arms, he seemed to be forgotten. Clearly Zilayi knew about Gang Shou's matters. And Gang Shou, upon seeing her beloved, cast everything else aside. Deshiwan then realized that Gang Shou had indeed become much more beautiful. Her originally slightly chubby face had become slimmer, more angular. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and there was something else in them. Her overall aura was full of heroic spirit. Truly quite attractive. Time passed in a flash. 2 years later. In these 2 years, Zilayi had been frantically pursuing Gang Shou, learning various seduction techniques. During these 2 years, just like Deshiwan, Zilayi only occasionally went to the sacred land to train. And Gang Shou accepted their proposal. She also went to Shigbone Forest. She studied sage arts and began to practice them. Unlike the original story, Gang Shou had a talent for sage arts and actually cultivated them. In the original, she likely had little interest in fighting, and during the Second Great Ninja War, the 2 men she loved most were taken by war. She developed hemophobia and wandered the world. So she never practiced sage arts. And Xingshu had grown a bit older, finally no longer needing Gang Shou to carry him every day. On this day, the 3 of them, as they were 5 years ago. All 3 were 12 years old. Their heights were quite average, all around 1.6 meters. The old man is really something. Why does he always make you the leader? I think I'm not bad either. Can't we take turns? This was the first mission for the 3 in 2 years. Just like the first time they did a mission. Deshiwan was still the leader. Gang Shou slammed a punch onto Zilayi's head with a smack. Originally fond of Zilayi, she had wanted to directly accept his pursuit and become his girlfriend. But on the day she was about to agree, she discovered Zilayi's weird habit. This guy actually liked peeping at others. This she could not tolerate. She was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Senju clan. Marrying Jiraiya would already be quite controversial. If Jiraiya's habit got out, it would make the Senju clan lose face completely. So she sternly told Jiraiya that if he didn't quit this bad habit, he could forget about being with her. And Jiraiya was somewhat hard to describe. At that moment, not only did he not hold Gang's show and whisper sweet nothings promising never to do it again. Instead, he went against the grain, talking all about art as if without peeping his life would lose its drive, motivation, and hope. So their relationship became like this. Neither wanted to give in. This was quite absurd. Deshiwan, watching the show from the side, saw it all clearly. Stop talking nonsense. If you were the leader, would you take us to peep at the bathhouse? Gangsho said fiercely. Obviously her resentment was deep. And Jiraiya, on the contrary, seemed to enjoy this feeling, constantly courting death, making Gangsho angry every day. His way of expressing love was a bit peculiar. Alright, do me a favor and stop arguing. The mission we've taken this time, though just a small B-rank mission, if we mess it up, then we'll be back to D-rank missions, pulling weeds, chasing chickens and dogs. Deshiwan said with slight anger, and the scene instantly quieted down. This made Deshiwan feel quite smug. The face fruit is indeed effective. If I could mess up a B-rank mission, then Jiraiya would never take on another mission again. Under Tsunade's expectant gaze and Orochimaru's stare, Jiraiya finally made his vow. TCH, I thought you'd swear off your bad habits. You watch all you want, but you never get real work done. If you'd handled that matter, we wouldn't be slogging through missions like this. Not that I care about ranking up, it's just a formality. Orochimaru said languidly, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Jiraiya understood instantly. The images of Baijia and other teachers he had once seen flashed through his mind. He was about to respond, acknowledging Orochimaru's implication, but his peripheral vision caught Tsunade's curious expression. He pretended to be clueless. If he actually said it out loud, both he and Orochimaru would surely be lightly tapped by Tsunade's 100-gene hammer. And then this mission would definitely fall through again. Seeing that the two had no intention of continuing, Tsunade's face showed a hint of disappointment. She felt it was rather dull. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Orochimaru had no interest in talking either. This mission's target is a little-known rogue ninja. For a few pieces of silver he turned traitor, and even set up a small base, brazenly arrogant. Our task is to eliminate that rogue ninja, and of course those lost sheep as well. Let them understand the fate of those who side with the traitor of Konoha. Orochimaru gave a passionate speech, trying to bamboozle his two companions. How dare he become a rogue ninja? Our Tsunade's grandfather, the wise founder of the great Konoha, would never tolerate such scum. I must teach him a proper lesson. Jiraiya chimed in without missing a beat. Tsunade the Tsunade that. Clearly he had almost mastered the art of flirting. Orochimaru looked at this version of Jiraiya with a sense of satisfaction. This feeling of manipulating others' minds was the most satisfying control. Though he knew Jiraiya was just playing along. None of them were simple, none were easy to deal with. Tsunade, watching Jiraiya's back, felt a sense of approval. It was clear how profound Jiraiya's skills were. What kind of being had written that flirting manual? Oh no, the sky looks like it's about to rain. We should find a place to take shelter. Orochimaru observed the rapidly changing weather and spoke softly. Why bother? Let's just call it a day and head to the sanctuary. We can regroup tomorrow. There's no shelter in this wilderness. As soon as Orochimaru finished, Jiraiya suggested. Tsunade's brow furrowed slightly. That annoying Jiraiya, such a perfect chance to be together, and he'd rather play with a bunch of animals than stay with her. Orochimaru silently gave a thumbs up. Good grief, Jiraiya, it's no wonder you'll be single forever. After all, a rainy night is full of poetry and romance. With the fine drizzle falling, two hearts beating in sync, this would bring them closer instantly. Fine, I think that's acceptable. Little animals are much cuter than Jiraiya anyway. Tsunade pouted slightly, speaking in a fit of pique. Orochimaru smiled faintly, looking at the young Tsunade. She was really quite adorable when she was sulking. All right, then, it's settled. With that, Orochimaru deftly formed hand seals. Jiraiya also began forming seals sluggishly. Tsunade glared fiercely at Jiraiya, her hands swiftly forming seals as well. But just as Orochimaru's figure vanished from the spot, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. His hand seals rushed over and grabbed Tsunade's hand. Tsunade, don't. After all the trouble to get rid of Orochimaru, you're not going to leave me alone in this terrifying wilderness, are you? Seeing Tsunade's puzzled expression, Jiraiya flashed a smug grin. Tsunade burst into laughter. You and your little schemes. She rolled her eyes at him and said with feigned annoyance. There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. It made Jiraiya's heart race. Let's build a small cabin nearby. The mountains are cold at night, and if we get caught in the rain we might catch a cold. Jiraiya said sheepishly, changing the subject. The silence was too much, he felt he might lose control. Okay, let's do it together. Tsunade was delighted, her eyes curving into crescents. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. You're so beautiful. Was what you said last time true? If I stopped doing those strange things, would you really be with me? Jiraiya's eyes darted everywhere, unable to meet Tsunade's gaze. Last time Orochimaru was there, and he was too proud, too concerned about his image. After all, a real man couldn't let Orochimaru see him as a joke. He was also afraid Tsunade might be joking. Like now. If she said even a single no or hesitated for more than 3 seconds, he would immediately laugh it off, saying he was joking or that he had fooled her. Jiraiya's heart was pounding with anxiety. His heart felt like a knot. After 2 seconds, Jiraiya's heart sank. Just as he was about to end the topic with a joke, Tsunade bit her lip. We can try to get along first. You used to be a good person in my heart, but ever since you came back from training at the sanctuary I feel you've become unreliable. And those strange habits are really hard to accept. So I'm sorry, let's wait a bit longer. At this moment Tsunade hesitated a little. It was too sudden. After all, just moments ago Jiraiya had been teasing her in front of Orochimaru. If they got together now, what would happen? She wanted to see tangible changes in Jiraiya. Although she did have feelings for him, she lacked a sense of security. Or perhaps she was being coy. In short, she wanted to wait and see. Or maybe she loved the reckless Jiraiya, not the one standing before her now. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya's affectionate expression immediately turned into a laugh. Ha ha, you fell for it. Did you really think I'd give up a whole forest for a flat-chested girl like you? Jiraiya burst into laughter, mocking Tsunade. He was afraid Tsunade would feel guilty for rejecting him. In his mind, a man could take a little hurt. He felt his affection for Tsunade growing. He silently cheered himself on. I like challenges. But suddenly he felt like having a drink. Then they began building the cabin, the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Tsunade kept her distance from Jiraiya, avoiding him. Jiraiya, using a kunai and chakra, furiously chopped at the trees. Suddenly he stopped. Maybe we should go to the sanctuary for the night. If Orochimaru comes back tomorrow and misunderstands, it might affect your reputation. Jiraiya put away the kunai, storing it in his mission pack. He scratched his white hair, flashing a cheerful grin, and spoke. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Tsunade felt a pang of sadness. Okay. They formed hand seals. Once again the place fell silent. Only the tree Jiraiya had cut down and the branches and leaves Tsunade had gathered remained. The next day, Orochimaru was summoned back via reverse summoning. He was somewhat puzzled by the traces left on the ground. But he didn't dwell on it. Just a felled tree, some branches and leaves. Orochimaru, you're here so early. Quite diligent, aren't you? Just as Orochimaru sat on a branch staring blankly into the distance, a disturbance arose below and a voice rang out. Orochimaru showed no intention of acknowledging it, his gaze not wavering in the slightest. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, shrugged, and said nothing more. Instead he tossed aside the wet, tangled pile of branches. Soon after, Tsunade also appeared on the ground. Let's go. Before Tsunade could speak, Orochimaru said coldly. In his spare time lately he had been replaying in his mind the data on cell classification. He had only memorized this data, not understood or mastered it. With limited talent he could only study it slowly. After all, those materials were like celestial texts when he was a student. Watching Orochimaru trudging ahead in silence, Jiraiya had no intention of speaking either. Tsunade also kept a distance behind Jiraiya. Getting too close would be somewhat awkward. At noon they didn't stop but ate their own dry rations separately. Sitting apart, the atmosphere was a bit delicate. Orochimaru naturally sensed this tension. But he paid it no mind. Now all he wanted was to grow stronger. He had no interest in anything else. Perhaps he was still affected by the blow from Xiao Bai yesterday. The group reached the mountain and looked down at the wooden huts below. That's the rogue ninja's hideout. Judging by the houses, there shouldn't be many people. Let's just go straight in and finish the job. Seeing the two waiting for him to speak, Orochimaru said. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Jiraiya charged forward without a second word, as if he wanted to vent his frustration through combat. Orochimaru followed closely behind. Tsunade, seeing her teammates so eager, also caught up. Boom! The explosive tag left by the rogue ninja as an alarm detonated. Someone must have accidentally triggered it. The three remained unfazed, closing in quickly. From the wooden hut emerged a man wearing a Konoha ninja headband with a single scratch mark. He looked at the three brats charging toward him. Behind him, one by one, his underlings armed with weapons stepped out of the huts. What have I done to deserve such attention from the village? Looking at the three kids, the man's eyes were cold as he spoke calmly, making no move to attack immediately. You betrayed the village, Orochimaru said flatly. Hey, it wasn't me who betrayed the village betrayed me. The man's face showed a hint of sorrow at Orochimaru's words. Enough talk. Time to die. Jiraiya waited no longer, his body surging with chakra as he charged forward. He intended to test the rogue ninja's skill. Seeing Jiraiya had already chosen his opponent, Orochimaru didn't compete for the same target. He drew the 2'8" Kusanagi sword from his back and charged toward the group of armed underlings. Tsunade watched her two teammates engage, but she didn't join in, her gaze fixed on Jiraiya with concern. She prepared to provide backup for them. The rogue ninja sneered as Jiraiya rushed toward him and hurled a handful of shuriken at Jiraiya. Swift and fierce, Jiraiya remained unmoved. He halted his advance. His hands formed a quick seal. His white hair instantly lengthened, forming a barrier that deflected the projectiles. His combat mantra now was brutality. Seeing the enemy stop throwing shuriken, he grabbed a handful from his ninja tool pouch. To avoid further interference, he hurled them at the rogue ninja. The rogue ninja drew a short sword from his back and shifted his stance lightly. He sidestepped a few paces to dodge the shuriken. Then with a burst of speed he rushed at Jiraiya. The short sword was coated with a blue chakra blade. It was a chakra weapon. Jiraiya watched the charging rogue ninja, his eyes fixed on the enemy as he drew closer. Without any hesitation he charged forward as well. The two clashed in close combat. Jiraiya used his left arm to block the enemy's wrist, then drove his right fist viciously toward the rogue ninja's heart. Seeing this aggressive style, the rogue ninja's bloodlust was aroused. He pulled his short sword back slightly, then angled it downward and thrust it toward Jiraiya's heart. His left fist guarded his upper body like a brawler. Facing such a ruthless heart stab, Jiraiya naturally wouldn't just take it. Leveraging his small stature, both a disadvantage and an advantage, he stomped on a pressure point in the enemy's leg, agilely dodged the short sword, grabbed the blocking arm, and performed a spiraling climb, ending up straddling the rogue ninja's neck. He extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand and aimed for the enemy's eyes. The rogue ninja was momentarily thrown off by this unexpected move. One moment the opponent was fighting with reckless abandon, the next he used his agility to pull this stunt. With a cry of pain, the rogue ninja, without waiting for Jiraiya's next move, immediately fell backward with all his might. He intended to smash Jiraiya against the gravel on the ground. Seeing this, Jiraiya prepared to jump away. But the rogue ninja grabbed his calf. His fall accelerated even more. Meanwhile, Orochimaru laid his long sword across his arm, wiping the blood with his sleeve. A dozen bodies lay on the ground, their throats slit. Still not fast enough. Still too slow, he recalled, weaving through the crowd, each strike taking a life. Orochimaru mused. Then he watched the rogue ninja falling backward with Jiraiya astride his neck. Orochimaru observed with interest, offering no help. Just as the rogue ninja's body was about to hit the ground, Jiraiya finally broke free. He retreated a few steps, turning a somersault to dissipate the momentum. The rogue ninja saw his underlings dead and realized that this single child was already a handful, with two more watching vigilantly. He stood still. He tilted his head back slightly, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Aren't you going to make your move? Don't forget, if I die, you'll get nothing. You're not dead yet. But you're pathetic, can't even handle a few kids." A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. Then 3 whooshing sounds rang out. 3 more figures appeared on the battlefield. They wore masks concealing their faces. Their voices too sounded strange and distorted, clearly altered deliberately. The opposing sides suddenly became numerous. The 3 of them gathered together, facing off. "Little ninjas of Konoha, you've heard what was said earlier. He has something we want. We need to save him. How about we each step back? I take him and you retreat. Let's prioritize harmony." The one standing at the front spoke softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone, making it impossible to discern how much of his words were true or false. But the three of them could clearly hear the sarcasm. Interesting. A cold sneer hung on Orochimaru's face. He gently licked his lips as if wanting to taste the opponent's blood. Kid, you're quite arrogant. I don't like your attitude. The weak should know their place. If you crawl between my legs now, I'll let you off. How about that? The masked ninja released a surge of powerful aura, pressing down on Orochimaru and his companions. Orochimaru's heart sank. The opponent's overwhelming pressure indicated he was a full-fledged jonin. Although Orochimaru had reached the peak of chunin, there was an insurmountable gap between him and a true jonin. Moreover, in this situation he couldn't fully unleash his strength. The identities of the two ninjas behind the opponent remained unknown. The situation suddenly became uncertain. Orochimaru's mind raced. He couldn't be sure if anyone was protecting them from behind. After some thought, he decided to rely on himself. Seeing the opponent still sizing them up like a cat playing with a mouse, he raised his hand, bit it, and chakra began to flow. With a slight movement, he completed the simple hand seals for the summoning technique. Come out, big white! Orochimaru shouted, slamming his right hand heavily onto the ground. A thick cloud of smoke billowed. Orochimaru crossed his arms and stood on Xiao Bai, looking down at the people below with his vertical pupils. Xiao Bai's appearance had drastically changed. The two small bumps on its head had grown into a pair of small horns. Its body length reached at least 80 meters with a width of at least 2 or 3 meters. When it arched its body, it stood at least 7 or 8 meters high. Except for Jiraiya and Tsunade, everyone present was stunned by Orochimaru's move. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya had never seen Orochimaru summon, their own summons were similarly massive, so they weren't overly surprised. The opposing side, having only heard of the size of tailed beasts, had never seen such a colossal summon. Little snake, why did you call big brother out? Xiao Bai glanced at the people below, and then spoke to Orochimaru, a bit cocky. Xiao Bai, there's a jonin, a chunin, and 2 unknown ones below. Can you handle them? Hearing Xiao Bai's arrogant tone, Orochimaru stopped calling it Big White and simply called it Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai got too cocky next time, he would have Big Sister Snake teach it a lesson. Xiao Bai seemed to recall something and dared not brag anymore. While Orochimaru and Xiao Bai were conversing, Tsunade and Jiraiya also bit their thumbs and began forming the hand seals for the summoning technique. Shortly after, 2 more clouds of smoke rose. Bam! Bam! A toad slightly smaller than Xiao Bai appeared, immediately starting to blabber. Jiraiya, why did you call me out? Damn a snake! Toad Bunta was so startled he almost retreated back to the summoning realm. If it were a smaller snake or one of equal size, he wouldn't be afraid. He was brave. But encountering a larger white snake made him nervous. Bunta, that's an ally. The enemy is the little one below. Jiraiya, noticing Bunta's sudden shift from arrogance to fear, pointed downward. If he didn't speak, this unreliable cross-eyed toad might scare itself back. Tsunade-sama. Orochimaru, is that summoned toad food? It looks delicious. Xiao Bai, forgetting Orochimaru's question, stared at the muscle on the toad, thinking it would be chewy, and drooled slightly. That's an ally, Orochimaru said irritably. The 3 had finished their preparations in about 20 seconds. The opposing side, seeing Orochimaru's pet and his cold vertical gaze fixed on them, dared not move. Even while the 3 colossal beings were chatting upon arrival. So how do we fight? Xiao Bai asked, noticing the chakra gathering on the opponent. How should I know what you're capable of? Just do whatever you want, Orochimaru replied irritably. Jiraiya stood majestically on the giant toad. The giant toad spat out a stream of aged oil. Jiraiya used a clumsy fire release, making the technique work effectively. A pillar of fire shot toward the ninjas on the ground like a flamethrower. When the oil landed, the true terror of the technique was revealed. Tsunade, as usual, provided support. Most of the techniques she knew were medical ninjutsu. She didn't like fighting. Her tiny fists, when striking a person, would cause them to explode. Especially with her beloved nearby, she couldn't be unladylike, violent, or bloody. Seeing the opponent launch such a large-scale technique, the masked man felt uneasy. He had thought the giant beasts would engage in close combat, especially since the toad carried a large sword. He never expected such an underhanded move. The jonin made a gesture, and the other 2, along with the Konoha trader, spread out slightly. The jonin quickly formed hand seals, his eyes fixed on the approaching technique like molten lava. The heat left him drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. His chakra surged and a massive wave appeared behind him attempting to counter the technique with water. Sizzle! Water and fire collided producing a harsh sound. The water surface began to burn. Whether it was due to the high temperature igniting the water or Bunta's oil acting like gasoline. The masked jonin hid beneath the water enduring the heat. After a moment Bunta stopped spewing oil. Given its massive mouth it had sprayed like a fountain and couldn't store much. Seeing that his ferocious technique hadn't eliminated the opponent, Jiraiya's eyes showed disappointment. The flames gradually died down. The jonin crawled out of the water gasping for breath on the surface. He felt a surge of relief that the fire technique had stopped. Otherwise the water several meters high would have been boiled. Slug! No! But before he could catch his breath Tsunade's voice rang out. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The slug responded softly like a shy girl, spitting a large amount of sticky acid toward the jonin below. This liquid was highly corrosive. Just as the acid was about to land on the exhausted jonin, a large earthen wall rose to encase the masked ninja. The acid quickly corroded a large hole in the earthen wall, but it didn't reach the jonin. The earthen wall continued to grow. Xiaobai watched the two slightly smaller toads, and the slug observing their combat style of spitting. Xiaobai fell into thought. Seeing Xiaobai's contemplation, Orochimaru also fell into thought. Xiaobai, hurry up and attack! What are you waiting for? A moment later, Orochimaru saw that the masked jonin had already recovered his breath. Orochimaru urged. Ah, well then I'll go, Xiaobai said, feeling a bit creeped out. After hearing this, Orochimaru felt a surge of anticipation. After all, in the original story the purple snake didn't seem that impressive. Then I'll go, but do I have to do it personally? Xiaobai swam forward a bit, his vertical pupils looking at the water below filled with sticky acid and the disgusting thing stained with toad oil. He asked again with some disdain. Just go however you want. Seeing Xiaobai's cowardly manner, Orochimaru said irritably. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. Then he let out a loud shout. Hey! You little thief, take my move, Super Rasengan! Xiaobai said. His snake mouth slightly opened, forming a vortex around it, and the energy within his body was channeled into it. Orochimaru saw Xiaobai's posture, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. What is Rasengan? It sounds familiar, Orochimaru complained inwardly. However, a moment later, as Xiaobai's body surged with powerful sage chakra, Orochimaru was dumbfounded. He saw a golden giant Rasengan appear in Xiaobai's mouth. Only then did he understand what Xiaobai meant by Super Rasengan. What was that thing? Isn't this the Super Rasengan enhanced with Sage Art, also known as the Giant Rasengan, a move more powerful and destructive than the ordinary Giant Rasengan? Xiaobai had been soaking in the pond while he was next to him, or bathing together. He had secretly learned the Rasengan while training. This was ridiculously absurd. Not only did he steal the technique, but he used it even better than Orochimaru. That was just nuts. Just as Orochimaru was silently adding chakra to his feet, afraid of being thrown off by Xiaobai and thinking Xiaobai would dash forward quickly to smash the Super Rasengan into the enemy, Orochimaru's eyes widened as he watched Xiaobai compress the Super Rasengan into a smaller size, then suck it into his mouth and swallow it. Orochimaru was stunned, but a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He kept thinking, why did this move look familiar? Xiaobai seemed to have a backup as he swung his huge head down, aiming at the jonin. Opening his mouth, he shot out a golden laser cannon several meters thick. Orochimaru's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Not using his body, not spitting venom, that was fine. But secretly learning his Rasengan. And even if he did steal the Rasengan, that was tolerable. And he even used it several levels better than him. Just as Orochimaru thought, Xiaobai would charge with the Super Rasengan Ba. When the giant Rasengan was about to crash into the enemy, an even larger giant Rasengan appeared, then got compressed again and was swallowed by Xiaobai. Just as Orochimaru thought, Xiaobai was going to commit suicide. A thick laser cannon shot out from Xiaobai's mouth. Isn't that exactly one of the ways the Ninetales fires a tailed beast ball? Does he have to show off like this? Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit exhausted. Could it be that Xiaobai is the real protagonist? And Orochimaru wasn't the only one stunned. The jonin, seeing Xiaobai use such a powerful jutsu, felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to use his strongest defensive technique, Xiaobai's move of swallowing it completely confused him. Just as he was wondering if this big white snake was going to fart to attack him. The big white snake lowered its head, aimed at him, and opened its mouth. Then his pupils only saw a flash of golden light. Then his consciousness perished. On the ground appeared a large gap dozens of meters deep and several meters wide. The other two masked men stood dumbfounded. Then they snapped out of it. They drew their swords and directly killed the Konoha traitor, then turned and ran. What a game. The strongest jonin among them was dead. Why would they stay here to be buried with him? They killed the traitor to prevent him from leaking their information. Xiaobai smacked his lips. This move wasn't complete yet. It's just that the water was too dirty and I really didn't want to go over there, so I used this incomplete technique. Little snake, the enemy is taken care of. I'll be going now, Xiaobai said, barely able to close his mouth. Just as Orochimaru was still stunned and wanted to ask Xiaobai when he had stolen his Rasengan, Xiaobai left a few words and slipped away. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. That Xiaobai could use sage art didn't surprise him. Even if they used sage art, it was all to enhance their physical strength. Animals themselves don't have hands and cannot release ninjutsu. Now Xiaobai had stolen his seal-less ninjutsu, and his equipment had been upgraded. After all, the subsequent stages of the Rasengan all required sage art to neutralize, such as the Rasen Shuriken to throw, and the giant Rasengan, all products of sage art. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru standing on the ground with a defeated expression. He had originally wanted to spar with Orochimaru, but seeing Orochimaru's summoning beast made his own look foolish. Tsunade, on the other hand, looked at Orochimaru with some admiration. After all, in this world the strong are revered, and at their age it was normal to have some admiration for the powerful. The sound of two summoning beasts returning brought Orochimaru back to his senses. Unknowingly, Xiaobai had become so strong. Should he quickly learn sage art, and then start learning the luxurious version of sage art? Seeing Xiaobai's laser cannon move made him green with envy. This was what a man should play with. Such destructive power, such cool moves, such graceful actions. He decided to go to the sacred land when he returned. He would teach Xiaobai the theories of other Rasengan variations, let this intelligent snake learn them, and then have him teach them back. Thinking of this, Orochimaru praised his own cleverness in his heart. Now Xiaobai was like a celestial being in his eyes. He was also a trustworthy snake. Orochimaru, what about your summoning beast? Jiraiya looked at the dazed Orochimaru. He asked weakly. He wanted to ask, since they were both summoning beasts, why was Orochimaru's so outstanding? Tsunade, on the other hand, didn't feel much. She thought her slug was also good, very practical. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru stopped his thoughts. Usually just bathe with a talk about life ideals and teach it some principles of being a snake. Then it will train diligently, practice, and it will be fine. It's already 5 years old, still needs more guidance. That last move was sloppy. Orochimaru rarely spoke so much. After all, Xiaobai was hatched by him like his own child. Now that the child had achieved something, it brought him face in front of his friends. A little praise and a little criticism, that wasn't too much, was it? Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt pleased. The coldness on his face melted away a lot. He guessed that Xiaobai was afraid that he would ask why he stole his jutsu and lose face in front of other animals, so he slipped away so quickly. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt like laughing. He wasn't someone from the ninja world who took ninjutsu so seriously and conservatively. As long as Xiaobai wanted to learn, as long as he knew it, as long as he had it. What couldn't be done? This mission was so fraught with twists and turns, I'm exhausted. How about we go soak in a hot spring together? Zilai proposed excitedly along the way. Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond. He instantly understood Zilai's little scheme. Gang Ho shot Zilai a glare. She said nothing, appearing somewhat reserved. Seeing no response from the other two, Zilai had no choice but to shut his mouth and continue on the vision of a mixed-gender hot spring fading away fruitlessly. Welcome back. Looking at his three spirited disciples, Yuanfei smiled gently and spoke. Then Zilai launched into a rapid recount of the mission's difficulties, urging Yuanfei Risen to raise the mission's difficulty level. Yuanfei Risen refused without a second thought. It was just their word against nothing. There was no credibility, not even a witness. How could he justify raising the difficulty? Dashuan, wait a moment. I need to talk to you. After speaking just as the three were about to leave, Yuanfei Risen called out. Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Yuan asked in confusion. The third Hokage did not reply, instead calmly retrieving a scroll from his drawer. This is a storage scroll containing what you desire. If you have any needs, you can always speak to me, or if you encounter difficulties, you can consult with me. Don't make rash decisions alone. Yuanfei Risen handed the scroll to Dashuan, speaking with earnest sincerity. Understood, teacher. Dashuan slowly walked out of the office. A tiny snake slithered out from his pant leg and found a hiding spot, an ordinary snake, the kind you see everywhere. Dashuan made the snake his eyes. He was about to make a move on the scroll of seals. Slowly increasing his strength, he could no longer afford to wait. Especially techniques like impure world reincarnation, the sooner he learned them the better. Then he could find opportunities to perfect them. Though he didn't know if he had the talent, he would take it first anyway. Who would ever complain about having too many jutsu? Moreover, he was genuinely curious about this technique as it involved life and death. He was already 12. Soon he would be 20, then 30, and then he would be old. He had to hurry. He needed to seize the time to study these things. If all else failed, developing the living corpse reincarnation technique would be a backup plan. Now he felt less and less inclined to stay in Konoha. He wanted to go out and play freely, not just leave the village on missions. The countless lights of the village were not his home, the abyss ahead was the path he must tread. He had long been mentally prepared. Even this convenient teacher allowed him to conduct experiments. This only made Dashuan feel he couldn't see through Yuanfei Risen. Thus he grew more vigilant. After all, Yuanfei not following the original script made him uneasy. And it introduced many uncertainties. A few days later, Tuanzang appeared at Dashuan's home. Dashuan, why haven't you been to the lab? Could it be that the equipment I provided is no longer sufficient for your needs? Tuanzang said softly. Dashuan poured a cup of water for him and sat opposite. I ruined the Sharingan and there's nothing interesting left to study. It felt pointless, so I stopped going. Dashuan replied calmly, showing no deference to Tuanzang. He felt his wings were growing strong, and he had the sacred land as a fallback. At worst, he could hole up in the sacred land, eat well every day, and emerge only when he was invincible. Tuanzang was slightly taken aback by Dashuan's words. I thought it was something serious. What a coincidence. I happened to find another pair of Sharingan a few days ago. And this one has 2 tomo. Tuanzang chuckled lightly and spoke. Who knew what kind of family he had that he could just pick up Sharingan while walking? The Uchiha hadn't even noticed, or perhaps these Sharingan were leaked from within the clan. After all, they had no use for such worthless Sharingan. They only retrieved them to prevent others from analyzing their power and lock them away. Of course, it was also normal for some people coerced or bribed to sneak out a pair or 2. Not everyone had such a strong sense of clan honor. I'm not interested in the Sharingan anymore. No matter how I study it, I can't find anything new. It's pointless. If anyone could have figured it out, they would have done so long before us. Dashuan took a sip of tea and said softly. His thumb rubbed against the cup's rim, his vertical pupils never once looking at Tuanzang. He already had a Sharingan, albeit a low-level one that seemed unupgradable, but now was not the time to study it. Our little genius, are you backing down? Tuanzang's tone carried a hint of mockery. He tried to provoke the young Dashuan, aiming to rope him into his schemes. MM can't figure it out, so I'll stop. Sometimes stopping is progress compared to heading in the wrong direction. Dashuan rested his hands on the table, replying calmly. Tuanzang was not a good person, and he didn't want too much contact with him. Unless. A few days ago we found a piece of meat. I don't know what kind, but its cells were extremely active. Even though it was dead tissue, it retained excellent vitality. The key point is that after a scholar studied it, he discovered this piece of meat had been separated from its body for over a decade. What secrets do you think it holds? After speaking, Tuanzang lifted his cup, felt the bottom, and took a slow sip. Then he stood up as if preparing to leave. The bait had been cast. Dashuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He didn't follow, only watched Tuanzang's retreating figure, lost in thought. A moment later, in the Hokage's office, Teacher Tuanzang came to see me earlier. He tried to lure me into his schemes. I suspect he has tampered with the first Hokage's remains. Dashuan sneered inwardly. He repeated Tuanzang's words to Yuanfei Risen. Playing games with Tuanzang would yield him nothing. It was better to call the cops directly. In other words, tell the teacher. Let's see what Yuanfei says. If Yuanfei agrees, the fact that he came specially to report to prevent himself from colluding with Tuanzang would surely prompt his teacher to find a way to get him a piece. If he couldn't get it, then tomorrow this news would reach Gansho's ears. If he couldn't have it, neither would Tuanzang. The remains wouldn't be burned anyway, at worst it would be a bit harder to obtain later. He wasn't the Dashuan from the original story. Why bother playing games with Tuanzang? Just call the police, have him arrested, and see if Yuanfei Risen would be kind enough to confiscate the evidence. That would be perfect. Then everything would fall into his hands. Why share with them? He wanted it all. As for being targeted by Tuanzang, he wasn't afraid at all now. Even if Yuanfei Risen turned against him, he was confident he could escape. Then he could hide in the sacred land. With Baishi Xian in there first, they might not even find the place. Second, even if they found it, would they dare to attack? And even if they did, Yuan estimated that in the current ninja world, aside from the aged Madara with the Rinnegan Ishiki lurking somewhere, and the sealed Kagaya, few could match the White Snake Sage. Moreover, they wouldn't go to such great lengths for a mere Yuan. Sarutobi, what do you want from me? In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk puffing on his pipe. As soon as Danzo entered, he started blabbering. Call me Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even glance at Danzo. He said calmly. Danzo was taken aback, his heart sinking slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone made him uneasy. He still didn't know about Orochimaru's misdeeds. Because recently he had been cooperating closely with Orochimaru, and had drawn him into his schemes. Therefore he hadn't sent any subordinates to monitor Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's master was the Hokage, and there might be ANBU watching in secret. He wished Sarutobi Hiruzen would misunderstand that Orochimaru was connected to him, which would also strike at Sarutobi and leave him helpless. If he sent someone to monitor, wouldn't Sarutobi then know that his relationship with Orochimaru wasn't good? Hokage, what do you want with me? Danzo said without changing expression, decisively bending to the situation. If Sarutobi was so spineless now, he himself couldn't be much better. At least for now, he still needed Sarutobi's support and mutual assistance. Otherwise it would be very difficult for him to keep finding things in Konoha. Danzo, do you still have any respect for me or for our teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his legs, turned around, and looked at Danzo. His tiger-like eyes radiated anger without intimidation, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing this side of the usually good-natured Sarutobi, Danzo muttered inwardly. This is serious. Sarutobi. Hokage, what exactly is the matter? Just tell me. We are old comrades, I will surely support you fully, and I have always respected our teacher. Danzo's heart was calm. He knew Sarutobi well, suspicious, easily swayed, indecisive, putting on a good-natured facade while actually playing the wolf in sheep's clothing, and his favorite tactic was the art of balance. Sarutobi still needed him now, so even if his deeds were discovered, Sarutobi wouldn't do anything to him. After all, he was Sarutobi's right-hand man. Sarutobi heard this, but contrary to Danzo's expectation that his expression would soften, Sarutobi's face instantly flushed red. You dare to mention our teacher? He never had a damned student like you. Sarutobi was furious, his face red with anger. At the slightest disagreement, he looked ready to throw a punch. Danzo's heart tightened. Sarutobi was no pushover, his 5-element ninjutsu made him like a mobile artillery platform. Danzo couldn't withstand that. Calm down, there must be some misunderstanding. How can you say that about me? We've been through life and death many times, and our teacher even sacrificed himself to cover our escape. How could I ever forget? I often dream of our teacher. He even asked me if I was properly assisting you as Hokage. Danzo emphasized the last sentence heavily, wanting Sarutobi Hiruzen to realize how important he was to him now. Hearing this, Sarutobi indeed calmed down. After all, he had few people to rely on now, and the power Danzo had secretly developed was an indispensable force for him. He wasn't moved by Danzo's words, he simply thought of Danzo's usefulness. You still dare to mention our teacher? You said you wanted to restart the research lab. Fine, I agreed. What about the Uchiha's eyes? What about the first Hokage, our teacher's brother? Sarutobi's voice lowered, as if afraid of eavesdroppers, since this matter was not meant to be known. Now Danzo was tied to him. If Danzo were caught, he wouldn't benefit, and others would think he ordered the evil deeds. How frustrating. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Danzo's eyes blazed with killing intent, but he quickly lowered his head, suppressing the murderous aura. He never imagined this matter would be exposed. His mind began to connect the people who knew about this. Images of his subordinates appeared one by one. Finally, Orochimaru's face emerged in his thoughts. But one thing he couldn't figure out: what he had told Orochimaru was all vague, so how did Orochimaru know? It was the body of Hashirama Senju. In the end, he could only attribute it all to Orochimaru being a genius. As for why he didn't suspect his own subordinates. Because ever since he captured Hashirama's own son and to keep the secret tearfully killed his trusted subordinate, he realized that if he kept killing like this, no number of subordinates would be enough. Therefore he developed the sealing technique. Calamity of the tongue. He placed it on all his subordinates' tongues. Whenever they spoke of something that needed to be kept secret, the tongue would be detonated by the curse mark, burning the brain. Thus that hidden danger was no longer a problem. And precisely because of this, Orochimaru directly entered Danzo's sight as the prime suspect. Having figured out the reason, Danzo's expression turned somewhat bewildered. Hokage, I don't know what you're talking about. Danzo began to play dumb. After all, Sarutobi's wings weren't fully grown yet, and wouldn't dare to break with him now. Seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi understood everything. Just as Danzo knew him, he knew Danzo too well. Danzo was a thoroughly evil man, ruthless and unscrupulous in achieving his goals. And he never spoke a single true word, pretending ignorance while knowing full well. I won't waste words with you. Do you think everything you did was so secret that no one knows? I'll give you half a day. I want to see the first Hokage's body, intact. Understand? Otherwise, you know what kind of person I am. Don't try any tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, resolutely. He was tired of playing games with a fool like Danzo. Right now his greatest ally was the Senju clan. If he offended them, he would eventually be crushed. For Danzo to dare to lay hands on Hashirama Senju's body at such a critical moment was incredibly audacious. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart hardened. These families that trampled on him, he would eliminate them all sooner or later and completely control Konoha. He would carry out his will of fire to the end. Now any plans or schemes he wanted to implement could not proceed. These powerful clans, afraid of affecting their interests, had become the biggest obstacles. They were extremely self-righteous and lacked any foresight. Even though he had long secretly won over many small and medium clans and the Hyuga clan remained ambiguous and neutral, he was still no match for them. Oh, Danzo responded upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, sneering inwardly. Intact. That was impossible. After all, rats had gnawed away so much of the corpse, it definitely wasn't him, Danzo. He would just bluff, keep a part for himself, and avoid a fallout with Sarutobi for now. As for Orochimaru, he had earned Danzo's grudge. After Tuanzang left, Yunfei Risen sat in his office with a gloomy expression. To be honest, he had long known about Tuanzang's body snatching. He had originally intended to turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. In essence, if he claimed ignorance of what happened in the village, that would be a lie. After all, the village was such a small place. If he lacked even that level of control, how could he be the village chief? Wouldn't he be inferior to the daimyo of the secular world? Unfortunately, his disciple De Shiwan was too enthusiastic, and rarely did something proper. He reported the villain Tuanzang. If he still pretended not to know, he would be in a dilemma. As for what happened in the Hokage's office, he naturally did not know. If he knew, he would have to look at Yunfei Risen and Jitsun Tuanzang with new eyes. He had still underestimated the two schemers. Of course, mainly because Yunfei Risen had been quite good to him, so he thought that the current Yunfei Risen had not yet become the old man with declining strength and diminished courage. De Shiwan, I have underestimated you. In a pitch-black room, Tuanzang murmured softly. If De Shiwan saw this scene, he would probably complain. Staying in such a dark place every day, it would be strange if his mind didn't turn dark. You want to learn medical ninjutsu? In the evening, De Shiwan found Gangsho. He explained his intention. Medical ninjutsu was a good thing, an essential skill for experiments, or for robbing and stealing. It would be even better if he could get his hands on the Yin seal. Yes, I think medical ninjutsu is quite powerful and practical. A fake smile hung on the corner of De Shiwan's mouth as he said softly. In our team, it's enough that I learn medical ninjutsu. Don't worry, if you get hurt, I will definitely save you. Gangsho replied softly. She didn't understand what De Shiwan was up to. Seeing Gangsho say this, De Shiwan understood. Without saying more, he took his leave. He guessed that Gangsho was busy with child-rearing and other matters, too occupied to spare time. Moreover, they were on the same team, there was no need for both to know medical ninjutsu. But in the future it might not be the case. De Shiwan walked out of the Senju clan, shook his head with a smile, and thought to himself. He planned to go to the hospital tomorrow. If it weren't for that Thunder Emperor, that made his hair stand on end, he wouldn't have wanted to come find Gangsho at all. What did that interesting companion of yours want from you? Closing the quote, Yunshi walked out from the house and looked at the dazed Gangsho, saying softly, Nothing much. He wanted to learn medical ninjutsu from me, but I said one sentence and he left. Gangsho murmured, appearing somewhat confused. Yunshi's pupils slightly contracted. Then she looked at Gangsho and said, There's something I don't know if I should say. Gangsho rolled her eyes at Yunshi. If you don't know whether to say it, then don't. In front of me you still play this should I say it or not game. Gangsho said irritably. This companion of yours Deshiwan is not simple. When you're with him be more careful, or you might lose your life without knowing when. Yunshi said softly, her voice somewhat cold. Huh? What do you mean? What are you thinking? We're comrades. After saying this, Gangsho looked at Yunshi with beautiful eyes full of surprise, never expecting Yunshi to say such a thing. Don't be naive. When he looks at you there's no emotion at all, not like someone with comradely feelings. And he's learning medical ninjutsu probably for research and vivisection. For those of us who like research, we are interested in interesting physiques and bloodlines. Don't tell me he's learning medical ninjutsu for treatment. With you a healer around, why would he need treatment? Yunshi said softly, pondering the unusual aspects. I'm just kidding. Don't overthink it. Just be more careful from now on. Seeing Gangsho lost in thought, Yunshi chuckled lightly and dropped the topic. Oh, Gangsho replied absent-mindedly. Regarding Deshiwan she felt a sense of contradiction. Born a commoner yet astonishingly talented. Even she, the princess of the Senju clan, seemed somewhat dim in comparison. Then she shook her head and cast the matter aside. So annoying. Today I want to eat the dishes you cook. I'm so upset. Gangsho rubbed her stomach, chased after Yunshi, hugged her from behind, and said, with a hint of coquettishness, Alas, little white, I didn't learn medical ninjutsu, so you'll have to work hard for a while. At Deshiwan's home. Deshiwan sat by the table, his elbows resting on it, his slender fingers half clenched, supporting his cheeks on both sides. In front of him was a small wooden cage. Inside the cage was a white mouse that was physically disabled but strong-willed. The white mouse lay weakly in the cage. It seemed about to give out. So Deshiwan gave the white mouse a humble name, Little White, hoping it would hold on. In the dead of night, Little White finally couldn't hold on and passed away. Deshiwan dug a hole in the small yard and buried Little White in this autumn. As he buried it, he thought of Little White's greatness. So he placed a few flower seeds on the grave. Let it turn into spring mud to better nourish the flowers, fulfilling Little White's greatness. If Little White could speak, would it be moved to tears? Alas, this child Deshiwan still has a kind heart. He is so sad over a mouse dying in research and personally buried it. Yuanfei, risen feeling a bit bored, was looking around with his crystal ball. He happened to see Deshiwan's white mouse die. He watched until Deshiwan gently gave the mouse a lavish burial. He was quite moved. Then the scene shifted. He looked towards the steamy bathhouse, fearing a fire there. Seeing scenes of surging waves, Yuanfei Risen's old face flushed. Alas, too ferocious. But I am the Hokage, these are all my people. Then, as if thinking of something, the crystal ball's view shifted to an open space. Moments later the ground slowly moved apart to both sides, revealing a flight of steps. A masked figure walked out from inside. Soon after, Yuanfei Risen heard a knock on the door. Where is Tuanzong? Why isn't he coming? Yuanfei Risen watched as the man from the crystal ball appeared before him. Lord Tuanzong said he has no face to see you, so he did not come. He had me deliver the item. The man knelt on the ground, head bowed, speaking softly. Take it out and let me see. Yuanfei Risen said softly. Lord Hokage, should I open it here? The ninja was somewhat puzzled. If not here, then where? Should I take it to my home? Konoha Hospital. Don't hold me back. This man has lapsed into senile dementia. A bolt of lightning to the skull will cure him for sure. You, his family, trust me. I'm an expert. I'm a professional. Ow! Who kicked me? Then came a chaotic scramble. A man lay on the ground. As it happened, he was none other than Sangjing Tianliang, the genius doctor who had once tried to strike Orochimaru with lightning. Orochimaru's slit pupils gave the man a subtle glance, then he slipped away without a sound. That big shot was someone he couldn't afford to offend, simply a show-off sent from the heavens. Sangjing Tianliang brushed the sand and footprints off his clothes. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Ignorant mortals! No one understands my divine move. I even had the electricity ready. What poison should I use? This is the technique I attained, one that transcends the divine book. A figure appeared in Sangjing Tianliang's mind. It was the young adorable Orochimaru. Ugh, the simplest healing technique is stuck right here. What a pain! He left the hospital. Orochimaru looked at the empty streets. The autumn sun was no longer as scorching as it used to be. The courage he had barely managed to muster scattered in an instant when he saw that unconscionable Sangjing Tianliang. He was puzzled. How could such an unreliable brain specialist still have a job? After thinking it over, he set the matter aside for now. Banishing the thought, Orochimaru began wandering around Konoha. With a skewer of dango in his left hand, Orochimaru wandered around, his small mouth stuffed and bulging. He looked here and there. After a while he found nothing interesting. Sleeping would have been more interesting. So he turned around and headed home. Orochimaru, Lord Danzo is looking for you. The road home was somewhat deserted. A masked ninja appeared behind Orochimaru. An icy voice reached Orochimaru's ears. I won't see him. If he wants to see me, he can come himself. The smile that always hung on Orochimaru's lips vanished. Without even turning his head, he said indifferently. The ninja behind him was not worth his attention. Orochimaru's words left the ninja dumbfounded. Danzo had told him to bring Orochimaru back but hadn't said what to do if Orochimaru refused. What was he supposed to do now? It stumped him completely, leaving him caught in a dilemma. All the ninja could do was watch helplessly as Orochimaru swaggered away. Back in his room, Orochimaru remembered that he still hadn't gone to greet Little White. Now that was a veritable big shot worth latching onto. Yo, little Orochimaru. Finally willing to come see your big sister. As soon as Orochimaru arrived at Ryuchi Cave, a sweet voice reached his ears. It really was quite sweet, if you ignored that colossal body. When Orochimaru reached the dragon transformation pool, he said, Little White, what are you doing? Why aren't you out playing? He saw Little White inside splashing water happily. Orochimaru said softly. Little White shot him an annoyed glance, then turned away and continued playing in the water. At the sight of her, Orochimaru felt a brief start in his heart. It suddenly occurred to him that the Raisin Shuriken required wind-natured chakra and an understanding of chakra nature transformation. No matter how he looked at it, Little White could never produce a Raisin Shuriken. With that thought, he gave up the idea. After some consideration, he began today's chakra extraction and sage mode training. The scenery here was beautiful, a perfect place to train. Yo, Sakumo. Training too. The feeling of youth is wonderful. Just as Sakumo Hatake was practicing his swordplay, a man with a bowl cut approached on his hands, talking as he came closer. White sword light flickered in Sakumo Hatake's eyes, then vanished without a trace. He slid the short sword back into the sheath on his back. Turning around, he saw a pair of feet. Ya might do way. Sakumo responded softly. Compared with the ice-cold way he spoke to other people, his voice now carried a few extra degrees of warmth. Might Dewey flipped lightly over and stood up. He wore a green jumpsuit and had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a look that was hard to describe. Have you mastered your ultimate move yet? Want to fight? Sakumo looked at the man's powerful physique and said with some interest. Sparring. Sure. If it were that easy to master, it wouldn't deserve to be called an ultimate move. Training alone, you're bound to stumble onto some detours. Might Dewey raised his thumb and flashed his white teeth. Oh, then keep working hard. Hearing that the ultimate move the other man kept talking about still wasn't complete, Sakumo said this without interest. Others didn't believe Might Dewey's words. He did. After all, Might Dewey was the hardest working person he had ever seen. At Sakumo's words, Dewey was dumbfounded. He had already untied the bandages on his hands, just about to put Sakumo, the genius who had already reached Jonin at such a young age, to the test. You're not wrong. I still have a mission. See you later. Sakumo saw the dazed expression on Dewey's face. Sakumo smiled, coldly, but it was a smile after all. Dewey finally came back to his senses. There was no longer any trace of Sakumo where he had stood. Man! I mean man! How many times has it been? You get me all hyped up and then just take off. After a long while. Dewey scratched his head and said at a loss for words. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiraiya slammed his fist hard into a tree. A moment ago he had been sitting alone in an empty field researching ninjutsu. He wanted to create a technique more powerful than Orochimaru's little sphere. But after sitting for ages he had no ideas at all. That was enough to make anyone more or less depressed. Right, Sage Mode. Once I master Sage Mode, I'll definitely be able to beat Orochimaru. Ha! Just you wait, prepare for this genius's counterattack. His gloomy expression instantly turned into a brilliant smile. He was incredibly laid back. But he forgot that he simply couldn't calm his mind. That was why in the original story he had never managed to enter Sage Mode on his own. And one more thing. He forgot that Orochimaru was also training in Sage Mode. It could be said that even if he succeeded, he would at best only cancel out his current disadvantage. If he failed, the gap would be pulled open even wider. In truth, they didn't know how powerful Sage Mode was. So they didn't take it seriously. They trained only in fits and starts. Orochimaru, however, knew exactly how formidable Sage Mode was, and that was why he trained at it with such persistence. Jiraiya would later experience Sage Mode's power for himself, but he was inherently someone who could not sit still, and as he grew older his bad habits only multiplied. If it weren't for Gamamaru's prophecy, that the child of destiny who would transform the shinobi world was his disciple, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima would certainly not have helped him that much. But there are not many what-ifs in this world. Some people are simply blessed by the heavens. Night. A small snake crawled along the wall of the Hokage's office. Whoosh! A kunai appeared. The small snake was pinned to the wall. Orochimaru opened his eyes. His slit pupils stared into the distance. That was the direction of the Hokage's office. Master, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. I've realized that life is so fragile. I wish to become a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying. The next day Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage's office. His words were nothing but fabrication. Hiruzen was slightly taken aback by Orochimaru's request, uncertain of what game he was playing. My disciple, you must understand that biting off more than you can chew is unwise. Moreover, as a powerful ninja you can protect the village in other ways, safeguarding many people. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke softly, his face crinkling like a chrysanthemum in a smile. Orochimaru's smile faltered, bewildered as to why learning such a simple medical technique was proving so difficult. In the adult world, a lack of enthusiastic consent is a form of refusal. As Orochimaru left the office, Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with a profound depth. Then a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. Brother Orochimaru, why are your eyes so beautiful? A little tyke with short hair was held somewhat impatiently in Orochimaru's arms. The little one was Nawaki. Orochimaru felt puzzled. Despite having a different soul, he still inexplicably attracted children. At this thought, a sinister idea crept into his mind. That was to form an organization leveraging his innate charm to draw in little brats. Sasuke, of course, was the exception. That disciple who betrayed his master, and whose defeat at his brother's hands was inevitable. If only he could lure his brother away instead, along with Shisui, a 2-for-1 deal. With that thought, Orochimaru devised several plans. One was to get in touch with those little brats as early as possible. Another was to grow stronger quickly so that he could persuade them through virtue. It's just natural. Why don't you go play with your sister instead of always coming to me? Orochimaru said softly, patting the little cutie. I don't like playing with my sister. She always makes me play dice with her. The little boy pouted. Venting his discontent, Orochimaru's forehead creased with exasperation. This Tsunade was being utterly inhuman. Just as he thought of Tsunade, a graceful figure appeared before him. Yellow hair, plain yet high-quality clothing, unfortunately no cleavage. Nawaki, I told you not to speak ill of others in public. You promised me. Tsunade frowned slightly and spoke softly. Hearing her crisp voice, Nawaki shuddered, slowly turning his head back, then quickly buried his face in Orochimaru's arms. This is an illusion. I must have fallen into that bastard Fugaku Uchiha's genjutsu, he muttered. Tsunade's pretty face twitched. She pressed her thumb against her index finger, bent it, and then delivered a sharp rap to Nawaki's little head. Ah, damn it! Nawaki shivered. He spewed foul language, having picked up Orochimaru's catchphrase. Tsunade shot Orochimaru a glare that seemed to say, You teach the good things, not the bad. Before I knew it, Nawaki has started school and I'm already 16. Orochimaru murmured softly, watching Tsunade carry Nawaki away. He was deeply moved. Over these 4 years he had finally mastered Sage Mode. He could enter it within 5 minutes, then reduced it to 2 minutes. His chakra had also reached the Jonin threshold. Only his combat experience was somewhat lacking. As for the surprise Hiruzen had promised him upon reaching Jonin, it had yet to materialize. Perhaps the old man's dementia had made him forget. Snapping back to reality, Tsunade's figure had vanished from his sight. Orochimaru entered the room, closed the door, and sat on the bed in a posture of chakra refinement. After a long while another figure appeared in the room. The Orochimaru on the bed dissolved into a puff of smoke. He first closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, then took out a green vial from his pocket. Hashirama cells? I dare not use them. I lack test subjects. Orochimaru stared blankly out the window. Hiruzen had hidden the remnants of Hashirama's corpse in his private chamber. But Orochimaru had long discovered it, and used snakes to secretly smuggle samples. He only took a little each time, fearing that too much would be noticed. Because Hashirama's corpse was the greatest treasure. Thus Orochimaru could only gaze longingly at the sealing book and the impure world reincarnation written on a separate scroll. He dared not touch them, for once he did, these treasures would no longer be left unguarded for him to pilfer. The main issue was that Hiruzen was not to be trusted. He had set up a laboratory for Orochimaru but always spied on him with a crystal ball. Orochimaru had only managed to acquire a few crude instruments during his missions outside. And those were almost obsolete. His small laboratory was hidden underground beneath his house. After all, the safest place is the most dangerous one. With that thought, Orochimaru's musings ceased. A little figure appeared in his mind, Nawaki. He wanted to bestow a great fortune upon him, that green vial of diluted Hashirama cells. Of course, if anything went wrong, Orochimaru had no way to save him now, and he had no idea if there was any chance of success. After all, the little creatures in his laboratory were entirely covered in branches. They had skipped the stage of turning into spring mud to nourish the flowers. Instead, trees grew directly from their bodies. This mission is extremely arduous. Trouble has arisen in the Rain Country. Your task is to gather intelligence. Since you've rarely appeared on the ninja stage and have reached a certain level of strength, I've decided to entrust this S-rank reconnaissance mission to you. Remember, if you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Retreat immediately. Life is the most important. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen spoke softly, his tone heavy, his presence brimming with a murderous aura. After the three departed, Hiruzen sat motionless in his office, smoking, clearly troubled. Something was weighing heavily on his mind. The old man is terrifying. This mission looks really dangerous, Jiraiya muttered quietly as they left the office. Orochimaru stared straight ahead. He was just a shadow clone, why should he worry? Let the original deal with the headache. With that, he told Jiraiya and Tsunade to wait. He went to buy some oranges. As he turned the corner, his figure dissolved into a wisp of smoke. Didn't you go to buy oranges? Where are the oranges? Jiraiya asked curiously, watching Dashiwan approach empty-handed. There's no damn oranges, Dashiwan said irritably. Let's go. For our first S-rank mission, we'll first secure a dock and strive to complete it splendidly, Dashiwan said irritably. He then walked to the front of the line. Always being the leader, and such, it's too bothersome. At this moment a young lad was born in Konoha village. He was Bo Fengshui-men. This also meant that the Whirlpool country was about to fall. Because a young man named Changman could not wait to be born and shoulder the burden. Lord Banzang, the foreign ninjas in the Land of Rain have been eliminated by accidents or captured, someone reported in the hall. A man wearing a mask sat in the hall with a scythe bound in chains beside him. Implanted inside his body was a poison sac which came from a highly venomous black salamander. Thus he had resistance to poison, but whenever he breathed, those around him would inhale toxic gas, to avoid affecting others. So this mask could not only allow free movement underwater but also prevent toxic gas. It was a dual-purpose mask. Banzang sat quietly in place without speaking. He merely waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave. Looking at the guards patrolling non-stop around the clock, Banzang smiled with some satisfaction. Then he reclined in his chair, ready to rest for a while. A few days later, three figures appeared in a mountain range. Not far away was the territory of the Land of Rain. The three had no intention of rashly entering. They were here to gather intelligence, not to kill. Why do you think the old man sent us here? Is it because he thinks we're too idle and gave us an S-rank mission to polish our reputation? Jiraiya looked at the distant Land of Rain sitting on a branch with his back against the tree trunk, and said disdainfully. Gang Shou, on the other hand, quietly gazed at the misty drizzle blocked by the leaves. A curtain of rain between heaven and earth formed a beautiful painting. Dashiwan lay on a branch, soft snoring sounds coming from him. He was asleep. Actually, he didn't need to come out to know what was happening here, so he was quite at ease. At present, economic development among the nations was unbalanced, and each country was vying for territorial sovereignty, which would soon lead to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War. The Rain Ninja were the protagonists of the Second War. First they declared war on the land of Iron Sunagakure and Konoha. Then the Land of Rain became the main battlefield, and as the fighting continued it turned into a chaotic war. So Dashiwan didn't need to think to know that the Rain village was definitely preparing for war, while the other countries seemed very peaceful. In truth, they were also preparing to stir up trouble. Because after the defeat in the First War, they discovered that even with the god of shinobi and the Shura of the shinobi world dead, they still couldn't handle them. Among them, the Whirlpool country and ally of Konoha was targeted. Since they couldn't defeat Konoha, they went after the weaker Whirlpool country to weaken Konoha's strength. Moreover, the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool country were too monstrous and enviable. Whether used in battle or for sealing tailed beasts, they were extremely practical abilities. As dusk fell, the misty drizzle finally stopped. Under the dark curtain of night, the three gathered together to discuss tactics. Deshiwan was slightly stunned. He realized that he had unknowingly grown to a height of 1.79 meters, reaching his peak height. Gang Shou was 1.63 meters, while Zilayi, damn, it was almost a head taller than him. Recalling that Zilayi, that beast, had a peak height of over 1.9 meters. Deshiwan was a bit puzzled. Were these juicy bugs really that nutritious? After Naruto ate them, he also grew so fast. Deshiwan! Zilayi, noticing Deshiwan was lost in thought, and staring at him with a strange look, shuddered and softly called out his name. Now Zilayi had become much more affectionate toward Deshiwan. Because Deshiwan felt that learning the Rasengan from Naruto was a matter of karma, so he taught the Rasengan to Zilayi. Then Zilayi could teach it to others, preventing the loss of many interesting things and colors due to his own reasons. Because now the Rasengan was already considered Deshiwan's technique by default, by then Shuei men would certainly not research the Rasengan. This involved issues like stealing techniques and affecting reputation. If he didn't research the Rasengan, the techniques that complemented the Flying Thunder God would be lost. Zilayi also seemed to lack something, while Naruto was practically ruined. All kinds of Rasengan variants, including those in the movies, were too numerous. This karma was too strong, so Deshiwan simply taught it to Zilayi to resolve this karma, and also to avoid Zilayi chasing after him like a debt collector if he later defected. Take it slow. This mission isn't that simple, and there's no time limit, which means Deshiwan said meaningfully. Zilayi quickly interjected. It means we don't need to rush at all. Finally, we have a mission without a time limit, so we should have some fun. To hell with the mission. After Deshiwan finished, Zilayi quickly chimed in. Gang Shou's heart stirred as well, with the clinking of coins and the rattle of dice echoing in her mind. The three exchanged glances. Then they smiled at each other, each with their own hidden motives. Deshiwan knew what would happen, even the approximate timing, which was why he made that suggestion. After all, staying in the woods and feeding the mosquitoes was too miserable. Moreover, Hanzo at this time was near his peak, incredibly powerful. If they ran into him, they would just be throwing themselves away. Most importantly, the opponent was a poison user, disgustingly skilled. They just needed to hang around and have fun nearby. Eventually they would naturally hear some news. After all, it would involve several countries at the same time. Deshiwan did not know that the Land of Rain was currently carrying out large-scale operations to capture spies and ninjas. They were preparing to clean up their own territory and resolve internal troubles. As soon as they found a relatively luxurious city, Zilayi and Gang Shou disappeared. Zilayi was probably off to soak in a hot spring, or to observe the common people. Gang Shou could now enter the casino. Just like Chen Que back in the day, who would definitely use his ID card to go to an internet cafe and get a membership card first. Deshiwan, on the other hand, looked around carefully. He was looking for a suitable place to set up a base. According to his current plan, he estimated that before the Third War he would say goodbye to Konoha. Then the sky would be the limit. He would no longer need to hide or be cautious. He was driven mad by the constant sudden feeling of being watched, as if the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing better to do than to spy on him, like he didn't even need to watch the bathhouse. Whenever he thought of him, he would take out the crystal ball to check if he was behaving. This was quite uncomfortable, as if living under constant surveillance. Orochimaru transformed into an ordinary young man and walked down the street carrying a gourd of wine in his hand, a trinket he had picked up from a roadside stall. He had taken a liking to it at first sight. Now that he was of age, he could finally savor a sip of alcohol with delight. Though a sword strapped to his back and a wine gourd at his waist created a slightly incongruous image, he couldn't help but indulge in his fondness. How that person! Orochimaru's face flushed slightly. This was the first time he had drunk in this world, and he had already downed the contents. Orochimaru spotted a strange-looking man ahead, draped in a large black robe, and felt a flicker of curiosity. Images swirled in his mind as he matched them with the famous figures he knew. Damn, my financial manager! With that thought, Orochimaru didn't hesitate, and quickly chased after him. This Kakuzu was not only formidable in battle but also a rare financial wizard. Orochimaru hurriedly pursued him. Kakuzu's pale green eyes cast a casual glance backward, noticing the little ant that was Orochimaru. Thus he headed toward a secluded area. "Hero, wait!" Just as Kakuzu was about to turn around and strike, a voice called out from behind. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakuzu's eyes. He turned his head indifferently. "Can I help you?" Kakuzu said flatly, his green eyes fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw that the man before him was indeed the one he had imagined. A surge of joy welled up inside him. "Sir, you are Kakuzu who fought the god of shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights, aren't you?" Orochimaru suppressed his inner amusement and began to flatter the other extravagantly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu's brow furrowed slightly. "My face is covered. How did you recognize me? Could it be that my fame has spread across the shinobi world?" The first sentence he spoke aloud, the second he thought with smug satisfaction. "It was your eyes that gave you away, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Even if you hide your handsome features, it's useless." Orochimaru forced down his revulsion and said without a shred of dignity. Though Kakuzu was rather mediocre, Orochimaru wasn't necessarily his match at this point. After all, Naruto had only destroyed 2 hearts with his Raisin Shuriken, and it took legendary ninja like Kakashi and Shikamaru to finish off the immortal duo. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu chuckled. He had never heard such blatant praise in the shinobi world. Truly, words were an art. "Kid, do you need something from me? Since you know who I am, you should know that if you want my help, you'll have to bring enough silver," Kakuzu said, looking at Orochimaru with appreciation. No, I'm not here to ask for help." Orochimaru shook his head gently. Kakuzu's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. "Kid, you know my reputation, and yet you dare approach me without enough silver," Kakuzu said coldly, his aura enveloping Orochimaru, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Forget it. Since you're a cute junior, you can leave. Next time remember to bring enough money. Even chatting with me costs money. I earn hundreds of thousands per minute." Thinking that Orochimaru might be a fan, Kakuzu softened his tone. Seeing Kakuzu's arrogant manner, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "I want to create an organization and would like you to be my financial manager responsible for its funds." Orochimaru got straight to the point. After all, he had left a decent impression. Next he would have to fight to show his strength. Only then would Kakuzu commit wholeheartedly. This strength didn't need to surpass Kakuzu's, just enough to gain his recognition. Ideally, a draw would suffice to keep Kakuzu around. Later, when he grew stronger, he could fully subdue him. Orochimaru had a clear plan in mind. "Oh. Create an organization. How much capital do you have now? What is the organization's goal? How many members are there?" Hearing such arrogance from the greenhorn, Kakuzu fired off a series of soul-searching questions. He considered it a favor to the younger generation, since the kid at least had good eyes. Orochimaru's mind raced as he heard Kakuzu's words. "Money is nothing. With you around, any amount of funds is easy. As for members, our people are out causing trouble in the outside world. Let me tell you, our organization has several people with Mangekyo Sharingan. And someone who knows how to make explosive tags. Talented, aren't we?" Orochimaru lied without batting an eye. He was referring to Itachi Shisui and Konan, who hadn't even been born yet. Especially Konan. Her 600 billion explosive tags, many of which were bought with Kakuzu's money and many she created herself. After all, explosive tags were so expensive. How could 600 billion of them be bought outright? Oh. Interesting. You even know about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your organization is indeed full of talent. But kid, are you taking me for a fool? If they had such power, why haven't I heard of their deeds? Eyes like Madara Uchiha's, and several pairs at that. Can't you brag without dying? Orochimaru's smile froze and the atmosphere grew awkward. He had gotten carried away with boasting and forgotten about plausibility. Now he wondered whether to backtrack or just keep spinning tales. To be honest, I've set my sights on a few talented youngsters who are sure to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the one who makes explosive tags, she's just awakened a paper release. Orochimaru decided to retreat slightly. In the Leaf Village, young Uchiha Fugaku, who was just starting school, felt a sudden wave of malice. He was only 4.5 years old. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu felt a subtle twinge of amusement. He thought this kid was an absolute genius. When it came to boasting, he was even more extravagant than himself. Especially the way he remained perfectly composed as if he had surpassed the master in audacity. Kakuzu himself only dared to claim after a few drinks and a slight buzz. To brag about having fought 300 rounds with the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Now seeing Kakuzu still staring at him, Orochimaru felt a bit puzzled. Though either of them had been born yet, they would need to wait a few years before entering the world. He didn't think his boast was too far-fetched. But what was the meaning of that subtle look in Kakuzu's eyes? Upon closer inspection, are you actually tempted? Orochimaru mused to himself. Kid, where did you learn such shamelessness? Kakuzu asked, unable to hide his irritation as he watched Orochimaru's small eyes spin around after the transformation technique. Well, when I was 10 I met an old man who said a surge of spiritual energy shot up from my crown chakra and that the task of saving the ninja world was entrusted to me. So I trained hard for years and finally mastered. The atmosphere grew awkward. Orochimaru began to ramble, believing that winning people over with charisma made them more reliable. Resolving things through brute force was not so dependable. After all, if someone yielded to his tyranny, they could just as easily yield to another's. Those won over by personal magnetism like Kimimaro were far more obedient. Thus the violent confrontation Orochimaru had anticipated never materialized. And Kakuzu, after years of wandering, had grown weary of it all. Encountering an interesting little fellow, he felt like chatting more. It was somewhat amusing. Mainly he liked Orochimaru's glib tongue. The words he spoke were pleasing to the ear. Before parting, Kakuzu said calmly, "Kid, get your organization together, and then come find me. We'll talk then. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try to sell me that pie-in-the-sky routine. Show me something concrete." Orochimaru watched Kakuzu's retreating figure, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. A potential recruit was in the bag. He didn't expect to win Kakuzu over right away. After all, whether in terms of strength, resources, or goals, he had nothing yet to truly attract Kakuzu. It wasn't possible that just by seeing his protagonist, Kakuzu would become his lackey and work tirelessly for him. That wasn't how the conversation went. Orochimaru sat on the eaves gazing at the moonlight. A gourd of wine rested beside him, and the Kusanagi sword remained in its worn-out sheath. The thought of putting the sword in his mouth was unbearable, so he always carried it with him. His appearance had reverted to its original form. "Orochimaru, what makes you want to sit on the eaves and enjoy the wind?" Tsunade stepped lightly on the tiles, walked over to Orochimaru, and took a swig from the gourd without any hesitation. Hearing the sound, Orochimaru closed his eyes. Then, upon hearing her voice, he gently opened them, looking lazily at the sky. "I'm not blowing the wind, it's the wind that's blowing me." Hearing his words, Tsunade didn't respond, only sniffed delicately. "What cheap wine is this? It tastes terrible." Orochimaru heard her complaint and smiled faintly without replying. The Tsunade of now had no burdens yet. When she did, she would discover that this wine was already a heavenly brew. "Between Jiraiya and Dan, whom would you choose?" Orochimaru paused, catching the faint scent of a maiden beside him, and asked softly. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were momentarily stunned at his words. Then she shot him a sharp glare. "Jiraiya, I suppose. I've come to realize that he's a drifter, and I was just a child back then, unable to distinguish love from admiration. It was a misunderstanding at best. As for Dan, I have no feelings for him. If we talk about looks, he's not as handsome as you, talent not as strong, warmth not as good as Jiraiya. Why would I ever fall for him?" Tsunade imitated Orochimaru's posture, lying sideways on the tiles, hands behind her head, her eyes slightly hazy as she looked at him, and spoke softly. "You're drunk. Get some rest. Tomorrow you'll be out there wreaking havoc." Orochimaru smiled gently, then said. That fiery gaze made him somewhat uncomfortable. "True. Otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you like this. I'd have already sent you to dreamland with a single punch." Tsunade didn't argue about whether she was drunk. Then have you figured out the difference between admiration, affection, friendship, pity, and love?" Orochimaru didn't push further. Feeling the fiery gaze dissipate, he asked softly. Not far away, Jiraiya watched the two on the roof with a sorrowful look, then turned and walked away. "Handsome tea or alcohol?" Jiraiya's long white hair flowed, making him look prematurely aged. The red tear streaks elongated, adding a hint of eeriness to his delicate face. "A real man chooses alcohol, of course." "Ha ha ha!" Enjoying the fragrant breeze on both sides, Jiraiya skillfully wrapped his arms around the pale, smooth shoulders of the two women. One on each side. He found a spot and sat down, resting his feet lightly on the low wooden table. His eyes were dazed. Then he shook his head vigorously. Where's the sake? I want to drink. If I miss this mood, I won't have the heart to drink later. Jiraiya's sudden loud voice made the two women in thin silk robes glance sideways. Handsome, did you get your heart broken? Drowning your sorrows here. The woman on the right covered her mouth with a light laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly, causing a wave of movement. Jiraiya paid no attention to her words. He stared at the sake that had been placed on the table, and without waiting for the women to pour, grabbed the flask and drank directly. Ah, that's a relief. Nearly lost half my life. Bring me a bigger jar, this flask is too small. Jiraiya wiped the liquor from the corner of his mouth and spoke to the woman beside him. Watching the woman leave to fetch the jar, Jiraiya took another gulp. Tsunade's image appeared in his mind from her childhood form to the present. When the sake arrived, Jiraiya tossed the handful of silver onto the table, picked up the jar and left. The woman on the right watched Jiraiya's departing figure, reminded of a young man who once belonged to her. But some things were beyond their control, they could only accept them. I don't know. I've never been in love, how would I understand? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade thought for a moment, then shook her head and replied. Oh, I don't know either. Just talking nonsense. Sleep early. Orochimaru took a sip from the gourd, stood up and gazed at the moonlit sky. Then he raised his hand and the Kusanagi sword flew to his grasp. With a light tap of his toes he left the spot. Tsunade watched his back. Her eyes, slightly blurred from the wine, cleared up. After returning to his room, Dashyun stared blankly into the distance. Ah, no more wine. Well then, I'll fetch some more. After drinking I can sleep well. The bustling streets grew desolate. The chilly wind howled. Dashyun, holding his longsword, took occasional sips of wine to ward off the cold and the devouring beast of loneliness that lurked in the deep night. Suddenly Dashyun halted in his tracks. A cold gleam flashed in his slit pupils. A murderous night with dark winds, isn't it? You've been following me all the way, sir. It's getting cold, come out quickly before you freeze. Dashyun casually hung his wine flask on his waist, though his senses never left the presence behind him. With a whoosh, a sound of something cutting through the air came. A kunai like a venomous snake shot toward Dashyun's wrist. He instinctively dodged. The wine flask fell to the ground, spilling the precious liquid. The coldness in Dashyun's eyes deepened and his aura turned icy. He did not glance at the fallen flask on the ground, but instead moved his feet lightly. Slowly turning around, he was somewhat surprised to see the newcomer, a man with short white hair and a short sword hanging from his back. Dashyun felt a vague familiarity with the face but could not recall who it was. Who are you? He asked softly, observing the ninja headband on the man's forehead and the kunai thrown without killing intent. Chimushoumao. Dashyun, as a squad leader you are so slack and fond of drinking. Do you take your comrades' lives seriously? Oh Shoumao, I've heard of you, the top genius of Mai. You reached the level of Jonin a few years ago and enjoyed unparalleled glory. What brings you to meddle in my affairs? Dashyun said softly, a legendary ninja named Kakashi flashing through his mind. The man before him was none other than Kakashi's father, Chimushoumao. I've been following your group all the way. I know exactly what you're doing, neglecting your duties, treating the mission as nothing and wandering around sightseeing. Chimushoumao gazed deeply at Dashyun, a feeling of disappointment welling up inside him. This Dashyun had been a genius in his childhood, equal to Shoumao himself. Moreover, he was the disciple of the Hokage. Yet in recent years he had grown extremely lax in his training. Now at 16 he had only barely reached the level of a jonin. It was truly unbearable. Especially now reduced to such a drunken state, Shoumao felt ashamed to be ranked in the same class as Dashyun, a painful sense of being unworthy of association. Oh, I thought you were someone sent by the old man to protect us. But how we handle our mission is none of your business, Mr. Shoumao. If there's nothing else, you can turn back or return to Mai. How I carry out the mission is my own affair, you don't need to pry. Dashyun showed no intention of being polite. In his mind, Kakashi had been deeply influenced by his father Chimushoumao. On the surface, Chimushoumao was a genius bathed in glory. Had he not died with his reputation and status as a half-sleeve of the Hokage, he would have had a high chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. Yet such a genius was destroyed by public opinion, ultimately choosing the most cowardly way, suicide. In some respects he was strong, in others he was weak, fragile, and not a good father. His influence on the young Kakashi was too profound. Thus Dashyun did not particularly like this man. Lord Hokage sent me to protect you, That is my mission. It is also to fulfill a promise to an elder. Last time I failed to find you and you suffered. I am sorry. Shuomao did not respond to Dashuan's sharp words but spoke softly, appearing quite magnanimous. Oh. Which time? Dashuan searched his memory, finding no recollection. A subtle feeling stirred in his heart. You don't need to ask. I came out to tell you this during the mission. Take care of your comrades. That's your responsibility. Don't behave like a drunkard neglecting your duty. Chimu Shuomao did not follow Dashuan's lead but instead fixed his gaze on him and spoke, attempting to straighten the sapling that had grown somewhat crooked. He wanted to help set this young sapling back on the right path. Sakumo-kun, but I don't particularly feel like listening to you, he. Orochimaru smiled softly and spoke after hearing Hatake Sakumo's words. In truth, he was not drunk. After all, which drunk would ever believe himself to be drunk? Second, he wanted to see what this man was made of. Third, he wanted to see what exactly had gone wrong with Hatake Sakumo. A man that powerful, tempered by countless wars, could not be so fragile. Not even the reproach of the villagers or the accusations of the comrades he had saved should have broken him. After all, a strong man has an equally strong heart. Judging by your attitude and tone, you don't seem to like me very much. Hearing Orochimaru's bitingly sarcastic words, Sakumo found it strange. He clearly had never had any contact with Orochimaru, yet this man seemed to bear him considerable resentment. No, I simply find it rather ridiculous. You haven't even sorted out your own affairs and yet you're sticking your nose into other people's business. Orochimaru continued to goad Sakumo. His tone was more or less begging for a punch. A white sword glow flashed through Sakumo's calm eyes before quickly fading back into blandness. He was a few years older than Orochimaru, and should have been more composed. Watching Sakumo return to normal, a dark glint flickered through Orochimaru's slit pupils. He picked up the wine gourd from the ground, wiped its mouth with his sleeve, then tilted it toward his mouth to see if any wine was left. After a moment, Orochimaru held a mouthful of fine wine in his mouth, a faint flush rising to his face. This wine is really good. How about this? Let's fight. If you win against me, I'll take good care of those two adorable teammates of mine. If you lose, then go back to wherever you came from. After he swallowed the wine, a faint blush rose to Orochimaru's face before dispersing. He said softly with his back to Sakumo, then turned around to face him, somewhat high-spirited and arrogant. Seeing Orochimaru's vertical pupils watching him seriously, Sakumo's heart stirred. After a moment of deliberation, just as Orochimaru was about to lose patience, Sakumo said quietly, "Come with me. Let's go farther away." The two of them traveled in silence away from the bustling world and deep into the mountains. They stood across from each other. You strike first. If I were to strike, you would have already lost. White light flickered in Sakumo's eyes as he said this indifferently. Orochimaru felt a gust of fighting spirit rush at him, making his blood boil. He casually drew his longsword, then shut one eye as though taking aim. He infused the sword with chakra. Just as he was about to fling it, he stopped. Instead, he sat down quietly on the ground and began absorbing the natural energy in the air. Since Sakumo had let him have the first move anyway, he planned to refine natural energy for 5 minutes, and then enter sage mode before fighting. If this weren't just a spar, he would have already summoned Xiao Bai and fired off a laser cannon. Summoning beasts are also part of one's strength. He wasn't the type to mind such boundaries. The winner is king, the loser is an outlaw. Sakumo watched Orochimaru, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At first he was puzzled, then he sensed wisps of unknown energy between heaven and earth flowing into Orochimaru's body, merging with his mental energy and chakra in set ratios before separating. It looked like Orochimaru was preparing some kind of trump card. Sakumo had no intention of going back on his word and merely watched him quietly. His body was taut, and his eyes stayed fixed on Orochimaru, ready at any moment to meet his technique at full strength. Everything here has become so clear, and the chakra in my body is several times more active. My perception too is far stronger. Let me try this power in actual combat. Every time he entered sage mode, Orochimaru felt something different. His slit pupils became even more lively, like the eyes of a true cold-blooded animal. Watching Orochimaru stand up, Sakumo thought he looked much as usual. No real change except that the purple smoky tear marks had deepened a little. Sakumo did not take him lightly. He could clearly sense how powerful Orochimaru had grown, along with that faint feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. It made his back shiver. Then I'll strike without holding back, Sakumo-kun. Orochimaru's voice stayed in place, but his body had already disappeared. Only the sound of breaking air remained in the surroundings. The pitch-dark forest had never offered much visibility. Coupled with Orochimaru's speed, it was virtually teleportation. By the time Tsukumo came back to his senses, Orochimaru's fist was already in front of his eyes. Tsukumo's pupils contracted slightly. His feet shifted with a movement that looked slow yet was exceedingly fast, creating a jarring sense of contradiction. Orochimaru looked at the man who had disappeared in front of him, spread out his powerful senses, infrared perception several times wider combined together with other senses. In an instant he caught Tsukumo's figure. The tip of his foot touched the ground. A huge hole appeared in the earth, formed when Orochimaru forcibly threw off his inertia and borrowed force from the ground. Just as Tsukumo was about to attack, Orochimaru's form vanished again from the spot. He could only use the body flicker technique, once more widening the distance to give himself a stretch for a charge. The white light in his eyes grew more and more dazzling. He seemed to be ready to unleash a heaven-startling sword strike at any moment. Orochimaru quickly adapted to his own extreme speed. His footwork, originally like a wild rush of brute force, had become light and agile. Staying on the defensive the whole time is hardly your style, Tsukumo-kun. Orochimaru looked towards Tsukumo's position again. The trees in front could not block his perception in the least. Tsukumo had nowhere to hide before him. Orochimaru, you're getting a swelled head. Just as Orochimaru was growing a little overconfident, ready to tease his prey like a snake playing with a mouse. In the pitch-black night a brilliant white light blazed. A phantom image flashed into his pupils and was gone in a blink. Orochimaru was somewhat startled by the astonishing speed. He hurriedly bit his tongue hard, trying to use the sting to drag his sense of touch back. Chimu Shomao's speed was akin to a bolt of lightning. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. The subsequent sting from his tongue sent a jolt through him. He marveled inwardly what a terrifying blade capable of ensnaring one's soul. With a light step he propelled himself backward with rapid velocity. His own speed was far from negligible. Chakra swiftly gathered in his hands. Just as Chimu Shomao materialized before him, Orochimaru's vertical pupils locked onto the short sword, and the already formed sphere slammed fiercely toward Chimu Shomao's wrist. Witnessing this, Chimu Shomao shifted his body slightly, altering the trajectory of his blade. Orochimaru's heart sank. Such tremendous speed, yet the ability to change the attack path remained. What a fearsome man. His dynamic vision already elevated to an inhuman degree by the Sharingan, and sage arts still could not keep up. One could imagine the despair an ordinary person would face against Chimu Shomao. Yet precisely because this was a sparring match, he could not deliver a fatal blow, so his speed was slightly tempered. He fought with speed he could absolutely control. Orochimaru's retreating step faltered, ignoring the momentum of Chimu Shomao's charge. He chose to engage from a disadvantageous position. For if he continued retreating he would eventually tire. After all, in the martial world only speed is unbreakable. The best defense is offense. Thus when the Luo Xianwan failed, Orochimaru altered his attack. Seeing Orochimaru counterattack, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Chimu Shomao's eyes. They clashed once and he kicked Orochimaru back over 10 meters. He halted in place, refraining from pursuit, intending to grant Orochimaru an opportunity. Truly, fame lives up to reality. When I was your age you were stronger than me. But you lack the tempering of life and death battles, so now you are no match for me. However, I acknowledge your strength. Chimu Shomao twirled his short sword, conjuring blossoming arcs of light. He spoke softly, his words genuine. At the same age he had not been so swift, and would have been utterly unable to defeat Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his arm. The fist he had exchanged with Shomao's other hand left his limb numb. This revealed the formidable physical prowess of Chimu Shomao. As for the kick, though painful, it was not particularly jarring. This demonstrated that Shomao's control over his strength had reached a microscopic level. Orochimaru had never encountered a shinobi of such extreme speed before, and he was momentarily at a loss on how to fight. The crux was that his opponent was not merely an agile type, he also possessed astonishing raw power. It seemed as if there were no flaws, which was utterly absurd. With this thought a surge of determination rose in Orochimaru. A blue light materialized in his hand. Moments later, the Luo Xianwan had taken shape, but Orochimaru showed no sign of stopping. He intended to attempt the Diyu Luo Xianwan. The small Luo Xianwan was simply no match for a fighter like Shomao. The opponent's sword technique was eerie, effortlessly slicing through what he had considered a delicate, agile Luo Xianwan, leaving him dumbfounded. Thus the idea of using the Diyu Luo Xianwan sprouted in his mind. When faced with such an overly nimble adversary and at a loss, one could resort to overwhelming force to crush 100 techniques. The standard Luo Xianwan rapidly expanded. A flood of ingenious thoughts poured into Orochimaru's mind as if in a moment of epiphany. His understanding of the Luo Xianwan deepened by several degrees. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, battle is the finest teacher, sparking a torrent of inspiration. He could already sense that this the Luo Xianwan would succeed. Normally it would have collapsed long ago. Du Luo Xianwan. Sensing that the sage mode was about to fade, Orochimaru charged toward Chimu Shoamao wielding the 1-meter-wide sphere. He did not wish to waste such a rare opportunity. Chimu Shoamao gazed at the formidable sphere in Orochimaru's hands. A spark of interest lit up his eyes. It felt somewhat intriguing. He had not encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. Who would have thought tonight would offer such a chance? He gripped his sword, his steps light. Even Chimu Shoamao, stirred by the clash, felt his blood begin to boil. White chakra blade light enveloped his sword. He slashed toward the Du Luo Xianwan. Ziz! The short blade made contact with the immense sphere. The chakra on the blade clashed against the Du Luo Xianwan. A piercing screech tore through the night sky. Just as the short sword sank halfway into the sphere, Shoamao stopped. With a tap of his toes he retreated. The white blade light had dimmed. Orochimaru saw Chimu Shoamao withdraw. A wave of relief washed over him. The Du Luo Xianwan in his hand rapidly became chaotic and dissipated. He beckoned. The long sword he had tossed aside earlier flew into his grasp. Orochimaru caught the blade and without a moment's hesitation pressed his arm against the scabbard. He drew the sword as he sprinted violently, flinging the scabbard away to an unknown location. The Chao Shi Jian, as if sensing its opponent was a sword cultivator, let out a soft hum. Well met! Chimu Shoamao exclaimed as he saw Orochimaru charging like a berserker, blade drawn. He called out instinctively and charged forward with his own sword. Clang! The two swords met and Orochimaru felt a slight relief. His greatest fear was failing to make contact with the enemy's blade, which would be rather awkward. But since he could indeed touch the sword, he could use brute force to sever it, thus gaining the upper hand. After all, his Chao Shi Jian was a divine artifact. Yet just as this thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, the power within him began to ebb away. The surroundings darkened. A wave of weakness washed over his body. The sage mode had expired. But he paid it no heed. He continued swinging wildly, flaunting his sword technique. Chimu Shoamao could clearly see the flaws in Orochimaru's form, yet when he tried to exploit them he found himself perplexed. For although Orochimaru's swordsmanship was mediocre, his strength was immense, and his sword swings were swift. It was somewhat like a scholar encountering a soldier. Reason was of little use. Thus the combat gradually shifted from a lethal duel between masters to something else. Chimu Shoamao was reluctant to let the battle end so soon. He began to feed Orochimaru's sword strikes, acting as a sparring partner. Once Orochimaru's sage mode dissipated, he reduced his own force. Orochimaru felt somewhat breathless, but he did not mind. Now was the perfect time to develop the vortex constitution. Several hours later, Chimu Shoamao was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Orochimaru, on the other hand, swung every sword as if it weighed 1,000 jun, reaching his absolute limit. His gaze grew hazy, signs of exhaustion and blurred consciousness. Yet Chimu Shoamao showed no intention of stopping. He had enjoyed himself today, so now he would help Orochimaru enjoy himself as well. Orochimaru's state clearly indicated he was on the verge of collapse. At the critical point, breaking through the body's limits became much easier. Finally, after another hour, Orochimaru's eyes began to clear. A warm sensation enveloped his body. The feeling of power surged again, stronger than before. Chimu Shoamao, however, looked pale, clearly struggling to hold on. Seeing Orochimaru in such a state, he spoke with mild exasperation. You've broken through your limits, stop now. Do you want to exhaust me to death? Chimu Shoamao's tone was no longer icy, as if chatting with an old friend. Oh. Orochimaru sheathed his long sword. Thank you, Shoamao-kun. Orochimaru offered his gratitude softly, for he knew how to distinguish between kindness and enmity. Thank my ass? It's almost dawn. Go take a shower and get some sleep. We'll drink together tomorrow. Chimu Shoamao's legs felt weak. He took a step, intending to use the body flicker technique to leave. After a long pause, he found himself still in place. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. It turned out his chakra had long been depleted and his physical stamina was utterly drained. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Let's take a walk together. Orochimaru noticed the embarrassment in Shuomao's eyes and spoke with considerate understanding. Fine. I happen to have something to ask you. Shuomao immediately seized the ladder Orochimaru had offered. Truly conversing with an intelligent person was effortless. Your talent is still as remarkable as ever, so why do you look so lackadaisical? On the road, Tsukumo asked Orochimaru curiously. Alas, sometimes knowing too much and seeing too clearly is not a good thing. Hearing Tsukumo's words, Orochimaru, in a rare moment, spoke a genuine truth wrapped in cryptic words. In the past he had always told people exactly what they wanted to hear, changing his tune with each listener. What do you mean by seeing too clearly? Tsukumo asked reflexively. What do you think of Konoha now? And the shinobi world? Orochimaru did not answer, instead he changed the subject. In truth, Orochimaru had never truly blended into this world, never felt its beauty, and never formed bonds with its people. Sometimes he felt as if he were in a dream, dazed and unreal, like an outsider looking in. Moreover, he had long seen through what kind of people everyone in this world was from his god's eye perspective. At that thought, Orochimaru picked up his wine gourd and shook it, hearing something slosh inside. He smiled, delighted. Eagerly, he took a small sip. Konoha is doing just fine now, and the shinobi world is still relatively peaceful. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsukumo Hatake said instinctively, You're right. It's good. Orochimaru replied casually. Many things need to be savored slowly by oneself, don't try to correct others. I don't know how to say it, but I always feel you're not quite real. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Tsukumo blurted out an unexpected remark. Orochimaru's movement to set down his wine gourd paused slightly. Real? What do you mean? Orochimaru turned his head, his vertical pupils fixed seriously on Tsukumo. It's just that you feel vague and elusive, and you give people a sense of being extremely changeable, unable to be pinned down, as are your aims and true thoughts. Tsukumo paused, ransacked his mind for the words, then said softly. People have their own ways of thinking. Being changeable just means making different choices when faced with different problems. Purpose. I do have one, to become stronger. As for my thoughts, I haven't even figured them out myself. Orochimaru answered softly. He was well aware that there was something wrong with himself, that he would eventually sicken himself from bottling everything up. But he had no choice. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. He knew how dangerous the shinobi world was, he knew its darkness. Therefore everything he did, including the means he employed, was executed from an omniscient perspective. With that omniscient perspective he would raise his strength to the utmost, and choose whichever option benefited him. With that omniscient perspective he would stop at nothing to obtain what he desired. He was detached toward affection. With that omniscient perspective he was like God himself, devoid of emotion. Tsukumo Hatake listened to Orochimaru's confusion and fell silent. Wasn't he every bit as lost? He wanted his swordsmanship to reign supreme, his clan to prosper, and Konoha to become better. But he could only dream. Ahead lay endless darkness, baffling and helpless. He did not even know whether the path he was on was right or wrong. He saw that Tsukumo beside him had become a little melancholy because of him. A flash of gloom passed through Orochimaru's eyes. Sure enough, in the dead of night this kind of atmosphere was too damaging. Still, he was rather happy. It had been 9 years since he came to this world. For the first time he had a heart-to-heart friend, someone he could talk to. Although the topics weren't deep, it was still better than keeping everything locked inside. By the way, what was that mission of yours about? You reached the land of rain border and then pulled back. The haze in his eyes dispelled, Tsukumo asked with a clear gaze. That mission has no deadline. Why panic? Survival is what matters most. Orochimaru cast a faint glance at Tsukumo and gave a subtle, meaningful smile. Unlike his usual monotonous practice smile, there was a hint of sincerity. Oh, then I won't ask. We're here. Wash up and sleep. We'll drink sometime if you're free. He was about to say something more when he caught sight of the bustling scene ahead. Tsukumo Hatake stopped and said his farewell. Orochimaru walked ahead, waving a hand without looking back, signaling that he'd understood. All he wanted now was to fill his flask to the brim. Ever since he had started drinking, his heart had only grown more disordered, a tangled mess. He needed a little liquor to numb himself. If he became drunk, he would use chakra to break down the alcohol. What he loved was the feeling of being half drunk and half awake, not of becoming a stumbling drunk. To drown all sorrows in wine was the way of a coward. He wanted to anesthetize himself, drinking just enough to be tipsy so he could stay clear-headed and absorb all the negative emotions surging at him. I hope you don't appear in my dreams tonight. Especially you. Lying on his bed, Orochimaru remembered the self who always appeared in his dreams, watching him with that look he found so unpleasant. Orochimaru stared blankly at the ceiling with his vertical pupils, murmured the words, then closed his eyes and began to sleep. Good night, Makapaka. When Dishiwan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He casually washed up. Then he noticed that his two companions had gone out to play. Dishiwan ordered some food and began eating in his room. Before long, a figure appeared in the room. Yo, isn't this Dishiwan? A few hours without seeing you and you've already fallen so low, said Shomao's voice. Dishiwan's lips curled upward. He handed Shomao a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, the spare ones the waiter had brought. Eat with me, eating alone is quite boring, Dishiwan said softly. Chimu Shomao took the chopsticks and bowl without a care. Whether it's me or you, haven't we both grown up this way? Your relationship with your teammates seems even worse than mine, Chimu Shomao said softly. His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. They're too childish, I can't play with them, Dishiwan said without arguing, merely in a soft voice. True. Geniuses like us have too much burden to bear. What about some wine? Get me some, Shomao said with emotion, then asked for sake. It was clear that Chimu Shomao occasionally drank, but never during missions. He handled it well. You are you and I am me. I have never been confined by such empty reputations or restrictions. Dishiwan picked up a piece of meat and savored it. Shomao also ate a piece, poured a cup of sake and took a gentle sip. I wish I could be as carefree as you, Chimu Shomao said somewhat dejectedly. Carefree my ass. By the way, how did you know I was eating as soon as I started? Don't you sleep? Have you been lurking in the shadows spying on me? Dishiwan said blandly, then teased. He seemed much more cheerful. Nonsense. I live just above you. Eating alone is boring. How could I be spying on you? At most I just sense your presence. Chimu Shomao was also a bit flustered. It was likely that he had never met a genius like himself with whom he could converse so easily. Talking to ordinary people was dull, they always looked at him with strange eyes, admiration, envy, jealousy. So finding someone to talk to was rare. He also had his own pride, he looked down on most people. How about a sparring session? After the meal, Chimu Shomao proposed. Dishiwan looked at him with a completely bewildered expression. He hadn't expected Chimu Shomao to be such a battle maniac. But inwardly he grew excited. He too loved fighting and the feeling of growing stronger. And the satisfaction of reaping the fruits of years of hard work. Do you always have to meditate for a few minutes before every fight? Watching Dishiwan sit cross-legged on the ground as usual, Chimu Shomao asked curiously. Dishiwan felt a bit annoyed but didn't bother to respond. Refining natural energy required intense concentration. He had no time to be distracted. Seeing Dishiwan ignore him, Shomao thought for a moment, and understood. You're a few seconds faster than last time. As Dishiwan stood up brimming with energy, Chimu Shomao said softly, demonstrating the essence of sparring. All right, enough. Why are you such a chatterbox? This state of mind doesn't last long. Get on with it, Dishiwan said with some disdain. Then he called out to start. Hearing Dishiwan's words, Chimu Shomao focused, drew his short sword and stared intently at Dishiwan. He entered a combat state. Seeing this, Dishiwan wasted no time and began forming a sphere in his hand, starting with the great ball Rasengan. Watching Dishiwan unleash such a powerful jutsu without hand seals, Shomao's eyes showed admiration. But today he wasn't going to recklessly clash head-on like last night. He was a technical fighter. Why would he fight that way? Dishiwan's vertical pupils locked onto Shomao. Without hesitation he moved his toes and charged like a mad bull toward Shomao. Extremely fast. Shomao's eyes gleamed with a white sword light. Without hesitation, leveraging the momentum of drawing his blade and his chakra, he rushed toward Dishiwan. He slashed out a dazzling sword light. Without even looking at Dishiwan, he moved his limbs lightly, entering a sustained combat state. The sword light collided with the great ball Rasengan. In the end, Shomao's blood still ran hot, and he clashed head-on with Dishiwan. He wanted to test the limits of his own technique. Could that sword strike, which gathered his essence, energy, and spirit, cut through the seemingly powerful and sharp jutsu? Dishiwan saw Shomao once again slashing at his great ball Rasengan, but this time there was a difference. his fists and feet were also moving, launching an all-around attack. Deshiwan's snake pupils contracted slightly. He had no time to watch the outcome of the Rasengan, and the sword light focusing intently on parrying Shuomao's punches and kicks. Both retreated. Shuomao took one step back, Deshiwan 5 or 6. The Rasengan was cut through, and his lower abdomen took a kick. The white light on Shuomao's short sword also dissipated. His eyes grew brighter, gleaming with white radiance. Deshiwan drew the sword from his back. Seeing Deshiwan draw his blade, Shuomao felt a surge of joy. Although Deshiwan's swordsmanship was mediocre, a swordsman still prefers to fight a swordsman. The clash of weapons makes the heart leap. Deshiwan's sword was still, as always, a chaotic hack, messy yet with a hint of beauty. He only practiced swinging the sword daily, so his swing speed was very fast. He never practiced anything else, just swinging. And Shuomao with his keen eyesight caught every swing of Deshiwan's chaotic swordplay as if fighting himself. Deshiwan felt a bit irritated. So I'm just a training dummy. The thought flashed through his mind. He infused his sword with sage chakra, making it harder and sharper while also increasing its speed and power. Well done! Sensing Deshiwan's swordplay growing sharper, Shuomao roared, almost startling Deshiwan into a shiver. Seeing Shuomao like this, Deshiwan felt helpless. But since the other was his friend and seemed on the verge of an epiphany, Deshiwan gritted his teeth and swung his sword even more wildly, trying to increase the pressure on Shuomao. He played the role of a training dummy excellently. Watching Shuomao's eyes grow distant, Deshiwan put in even more effort. He noticed that Shuomao's perception of the outside world had become very faint. He had entered a world where only the sword existed. Deshiwan's vertical pupils narrowed, turning crimson. A single tomo mischievously emerged, spinning delicately. Then he focused intently on Shuomao's sword-wielding posture, ready to steal some moves. Deshiwan quietly activated his Sharingan, and Shuomao indeed didn't notice. His eyes were only on his own sword and Deshiwan's swinging blade. In his world there was nothing but the sword. Soon after, Deshiwan's sage mode faded and he deactivated his Sharingan. What was there to learn? Shuomao was just like him, swinging wildly. It seemed like a different stage. The first stage was learning various sword techniques. The second stage was forgetting all the techniques you had learned, then using any sword technique in any situation. In truth, Deshiwan didn't understand the intricacies either. He just recalled descriptions from TV dramas he had watched, randomly imagining things, trying to sound knowledgeable by forcibly explaining Shuomao's incomprehensible actions. Leaves drifted down in the breeze, birds returning to their nests. Orochimaru and Hitaki Tsukumo lay beneath a tree, panting heavily. What a pity we were so close. After a long while, Tsukumo spoke with a hint of melancholy. His disheveled white hair carried a touch of nonchalance and solitude. Orochimaru held his gourd of sake. He took a sip, watching the falling leaves swirl in the wind, ignoring the other's humble brag. Do you have a dream? Noticing Orochimaru's indifference, Tsukumo turned to look at him. Dreams. Just something to dream about. Orochimaru sat up, brushing back his long hair. Then, as if recalling something, he gathered his hair into a topknot, picked up a twig to secure it, planning to later get a hairband and adopt an immortal ethereal hairstyle. Come on, if we keep lying here, the birds up in the tree won't dare return home. Orochimaru noticed several small birds nearby chirping while staring at him nervously, startled by the draconic aura emanating from his body. All right, I'm getting hungry anyway. A meal and some good wine and another day will pass. Tsukumo sat up as well, replying. Orochimaru grumbled inwardly, wondering why Hitaki Tsukumo had become so gloomy. Just as Orochimaru entered the room and was about to call for food, Tsunade pushed the door open. Orochimaru, you're back. And who is this? Oh, a friend. Did you need something? Orochimaru asked softly. Can I borrow some money? Tsunade hesitated, then spoke weakly. Orochimaru was taken aback by her request. You're a little rich girl and you're asking me for money. I'm broke too. Reminded of money, Orochimaru realized he had little left. So he planned to, when the night was deep, rob the rich to aid the poor, the rich being the heartless tycoons and the poor being himself. Clearly this wasn't his first time. But since no one around him had noticed, he must have exercised some restraint. Stingy. Tsunade rolled her beautiful eyes at Orochimaru's refusal, then turned to leave. She didn't want to disturb his chat with a friend, though her own stomach was growling from a day of wandering. She thought about grabbing some dry rations. How pitiful. We're about to eat, why don't you join us? Seeing Tsunade about to go, Orochimaru remembered she must have been the big spender, and now had empty pockets. So he spoke up, hearing his words and realizing he saw through her feigned toughness. Tsunade stepped back twice, turned around in one smooth motion and sat down. "I want meat," she said, pouting like a little pet. In the next room, Jiraiya, who had seen Tsunade enter Orochimaru's door and not come out, wore an extremely complex expression. His eyes seemed to tell a story. "Why show me this?" He picked up the sake flask on the table, the most sorrowful person in the city. "Wow! You're Hatake Tsukumo. I've heard of you." Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she stared at Tsukumo, this legendary prodigy praised by all parents. "Keep it down, just average. You're all outstanding too." Orochimaru sipped his sake, feeling the atmosphere was pleasant and comfortable. After Tsunade became a big spender, and her purse was empty, she couldn't sit still. She kept clamoring for missions so she could go back and earn money, then come out again to throw money around. Jiraiya became slightly silent. He would stare blankly at the slightest disagreement. He even lost interest in seeking inspiration. He became the second drunkard. Tsukumo no longer hid in the shadows, he just veiled his face, and like the other three removed his ninja headband. Walking together. However, he looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya as if they were air. Only when he looked at Orochimaru did his pupils focus. Their friendship deepened. As if he had found a kindred spirit. And Orochimaru finally tasted the preciousness of friendship in this other world. In his heart he gradually began to accept the existence of Tsunade and Jiraiya as companions. He would no longer be perfunctory as before. He was not going to seal his heart like before. Since things were settled, he would live well and enjoy life. Do his best to obtain power to protect himself. A change occurred in Orochimaru's mindset. Not sure if it was Hatake Tsukumo, the door knocker, that opened a crack in his heart. "Didn't you say we should wait a bit longer? Why suddenly think of going to the land of rain now?" Tsukumo asked curiously. "We have to go anyway. It's rare for Tsunade to be so proactive." "Right, Jiraiya," Orochimaru replied softly, addressing the daydreaming Jiraiya and Tsunade, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Tsunade looked a bit embarrassed when she heard Orochimaru mention her name. Jiraiya, as if he hadn't heard, kept walking forward. Clearly he was lost in thought and didn't hear Orochimaru. Not sure if he would have responded if he had heard. Seeing Jiraiya distracted, Orochimaru didn't intend to disturb him. He often spaced out himself. "Captain, 4 young men have crossed the border. What should we do?" A ninja from the shadows reported to the captain. "Which way did they come in?" the captain asked calmly. "They came in from the main road, swaggering," the ninja replied seriously. "Oh, let me take a look." The captain didn't ask further, he let the ninja lead the way. "They're dressed well, not like refugees. They should be wealthy. Maybe we can deal with them as ninjas and make some extra money." The captain glanced from afar and said softly. But after speaking he paused and then looked again. "Call the others. These 4 are not ordinary. Not a speck of dirt or dust on them. They're not commoners, they must be ninjas from other countries," the captain said urgently. Shortly after, a squad of 10 gathered and pursued Orochimaru and the others. Orochimaru's motion of holding his gourd paused. "The fish has taken the bait, we might just complete the mission," he said meaningfully, a thought-provoking smile on his lips. Hatake Tsukumo also curled his lips. "Excellent." Tsunade listened with a puzzled expression, feeling out of place with the two. Is this how geniuses communicate, in riddles? Meanwhile, Jiraiya noticed his companions hadn't caught up. He paused, then stopped. He walked back a few steps and joined the 3. 8 people, how should we divide them?" Hatake Tsukumo said softly. Orochimaru's vertical pupils slightly focused. He didn't respond. Then he replied calmly. "Your perception is hard to describe. There are 2 more in the water. That makes 10 in total." Orochimaru unceremoniously belittled Tsukumo, looking at the nearby dam. Hearing this, Tsukumo closed his eyes and carefully sensed. His face flushed slightly. "In perception I'm not your match. But in killing I'm faster than you." Tsukumo opened his eyes and stared at Orochimaru with a glinting gaze. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had snapped out of his daze, were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Jiraiya asked weakly, "Are they always like this?" Tsunade's eyes were vacant. "Yes, always like this. I can understand their words individually, but together they make no sense. Gentlemen, what business do you have in the land of rain?" The captain saw the four standing still and realized they had been discovered. So he spoke calmly while walking out. 7 ninjas followed behind him, ranging from genin to jonin. As for the 2 special jonin skilled in water, they were still lying in ambush in the water. "Come out, all of you, including the 2 in the water. Watch out for rheumatism." Orochimaru ignored the captain and spoke to the dam. Hearing Orochimaru's words, a few bubbles rose from the water. Then there was no response. As if the bubbles were saying, "We're not coming out. What are you gonna do? Besides, we're fish, big fish." Orochimaru saw that they had no intention of coming out, and didn't dwell on it. "Kid, hasn't anyone told you that you're too arrogant?" The captain saw Orochimaru ignoring him and frowned. He raised his voice slightly, seemingly a bit angry. But he held back his anger. Ninjas are human too, they get angry. However, they are ninjas, so they don't let anger control their emotions like ordinary people. They suppress anger so it doesn't affect their jutsu casting speed. "Oh, did I eat your rice? If not, then mind your own business. If you're going to fight, then fight. Don't be so effeminate." Orochimaru's vertical pupils looked coldly at the opponent, as if seeing him for the first time. He spread his palms slightly. He made a somewhat helpless gesture. As his strength increased, Orochimaru had become more and more free-spirited. Hatake Tsukumo meanwhile gripped his sword hilt. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru's eloquence with envy. He wished he could speak as well as Orochimaru. He glanced at Tsunade. He gripped his kunai tightly. Tsunade was eager to try, her delicate fists clenched. She had just started being a big spender, and was quite frustrated. She happened to want to vent a little with her fists. Hey, an interesting brat. The captain squinted, half raising his right hand and waving it forward. Behind him 7 ninjas drew their swords kunai and rushed empty-handed toward the 4 of Orochimaru's group. "Don't kill the one giving orders, capture him alive, it'll be useful. Also finish this quickly. We can't stay here long." Orochimaru watched as the enemy began their charge. He continued to speak his thoughts and commands in a leisurely manner without any trace of discord. "Anything else? If not, Orochimaru, I'll start the hunt." Hatake Tsukumo twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smirk. A glimmer of sword light had already appeared in his eyes. "All right." Tsunade, sensing the atmosphere, spoke softly. The battle was about to erupt, when the 2 sides were only a dozen meters apart. The 7 ninjas from the land of rain shot over a dozen kunai toward Orochimaru's group, roughly 2 per person. They began forming hand seals. It seemed they had a well-coordinated battle plan. "Be careful," Orochimaru said to Jiraiya and Tsunade, a rare display of concern. Seeing Hatake Tsukumo charge forward, his blood began to boil. He drew his Kusanagi sword and rushed ahead. The shurikens were already before Orochimaru's eyes, and their aim was precise. Orochimaru lightly swept his Kusanagi sword, accelerating once more. He followed close behind Hatake Tsukumo, unwilling to fall behind. Earth, release great swamp. Fire, release wildfire. Wind, release great wind. Just as Tsukumo and Orochimaru were less than 3 meters from the enemy, the ground beneath them softened. A sea of fire surged ahead, fueled by the wind release from behind. Beside the ninjas casting the techniques, several others had drawn long swords guarding them. Tsukumo's eyes flickered with white light. His body flashed, and the swampy ground seemed non-existent as he charged into the sea of fire like a blade. White sword light blazed around him. It was a fusion of sword, intense spiritual energy, and chakra. Orochimaru saw this and refused to be outdone, but this was his first encounter with a ninja using swamp techniques. He felt somewhat frustrated. Recalling the light footsteps from that night, he circulated chakra, transforming his heavy steps into lightness. Now he could walk on the swamp as if on solid ground. Then the sea of fire appeared before him. Orochimaru began spinning his left hand, gathering a Rasengan. The chakra rotated, drawing the flames into the sphere. Feeling the heat transmitted through the chakra, Orochimaru increased his chakra output. The Rasengan rapidly expanded, forming a great Rasengan. The flames poured endlessly into it. Orochimaru struggled to control the explosive fire, unable to harness it fully. He had intended to use the enemy's fire to create a blazing great Rasengan. The swamp on the ground dissipated. Before Tsukumo stood a headless corpse. Tsukumo's short sword remained as sharp as ever. The ninja who had been protecting his comrade stood frozen, pupils dilated, stunned by Tsukumo's speed. He couldn't even react. Tsukumo didn't hesitate, charging at the seemingly paralyzed ninja. Orochimaru sensed this and felt a twinge of admiration. The ground regained its solidity, allowing him to sprint at full speed. He hurled the incomplete Great Rasengan forward carrying a trail of flames. The enemy's fire release was continuous, and he could only use his own chakra to control it. Under these circumstances an incomplete version was already impressive. Two long swords slashed unhesitatingly at Orochimaru's wrist and ankle. The other side had made a mistake but they wouldn't repeat it. As Jiraiya and Tsunade prepared to charge, 2 water arrows shot from the river. Forced to divert, they headed toward the dam to deal with the ninja hiding in the shadows. The captain, seeing his subordinate fall in one exchange, felt a pang of panic. But remembering their numerical advantage, he rushed to reinforce. No longer concerned with commanding from the rear or blocking their escape. Orochimaru, seeing the 2 swords coming, showed no emotion. His right hand wielding the Kusanagi sword swung rapidly. The 2 ninjas who had been casting techniques stopped, sheathed their seals, and drew kunai, joining the melee. Orochimaru faced 4 opponents. Sakumo fought 3, having killed 1 with the captain now reinforcing. Orochimaru dispersed the incomplete Great Rasengan in his hand. That Rasengan looked fierce but was merely an empty shell. All the chakra had been used for defense, protecting Orochimaru as he passed through the sea of fire unscathed. Facing 2 swords and 2 kunai, Orochimaru felt a moment of panic. But his snake-like pupils contracted slightly. He realized that although outnumbered, the enemy's coordination was lacking. They couldn't fully utilize their numbers. So he swung his sword twice at maximum speed, deflecting the enemy's blades toward the other rain ninjas. They hastily withdrew their strength and stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru caught 1 kunai with his bare hand. Using the leverage, he stomped on another ninja's vulnerable point, repelling yet another opponent. Orochimaru bent his knees, hovering in midair, and delivered a fierce knee strike aimed at the temple of the ninja whose kunai he had seized. Seeing the fierce attack, the ninja tried to pull the kunai free, but it was wedged between Orochimaru's fingers. Panic flashed across his face. His pupils shrank. The ninja Orochimaru had kicked earlier saw this and was enraged, but his thigh was still numb, and he couldn't turn back in time. The ninja behind pushed him aside, thrusting his sword at Orochimaru in an attempt to force him to abandon the killing blow. Orochimaru paid no heed. In battle, a little injury was nothing as long as it wasn't fatal. He always fought with this trade wound for life mentality. Bam! A knee laced with chakra slammed brutally into the opponent's temple as horror dilated in his eyes. The force of the impact burst one of the ninja's eyes. The other bulged outward as if about to pop from its socket. Orochimaru wanted to retreat as the sword descended, but the ninja beneath his knee still seemed to cling to life. A ruthless glint flashed through his slit pupils. Chakra-laden toes stabbed straight into the man's heart like a blade. By then the sword was already at his chest. He twisted slightly and sprang backward several meters. A deep gash split his hand, the flesh curling open, yet he didn't spare it a single glance. That's one. Sensing that Sakumo had felled another, Orochimaru felt a touch of exasperation. No disputing it, Sakumo was faster. Still, he did not hesitate. He wouldn't chase the lead, but he refused to fall too far behind. Losing face would be unbearable. All the more so against an opponent with vastly richer combat experience, and several years his senior. The 3 ninja charging at him had bloodshot eyes, clearly bound by close friendship. But so what? If the tables were turned, these same men would be gleefully hunting them down. With a shift of his foot, he charged once more. Orochimaru's serpentine flexibility let him twist through impossible angles, dancing between twin blades balanced on their very tips. Since he had never trained with a sword, he discarded his blade entirely. Perhaps it would yield a pleasant surprise later. His right elbow slammed hard onto the wrist of a blocking guard. The wrist snapped with a clean crack. Orochimaru shifted his body, evading a thrown kunai, and a whip-like kick, then bounded back again. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Lingering in close combat might cost him his life. The rain ninjas, seeing how agile Orochimaru was in melee, felt their hearts sink. Even assaulting him from 3 directions, he retaliated. At close range, jutsu became unreliable, exactly Orochimaru's strategy. He would strike at their weakness, close combat, using his own respectable taijutsu. Once locked in grappling range, they could hardly unleash their techniques. Spread out. This won't work. Just as Orochimaru readied another charge, and the 2 instinctively bunched together. The ninja with shadowed gloomy eyes spoke in a low voice. He alone had read the situation. The other 2 froze, then subtly shifted their feet. They split left and right. Seeing his comrades obey his command, the speaker felt a flicker of relief. Orochimaru watched the man with the broken wrist standing at the center. his slit pupils fixed quietly on him. Things were growing interesting. Orochimaru's blood began to stir, excitement creeping in. Finally showing yourself. Sky Leg Severe Fist. Tsunade, spotting the ninja surfacing ahead, wore an icy scowl, clearly fed up with being toyed with. Chakra-infused monstrous strength drove her foot down onto the water's surface. The ripples stalled, then reversed, surging toward the rain ninja. She seemed to command the waves themselves. And the strike seemed feeble. At least the enemy ninja regarded it that way, sneering at Tsunade as though she were merely splashing about. That was what they thought. But when the wave crashed into him, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Even a drop of water imbued with immense force can shatter solid rock. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade lose her temper, had long since darted aside, quite cleverly. As for the other one lurking underwater, he awaited his comrade's bait, watching the 2 chakra-condensed Garudos circling beside him. The water bloomed crimson. The overconfident Tokubetsu Jonin's lower body was pulverized by the empowered wave, reduced to nothing by the all-embracing water. Only his upper body remained riddled with bloody holes. Far below, the ninja at the depths, seeing the scarlet above, assumed his partner had succeeded. He burst upward with the 2 Garudos exploding through the surface. Tsunade sensed something rising from below. Once more monstrous strength gathered in her fist, and she smashed it into the water. Compared to the earlier effort needed to control the wave's direction, this was child's play. Pillars of water erupted around Tsunade. The formless but crushing fist force surged downward. The 2 enormous Garudos were instantly reduced to powder. The ninja's gaze flashed with terror as he collided with that invisible power. His fleeting elation turned to horror, pupils contracted, then went vacant. His intact body shattered like a piece of pottery, cracking into fragments. Only his dense skull remained relatively whole. Jiraiya watched Tsunade with a mix of awe and unease. How cool she looked like this! Tsunade slowly rose, wiping away the mixture of blood and water on her face. Let's go. There are still 5 more over there. Her voice was calm, as if she had just crushed a pair of ants. All right. Jiraiya swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. His mind began to wander. He had seen it all far too clearly from where he stood. He felt almost lucky he was still alive after always calling Tsunade a washboard. As the 2 approached, Tsukumo was using the enemy captain to practice his sword forms, trying to push his blade to a breakthrough. Orochimaru meanwhile bore wounds on both arms, flesh split open, the gashes running deep. The madness on his face had only intensified. His fists, once somewhat disciplined, had devolved like his sword work into wild, chaotic hammering. He relished the raw sensation of flesh against flesh. Orochimaru, with his delicate, almost beautiful features, charging barefisted at armed ninja with swords and kunai, there was something undeniably bizarre about the sight. He struck again to no avail. His fist was blocked. He dodged a sword slash, but another crimson flower bloomed on his back. This time his eyes turned clear and cold. He sensed the others had already finished their battles. A chill ran through his slit pupils. That venting felt amazing. Do I have a masochistic streak? That's not good. He wiggled his fingers, tapped his toes, and charged once more. Halfway in, the Kusanagi blade flew into his grasp, and he seized it firmly. The ninja, who had grown accustomed to his attack rhythm, suddenly wore expressions of dread. Orochimaru became faster, so fast they could no longer track his movements. A thin line of blood appeared across one man's fair throat. Orochimaru bent low, knees folding, palm flattened against the ground, leaving a deep imprint, as he evaded 2 attacks aimed at his head. Using his hand for leverage, he crashed his back into one ninja's chest. A brilliant sword blaze severed another ninja's arm. Then he halted, just as the man he had knocked flying was recovering his bearings. He spun, hurling the Kusanagi from his hand, aimed straight at that man's chest. Then he dashed toward the one-armed ninja. Bye-bye. Elegant fingers curled into a fist thick with chakra. The one-armed ninja's chest caved in, leaving a grotesque hole. His glazed eyes stared emptily at the sky as he collapsed. His gaze was filled with rage. Orochimaru, his chakra momentarily spent, tumbled to the ground and rolled twice. Yet he reveled in the thrill of that speed. He slowly pushed himself up, then rose to his feet. Most of his abundant chakra was gone. His gaze fell on the ninja pierced through the shoulder by the Kusanagi blade, pinned to the earth, still struggling. 2 kunai appeared in his palm, thrown without ceremony. He felt too spent to bother closing the distance. And just as his strength gave out, and he began to fall once more, his back met something soft, and a delicate fragrance drifted into his nose. Why push yourself so hard? Couldn't you just hold them off and wait for us? Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. Her eyes were reddened. Green chakra swirled around her hands as she began treating Orochimaru's wounds. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo, seeing Orochimaru's explosive burst of speed, had subdued his own opponent with a few effortless moves. Without comparison, there was no harm. By the time Orochimaru was done, Tsukumo was already holding a scroll. Let's go. Don't tell me you're reluctant to get up. He pulled the kusanagi from the miserably broken corpse and walked over. He offered the sword hilt first to Orochimaru. Done already? Did you get any information? Orochimaru snapped out of his daze at Tsukumo's words. This is their mission scroll. We just bring it back. Tsukumo tossed the scroll lightly in his hand, then tucked it into his shirt and stretched out a hand. Orochimaru blinked, then took Tsukumo's hand and stood up. I'll deal with it after we return. He felt Tsunade's fingers clinging tightly to his own, then gently pulling free. Orochimaru spoke softly. Jiraiya watched with envy. For a fleeting moment he wondered if he should dye that thing on his head green. Group 704. Troubled times indeed. Yuanfei Risen muttered, his expression vexed as he gazed at the scroll on the desk. It was the one Yuan and his companions had just handed to him. This mission had been completed faster than he had imagined. Shomao, I'll be heading back now. Drop by for a drink when you're free. Yuan bid farewell to Shomao. Alright, Yuan. Keep up your training. Soon the ninja world will be in turmoil again. With greater strength you can better protect yourself. Shomao nodded, then spoke softly. Yuan did not turn around. He still half raised his hand and waved gently. I really hope this day comes soon so we can fight side by side again. Watching Yuan's retreating figure, Shomao smiled and shook his head. Yuan entered his home and closed the door. After sensing no peeping presence, he looked under the bed. He saw that in the inconspicuous spot the strand of hair was still there, not broken. Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. If the hair had been broken, it would mean someone had come and discovered his secret chamber. That would not be good news for him. 2 years later. What? You want to become my disciple? I don't know ninjutsu, how can I teach you? Looking at Shingshu, who had excellent grades and had graduated at the age of 6. Yuan gently shook his head and said. He didn't want to get too deeply involved with people from especially this young master. Not using Shingshu for experiments was already the last bit of goodwill he had left for him. I heard from my sister that you are the strongest. I don't care, just let me be your disciple. Seeing Yuan shake his head and preparing to turn and leave, Shingshu hugged Yuan's leg and pleaded coquettishly. Yuan was speechless. He didn't know who the child had learned this from. Then go to your sister. Your Qianshu clan's monstrous strength is so formidable. I have nothing to teach you. Seeing Shingshu acting spoiled, Yuan did not soften. After all, humans are weak creatures spending every day together. Inevitably unnecessary and complicated feelings would arise. Moreover, in the original story, Shingshu died at just over 10 years old, right not far from him. His internal organs were blown away by explosive tags. Knowing the outcome, Yuan didn't want to get involved in this trouble. Yes, it was trouble. Because he knew Shingshu had this calamity, he would likely have to guard against it every day, trying to change the outcome. This would delay his training and his experiments. He already had many things to do and time was insufficient. If he added Shingshu, how could he manage? He watched Shingshu, who no longer pestered him, and left. Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But soon after he received a notice that Yuanfei Risen wanted to see him. Teacher, may I ask what you need me for? Yuan looked at the still radiant Yuanfei Risen and said softly. Ahem, my disciple. Qianshu Shingshu wants to become your disciple. Why did you refuse? Yuanfei Risen smiled slightly and said softly. This matter has already reached Yuanfei Risen's ears, he might even be here to act as a mediator. Yuan thought to himself upon hearing Yuanfei Risen's words. A feeling of trouble washed over him. If Yuanfei Risen insisted he take the disciple, he would have nothing to say. After all, this cheap teacher had twice sent the extremely powerful Shomao to escort him, which genuinely moved him a little. It was only recently when he accidentally asked that Shomao told him. Only then did Yuan realize that this cheap teacher had been silently doing these things. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. After all, saying, I love you so much, with words is all fake. Nothing can be as shocking as substantive actions. That's the difference between saying and doing. Yes, but I'm busy recently and my ninjutsu doesn't match the Qianqiu clan's. I can't teach much anyway. With that thought, Yuan still wanted to struggle a bit, so he said softly. Yunfei Risen looked at Yuan, who seemed to be acting like a rogue, and a doting smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Silly child, do you know the influence of the Qianqiu clan? Taking Xingqiu as a disciple will bring great benefits to both you and me. With this connection, my position as Huiying will be more stable, and my help to you will be greater. When I retire, it's not impossible for you to become Huiying. Yunfei Risen said with a smile. At this moment he didn't seem like that schemer, but rather an old man chatting with the younger generation. But didn't you take Gang Ho as your disciple? You've been Huiying for so long. Besides, I don't want to be Huiying. After listening to Yunfei Risen, Yuan shrugged and said, That's different. When Xingqiu grows up, he will definitely be the pillar and decision-maker of the Qianqiu clan. Once Gang Ho marries, she won't be considered a member of the Qianqiu clan. Xingqiu is the heir of the Qianqiu clan. Can't you see which is more important? Good disciple, you must listen to me on this. I'll comply with anything else you want. Yunfei Risen still spoke with a smile, explaining the intricacies involved. After hearing Yunfei Risen's words, Yuan narrowed his eyes. But teacher, are you sure the Qianqiu clan will always exist? Can you tolerate having someone above you? Yuan stared intently at Yunfei Risen with his vertical pupils and said seriously. He suddenly seemed to understand what Yunfei Risen was thinking. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Yunfei Risen was slightly startled. His expression darkened and his brows furrowed tightly. Don't worry about that. Their clan isn't so easy to topple. It's definitely right for you to latch on to them now. Even if they collapse tomorrow, you can still gain many benefits. Whether in the short term or long term, it will greatly enhance your reputation. Yunfei Risen's frown did not ease, and he took a heavy drag on his pipe. He said, Teacher, if this is your forceful request, I will do it, and make you satisfied. But are you sure? Yuan's voice was somewhat soft and sinister, his vertical pupils fixed earnestly on Yunfei Risen. If Yunfei Risen insisted, he would take the disciple. But the help Yunfei Risen had given him, this favor he would treat like a business transaction and use it. Looking at Yuan's serious expression, Yunfei Risen was slightly taken aback. Then he narrowed his eyes. This is my request. Go ahead, disciple. I usually don't force you to do things you don't like. But this time you must obey me. You can make any request and I will comply. Yunfei Risen's tone was firm at first, then softened slightly. A trace of coldness flashed in Yuan's eyes. Then he said somewhat mockingly, Really? You'll comply with any request? Yuan asked with a hint of derision. Yes, name it. As long as I can do it, I'll get it for you. Yunfei Risen stared quietly at Yuan and said in a steady tone. All right, then I want the 9 tails. In the Huiying's office. Yuan's voice was very soft, yet it resounded like a thunderbolt in Yunfei Risen's ears. You're crazy. You dare to covet the 9 tails. Who taught you to do this? Do you know what the 9 tails means to us? Yunfei Risen stood up, a murderous intent and violent rage flashing in his eyes. He slammed the table hard, his voice eerily strange. He clearly raised his volume but forcefully suppressed it. Seeing that look on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, a trace of loneliness flickered deep in Orochimaru's eyes. And when Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Orochimaru's calm, unrippling gaze, he cooled down. My disciple, the 9 tails is not something an ordinary person can bear. I am doing this for your own good. You should know that the 9 tails Jinchuriki is the wife of the god of shinobi. Wanting the 9 tails, isn't that just a joke? Even if you truly wanted it, I could not get it for you. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Oh, then forget it. Orochimaru spoke in the same unconcerned tone as when he had brought up wanting the 9 tails, as free and easy as if he were joking. As for the shift inside his heart, no one else could understand it. Then, my good disciple, is there anything else you want? You should ask for something your master actually has. Consider it a congratulatory gift from me to you on becoming a teacher for the first time. Oh, then just give me 10 million taels of silver. I have been a bit short on money lately. Orochimaru said without even thinking. His wings had already begun to fill out, and anything he wanted was within easy reach. That seemingly casual chat just now was also a test to see how much weight he carried in this nominal master's heart. After all, he had come to know that this nominal master had quietly done things for him in the dark, things that moved him deeply. When it truly came to destroying this nominal master's life's work, he could not bring himself to do it. After all, he was a child who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. Right now everything was just right, perfectly fitting and appropriate. Ah well. All my money is managed by your master's wife. Besides, the Hokage earns no salary. Where would I get so much money? Aren't you just making things difficult for this old man? Hiruzen Sarutobi was all smiles, as if the one who had been furious moments ago were somebody else. Truly, Orochimaru taking Senju Nawaki as his disciple was far too advantageous to him. Whether it was the plans he could now carry out in the village, or the Senju clan's wariness toward him, even making a vicious underhanded move would become far simpler. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was ice cold. He was no longer young, and he did not have much time left to scheme gradually. He wanted to seize complete control of Konoha and let his ideas, his will of fire, permeate the entire village. Every corner. Oh, then I'll go back and think it over. Once I've decided, I'll tell you. You can tell them. I agree. Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with indifferent slit-shaped pupils. A meaningful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Wanting to wipe out the Senju clan, huh? Orochimaru brooded darkly in his heart. In this game he would take a seat too. My disciple, it's wonderful that you've come around. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. A picture of a kind master and a filial disciple. Leaving the office, Orochimaru's gaze was utterly unruffled, and he walked quietly home. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Orochimaru leave the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned grim. After a long while he muttered softly around his pipe. I've underestimated you, Orochimaru. A fierce glint flashed through his eyes. It was not merely that Orochimaru had raised this unrealistic demand in order to avoid taking Nawaki as his disciple. Right, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that Orochimaru was unwilling to take Senju Nawaki as his disciple and had deliberately made such an impossible request. Or perhaps when they joined hands to destroy the Senju clan, the Ninetales would be Orochimaru's spoils of war. Of course, these master and disciple were speaking in riddles, either exposing the other. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambition had grown frighteningly vast. If he was already setting his sights on the Ninetales now, who knew what would be able to satisfy him later? And when Orochimaru had said those words, there was a bit of petulance, a bit of a desire to test their master-disciple bond, and then there was the second meaning that Hiruzen Sarutobi had understood. When Hiruzen Sarutobi promised benefits to get Orochimaru to accept Nawaki as a disciple, their relationship had dropped to freezing point. Orochimaru's displeasure reached its peak. Added to that was the way Hiruzen Sarutobi secretly spied on him from time to time. He would have remembered the kindness Hiruzen Sarutobi had shown him, and when the time came he would have gone easier on him. As long as Hiruzen's dark scheming did not drag him, a man who wanted to develop steadily, into it would be all right. But things rarely went as one wished. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to use him as a pawn. As someone from a new era, how could he possibly be willing? No one is willing to be another person's pawn led around by the nose. Most importantly, he disliked this feeling of being restrained. He had long ago had enough of it. A true man born between heaven and earth, how could he remain gloomily beneath another's command? Ding dong, ding dong. I'm back again, Teacher Orochimaru. A short while later, Nawaki, holding a little flower, hopped over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback by Nawaki's appearance and felt a little healed. The corners of his mouth gently lifted. Not bad, little Nawaki, you even know how to use special privileges. Orochimaru patted Nawaki on his little head and said softly, feeling much better inside. Here's a little flower for you, Teacher Orochimaru. Nawaki pretended not to hear. He handed the little flower to Orochimaru. Teacher Orochimaru, what are these balloons for? Senju Nawaki held a stack of objects including balloons. Over the years, recreational items had gradually caught up with the times, evolving rapidly. This is how it is, and that is how it shall be. Then every day you will practice climbing trees using chakra, and after that you'll practice walking on water with chakra. Indeed, our Orochimaru directly taught Nawaki the cultivation insights for the Rasengan. At the same time, he also imparted methods to enhance chakra control. He knew nothing about being a teacher. Now Nawaki's circumstances were far better. Back then he himself didn't have such favorable conditions. Now he could only teach Nawaki as much as possible, hoping to spare this lovely child from being blown to pieces later. Minato was now about 2 years old. Uzumaki Kushina was soon to arrive in Konoha. The Uzumaki clan was also about to emerge. And Orochimaru himself was now 18 years old. Time slipped by like a fleeting horse. He still hadn't fully grasped the principles of the living corpse reincarnation technique. Time flew swiftly. By this year Orochimaru had reached the age of 21. Over these 3 years his strength had begun to stagnate. He still hadn't found a subject to experiment on with Hashirama Senju's cells. He was waiting for an opportunity. And that opportunity had arrived. Because Uzumaki Kushina had reached Konoha. His strength was about to experience a meteoric leap. Nawaki had already become a Chunin, another prodigy after Orochimaru. Nawaki, have you remembered everything I said? Orochimaru looked at the young man with a resolute face before him and spoke softly. I understand, Teacher Orochimaru. Nawaki nodded his little head vigorously. Then tell me, what have I asked you to do? Orochimaru said softly. A hint of indulgence gleamed in his eyes. Teacher Orochimaru said that in a few days I should go into seclusion. No matter what happens outside, I must not come out. Unless Teacher Orochimaru returns to find me, I am to ignore everyone even if war breaks out. Nawaki looked at Orochimaru with wide, eager eyes, speaking word by word. His heart was a little uneasy, as if something major was about to happen. And then, Nawaki, remember my words. Otherwise you need not call me your teacher anymore. Keep the promise we made. Orochimaru's elongated eyes bore purple tear streaks. His vertical pupils fixed intently on Nawaki as he spoke seriously. If Nawaki truly disobeyed him and died on the battlefield, he would have nothing to say. Everything is fate, everything is self-inflicted. Even his disciple could not be exempted. Orochimaru leisurely blended into a merchant caravan, gazing at the bustling Konoha. Orochimaru took a deep look at the round building that wasn't very tall. The Hokage's office. A hint of haziness filled his eyes. Time had grown so long that it gave him a sense of long-lost familiarity. This game was finally about to begin. The players were already getting ready. 5 years have passed, the land of rain has ceased its turmoil, and that means war is truly close at hand. Have the forces all been prepared? Above all, we cannot allow Konoha to spare any strength for reinforcements. Several men sat at a long table quietly sipping tea. We will wait for the land of rain to make its move. Seizing that moment, we can gather ninjas on a massive scale without inviting suspicion. Not bad, that's a sound plan. Orochimaru came to a familiar mountain, remembering that young girl who used to walk backward while hopping and skipping. It was the same summer sunset as before. Flowers bloomed all around. Butterflies, bees, and small insects were sowing pollen among the blossoms. A soft breeze drifted through, lending the scene a comfortable, carefree charm. Orochimaru sprang lightly onto a tree branch, then leaped forward. Gazing at the somewhat desolate wooden cabin ahead, he landed on the ground. He pushed the door open with a gentle touch, and stepped inside just as he had years ago. But unlike years past, the little cabin was now covered in cobwebs and dust. From within, places he hadn't noticed from outside revealed the shack's sorry state. The wooden cabin was evidently badly worn and weathered. Its roof had already begun to let in rain. When he pushed open the door to the girls' quarters, dust scattered down from the lintel. In the sunset's glow, it fell like endless drifting snowflakes. After a moment, Orochimaru walked out of the cabin, and a faint smile rose upon his lips. He remembered his childish foolishness back then. He had been determined to make a ruthless kill, yet a bout of stomach trouble had left him utterly bedraggled. In the end, he had even become a rice porter, hauling loads up and down the mountain for several trips. Ah, to be young is a fine thing. Orochimaru felt a pang of nostalgia. Then his smile gradually faded and his eyes turned icy. Yet even now I still haven't grown strong enough. Everything has returned to where it began, and I have grown old. Orochimaru stared blankly into the distance, seeming to see scene after scene surface before his eyes. Those were the people he had killed back then. The nightmares he had suffered in the intervening years remained unforgettable. He touched the wine gourd at his waist, and a wave of reassurance spread through his heart. He took a gentle sip of fine wine and shut his eyes. Ah, nothing in this mortal world could be more exquisite than this. Beautiful scenery, fine liquor, and the boudoir where my fair lady once dwelled. Everything is exactly as it should be. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, embracing this beautiful place. A few days later, the rain-hidden village declared war on the Iron Country, the sand-hidden village, and the leaf-hidden village. No one knew where they had mustered the courage to do so. The reason for the declaration of war was: the ninjas of the Iron Country, Sand-Hidden Village, and Leaf-Hidden Village frequently pass through our territory without paying toll fees. And they intend to seize the territory of the Rain Country. This declaration of war was earth-shattering, having offended all 3 neighboring villages. The major villages began to tighten their defenses, amassing large numbers of ninjas, some preparing for battle, others fortifying defenses. The other 3 villages adopted a stance of watching the spectacle. However, the cloud-hidden village began to stir restlessly. They started prowling along the Leaf's defense lines as if ready to strike at any moment. Seizing fertile land. Yuan Fei, risen upon receiving the news, was furious. With a wave of his hand he dispatched all except the Qianqiu clan and the Yizhibo clan to both fronts. They began preparing for war. Weapons and provisions were continuously transported to the front lines, many of which were contributed by the daimyo. And as soon as the declaration was made, a coalition force began to circle around, ready to backstab the Whirlpool country. The target was very clear. At night the forest was like a gaping abyss, swallowing all animal sounds. The mountain was already densely packed with people. Many more were continuously being transported by water route. Meanwhile, the Shiwan captured a mist ninja and performed the disguise technique. He took the other's appearance for himself. This was a B-rank technique that De Shiwan had developed a few years ago. After all, in his eyes this technique was truly formidable. In his previous life, De Shiwan infiltrated the Leaf's Chunin exam using this technique. Since it involved peeling off the opponent's face completely, it was practically flawless. "Is De Shiwan still in seclusion?" Yuan Fei, risen, asked softly, his thumb and forefinger gently pinching his pipe. Before him knelt an umbu. He enjoyed the feeling of others kneeling before him. The current situation was confusing. Although he had long prepared, he hadn't expected the cloud-hidden village to pull this stunt. He might even have to go to the battlefield himself, unable to remain in the rear. And once he left, he was worried that his troublesome disciple might cause trouble, hence the question. "Yes, Lord Hokage, your disciple has a seclusion sign hanging on his door." Yuan Fei, risen's brows furrowed upon hearing the umbu's words. He then waved his hand, signaling the umbu to withdraw. Yuan Fei, risen, took out a crystal ball from his drawer which was clear and translucent. After lightly forming hand seals, he infused it with chakra. Soon an image appeared on it. The image showed De Shiwan with his eyes closed, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing this, Yuan Fei, risen, felt a slight relief. Compared to the troublemaking Tuanzang, his troublesome disciple was even more worrisome. He knew what Tuanzang's intentions and motives were, and he had ways to deal with him. His disciple De Shiwan he could not fully see through. This made him quite uncomfortable. The De Shiwan on the bed sensed the probing gaze fade away. He lightly formed hand seals and dispelled the shadow clone technique. The current De Shiwan's chakra reserves were decent. Just a few tons perhaps. Arranging a chakra-free shadow clone to sit on the bed for 10 days to half a month was no problem. This was the trick De Shiwan had left behind. Since De Shiwan estimated it wouldn't take too long, he didn't mind. Wearing the face of a mist ninja, De Shiwan looked at the vast coalition force, and was somewhat surprised. No wonder the Whirlpool country could be destroyed in such a short time. There was a reason. Soon, when the first batch of troops was fully assembled, the ninja coalition began their assault. They advanced with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, De Shiwan simply stood beside the corpses, waiting for the system to absorb the source power of the Whirlpool body. 5 elemental techniques were visible everywhere, along with golden chains sparkling. That was sealing jutsu. Over 200 chunin and more than a dozen jonin formed sharp blades, piercing through the Whirlpool country's defenses. De Shiwan was stunned by this kind of group battle. A sea of fire stretching for over a kilometer, a sea of water, and walls of earth rising hundreds of meters. And what's worse, this was only one direction. The other 3 directions were the same. This was a massive meat grinder. This was also due to the stealthy coalition, which had a full array of various ninjutsu. Cooperating, the scene was grand beyond compare. De Shiwan followed behind the mist ninja, using C-rank techniques symbolically just to fill the quota. He sensed the invisible energy around him being attracted and entering his body, making him feel that this trip was not in vain. His chakra was growing at a perceptible speed. Host obtained a large amount of Whirlpool body source power, now breaking through the limit of the Whirlpool body. Host has obtained an incomplete Sage body. Can collect Qianqiu clan source power to link and complete the Sage body. Note: only after completion can further strengthening be carried out. Soon after, when De Shiwan felt that the chakra in his body had completely turned into chakraton, the system's voice appeared. "System, there are so many Whirlpool body source powers here, can't you collect them all?" De Shiwan rarely asked the system. Host's suggestion is reasonable. Can continue to collect and store, but will dissipate at a rate of 1365 per day. My God, please pay attention. All rights of interpretation belong to the mysterious system. Does the host confirm the current operation? Deshiwan was slightly delighted upon hearing the system's words. Then he was taken aback. Ah. I agree. Hurry up and collect. Our Deshiwan originally wanted to preserve the Qianqiu clan, but helplessly, with the right timing, geographical advantage, and human factors, it was the will of heaven. Deshiwan had no choice. Over a dozen ninja hawks flew overhead heading for the leaf. The coalition acted as if they were oblivious to this. They seemed not to care. Of course, it was also because once these ninja hawks took to the sky and it was night, shooting them down was practically a fool's dream. Late at night, Yuan Fei Risen was sleeping with his wife. A hurried knock came at the door. After a startled shiver, Yuan Fei Risen. His face darkened. Looking at his wife's beautiful face, Yuan Fei Risen smiled. It might be something from the front. Maintain your readiness for combat. Wait for me to return. Yuan Fei Risen kissed his wife's face, which was like a peach. He said softly. As Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the room ready to erupt in anger, a letter of urgent plea arrived before his eyes. His expression turned vacant. A tremor of unease stirred within him. Could the front lines be in peril? He wondered. Forgetting his stride, he walked to the living room, flicked on the light, and began to read. The land of whirlpools, he murmured, pacing restlessly. The land of whirlpools was their ally guarding their rear. How could they not be alarmed at its distress? He hurried to the Hokage's office. After a few steps, as if recalling something, he said to the Umbu at his side, Summon the heads of all clans. Sarutobi sat silently in the office, his face etched with anxiety. He had not yet tired of his Hokage seat. Soon Danzo pushed the door open. Sarutobi's eyes flickered with surprise at his swift arrival. Noticing the confusion in Sarutobi's gaze, Danzo paused for a few seconds, then stepped closer and spoke softly. I have received the news as well. I assumed you would be here, so I came. My opinion is that we should not rescue them. Indeed, we could even trick the Senju clan into going. That would allow us to better control Konoha. Danzo's voice was cold and clear, utterly devoid of emotion. Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief at Danzo's words. You, he began, but Danzo cut him off, speaking softly again. Lady Mito is already old, she may soon pass away. Once she is gone, can the land of whirlpools still be trusted? They are numerous now with strong physiques. They sit behind us, and their sealing arts are immensely powerful. If we aid them, they will grow stronger and become a threat to Konoha. And do you not see the Senju clan as an obstacle to our advancement? Then, with two great burdens removed, we can fully realize our ambitions. Danzo's tempting voice whispered into Sarutobi's ear. Sarutobi's initial shock gave way to hesitation. After hearing the rest, fear crept into his expression. Danzo's words had struck a chord deep within him. This land of whirlpools truly should not be saved. By the end of Danzo's speech, a flush of excitement rose on Sarutobi's face, envisioning his future triumph. But he felt conflicted, about to object, when Danzo's voice came again. Opportunity knocks but once. The glory of the Senju clan is a thing of the past. Are you willing to let them forever lord over you, issuing orders? And do you as Hokage not know the true strength of Konoha? The Umbu and Root alone are enough to fight a medium-scale war. There are also so many clans. Think about it, what can the Senju clan do for us now besides being a mascot? Sarutobi's heart sank. His face calmed. Danzo's words had hit home. He too had long yearned to overthrow the Senju and look down upon them. To tell them, my lords, the times have changed. This is the era of me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he dared not, had no chance, and feared the backlash of infamy. Then you speak for me. See to it. And ensure we obtain the sealing arts. Sarutobi sat upright, speaking softly but gravely. He had long coveted those sealing arts. Rest assured, Danzo said with a sly smile. He had received intelligence days ago. With his vast network, he could even pick up a Sharingan on the road. Such a rumor was hardly a secret. Of course, any sealing arts he acquired would be kept for himself. What did Sarutobi Hiruzen have to do with it? Danzo looked at the stern-faced Hokage. He marveled again at the old fox's cunning. He, Danzo, would have to take the blame once more. To accomplish the deed, then vanish without a trace. Such was the way. When will I ever become Hokage? He sighed wearily. Being a mere advisor now, he was constantly harried by the Senju clan. It was a miserable existence. But they were like grasshoppers at autumn's end, with little time left. Soon the Hokage's office was packed. An elder of the Senju clan pointed at Sarutobi and barked. The land of whirlpools is in dire straits. Why have you sent no reinforcements? They have been our allies since the Warring States period. The others murmured but remained silent. This was a perfect display of fair-weather friendship. Lord Senju, it is not that Sarutobi refuses to rescue them but that Konoha has no one left to send. 2 fronts are already engaged. We have no manpower. And sending a token force would be meaningless. Sarutobi pretended not to hear, staring blankly ahead. Danzo stepped forward to speak. The other 2 advisors exchanged uneasy glances. They were not ready to relinquish their comfortable positions as advisors, and they dreaded weakening Konoha's strength for the sake of others. Those 2 were Koharu and Hamura. They resolved, even at the cost of offending the Senju, to prevent Konoha from being left vulnerable. In the end, the matter was dropped. Mito looked at the stone faces on the Hokage monument with profound disappointment. Apart from those who had retired and merged into the civilian population, the remaining 1,000 or so ninjas of the Senju clan marched out of Konoha's gates. They headed for the land of whirlpools. Watching commoners flee in panic. The war raged on through the night, and the Whirlpool clan's resistance gradually weakened. Most of their ninja had already fallen in battle. The vast majority of their ninja had only mastered their skills halfway, their eyes blinded by the illusion of peace. Moreover, with Konoha as such a powerful ally, yet an innocent man must bear the guilt of possessing jade. Whether it was their unique physique, or their sealing arts, both had become coveted prizes in the eyes of others. They had even naively thrown away their swords. For there is a world of difference between having a sword and choosing not to use it, and never having a sword at all. And this sword meant enough ninja and enough strength. It was then that Orochimaru first set foot in this nation. The last time he had only lingered in the border villages. Seeing corpses strewn everywhere, he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the ninja entering the city were like bandits, looting everything in sight. Some of them ignored the civilians, entirely focused solely on searching for treasure. Others killed for sport, charging forward to run people through with their blades. Konoha's allied forces had not yet arrived. The sounds of resistance grew ever fainter, and the occasional explosions gradually died down. Orochimaru understood that aside from those who had escaped, or those taken away by people with ulterior motives for research, the Whirlpool clan, a family with such ancient lineage, had become history. Corpses littered the land, walls lay in ruins, and devastation stretched in every direction. The morning sun slowly began to rise. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, he received orders and regrouped once more. Several hours later, a force of over 1,000 ninja appeared before his eyes. Orochimaru's heart was fraught with complicated feelings. Clearly the Senju clan had long been sold out. Moreover, Orochimaru suspected that Konoha had a hand in this allied force, otherwise their intelligence could not have been so precise regarding the land of whirlpools. The Senju clan was clearly far more formidable. Many of their ninja possessed immense physical strength, and at the slightest provocation they would close the distance and draw their blades. Compared to ninjutsu, they trusted their own bodies more, and they possessed powerful healing techniques as well. Orochimaru had no intention of fighting, he merely stepped back. He was prepared to reap the spoils of the conflict while standing on the sidelines. Though the Senju came on fiercely and managed to hold their own and cut down enemies at first, despite being outnumbered several times over, before long they began to falter. The gap in quality was simply too vast. For this was all the Senju clan had left, a motley array ranging from low-ranking genin to aged elite jonin, all of wildly inconsistent ability. Thus problems quickly arose. They were also burning with vengeance and lacked a competent commander, having marched at full speed through the night to get there. Even with their powerful physiques, they soon ran out of stamina. Watching the Senju style of fighting, Orochimaru would be lying to say he wasn't disappointed. So it wasn't just the Uchiha clan that had grown arrogant. The Senju were hardly any better. They believed that aside from their own clan, everyone else in the world was nothing but weeds to be trampled. At their mercy. Charging a several thousand strong elite force with just over 1,000 men was certainly brave but utterly foolish. Yet within Orochimaru's body, power continued to surge endlessly. The Senju physique and the Whirlpool constitution reacted with one another chemically, rapidly filling the gaps in his incomplete sage body. He felt his chakra and sensory ability rapidly growing again, along with certain traits he could not even perceive. Orochimaru was the true victor of this whole farce. He had originally planned to play a game of chess, but thanks to the system he had simply become a bystander. "Why aren't you fighting?" Just as Orochimaru was basking in the sensation of his rapidly surging power, a mist ninja squad leader rushed up to him and demanded. The man was also getting scared, and Orochimaru happened to be a convenient target. He wanted to use this excuse to hang back. Though the Senju were few in number and uneven in strength, their close combat cut through the Allied forces like a sharp blade. The Allied forces had also suffered heavy losses. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Unlike the Whirlpool clan who died shamefully, the Senju displayed the glory befitting their name. Orochimaru moved with a flicker of his form, graceful and swift. The squad leader before him immediately had his chest caved and his shoulder still gripped tightly by Orochimaru. Several cowardly ninja who saw this quickly turned their heads away, pretending they had seen nothing. Host, the initial sage body has been fully supplemented. When your strength rises further, the rest can be developed. The remaining sage body origin essence has settled within your body. Enjoy your use. A moment later, the system's voice finally arrived belatedly. At last Orochimaru had reached the current pinnacle of physical conditioning possible. This was the capital that allowed him to settle grudges freely and live with ease and delight. A flicker of complexity passed through his slit pupils. People were like this. What they couldn't obtain was always the most tantalizing, and once they had it they grew anxious and sentimental. Seeing a dozen or so young Senju of mediocre strength being covered as they retreated, Orochimaru's eyes lit up slightly. The Senju clan had finally realized they were no longer the overlords of old. Orochimaru's toes stirred lightly, and with the body flicker technique he vanished from where he stood. "Are you people of the Senju clan?" Orochimaru had circled around, bathed, and changed his clothes before appearing before this band of young defeated survivors. He no longer had any use for corpses. These dozen or so youths were what he would need for the next stage. "Why does this one hide behind a mask? Do you dare show your face?" A Senju youth who looked 17 or 18 spoke, catching sight of the forehead protector on Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru gently pulled away the black cloth covering his face. "I am Orochimaru, teacher of Senju Nawaki. I was originally in seclusion, but when I heard that something had happened to the land of whirlpools and that the Senju had gone to provide support, I hurried after you. How is the situation at the front? Why are you so battered? Did you run into an ambush?" Orochimaru's face bore an urgent expression appropriate for wartime, along with an air of warmth toward the Senju, and the smile at the corners of his mouth was very soft. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the leading youth was stunned. "The young lord's teacher." Then his eyes turned red. "We've already been to the battlefield. Let's head back first and talk as we walk." The youth was deeply grieved, but he still remembered the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly continued. "When we arrived, the land of whirlpools was already littered with corpses. The elder, who had close ties with the Whirlpool clan, flew into a rage. Ignoring the possibility of ambushes, he led us charging straight and determined to save as many people as we could and preserve a fraction of the Whirlpool bloodline." The group had taken refuge in a mountain cave. They were truly too exhausted to run any farther, so Orochimaru had helped them find this hidden cavern. Now they all sat together, with Orochimaru quietly listening to the youth pour out his grievances like an elder. And then, "Did you manage to save anyone? What about the others? Did you get separated?" Orochimaru asked, knowing the answer all too well. "Alas, when we passed through the villages we searched and found some survivors. So we pressed deeper. But who would have thought those cunning enemies had set an ambush, as if they knew we were coming all along?" As he said this, the youth suddenly froze. His eyes flickered uneasily, then went dull again. Orochimaru noticed the subtle change in the youth's gaze. "Your guess is correct. Konoha did dispatch quite a number of ninja tonight. Not to the staging area at the Hidden Rain village, nor toward the Hidden Cloud village." Orochimaru patted the youth's shoulder, feeling him flinch slightly. Yet the youth did not dodge. But upon hearing Orochimaru's words, his eyes turned bloodshot. "Who did this? Why would they do such a thing? Do they have any idea how much the Senju sacrificed to found Konoha? Our clan produced 2 Hokage. We are Konoha's mainline family. Who could be so monstrous as to bite the hand that feeds them? I'm going back to expose them, to show everyone their true faces." The young man's blood boiled at Orochimaru's words. The deaths of over 1,000 of his clansmen weighed heavily on his heart. Now that he learned their defeat came not from a powerful enemy but from the people behind their own lines, how could he contain his fury? The remaining dozen or so children, the youngest 13 or 14, and the oldest 15 or 16, all had reddened eyes. Just last night they still had happy, complete families. And today everything was gone. "Are you stupid? The only direct bloodline of the Senju left consists of the dozen or so of you who escaped. The rest of your clan has already been fully integrated into Konoha. If you go back and make a scene, wouldn't that just spell the annihilation of the Senju clan? Besides, someone with that much influence, can you even handle them? You don't even know who struck the fatal blow. What are you going to fight with? Orochimaru's face turned stern. He spoke coldly, his tone harsh. Originally he had planned to coax these dozen or so young Senju ninja away and lock them up for experiments with Hashirama's cells. After all, no matter how diluted Hashirama's cells were when used on infant test subjects, they would essentially explode upon entry, rapidly devouring the cells and turning the body into wood. In the original story, Yamato was the only surviving child, and even that was a direct result of Orochimaru's own hands. These young ninja all possessing Senju blood within them. Perhaps they could help him understand Hashirama's cells even more thoroughly. But now he no longer intended to do that. These youths had managed to escape and cross paths with him, which spoke of no small fortune. If in the future more than a dozen Senju subordinates capable of wood release were to appear in the ninja world, what a magnificent sight that would be. By then, if he also gathered some orphaned Uchiha children, he would become the godfather of the ninja world. But then, what are we supposed to do? The youth slumped in dejection. Father, what's wrong with you? In a simply decorated hall, the young Uchiha Fugaku, noticing his father's distraction, asked softly. An era has ended, the middle-aged man replied instinctively upon hearing Fugaku's question. What era? The young Fugaku continued to inquire. Nothing. Don't ask. Just train hard. Such a ruthless heart. Hashirama, you have a fine younger brother. Tobirama, you've finally gotten what you deserve. Within the Hyuga clan, an elderly man lay on a reclining chair, swaying gently with a look of utter contentment. The incident was fully concluded. Those who needed to know had been informed. Those who hadn't received the news could still piece together hints or glean fragments from others. Grandma, what should we do? Tsunade stood before a woman, her face etched with sorrow. As she asked, tears welled in her eyes. This woman was none other than Hashirama Senju's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Her face was pallid, and though she appeared youthful, her eyes were hollow with exhaustion and a profound weariness. Tsunade, you must train diligently. Protect your little brother. Do you understand what I mean? Mito suppressed the pain in her heart, thinking of the young Nawaki and the granddaughter before her. She spoke softly. Are we just going to let this go? Tsunade's clear eyes were filled with complexity, and deep within them lurked a fierce hatred. I am old now. I'm only waiting for Kushina to grow up to complete the Jinchuriki transition. After that I'll be near the end. Mito said, her voice heavy with complexity. This village was her husband's life's work. She yearned to unleash a massacre to purge the darkness from Konoha. But with war looming, if she made a move in the rear, Konoha's very existence would be threatened. Hearing Mito's words, Tsunade's eyes filled with grief. Go. Don't leave Konoha unless necessary. I will protect you and your brother. Mito waved her hand wearily. Signaling Tsunade to leave, she stared blankly in the direction of the clan compound, as if seeing the bustling crowds of the past. Hashirama, I have failed you. I only wish I had seen their wolfish ambition sooner, before they destroyed everything you built. After Tsunade left, Mito slumped to the floor, her eyes vacant. She bore twice the anguish as Tsunade, but she was the pillar of strength. If she crumbled, the situation would only worsen. As Tsunade passed by Nawaki's room and saw the training sign hanging on the door, she wanted to push it open several times. But each time she stopped. She longed to take Nawaki and flee far away from this terrible place. Yet vast as the ninja world was, there was no refuge for them. You old dog Sarutobi, you treacherous Danzo! Yunshi clenched the test tube in her hand, the delicate veins on her hand standing out. Though she had no deep attachment to the Senju clan, it was still the place that raised her. Thinking of her own pitiful strength, Yunshi's eyes, once burning with hatred, went dull. After a long while, her hands gradually steadied with resolve. She hurriedly rummaged through a drawer. A worn-out notebook appeared before her eyes. She picked up the notebook with great care. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. She began flipping through the pages, muttering under her breath. Edo Tensei, Edo Tensei. Indeed, this was the notebook left behind by Senju Tobirama, containing his notes on creating and researching the Edo Tensei technique. Half a month later, after wandering around, Shiwan disguise brought 17 young men of the Qianshou clan to the land of Tian. Due to the ongoing war, Shiwan led them to build a temporary base on the mountain, in front of several wooden huts. Shiwan looked with satisfaction at the 17 young men before him. My has decayed and Xingshu is still in my village. I plan to return to gather information and also bring Xingshu and Gang Shou out. You should stay in seclusion here for now. I brought them to find you. Remember, you must not reveal your whereabouts. If hungry, you can hunt in the mountains. Think about your young clan leader, he still depends on you to rebuild the Qianshou clan. Do you understand? Dishiwan said softly, his expression serious. The youths were at the rebellious age, always thinking simply. Yes, Lord Dishiwan. I will keep them well disciplined. Thank you so much. The leading young man, about 17 or 18, spoke earnestly. His face was resolute. Clearly he approved of Dishiwan and his plan. After all, if Dishiwan had intended to harm them, they would have perished long ago. Thus, even though Dishiwan was a disciple of that old villain Yuan Fei Rijan, they still trusted him. Dishiwan was not only a disciple of the old villain, but also their young clan leader's teacher. When Dishiwan sneaked into the village, he stealthily slipped into his room. As usual, he checked the small mechanism of the underground secret chamber. After finding that the mechanism was untouched, he felt relieved. Master Dishiwan, are you back? At night, Xingshu gently knocked on Dishiwan's door. He called softly. Dishiwan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and gently opened the door. What's wrong, Xingshu? Didn't I tell you to go into seclusion? Looking at Xingshu's red-rimmed eyes, Dishiwan paused the words he was about to say. You know. Xingshu entered and Dishiwan closed the door. He slightly closed his eyes, sensing for a moment, and discovered that several people were following Xingshu in the distance, but had no intention of approaching further. Dishiwan opened his eyes and said softly, Wuwu, my sister told me everything. Our Qianshou clan, when we went to support the land of Wu, not a single one returned, they were all wiped out. Hearing this, Dishiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. He then went to the table and poured a cup of water for Xingshu. Drink some water and tell me slowly. Xingshu took the water, drank, and then gently placed the cup on the table. Master Dishiwan, I want to know what happened. Xingshu looked at Dishiwan with a mixture of anxiety, grief, and trust. Clearly he did not fully believe the selective information that Gang Shou had told him. It all starts with the land of Wu. Your Qianshou clan has been allies with the land of Wu for generations. What happened this time was premeditated. The isolation of the land of Wu was also orchestrated by the current high-ups of Mai. And the Qianshou clans going to support them was part of the plan. Recalling the original story, Xingshu fought so hard for Mai only to try to revive the Qianshou clan. He died young. Hence Wuju's life. Knowing that children in the shinobi world matured early, he did not adopt the approach of Gang Shou or Yu. Instead, he chose to tell Xingshu the truth. Contrary to the Dishiwan's expectation of Xingshu being indignant, shouting, Yuan Fei, old villain! And rushing to fight them, Xingshu listened carefully to Dishiwan's words. Without a ripple of emotion, the hatred deep in his eyes was concealed. Seeing this, Dishiwan's slit pupils gained a hint of color. He sighed inwardly. This child has a promising future. Teacher, thank you for saving 17 bloodlines of our Qianshou clan. Xingshu stood up and bowed deeply to Dishiwan. He spoke. Looking at Xingshu, who had been influenced by him, through words and deeds, and had become quite astute at such a young age, Dishiwan felt a wave of satisfaction. Your Qianshou clan still has many members who married commoners, so it's not a complete extinction, Dishiwan said softly with a smile. No, they are not. Since they integrated into Mai, they abandoned the Qianshou surname, so they are no longer part of the Qianshou clan. This was also a strict order from my grandfather. And those old bastards are ruthless, they may also be in danger. But I can't do anything about it, Xingshu said softly. Then what will you do? Dishiwan asked softly, a strange glint in his eyes. A flash of malice passed through Xingshu's eyes, then quickly vanished. Teacher once said a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. I am still too weak now. I want to bide my time and wait until I am strong enough, said the 10-year-old Xingshu, his face gloomy. He displayed maturity beyond his years. Well, then what will you do when you are strong enough? Dishiwan asked softly upon hearing his words. This disciple is quite interesting. Mai has decayed, I shall raze it to the ground and rebuild from the ruins, Xingshu said with a surge of heroic spirit. Dishiwan rolled his slit pupils upward. You are too young. The village is complex, involving the interests of countless people. Unless you can reach the level of your grandfather, and win people over with virtue, these words of yours are just fantasy. Dishiwan ruthlessly deflated Xingshu. But there are still many people who follow our Qianshou clan, Xingqiu argued instinctively upon hearing De Shiwan's words. So I say you are still too green, thinking too simplistically. Without strength, who would follow you? The only ones who truly remember the Qianshou clan's goodness are the villagers of Mai, but the villagers are also ignorant, easily fooled by others or blinded by petty gains, De Shiwan said flatly, shattering Xingqiu's naivety. But Xingqiu wanted to say something. But then he thought of this incident. Then teacher, teach me how to take revenge. As long as I can avenge the annihilation of my clan, said Xingqiu, whose every hope had been shattered. His eyes red, he looked at De Shiwan with pleading eyes. De Shiwan looked at his sorrowful disciple and patted his head. You are not wrong about one thing. Strength is the most crucial thing. Go back and see if your grandfather left anything behind. Organize it and see if you can gain something. Don't overlook your grandmother's side either. Scrape up whatever benefits you can find. Your grandmother's yin seal and sealing techniques are good things. Your grandfather's would release jutsu as well. Your clan should have backups of all these. De Shiwan patted Xingqiu's head and said softly. He smiled kindly. It's finally over. I just never expected the Qianshou clan to be the first to exit the stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his gaze vacant as he stared at the still bustling Konoha. A trace of melancholy crept into his eyes. He should have been overjoyed to have eliminated a major threat. The mountain that had weighed on him had crumbled. I wonder how things are on the front lines now. By the way, I heard that young Xingqiu has emerged from seclusion and gone to find De Shiwan. It's just as well. I can finally send my disciples to the battlefield for some real training, let them experience the cruelty of war and understand how hard won Konoha's peace truly is. He paused as if recalling something and murmured to himself. Old man, why did you summon us? Because De Shiwan was in seclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not dispatched Jiraiya and Tsunade either. Jiraiya spoke in a flat tone. He was aware of what had happened to the Qianshou clan. For the first time he realized that this teacher of his was not as simple as he seemed. But what did it matter? He was originally a commoner. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen he would never have achieved what he had today. So despite his inner turmoil he pretended not to know, masking the conflict within. Tsunade remained silent as usual, a certain weariness clinging to her. De Shiwan stared at the ground unperturbed. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen posed no real threat to him, he saw no need to engage. Of course, if it came to a real fight, De Shiwan still felt a twinge of unease. After all, this cheap teacher still had the capability for a mutual destruction. He had no desire to clash too openly with Konoha. A complete fallout would be troublesome. Even without the Qianshou clan, Konoha remained a formidable village. In the original story he had defected without too much trouble. But if he caused any major incident, he would never be able to establish his organization peacefully. He would have Konoha ninja chasing him every single day. Besides, though he was powerful, his subordinates could not withstand the might of Konoha. His strength was not absolute. That was why De Shiwan had not yet made any move to leave. This place still provided him with a relatively quiet environment to conduct his experiments, and fully digest the knowledge stored in his mind. De Shiwan, what do you want from me? Tsunade's gaze was impassive as she looked at this sinister man. De Shiwan was puzzled by her coldness. But he still spoke softly. I'd like to visit your clan's compound. He had sent Xingqiu on a task, but the boy hadn't returned yet. He wanted to see what Xingqiu was up to. Our clan is already a shadow of its former self. What's there to see? Tsunade said flatly, as if something had occurred to her. She continued, I want you to stay away from Xingqiu from now on. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Both she and Jiraiya knew that De Shiwan was Sarutobi Hiruzen's most cherished disciple. Love and hate follow the same logic. Oh, then I won't go, De Shiwan said with a shrug. He didn't care how others treated him. The only one who could truly hurt him was himself. He would never hand over a sharp blade to another or reveal his weaknesses. He would never give anyone the chance to betray him. Watching De Shiwan walk away without a care, a flicker of softness passed through Tsunade's beautiful eyes, then hardened into ice. You're not stupid. You know what I'm concerned about. Have you really thrown in your lot with that old dog Sarutobi? Or have you never considered me a friend? Tsunade murmured. Jiraiya watched De Shiwan and Tsunade stepping aside to whisper something. Then De Shiwan simply walked away, his eyes cold. Tsunade wanted to do something, but she was powerless. She could only blame those complicated, desire-filled people. Xingqiu, where are you off to now? She caught Xingqiu sneaking out of the room. I'm going to see Master Dishuan, Xingqiu replied, standing before her. He looked at her calmly, a different person from the old Xingqiu. You are not allowed to see Dishuan anymore, do you hear me? Tsunade started to say something more, but then remembered that she had not told Xingqiu about these secrets, so she stopped. Why? Xingqiu stared at her impassively, utterly unimpressed. It was clear he hadn't listened. No reason. It's just not allowed. Tsunade's voice turned icy at his reaction. She couldn't bear to see Xingqiu so close to Dishuan, one of the perpetrators of their clan's annihilation. She feared that one day her brother might be killed by Dishuan. Oh, mind your own business. Don't put on that face for me. If you have any anger, go vent it at the ones who destroyed our clan, not bully me. Hearing his sister's unreasonable words, Xingqiu spoke without thinking. People often say the most hurtful words to those closest to them while being polite to strangers. At that moment both Xingqiu and Tsunade were like powder kegs. Tsunade was stunned by his words, lost in thought. By the time she came to her senses, Xingqiu was already gone. Xingqiu, wait! She rushed out to stop him. But she tripped over the threshold, falling awkwardly and rolling twice. It showed how rattled she was. She stared blankly at the sky. 2 streaks of clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. At such a moment she was just a fragile woman with no one to confide her bitterness. She had to bear it all alone. Teacher, I'm here. Dishuan sat on the bed cross-legged. Shaking his gourd, he drank leisurely. Xingqiu pushed open the door and spoke softly. There was a trace of dried tears on his face, clearly indicating that his mood was not calm either. After arguing with his beloved sister, sit down. Pour a glass of water and drink it to sober up. Dishuan glanced at Xingqiu with drunken eyes and said softly. Understanding dawned in his heart. Then he continued to gaze at his gourd, liking it more and more. I had a fight with my sister. We've never fought before. Xingqiu took a sip of water. He confided to Dishuan, revealing the vulnerability of a child. You are too weak, Xingqiu. This won't do. Before you have absolute power, you should not. You must control your emotions. Remember, this applies to anyone. Dishuan lay back slightly, leaning against the wall. One leg bent and placed horizontally, the other bent vertically with its ankle resting against the horizontal sole. His hands rested on his knees, fingers moving constantly. I understand, teacher. Xingqiu's eyes grew firm. He pulled himself together. Teacher, someone has tampered with grandfather and second grandfather's belongings. I found nothing, Xingqiu whispered. His eyes fixed on Dishuan. Oh, don't mind. It's expected. I just didn't expect them to act so quickly, completely disregarding your grandmother. A cold smile curled at the corner of Dishuan's mouth. This manner of eating is truly unsightly. I wonder if Shui, who has grown old, that she can tolerate this. Perhaps it's because Xingqiu is still not grown up. Dishuan pondered silently. Have you learned the Yin seal? I see your sister seems to have mastered it. There's a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Dishuan asked again. Grandmother refused me. So I laid my cards on the table. She said that if I could awaken, would release, she would agree to everything. If I didn't awaken, would release, I should live with my tail between my legs. Xingqiu said somewhat dejectedly. Dishuan showed little reaction upon hearing this. That thing was also useless to him, it was merely to satisfy his pathetic collection obsession. He now possessed an immortal body, unlike Xu Jian, who had fought since childhood, accumulated numerous hidden injuries, damaged his origin, and finally fought desperately against Ban, resulting in severe injuries. Moreover, after Ban's death, he had no strong will to live. If he could develop his immortal body to the level of Xu Jian's, he estimated he could live at least 500 years without issue. So you got nothing right. Dishuan's vertical pupils stared silently at Xingqiu. Teacher, Indeed, I got nothing. Xingqiu lowered his head in shame. Dishuan looked at Xingqiu with his head lowered. His vertical pupils were devoid of warmth. I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow. You should go back early. Your sister is also going. Have a good talk. This battle will last at least several years before we can return. After a moment, Dishuan withdrew his gaze and spoke softly instead. All right, teacher. Teacher, have a good rest. Xingqiu, who had originally wanted to say more, saw Dishuan emitting an aura that made his hair stand on end, so he stopped. He also wanted to go to the battlefield. He secretly resolved to block his teacher at the village entrance tomorrow, no matter what, to experience the battlefield, even if it meant rolling on the ground. That would actually allay some people's suspicions. Shinshu closed the door and lowered his head, lost in thought. Halfway he found his sister Gangsho walking towards him. His gaze was evasive. Before he could say anything, his hand was grasped by Gangsho's soft hand and she pulled him home. "System, are you there?" Watching Shinshu leave, Deshiwan, who had taken a sip of wine, sat up slightly. Feeling bored, he called out to the system in his mind to pass the time. "I'm here, my esteemed host. What can I do to relieve your worries?" The system's response made Deshiwan pause. Then a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "System, I've been in this world for so many years and my strength is somewhat low, isn't it?" Deshiwan said softly. The system stuttered. "Then, my esteemed host, what do you mean?" "Not to mention the Tensigan Rinnegan, how about getting me a Mangekyo Sharingan or wood release to play with?" Deshiwan was a bit drunk. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, he made an unreasonable request. My esteemed host, you should have noticed that I am merely a medium. I need a physical object to convert it for you." The system's somewhat speechless voice sounded in Deshiwan's mind. "Oh, I won't make it difficult for you. I have Zhu Jian's corpse. There's no problem in creating wood releases there." Hearing the system's words, Deshiwan raised an eyebrow. He said to the system in his mind frivolously, This esteemed host, this corpse is already incomplete, and its energy has dissipated too much. It's not realistic to directly convert it into wood release. You can research more in this field, perhaps you can achieve what I cannot." Deshiwan was somewhat displeased upon hearing the system's words. Lord Ban could handle it, but the system said it couldn't be done. He didn't believe a word. It was clearly because the benefits weren't enough. "Then find me a girlfriend with strong research skills. I've been a bit lonely all these years," Deshiwan continued. The system crashed for a moment. After a moment, "My esteemed host, what style of Mangekyo do you desire? This humble one will immediately consume its own essence and forge a pair for you." Driven to distraction by the clingy little demon Deshiwan, the system had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Recently it had also gained many benefits. "Now you're talking." The next day, the three of them shared an awkward silence, none speaking. Behind them followed 6 nameless ninja. Orochimaru, somewhat absent-minded, was still thinking about what had happened last night. His curiosity was piqued. He had already thought out a dojutsu. Moreover, it was a dojutsu never seen before in the shinobi world. But the system told him it needed to be loaded, a full 81 days to load a single dojutsu. He could hunt down ninja to speed up the progress. The conditions and logic put forward by the system seemed completely unrelated. It was utterly unscientific. "Nawaki, why are you here?" Just as the three were about to leave the village, Tsunade looked at Nawaki and exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru's face darkened. That familiar, uncontrollable variable had appeared again. Orochimaru knew in his heart that this was the world's corrective force. "I am the only man of the Senju clan left. I must also go to the battlefield and fight to restore the Senju clan." The moment Nawaki opened his mouth, it was an excuse he had been thinking about all night. There was no way to refuse. This was still at the gates of Konoha, where anything happening would be known to the village's higher-ups. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru spoke softly. "Nawaki, you are still too young. Train for 2 more years and stay in the village to keep your grandmother company." Tsunade's beautiful eyes softened slightly when she heard Orochimaru's words. In the original story she still had Kato Dan. She would listen to his troubles and he would encourage her. But now she had nothing. She could only grit her teeth and hold the family together, protecting her younger brother. In the end, Nawaki still set off on the path to self-destruction. There were so many who feared the wood release. And without the Senju clan as his umbrella, both enemy and ally wanted his life, whether to study the wood release or to eliminate a potential threat. It was inevitable that many would take desperate measures. On the road, Tsunade watched Nawaki clinging to Orochimaru with a complicated expression. Jiraiya's eyes were fixed entirely on Tsunade. Orochimaru, meanwhile, would occasionally take a sip of sake. "You are the young patriarch of the Senju clan, even if you've become a commander with no army. But you must remember, a commander should not charge headlong into battle. He should sit in the rear and direct." Orochimaru recalled the original story. Nawaki had turned back to smile at him, then with a resolute face leapt onto a branch and rushed forward. Then came a burst of flames and an explosion that shot into the sky. When he reappeared, Nawaki's internal organs had already been completely ripped out. That was why he had said all this to Nawaki. If Nawaki left his side, he would be seeking death. Orochimaru was still the captain of this mission. This time he had a few more men under his command. All 6 of you advance at full speed and see what the situation is at the front lines. Orochimaru pointed at the 6 men behind him, and said softly, his manner that of a great commander. But Lord Orochimaru, our mission is to protect you without leaving your side. Remembering the surveillance mission the Hokage had assigned them, the ninja said with an uneasy expression. This is a military order. Are you trying to disobey it? At the ninja's reluctant expression, Orochimaru's slit pupils stared coldly at him, looking for all the world as if he would have him punished by military law if the man dared refuse. The ninja saw the icy look and shuddered inwardly. Remembering that they were no longer in Konoha and that Orochimaru's orders were military orders, if they disobeyed, Orochimaru had the authority to punish them, the ninja did not dare say another word. Very well, Lord Orochimaru. We will advance at full speed now. His life was more important. The frost on Orochimaru's face melted quickly. He patted the ninja on the shoulder. Good brother, go on and scout out the situation ahead. I am doing this for the bigger picture. I hope you can understand. Orochimaru smiled faintly. He signaled for them to leave. The 6 departed. Orochimaru smiled meaningfully after them. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Tsunade felt a pang of discomfort. She had never seen this side of Orochimaru. Jiraiya said nothing. Nawaki, however, looked up to Orochimaru, hoping to learn something useful from him. The 4 of them traveled at a leisurely pace along the road. There was not the slightest sense of urgency, even though there was a war ahead. They ate and drank as they pleased, traveling for an hour, resting for half an hour. At night they pitched camp on the spot and rested. At this rate it would take 10 days to half a month to reach the front. Were it not for their already remarkable marching speed, it would probably take 1 or 2 months. But just 3 days later, they saw many traces of explosions and bloodstains along the way. It looked as if a small battle had taken place there over the past few days. When the group spotted a ninja, forehead protector, Orochimaru had a premonition that something had happened to the ninja he had sent ahead to die. Their swaggering advance toward the front with Nawaki in the group made them worth far more than the gains of a risky supply raid. Orochimaru saw this and paid it no mind. This scheme of killing with a borrowed knife, this rotten idea, had probably been cooked up by Danzo, a man who did not exactly uphold martial honor. Orochimaru closed his eyes and sensed the area there was no one lying in ambush. Orochimaru then continued forward at an unhurried pace. He did not walk quickly, afraid of running into traps. If they hit a trap, the rest of them might be fine, but Nawaki would most likely have an accident and die. It was just that careless, as if the god of death had arrived. After escaping one disaster, various crises would come later and make you die unexpectedly. Half a month later, after casually dealing with 2 waves of assassins, the group finally arrived at the front lines. Orochimaru, you're here. Tsukumo Hotaki, upon learning that Orochimaru was approaching, immediately walked out of his tent to greet him. Tsukumo now held a position of great power. Apart from the 2 old fossils, he basically had the final say on this front line. Yes, I'm here. Tsukumo-kun. Seeing Tsukumo, Orochimaru was genuinely delighted. Their time apart had not created even a hint of distance between them. Come, let's sit in my tent and have something to eat first. He ignored Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Nawaki in his usual casual manner. Tsukumo pulled Orochimaru along toward his own tent. The remaining 3 looked at one another in bewilderment. All right, you all come in too. As if remembering that he had left something out, Tsukumo turned around and invited them. How could we possibly impose? Jiraiya stepped forward and said with a grin. Oh, sorry, right, my tent isn't open to just anyone. Then find a place to pitch camp. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsukumo responded without thinking. Orochimaru felt a headache coming on. This conversation was absolutely absurd. Seeing Jiraiya's awkwardness, Tsukumo seemed to remember something. Orochimaru, your companion is still so thin-skinned. Just kidding, everyone come in. Tsukumo said first to Orochimaru, then turned toward Jiraiya, whose smile had frozen. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. After sitting down, Orochimaru asked in a low voice. How are things right now? You seem to be taking it quite easy. He was somewhat puzzled. Don't mention it. I thought the Land of Rain had grown bold enough to take on all 3 at once. But in the end they're just taking it out on the Land of Iron. With the Sand Ninja next door, us Konoha folk are feeling a little bored. Tsukumo shook his head and spoke softly. That's not right. With such an arrogant attitude, how could they end up so anticlimactically? Orochimaru frowned, unable to make sense of it. It's mainly because the Land of Rain feels that its territory is too small and its resources too scarce. It envies its three neighbors, that is us. They fight again and again simply to expand their land, but they never stop to think about whether they can swallow it. After hearing Tsukumo's words, Orochimaru was still somewhat puzzled. He did not understand how this great free-for-all had started. But he did know that the three ninja of Konoha would fight a skirmish with Hanzo. He could not recall the exact specifics. All he knew was that Tsukumo's code-named Konoha's White Fang was about to become famous in this battle. Sasori's parents would be killed by Tsukumo. Dan and Nawaki would also meet their end. Chio would clash with Hanzo and Tsunade in turn. After mulling it over, Orochimaru shook his head. These things had only reference value. Well, then we must be careful. The land of wind is so close to us. We have nothing but fertile land while they have nothing but wind and sand. They just might take a bite out of us, Orochimaru said softly. It was his way of giving his friend Tsukumo Hatake a word of caution just in case something unexpected happened. I have long been on guard against that. Do not panic, Tsukumo replied quietly. Then he remembered that they had been talking for such a long time without even pouring Orochimaru a cup of tea. It seemed impolite. He scratched his head, picked up a cup from the table, poured tea for Orochimaru, and handed it over. Then he passed the kettle to Jiraiya, indicating that they should help themselves. Orochimaru accepted the tea and took a light sip. Tsukumo was especially particular about etiquette and manners in front of strangers. In front of Orochimaru, however, he removed the mask and revealed his true self. Life gradually became peaceful and uneventful once more. The Land of Fire had always preached peace, so it had no intention of making the first move. Even if he won such a battle, it would be meaningless. Since they were the defending side from the very beginning, they had no intention of launching an attack. The hidden sand village saw that Konoha, that fierce tiger, was making no move. So it too stayed still. As the saying goes, a motionless body is a turtle, bah! If the enemy does not move, I do not move. The Hidden Rain village, observing that neither the Hidden Sand village nor the Hidden Leaf village intended to act quietly, added a little more force and prepared to settle the Land of Iron first. So the war was now being carried toward the Land of Iron as they invaded its territory. The samurai of the Land of Iron turned and ran the moment they heard the name of Hanzo of the Salamander. Seeing this, Hanzo felt a quiet joy, as though a fine era were about to arrive. His greatest goal, however, was not limited to what lay before him. Rather, it was to make the Hidden Rain village the sixth great hidden village. And now, seeing how cowardly the samurai of the Land of Iron had become, it seemed that the battles of the past few days had frightened these self-proclaimed warriors into submission. Just as he was about to order a pursuit of these fleeing lambs, he saw a man still standing in place, holding a samurai sword and blocking their path. "Young man, you have courage. What is your name?" Hanzo asked softly, regarding the man who had a measure of valor. "I have not changed my name, whether sitting or standing. I am Mifune." "Go on then. Let me see what strength you have. What makes you dare stand before me?" Hanzo's expression did not change, and his words emerged through the mask without a ripple. In one hand he held a scythe, in the other a chain. Upon hearing this, Mifune did not hesitate in the slightest. With a light tap of his toes, he rushed at Hanzo with his samurai sword. Hanzo could see that Mifune was admirable in courage, but ordinary in skill. Hanzo felt a little uninterested. He shifted gently to one side, dodging Mifune's sharp slash, and then swept his scythe toward Mifune's neck. It seemed he wanted to cut off the man's head. Mifune barely managed to block the blow, and he was at an overwhelming disadvantage. But he still had no intention of retreating. Knowing full well that he could not win, he kept attacking. Seeing this, Hanzo's pupils narrowed slightly. With a scrape of the scythe's tip, a deep gash appeared across Mifune's right cheek. Mifune showed no change in expression. Gripped tight around the samurai sword, he slashed at Hanzo. Hanzo grasped the chain firmly, concentrated his chakra, and struck a heavy blow against the back of the blade. The samurai sword broke. Hanzo did not hesitate, kicking Mifune in the stomach. Mifune was sent flying more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground, coughing blood endlessly. He wanted to get up but could not move, no matter what. His eyes stared blankly at the broken samurai sword. A man's end is not death. It is when he loses his conviction. Even if you die on the spot, you are no dull blade. I will tell the world that you are a hero." Hanzo looked down at Mifune and said. He showed no intention of killing Mifune. Instead, he walked toward the direction in which the samurai had fled. Mifune had already been poisoned by him after all. Mifune struggled to his feet. Believing that Hanzo would not kill him, Mifune sat up. Blood sprayed from his mouth without stop, soaking the front of his clothes red. Kill me. I am their leader. As long as you kill me, this battle is yours, Mifune said with great effort. He kept coughing up blood so that it would not block his vocal cords. Hearing Mifune's words, Hanzo's expression shifted slightly. He came to a halt. After a pause, he tossed Mifune a porcelain bottle. You are poisoned by the venom on my scythe. Inside is the antidote. With that, he turned and walked away. The land of iron was already taken care of. All that remained was to win 2 more battles. When that happens, the land of rain's territory will become so vast, so vast. At that thought, Hanzo of the Salamander murmured softly. How are the people of my... Inside a large tent in the Sand Shinobi camp, a handsome man with a slightly feminine demeanor asked softly. He is the father of Xiechi Shaji Shuang. But he is also the son of Chio. Chio is currently in the Sand Shinobi village. He is the supreme commander of the frontline Sand Shinobi forces. Beside him sits a gentle and beautiful woman. Below, several men with white gauze covering their faces are seated. Because the wind country is entirely desert, their white cloth is also used to block the sandstorms. Lord Shuangmai has made no move. It seems they have no intention of joining the war, said a fair-skinned man softly. Nonsense. Mai is ambitious and treacherous. Originally our land also had forests, but Mai has seized them all, leaving us to endure this endless sandstorm every day. The dark-faced man beside him quickly interjected. Shuang watched his subordinates about to argue again, feeling helpless. He had lost count of how many times they had quarreled. Black and white seemed naturally opposed. Shuang Xie is still so young, waiting for us at home. Let's speed things up. Mai is a powerful clan. Fighting them will bring us no benefit. The rain country is formidable, and we cannot afford to take them on either. In the now empty camp, after hearing his wife's words, Shuang fell into silence. His brows furrowed. He was a ninja of the Sand Shinobi village. Seeing the villagers suffering from sandstorms every day, he truly wanted to do something to change this situation. If he returned empty-handed and in disgrace, he would have no face to return. All right, I'll discuss it properly with everyone. You go back and rest first, Shuang said softly, touching his wife's cheek. Soon the once empty tent became lively again. Shuang waved his hand and the tent fell silent. The rain country has been slow to act, focusing solely on attacking the iron country. Moreover, the rain country itself is small, and the rain hidden village has very few ninjas. Taking the iron country alone would be a stretch. It seems this war will be much ado about nothing. We are not here to camp with the country's scarce food supplies. So I decide to ambush Mai, drive away these wolves, then take over the battlefield and annex the rain country. Shuang saw everyone waiting for him to speak. He then spoke the words he had pondered for a long time. After Shuang finished, the tent was filled only with the sound of breathing. At that moment there was dead silence. But can we really defeat Mai? During the first great ninja war, so many attacked Mai and still lost. A timid voice came after a moment. A timid voice came, intensifying the fear in everyone's hearts. Those who were initially eager also calmed down. Since you're so afraid of death, why did you come to the front line? Don't you want your descendants to live in a better environment? Since you're so cowardly, we might as well be ostriches. This wretched land is all sand. Food relies entirely on imports, dragging down our country's economy. No one would even want it if we gave it away. Shuang raised his voice a few decibels, trying to boost his comrades' morale. But isn't the rain country's territory very small? I think they must be covering the vast lands of our wind country. So coming here is not entirely useless. At this moment another voice emerged. This shattered Shuang's illusion. Seeing the village ninjas so terrified of Mai, Shuang felt helpless. His eyes were somewhat dazed as he stared blankly at the light above. For a moment he was in a daze. The ninjas of Mai were like a nightmare to them. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. The image of a child appeared in his mind. It was Xie. A surge of strength seemed to flow into his heart, and his thoughts became much clearer. He began to think about what his comrades in the village were actually afraid of. Only by knowing what they feared could he have a chance to dispel their fear. After a moment a name appeared in his mind: Qianshou Zhujian. As soon as the name Qianshou Zhujian appeared, his mind became a chaotic mess. This was hopeless. Watching below, the scene was like a noisy marketplace as his loyalists argued. Shuang had a headache. Just then, he suddenly remembered. Qianzhou Zhujian died long ago, why be afraid of a dead man? Well, both Qianzhou Zhujian and Qianzhou Feijian are dead, so why be afraid? What are you afraid of? Don't you remember the news we got a while ago? Shuang, thinking, suddenly hit on a key point. What news? The room grew quiet. Someone spoke up. Did you come out to fight without reading the intelligence? Shuang was helpless, lamenting his group of useless comrades. Their brains must be addled by the sandstorms. Oh, this. The scene fell silent again. They looked at each other. Watching them, Shuang sighed. The Uzumaki country has been destroyed. Kumobikure has sent troops to dance on Mai's defense line. We have another front here. Oh, and the Senju clan you fear has also been wiped out. I don't know if it's because of fear that you subconsciously think Mai is unshakable and thus ignore this news. But this news is real. Do you still think Mai is terrifying? Besides, we only need to drive them away and push the front line into the Rain country. Shuang sighed, having figured out the key point. After all, he was not the Kazekage. These people were not truly stupid, it was just that he had not yet gained their trust and sufficient prestige. So they only wanted to complete the Kazekage's mission deployment, and pretended to be ignorant about everything else. After speaking, Shuang finally understood. The clown was himself. He was the one whose mind was addled by the sand, failing to see through these old foxes. His heart was in turmoil. How to lead a group of disobedient old foxes? What to do? Waiting online quite urgent. When Shuang had spoken so clearly, someone finally couldn't pretend anymore. They too were people wholeheartedly devoted to Sunagakure village. But the task given to us by the Kazekage-sama is merely to guard the border. If we take action, what if the people of Konoha get provoked? Then we would become sinners. A man around 40 years old said softly. He was voicing what everyone wanted to say but dared not. Seeing that someone had finally stopped feigning ignorance, Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. As I said just now, Konoha is not actually frightening. Especially after losing the powerful ally of the Whirlpool country, and the Senju clan atop her combat clan. Moreover, the Uchiha clan members have not appeared either. There are only a few Hyuga clan members. We have nothing to fear at all. We just need to. Alright, stop talking. Just send a message to the Kazekage-sama. Your reasoning is sound. But we also have our difficulties. Although you are the commander appointed by the Kazekage-sama, if you disobey his orders, we still have to contact him. Just as Shuang was about to persuade them again, a voice came. Shuang hesitated, then thought it over and felt he should not make things difficult for them. Moreover, waiting for the Kazekage's orders wouldn't take too long. This matter, it depends on what the Kazekage says. With that thought, he stopped. Alright, I'll write a letter immediately to convey it to the Kazekage. Prepare yourselves for battle at any moment. Orochimaru, long time no spar. Want to have a practice match? Orochimaru was sitting cross-legged in the tent. Sakumo walked in and spoke. Orochimaru felt a bit tempted but quickly calmed down. Now Sakumo was one of the commanders. If he messed around and delayed military intelligence, he would be blamed by the villagers and might even have to commit seppuku. That would be ridiculous. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's heart turned cold. This friend's mental state is still not strong enough. No fight, what's the point? We're on the battlefield now, Orochimaru said grumpily. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sakumo shook his head in disappointment. Ah, so boring. I'm getting rusty, Sakumo complained. Have a sip of wine. Don't get drunk. Remember to moderate it, use chakra to neutralize the alcohol. Orochimaru tossed the gourd to Sakumo. He said softly. Sakumo caught the gourd instinctively. Staring at the gourd in his hand, he swallowed. Ah, this. Ninjas are not allowed to drink while on missions. And this is a large-scale army operation. Are you trying to get me killed? Hatake. Sakumo swallowed again. He threw the gourd back. Orochimaru pulled out the stopper, and the aroma filled the entire tent. He took a satisfying sip and smacked his lips. Excellent wine! Seeing Orochimaru like this, Hatake Sakumo turned and left in annoyance. Orochimaru was too insufferable. After Sakumo left, Orochimaru's face tightened again. This prolonged stalemate was not a solution. He was still thinking of capturing a few ninjas and granting them a fortune, with a snap. If he captured Konoha ninjas and messed around, the exposure would bring him too much trouble. So it was not advisable. In the Rain country. Fusan, give it your all. Soon after, a cry came. My child, your life is so bitter. A woman weakly held the baby, tears streaming. Ah, Fusang, don't be sad. I'll take good care of you and our child. Looking at his red-haired wife and the similarly red-haired child in her arms, Kuroha Ise comforted her softly. Ise was a physician from the Rain country. 2 years ago he met Fusang, who was traveling. They fell in love at first sight and quickly got together. Originally Fusang wanted to take Ise back to the Whirlpool country to live. But her father wrote a letter telling her to wait there for a few years, so she didn't mind. Until today, Fusang, heavily pregnant, and with outdated information, learned of the Whirlpool country's destruction. Overcome with grief, she suffered a miscarriage scare. The child in her womb, not yet 10 months, came into the world. I see our child is a boy. Have you thought of a name for him? Fusang looked at her husband and said softly. The sadness in her eyes could not be wiped away. Fusang, let this child take your surname. Let him be called Uzumaki Nagato. Let our child revive the Uzumaki clan. After thinking, seeing his grieving wife, Ise said softly, afraid that his wife would collapse, giving her some hope. Night fell. An old man with white hair, wrinkled skin, disheveled hair, and sparse teeth appeared at the door of Ise and Fusang's room. His eyes had very small pupils. On the eyeballs were rings of black circles with a hint of purple light flickering. This man was none other than Uchiha Madara. A year ago his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had finally evolved into the Rinnegan. He then began to study his plans and make arrangements. The couple Ise and Fusang had been targeted by him not long ago. Originally he planned to transplant the Rinnegan into a child's eyes to complete his scheme. But considering that ordinary children could not accept the transplant, he set his sights on the Senju clan, or the Uzumaki clan. However, unexpectedly, by the time he had nearly perfected his plan, and created Black Zetsu and White Zetsu before he could react, both clans were completely wiped out. Although there were still many Senju left in Konoha, none had suitable constitutions. He had no time to wait. As for the Uchiha clan, he would not consider them, because he had been betrayed by his clan before. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was another part of his plan. If he gave the Rinnegan to an Uchiha, he could not control the direction of events. So for a moment he was in an awkward position. But adhering to a rigorous approach, Madara chose quality over quantity. He sent Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to search the ninja world. Speaking of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, they were remarkable. Black Zetsu was the incarnation of his will. White Zetsu was a creature he created using Hashirama's cells. Especially the turbine White Zetsu was excellent. Soon they found a surviving Uzumaki woman who was also pregnant. This big belly was due to pregnancy, not fatness. After a series of operations, Madara was somewhat exhausted. He felt that the remaining half of his life had been halved again. To avoid accidents and ensure that this Uzumaki brat could successfully use the Rinnegan, he also left a considerable amount of vitality from Hashirama's cells within the Rinnegan. But this was also restricted by him. This vitality from Hashirama's cells could only be used to save lives. It could not be used like him to gather the power of the all-encompassing, because the source, the origin within it, had been extinguished by him. So it lacked creativity. It only left some energy to improve Nagato's physique, making him more suitable for using the Rinnegan. After finishing, Madara returned to the base. The demonic statue of the outer path was connected with pipes continuously injecting vitality into his body, allowing him to hold on a little longer to complete the necessary arrangements and preparations. After receiving Schwang's intelligence, the Kazekage fell silent for a moment. He gazed out the window at the vast expanse of yellow sand, then sent his reply. They had nothing after all. They possessed only a land covered with yellow sand, so it was worth taking a gamble. After all, this wasn't a real full-scale war with Konoha. Thus he agreed to Schwang's plan. Once he obtained the Kazekage's permission, Schwang sprang into action. Since Konoha's forces had recently grown complacent from their encounters, he planned a surprise raid in the dead of night. Their frontline force numbered roughly the same as Konoha's. Moreover, many of their ninja were puppeteers. Each could control multiple puppets, and every puppet was laden with poison. He felt their chances were excellent. To ordinary ninjas, Suna ninja who wielded puppets and poison were exceptionally troublesome foes. One careless moment, and a poison projectile would prove fatal. In the stillness of the dead night, shadowy figures slipped out of the Suna camp. Throughout the entire movement, not a sound escaped save for the faint whistling of their swift strides. Before long the camp was empty. Though it was said they would fight only a few skirmishes and drive Konoha away, in truth once they struck they would unleash their full power, so as to avoid any unexpected complications. Just as they neared the Konoha camp, A flare shot into the sky, followed by a chain of flares that blazed across the heavens, turning night into day. Seeing this, Xuan showed no surprise. The Hyuga clan was simply broken. With them around, a surprise attack was never possible. Yet precisely because it was night, they had already drawn very close to Konoha's positions. In daylight it would have been impossible. Konoha's soldiers were surely exhausted by now, unlike their own side, which had long been prepared. These were their greatest advantages. Then the battle erupted in an instant. Konoha ninja scrambled out of their tents, while Suna ninja rapidly closed in on the camp. They refused to give the enemy time to shake off their drowsiness. Whenever they caught a lone straggler, they would surround and beat him down with puppets. Some Konoha ninja had yet to comprehend what was happening when a storm of poisoned senbon rained down. In the urgent chaos, bleary-eyed and half asleep, many of them were struck down by the virulent poison before they could even resist. They collapsed to the ground unconscious. If no antidote was administered quickly, they would become corpses. Such was the puppeteers' crushing dominance over lower-ranked ninja and their supreme command of the battlefield, the very foundation of Suna's arrogance. When Orochimaru strolled lazily out of his tent, the outside world was already ablaze with flames. His tent was not far from Tsukumo's. Being at the center, the enemy could not break through for some time. Orochimaru extended his senses and noticed that not only was Tsukumo already absent from his tent, even his two grown companions and his disciple were no longer inside. Orochimaru had intended to find Nawaki and look after him for a bit. But on second thought he stopped. He wasn't a babysitter. A flower raised in a greenhouse was useless even if it survived. Besides, Nawaki now had his own protectors. So he dismissed the matter and melted into the darkness. Whether they fought or not was none of his concern. He had no need for battle honors. He began to drift through the battlefield. His fingers brushed the vial hidden in his robe and satisfaction swelled within him. Moments later, Orochimaru spotted two lone ninja in a secluded corner. They were fighting. One was a Konoha ninja, the other a Suna ninja, engaged in a half-hearted squabble. You throw a kunai, I casually block it, hey, it's all in fun. After the Suna ninja deflected the kunai, he fired over a dozen vicious senbon in tenfold retaliation. The Konoha ninja evaded with a series of twirls and leaps. Watching this, Orochimaru was at a loss for words, especially since neither had any intention of using jutsu. Fighters in tacit agreement, these two were nothing but slackers. Orochimaru shifted lightly on the branch, then plunged into their skirmish. Like a hawk swooping upon chicks. What left Orochimaru dumbfounded was that the Suna ninja's puppet hurled senbon at him. That was expected, but the Konoha ninja also threw two kunai at him. That was simply absurd. A faint smile curled Orochimaru's lips. As though defying all laws of physics, he twisted his body in midair with nothing to push off against, swiftly dodging the projectiles from both sides. Then with a slight sweep of his arm, two bodies lay on the ground. Orochimaru hoisted one over each shoulder and carried them deep into the deserted forest. He looked down at the two ninja he had casually tossed onto the ground. Orochimaru fumbled inside his robe and pulled out a large test tube, at least 250 milliliters, filled entirely with green liquid. It was Hashirama's cells. Staring at the huge tube in his hand, Orochimaru felt a bit troubled. He had forgotten to bring a needle. Moreover, this much liquid could inject tens of thousands of people. After a moment of deliberation, he took a senbon from his ninja tool pouch. First, he carefully pierced the Suna ninja's blood vessel with it. Then he dumped the other end of the senbon into the test tube and stirred it about. With the thicker end now coated in green liquid, he inserted it into the Suna ninja's blood vessel. Without pausing, he switched to a fresh senbon, dipped it in the green liquid, and plunged it straight into the Konoha ninja's body. Then he carefully capped the test tube, moved his feet, and leaped up into a tree. He quietly observed the reactions of the two men below. His main purpose was to see whether the Hashirama cells he had extracted were pure enough. After all, Madara had simply bitten off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, and Obito's body had been half white setsu. As for white setsu, it was a weapon created by Kaguya. The principle behind its operation seemed simple enough, yet any attempt to master it would end in failure. He had no intention of trifling with his own life. Right now all he wanted was to create would release. If he could unlock the principles of Ashura's chakra and Indra's chakra, the Rinnegan would lie bare before his eyes like a naked beauty. Hosts need not go through such trouble. Simply gather the bloodlines of Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Shikatsu, Myaku, and certain Hyuga lineages, and this system can transform you into complete Otsutsuki chakra. Wood release is merely a Kekei Genkai formed by fusing the two chakra natures of water and earth. Sensing Orochimaru's thoughts, the system's voice abruptly rang out in his mind. Hearing it, Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said sullenly, "Can you at least help me get the Mangekyo first before talking about all that? You unreliable." Suddenly Orochimaru turned his gaze to a spot not far away. He saw those two unfortunate souls already turning green all over, as if they had been given 10,000 green hats. Then their flesh began to twist and dissolve, and two masses of wood sprouted from their bodies. Their bodies rapidly withered as the wood release drained their nutrients. Before long they had become two skeletons. Orochimaru fell into contemplation. How ferocious! Hashirama's cells destroyed and assimilated their cells so quickly, Orochimaru remarked with a mixture of awe and admiration. He formed a few hand seals and fire burst into life on the two trees. Maybe I should go steal Madara's corpse later. Then wouldn't that give rise to the power of all creation? Orochimaru took 2 steps ready to continue hunting for prey when he suddenly froze. A bold idea flashed into his mind. Previously he had only focused on studying Hashirama's cells. That was because Hashirama's cells contained wood release and Ashura's chakra. But he had overlooked Madara. Madara possessed the Rinnegan and in addition the chakra of Indra, Ashura's elder brother. Orochimaru stopped stroking his chin. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Brilliant! The clamor of battle outside remained fierce. Orochimaru hastened toward the rear medical unit intending to procure some needles and syringes. He realized that although he had diluted the Hashirama cells, the concentration was still too high. These people's physiques were far too weak. They also lacked any compatibility with Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru pondered another question: whether the awakening of wood style was related to one's own chakra nature given the compatibility with Hashirama. After all, wood style was a combination of water and earth. If a person lacked both water and earth natures, could they simply conjure them out of thin air? The maxim for success with Hashirama's cells was to assimilate the entire body without the cells overtaking the host, transforming the recipient's cells to possess the same vitality and properties as Hashirama's. Lost in thought, Orochimaru decided to find a few more unfortunate souls to test his hypothesis further. Upon retrieving the syringe, he selected 2 more victims and conducted another experiment. He discovered that no matter how little Hashirama cells he injected, the subjects still could not withstand it. After surveying the battlefield, he noticed that the actual number of deaths was not that high. Most of the casualties were Chunin and Genin. This kind of large-scale battle was a meat grinder for the lower ranks. Orochimaru also failed to find any shinobi with water or earth natures. Even if there were, they might not be able to perform the corresponding jutsu. This made Orochimaru feel that his preparations were still insufficient. First, he had not brought the dilution solution he had developed. He only had a large vial of Hashirama cells. Second, he had not done enough groundwork. Unconsciously, Orochimaru had grown fond of this research process, constantly encountering problems, and then solving them. This feeling was indeed quite satisfying. It allowed him to discover one truth after another. The massive battle which seemed fierce petered out after a few hours of skirmishes. It appeared aggressive at first, but as the fighting dragged on, both sides seemed to tacitly agree to use it as a training exercise. When they realized they could not inflict a decisive blow on the enemy, the commanders on both sides chose not to escalate further. After all, not only was the Rain village nearby watching covetously, but the other 3 great hidden villages also seemed uninterested in intervening. But if they suffered heavy casualties, those villages would surely swoop in to reap the benefits. So both sides understood each other without needing to speak. Damn it! We declared war on them, so why are they fighting among themselves? Are they stealing the spotlight? Hanzo received the news as soon as the fighting began. His expression darkened. They don't take our Rain village seriously. The small victory he had achieved no longer felt sweet. He felt upstaged. The main purpose of this war was to bare their fangs and demonstrate their strength. All this was in pursuit of becoming the 6th great hidden village. That was his intention, but he still had no desire to intervene. Compared to the Sand village and Konoha, the Rain village indeed had fewer shinobi, and their overall strength was significantly inferior. He himself, along with his precious summoning beast, was the source of his confidence. Orochimaru sat in his tent, occasionally taking a sip of sake. His eyes were hazy with drink. Soon Nawaki came bounding and gesturing excitedly with his hands, still reliving the recent battle. His clothes were stained with blood. Tsunade followed, pale-faced, entering behind him. She seemed quite drained. One could only wonder what she had been doing. Jiraiya came in after her, a lazy smile on his lips. Nawaki, how many enemies did you take down? You seem so happy. Orochimaru spoke softly, looking at Nawaki seated across from him. Teacher, I killed 3 genin and 6 chunin, Nawaki said in a low voice, his tone brimming with excitement. Seeing Nawaki's joy, Tsunade's gaze softened as she gently ruffled his hair. She knew Nawaki had been penned up for a long time. Jiraiya, noticing that Orochimaru showed no intention of offering him a drink, helped himself to a cup of water. Why are you all here? Orochimaru cast an approving glance at Nawaki, then looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade ignored him as if he were invisible. We didn't see you on the battlefield, so we came to check on you, Jiraiya said, running a hand through his disheveled white hair. So what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He asked with concern. No, I just found it boring. Killing back and forth. We're no longer the weaklings and tools that had to follow orders. So if I don't feel like going, I don't, Orochimaru said softly. He often let Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders go in one ear and out the other. Besides, he had connections with Sakumo in this camp. Who would dare to question him? Of course, if the situation truly turned critical, he would still step in. The nature of the matter would be different then. For now, these minor skirmishes were beneath him. If anyone questioned his absence, Sakumo could simply say he had assigned Orochimaru other tasks. No one else would dare to speak up. Sakumo's attitude toward others was nothing like his easygoing manner with Orochimaru. A single glance from him was enough to chill anyone to the bone. Shinshu, what is the nature of your chakra? Recalling his past life, he had inadvertently glimpsed some information about Shinshu, yet he did not know his affinity. After Jiraiya and Tsunade departed, a warm smile lingered at the corner of Orochimaru's lips. He asked softly, I once tested it with chakra paper. It seems I have 3 affinities: earth, lightning, and water. Shinshu scratched his head. Standing at 1.4 meters, he appeared somewhat endearing. Orochimaru, who had not been particularly concerned at first, brightened at Shinshu's words. He sat up slightly. Good child, truly impressive. Look, you still have bloodstains on you. Go wash yourself. Orochimaru spoke with concern. Frost, we have been fighting Konoha for a year and they haven't been driven away. This is all silver wasted, not only on shuriken but also on poison and explosive tags. Our village, already not wealthy, is now even worse off. Over the past year, the Sand Village had launched more than a dozen wars. They had suffered about 10 to 20% casualties, and over a dozen jonin had died. Hearing his subordinate's words, Frost's expression darkened. After fighting so long without opportunity, he felt helpless. All were experienced shinobi. Without underestimating the enemy and lacking a truly powerful breakthrough, massive casualties were unlikely. Meanwhile, Konoha was overflowing with wealth, seemingly able to stay at the front line forever, absurdly so. During that year, Orochimaru found several shinobi with water and earth affinities and conducted experiments. Indeed, he began to notice some patterns. Individuals with water and earth affinities showed greater compatibility with Hashirama's cells. In Orochimaru's perception, the cells were rapidly enhancing water and earth chakra, and transforming it toward a single direction. Of course, it might be that these shinobi were too weak, the power of would release, and Hashirama's cells were too overwhelming. So they couldn't withstand it, and exploded. Sir, according to our spies' intelligence, the Fire Country is about to send another shipment of supplies to Konoha's front line. This time the food alone could sustain them for 3 years. Frost's already furrowed brows tightened further. How could they possibly fight this? War consumed population, food, weapons. It was a battle of reserves. Assemble 500 elite troops. I will lead them personally to intercept. After a moment of thought, Frost spoke in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. Clearly he was ready to take a risk, to fight with his back against the wall. He had recognized the disparity in strength. Moreover, after a year of skirmishes, he had largely figured out Konoha's tactics. He estimated about a 60% chance of success. If he succeeded, he would achieve glory and fame. The battlefield would witness a huge turning point. If he failed, the world would see no more of Red Sand Frost. Just as Frost gathered his troops and was about to depart, his wife appeared before him in full battle gear. Go back. I will return, Frost said softly. His words were brief, fearing to delay the moment. He gazed at her with deep affection, gently touching her cheek, his eyes filled with lingering attachment. No, we go together. Knowing her husband's decision was unshakable, she refused to obey this time. Frost's eyes were bloodshot. Very well, let us go together. He took his wife's hand and walked to the front. His robes fluttered behind him. Lord Sakumo, they took the bait. About a few hundred of them are heading toward the supply route we baited with traps. Sakumo showed no surprise at the scout's report. Instead, he looked toward the direction of the sand village. A man's image appeared in his mind. All is fair in war. Do not blame me. You are a hero, a worthy opponent. I will grant you a dignified death. Recalling Frost, whom he had clashed with several times over the past year, Sakumo's eyes turned white. He spoke in a low, somber tone. Frost trusted the intelligence because that spy had infiltrated the Fire Country 5 years ago, and had provided valuable information. However, that spy had long been captured and some of the intelligence was deliberately leaked, all arranged through correspondence with the Hokage. This operation was ordered by the Hokage himself. Sakumo was merely an executor. When the sun rose again, Frost and his wife along with their 500 elite all lay dead within the Fire Country. After fiercely killing 5 jonin in retaliation, they attempted to eliminate Sakumo, the leader. Soon Frost held his deceased wife tightly, gazing wistfully toward the land of wind. Sasori, be good, grow up well. Sakumo looked at the lifeless couple with a complex expression, sheathing his short sword. Place their bodies in front of the camp. Let the sand shinobi come and take them back. Our own dead shall be brought home for burial. They are all heroes. Grandma, when will father and mother return? Young Sasori gently hugged Chiyo's leg. Your parents are heroes. They will come back to Sasori after they win. Sasori, be good and grow up, waiting for mommy and daddy to come back, okay? Chiyo held Sasori, speaking softly. She watched as he fell asleep in her arms. Chiyo's face was full of affection. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her eyes turned red. She gently placed Sasori on the small bed and covered him with a blanket. Then she stepped outside, looking toward the battlefield. Frost, you must come back safely. Sasori is still so young. And I am already old. Families torn apart by war were everywhere. Even those at the top could not escape. Only the heartless could be spared. One day later, in the Wind Shadow's office, Chiendai held a piece of intelligence and a letter in her hands. With trepidation, she picked up the intelligence. Slowly her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Then her entire body shook beyond control. Tears of grief welled up in her eyes. The thin paper slipped from her hand and drifted slowly to the ground. The letter that Schwang had written home before his departure was clutched tightly against her chest as if she were holding her own child. So grief truly has no sound. Tear after tear dripped onto the floor. Without a word, her eyes vacant, she walked out of the Wind Shadow's office like a living corpse. Watching Chiendai, who seemed to have aged more than a decade in an instant, the Wind Shadow felt a sharp pang in his heart. His relationship with Schwang had been a good one. The image of CS surfaced in his mind. Schwang, the two of you are gone just like that. How are Chiendai and CS supposed to go on living? The Wind Shadow gritted his teeth. The veins on his body bulged with fury. He picked up a sheet of paper, wanting to write a supreme order to wage all-out war against Muyi. But halfway through writing, a gust of wind and sand blew the doors and windows open. He sat down helplessly on a stool. He recalled the consequences of an all-out war. These villagers who were already struggling to get by would be pushed into even greater misery. His eyes were bloodshot, his face ferocious. He suppressed the urge with all his strength. In the end, reason prevailed. He snatched up the half-written order and tore it to pieces with savage force. With one forceful sweep, he sent all the documents on the desk flying. He is the Wind Shadow. He is everyone's parent, everyone's hope, everyone's faith. Only he is not himself. Glancing at Sia, still sound asleep, Chiendai silently swallowed the turmoil inside her. She walked inside the room. From beneath the bed she dragged out a wooden box. Inside the box lay a set of battle armor and several scrolls. Without a single word, she began to put on the armor. Just as she was fully equipped and about to set out for the front lines, her eyes rimmed red, determined to avenge her Schwang. A stir sounded at the door. Then a little head poked in through the doorway. Grandma, where are you going? Are you going to abandon Sia too? He looked at Chiendai, clad in full battle garb. Sia spoke timidly, his voice carrying a hint of grievance. The ferocity on Chiendai's face melted away. She slowly turned around, forcing her expression under control. A faint smile appeared on her face. Schwang. Sia, be good. Grandma is going to the front to fight the bad guys for your father. This mother, who had lost both a son and a daughter-in-law, did not even have the time or the right to grieve. Then, Grandma, you must come back quickly. Sierra is scared. Chen Dai crouched down intending to stroke Xia's head. But instead she swept Xia into her arms. My dear Xia. Xia is still so young. Are you certain you want to go to the front lines? The Wind Shadow asked softly, looking at Chen Dai. The papers lay scattered all over the floor, still not tidied up. Take good care of Xia. I am going to avenge my Schwanger. Chen Dai was very quiet. With that she turned and left. The Wind sighed bleakly. The supreme commander of Shaoran village is dead. Ha! Prepare the entire army. Let's gobble up the Shaoran ninja forces first. Benzong learned that Shuang was dead and that the Shaoran ninja were left leaderless. He then gathered his ninja, planning to wipe out the Shaoran forces first. After that only Mu Yi would remain, that hard nut to crack. Alas, why did we provoke the people of Mu Yi? So many fine young men died for nothing. In the Shaoran camp morale was low. Suddenly one person began to complain. Indeed, Mu Yi has been purely on the defensive all along. Why did we keep provoking them, attacking again and again? We have gained nothing but pointless deaths. The entire camp was filled with voices blaming Shuang. Such is human nature. When they had won they would start flattering him. They would boast. But once things went wrong they complained and pointed fingers. As they were conversing they failed to consider that the walls had ears. Chiyo upon entering overheard every word. Being a high-ranking shinobi of Sunagakure, Chiyo got into the main camp easily. She merely had to display her credentials briefly. And so, what followed was a harrowing scene. The white-haired Chiyo, who had suffered the loss of a child, was in a foul mood and they had walked right into her crosshairs. And after Amigakure learned of Shuang's death they did not sharpen their weapons, they just led a band of underlings and charged at Sunagakure. In this way Konoha was once again left in peace. The fighting went on for several more months. Chiyo had originally wanted to press on in one breath and eliminate Hanzo the eyesore obstructing her revenge. But as soon as they fought she suffered a great loss. That Hanzo fellow was practically a human poison storehouse. Chiyo then set aside her burning thirst for revenge and settled down to research Hanzo's toxins. Making poison, however, was simple. You only needed to slightly refine the lethal ingredients, add some smoke and mirrors to prevent others from making antidotes, and mix everything together with deadly toxins. Chiyo was skilled not only in puppetry but also in medicine. Whenever Hanzo produced a poison she cracked it with a few flicks of her wrist. At the slowest it took 10 days to half a month, at the fastest only a few hours. Hanzo knew he had met a master and got excited. He switched to a new formula every time, but without exception Chiyo defeated them all. It made Hanzo quite uncomfortable. His greatest trump card was his poison-filled salamander. Now that he had encountered a detox expert he found himself with a throbbing headache. Puppet Head, your son is dead. Why haven't you gone home? What are you doing here? On the battlefield, seeing that his poison gas had little effect, Hanzo resorted to a verbal attack. He was done playing, he was a bit tired. At first it had been somewhat interesting. He was like a teacher endlessly producing questions with Chiyo giving the answers. It had felt pretty great at first. But then his damn poison gas kept being deciphered as if it had no difficulty at all. That was truly unbearable. Old man with the breathing tube, I advise you not to meddle. I've already found your weakness. Your poison gas may be potent, but your salamander takes 5 minutes to replenish it. If you don't back away now, don't blame me for being impolite. And with that both sides began to retreat. Although Chiyo said this lightly, seeing Hanzo retreat she felt a small release inside. No matter how powerful she was only one person. And this was the front line. Medical herbs were not exactly abundant. If a whole crowd got poisoned, even if she knew the antidotes, she would run short of herbs and time. Hanzo too thought this puppet hag was too cocky, and he ground his teeth in resentment. But then he thought again, this old hag was here to avenge Konoha. Why the hell was he fighting to the death here? If he could settle her he would also gain some reputation. If he couldn't settle her, wouldn't it be a thankless mess? As he thought, Hanzo started to feel something was off. The longer he thought the more wrong it felt. Damn it, Sunagakure had someone who could neutralize poison, but Konoha didn't. If he smashed Konohagakure, the hidden leaf of the land of fire, and the strongest of the 5 great nations, wouldn't his fame skyrocket? At that thought Hanzo's face beneath his mask became thoughtful. The war had already been raging for nearly 2 years. Dragging it on like this was no good. Insignificant Sunagakure, have they not already been scared by the last plan? And now they're fighting Amigakure as well. Recalling the brilliant scheme he had directed which had killed their young commander, he fell into deep thought. But at that moment a figure appeared in the office. Lord Hokage, this was sent over by Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply. His mind churned. What is he sending at a time like this? Hiruzen Sarutobi waved a hand signaling the Umbu to open the envelope and test it for poison. The Umbu carefully opened the letter and after confirming it was not poison passed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi with equally careful hands. Hiruzen took it and placed it on the desk. He read it casually. Could a tiny Amigakure really dare to fight Tsunagakure and Konoha at the same time? He guessed it was some rubbish strategy like a temporary alliance to attack Suna. But as soon as he saw the letter he erupted. Damn it, it was yet another declaration of war. Written on the page was, I have long heard that Konoha is unmatched in might, and I admire it deeply. Amigakure would like to have a try. It further said that if they didn't want to try they could simply acknowledge the Land of Rain as the sixth great nation and Amigakure as the sixth hidden village. Hiruzen's anger slowly subsided. He pondered the feasibility. If possible, he still didn't want a big war. The Uchiha clan still needed a little more time to mature. He envied the Uchiha clan's strength and somewhat wanted to take it for his own, or alternatively deal with this tumor. The Hyuga clan for now seemed to respect him as Hokage. He still felt a little unsatisfied. What he wanted was their submission. So honestly, he was not eager to fight. He wanted to first handle internal affairs. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to agree. Besides, his agreement wouldn't matter anyway. The other nations wouldn't listen to him. Another war report arrived. Damn it, Tsunagakure had come to attack Konoha again. That made Hiruzen Sarutobi rather angry. Going too far, huh? The Leaf had always stayed in its own territory, only defending. Now they were all coming at Konoha. How could he tolerate that? So he started to write a letter. When he was about to agree to Amigakure's terms and first cripple Tsunagakure, there came another knock at the door. After a while, Hiruzen looked at the intelligence report. Heh. He suddenly laughed. Kumogakure has been dancing along my border for years, and now they've turned back and gone home. He then picked up a sheet of paper and began issuing new orders. At the same time, he summoned the heads of the major clans to prepare a wave of reinforcements. If the tiger shows no might, you take me for a sick cat. Hiruzen tore up Hanzo's letter. He immediately prepared for a two-front war. Oh right. It seems one of the fronts doesn't have a commander. That makes it tricky. Hiruzen stopped writing his orders halfway. 2 tiny ink spots appeared on the paper. His mind began to think about which people in Konoha were military geniuses. Never mind, my 3 disciples should be about ready by now. Just as Hiruzen was about to put down his brush and consult the major clans, his eyes landed on the group photo of himself and his 3 disciples on the desk. He picked up the brush again and began to write. Muyi White Fang, your life is mine. On the battlefield, upon seeing her nemesis, Chen Dai could no longer contain herself. Unsealing her storage scroll, she manipulated several puppets and charged toward Shomao. Hataki Shomao was somewhat bewildered, but recalling that he had indeed slain many, it was only natural to have enemies. After dozens of exchanges, Chen Dai was panting heavily while Shomao's expression grew grim. This old woman was a formidable opponent. Every time he attempted a lethal strike, Chen Dai deftly maneuvered her puppets to block him. This left him quite frustrated. And whenever he finally broke through the puppets, 2 Sanjonin would rush out and intercept him. Realizing he could not kill her, Shomao felt little motivation to continue the fight. He had no interest in being someone's punching bag. Moreover, the intelligence he had reported back had yet to receive a response from the Hokage. Thus Shomao lost his will to fight. He feared that prolonged engagement might disrupt the Hokage's strategic plans. Chen Dai could only watch helplessly as Shomao retreated. Her eyes fixed on Shomao with venomous hatred, longing to drink his blood and devour his flesh. Yet she recalled that had the Kazekage not assigned his personal guards to protect her, she would likely have perished, and a profound sense of powerlessness washed over her. What a terrifying man! He is not even at his peak, yet he is already this strong. After a long moment gazing at the empty battlefield before her, Chen Dai seemed to see Shomao still there and sighed with deep emotion. Returning to the camp, Chen Dai was filled with reluctance. She was about to write a letter requesting the Kazekage to dispatch elite shinobi to eliminate the young Shomao before he became a major threat. But then she noticed the medicinal herbs on the table. A thought stirred within her. Thus, the Sand Shinobi camp fell silent once more. Yet a letter had already been sent back to the Wind Country. and various deadly poisons began to be prepared. Yes, she intended to concoct a lethal toxin. Later she would use poison to shatter Konoha. As a skilled puppeteer, she understood all kinds of poisons and thus knew how to neutralize them. She could also create the most virulent toxins. What? Did I hear that correctly? The old man wants us to lead troops into the heart of the Rain country and engage the hidden Rain village. If we do that, what will happen to the civilians of the Rain country? Deshiwan held a letter in his hand. He had just softly read aloud the words the old man had written to him. The one who raised the question was Jiraiya. Gangsho also furrowed her delicate brows. Xingshu listened quietly, his heart undisturbed. The things Deshiwan occasionally instilled in him had proven useful, but they also influenced Xingshu, making his emotions somewhat numb and lacking the compassion typical of his age. This is the old man's decision. I am merely the messenger, Deshiwan said indifferently. Over the years he had clearly been at odds with the old man. He could not understand why this cheap teacher still trusted him so much. For this operation he was again the overall commander with Gangsho and Jiraiya as his deputies. Does the old man not fear that I might get all his precious disciples killed? After all, Gangsho is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Could it be that he intends to use me as a blade to eliminate them? Or does he appreciate my cold-bloodedness and wickedness? Could he be so naive as to believe that I have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha? Deshiwan pondered darkly. He found it somewhat intriguing. This letter doesn't make sense. Let me see it. Upon hearing Deshiwan's words and seeing him fall into a daze without further explanation, Gangsho snatched the letter and spoke. Konoha is sending reinforcements anyway, we'll find out soon enough. What's there to see in the letter? Deshiwan shrugged and said casually. After reading the letter, Gangsho fell silent. She had not expected Yuan Fei Rijan to not only engage two nations but also to drag the flames of war deep into enemy territory, forcing them to taste suffering so they would never dare to start a war again. Though the idea was sound and could effectively strike the enemy, it was too cruel. Yet considering that the Senju clan had contributed so much to Konoha and that for reasons she could not fathom the clan that had produced two Hokages was being systematically eradicated, what else would Yuan Fei Rijan not dare to do? Several months later, 1,000-strong reinforcement force arrived at the camp. They came together with the supplies. So they arrived later. During those months it had been relatively quiet. Qian Dai was studying poisons. Hanzo, upon learning that Konoha had accepted his challenge, felt a sense of foreboding. Thus unusually he refrained from causing trouble, awaiting the arrival of Konoha's forces in silence. This showed how seriously he regarded Konoha. Yet just as Konoha's forces were approaching, when he was about to deploy his troops, bad news came from the rear. Their already impoverished nation, after he had instigated this war, had become even more dire. And what was more fatal, the Rain country was similar to the Wind country. The Wind country suffered from perennial drought and was covered in sand. But it had vast territory and underground metal deposits to trade for money and grain. The Rain country, however, was plagued by constant floods and ordinary crops could not survive. Moreover, they had no economic resources, making a prolonged war extremely difficult. This formed a stark contrast with the Wind country. Some died of drought, others of flood. Now with the war, the demand for food and money was even greater. Many able-bodied men had joined the war doing menial labor, bringing the economy to a standstill. There were also those who fled the country because of the war. And because the Fire country was a major grain producer, they had offended it, forcing them to buy even more expensive grain from other nations. The national treasury was on the verge of collapse. This was not good news. Hanzo's heart sank. He felt that the battle was already lost. His ambitions would turn to ashes. But he was not ready to concede. If he yielded now, would his persistence in leading the Rain country to a better future become a laughingstock? While Hanzo waited in anxious anticipation, half a month later Konoha's shinobi forces finally made their move. And when they moved, they struck with overwhelming thunderous force, attacking both sides simultaneously. They had always remained on the defensive, never once setting foot beyond the Land of Fire's borders. Yet now they emerged in two separate columns like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. Hanzo was greatly startled. Then the battle lines clashed. Two forces of roughly equal numbers collided, and the sky soon became a storm of flying ninjutsu. Even though the surging Konoha ninja were held back, Hanzo felt no sense of relief. Because he had received word that Konoha had sent far more than this. Where were the rest? Lord Hanzo, these Konoha shinobi are nothing special. If we defeat them, the fertile lands of the Land of Fire are ours. A shinobi, seeing that Hanzo seemed troubled and fearing the pressure was getting to him, tried to offer some comfort. It was clear that this shinobi shared a rather close bond with Hanzo. Konoha. The Land of Fire. The land? Damn. We're in trouble. Hanzo suddenly realized that Konoha had sent so many reinforcements, yet the battlefield still held only this many. If these men were not on the battlefield, then where could they be? Have the rear units go on alert at once. Go check our rear. We must not let them slip around behind us. If war breaks out within our own nation. No, forget it. I'll go myself. Hanzo quickly ordered his personal guards. Then, abandoning his resolve, he left the fiercely burning battle behind and rushed toward the rear. That was the stronghold of their rear shinobi forces. With Hanzo's departure, Konoha's ninja surged forward with even greater ferocity, launching a reckless and relentless assault. Every explosive, tag, hidden weapon, and jutsu they could hurl was thrown at the enemy. The roar of detonations rose and fell endlessly. Meanwhile, a column of over 1,000 people, resembling a stream of refugees, had made a wide detour and was now heading into the heart of the Land of Rain. They carried only the simplest of supplies. And the bulk of those supplies were weapons and explosive tags. This meant that their food would only last until they reached the heart of the Land of Rain. From then on, they would have to rely on plundering, hunting in the mountains, or even stripping bark from trees to survive. The shinobi forces of Amigakure attempted to withdraw, but Konoha had them locked in a bitter hold. They had no intention of letting them return. Their true objective from the very beginning was to break the enemy apart from within. Orochimaru, must we really do this? As they drew closer to their destination, Jiraiya could not hold back any longer. It has to be done. If you feel troubled by it, then try thinking of it differently. For instance, even if we did not kill them, they would one day die of old age or starve to death. Orochimaru said with an exasperated tone. But those are civilians. Haven't we trained since childhood precisely to protect them? If we open fire in the heart of their lands, how many innocent people will die? Jiraiya spoke again, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that he himself had never seemed to be so tormented before. Then let's just turn back. If worst comes to worst, we lose the battle and let them go plunder the civilians of the Land of Fire as they please. After all, the Land of Fire has a huge population. They're just eyeing our territory, aren't they? Our Land of Fire is vast enough. Let's just give them a piece. Orochimaru said quietly. His slit-shaped pupils calmly fixed on Jiraiya. Ah well. Even if they win, they don't necessarily have to harm our civilians. Besides, with us here, how could we possibly lose? Jiraiya said subconsciously. He did not dare to picture the images in his mind. Well, the enemy started this war because they believe their economy is too weak and their territory too small. It's fine. Aren't the ninja of Konoha raised by the civilians of the Land of Fire? A little guilt is nothing. As long as you, Lord Jiraiya, can uphold the justice in your heart, let our overpopulated Land of Fire bear a little pain. Give away a bit of land, hand them a few civilians to slaughter, and vent their anger. After all, the Land of Fire has so many people. When every great nation takes a bite and fills their bellies, peace will come. Orochimaru said coolly with a hint of mockery. But we won't lose. We don't have to lose. If their attack fails, isn't that enough? Jiraiya spoke again, deliberately pretending not to notice the cynicism in Orochimaru's words. Yes, you're absolutely right. They attacked us without provocation. Our comrades, our shinobi, laid down their lives one after another to protect the nation, leeching food and wealth from our own civilians to fund the defense. And you, Lord Jiraiya, are so magnanimous. You defeat them, drive them back, and that's the end of it. But what about the shinobi who died? Will you revive them? Will you support their families? Or do you think war is just a game of make-believe that can simply be called off whenever you like? Orochimaru was growing irritated by Jiraiya's attitude. It was not out of some zealous patriotism nor a hatred of foreign invasion. Jiraiya, if you can't stomach it, then leave. Whether you're here or not really doesn't make much difference. Orochimaru said softly, looking at the still hesitant Jiraiya. What was he worried about anyway? At worst, he could just take on a couple of extra disciples later. But Jiraiya tried to say more. Orochimaru fell silent as he looked at Jiraiya, who possessed such absolute compassion for the weak. His earlier mockery had cut a little too deep. The situation was all too familiar. He had originally transmigrated into this ninja world wishing only to live happily, experience the beauty of this strange realm, and grows stronger along the way. He had treated this world like a survival game, playing through life casually. Yet helplessly he had been transmigrated as Orochimaru, and so he could only imitate Orochimaru's mannerisms and speech. Because Orochimaru lived directly beneath the watchful eyes of all the higher-ups, a single slip could send him tumbling into the abyss. After finally surviving long enough to gain a sliver of real strength, and believing his cultivation progress was finally sufficient to slowly be himself again, he was discovered by Danzo because of his research into the knowledge buried in his mind. Knowing how ruthless Danzo's methods could be, someone who could just stumble upon the Sharingan of a great Konoha clan on the roadside, what else could he do? And then a Sharingan appeared right before him. What choice did he have? Naturally, he chose to study it. If he hadn't, he might have stayed out of trouble. But he did study it, and that was where the problems began. He obtained a Sharingan. Having obtained it, he felt its immense power, and his hunger for strength only grew more intense. If merely enhancing his power was all there was to it, he could have waited quietly for the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, and gathered even more Sharingan. Only when he actually tried to use it did he realize the damn truth. Kakashi could casually chat while keeping his Sharingan active and using Chidori, yet he could barely sustain the Sharingan's activation at all. Now he was truly unable to stay calm. It was no easy feat that the goddess of fortune had smiled upon him, sending him to such an interesting world. But this world was not only interesting, it could also devour a person's life without them even noticing. Naturally, he had no desire to die a glorious early death. So he racked his brains for a way to solve his chakra deficiency. After much deliberation, he realized that only the Uzumaki physique would do. However, the Uzumaki clan was facing a grave crisis. If he didn't make his move soon, the clan was going to be wiped out. And then what would he do? Without the Uzumaki physique, even if the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, he could only stand by and watch. There was no way he could obtain a corpse for research. Besides, research on living bodies and corpses was completely different, and how could he even research a corpse? His aptitude for scientific innovation was utterly pathetic. So he had no choice but to go to the land of whirlpools early and try his luck. But with his strength being so low, all he could do was capture a few villagers to study the mysteries of their bodies. If he tried to catch a ninja, it was uncertain who would be catching whom. And then by sheer coincidence he encountered a lone Uzumaki woman. Just as he was about to strike, various reasons stayed his hand. Finally, when night fell and he had barely mustered his courage, not only did he fail to make a move, but he ended up carrying rice. During that act, Orochimaru realized how truly weak his own heart was. To survive in a place steeped in darkness, he needed real strength. Mere survival tactics would never be enough. Especially here in the land of whirlpools, this peace-loving nation. They cherished peace, yet they were still destroyed as a nation. At last his weakness and misplaced kindness faded away, and Orochimaru prepared a heart for research. But he did not conduct the research immediately. Instead, he held a faint hope that the system might grant him some pleasant surprise. Yet this system was utterly unreasonable. It brought him not only surprises but horrors as well. In his previous life he had never even killed a chicken. Now he was expected to kill people, and not just any people but ordinary mortals just like him. As if that wasn't enough, the target was an Uzumaki brimming with chakra. That wasn't a mission, it was suicide. Indeed, back then he was so weak that telling him to kill a chakra-rich Uzumaki was basically sending him to his death. So it had always been a single-choice question disguised as two options. In his past life he too had been an ordinary mortal, a weakling just like these civilians. Killing them was in truth like killing himself, for he had once been a peace-loving ordinary person who only wanted to live a quiet life. Slaughtering them was akin to slaughtering the self he had been in his previous life. And it was like carving away at his own flesh 100 times over. But he had no choice. Because of his arrival. The world's corrective force combined with the butterfly effect he himself had brought began to influence this world. He feared that if he waited another year or two until he was strong enough, the Uzumaki clan would already be wiped out. Many things could only be done early, not delayed. And so he began to kill. He killed until his eyes were bloodshot, until his body was drenched in blood. He killed until his mind shut itself away. With every life he took, his heart grew a little colder. Because if he had no power, he too would be ruthlessly hunted down like these civilians. Slice after slice he carved away at his own heart, killing Chen Ke's cowardice, his useless kindness, and his weakness. From that day onward he became the true Orochimaru, the Orochimaru that the world of Naruto demanded. And now everything was just as it had been back then. This time they too were going to plunder, to plunder food and lives. To destroy their peaceful lives, their happiness. To shatter their lives and their nation completely and utterly dismantling them from within. That was the purpose behind carrying no food. The Orochimaru of the past had been swept along by circumstances. But the Orochimaru of now had enough power to disobey. Enough power to stop this tragedy. Yet he did not. Instead he lashed out at Jiraiya, who was trying to stop it all. Jiraiya's persistence wounded him. Especially when he climbed up to the high tower and looked down at the person he had been in the past. There had been so many other options, yet he had surrendered all too willingly, inventing 1,000 reasons to tell himself that what he had done was right. Exactly like now when he used sarcasm to erode Jiraiya's will, even though he already knew how it would end. In the end, Jiraiya still became one of them. He had wanted to drive Jiraiya away to keep him from sinking into the same absurdity he himself had. In this moment Jiraiya was like his former self, and he was like the person he had become in his dreams. Perhaps this was his own redemption. But seeing that Jiraiya had no intention of leaving, seemingly even accepting his twisted reasoning, yet everything he had said was merely the excuse of the strong preying on the weak, a hunter's justification for capturing his prey, a surge of sorrow filled his heart, and it grew colder still. Indeed. Everything I have done is right. Let's split up. We're almost at the land of rain. If we move together we'll be too conspicuous. As they approached, Orochimaru said softly. Over 1,000 people gathering together, and heading toward the land of rain was practically an invitation to be discovered. They were unfamiliar with the terrain there. When Hanzo reached the rear battle line, he learned that a refugee column of over 1,000 had fled into the nation's interior. His heart sank. He no longer had the will to fight. Retreat, we're going back. We must drive the Leaf Ninja out of the land of rain. Seeing Hanzo pull back, the Leaf forces also ceased their assault and withdrew. After all, they had achieved their goal. With Hanzo leading his men back, no one would block them at the border of the land of rain. The Leaf could then invade at any time. They had completely seized the initiative. Leaving men on the front line would be useless for Hanzo. If he left too many, he wouldn't have enough for the return. If too few, they could easily be wiped out. Moreover, Leaf Ninja had already penetrated deep into the heartland. Either way, it's a defensive battle. What difference does it make? Orochimaru, why did you scatter everyone? Seeing Orochimaru's reckless dispersal of the troops, Jiraiya was puzzled. Now only the 4 of them remained. Too many people make a big target easy to be caught in one net. That prevents us from unleashing a ninja's true combat power and destructive potential. Scattering does risk being picked off one by one, but ninjas survive in all kinds of environments. They know how to stay alive. That's actually better. Orochimaru recalled that in the original story they had been ambushed by Hanzo. A wave of poison gas had taken down nearly all the Leaf Ninja. Then the 3 of them fought Hanzo. Seeing no hope of victory and knowing they were the 3rd Hokage's disciples, Hanzo spared them, not wanting to escalate the conflict. He even gave them the title the 3 Ninja of the Leaf. It was humiliating. After that battle, many ninja and civilians teetered on the brink of starvation. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the 3 were lost in thought. Jiraiya felt a chill. He had hoped to lead the ninja force to protect the villagers as much as possible. Now with the force shattered, they were scattered across the entire land of rain. There's a village ahead. Let's borrow some food. Soon after, the 3 were walking unhurriedly. Orochimaru spotted a small village with smoke rising and spoke softly. Better not, our rations still last a few days. Knowing Orochimaru's habits, Jiraiya quickly refused. Sensei, you're mistaken. That's not cooking smoke, Nawaki said quietly. Tsunade stayed close by his side. Nothing else mattered. Her only mission was to protect Nawaki, to keep him from harm. The fate of others was irrelevant to her. Oh, it's not cooking smoke. Orochimaru repeated calmly, his expression unchanged. Jiraiya quickly looked toward the smoke. Let's go borrow some food, dry rations taste terrible. The smoke grew thicker. That wasn't cooking smoke, it was a fire. It's all because the land of rain declared war. My little brother died at the hands of the Sand Ninja. Now you'll feel my pain too. A Leaf Jonin stared coldly at the villagers. He then forcibly seized them, intending to burn them alive. He had been on a mission earlier, and his brother had reached the battlefield first. When he finished his own task, he received the news of his brother's death. How could he endure that? He had promised his departed father to take good care of his brother. Brother, rest assured, I'll kill many more to accompany you in death. Whether by coincidence or not. The unit Orochimaru led this time included many ninja who had lost loved ones, comrades, or companions in the war. They were assembled from the original front line and rear reinforcements. One had to admit Hiruzen Sarutobi was far-sighted. It seems it really isn't cooking smoke, probably a fire. Let's not go there. A small fire, they can handle it. Besides, after a fire they'll be in a bad mood and won't lend us food. Orochimaru closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, then spoke softly. He turned and changed direction, bypassing the village. Their group continued on. Sensei, I noticed several ninja in this operation who lost companions in the battle. They kept moving. Jiraiya was sullen. Nawaki suddenly spoke out of the blue. He wanted to voice his conjecture and let his teacher analyze whether he was correct. This was part of Orochimaru's teaching. He often encouraged him to spot problems and think about them. Orochimaru's slit pupils stared calmly ahead. You guessed correctly. Many of those entering the Land of Rain have lost comrades or loved ones in this war. Quite a few are brutal and cold-blooded. This is the masterstroke of the plan. If we had sent naive ninja who hadn't experienced pain, they would not only die in vain but also fail to cripple the Land of Rain from within. This war would drag on forever, and who knows how many more would die. So Nawaki, remember, against your enemies you must destroy them, break them, kill them by any means necessary. Your own life is always the most important. Understand? Orochimaru said gently to Nawaki, using the natural lesson to teach him. After all, Nawaki had the water and earth natures. If his guess was right, he might be able to mass-produce wood release. The thought made Orochimaru pause. Suddenly he thought of Tsunade. She had fire, earth, water, and yang natures. Should he pay more attention to her? If successful, she would be a top-tier enforcer. A few days later, when Hanzo learned of the Leaf Ninja's ruthlessness, he was instantly enraged. It turned out the Leaf Ninja did not merely intend to push the front line into their heartland. Their first move was a strategy of utter annihilation. The people of the Land of Rain had barely been able to tighten their belts and survive, but now the Leaf Ninja had crossed the border directly. The land was thrown into chaos, and every person lived in fear. Yet they were utterly powerless to resist. After capturing and killing several isolated ninja, Hanzo had no choice but to adopt the same strategy as the Leaf, dispersing his forces to counter the invaders. Across the Land of Rain, beacons of war blazed everywhere. Lord Hanzo, according to the latest intelligence, the commanders of the Leaf Ninja this time are the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. There is also the young master of the Senju clan, a clan already extinguished. Hanzo frowned deeply upon hearing his subordinate's report. Pry open his mouth and find out the exact locations of those three brats. After a moment of deliberation, Hanzo issued the order. A short while later the ninja returned. Lord Hanzo, the prisoner was tortured to death without revealing anything. According to what he said, they scattered their forces before even entering the Land of Rain. Their commanders Orochimaru and the others remained in the rear overseeing the troops, so even he did not know their exact advance routes. The face beneath Hanzo's mask turned ashen. Change our tactics. Use encirclement, bottleneck them into one place and settle it all at once. This current method is too slow. Also capture more prisoners and interrogate them on exactly how many enemies have come. Every single one of those ninja is a devastating threat to the people of the Land of Rain. Several days later, Lord Orochimaru. A ninja appeared before Orochimaru. Orochimaru remained nonchalant. What is it? And where exactly are you heading? Why are you coming back toward the rear? Are you planning to desert? Orochimaru looked down coldly at the ninja kneeling before him, his slit pupils icy and unblinking. No, Lord Orochimaru. The ninja of Amigakure changed their tactics. They seem to be preparing some major operation, so I deliberately waited here for you. Oh, a major operation. Interesting. A faint smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. One day later he could no longer smile. He suddenly realized the problem. More than 100 ninja had already gathered around him. How exactly did you invade the Land of Rain? Why are you all still here after so many days? Seeing nearly 1/9 of his entire force gathered before him, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Clearly these ninja had not pressed deeper into the Land of Rain at the first opportunity. Instead they had lingered at the edges, slaughtering innocent civilians until the Amigakure ninja slowly drove them back. Orochimaru was irritated by their stupidity. Still, knowing that many clever ones had not been driven back, he felt a slight relief. He cared little about who would win this war. Nor did he need any glorious war record. But if he lost too disgracefully, it would be too shameful to bear. He could not afford such humiliation. After marching for half a day, Orochimaru's footsteps faltered. It seems this battle cannot be avoided after all. His infrared vision detected the heat signatures of human-shaped figures. Yet before he could order his men to scatter, waves of purple mist spread rapidly, engulfing them in an instant. "Hold your breath, this purple smoke is poisonous," Orochimaru warned in a low voice. And indeed, how could natural fog ever be purple? As if an incense burner above a sunlit waterfall were producing violet smoke. He had warned them, but the mist spread far too quickly, and many ninjas still fell victim. Of the 100+ ninja, more than half collapsed at once. Others held their breath too hastily, unable to endure even a short while. They collapsed before they could even escape the poisonous cloud. Watching the ninja fall in droves just as in the original story, Orochimaru felt deeply exasperated. He cautiously drew a small breath, then quickly tried to neutralize the poison with chakra. After all, he could not hold his breath much longer either. In the original story, the three of them had even fought a battle. There was no way they could have held their breath for that long. He experimented for a moment, and finally discovered the problem. He realized that using chakra to counteract the poison consumed an enormous amount of energy. No wonder the three of them had fought so desperately. "Come out, Hanzo! Those you could bring down you have already brought down. Those you cannot bring down you will never bring down." Orochimaru's voice, soft and sinister, drifted through the air. He appeared utterly unshaken, showing not the slightest trace of alarm at the ambush. "As expected of Orochimaru. But I wonder if you are afraid dying young at such a tender age." Hanzo revealed himself standing atop a massive salamander. "Jiraiya, Tsunade, take Nawaki and leave. He is too young and can barely hold on any longer." As he was about to make his move, Orochimaru noticed Nawaki's face flushed crimson from holding his breath. He spoke softly. That honest child was still stubbornly holding his breath. His words startled both Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had been preparing to advance. Tsunade was immediately seized by guilt that she had failed to protect her younger brother. "Let Jiraiya stay and help you. I'll take Nawaki somewhere safe, then come back to assist you." Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with deep gratitude. Hanzo, watching the three of them chatter, paid it no mind. His salamander child had just released all its poison, so it was the perfect moment to replenish. The salamander silently began gathering poisonous mist once more. "No need. A mere Hanzo is hardly worth the trouble. Take good care of Nawaki. Do not leave his side, and do not make a decision you will regret for the rest of your life." Orochimaru said these words softly. Perhaps it was because he recalled that Tsunade's constitution was also one with immense potential that he bothered to speak so patiently. After all, he only invested his time in maintaining people who were useful to him. To him, everyone else was nothing more than weeds. Watching Tsunade depart with the barely conscious Nawaki, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Jiraiya, who had yet to leave. "You should go too. This is the land of rain, and they are still poisoned. Danger could strike at any moment." Seeing Jiraiya hesitate, Orochimaru spoke softly. Jiraiya gave him a long, searching look before turning away without a word. Hanzo observed the man who had sent his companions away, Orochimaru, with his long black hair, golden slit pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose marked by tear-like streaks. His skin was pallid. Noticing Hanzo's gaze, Orochimaru's pupils turned icy cold. He raised his hands slightly, then brought them together. "Detestable poison mist. Wind-style great breakthrough." A fierce gale burst from Orochimaru's mouth. This was a C-rank technique that required no hand signs. Though simple in concept, its scale and power depended on the user's ability. In the hands of a skilled ninja, the wind could topple a forest of ancient trees. And when Orochimaru unleashed it, it became a storm that seemed to sweep away everything in its path. The purple mist dissipated rapidly. Orochimaru's target was not Hanzo himself. He merely intended to clear the toxic fog and surrounding obstacles. Seeing Orochimaru's arrogance, Hanzo moved his feet in an instant, performing the body flicker technique, ready to teach the presumptuous young man a lesson with the same sword technique that had instantly defeated three ships' sword art flash. Why he used a sickle to perform a sword technique? Who knew? Orochimaru watched Hanzo approach at blinding speed. Even with his sharp perception, he could only see after images. It was as if the man had teleported. Hanzo's mastery of the body flicker was evident. As he drew closer, his eyes locked onto Orochimaru like a hawk stalking its prey. Orochimaru remained unperturbed. "Hidden shadow snake hands. This B-rank technique instantly summoned multiple large serpents, each tasked with intimidation, restraint, or capture. Several snakes shot out from Orochimaru's arm, lunging at the charging Hanzo. Because they were summoned by him, these serpents possessed greater strength and cunning than ordinary ones. Hanzo flashed, slicing through the summoned snakes. Clearly the bizarre technique had startled him. So many snakes suddenly attacking him made his scalp tingle, and he instinctively altered his trajectory, seeing Hanzo momentarily distracted. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed slightly. He slapped the ground. Writhing snake! A massive serpent was summoned, coiling toward the airborne Hanzo. The powerful impact sent Hanzo hurtling upward despite his attempt to block with his chakra and sickle. Orochimaru watched the scene unfold. He struck the ground with both hands. Writhing snake explosion! Several more giant serpents were summoned, soaring into the sky and opening their jaws to swallow Hanzo. Hanzo showed no sign of alarm. He swung his sickle at the serpents. Seeing this, Orochimaru channeled his chakra and detonated the snakes. A deafening explosion echoed, its power seeming to surpass even that of explosive tags. Orochimaru had replicated the technique by drawing inspiration from the original Orochimaru's arsenal combined with his own ability to summon snakes from the Ryuchi cave. It had been relatively easy to reproduce. There were a few more powerful techniques he couldn't replicate and didn't want to. These were the fruits of his research during the boredom of not having obtained the Scroll of Seals, so that his offensive repertoire wouldn't be too lacking. Feeling his chakra fully replenished after unleashing a series of techniques, Orochimaru sighed in awe. He still lacked large-scale high-consumption techniques. Now using ninjutsu didn't even drain his chakra. Absurd. He pulled his thoughts back as the smoke from the explosion began to clear. Hanzo stood on the ground, his clothes slightly disheveled and torn. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but admire the man. The demigod of the shinobi world indeed lived up to his reputation. A reputation well earned, yet for Orochimaru, who lacked powerful offensive techniques, this chain of attacks had failed to wound his opponent. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. Kid, you've got some skill for your age. But you're too weak. Those are just child's play techniques. Hanzo straightened up. The salamander had burrowed underground at some point. Orochimaru's pupils tightened at Hanzo's words. Then he smiled faintly. You sure know how to bluff. Had enough rest, old man? He watched Hanzo, who seemed inclined to chat. Orochimaru said softly. Has still spry, I'm doing just fine. Hanzo swung his chain. You're old enough to retire. What's the point of fighting all the time? Orochimaru formed a hand sign and murmured. His figure flickered and 5 Orochimarus appeared. This was the shadow clone technique. And each clone contained a vast amount of chakra. Old man, I'm coming for you. Don't you die on me. If you do, the land of rain will be finished. Orochimaru added verbal interference and psychological suggestion to his words. The clones did not hesitate. Wind, fire, prairie. 2 clones, one performing wind style, the other fire style, attacked Hanzo. Watching as Orochimaru, who had just been chatting like an old friend, suddenly turned hostile, Hanzo was bewildered. But seeing that even the clones could unleash such powerful fire style amplified by the wind style, a wave of blistering heat swept over him. It evaporated the moisture from his body. He hastily retreated. With a thought, the salamander burst from the ground, spewing a cloud of poison mist. This was an enhanced version of nerve-paralyzing toxin. Even Hanzo, with his immunity to poison, couldn't remain in such a concentrated cloud for long. Contrary to Hanzo's expectation that the clones would dissipate, these shadow clones were saturated with chakra, resisting the poison. Hanzo's eyes widened in shock. Brat, how can you have such immense chakra? Orochimaru did not answer. Watching the salamander still spewing poison, he decided to eliminate the elusive summoning beast that could burrow underground first. The spiral sphere in his hand quickly took shape. The remaining 2 shadow clones sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly gathering natural energy. They were preparing to feed it back to the main body later. Old man, come and play. Dashuin watched the released wind-fire combination ninjutsu, which had little effect, so he stopped. The 2 shadow clones slowly formed hand seals. Banzang had no idea what the shadow clone was planning to do. A sense of urgency welled up in his heart. These kids nowadays were too astonishing. Old ghost, don't get distracted. Otherwise you'll be staying here. Also, as a ninja, just honestly release ninjutsu. You're holding a sickle in one hand and a chain in the other. You really look like a farmer. How much land do you farm in a year? Watching the distance grow shorter, Dashuin's heart stirred. The seemingly harmless spiral sphere in his hand rapidly expanded. His mouth was also distracting Banzang, making him lose focus on the issues he was talking about. Banzang watched Dashuan approaching, constantly calculating in his mind. Seeing the fierce-looking technique in Dashuan's hand begin to enlarge, Banzang felt a bit panicked. He had forgotten that Dashuan's body flicker technique should have been ready long ago, yet still hadn't been used. "Kid, your ninjutsu looks pretty good, but can it hit anyone? No one would be foolish enough to be your target, right?" Banzang said with a calm expression. "Who knows?" The great spiral sphere in his hand was already complete. He concentrated chakra to the soles of his feet, and his speed suddenly increased by several increments. Banzang could clearly see the coldness in Dashuan's eyes and the expressionless face. He looked at Dashuan seriously and carefully. A hint of mockery on his face, he made a hand gesture with one hand. His figure flickered, turned into an afterimage, and vanished from the spot. To ordinary people it seemed as if he had disappeared instantly. Dashuan's snake-like pupils slightly contracted. He also raised his left hand and formed a hand seal. His figure also vanished from the spot in an instant, closely pursuing the afterimage. Banzang sensed that the opponent had caught up using the body flicker technique, and his heart sank. Then, as if recalling something, a trace of terror appeared in his eyes. He halted his steps, watching the rapidly approaching oversized sphere hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he concentrated chakra throughout his body and quickly raised the sickle in front of him. The great spiral sphere made contact with the sickle. Because Banzang's body did not directly touch the great spiral sphere, a tremendous force transmitted through his hand, making him unable to hold the sickle. Only his left hand still gripped the chain tightly. Bang! The sickle was wrenched from Banzang's hand. It slammed heavily into his body. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward for over 10 meters. A mist of blood traced the crimson line through the air. Dashuan saw that Banzang had not fully taken the blow, and his expression turned displeased. A centipede dies but never stiffens. It would be difficult to hit such an experienced ninja again next time. Banzang landed. A trace of crimson hung at the corner of his mouth. He suppressed the surging blood that rushed toward his throat but did not show any panic. Instead, he gazed at Dashuan with a gloomy look, a cold smile on his lips. The place where he had just landed had long been buried with a large number of explosive tags. That earlier move was just to lure Dashuan into the trap, deliberately leading him to that spot. Banzang slapped the ground with his palm. The ground beneath Dashuan's feet slowly sank. Dozens of explosive tags were revealed. Dashuan's vertical pupils contracted sharply. He looked at the explosive tags wrapped around his feet. "Old man, be humane." Dashuan's vertical pupils reflected the blaze of the explosion. Banzang watched as Dashuan was swallowed by the flames. His heart relaxed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Oh no! Watching Dashuan engulfed by the flames, he suddenly remembered that this war was clearly already lost. If he killed the disciple of Yuanfei Risen, wouldn't he be in trouble? He couldn't bear the wrath of my village. But once the explosive flame formation was detonated, it triggered a continuous chain of explosions that even he couldn't stop. 1 minute later, the rapid series of explosions began to subside. Banzang shook his head. He turned and left. His hope that Dashuan was only injured and not dead had been dashed. Banzang felt a bit desolate. Another great battle was about to begin. He needed to go back first and recover from his injuries. A moment later, the ground began to writhe. A charred corpse slowly cracked apart. From inside crawled out a person. That person was precisely Dashuan. Still not perfected this perverse dash-style substitution technique. Dashuan appeared neatly dressed, as if completely unharmed. However, his internal organs had suffered some damage, which was rapidly being repaired by the sage body. He watched Banzang depart. Dashuan had no intention of pursuing. He himself had planned to lose to Banzang. If he did not lose to Banzang, Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuin Tanzang would surely regard him as a thorn in their side. Because if he had mediocre strength but ambition, others would feel they could still control him. Once he had both strength and ambition, he would have no good days ahead. Moreover, my village still had something he wanted. The Ninetales was a good partner. Although it no longer made much difference whether he got the Ninetales now. At most, he could activate the Ninetales mode, which would greatly increase his combat power. Recalling the Ninetales heavy particle mode that sacrificed its life, it was also terrifically powerful. That was how he thought before. Now he planned to keep it by his side, let it spit out tailed beast balls, and if possible teach Xiao Bai. That would be even more fun. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Dashyuan shook his head. Then, as if sensing something, he struck his chest heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dashyuan, are you all right? A moment later, Gansho, Zilai, and Xingshu walked over. I'm fine. This Banzang is indeed formidable. Then the group continued walking. They had no intention of leaving the Yu country. Meanwhile, Dashyuan felt that he had forgotten something. In the forest, two of Dashyuan's shadow clones who had been sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. The battle is over. Watching the other clones had already dispersed, one Dashyuan was a bit bewildered. Yeah, it's done. All that hard work gathering natural chakra for nothing. With that, he dissolved into smoke. The remaining shadow clone, however, looked a bit sly. It had no intention of dispersing. Instead, it hopped away. After the shadow clone dissipated, Dashyuan paid little attention and dismissed the memory of the clone. He felt a little emotional. Just using shadow clones was not interesting. Would clones were more interesting? Or rather, given his current level. Shadow clones were somewhat beneath him. Multiple shadow clones would be more suitable. One man forming an army, unleashing all 5 elemental ninjutsu. The image was too beautiful. One day, 2 Konoha jonin arrived outside a shabby room. I'm starving. Wonder if there's any unexpected joy, one jonin whispered. They slowly walked into the house. Nagato, how do you read this character? Fu Sang, a housewife, was teaching young Nagato to read. In the inner room, Mishur was grinding medicinal powder. Mother, I know. This character is Chang and the next is Men, it's my name, Nagato said softly. But before he finished, the door was pushed open. Fu Sang instinctively looked toward the entrance, only to find that the one opening the door was not a neighbor. So she pulled Nagato behind her. The Konoha ninja, seeing the woman's movement, mistakenly thought Fu Sang was a ninja and prepared to attack. A flash of movement, and a kunai claimed Fu Sang's life. Nagato stared blankly at the scene, too stunned to react. Not knowing what had happened. Who is it? Hearing the door being pushed open without any words, Ishur came out to check. As soon as he stepped out, he saw young Nagato sitting dumbly on the ground, his body splattered with blood. His wife Fu Sang lay in a pool of blood. He rushed toward his wife. Fu Sang. The Konoha ninja, seeing an adult male who posed a threat charging at him. Without hesitation, the kunai in his hand flew out. Ishur fell to the ground, collapsed into the blood, and lost his pulse. Nagato stared blankly at this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Only then did he realize that his parents had been killed. No! Young Nagato rushed toward his parents' corpses. The Konoha jonin once again gently took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. A cold gleam appeared. He approached Nagato. An orphan child like you seems unable to survive. Let me send you to meet your parents. The Konoha ninja's shoes stepped into the blood. He stood quietly behind Nagato, as if giving the child a moment of grief. His companion merely watched coldly. If you don't uproot the weeds, they will grow again when the spring wind blows. Grieving, Nagato's small body lay on his mother's chest. Mother, don't leave me. He didn't notice the approaching ninja at all. After shaking for a moment, he realized that his parents would never wake up again. Nagato stood up and glared fiercely at the Konoha ninja. Why did you kill them? His childish voice echoed in the room. Hearing Nagato's voice and seeing his expression, the Konoha jonin thrust his kunai down quickly. Nagato's clear eyes reflected the jonin's ferocious face. The kunai grew closer. Just as it was about to touch, his clear eyes rapidly changed. Rings of patterns appeared. A fierce, repulsive force erupted from Nagato's body. The room began to shatter into pieces of wood chips. Smashed directly by the repulsive force, the 2 Konoha jonin were sent flying over a dozen meters, fell to the ground, and died. Their internal organs had turned to powder. And his parents' bodies also. Nagato, unaware of everything around him, fainted. The eruption of Nagato's Rinnegan. Inside a hidden cave, an old man gazed blankly into the distance. Looking closely, this dying old man had no eyeballs, and several tubes were connected to his body. His eye sockets were empty. Although the white setsa hanging behind him had Sharingan in its eye sockets, he had no intention of installing them. Perhaps he felt that having eyes was useless for him now. Without eyes, he could still see through perception. So quickly has the protection set on the Rinnegan been triggered, Madara murmured softly. The eruption of Nagato made Orochimaru, who was in a cave, pause slightly. This evil cold chakra. Rinnegan. Orochimaru muttered. By the way, in the original story Nagato and Conan were fighting Hanzo with the other two. They should be nearby, right? Then they were always trailing behind them. Suddenly Orochimaru remembered. At this moment he hadn't yet realized that the butterfly effect had completely disrupted the timeline. Nagato was still a 2 or 3-year-old child, while in the original timeline the Rinnegan eruption had occurred when he was 5 or 6. Then he was found by Conan, and they wandered together. Then the three of them almost got blown up by a kunai tied with explosive tags. Thus they discovered the three. They kept chasing him. Jiraiya stayed and taught them for 3 years. But unfortunately Jiraiya only taught them some ninjutsu and useless kindness, not the mindset to match their strength. Naive as they were, Danzo and Hanzo captured Conan. Yahiko died and Nagato had his legs blown off by the explosive flame array. Realizing the butterfly effect, Orochimaru walked out of the cave. He walked toward Nagato's direction. He still thought that due to the butterfly effect Nagato and the others had not come this way, had not met them, and had not taken them as masters. He hadn't thought that the butterfly effect had accelerated the plot by several years. Seeing Orochimaru walking out of the cave, Jiraiya, who was lighting a fire nearby, and Tsunade and Nawaki sitting together beside him, hurriedly stood up. Orochimaru, what's wrong? You're badly injured. Where are you going? Jiraiya asked with some confusion, staring at Orochimaru's back. Oh, I'm going out for some air. You guys wait for me here, Orochimaru replied. His tone was flat, leaving one puzzled. Let's go together. I'm bored to death too. Jiraiya stood up, making as if to go for a stroll with Orochimaru. He who disliked being restrained had long had enough. With Orochimaru's speed, it did not take long before he arrived at a desolate ruin. A small child lay in the middle. Orochimaru gazed at the 2 or 3-year-old boy. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Had it not been for the red hair, he would have thought he had made a mistake. This was somewhat absurd. The margin of error was far too great. What a pitiful child. Jiraiya, kill that boy. He is too young to survive, Orochimaru said flatly. To shift this burden onto Jiraiya, there were too many schemes entangled with Nagato. He did not wish to get involved in this trouble. He still wanted to see what Kage looked like. If he took Nagato as an apprentice combined with his own explosive growth and power, no one would be able to touch Nagato in the future. Madara was dead, truly dead. So it was better to leave some surprises. This was also Nagato's fate. As for Conan, this girl should not suffer together with those two naive brats. The key point was that Conan could continuously produce explosive tags, the biggest arms dealer. Money would come rolling in. That was far better than Jiraiya writing his Make-Out Violence series. He had been writing books for so long, yet he never seemed to have much money and often squeezed Naruto. What Orochimaru did not know was his shadow clone had picked up a little girl. Uncle Orochimaru, do you still have candy? Conan wants some more candy, the 3 or 4-year-old Conan said in a childish voice. Earlier, Orochimaru's shadow clone had rescued Conan from human traffickers. These traffickers captured orphans and sold them. Although Orochimaru's shadow clone had not rescued her, Conan would have escaped with her own intelligence. A little Conan, uncle doesn't have any more. Let uncle find some for you, okay? The shadow clone said with a cheerful smile. He possessed Orochimaru's memories, but his personality was different. Contrary to the 6 or 7-year-old he had imagined, Conan was still a tiny tot. Because he had all of Orochimaru's abilities, he easily found Conan. Thank you, Uncle Orochimaru. MWA. Conan held in his arms, planted a kiss on Orochimaru's face. It must be said that Orochimaru's face for some reason naturally held a great attraction for children. Little Conan is naughty. Orochimaru placed Conan on his shoulders. We're flying now. Conan nervously grabbed Orochimaru's hair, somewhat tense. Orochimaru also held her calves. Once Conan got used to it, she kept clapping her little hands. Oh, we're flying. It must be said that Orochimaru's shadow clone truly knew how to cause trouble. Usually it never revealed itself just as meticulous as the original Orochimaru. In the cave, after watching Conan fall asleep with a sweet smile in his arms, Orochimaru's shadow clone mischievously tied her hair into a little topknot. All that was missing was a red silk sash, a spear, a ring, and a pair of wind-fire wheels. She would have turned into a little Neza. Blue planet. Why hasn't the solar eclipse arrived yet? In the villa, Orochimaru sat blankly in the living room. The skin on his body looked somewhat rough. Of course, this was just the result of his makeup. His original appearance was exactly the same as before. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru took a bottle of wine from the liquor cabinet. With a slight movement of his fingers, the bottle opened. Soon the aroma of wine filled the air. Orochimaru crossed his legs, one hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, the other holding a wine glass, looking completely at ease. "BOSS, the person you wanted has been captured." Shortly after, a burly man appeared before Orochimaru. The pistol handle was casually exposed from his suit. "Oh, throw him into the laboratory," Orochimaru said without any emotion, as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya carried the young Nagato at the back as if afraid Orochimaru would kill him. Tsunade led Nawaki by the side. Orochimaru walked at the front. This group had become somewhat strange. After walking for a while, Orochimaru noticed that Konan was not there. Finding it somewhat dull, he decided to return. He had originally intended to take Konan away from the sea of suffering, but since she was not found, he had to let it go. Of course, this was also his laid-back attitude. If he activated his perception enveloping the entire land of rain, finding a person would be simple. But he went with the flow. When he realized Nagato was still a child, he lost much interest in Konan. He did not want to become a babysitter. "We're going back, Jiraiya. What about you?" Orochimaru thought for a moment, and then spoke softly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya was somewhat stunned. "I want to take this child back and teach him well. When he grows up and has strength, then." "You're overthinking. The reason he ended up like this is the sin of our people from Konoha. If you take him back, not only his hatred for Konoha but also the hatred of Konoha's ninjas for the land of rain. Going back like that would be walking into death," Orochimaru said softly. Then, as if remembering something, "Just take him back to Konoha directly. Don't let the frontline personnel know that this is a child you brought back from the land of rain." Orochimaru spoke softly, offering an idea to Jiraiya. "That's possible, I guess." Jiraiya thought this child was still too young. In 2 or 3 years this child would only be about 5 years old. How could he handle it? He couldn't stay in the land of rain for 6, 7, or 8 years for a single child. Nagato was actually awake, but he did not open his eyes. Because he did not know how to face them. The current Nagato had not yet experienced the hardship of survival, or the difficulty of living. Although Jiraiya and the others had saved him and not left him alone in that sorrowful place, he did not feel much goodwill toward them. After all, it was their companions from Konoha who had killed his parents. But he also did not harbor much hatred. Because he was too young to remember clearly. In his memories, though he had memories of his parents, they were not deep. At most he felt confusion, fear, and helplessness. Along with a hint of hatred, not knowing why they had destroyed his happy home. Orochimaru's eyes grew deep. He sensed that Nagato was already awake. But Nagato still showed no intention of opening his eyes. Thinking of Jiraiya's future miserable state, Orochimaru considered for a moment, and then spoke softly. "Jiraiya, put this child down. I've thought it over. He is ultimately a child of the land of rain. Taking him away is not good." Jiraiya was startled and stopped in his tracks. He had not expected Orochimaru to say such words. Subconsciously he asked, "Why?" Tsunade and Nawaki quietly watched, saying nothing, nor did they move forward. Orochimaru merely gave Jiraiya a subtle glance. Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled but still left Nagato where he was. The group disappeared from the spot. Sensing their departure, Nagato sat on the ground in a daze, not knowing what to do. "Orochimaru, why did you do that?" In the shadows, Jiraiya asked in confusion. "This child has been pretending to sleep all along. His family was destroyed by our ninjas from Mai. If he weren't pretending to sleep, you could still raise him. If he is pretending, then you are raising an enemy. Watch your life." Hearing Zillai's inquiry, Dashuin said softly. "But if he doesn't dare to open his eyes, how will he know to face us?" Zillai replied. Hearing Zillai's words, Dashuin felt a bit weary. "Then go ahead and raise him, but I suggest you don't go now. Instead, wait until he has experienced a few dire situations and understands the hardship of survival. Only then will he remember your kindness. Moreover, either you keep him by your side forever or you must teach him enough survival skills. But I always feel that you're doing too much. In this great war, how many orphans like this are there? Can you take care of them all?" Dashuin said softly. "Anyway, even if Changmin is not taken and taught by Zillai, nothing will happen. Someone will take care of him in the shadows. Dashuin, you are too heartless." "Perhaps you are right. Everything I do might be futile. I just want to reduce my guilt and sleep well at night." Zillai looked at Dashuin and said earnestly. Yuan found Zillai's expression interesting. This laid-back guy rarely showed such determination. Then work hard and become the 4th Hokage. Only then can your kindness and naivety possibly radiate across the entire ninja world. Zillai. A wonderful idea appeared in Yuan's mind. If he could trick this unreliable Zillai into becoming Hokage, that would be interesting. I don't want to. What's the fun in being Hokage? Freedom is much better. Besides, I don't want to become someone like that old man. Watching Zillai still preparing to go out now, Yuan felt a bit helpless. This foolish child just doesn't listen. The group continued on their journey. Zillai picked up the confused Changmen and prepared to head to Mai together. But Yuan stopped him and suggested that he do more good deeds, see if he could encounter other orphans and bring them along. Seeing Zillai so single-minded, Yuan proposed. He estimated that Zillai would inevitably meet Mayan and Shaonan, and sooner or later it was their destined master-disciple bond. It was also a way to save Xiaonan's life. And Zillai, seeing Yuan uncharacteristically considerate, agreed. He estimated that this father figure role would last at least 5 years. But he wondered if this wandering man could persist. Or as usual he would teach for 3 years and then leave with a clap of his hands. Even knowing that the other was the child of destiny, he thought he would still leave with a clap. Indeed, Changmen was also a child of destiny capable of altering the structure of the ninja world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Yuan, I want to hear a story. A Yuan clone was roasting fish. Xiaonan hugged his leg and said. The Yuan clone pinched Xiaonan's cheek and said softly, Xiaonan, what story do you want to hear? The Yuan clone said softly, I want to hear the story of Wu Zetian and the Savage Emperor. When Yuan released these shadow clones, he expended a large amount of chakra. This clone, if not engaged in battle or subjected to heavy damage, could last at least 4 or 5 years, which was quite absurd. Yuan no longer cared about his subordinates in the Rain country, and scurried back to the front lines. He prepared to help Shuomao deal with Qiandai. He remembered that Qiandai's poisons were all neutralized by Gangzhou. And as expected, within a month of Gangsho's return, Qiandai launched an attack on Mai with her proud poison. At the outset she poisoned the Mai ninjas into chaos. Seeing this, the Mai ninjas quickly retreated, throwing chakra shurikens and explosive tags recklessly. Qiandai, however, had no intention of a direct confrontation. Pursuing at this time would greatly increase casualties. She planned to toy with the Mai ninjas slowly. She also believed that no one could neutralize her poison. But contrary to expectations, her poison was neutralized by a young girl, and quite quickly. When she next visited the Mai defense line, she found the poison ninjas bouncing around again. She was furious. So she ceased hostilities for another month to research new poisons. Meanwhile, Yuan was not idle. He had originally stayed on the battlefield to fight Banzhang and to look for Xiaonan. Now that one concern was resolved, he began collecting experimental equipment everywhere. He intended to research something new, a substance that could allow injection of Zhujian cells to be stopped immediately if unsuccessful. When it was ready, it would be time to experiment on Gangzhou. It was time to bestow a blessing upon Gangzhou. Although he could try now with a success rate of about 40 to 50, if Gangzhou could develop the Yin seal into the 100 seal mystic, it might add another 10. That was the total success rate, taking into account that she was a descendant of Zhujian with inherited Zhujian cells. But it was still not high. He somewhat missed his original all-purpose test subject from the story, the one with an excellent physique, the one implanted with a Sharingan arm. The hand used by Tuanzang belonged to that test subject. Time passed swiftly. 3 years went by in a flash. Yuan could no longer remember how long he had been in the ninja world. These trivial questions had become nothing but a heap of data in his mind. Qiandai, due to her constant creation of poisons, was called Poison Granny Qiandai on the battlefield. Gangsho, on the other hand, earned the title of Miraculous Healer Gangzhou. She was deeply loved by the frontline ninjas, making Yuan hesitant to even produce a diluted version of Zhujian cells. He estimated that this diluted version could give Gangzhou an overall success rate of 70. If she survived, she would release several times stronger than the green version, and it wouldn't consume as much chakra either. This was the power of science. Perhaps it was because he was a transmigrator with a god's perspective. Many difficulties were easily resolved. Thinking of this, Yuan suddenly realized that even if it were several times stronger than the green version, it might still be useless. After all, without this, Gangshou's overall stats already exceeded Kage level. She was close to Super Kage level, and adding this thing couldn't bridge the gap. Moreover, he hadn't managed to create an advanced version. That is after obtaining a semi-finished wood release to further enhance its power or to complete the true power of wood release. And thinking of this advanced version, Yuan suddenly remembered that he still had a luxurious sage art to learn. Thus his time became urgent again. Although he was in no hurry to research on living reincarnation, there were still many things waiting for him. If it weren't for wood release being so powerful, and the fact that it allowed him to live in a wooden villa anytime anywhere, he wouldn't have been so dedicated and spent so long researching. When Orochimaru once again slipped into the land of rice fields, words failed him. The 17 young men of the Senju clan he had saved were now all around their 20s. These young men knew that Konoha and the Land of Rain were at war. They understood that Orochimaru was helping the young clan leader temper himself, so they had simply continued training in the mountains. When hunting, they would hide whenever they encountered outsiders. Wrapped in animal hides, they were more savage than savages. That was why Orochimaru found it beyond words. "Lord Orochimaru, you're back. Where is the young clan leader?" The youth who had once taken the lead had now matured as well. Like the Uchiha, the Senju had powerful genes. In terms of facial features, that is. He's still training on the battlefield. It's a rare opportunity, Orochimaru said softly, sensing the rich chakra within these 17 young men. 10 of them had already reached Jonin, which made Orochimaru a bit reluctant to use them as test subjects. "Come over, all of you." After a moment's thought, he said softly. A few moments later he considered for a while. "Which of you have not reached Jonin?" Orochimaru asked, knowing the answer well. 7 young men stepped forward, looking somewhat ashamed. "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru took a test tube from his robe. "This is an agent I intercepted from that old villain Danzo a while ago. Inside are the cells of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. I've studied it too. This agent gives you a 40 or 50% chance of awakening wood release. Do you want to try it?" Orochimaru said softly. He couldn't be bothered to ask what chakra natures they possessed. In his view, with the Senju constitution and so many years of training, those who had not even reached Jonin they were too useless. It was hardly worth keeping them alive. They might as well stake it all on one gamble. "Damn it! He won't even spare Lord Hashirama's bones!" The Senju clansmen began to seethe with indignation. "Enough. You 7, do you want to try? If you do, you may well die, but there is a chance to let the glory of the Senju clan once again shine upon this land. If you don't, with talent as poor as yours, you will hardly amount to anything." Hearing their angry cursing, Orochimaru said bluntly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the 10 Jonin-level men grew restless. "Wait. Let me do more research later, then you can try. The current agent is too weak. It doesn't suit you," Orochimaru said softly, looking at those eager young men. He took a syringe and several needles out of his robe. 5 minutes later, the first person exploded. He exploded right before Orochimaru's eyes, transforming into a tree. Orochimaru was utterly unmoved. The young Senju clansmen were grief-stricken. Orochimaru changed to a new needle and injected the second person, reducing the dosage. 7 minutes later, that one exploded as well. Seeing a fellow clansman, a companion of many years, die so suddenly, the Senju clansmen were overcome by complex emotions. When Orochimaru walked toward the third, the remaining ones spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, please inject us all together. We are not afraid to die, but watching our friends die before our eyes while we ourselves wait in line to die, it weighs on our hearts. Can you give us a quick end?" The 10 Jonin on the other side did not dare look. Even though they had reached the Jonin level, they often felt their strength was not enough. Their clansmen were still Chunin, so one could imagine the turmoil in their hearts. Moreover, the chance to wield the very same power as Lord Hashirama was undeniably seductive. If the Senju clan had not been destroyed, not to mention a 40% chance, even a 10% chance would have drawn an endless stream of Senju willing to try. Would release meant far too much to them. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. To be honest, he had planned to send all 7 failures away, making use of their remaining light and heat. Even if this would release, stronger than the mere greening version, succeeded, he would still test with another bottle to see whether their wood release could be elevated. If wood release could only be used for greening, Orochimaru would never be reconciled. But after hearing their words, Orochimaru felt they were true men. They had obeyed him, stayed hidden in the mountains as ninja for so many years. That was no small feat. Orochimaru's mindset shifted subtly. He would leave them a chance to live. With that thought, a faint smile crept across his face. "Very well. Come over and spread out a little. Don't let your failure drag down your companions. I will inject you one by one, Orochimaru said as he changed needles. After a moment 2 more turned into wood and departed forever. Only 3 were left on the field, their bodies radiating a soft green glow, green from head to toe. One Chunin's arm began turning into wood and rapidly spread. Just as it was about to reach his neck, it stopped. The arm that had become wood gradually returned to flesh and blood. Orochimaru knew that this man had likely succeeded, although he had been confident all along that success would come. Still, seeing his experiment truly succeed before his own eyes filled Orochimaru with an indescribable satisfaction. He had never succeeded before, it had only been inferred from data, from the subject's reactions, and the changes he sensed within their body. Of the 7, 3 ultimately lived. This would release his overall attributes were a little stronger than expected. Study it well. You don't have would release techniques yet, so figure out your own attack methods. When I get the chance to return to Konoha, I'll get some for you. Also, I have several tasks for you this time, Orochimaru said softly, looking at the 13 people standing before him. Lord Orochimaru, please tell us. The Senju clansman looked at Orochimaru with reverence. This man had even produced wood release. He was practically a god. Orochimaru took out 2 bottles from his robe. Here are 2 bottles. The first is the one you just used, the second is an enhanced version. Your task is to capture nearby residents, and use them for live experiments just as I did. Inject the first bottle into them. If they succeed, inject the contents of the second bottle. Your second task is to build a stronghold in the land of rice fields. Still be careful not to expose your identities as members of the Senju clan. That is all. I'll be going now. With that, Orochimaru left. It was an order, not a discussion. Dashuin was originally planning to go to the Dragon Cave to practice sage arts. However, thinking it might take a considerable amount of time, he decided to postpone it. Because the Second Great Ninja War was about to end. They had fought for 3 years. One poisoned, the other detoxified, neither could gain the upper hand. Uncle Dashuan, where are we going? Xiao Nan, who was nearly 7 years old, was being led by the hand by Dashuan's clone. Where else can we go? To turn ourselves in. I originally wanted to stir up trouble, but unfortunately I found this little girl, Dashuan's clone said in a huff. Originally he had wanted to establish a cult, but that plan was aborted, turning him into a babysitter. Turn ourselves in? What does that mean? Xiao Nan asked softly. Turning yourself in means admitting your mistakes after doing something bad, Dashuan said in a huff. That won't do. Uncle Dashuan hasn't done anything wrong, so why should we turn ourselves in? Xiao Nan can testify for you, Xiao Nan said in a crisp voice. Hearing Xiao Nan's words, Dashuan's clone fell silent for a moment. He knew what his original body was like. If he handed Xiao Nan over to him, she would inevitably be used. But he also knew Xiao Nan's original fate: if she stayed with Changmen and the others, she would suffer even more. In the end, he was torn. However, because he had encountered troublesome ninjas a few times and had no choice but to act, his own chakra reserves were running low and about to dissipate. At that moment, the original Dashuan was on a tree. Dashuan, why are you following me? The man ahead with his back to Dashuan could accurately call out Dashuan's name. Dashuan looked at this Hyuga clan man who had finally been isolated far from the camp. His heart stirred. The Byakugan was a good thing, and with the war nearing its end, it was rare to see a Hyuga clansman off guard. Without a second thought, Dashuan followed him. He intended to commit murder, to plot evil. Nothing special, I just have something to say to you. Dashuan lightly landed on the ground and said softly, What is it? I recall we're not that familiar, are we? And if there's something, why couldn't you say it back at the camp? You had to wait until I came out. The Hyuga clan man didn't suspect much. He never imagined that Dashuan would harbor ulterior motives after all. Although Dashuan hadn't participated much in the war, he was at least a disciple of the Hokage. He wouldn't harm a comrade. Dashuan smiled lightly, his steps moving softly. Of course, it's something important about your current mission. At this point, Dashuan paused. The Hyuga clan's Jonin instinctively looked at Dashuan. Dashuan's pupils quickly turned crimson, and 3 tomo appeared in his eyes, rotating around a shrinking golden vertical pupil. In an instant it transformed into a golden cross, as if one eye now had 2 golden vertical pupils intersecting vertically and horizontally. Consciousness annihilation. The Hyuga clan Jonin's expression turned to terror. He never imagined that Dashuan would possess the Sharingan, and moreover the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as he was about to flee, he heard Dashuan's cold murmured whisper. He felt his perception, will, and consciousness rapidly fading into darkness. He was dead, instantly killed. This was Dashuan's unique dojutsu, purely self-created. Consciousness annihilation. It directly erased the target's consciousness perception and will a spiritual attack akin to directly annihilating the soul. However, since it was a product of the system's shameless existence, especially something free, it naturally couldn't be so perfect. Supposedly for balance, it directly added a set of conditions such as the target must look directly into his eyes for 2 seconds. His strength must be greater than the target's, his mental energy must be greater, his dojutsu power must be greater, and it can only be used once a month. This was the manual given by the system. Looking at the fallen Hyuga Jonin, Dashuan was originally satisfied and prepared to pluck out the Byakugan. But as he took a step, he felt his consciousness go dark as if struck by a heavy blow. The world also turned gray. What the hell? Just one dojutsu, and after using it once, what are you trying to do? Dashuan was dumbfounded, feeling that his vision had directly turned into nearsightedness. This is ridiculous. Thinking this was not a place to linger, he quickly plucked out the Byakugan and put it into a container. Refusing to accept it, Dashuan hastily used his second dojutsu. He wanted to see what his second dojutsu had become. Spatial teleportation. This dojutsu could instantly take him to any place he had ever been. Dashuan's figure directly vanished from the spot as if everything just now had been an illusion. Only a corpse missing its eyes remained. A fraction of a second later, Dashuan's figure appeared in his own tent. What he found strange was that this dojutsu seemed not to consume any dojutsu power. It only consumed a bit of stamina and chakra. What the hell is this system doing? System, explain to me why this is happening. My esteemed host, because consciousness annihilation is an extremely powerful offensive dojutsu. Therefore it has many side effects. Please note, this is a one-shot kill dojutsu that completely prevents the target from temporarily powering up or unleashing their potential. No matter how strong the target becomes after transformation, as long as they haven't transformed and meet the passive conditions, they are instantly killed. Understanding Dashuan's thoughts, the system came out to explain. Dashuan initially thought it made sense. But then he realized. That's bullshit. Isn't powering up supposed to be the protagonist's thing? Has he, Dashuan, ceased to be the protagonist? A dojutsu that targets the protagonist, and is especially harmful to the body. Isn't this exactly the villain's strongest skill? Then why does spatial teleportation, which is so useful, feel like it has no side effects? Dashuan continued to ask. Space-type techniques have no restrictive power from this world's rules. Because spatial ninjutsu does not alter other things, it has no side effects. Wherever you want to teleport, it has no impact on the world. But your offensive techniques act upon others, so the world's rules impose strong restrictions and side effects. Hearing the system's words, Dashuan seemed to understand. In the original story, the so-called strongest fire release Amaterasu was just like that. Moreover, Itachi would bleed every time he used it. The same with Tsukuyomi. It's a technique that torments others as long as the target's dojutsu power is not stronger than his. Even if the target's mental energy was stronger, they would still fall into the genjutsu. Using it once also caused blood to flow, feeling drained. Meanwhile, Obito, Minato, and Tobirama used techniques like Flying Thunder God and Kamui as if they were playing. This was likely the principle. Of course, Dashuan felt no side effects because he had the sage body. It would automatically repair itself. Thinking this way, Dashuan felt he had somewhat seen through it. He could only say that it was fortunate he hadn't developed too offensive dojutsu. Otherwise, he would go blind in a couple of days. The Sand Village had consumed too many resources. Ultimately, it could no longer sustain itself. This battle was completely over. The Hidden Leaf ninjas who had infiltrated the Land of Rain were also forgotten by all. No one knew whether they had all perished or had turned to banditry. Orochimaru had never paid them any attention. They showed no intention of returning. On the journey back, Orochimaru and Tsukumo walked side by side. Orochimaru caught sight of Kato Dan. The only variable in this war was likely that the legendary Sannin had not earned that infamous title. Tsunade's reputation soared and she received a title. Nawaki and Dan, perhaps because Tsunade had not given them her necklace, barely escaped disaster. Jiraiya had not yet returned. He had already taken on 3 disciples. Nagato and Yahiko were still there, but the woman had been replaced by another. She was as youthful and radiant as Konan. Tsukumo should have gained immense prestige as well. But Orochimaru noticed that Tsukumo had no desire to become Hokage. So he advised her to keep a low profile and analyze the situation with her, which sent a chill down Tsukumo's spine. After all, there were only 3 leaders of this mission, and he was one of them. And he was the youngest. For the sake of the village's cohesion, if his contributions were too great, the village would surely turn him into a widely known hero and embellish his achievements. Encouraging everyone to have children become ninjas and be heroes like him, for instance winning a 2-on-1 battle and bringing back so many people. The thought alone made Tsukumo shudder. The higher you are lifted, the harder you fall. Tsukumo was no fool. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he became as laid back as Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not mention that Tsukumo would become a candidate for Hokage or receive the Hokage cloak. There was no need for him to say it. Just as they were on the road, Orochimaru suddenly blacked out and fainted. It turned out that his shadow clone not far away had vanished without Conan's knowledge. The fatigue of years and a flood of memories poured into Orochimaru's mind all at once. Even with his sage body, he could not withstand it. This backstab was perfectly timed. Fortunately, it was night time. Orochimaru lay unconscious in his tent for 2 hours before slowly waking up. He sighed deeply. Fortunately, it was not a wood clone. With a wood clone, this backstab would have dragged on for decades. He then read the memories in his mind. He would have been better off not reading them. The moment he did, he was stunned. This clone was far too mischievous. It had even thought of establishing a church. Then it accidentally discovered Conan. It wanted to groom her into an empress. Who would believe that this was just a clone? Conan, wake up! Orochimaru appeared at the place from his memories. He saw Conan sleeping alone in the tent. With a complicated expression, he woke her up. After all the twists and turns, Conan had ended up in his hands. Uncle Orochimaru. Did something happen? Conan's voice was crisp, carrying a maturity beyond her years. Oh, nothing much. From now on just call me teacher. Orochimaru paused and said softly. His clone had not taught Conan any ninjutsu, knowing it could not last long. So it had refrained from teaching her. That way the original could decide what kind of person Conan should become, and guide her accordingly. Seeing how sensible Conan was, Orochimaru felt a stir in his heart. The memories of the clone and Conan were all in his mind, as if he had been with her all along. Huh. Uncle Orochimaru, didn't you say you would train me to be an empress? Then you would be the imperial tutor. Why are you asking me to call you teacher now? Imperial tutor sounds so cool. Conan rolled her eyes playfully. She spoke softly. Orochimaru was taken aback. What the hell was this talk of empress and imperial tutor? Oh, Conan, actually your teacher is a ninja. A rather powerful one. From now on I'll teach you ninjutsu and make you very strong. How about that? Orochimaru said. But I don't want to be a ninja. I want to be an empress. Well, you need enough strength, don't you? Otherwise you won't be able to govern your country properly. Being a ninja is a path to becoming a ruler. Orochimaru was somewhat exasperated. He felt he shouldn't have come. This troublesome child. Why didn't she ask for the sun in the sky? She wanted to be an empress. Oh, fine. Then I won't be an ordinary emperor. I'll be the desolate emperor, conquer the ninja world and claim the throne. Orochimaru's forehead beaded with black lines. Soon he brought Conan back to the camp. Conan quickly fell asleep, apparently trusting Orochimaru deeply. Orochimaru watched her as she slept. He pondered what excuse to use to explain the sudden appearance of a little girl. Alternatively, he could simply place Conan in the land of fields and then use a shadow clone. Thinking of this, Orochimaru quickly stopped himself. This batch of shadow clones was not very obedient. Summoning them and leaving them unsupervised would only lead to chaos. But then he seemed to recall something. Those children of the Senju clan were too honest. It might actually be a good idea to send a shadow clone to oversee things. The thought began to tempt Orochimaru. But he decided to keep Conan by his side. He feared the shadow clone might do something bizarre again. Wait, now that my dojutsu is so formidable, if the clone goes wild with it, the ninja world would be in chaos. Orochimaru suddenly thought of his latest ability. He frowned but quickly figured it out. It was just a shadow clone. So a clone imbued with most of his power appeared before him. Looking at the clone that stood straight with a serious expression, Orochimaru said bluntly, "Stop pretending. You know my thoughts. Go to the land of fields and set up the base." He spoke succinctly to his shadow clone. "All right, original. I can't believe you actually dared to release me. That's just like me, with a strong heart," the clone said carelessly. You are me, so what is there to fear? Orochimaru replied irritably. Now go. I'm giving you a break. Stop cursing me in your mind for overworking you. You're back. Good work. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. Konan was placed in Orochimaru's home. With his status and power, what ordinary people could not accomplish, he easily achieved. However, he suddenly realized that the ninjutsu he was satisfied with was somewhat imperfect. That is, he discovered that his space-time ninjutsu, though formidable, could not carry others. Moreover, the distance of teleportation was linked to the chakra consumed. Orochimaru remained silent, while Tsunade stared at her feet. After leaving the Hokage's office, Orochimaru showed no intention of returning home. Instead, he began strolling through Konoha. As he walked, a school appeared before him. He had already graduated when he came to this world. He had never seen this legendary school before. After some thought, Orochimaru walked in. Unlike what he had imagined, that some school staff would stop him, he simply strode into the school without anyone intercepting him. How old is Minato now? It seems he graduated at 10. Jiraiya is still teaching disciples in the Rain Country. Should I help Jiraiya a bit so he doesn't have to work so hard? Orochimaru mused. Teaching a genius-type ninja like that would be quite interesting. Besides, he happens to have the Rasengan. It's practically fate. As he was thinking, Orochimaru activated his perception. After a moment, he stopped. This Uzumaki Kushina is no ordinary person. No wonder she was chosen to be brought to Konoha. Orochimaru felt a hint of surprise. Then he turned and left. He would wait until they successfully graduated before moving forward. Hokage's office. Orochimaru, after all these years of war, have you come to your senses? After Sarutobi Hiruzen had visited all the jonin from this battle, he sat alone in the office smoking, muttering to himself. Orochimaru had always been a thorn in his side. He had wanted to groom Orochimaru as his successor, but after one incident after another he harbored an indescribable feeling toward him. A rift had formed between them. Once a rift is created, it is not so easily erased. So we are ultimately not on the same path. Now that the war is over, it's time to deal with the Hyuga clan to make the Uchiha wise up. Let them take heed from past examples and not repeat the same mistakes. These useless fools. I gave them so many resources, yet they couldn't research anything. They even sliced up Hashirama's son and compared his cells with Hashirama's, but still found nothing. Still nothing. In the same dim room, Danzo's heart was filled with resentment. He was already old. Indeed. Orochimaru was nearly 30, yet he still looked like he was 18. Glancing at his secret chamber, which seemed untouched, Orochimaru had no intention of entering. Instead, he quietly drank alcohol. To be honest, he felt a bit lost. After acquiring the sage body and the Mangekyo, he should have been happy. But he was not happy. He realized that he didn't know what to do anymore. With no threat to his life, he felt empty instead. Because of his space-time teleportation dojutsu, the sense of insecurity he had always felt was now fully compensated. Moreover, his lifespan had become quite long. So for a moment he felt tired and thought it was all meaningless. Without motivation, even training became insipid. Just like us in ordinary times, he felt somewhat lost and bored. Perhaps he had been tense for too long, and was a bit weary. The time for excitement was still far away. Indeed, the main cast hadn't even been born yet. How could it be interesting? By the way, I want to see that woman Kaguya. Why do I have to wait until the future? I could also go through the dragon vein. Damn it, if I go, how do I get back? However, thinking of Kaguya reminded him of the Otsutsuki clan, and Orochimaru finally regained some motivation. The road ahead is long and arduous. If by then a butterfly effect occurs and the main team can't hold on, that would be absurd. Even space-time teleportation, as powerful as it is, can only let me wander around the ninja world and the summoning realm for now. Hypnotizing himself like this, Orochimaru felt a familiar surge of motivation. Babbling. Would release Byakugan 9 Tails Eternal Mangekyo. Rinnegan Tenseigan. His mind was storming with ideas again. He felt a bit of enthusiasm. However, thinking that he had to wait until Madara manipulated Obito to leave behind corpses, he felt a bit listless. Would release had also hit a bottleneck. He had to wait for experimental data. As a scientist, he would never put himself at risk. Even a 99% success rate was not something a gentleman would do. How about researching impure world reincarnation? Summon Hashirama and ask him about his insights on wood release. Or summon Tobirama as well and let them discuss how they feel about the Senju clan's extinction. Thinking of this, Orochimaru formulated his next plan. Still the same theme becomes stronger, increase attack methods. The ultimate goal was to eat a god tree fruit and see if it was sweet. Whether it was crispy and juicy. Then see if he could find a way back to Blue Star. With all this power, it would be awesome to go back and show off. Thinking of this, it seemed he recalled wonderful days. His originally mediocre motivation felt like a shot of adrenaline. He was fired up again. In the dead of night, Orochimaru, who had been sitting on the bed, slowly rose to his feet. He gave the gourd of wine a gentle shake, lightly uncorked it, and took a satisfying sip of the fine liquor. He then stepped into the adjacent small room where Konan, a little child, lay sleeping with her legs entwined around the blanket. Gently, Orochimaru pulled the covers over her. Quietly, he left the room. Feeling the biting chill of the night wind, he turned back to glance at the dilapidated little chamber, and gave a slight shake of his head. Then step by step he strode into the darkness. Slowly snakes from all around slithered to his side and crawled forward, a magnificent and awe-inspiring sight. Now this technique is rather superfluous, he murmured with a hint of emotion as he approached the Hokage's office building. The snakes around him began to disperse and depart. He sensed the Anbu operatives on duty and hidden around the Hokage's office building. Orochimaru formed a single hand seal. His figure dissipated like a gentle breeze, vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was perched on a tree. With a slight exertion of force in his palm, he knocked out the Anbu member who had been on guard ahead. After hanging the unconscious operative on the tree, he vanished again, reappearing at another location. Minutes later, all the hidden Anbu had been neutralized. His eyes revealed the golden cross-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan. He disappeared from the spot. When he materialized again, he stood before the Hokage's desk, the very place he had visited during the day. He did not hesitate. He walked toward the location he remembered. Since he had never been to that place before, he had to traverse it on foot. The mechanisms here had long been thoroughly deciphered by him. Soon Orochimaru arrived at the hidden chamber. He gazed at the massive sealed scroll standing upright in the center of the room, and beside it the coffin containing the remains of the first Hokage. Orochimaru did not spare a glance at the coffin. Instead, he felt along the wall, then pressed a brick inward. A delicate small scroll was ejected from the wall. He gently unrolled it and glanced at its contents. Upon confirming that it was the impure world reincarnation technique, he took a step as if to leave. After a moment's thought, he halted. He began to study it. Utilizing the Sharingan's power and his photographic memory, he committed the scroll's contents to memory. A few minutes later, he replaced the scroll back into the wall. His figure vanished from the secret room. This ocular jutsu is truly perfect for burglary and borrowing things, he mused. When he reappeared, he was back in his own room. He returned to the bed, picked up the gourd of wine, and took a gratifying sip. Then he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He delved into understanding the data on the impure world reincarnation in his mind. What a pity! If only I had the research notes of Tobirama Senju. This technique is far from perfected, it's only half complete. I suspect it was halted back then. Only his notes would have recorded his thoughts. Hours later, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been diligently working, was awakened by a knock at the door. What is it? Hiruzen opened the door, his gaze unfriendly as he looked at the Anbu ninja before him. Lord Hokage, the brothers on duty at the Hokage's office have all been knocked unconscious. Hiruzen's spirit sharpened at the Anbu's words. He then vanished in a flash, rushing toward the office. He used the body flicker technique repeatedly. In that moment, many thoughts raced through his mind. Several names surfaced in his thoughts: Orochimaru, Danzo, the Uchiho, and the Hyuga clan. As for why Orochimaru was listed as the primary suspect, it was because in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen he had always been a man driven by boundless ambition. It would be only natural for him to breach the Hokage's office and search for documents that were normally inaccessible. The second suspect was Danzo. This was because it was entirely possible that Danzo had orchestrated the incident and framed Orochimaru. The Hashirama remains Danzo had intercepted were likely nearly exhausted, and he might have sought clues from Hiruzen's office. As for suspecting the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, it was because their abilities could easily accomplish such a feat. Moreover, Hiruzen was already planning to move against these two clans, and this incident occurred at a most inconvenient time. How could he not think of them? Orochimaru, of course, was unaware of Hiruzen's thoughts. Even if he knew, it would not matter. Now he was utterly indifferent to everything, not the least bit perturbed. When Hiruzen approached the building, he did not even glance at the unconscious Anbu members. Instead, he rushed straight to the office. Seeing that the office had not been disturbed, Hiruzen sighed inwardly, just as he had expected. Then, channeling chakra throughout his body, he cautiously opened the passage to the secret chamber. Stepping inside slowly, he found the secret room empty, which made him frown. He picked up the sealing scroll and opened it only to discover that it remained unchanged. Then he lifted the lid of Hashirama's coffin, finding nothing significantly altered. After a moment, Hiruzen sat in his office puffing on his pipe with a contemplative air. He was thoroughly baffled. Then he realized, perhaps the intruder had been after the sealing scroll. But upon reflection that seemed unlikely. He had left a single strand of hair on the sealing scroll. If someone were targeting the scroll, their eyes would be fixed on it. How could they possibly notice that hair? As for stealing Hashirama's remains, that was even more improbable. If the goal were Hashirama's cells, why wouldn't the culprit take more given the opportunity? After this incident, the Hokage's office would undoubtedly be placed under even tighter security. Any future attempt would become exceedingly difficult. Hence Hiruzen felt this scenario was also unlikely. This left him quite perplexed. As for the impure world reincarnation technique, he never even considered it. What use was an incomplete technique? Wasn't Hashirama's corpse or the sealing scroll far more tempting? This entire ordeal left Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly bewildered. He could not quite grasp the situation. When the tobacco in his pipe burned out, his eyes narrowed. Although he had suspects, he lacked evidence, but that did not prevent him from using a borrowed knife to kill. Because of Konoha's victory in the 1-against-2 war, individuals like Sakumo had remained remarkably low-key. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally had no intention of allowing Tsunade to gain prestige among the populace. Thus, in the end, all credit had to be attributed to his own brilliant leadership as Hokage for the enemy's defeat. Anbu agents were also mingled among the civilians, extolling the wisdom of his strategies. This was precisely why, as soon as the frontline forces returned, he was prepared to move against the two clans. On one hand, once the external threat was eliminated, internal conflicts could be resolved. Otherwise, with turmoil both within and without, how could anything be accomplished? On the other hand, with the return of the frontline troops, Konoha was no longer vulnerable, and there was no fear of the clans resorting to desperate measures. If necessary, he could simply eliminate all those who refused to obey. That bastard Sarutobi, what scheme is he up to now? Doesn't he sleep this late? Summoning me for what? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo grumbled irritably. He already had trouble sleeping at night, and now that he had finally dozed off, that old man Hiruzen had to disturb his rest. How could he possibly be in a good mood? Rumor has it that the Hokage's office was burglarized and all the Anbu members were knocked unconscious. The subordinate whispered. Ha ha, excellent. Well done. Danzo blurted out instinctively. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed something amiss. He hadn't made any such move. Who in the hell would dare? Were they out of their minds? What was stolen? Danzo asked softly. I don't know, my lord. It must be something important, otherwise they wouldn't have summoned you at this hour, the subordinate replied. The smile that had been on Danzo's face froze. Could it be that Hashirama's remains are missing and now he suspects me? Is he planning to use me as a scapegoat? Danzo's brow furrowed deeply at the thought. If he had actually done it, he wouldn't be so bothered. But if he was being falsely accused of something he didn't do, that would be a grave injustice. Gaining no benefit while drawing all the suspicion, that would be truly infuriating. He certainly couldn't expose his laboratory for Hiruzen to search. Then it would be like mud on the crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it would look like it. Thinking this, Danzo felt reluctant to go. It seemed pointless. Tell the Anbu that I'm not here. I've gone on an inspection tour of the Land of Fire, Danzo said after a moment's thought. Seeing his subordinate still standing there with a troubled expression, he grew annoyed. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? The Anbu said that the Hokage knows you're here and orders you to come immediately and to stop blabbering. Danzo's face instantly turned a splendid shade of embarrassment. When Tuanzan walked into the Hokage's office with a stern face, half an hour had already passed. He remained silent, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yuan Fei risen leisurely sipped his tea, sitting comfortably in his chair. The feeling of power was truly pleasant. The room fell silent. After a moment, Tuanzan coughed. Old comrade, what did you call me for? He immediately tried to invoke their past bond. Yuan Fei risen was no longer the same Yuan Fei he used to be. No longer someone he could manipulate. Since you call me old comrade, can I just ask you to come chat even if there's nothing? Yuan Fei risen touched the teacup and placed it on the table. He spoke. Tuanzong was extremely displeased, having been unfairly blamed and forced to stand at this late hour chatting. "You're not even human," he grumbled inwardly. But his expression remained unchanged. "I didn't call you here to meddle in your trivial matters." Seeing Tuanzang's disgusted expression, Yuan Fei Risen felt a surge of amusement. Yet thinking that the other was still his old comrade, he spoke softly. Tuanzong was taken aback by Yuan Fei Risen's words. Somewhat puzzled, he still spoke softly. "Then what exactly do you want to see me about?" Tuanzong asked quietly, his face calm, appearing as if he had a clear conscience, even though his heart was already turbulent. "You know about tonight's incident. It was done by the Hyuga clan, or perhaps the evil Uchiha clan. Do you know what to do?" Yuan Fei Risen raised his teacup again, not intending to drink but holding it to warm his hands. Tuanzong was taken aback by his words. "Could it be that my dealings with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have been discovered? But who tipped him off? The plan hasn't even started yet. Is Yuan Fei warning me not to get too close to them?" Tuanzang's mind raced. He believed it was all a setup. It was meant to frame him, and at the same time a warning. The thief was Yuan Fei Risen, and the one catching the thief was also Yuan Fei Risen. With a troubled heart, Tuanzang left the Hokage's office, his brow furrowed. Currently the Uchiha clan supported him to become Hokage, and the Hyuga clan was almost there too. They were just waiting for Yuan Fei Risen to make a mistake. Then they would jointly overthrow the evil Hokage Yuan Fei Risen and support him to become Hokage. These plans had been long premeditated. Could someone have turned traitor? But that's impossible. From Yuan Fei Risen's tone, it seems he's about to move against them. Tuanzang stood in the cold wind, deep in thought. But he couldn't figure out what this was about, or what Yuan Fei Risen's real intention was. Yuan Fei Risen through the window watched Tuanzang's figure standing still in the distance. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "Now the village of Mu Yi is almost entirely under my control. Then you can retire too to avoid overworking yourself, my good comrade Tuanzang." Yuan Fei's voice echoed softly in the office. Xiao Xingshu sat in the room day after day refining chakra. Gang Shou found a book and began reading. Yunxi was still staring intently at the desktop. But the scale of the laboratory had long surpassed this. Shui Men kicked off the blanket covering him. "Your hair is so beautiful," he said with a gentle smile. Deshiwan's shadow clones sat with a youth from the Qianshou clan holding cards in their hands. They were playing a game of landlord. Not far away, 3 others were continuously producing wood, preparing timber for tomorrow's base construction. Zilayi, on the other hand, was holding a slightly wrinkled paper, reading it carefully. On it appeared strange words like, "Sister Bai is so white, amorous, muddy," and so on. Then he would occasionally reveal a somewhat lecherous smile. Chang Men was quietly staring at the ceiling, also not asleep. He skillfully caught the foot that Miyan had placed on him. Deshiwan sat with his eyes closed, studying and interpreting the data in his mind. As he studied, snoring sounds appeared in the room. His body leaned against the wall. Feeling his numb legs, he circulated chakra slightly, and the discomfort dissipated. Deshiwan lay down on the bed. "Good night, Alajai." The next day, gossip about the Uchiha and Hyuga clans began to spread throughout the village. When speaking of the Uchiha, naturally the legendary man Uchiha Madara came to mind, and the formidable power of the Sharingan. When discussing the Hyuga, it was their strength during the Warring States period and the might of the Byakugan. Orochimaru, however, showed no intention of leaving. He merely sent a shadow clone to order 2 bowls of ramen, making do with Konan. Konan was quite talented. She quickly memorized the chakra refining technique. She was still studying it slowly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Initially the village was filled with tales of the 2 clans' histories and their greatness. Every household with elderly women became well versed in the glorious histories of the 2 clans. But today the tone shifted to the negative aspects of that Uchiha man, Uchiha Madara. The day before, he was still celebrated for building the village alongside the first Hokage. Members of the 2 clans walked through the village, and though others dared not greet them, they looked at them with admiration. This filled the 2 clans with pride, as if they had an extra nostril. But today word spread that Uchiha Madara, the one who co-founded the village with the great first Hokage, had once tried to lead his clan in destroying Konoha. The first Hokage had sacrificed his life to protect the unsuspecting civilians. Years ago, the clansmen of the great first Hokage had all died heroically to save Konoha's allies. Yet the Uchiha and Hyuga, also prominent clans, did nothing. As if they wished for the first Hokage's clansmen to perish entirely, Their hearts were detestable. A few years ago during Konoha's war against the rain and wind countries, not a single Uchiha went to the battlefield and the Hyuga sent only a handful. Had they joined the fight, the elite ninjas nurtured by Konoha would not have died in such numbers. These people were Konoha's protectors. In an instant public opinion shifted. The villagers' gazes toward the two clans changed from admiration and respect to disgust, contempt, and scorn. But this was only the beginning. Soon more revelations emerged. The Uchiha are not human. Relying on their position as the police force, they molested my 50-year-old mother under the guise of maintaining order. Have you heard? The Uchiha are beasts in human clothing. Relying on their police authority, they molested old Lee's 80-year-old mother while claiming to uphold order. Old John next door saw it with his own eyes. The Hyuga are no better, relying on their status as a prestigious clan of Konoha. They kept leering at my 7-year-old niece. Have you heard? The Hyuga clan is also despicable. Relying on their status as a great clan of Konoha, they kept staring lustfully at old Sun's 3-year-old granddaughter. Old Zhao next door witnessed it personally. The Uchiha and Hyuga became pariahs. Before the two clans could react, an incident from half a month ago at the Hokage's office was exposed. Your information is far too outdated. Something huge happened half a month ago that you all don't know about. At that time our Konoha ninjas had just returned victorious from battle, yet someone resented Konoha's success. That very night they attempted to assassinate our great Hokage. Thousands of ninjas besieged the Hokage's office building. The Umbu fought them until the skies darkened. Finally the great Hokage intervened, single-handedly defeating thousands and driving them back. It is said those ninjas were all from Konoha. Thousands of ninjas. The Senju clan is already extinct. What other clan could muster so many ninjas? Isn't that shocking? An even more explosive piece of news emerged. Initially people simply disliked the two major clans and fled at the sight of them, fearing their infamous reputation. Now it seemed the two clans wanted to destroy the hard-won peace and prosperity. Indignant villagers began throwing rotten eggs at any member of the two clans. Damn it, who is spreading these rumors? The two proud clans, accustomed to keeping their distance from commoners to avoid their bad luck, had no idea what was happening. They went from being admired to being despised, and now they were pelted with rotten eggs. Unable to tolerate this, they immediately threw the indignant young men into prison. Upon interrogation, they were shocked by what they heard. After being cursed for 8 generations, they finally understood the misdeeds attributed to them. When they arrested people, the villagers surrounded the Hokage's office. They begged the Hokage to deliver justice and bring down the corrupt Uchiha and Hyuga. My dear people, I have only just learned of your plight. I will immediately rescue those who have been arrested, ensuring not a single hair on their heads is harmed. Moreover, I will severely punish those who abuse their power and use force for evil. Rest assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the high platform, his voice resounding with vigor and solemnity. Guards! Immediately invite the clan heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga to come before me. I want to see if they have any respect for the law. Hiruzen declared with fury. When the two clan leaders were summoned into the Hokage's office, the villagers finally dispersed. By all rights, such an outrage should have been dealt with publicly right in front of them. But Hiruzen Sarutobi showed no intention of letting them witness the proceedings. All they could do was hope that he would mete out severe punishment. Little did they realize that they had been used as pawns all along. Those who had spread the rumors never appeared again, as if they had been silenced to cover up the truth. In reality, they were merely root operatives who had used transformation jutsu to sow discord among the crowd. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office puffing away on his pipe. The clan heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha stood before him like chastened schoolchildren. They were more wrong than Doi herself, having been engulfed in flames for no reason at all. Yet they had no idea how to explain themselves. When had they ever encountered such a situation before? In the old days, disagreements were settled with fists. Nobody played such underhanded games. Speak up then. Why did this escalate so wildly? Especially you, Uchiha. I trusted you enough to entrust the protection of Konoha to your clan. A wrongful accusation or two in the past, and I let it slide. But now you've stirred up this much trouble. Do you no longer wish to remain in Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe, his eyes fixed on the Uchiha clan head, and spoke in a low, weighty tone. Lord Hokage, this is absolutely a baseless slander. They're all spreading lies. Members of the Uchiha clan are walking down the streets and getting rotten eggs thrown at them for no reason at all. These wretched villagers have no respect for the law. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened in silence, offering no response. What he wanted to hear was not this. Preposterous. If one or two people said it, perhaps you could call it baseless slander. But now the entire village is condemning both your clans, and you still dare to claim it's slander. Once the Uchiha had finished speaking, Hiruzen slammed his hand hard against the desk. What are you staring at? You Hyuga have also done plenty of fine deeds. Your clan is among those being denounced as well. Watching the Uchiha being torn apart with scathing criticism, the Hyuga clan head observed calmly with his pale eyes as if enjoying a staged performance. Hiruzen Sarutobi barked in reprimand. Though his outward appearance blazed with fury, inwardly he was thoroughly pleased. Yet at the same time a headache began to creep in. That Danzo, when he refrains from acting he remains still, but when he moves his methods are truly breathtaking. Even if Hiruzen had to face so many furious villagers, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now the matter had escalated beyond control and trouble was brewing. He had no idea how to resolve it. With this in mind, he decided to summon Danzo and ask him how to handle this deadly gambit. He had only intended to thrust the two clans into the turbulent spotlight and then win them over for his own use. But now pushed this far, they would have no place left to stand. This was outrageous. Go back and think carefully about how to resolve this matter. The villagers you arrested must be released, and not a single hair on their heads may be harmed. If you cannot manage that, then step down as clan heads and let someone more capable take your place. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the clan heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha wore grim expressions. When had they ever been trampled upon so disgracefully? But considering the magnitude of the incident, they could hardly voice their objections. In the end, they had failed to respond in time and curbed the rumors. Moreover, they still harbored deep feelings for Konoha and did not wish to make things too ugly. The most baffling part was that the entire affair seemed utterly inexplicable, especially the rumor that their two clans had dispatched thousands of shinobi to attack the Hokage's office only to be defeated by Hiruzen Sarutobi single-handedly. Hearing it felt both absurd and strangely suspicious. Why would such an outlandish rumor spread in the first place? And just from listening to it, it was hard not to suspect that old dog Hiruzen had something to do with it. But surely no one would be foolish enough to use such a blatant scheme, such an overt stratagem. Yet if it wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi, they truly couldn't think of anyone else with that kind of influence and motive to move against them. Moreover, this was the only matter that stirred their suspicion. As for other things, they themselves couldn't be certain whether their own clansmen had committed any misdeeds. After all, it was always possible that some rotten apple had tarnished their clan's reputation and been exposed, just not to such an exaggerated degree. Young maidens, for instance, could indeed have been harmed, coerced, or seduced by their clansmen. In the past, people had feared their two clans' power too much to speak out. Now that the suppressed resentment had reached its breaking point, it wasn't impossible for public fury to detonate. As the two clan heads departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi massaged his aching brow, trying to smooth away the tension. Summon Danzo. After a moment's thought, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said in a low voice. He had already grasped the severity of the situation. That bastard Danzo had used a poison scheme. And here he was blissfully caught in the crossfire. It was now obvious that Danzo intended to push him into opposition with the two clans, or if he defended them and brought them under his wing, he would lose the people's trust. Losing the people's trust meant the end of his tenure as Hokage. After all, candidates for the Hokage position were nominated, and then the villagers cast their votes. Of course, that was the way things were done during peacetime. Danzo was clearly trying to maneuver him into a corner from which there was no graceful exit. Looking for me again? Just say I'm in seclusion. Staring at the subordinate kneeling before him, Danzo spoke with irritation. What's there to see? He had devised the poison scheme himself. Why would he be the one to resolve it? No matter what, his scheme ensured that Sarutobi could never win over the two clans for his own use. Only one path remained for Sarutobi: Hiruzen, a futile endeavor like drawing water with a bamboo basket. As Sarutobi himself believed, either he would completely antagonize the two clans, retaining the people's support, which was hardly conceivable, or he would win over the two clans but lose the people's hearts. There was also the possibility of shifting the blame onto foreign ninjas, claiming that enemy spies had infiltrated Konoha, stirring up trouble and manipulating public opinion. Unable to defeat the village militarily, they sought to sow discord. This approach might earn some goodwill from the two clans. But ultimately someone had to take responsibility. For instance, how did the spies infiltrate Konoha? It was the negligence of the security department. The siege of the Hokage building by thousands of ninjas could be explained more easily. It was simply a special clone technique. With such a chaotic manipulation, matters would be mostly settled and the civilians would remain unharmed. However, using public opinion again in the future would become exceedingly difficult. Having thought this through, Danzo closed the door. He couldn't be bothered to care. His part was done. He had finally drawn close to the two major clans. How could he let Sarutobi Hiruzen so easily reap the fruits? That was absurd. Hearing of Danzo's seclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned cold. Murderous intent stirred within his heart. He didn't know when, but from the initial struggle of two men against the great clans, to the overthrowing of those clans, the comrade who once fought alongside him had now become his greatest obstacle. Coupled with Danzo's recent actions, he realized that this comrade was far more dangerous than the Uchiha and Hyuga clans combined, especially with the root forces under his command. At this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run through his heart, as if a blade hung over his head. "Teacher, I have successfully refined chakra." Orochimaru sat by the table leaning on it as he studied the information in his mind. Suddenly the door to Conan's room opened, and she rushed over to embrace him. She spoke in a soft, childish voice. Orochimaru was engrossed in his research, his mind somewhat hazy, and instinctively reached for the sword at his side. But before he could grasp the blade, he recognized Conan's voice and stopped. Fortunately, he had the memories of his shadow clone, otherwise this little brat would have been in grave danger. A careless mistake could have led to accidental killing. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. "Conan, be good. Try this piece of paper. Let me see what chakra natures you have." Orochimaru picked up a chakra induction paper and handed it to Conan, instructing her to infuse it with chakra. Although such paper was precious, it was nothing to someone of his status. Moments later, Orochimaru looked at the paper with a complex expression. Conan's natures were wind, water, and earth, another potential candidate for wood release. Yet he still preferred her to develop paper release. Producing explosive tags meant vast amounts of money. With him around, Conan wouldn't need to fight much. The darkness of the shinobi world would never fall upon her. Paper release was excellent. Not a bloodline limit, but a secret technique capable of not only creating explosive tags, but also folding paper for fun. Unknowingly, Orochimaru had become someone else's protector. At this thought, he felt a pang of complexity. If not for knowing too much, if not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's unreliability, he could have lived a peaceful life. As this thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru's heart stirred. He decided to wait a little longer. He hadn't even used wood release himself, and with his sage body the success rate wasn't yet 100%. Once perfected, he would arrange it for Conan. Having a sword in hand made all the difference. After all, Conan's job was crucial, producing explosive tags. What if she died without his protection? Resurrection would be far too complicated. Well, take it slow. First focus on refining chakra. I won't teach you any jutsu for now. Here's a stack of paper. I know you like folding paper, so I bought it for you. When you're tired from training, you can fold some paper for fun. Orochimaru produced a scroll and unsealed it. A stack of paper several meters high appeared, outrageous. After all, the paper release technique was discovered by Conan through folding paper for fun. When the captured villagers were released, many bore injuries, clearly having been tortured. Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to deal with the matter of the two clans. The hopeful villagers gazed at the Hokage's office, their eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping for the first news. This incident involved two major clans, so they were not overly anxious. Of course, this was due to the absence of many instigators who would have stirred the pot. If they were present, the residents would have already erupted. They would likely have started cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was Danzo's cleverness. He stopped at the right moment to avoid overreaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, was in agony, constantly pondering a perfect solution to bring both clans under his command as his fangs. He sought to enhance his prestige among the people. His ambition was to become the strongest Hokage, the most popular Hokage immortalized through the ages. Little did he know that this public opinion was originally meant to target Tsukumo. In the original timeline, Hatake Tsukumo had become too popular. Many even believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen should step down. This was the result of his poor handling when he elevated a hero forgetting to leave some room. Perhaps Danzo had also played a part in fanning the flames. Then Tsukumo's reputation nearly surpassed that of the Hokage. With one mission failure given Sarutobi's influence, and Danzo's power, Tsukumo, a political naive, couldn't withstand it. He was raised too high, and his fall was too severe. In that mission, whether he abandoned the mission to save his comrades, or continued the mission without saving them, he would be attacked. The outcome was inevitable. Only by killing his comrades could he avoid it, but Tsukumo couldn't bring himself to do so. But that is a digression. A few days later, the sharp-witted villagers finally sensed something unusual. Why had the great third Hokage still not started to act? They had waited until the flowers were about to wither. Faint murmurs began to arise. Could it be that the Hokage is wary of them because they are a powerful clan, and that is why he has never dealt with them? Just as such murmurs appeared, they were quickly stamped out by the hot-blooded villagers. But then some villagers who had genuinely suffered oppression added their voices, and the tide could no longer be stemmed. This was not instigated by people with ulterior motives. These were the voices of villagers who had truly been persecuted. They had tried to report the matter before, but no one accepted their complaints, and they had suffered greatly for it. In the Hokage's office, smoke filled the room. He felt a little lonely. He had naturally heard those voices too. He took a long, heavy drag from his pipe. Then he slammed his usually treasured pipe heavily onto the table. Summoned the clan heads of the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Asked them whether they have come up with a plan. Hiruzen Sarutobi wondered whether he should strip the Uchiha clan of its police force duties so the villagers would believe he had dealt harshly with the Uchiha. But he knew that although this looked like removing Uchiha members from power, it would actually bring enormous benefits to the Uchiha clan. At this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. This was a grand scheme, it absolutely could not be abandoned halfway. Looking at the two clan heads in front of him who were like a pair of mutes, Hiruzen Sarutobi was so angry that it ached. Have you two figured out how to handle this? You have felt how the villagers look at you, haven't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi said flatly. There was no reaction. He knew that trying to win over the two clans at this point had almost no chance of success. He had better serve the larger cause and build up his prestige first. Ah, Lord Hokage, you must do justice for us. What about the Hyuga clan leering at a 3-year-old baby girl? And the accusations against us Uchiha, harassing an 80-year-old woman, sending thousands of ninja to attack the Hokage building, are all groundless, the Uchiha clan had said. He had first spoken of the Hyuga clan, then brought up his own clan's matter. If these things never happened, why has the whole village heard of them? And do you take me for a fool? Do you truly know nothing about the attack on the office building? One of you has the Byakugan, the other is Konoha's police force. Neither of you knew anything. The next thing you know, Konoha will be annihilated, and you still won't know it. Hiruzen cut straight to the point, and pinned the blame on them. As for the 3-year-old and the 80-year-old, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Lord Hokage, tell us how you want to resolve this. The Uchiha clan head, who had wanted to say more, realized this could not be explained away. The Hyuga clan head stared at the floor as if to say, whatever happens, happens. If the worst came to worst, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans could all run away together and found a new Leaf Village. Clearly they had already talked it over in the past few days. Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively wanted to blurt out that they should resign as clan heads. But the words reached his lips and died there. A man who understood the sweetness of power could hardly be willing to abdicate. Investigate in secret how many people have been oppressed by your clans. Whether by money or by bribery and coercion, you must make them change their stories. If they refuse to see reason, then assassination, understand. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. You should also issue a public statement and thoroughly investigate this matter. As for my side, I will think about what to do next. Thinking that now was not the right time, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only choose to maintain stability. The main problem was that Danzo was no longer of one mind with him. His ambition had surfaced at the worst possible time. He felt like two fists were no match for four hands. He had wanted to make bold moves only to be beaten black and blue by flailing fists. Indeed, one could only say that Danzo understood him too well. Moreover, Danzo spent every day scheming how to bring him down. Naturally, he had no energy to deal with these matters. He was already old. He only wanted to complete a reform to put all of Konoha in order, and to let his voice and his figure illuminate every corner of Konoha. The will of fire blazed fiercely. When he grew too old to walk, he would pass the Hokage's seat to someone trustworthy. Of course, that person should at least share his ideals. A few days later, the murmurs died away. Some people had disappeared. Some had taken bribes and changed their statements. They said they had only spread rumors because malicious people had threatened their families' lives. Hiruzen Sarutobi then personally went on stage and performed. My dear villagers, I took your demands very seriously when I heard them. I immediately summoned the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan to give them a severe lecture. They are also members of our village. They have not lived in Konoha for any shorter a time than we have. and I have gone through the entire sequence of events. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused to let them digest his words. Perhaps some among the crowd were recording this. It would later become a story of great praise, a page in history. Think about it, isn't the whole thing strange? Our village had just won a victory. Why would something like this happen? Is it not because the other villages fear Konoha's strength, and have plotted against us? Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. The villagers listened to his words with rapt attention. So I examined the matter from beginning to end and carried out an investigation. I found that many of the people spreading rumors had settled in Konoha only in recent years. They are all foreign spies using our sympathy to do evil. So I arrested a few and interrogated them through the night. They had even hidden poison in their teeth. They realized that I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, may not be clever, but I am not stupid either. Since they were caught, they knew they could not hide any longer, so they swallowed the poison and killed themselves. Thus you can see that many of those who spread wild rumors have disappeared. Some fled during the night. As for thousands of ninja attacking my Hokage building, that is even more absurd. How could I be that formidable? Maybe when I was young, but I am old now. They deliberately spread these rumors to exploit your affection for me. The reason I did not mention it is that I was playing a long game to catch the big fish, so I could sweep all these traitors and spies into one net, and give us back a clean, happy home. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a kind face, amiable and approachable. But Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan sometimes really do go too far. A voice suddenly spoke out. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed slightly. My friend, come up here and speak. Let's get this settled. In the depths of the shouting villagers' eyes, a tomo pattern flashed and vanished. Clearly this was a civilian who had been controlled by the Uchiha clan and Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was being used for a show to make Hiruzen's words more convincing. The civilian was seized by the shoulder by a ninja and brought up onto the platform. All right, my friend, you may speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi said warmly. The civilian lowered his head. Then he raised it. Speak then. The Hokage thinks we residents are stupid and easy to fool, and he is still trying to deceive us. The Uchiha kill and set fires at the drop of a hat. I saw all of this with my own eyes. The villager shouted loudly. The villagers below looked at this brave villager with admiration. Hiruzen Sarutobi meanwhile was already smiling kindly. Young man, are you done? If you are lying, you will bring retribution upon yourself. Lord Hokage, please answer my question. Why haven't you punished the two clans? The young man said. Hiruzen did not answer. Instead he spoke to the residents below. My people, do you also agree with what he said? Seeing the residents below fall into complete silence, a trace of coldness flashed deep in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Do you know how I earned the title Professor of Ninjutsu? I have a ninja technique that can make a person speak, the kind of technique where you will answer whatever I ask. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with deep meaning. Stop trying to fool me. My father is a ninja and I have never heard of any such technique. Go on, use it. If you use it, won't you be able to tell whether I'm lying? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled slightly. Looking at the villagers watching intently below, he casually made two hand seals. A gentle breeze passed by. The villagers' pupils became dull and vacant. Now I ask and you answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi said softly. Sarutobi, you old dog. If you want to ask something, ask away. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. Which country are you from and what is your identity? He still said this mildly. I am from the land of wind. Naturally, I'm one of those spies you mentioned. If not, I would be longing to eat your flesh and drink your blood, so why would I be so respectful to you? The man answered loudly. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar. To be honest, if Hiruzen Sarutobi had not had this technique, they really would have believed the spy's nonsense, and begun to doubt the Hokage in their hearts. Kill. Kill him. Lord Hokage, kill this spy. He is infuriating. Perhaps because they felt they had been played by the spy, the villagers turned red with rage and shouted one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi was overjoyed. The matter had come to an end. The young man's eyes became clear, and deep in his eyes a tomo still flickered before vanishing. You actually have a technique like that? The man put on an appearance of extreme anger. Then black blood emerged from the corner of his mouth. It was a poison sac that had been placed there long ago. The event concluded, leaving some glad and some sorrowful. Only a few understood what had truly transpired, those who had taken bribes. Some villagers, believing that Hiruzen Sarutobi would support them, never saw the next day's sun as they were dealt with as spies. These few who had accepted bribes would not survive the night either. The matter was settled. They had lost their value and knew too much. They were disposed of as the second batch of spies. "What are you doing here?" Orochimaru asked his clone softly, wary of waking Konan next door. "The experiment produced a success, a civilian who achieved the second stage of wood release," the clone replied quietly, emerging from the underground laboratory. A ripple stirred in Orochimaru's usually placid gaze. In the past he had always sought suitable opportunities and rarely conducted human experiments. He relied mostly on theoretical knowledge, occasionally performing an experiment, and then refining it himself. Even on the battlefield he seldom engaged in such work, given the many eyes watching and the heavy implications of wood release. "I'll go see it. Stay here for now." A gleam formed in Orochimaru's eyes, and in an instant golden cross-shaped pupils appeared. His figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared he was already at the base. Seeing the wooden building that had risen from the ground, Orochimaru felt a touch of emotion. The structure had a distinctly modern feel, as if it were meant to be a row of villas. He did not disturb the young men who were busy building. Orochimaru strode straight toward his destination. Looking at the villager before him, he felt a flicker of doubt. "What's this?" he gently asked the Senju clan member, indicating a young man lying on the ground. "He hadn't cultivated chakra. The experiment succeeded, but the man died," the Senju member stated plainly. Orochimaru could see the problem. The young man was emaciated, nothing but skin and bones. He surmised that the first stage of wood release had succeeded, but without chakra the man had overdrawn his life force. He endured the second stage with sheer willpower, but his vitality was spent. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped that success would open a new frontier, but in the time it took for his clone to report, and him to arrive, the man had died. Orochimaru grew vexed. Hope had once again been dashed. A sudden idea struck him, but he quickly quashed it. He had thought of establishing a ninja academy here. It would radiate to the surrounding areas, recruiting students. Once children enrolled, he would teach them to refine chakra. Then he would test them. Those with earth and water affinities would be used for experiments. The process would be fast, yielding results within a few months. But the current strength of this base was insufficient. Ninjas were notoriously secretive about their techniques. Once such news spread, other nations with ninjas would not sit idly by. They would eliminate him, crushing the threat. After all, an academy was the foundation of a ninja village. If they mass-produced ninjas without regard for status, and accepted any child, with so many civilians in the ninja world, how many ninjas would emerge? They could not allow such a threat to materialize. They had an unspoken understanding to cooperate. So Orochimaru killed that idea. Now he had reached another bottleneck. If he couldn't find an effective solution, he would be stuck again. "Show me his experimental data. How much of the reagent you were given is left?" Orochimaru asked softly. He wanted to see if he could glean something from the data. Successfully mastering wood release would be a revolutionary change for him. Currently he only had an abundance of chakra, but lacked powerful ninjutsu that consumed it. His situation was awkward, and he wasn't particularly skilled with the Rasengan either. He had no time to comprehend wind release, especially compared to the Rasen Shuriken. The prospect of Susanoo clad in a giant Buddha was far more enticing. Moreover, obtaining wood release might allow him to study the secrets of Ashura's chakra through Hashirama's cells, which would be immensely beneficial. Perhaps his sage body could be further developed. If he only wanted to study wood release, he could focus on the earth and water chakra natures. Continue the experiment. Wait until I return to start again. I'll bring some reagents that can rapidly replenish vitality. Orochimaru decided that the experiment could not be halted. From the data he could only see one thing: it was related to willpower. But the data was incomplete, he needed more samples. So he prepared to create some vitality-boosting reagents. What could be more full of life force than his own sage body? He would use his own cells for research. His sage body did not have the strong invasive nature of wood release, so it was feasible. Thinking of this, Orochimaru had another inspiration, an interesting idea. It would just mean burdening those poor clones again. So when he returned, he dismissed the shadow clone and absorbed its memories. Then he summoned 2 more shadow clones. "You study how to turn my cells into a vitality replenishing reagent. You take my cells and Hashirama's cells and research how to neutralize them, or how my cells can devour Hashirama's while retaining its properties." Watching the 2 clones depart with grim faces, Orochimaru leisurely picked up his sake gourd and took a drink. He was now ready to pursue dual-track research. At the base in the land of fields, the focus was on granting ordinary people powerful wood release. Here the focus was on the battle between his cells and Hashirama's cells, a thought that had just occurred to him. Previously he had no such inspiration. He had subconsciously regarded Hashirama's cells as overwhelmingly powerful, not daring to challenge them. Now he placed his own cells on the same level as Hashirama's, seeking to devour and seize the other's abilities. This was a monumental shift in Orochimaru's mindset. In the past he always felt that others were too strong, and he only sought to acquire their abilities. Now he thought of plundering. His mindset had reached a different level. Previously he had underestimated his own abilities, being too cautious and timid. He had always focused on self-preservation, staying low-key to the point of insignificance. Now he finally acknowledged his own abilities and believed in them. "Master, did you need me for something?" Gazing at the visibly aged Yunfei risen, Yun inquired softly. His feelings toward his master were a tangled web of complexity. To speak ill of him, Yunfei risen had never truly wronged him. To speak well, the man constantly spied on his life with a cracked crystal ball, seeking evidence of misdeeds. Moreover, he was a man of deep machinations, and Yun disliked engaging with such individuals. "My disciple, how about we go grab a bite together? My treat." Yunfei risen noticed the absence of Yun's customary feigned smile, and felt a pang of melancholy. In the past, Yun perpetually wore a warm, disarming grin. Though it was all an act, it was far more pleasant to behold than the current visage of cold countenance, an icy glare. His vertical pupils resembled those of a predator sizing up its prey. "No need. You must be quite busy. I suggest you spare some time to look after your own health," Yun said indifferently, his voice devoid of emotion. His pupils drifted unfocused, appearing dismissive and perfunctory. "Do you despise me? I have never done you wrong aside from forcing you to take on Shu as a student against your will. Even though you've lazed about like a salted fish these past years accomplishing nothing, you still command the adoration of many villagers. The Senju clan has deep roots in my village. Though they appear to have been wiped out, in truth they are eternally embedded within my..." Yunfei risen said softly. He seemed weary, as if seeking a confidant to unburden his heart. "I wouldn't say I despise you. I simply dislike your way of doing things." Yun shot Yunfei risen a penetrating look before speaking quietly, his words tinged with a hint of sincerity. As the saying goes, honest advice opposes the ear but aids the path. Harsh words are often truthful and beneficial. Pleasant words are often uttered by those with honey tongues and hidden daggers. "What's wrong with my way of doing things, my disciple? I think you've misunderstood me. If you wish to face the sunlight, to seek a higher position under the sun, you must plunge your roots deeper into the darkness," Yunfei risen said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. From the very first day he assumed the position of Hokage, he had been engaged in a constant struggle with various factions. He too could have been a man living under the sunlight, but he was too obsessed with power, cultivating a paranoid nature that made him instinctively suspect the darkest motives behind others' actions. He had strayed further and further down a dark path. "You are unfit to be Hokage. You lack sufficient strength and resolve. You are forever focused on maintaining stability. But is it truly stable? Things will only grow worse," Yun said with a hint of disinterest, his tone casual. "My disciple, you do not understand the intricacies involved. I have sheltered you too well. You have not seen their true faces. In the sunlight they may appear righteous, but in the shadows they are nothing but beasts devoid of humanity," Yunfei risen explained calmly without anger. "That is because you lack the strength to rely on. You delude yourself into thinking that political machinations and conspiracies can secure power and eliminate threats. If you were truly strong enough, all schemes would crumble before you." Yun found the conversation pointless. Yunfei risen was exactly that kind of person. In his youth he had possessed some decisiveness. But as he aged he had transformed into a man dwelling in the shadows, donning mask after mask until they became impossible to tear off. "But my disciple, you must understand that people grow old. With age one's strength inevitably declines. Then one must resort to other means to protect my is the life's work of my entire existence." Having said that, Yunfei risen felt a surge of grievance. He smoked his pipe in gloomy silence. Yun's pupils gradually focused, no longer blurring the figure before him. Seeing the wrinkles already etched on the other's face, Yun paused for a moment. "Old man, step down. It's still early enough to retire with a good reputation. If you continue as Hokage, you will only commit more blunders." For the first time Yuan addressed Yuanfei Risen without the hollow formality of master. Instead he used the more intimate term old man. Hearing Yuan's words, Yuanfei Risen paused, the pipe at his lips no longer smoking. His gaze grew vacant. A thought crossed his mind, that his disciple might be vying for the position of Hokage. He dispelled the unpleasant notion. Yuanfei Risen forced a smile that appeared benevolent but was utterly hollow. The promising younger generation of Mai has not yet matured. I cannot entrust the Hokage position to their reckless hands. I too wish to retire to spend my days fishing and tending flowers, Yuanfei Risen said with a laugh. Then his smile froze and he cast a meaningful glance at Yuan. He continued, Yuan, do you wish to become Hokage? If you do, your master will pave the way for you to become my successor. Yuan found Yuanfei Risen's words utterly uninteresting. He knew all too well that this cheap master was deliberately testing whether he harbored ambitions to seize the Hokage seat. Yuan could not fathom what was so addictive about being a village chief. This Hokage position, you're the only one who treasures it like a jewel, Yuan said with a hint of contempt in his expression. It was not feigned, it was his genuine sentiment. He truly had no interest in such a thing. Ambition, if one had to have it, should be to unify the entire ninja world. Only that could be considered a worthy aspiration. A mere village, what was the point? So many people tearing each other apart just to be a village chief struck him as utterly absurd. If he had been reincarnated into the Warring States period, he would have taken Madara and Hashirama to sweep through the 5 great nations and the surrounding minor countries. Madara would not have to be so conflicted. With only one nation in the ninja world, peace would naturally follow. After assimilation, any further conflicts or splits would merely be internal strife within a single country. At the very least, it would be far more peaceful than the current state of the ninja world. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself for a moment unable to tell whether they were true or false. His mind had grown somewhat unhinged. Everyone now looked like a would-be usurper of his Hokage seat. Even when Orochimaru wore that dismissive expression, he suspected it was only a deliberate ruse to lower his guard. Yet no matter how turbulent his thoughts or how violent the currents within his heart, his surface remained serene and unruffled. Watching the ever-deepening, unfathomable expression of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru felt speechless, as if nothing at all had happened. At first he had not forgotten his original intention, the plan he once formed to take the opportunity to counsel this nominal master of his. But seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi in this state, the whole idea turned dull and tasteless. Old man, if you have nothing else, I'll be going. I've taken on a new disciple recently, so I'm a bit busy, Orochimaru said softly, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi. His tone was calm, distant, yet carrying a faint trace of familiarity, like a familiar stranger slowly drifting apart. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi gave no response, Orochimaru turned and left. By the time Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped back to his senses, Orochimaru's figure had already vanished. Smoke began to wreathe the room once more. A killer has no tears, a king raises his glass alone. He was lonely, utterly lonely. Especially now that his once flower-like wife had become an old crone. In love, the human body secretes copious amounts of dopamine and phenylethylamine, but that can last for 5 years at most. This is human nature, humanity's inherent flaw, and the very essence of human fickleness. He had long ceased to feel any real affection for the woman at home. At that thought, he pulled a crystal ball out of the drawer. Leaning back in his chair, he smoked noisily, watching the crystal ball, whose interior was also thick with mist. It was clearly not a friendly place. The shapes within it looked ferocious and menacing. It must be under my wise guidance that the new generation of women in Konoha appear better fed. Their nutrition has really caught up, Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered to himself. His voice carried a thick sense of accomplishment. Time passed in a flash, and several months went by. Orochimaru's research still had yet to make any major breakthrough. This included both the projects his clones were researching and the impure world reincarnation he studied himself. Meanwhile, Minato was also welcoming his graduation season. Just as Orochimaru was about to accept this disciple with bitter reluctance, he discovered, damn it, that Jiraiya had come trotting back. Whether it was the corrective force of the world or some other quirk, he had no idea. After all, Nagato was only 5 or 6 years old. Could someone as kind-hearted as Jiraiya really turn away and leave after teaching him for less than 4 years? It seemed the bond between Jiraiya and Minato ran deep. Perhaps Minato was already eager to go and cheat inside the belly of the Reaper. At that thought, Orochimaru saw no reason to intervene. Since Jiraiya had come back, he could not accept this disciple with grudging reluctance. The karmic entanglement was too deep in his current state, he could not bear its weight. Besides, he was now so immersed in science that he could not extricate himself. He could only regret damn it not having studied harder when he had the chance. After arriving in this world he had to learn everything from scratch. Even so, his progress was already quite respectable. Of course he could not compare himself to the original Orochimaru, that monstrous beast. That man was practically a walking cheat code. Scientific breakthroughs kept emerging from his hands. Things that were originally baffling would be solved miraculously, and almost casually followed by a gigantic breakthrough. Uncle Orochimaru, you're back. The moment Orochimaru opened the door, that little tag-along Konan rushed over and hugged him tightly. Orochimaru felt somewhat helpless. A child's heart is sensitive by nature, and an orphan like Konan, who had seen darkness and matured early, was more sensitive than most. He could only try as best he could to live with Konan according to the pattern his clone had used in his memories. After all, Konan was the person with the most promising financial future in the entire ninja world. At that thought, Orochimaru still felt something was lacking, as if a piece was missing. Then he remembered that his treasurer was still waiting for him. So much time had passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, that man's secret technique had some real substance and principle. It could grant immortality. All he had to do was keep replacing his heart. Admittedly, it shared a certain ingenuity with the living corpse reincarnation technique. With that thought, Orochimaru planned to drag Kakuzu onto the ride later, and weld the doors shut. He would get his hands on that secret technique and give it a thorough look. Konan, how did your training go today? Orochimaru snapped back to reality and answered her. In his mind he thought of a ninjutsu that suited Konan perfectly. This technique had originally been designed to be used alongside impure world reincarnation. In the hands of an ordinary person it could easily take the user down with it, extremely dangerous. It was the mutual exploding tag technique. You stick a single exploding tag onto the target, then endlessly summon more exploding tags out of thin air. But the explosions come so fast that the caster could be caught up in the technique and turned into a firework as well. Only by preparing a massive supply of exploding tags in advance could the jutsu's true might be unleashed. In other words, it was the superpower of money. These drawbacks were precisely why it had been sealed away as a forbidden jutsu. With that in mind, Orochimaru planned to go to the secret chamber of the Hokage building that night to write down the technique. Later, when Konan could research paper release and figure out how to create exploding tags, he could give it to her to play with. It would show her what it meant to conquer the world with a single move. At paper release, the ability to fly and all its other traits and Konan's chances of survival were vastly increased. This too would put one of his lingering worries to rest. Why won't it work? Where exactly is the problem? In the Senju clan, a woman clutched a worn notebook and kept pulling at her hair. Knowing the thought process and steps behind Tobirama's creation was useless too. After all, it was only an unfinished technique. For ordinary people, reaching Tobirama's level was simply impossible. They might not even understand a single word of what was written in the notebook. Meanwhile, Tsunade spent all her time training with Nawaki, showing no interest in finding a partner. Though many people admired her, she pushed every one of them away. Who knew if there was some curse at work? All three of Sarutobi's disciples were damn it single. Time gallops by like a white horse fleeting through a gap. Shuimen still became Zillai's disciple. As Zillai's disciple, he was the Hokage's grand disciple. The ANBU ninja chose to facilitate the favorable outcome. They allowed Shuimen to rescue Juxinai from the Cloud Ninja. Juxinai originally had no particular feelings for this yellow-haired boy. After this heroic rescue, Shuimen's gentle smile carved a deep imprint in her heart. To the bridal chamber. The happy Uchiha Fuyue successfully won the beauty's hand. Today was the day of his great joy with Uchiha Meichin. Orochimaru's shadow clone witnessed this scene and then left. Now the original body was already in the underground laboratory preparing to devour Hashirama's cells. The clamor outside had nothing to do with him. Everything is ready, original body. There is only a 99% chance of success. Are you sure you want to attempt it now? Orochimaru lay on the operating table. The shadow clone whispered beside him. Let's begin. Although the success rate is only 99%, as a dignified transmigrator I naturally cannot be so cowardly. After hearing the original body's words, Orochimaru's shadow clone silently took out a syringe and injected it into Orochimaru's wrist. Then it did not stop. Instead, it used space-time transmission to its other half, holding an 4 bottle in hand. The needle inserted into the vein on the back of Orochimaru's hand. Then it hung it on a rack. Then it took out an oversized syringe, and without blinking jabbed it viciously into the original body. After the injection, the chakra inside Orochimaru fluctuated. The shadow clone exploded. Orochimaru fell into a deep sleep. Unlike others who transplant Hashirama's cells, he directly devoured them. Orochimaru's disappearance did not cause a stir in Mai. Sarutobi also did not notice that his disciple had not appeared for a long time. Because recently Yunin village's ambition had greatly increased, advocating military expansion. And the third Kazekage seemed to have disappeared recently. The ninja world again fell into frequent turmoil. The beginning of all this was the situation opened by a child named Sia. Because his parents were killed by the White Fang of Mai in the Second Shinobi World War. Sia naturally wanted to take revenge. In the original story, because the White Fan died, he killed the strongest third Kazekage to vent his anger. Now, feeling that his strength was insufficient for revenge, he killed the third Kazekage, took his corpse, and left the village. He planned to turn the third Kazekage's body into a powerful puppet for revenge. After the third Kazekage went missing, Cheyenne village exhausted all its resources to search for his traces, but never found him. This left Cheyenne village in a state of being leaderless. Due to the intense search, not only did Cheyenne village's defense forces become understaffed, but the other four nations also received news of the third Kazekage's disappearance. At this time, the Lightning Country, which advocated military expansion, and Yunin village took advantage of the chaos to launch a swift and decisive surprise attack on Cheyenne village, causing it to fall into disarray. At the same time, they declared war on the Fire Country and the Earth Country. At this moment, a person named Luosha appeared. Relying on the magnet release gold sand he learned from the third Kazekage, he began to resist Yunin village's invasion. Protecting the village. As the invasion of Cheyenne village was held off by Luosha, Yunin village began to exert its strength. But they were thoroughly routed by this generation's Reikujai and Kibala. Their Junyo Lei Reed Dao shook the ninja world. The Yunin village ninjas were beaten and cried out. But it also aroused Yunin's anger. They launched a full-scale assault. 10,000 ninjas surrounded the Yunin village group. To cover his comrades' escape, the third Reikujai single-handedly fought against as many as 10,000 Earth Country ninjas. Fighting alone, he lured the enemy away, buying time for his companions to escape. After holding out for 3 full days and nights, he died from exhaustion. And Sherman's reputation became illustrious in this battle. Yunin village, which had killed the third Reikuj, realized its own power. It then set its sights on Mai, the big fat piece of meat, and launched a surprise attack on Mai. The Water Country also began to stir. In the end, after 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist died, and 3 escaped, it made Maidadai's reputation. In this war, several battles were fought deep into the Fire Country. Due to several misjudgments, Yuanfei Risen lost many ninjas. He was summoned by the daimyo for a talk. Since Yuanfei Risen took office, there had been 2 shinobi world wars. He was too useless. The support costs were too high. After returning, Yuanfei Risen gloomily announced that he would select a new generation Hokage after this war. As for Shoumao, having taken Orochimaru's words to heart, he became lazier than a salted fish. He was just coasting every day. In this battle, he only symbolically practiced his swordsmanship. Hearing this news and being offered a candidate spot, he refused without a second thought. Another was Gangzhou. Since Xingshu was at a critical point in training, she didn't go out at all. So her original candidate spot was cancelled. Finally, Yuanfei Risen turned his attention to Zilai and Orochimaru. Zilai had long since disappeared without a trace. When he looked for Orochimaru, he found that there had been no news for several years. As if he had been missing for a long time. But there was still a disciple Xiaonan who remained in Mai. He felt somewhat helpless. In the end, he could only set the Hokage candidates as Sherman Fuyue Rizu and others. Helplessly, only Shaman was Zilai's disciple. Passing the Hokage title to Shuimen would be the least loss. So Yuanfei Risen gave Shuimen various opportunities to gain merit and promoted Sherman's reputation in the village every day. Tuanzang felt bitter. He also wanted to become Hokage. He somewhat wanted to support Fuyue and Rizu and stir up trouble. But thinking that his greatest opponent was about to step down, he hesitated, and ultimately made no move. After all, at such times Yuanfei Risen would stop at nothing to eliminate his opponents. Since he had not yet abdicated, Tuanzang could only helplessly give up. Xiaonan was quietly tidying up Orochimaru's house. "Master, what exactly did you go to do? It's been so long and you still haven't returned." Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still battling against Hashirama's cells. To create that 99% success rate, this was a step in the plan. Compared to his life, what was a little more time. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, several novels became extremely popular. Things like Ninja Baijia, A Bing's Wandering. Shuimen also earned the title of Mai's Yellow Flash. There were even rumors that if you encountered Shuimen in battle, you could abandon the mission without penalty for failure. As for how Shuimen obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, it was probably due to his relationship with Zilai or some deal with Yuanfei Risen that he managed to get it. After all, when Shuimen encountered the Lightning Country Ninja, he didn't have this technique yet. After all, it required modification and learning. Zilai also sought out Orochimaru, and with Orochimaru's consent he taught Shuimen the Rasengan. Lord Mito, what did you summon me for? The newly adult Kushina was called by Mito. Follow me. Half a day later. A place unknown to anyone. Mito, concealing it from everyone, transferred the 9 tails. Had Orochimaru not been in slumber, it would have been a different catastrophe. Mito's appearance turned incredibly aged. Without lasting to see Tsunade and Nawaki once more, she peacefully departed from the world. Thus an era drew to a perfect close, with only Obito lingering in the shadows. But when Hiruzen Sarutobi received the news, he said nothing. Only a weary sigh escaped him. In the 48th year of Mai, on the 23rd of July, Sasuke was born. In the same year, on the 10th of October, Kushina Uzumaki's belly began to stir. It seemed she was about to give birth. Hiruzen Sarutobi arranged for his wife to accompany her. In a secluded location, preparations for childbirth were made. Minato paced anxiously outside. Jiraiya roamed the outer world. Tsunade meanwhile took Nawaki on a journey of training and exploration across the ninja world. Tsukumo Hatake, accompanied by the perpetually gloomy Kakashi, went out to clear his mind. Mai had become little more than an empty shell. Launching. In a high-tech underground chamber, Orochimaru sat dozing off. He had originally intended to observe the solar eclipse and see what changes it would bring to launching. Little did he expect that this change was not an opportunity. Instead, neither the sun nor the moon had appeared since. Above launching, vegetation withered. Ice and snow rained. The surface temperature plummeted to hundreds of degrees below zero. All humans survived in the subterranean world. Fortunately, the nation had long been prepared. Secretly, through various projects, vast underground chambers had been built. At that moment, a meteor streaked across the surface, traversing rapidly. Orochimaru in the underground chamber felt his vision go dark and lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, a voice resounded in his mind. Torchbearer, I am the System Administration Bureau. Launching's resources are depleted, triggering the evolution program. Traverse myriad worlds, plunder the world's primal essence, and evolve launching. This arduous task, do you accept or reject? Orochimaru sat up, bewildered. He had read novels, so he naturally knew what a system was. Without further thought, he answered in his mind with intention. Accept. After replying, he began to await the voice in his head. Detecting the torchbearer's will. Initiating binding. Binding encountered an unknown error. Error code 444 detected. Please have the torchbearer traverse the ninja world, eliminate the transmigrator Chen Que, and reclaim the system's essence, the mysterious system. After the mission is completed, the path to evolving the world can begin. Does the torchbearer wish to continue or abandon? Orochimaru was taken aback by this. Then he understood. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes grew sharp. Everything has become interesting. Continue. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and chuckled softly. This was spoken to the presence in his mind. A flash of light flickered. Orochimaru's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived in the ninja world. Breathing in the fresh air, he murmured, Unbeknownst to me, it's been so long since I saw the sun. Chen Que-kun, are you ready? Relishing the air, Orochimaru then spoke softly. He touched his face, and the skin rapidly peeled away, transforming into a different visage. I wonder how well my body functions, Chen Que-kun. Let me see how far you've come, Orochimaru whispered. But he had no intention of acting immediately. Night arrived as expected. Without Chen Ke's attention, Obito was still ensnared. And now he was fighting Minato. The Nine Tails was also rampaging wildly. Detected intense chakra fluctuations in Mai. 2 options are available. First, approach the source of the chakra fluctuations, and the system will capture and convert them into the infinite chakra body. Second, directly sacrifice, gaining the Nine Tails' undying body and infinite lifespan. Upon death, you can be resurrected after a few years. Orochimaru, who had been languidly resting, brightened at the system's words. Without hesitation he followed the system's map and rapidly approached Mai. It was quite close. Half an hour later he said, "Sacrifice it. Let me behold your power. Infinite lifespan, undying body, sounds splendid. Infinite chakra pales in comparison." Gazing at the rampaging Ninetales nearby, Orochimaru murmured, "Sacrifice successful? Congratulations, Torchbearer. You have acquired infinite lifespan and an undying body within this world. It will be effective as long as you remain in this world. In other worlds the effects will be weakened. The specifics depend on the world's rules." Orochimaru felt a wondrous sensation permeate his entire body and dark chi continuously surged out of him. Then he felt a refreshing clarity, as if his entire body was emitting joyful sounds. Shui Men, who was fighting Dai Tu, was startled as he diverted his attention to check on the Ninetales. In his perspective the Ninetales suddenly vanished. This was utterly absurd. A phantom red chakra aggregate gathered the scattered Ninetales' chakra and rushed back into Xuanhua Jixinai's body. Meanwhile a group of monks and Mai who were preparing to collect the Ninetales' chakra were baffled. What was going on? Xuanhua Jixinai, whose vitality had been rapidly draining and turning pale, regained a tinge of rosiness. She didn't quite understand what had happened. She turned her consciousness toward the place where the Ninetales was imprisoned. To her surprise, the originally ferocious Ninetales had turned into a little baby. "Ninetales, what happened to you? Why did you become so kawaii? And why did you come back after finally escaping?" Xuanhua Jixinai asked with some confusion. "I was scared to death. I was just controlled by a villain and fell into a genjutsu. Suddenly a powerful force of plunder came continuously stripping away my chakra. Scared, I quickly used my contingency plan and severed the connection with that powerful chakra. Then I absorbed the scattered chakra, barely saving my life. It was truly terrifying. Why does such an existence appear in the ninja world?" It seemed the Ninetales was greatly frightened. Seeing the Ninetales like this, Xuanhua Jixinai's eyes nearly turned into little stars. "So kawaii. Can your strength still recover?" Sensing that the Ninetales was now so tiny, Xuanhua Jixinai felt that it didn't need to be sealed anymore. She might as well let it out to play. "What are you thinking? I am a being that has existed since ancient times. By absorbing the essence of heaven and earth I can become mighty again. And do you really think I am that simple?" the Ninetales said testily. After saying that, it acted tsundere and ignored Xuanhua Jixinai. Meanwhile, the Shiwan also saw a phantom shadow break free and gather some red chakra. But he didn't pay much attention. He had already obtained what he wanted. Dai Tu, seeing this sudden change, felt a pang of tension and also retreated. Shui Men saw Dai Tu leave and initially wanted to pursue him. But now he hurriedly used Flying Thunder God to teleport back to Xuanhua Jixinai's side. Looking at his pale-faced wife, Shui Men panicked. "Xuanhua Jixinai, don't die." He lunged toward her. "Cough cough, are you trying to kill me? I finally managed to catch my breath and you almost sent me off." Little Pepper Xuanhua Jixinai rolled her eyes weakly and said to Shui Men with exasperation, "I almost thought I was going to die just now." After a long while, in Shui Men's arms, Xuanhua Jixinai said with a look of lingering fear, "Jingtu, what's going on? Why is the Ninetales so weak? And it used up the life-saving method I left on it." A figure with horns on his head, Daitangniui said with some confusion. Remembering that he was already dead, the Six Paths Immortal who had intended to investigate stopped. He returned to tranquility. But his gaze was fixed on the ninja world. "It seems you are deficient in your origin. Your abilities appear to have problems." Dishiwan in a cave asked the system in his mind. "Yes, Kindler. Because the origin is missing, not all of it was converted during the sacrifice. Additionally, the will of this world resisted just now, so this problem occurred. After you complete the system, you can plunder the origin of this world. Then there's a relatively powerful planet nearby, you can devour them. At that time, Blue Star will directly possess the chakra and heritage of these two worlds." Warning, warning. As Chen Que was devouring Hashirama cells and about to finish slipping into unconsciousness, warnings echoed through his mind again and again. Yet all of this was inaudible to Orochimaru, whose consciousness had already sunk into slumber. A few days later, Chen Que slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Feeling the incongruity of his limbs, he clenched his fists. He was growing accustomed to his body. It turned out the numbness came from years without movement. Warning, warning. The same monotonous warnings rang out. "System, what's wrong?" Chen Que asked, somewhat puzzled. An evil being has descended upon the ninja world and possesses a system of its own. Host must slay this person and destroy that system. Upon completion you will gain the ability to return to Blue Star and travel across myriad worlds. The system's voice rang out in Chen Ke's mind. An evil being. One that possesses a system. To be honest, Orochimaru was rather stunned by what the system had said. How powerful is this enemy, and where are they now? Chen Que asked in a low voice, beginning to recall the complete would-release manual in his mind. At that same moment Orochimaru was leisurely strolling into the land of fields. The system told him there was a stroke of fortune here. What fortune? Orochimaru asked softly, gazing at this tiny, insignificant country. Torchbearer, there is a small laboratory here. What is being studied within can help you achieve a major breakthrough in strength. Hearing Orochimaru's question, the system replied quietly. What is it? I was only 7 when I went to Blue Star, and my memories of this place have already grown hazy. Even the mightiest Nine Tails was sacrificed by me. What powerful existence could still be left? Orochimaru asked softly. Would release the first Hokage's bloodline limit in your mind. There is a half-finished product here. I can help you directly seize this fortune and make it your own. The system's voice replied softly. Orochimaru's expression shifted with intrigue. Just what kind of existence was the system in his mind? Or rather, what kind of being had created it, and why did it possess such tremendous power? Was there some conspiracy hidden within? At that thought Orochimaru came to a halt. He buried these doubts deep in his heart. Because he had tested it before, when his thoughts fluctuated too violently the system could sense them, while his normal state could not. This was a rule-based mechanism. As both systems are at the same rank, their magnetic fields will interfere with each other. We cannot perceive the other's exact location nor the abilities or strength of their host. Host had best grow stronger as quickly as possible. The system's voice appeared in Chen Ke's mind and his expression became quite intriguing. With a flicker he appeared in the room. However, the moment he appeared a figure rushed toward him. Orochimaru was briefly startled, then relaxed. Teacher, you're finally back. I miss you so much. Before he could speak, the now graceful Konan embraced him, weeping tears of joy. The stunned Orochimaru could only gently pat her head. Silly child, I'm back, Chen Que said softly. Afterward the teacher and disciple shared a meal together. In the land of fields, Orochimaru's figure appeared deep within the mountain ranges. A small amount of reagent appeared in his hand, roughly enough for 10 people. This was the completed second stage wood release. The complete version of wood release has been acquired. Torchbearer, you may go to Takigakure to obtain the hero water, which will increase your chakra tenfold. The system can eliminate the side effects such as shortened lifespan. Alternatively, return to Konohagakure and seize the scroll of seals, and you will automatically learn all of the techniques recorded within it, including wood release. Before Orochimaru could savor the changes in his body, the system's voice came once more. It pointed out his next path. Evidently this system had no idea that Chen Que was in Konoha. Let's go to Konoha. Last time I seized the Nine Tails from the shadows, I never got to properly see my homeland. Besides, even if my chakra as a Jonin suddenly multiplied tenfold without any jutsu, I'd still be an empty shell. Orochimaru said softly, then began hurrying toward the land of fire. At the Ryuchi cave, the white snake sage watched Xiaobai, who was undergoing transformation into a flood dragon, with delight in her eyes. If the transformation succeeded, Xiaobai would have the potential to become a dragon. She had an ominous premonition that a great upheaval would soon descend upon the ninja world, and since Orochimaru had not visited the sacred land for several years, she felt rather worried. Unlike Gamamaru, she did not possess the ability to peer into the future, but she had an extraordinarily unique sixth sense, and it was immensely powerful. System, since a crisis is already coming, show me what real abilities you have. If you keep hiding things and I end up losing, you'll be buried alongside me. Chen Que accompanied Konan with a smiling face while eating, inwardly pressing the system. To be honest, with his dojutsu he could teleport anywhere in the ninja world. As long as no one could kill him in an instant, nothing else mattered. Evil. He would like to see just how evil this enemy truly was. Host may seek out the dragon veins sealed by Minato, and provide me with sufficient energy. With enough energy I can fabricate anything in the ninja world out of thin air. A moment later the system in Chen Ke's mind finally stopped playing dead. Realizing how comprehensive the enemy's abilities were, it began to exert itself. When Chen Que took Xiao Nan to the Wind Country Feng Jigua to search for the dragon vein, a figure appeared in the house. It was Dishiwan. It seems, Chen Que, you quite like my room. After all these years this small house has not fallen into ruin. Deshiwan looked at every corner of the room seriously. Then he opened the place where Chen Que lived. Is this what I look like when I grow up? Deshiwan held a photograph gazing at his own face with obsession, his index finger tracing the man in the photo inch by inch. After a moment he spread his 5 fingers and swept them down from his forehead. His face suddenly changed into another appearance, his original appearance. This was the product of his technology, and ninjutsu allowing him to change his appearance at will. It seems, Chen Que, you are not in Konoha Military. Let me give you a little surprise. Deshiwan pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Step by step he walked toward the Huiying building in his memory. As he walked he looked at the surroundings. Occasionally passing ninjas greeted him, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon he arrived at the Huiying building. At this moment an interesting drama was unfolding in the Huiying building. A few old bones were pressuring Watergate Shui men to resign as Hokage. Because Jiu Xi and Nai gave birth to Mingren, the Ninetails Jiu broke free. Even though Shui men managed to transfer the Ninetails away in time, it still caused many families to be destroyed. This was a major disaster. The Hokage's fault. I understand. I will resign due to my fault. Shui men thought for a moment. This disaster was indeed caused by the birth of his son, so he did not argue. Moreover, he wanted to spend time well with Jiu Xi and Nai and Mingren. Being Hokage was actually not interesting at all. Every day a mountain of affairs came to him completely different from the Hokage he had imagined. If he had known that being Hokage was like this, he would never have taken the job. This was undoubtedly contrary to his dream. Lord Deshiwan has arrived. Just as Yuan Fei Risen appeared sorrowful on the surface but actually rejoicing inside, and Tuan Tseng's cold face hid a fiery heart. The other advisors were thinking about whom to support as the new Hokage to further expand their power. Yuan Fei Risen frowned, puzzled as to why his disciple who had disappeared for years was here at this time. Could it be that he also wanted to become Hokage? His heart turned cold, filled with murderous intent. Deshiwan slowly walked into the office. When he saw so many people there he was surprised. Since this was the Huiying building he did not use his perception. Senior Deshiwan, long time no see. Shui men wearing the Hokage robe greeted him. It was when he was a child that Si Lai Yi brought him to meet Deshiwan once. He had also learned the powerful no-hand sign ninjutsu Spiral Sphere Rasengan from the senior, and he enjoyed using it. Deshiwan was somewhat bewildered at this moment. His chief teacher Yuan Fei Risen was no longer Hokage, looking like a decrepit old man. And these strange old men confused him as there were many differences from his memory. But finding that they had not seen through his disguise, he smiled slightly. I want to take a look at the sealed scroll Finging Jishu, is that okay? Deshiwan spoke softly, thinking it would all be framed anyway. First eliminate Chen Ke's umbrella. Today he came to cause a big ruckus in the Huiying building, even if it deviated from his memory. But he had no intention of changing. However, before Shui men could speak, Tuan Sun shouted loudly. How dare you! The sealed scroll is not something you can simply see. Who do you think you are? Tuan Tseng directly seized the opportunity to curse, aiming to humiliate Yuan Fei Risen at this rare chance. Deshiwan, hearing this stranger's arrogance, felt displeased. His chakra began to surge. He formed a hand seal with one hand. With just 3 simple hand seals, an AK appeared in his hand. This was his physical transformation jutsu. These small weapons, including the most powerful ones, had long been thoroughly studied by him. Except for a few gadgets he couldn't replicate, he was a human arsenal. Deshiwan held the AK in his right hand and waved his left hand at Tuan Sung. Standing on the Huiying building, which he had suddenly burst through with chakra, he lightly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Sparks flew everywhere. After firing 10 shots, the AK in his hand broke down. After all, it was not forged from real steel. Blood splattered from Tuan Sung's body. He fell to the ground and soon turned into a piece of wood. Deshiwan's gaze remained unperturbed. Deshiwan, do you know what you are doing? Startled by the sudden change, Yuan Fei Risen shouted loudly, not expecting Deshiwan to actually strike. Shui Men was also somewhat bewildered. Wasn't Deshiwan a senior of the village? And he had such a good relationship with his teacher. Why did he suddenly start a fight? And with such a strange ninjutsu? It was baffling, incomprehensible. Deshiwan formed hand seals again. Deshiwan! How dare you! Just as Shui Men was about to act, Yuan Fei Risen shouted loudly. Shui Men stopped. He still respected this kind third Hokage quite a bit, so he halted his action, wanting to let him handle it himself. But Deshiwan continued forming hand seals with both hands, showing no sign of stopping. After a moment, a massive tank descended onto the wooden building. The room instantly collapsed under the weight. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what this thing was. The building was destroyed. It possessed the weight of a real tank. This was the product of Deshiwan combining modern technology with ninjutsu. Of course, it required extracting a large amount of steel from underground to cast this technique. Therefore, it was equivalent to Deshiwan extracting a large amount of steel from underground and simultaneously manufacturing it instantly. As for the principle of the weapon's gunpowder, it was the same. As long as science and ninjutsu intersected, everything became unscientific. A violent tremor shook the earth, followed by a thunderous roar. Minato saw the massive shell hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, he shifted slightly. The shell vanished. In the distant mountains, another explosion rumbled. Orochimaru, standing before Minato, narrowed his eyes. Emerging from the tank, Minato activated a thruster at his feet and soared into the sky. This yellow-haired youth was impossibly fast. Orochimaru had never imagined anyone in the ninja world could move so swiftly. His hands formed a light seal. The remaining shells inside the tank began to swell, detonating. Yet Minato again sensed the subtle fluctuation of chakra guiding the explosion. A flash of motion. He was fast, incomparably fast. As if he hadn't moved at all. A powerful blast echoed from afar. Even tens of thousands of meters away, they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Orochimaru looked down at the tiny yellow-haired figure below. He had already deployed miniature surveillance drones in the vicinity moments ago. Controlling his thruster, Orochimaru vanished from the spot. Minato watched him leave, a complex feeling stirring in his heart. He could have planted a flying thunder god mark on Orochimaru just now. But he didn't. He felt the enemy's attacks were still within his control. He wasn't ready to truly sever ties. He wanted to know if there had been some misunderstanding, but Orochimaru showed no intention of speaking. He turned and left. He didn't create a mushroom cloud over Konoha, afraid of destroying the scroll of seals. He also feared that if he mishandled it, he might be buried with it. As for why he, possessing such powerful jutsus, still sought the ninja world's techniques, it was because these current techniques, while not extremely potent, were constrained by rules that suppressed their destructive power and consumed vast amounts of chakra. And he dared not unleash techniques too powerful, for they might engulf him as well. If he could obtain that yellow-haired youth's jutsu, Orochimaru mused. Suddenly, what style didn't seem so appealing. His own scientific achievements were far more impressive. If he could acquire that powerful jutsu and multiply his chakra tenfold, he felt that would be the perfect fit. Orochimaru departed, becoming a rogue ninja outright. The news spread through the black markets. To think he turned rogue so casually. If Chen Que knew, he would be utterly speechless. Conan, how are you coming along with the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique? Chen Que and Conan strolled leisurely. I've mastered it completely, teacher. This technique is perfect for me. I've been studying explosive tags recently, and can now craft them myself. Combined with this jutsu, it's absolutely flawless. Hearing Chen Ke's voice, Conan grew excited. Chen Que pondered. The ninja world seemed on the verge of upheaval. He took a scroll from his robe. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. You must study it diligently. It will grant you the ability to survive, and paired with the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, you'll be the most dazzling girl on the battlefield. Chen Que patted Conan's head softly. Conan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. And then, teacher, I'll strive to follow behind you. Somehow her desire to become a queen had begun to shift. Chen Que didn't notice. He prepared to find the dragon vein and examine its energy to see what it could do. Then he would head to the land of fields to check on the experiment's progress. In his spare time, Chen Que also studied with style in his mind. But all techniques required hand seals. He was mulling over how to clap his hands and summon whatever he wanted. What Chen Que didn't know was that if Orochimaru found the scroll of seals, he would instantly learn all its techniques, including the Flying Thunder God technique. Then it would become a true battle of gods, a clash of immortals. Future fights would be nothing but whooshing sounds, only heard, never seen, from the far south to the far north. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki had fully taken shape. Nagato was successfully brainwashed by Obito. Yahiko still met his tragic end. Now Nagato was even lonelier than in the original story. The woman who had replaced Conan had become one of the six paths. He had no one left to talk to, the only one. Obito was deceiving him. Half a month later, Orochimaru still lingered near Konoha. With his excellent disguise, no one could recognize him. Coupled with the system's ability to mask his aura, no one could sense him, except Chen Que. The two system owners could detect each other's presence within a certain distance. They attracted and repelled each other. Meanwhile, Chen Que and Conan finally arrived near the dragon vein. A series of beeps sounded in his mind. It was the system's alert. Within 1,000 meters it would emit a sound. The dragon vein, after being sealed, had sunk deep underground. So finding the dragon vein proved somewhat complicated. "Shursui, are you going out on another mission?" Itachi asked his friend softly. Shursui smiled sweetly, looking at Itachi like a younger brother. "Yes, I am. Wait for me to return." Itachi watched silently as Shursui left. After a moment he turned and walked away. In the room, Itachi held little Sasuke, occasionally poking a tiny finger into Sasuke's mouth, amusing himself. He found it entertaining. Fugaku Uchiha sat in the room, troubled. After all the effort to connect with Minato through their shared war history, the Uchiha clan had finally seen a turning point, only for this incident to occur. Minato, burdened by responsibility, had to resign. And the Ninetales, with its enormous Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in its eyes, had pushed them into the abyss. That was the Uchiha clan's supreme eye. The Ninetales had been controlled by that supreme eye. They were now under suspicion by all the major clans. Moreover, the higher-ups had issued orders they were to relocate to the edge of the village, watched with wary eyes. Everything had become bewildering. The ninja world was suddenly shrouded in a fog. Even Orochimaru had defected from the village for no apparent reason. No one could see through the threads of these events. But everyone sensed a powerful storm brewing. The formal handover of the Hokage title took place. Unexpectedly, contrary to what should have been a re-election for the Hokage, a letter arrived from the daimyo. It explicitly stated that Sarutobi Hiruzen should succeed as Hokage. Youngsters were too impetuous, the old man was more trustworthy. This left everyone who had ambitions for the Hokage position utterly baffled. This included Danzo, who had already figured out how to proceed and couldn't understand why such a thing had happened. Moreover, the daimyo's influence was immense. During their battles, food and other supplies were provided by the daimyo. Furthermore, he controlled vast amounts of wealth, grain, and various mineral resources. Orochimaru was inside a mountain cave. Watching the surveillance feed, he saw the yellow-haired brat, and that so-called master hand over the Hokage position, including the important item, the Scroll of Seals. He also learned where the Scroll of Seals was stored. Since this was a product of technology unlike sensory ninjutsu, it would not be so easily detected. Thus the two powerful individuals present did not notice anything suspicious about the few small spiders and crawling insects. After watching the yellow-haired brat leave, Orochimaru pondered for a moment, and decided not to act yet. He planned to make a move that night. The system message said, "Host, please approach the dragon vein. This process will take roughly 3 to 5 days, please be prepared." Chen Que finally located the dragon vein. "System, I have a question." While leading Conan toward the sealed dim dragon vein, Chen Que asked the system in his mind. The system replied, "Please speak, host. How powerful is that system? Can your existence break the rules of this world? Is there a limit to strength and abilities?" Chen Que recalled the system's words, that anything from the ninja world could be conjured out of nothing, so he asked this question. The system answered, "You guessed right. We are in this world, so at most we can reach this world's peak power, which is the 6 paths level. And the Kage in your mind who ate the fruit is also within the 6 paths level. This is the rule of this world and the rule of the system." The system answered Chen Ke's question. Hearing this, Chen Ke's uneasy heart settled. If the opponent's power were too absurd or came from a higher world, wouldn't that be ridiculous? If that were the case, there would be no point in fighting. After all, his system seemed to be confined by the ninja world. Night fell. Orochimaru transformed into an Umbu member, and quietly crept up beside an Umbu operative. The Umbu's heart was pierced by a kunai. He never understood why his comrade had suddenly struck. Orochimaru did not hesitate, for the smell of blood would spread quickly. A flicker of movement, and he was at the location of another Umbu. The Umbu, believing himself well hidden, had no idea that a spider above his head was staring fixedly at him. The reinforced defenses were as nothing before such an expert. Only drops of blood remained, becoming nourishment for the trees. Orochimaru's body was spattered with blood. He walked step by step toward the Hokage building. Naturally, he used his original appearance, the same one Chen Que now possessed. A moment later, Orochimaru felt somewhat satisfied. Standing atop the Hokage building, a flying thunder god mark appeared beneath his feet. He had already learned Flying Thunder God, and the system had enhanced his sensory talents. Orochimaru visited 5 locations in Konoha. He left Flying Thunder God marks in all these places. Next, he planned to leave marks across the entire ninja world. Next is the hero water. After that, I'll make this face as hated as a street rat, Chen Que, Orochimaru said with some complexity. After all, this was his own body, yet now he had to use transformation technique just to look like himself. That was hard for him to accept. Since he had never learned Flying Thunder God before, Orochimaru needed to mark all the places he wanted to go. So this is the hero water. A few days later, Orochimaru obtained the hero water. He picked up an ancient-looking vessel and gazed at the liquid inside, pondering for a moment. He drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, drastic changes occurred within his body. His chakra increased by multiples. My strength has grown so much. Chen Que, you'd better be strong. Let me kill you quickly and take everything from you, then I can save your world. After that, I'll be able to study the truth without a care. Indeed, Orochimaru didn't care much about becoming stronger. What he preferred was doing research, discovering the truths of the world. No matter how powerful one became, one would still be a fool. Studying truth allowed him to see more. He liked being a smart man. Moments later, Orochimaru showed his face so that the people of Takigakure would remember it. Then he headed to another country. He would turn Chen Que into a rat hunted by everyone. He would become the cat catching the rat. A game of cat and mouse. In the land of Earth, the daimyo holding a dead woman stared at Orochimaru in anguish. Orochimaru did not linger and headed for Iwagakure. He provoked not only ninjas but also the bigwigs of the mortal world. He saw clearly that sometimes the daimyo's influence was immense. In a short time, Orochimaru's name spread throughout the ninja world and the mortal world. The daimyo of the great nations also fiercely denounced the kage of each village. Why did such a ninja appear? Why haven't they sent someone to eliminate him? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just become Hokage not long ago, inevitably received a letter from the daimyo scolding him harshly. With all this happening, Hiruzen was helpless. The murder of the Umbu in the Hokage building, the unsolved case where nothing was stolen, had yet to be cracked. And now another incident had occurred. He had no choice but to go appease the daimyo first. When Danzo heard that Hiruzen was leaving the village to see the daimyo, his heart stirred. He dispatched several ninja. They were to attempt an assassination. In the original story, Hiruzen went to discuss with the daimyo his succession as Hokage after Minato's death, and was assassinated by Kakashi, sent by Danzo. The butterfly effect was at play. This time he communicated directly with the daimyo, and the daimyo sent word directly. Moreover, Kakashi had not fallen into darkness. System charging complete. Is there anything you wish to obtain, host? This time the energy is plentiful. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can conjure it up. The system's voice echoed in Chen Que's mind. Hearing its words, Chen Que, who had been staying here for 5 days, was slightly taken aback and set down the bowl in his hand. Shao Nan looked at Chen Que with some confusion. Teacher, is the meal I prepare not to your taste? She asked softly. It's quite delicious. You go ahead and eat. Chen Que replied softly, his mind pondering the system's words. After a moment. I want to taste a chakra fruit and see what it's like, Chen Que said shamelessly to the system in his mind. The system was stunned for a moment. Dream on. Chen Que was speechless at the system's bluntness. So straightforward. Then how about giving me a pair of Rinnegan? He suggested. Chen Que suggested again. Although the energy of the dragon vein is quite abundant, what you desire is still beyond what it can provide. Here is a suggestion: you currently possess Azura's chakra within you, so supplementing the missing Indra chakra should be entirely feasible. The system looked at the flighty Chen Que. After thinking it over, it proposed. Simply completing Indra's chakra would be the easiest path. It could also save some energy, and later if Chen Que couldn't win a fight, it could still make a getaway. It wasn't that it was stingy, rather some things required gradual progress. Only what one evolved on one's own was truly the best fit. After all, gathering the 6 paths power, that is Otsutsuki chakra, was the best option available to Chen Que at the moment. Alright then, complete it. Chen Que communicated with the system in his mind, staring blankly into the distance. Upon hearing Chen Que's words, the system did not hesitate, sending wave after wave of energy into Chen Que's body. After a moment, Chen Que sensed that his body had not changed much, and was left speechless. Just as he was about to say something, the scene before his eyes suddenly grew brighter. His originally slightly myopic eyes had been restored. This set him lost in thought. However, another problem then emerged after possessing Otsutsuki chakra. How could he activate the Rinnegan from the Mangekyo? Chen Que had no intention of leaving. He remained there for a month studying wood release. After achieving some mastery, he gently patted Xiao Nan's head and said softly, "Let's head back." Now he had the sage body and possessed the power of the sage. Wasn't the evolution of the sage eye merely a matter of time? Moreover, he had nearly analyzed wood release to its core. As Chen Que and Xiao Nan walked onto the main road preparing to return to Konoha, a passerby spotted Chen Que. The passerby rubbed his eyes, then hurriedly ran off. Moments later, a group of ninjas surrounded Orochimaru. "Are you Orochimaru, the enemy of the ninja world?" The leading ninja looked at Chen Que with disdain and said lightly. Chen Que was rather bewildered. "Is there something you need?" he asked. He still asked in a soft voice. "Humph. What business, you ask? Orochimaru, the enemy of the ninja world. You have provoked the daimyo of the 5 great nations, murdered their most favored consorts, infiltrated the 5 great ninja villages to wreak havoc, and now a bounty of 1 billion ryo hangs on your head. What do you think the business is? Now prepare to die." Chen Que was utterly dumbfounded by the man's words. Before he could ask further, the man had already charged at him. Without hesitation, Chen Que formed hand seals. Moments later he shouted, "Would release advent of a world of trees." The earth shook as the area transformed into a forest stretching several thousand meters. This was still within the territory of the Land of Wind. Looking at the few ninja who had been bound but not killed, Orochimaru walked over lightly. "Was that fun? Tell me about the misdeeds I'm supposed to have done." Chen Que looked at the leader. "Kill me or torture me as you please." Hearing this, Chen Que narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. The massive tree writhed, coiling around him and strangling him. A continuous sound of bones breaking emanated, as if he were being juiced, blood squeezed out of him. The tree absorbed it all, completely converting it into nourishment. Chen Que walked toward the next person and said softly, "Will you talk?" Seeing no sign of response, he twitched his finger slightly. The process was repeated. Finally, when he reached the third man, the man couldn't take it anymore. "Sorry, Orochimaru, please spare me. I was just blinded by greed." The ninja was scared out of his wits, pleading profusely. "Tell me what I want to know, and if I'm satisfied I might let you go." Chen Que said softly, "What is it you wish to know?" The ninja asked Orochimaru, his face flushed with anxiety. "Just tell me what I've been up to lately. I want to admire my own handiwork," Chen Que said with a light smile, a suspicion forming in his heart. "Well, didn't you first storm the Hokage building in Konoha, destroy it, and then become a rogue ninja? After that you caused chaos across the ninja world, offending the daimyo of the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages alike, not even sparing the small countries around them." Chen Que fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He then began communicating with the system in his mind. "System, it seems they know my identity." The system fell silent upon hearing Chen Que's words. The system began to review the wish list in Chen Que's mind. After a moment of selection, "Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the hands clap, whatever you call comes forth technique, which can activate all ninjutsu that require hand seals." Hearing the system's voice, Chen Que felt a vast surge of memories flooding into him. All the ninjutsu he knew were being analyzed and continuously simplified. Finally, they were simplified to the point that he only needed to clap his hands together, and the chakra pathways in his body would execute the jutsu. "System, you're quite thoughtful." After holding back for a long while, Chen Que said softly, "System, do you know the opponent's strength?" After dispatching a few small fry, Chen Que quietly asked the system. After a brief wait, Orochimaru's brow was somewhat furrowed. The feeling of having the enemy in the dark while he was in the light was highly uncomfortable, and on top of that the enemy already knew his identity. After a moment's thought, Chen Que came to a halt. "Conan, from now on follow my shadow clone to the land of rice. Sensei has some matters to take care of." After a moment's thought, Chen Que said. Conan's eyes were fixed on Chen Que's figure. She seemed to want to say something, but instead she gently bit her rosy lips. "Yes, Sensei." She knew it was because her strength was still insufficient that Chen Que wanted her to avoid danger. After watching Conan and the shadow clone leave using the transformation jutsu, with a clap of his hands, Chen Que too transformed into an ordinary young man. Now that Conan had left with the shadow clone, he could use spatial teleportation freely and move with great agility. Compared to what Conan could do for him, space-time teleportation was obviously far more tempting. System, at what distance apart would we be able to detect each other's identity? Chen Que asked the system. His eyes began to spin. Within 10 kilometers the opponent's position can be locked on, and their information recorded. Without hesitation the system provided the specific data. Is the current you fanning the flames or lurking in the shadows like a venomous snake waiting for my appearance? Chen Que murmured softly. With that thought Orochimaru's figure vanished from the spot. Destination Konoha. In the room Minato was carefully preparing the meal, occasionally glancing at Kushina as she played with Naruto, a happy smile on his face. Suddenly his expression turned serious. He quietly turned off the fire and walked toward the door. Minato. Kushina also sensed something. She called her husband's name softly. I'm here. Take good care of little Naruto. Who are you? Minato stepped out of the room, gently pulling the door closed, and looked with some confusion at the man before him, whose chakra was immensely powerful yet unfamiliar. Before you know it, Minato-kun, you've become a father too, Chen Que said softly. At the same time a ripple passed over his body, and he transformed back into his original appearance. Orochimaru. What's this? Although initially surprised, Minato calmed down after recalling the other's earlier words. Seeing that the other made no move to strike, Chen Que sighed inwardly. He really shouldn't have let this kid be given to Jiraiya back then. I came to ask you about a few things, Chen Que said softly. What about? And you? Minato hesitated. I've only recently emerged from seclusion. I already know about what's been happening outside. It wasn't me, Chen Que stated simply. Minato sensed Chen Ke's chakra once more. Come with me. Let's talk somewhere. Confident in his own speed, Minato decided to chat with him. After all, Orochimaru had recently made a move right before his eyes, and it didn't look like he was using the transformation jutsu at all. Because the transformation jutsu would be undone the moment he used another technique. Meet me at the Hokage Rock. Chen Ke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun. His figure vanished from the spot. Now that his strength was sufficiently great, there was no need to hide many things anymore. Minato saw the tomo in the man's eyes transform into a pair of strange eyes. He felt a bit of wonder but suppressed the doubts in his heart. Because Chen Ke's figure had already disappeared. You seem not at all surprised that I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chen Que found a place to sit, plucked a blade of grass and toyed with it. I am surprised, but I'm more curious to know what exactly has happened here. Minato didn't ask about the Mangekyo, instead he asked about something else. It showed remarkable composure. That man has strange abilities and wears a face identical to mine. I want to ask whether you have any information about him. Chen Que glanced at the scenery of Konoha and asked softly. He knows some bizarre jutsu. The jutsu is rather like a hidden weapon box, releasing extremely fast and powerful projectiles. Its special feature is that it produces a thunderous roar when used. Minato sat down on a patch of grass 2 meters away from Chen Que and said softly. Oh. A thunderous roar. Can you draw me what that weapon box looks like? Chen Que was a little puzzled and began to search through the references in his mind. None of the references matched. Just then a warning alarm echoed in his mind. Chen Que-kun, if you want to know my identity, why not just ask me directly? A voice came from the Hokage Rock. The figure was an exact replica of Chen Que. Both men present stood up. No need to get agitated, I just want to talk with you. You're Minato, right? Step back. Orochimaru looked at Chen Que with keen interest. There was no intention to attack. On the ground a tiny spider crawled along his trouser leg, climbed up his body, and reached his palm. Minato, withdraw. You don't need to concern yourself with what comes next, Chen Que said softly. Minato was utterly baffled. Chen Que and Orochimaru, what on earth was going on? But seeing that the two seemed to have things to say, Minato, who had received favors from Orochimaru before, did not hesitate. His figure vanished, and he went back to cooking. If they were going to fight, the chakra disturbance would alert him, and he could come back then. Since they hadn't started yet, he'd better finish the meal so Kushina wouldn't go hungry. Ignoring the voice in his mind, Chen Que stared at Orochimaru with his Mangekyo. He sat down. An odd encounter remains unchanged. Chen Que looked at Orochimaru and said softly. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Orochimaru curled the corners of his mouth, finding it extremely interesting. Signs follow quadrants. How do you know my identity? Chen Que asked calmly, his voice quiet. Orochimaru gave Chen Que a deep look, his eyes as deep and profound as a pool of water. Then he spread his 5 fingers and swept them from his forehead downward, turning into Chen Ke's original appearance. At that moment the calm and unhurried Chen Que felt as if he had been struck by a giant rock. How is that possible? The face that had been on the verge of fading from his memory appeared before him once more. Did we swap bodies back then? But how could you come back? Chen Ke's eyes seemed about to burst out of their sockets. Clearly he was shocked beyond measure. Seeing Chen Que lost in shock, Orochimaru had no intention to strike. Instead, he savored the expression on the other's face. After a while Chen Que calmed down. Countless mysteries swirled in his mind, but he didn't dare think further, afraid that the system would learn of them. He caught a heavy scent in the midst of it all: conspiracy. He didn't know what role his system was playing in this. If the ultimate hand behind it all were the system, how despairing that would be. Although he had considered the thought, he had never delved deep into it. After all, they were more like partners. I don't really know either. Thanks to you, I've discovered how beautiful this world is and how many incredible things exist. Orochimaru gave a soft smile and said. Chen Que watched him silently. Why did you force me to appear in this way? And now that I'm here, why haven't you made a move? Ignoring the alarms constantly ringing in his mind, Chen Que asked Orochimaru. There's no need to fish for answers, Chen Que-kun. Blue Star is in trouble. A system bound itself to me, said I was a torchbearer, and asked me to save the world. The first world happens to be this one. I need to devour this world's origin and conquer the neighboring planet. I wonder if you're willing to make a contribution to your former homeland. Orochimaru, with Chen Ke's face, said with a smile. Blue Star is in trouble. What kind of trouble? Chen Que thought of what the system had said when he first awakened. Pretending to be worried, he asked. It's a frozen wasteland. Humanity can only eke out a living underground. But it's still deteriorating. I think before long hiding under the earth will be useless too. Recalling the misery of Blue Star, Orochimaru said indifferently. Chen Que seemed to see that scene. Is there anything you need me to do? Chen Que spread his hands, speaking sincerely. He remembered the spatial fluctuation when the other had appeared. Clearly he too knew space-time jutsu. He hadn't yet made the connection to the Flying Thunder God. After all, Minato's research on the Flying Thunder God was quite profound. If 2 Flying Thunder God marks appeared in one place, there was no reason Minato wouldn't sense it. Unless you've practiced the Flying Thunder God rather well. I've been in Konoha for so long and never had the chance to learn it. Chen Que asked again before Orochimaru could respond. Orochimaru, who was about to answer, was caught off guard. He was somewhat dumbfounded. With a system, why would he need to learn? Maybe I'm just suited to this jutsu. Suppressing the thought, Orochimaru said lightly. Chen Ke's heart stirred. He understood Orochimaru must have learned Minato's completed version of the Flying Thunder God, and with the system's help had directly acquired it. That was why his Flying Thunder God mark was exactly the same as Minato's, allowing him to evade Minato's keen perception. At the same time, he envied him a little. Chen Que found practicing jutsu extremely hard, incredibly hard. So Chen Que-kun, are you willing to lend Blue Star a hand? Seeing that Chen Que was about to speak again, Orochimaru pulled the topic back. Although Blue Star is my homeland, the ninja world is also your homeland. Are you truly willing to let the ninja world be destroyed in one fell swoop? Chen Que countered. I'm talking about the planet not far off. Let's go take it together, best of both worlds. What do you say? Orochimaru suggested. But the people on that planet are extremely powerful. A single ordinary combatant could wipe out the ninja world. How could we possibly attack them? Chen Que answered instinctively. He thought that since Orochimaru had been to Blue Star, he must have heard of Naruto, so he said it without much concern. Oh. It seems Chen Que-kun knows quite a bit about that place. Then you really must tell me in detail. After all, this concerns the future of Blue Star. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Chen Ke's heart stirred and he asked a random question. Have you ever watched Naruto? What is Naruto? Does it have something to do with that planet? Orochimaru was puzzled. It's not really related, just a TV series. I watched a few episodes before I transmigrated. I wanted to ask if you've seen it, if so you could tell me the plot. A while ago a scout came over from that side and I was lucky enough to get some information. That's how I know a bit, Chen Que said casually. The two understood each other without saying a word. His mission was to kill the other and devour the other's system. He believed the other's mission was exactly the same. Whether the other had doubts about his system like Chen Que did, he had no idea. That was also why he was still able to talk with Orochimaru. After all, if the system had problems, then many hands make light work. Although if the system really had problems, there was currently no solution at all. At least when they died, they would be able to die with understanding. Oh, if that's the case, then let's end the conversation. How about a little spar? Upon hearing Chen Ke's words, Orochimaru showed little reaction. Instead, he said with keen interest, "Fine, I haven't fought in a while." Chen Ke's eyes also turned serious. Gazing at Orochimaru, he prepared to test the waters. "Let's find another place." Chen Que spoke softly, then walked toward a certain direction. After some meandering, the two arrived at the Valley of the End. Without much hesitation, a faint blue light appeared in Chen Ke's hand, rapidly expanding. It surged toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru found this novel method of attack intriguing. He formed a few hand seals. A Gatling gun materialized in his hand. The moment Chen Que saw the Gatling, he was utterly dumbfounded. This was supposed to be a concealed weapon box that produced a loud noise. Seeing Chen Ke's bewilderment, Orochimaru wasted no time. The Gatling's barrel rotated slightly. He began to warm up. Bang! Bang! What followed was a visual feast. Bullet after bullet shot toward Chen Que continuously generated. Unsurprisingly, Chen Que was riddled with holes. Orochimaru paused briefly, then tossed the Gatling to the ground, where it quickly melted into metallic liquid. Chen Ke's corpse began to stir. Then he crawled out from the body. It was the Orochi-style substitution technique, quite thrilling to use right in front of Orochimaru. Using the skin and other materials from the body as a substitute. Swift and efficient. Orochimaru watched Chen Ke's substitution technique with a hint of fascination. "Chen Que-kun, you're a genius! To think of such a substitution technique," Orochimaru remarked with admiration. Then he composed himself slightly. Recalling the scene of Chen Que in the surveillance footage, he realized Chen Que also possessed space-time ninjutsu. While Chen Que was still crawling out, he rapidly formed hand seals. After a dozen seals, Chen Que finally emerged from the corpse. But before he could react, a gun barrel was aimed at him. Barrett. Bang! Once again Chen Que fell in defeat. His head exploded into a mess of red and white. Orochimaru cast a deep glance at Chen Ke's corpse. He did not stop forming seals, instead he continued. Soon the ground rippled and a massive mushroom cloud rose. Orochimaru's figure vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. When he returned, a forest within a 30-kilometer radius of the Valley of the End had been transformed into a crater. "Chen Que-kun, are you dead?" Orochimaru paced through the ruins. The Flying Thunder God mark had been destroyed. A sudden gust of wind came from behind him. Not dead yet." Orochimaru reached back. "Long." A cold voice sounded. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. A sword pierced through his chest. Then a pile of metal parts scattered on the ground. "You're not so easy to kill, are you, Orochimaru?" Chen Que looked toward the ruins not far away. A neatly dressed Orochimaru strolled leisurely, as if taking a walk, exuding an unparalleled grace. "How about we end it here?" "Chen Que-kun." Chen Que narrowed his eyes, staring at Orochimaru. In an instant his pupils turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Fine." Before he finished speaking, Chen Que swung his sword. Orochimaru's arms flew off, blood gushing. How sad it would be if a ninja required hand seals to release techniques. Chen Que looked down at the armless Orochimaru, a condescending gaze in his eyes. Then he raised his sword hand. Orochimaru's head, its expression frozen, flew into the distance. Chen Que looked at his own body cut down by his own sword and felt a knot of unease in his heart. "System, begin devouring." He shook the blood off his blade and said softly to the system. He had not communicated with the system through consciousness. "Host, please note the opponent is not dead but is reviving in an eerie manner." Chen Que. What? Unlike what Chen Que had imagined, the system did not surge out of his body to devour the opponent's system. Instead, it warned him that the opponent was not dead. This was utterly absurd. What on earth is going on? He was thoroughly dead, so why isn't he dead? Chen Que asked in confusion. The opponent stole the origin power of the Ninetales and gained its resurrection ability. Within a few years he will stage a comeback. The system analyzed calmly. Damn, what do we do now? A shadow of melancholy fell over Chen Ke's face. What was all this? He had fought so hard, faced so much danger, and only just won. Now they told him the enemy wasn't dead. Wasn't that just nonsense? Can you locate him then? Chen Que asked somewhat unwillingly. The opponent possesses the Nine Tails origin power and is currently under the protection of this world's will. Chen Ke's expression soured, his already troubled face grew even darker. What exactly is his system? Have you finished analyzing it? Chen Que asked again. Take the phone in your head as an analogy. I am the operating system and he is the phone. Because I, the operating system, left, he evolved a system of his own. And I need various forms of energy to forge a new phone. Chen Que chimed in naturally. If what this system said was true, then it was quite intriguing. It also seemed rather pitiful. By the way, what about the torchbearer he mentioned? Is launching really in crisis? Chen Que asked out of instinct, recalling De Shiwan's words. Nonsense. With such a majestic consciousness watching over launching, how could a crisis possibly occur? It's precisely because we took advantage of its slumber that we dared to come out, the system said grumpily. This left Chen Ke's head buzzing. Was the launching he lived on really that formidable? Why didn't the natives know? After thinking it over, Chen Que didn't fully trust the system's words. He'd take it with a grain of salt. In this world no one was truly worthy of trust. He looked at the desolate ground. Chen Que pressed his palms together. Sage art, great forest technique. Standing in place, his chakra surged skyward like a pillar of light. It was dazzling like a tiny sun. Saplings began to sprout within a radius of 1,000 meters around him. But this was only the beginning. It spread rapidly. When the saplings within the 1,000-meter radius grew into towering trees, the growth slowed to a halt. It expanded into the distance. Indeed, greenery brings comfort. Half an hour later, the ruins had vanished completely. In their place stood a new forest. All traces of battle had vanished as if nothing had ever happened. It was all rather baffling. After completing the greening, Chen Que stood there feeling vexed. The major threat remained unresolved. Moreover, his reputation had been ruined by De Shiwan. The identity of De Shiwan will disappear for now. I'll just use my original identity, Chen Que. After a moment's thought, Chen Que murmured. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Yet there was little he could do. He couldn't very well walk out and explain. None of this was my doing. Whether people believed him was another matter. He didn't want to bother with that. It was too troublesome. How are the experiments going? Chen Que teleported to the stronghold in the land of fields. In a somewhat lavish hall, Chen Que sat on a chair. Standing before him were the orphans of the Senju clan. They were no longer youths, they had grown into men. Lord Orochimaru, this. Just as the leading Senju man was about to speak, Chen Que waved his hand to interrupt him. From now on, call me Chen Que. Without any explanation, he merely said softly. His tone brooked no dissent. Very well, Lord Chen Que. Here are the experimental data from these years and a few potions. However, some were lost recently, the man said quietly. Chen Que paid no heed. He surmised that Orochimaru had taken them. As he examined the data, a frown shadowed his brow. The success rate was truly disheartening. Seeing the men who had followed him since their youth, Chen Ke's expression grew grim. Just as he was about to conduct his own research, a thought struck him. Does any of you know healing techniques? He suddenly recalled that his current physique was far stronger than Hashirama's. He had already gathered all the Otsutsuki chakra. However, his sage body development was not as advanced as Hashirama's. I do. At Chen Ke's words, nearly half of them stepped forward. He then remembered that most of the Senju clan were skilled in healing techniques, possessing both formidable healing abilities and robust physiques. Without hesitation, Chen Que beckoned a Senju man to approach. Then, as if recalling something, he flickered and appeared in his small laboratory in Konoha. He took out a small vial, the leftover potion he had used before. It was a potion that could suppress Hashirama's cell activity, making it easier for him to absorb them. His golden cross-shaped pupils shifted slightly, and he reappeared in the land of fields. Looking at the man before him, Chen Que gestured for him to raise his hand. From now on you shall be called number 1. Chen Que gazed at the man as if seeing the youth he once was. As you wish, Lord Chen Que. Hearing this, Chen Que took a syringe, pierced his own vein, drew a small amount of blood, then injected the potion he had brought. After shaking the vial, he drew another small amount, and injected it into number 1's arm muscle. Rest here for a while. A violent reaction will occur, you must endure it. If you survive, what release shall descend upon the ninja world once more. You shall be called number 2. Then one by one 13 orphans of the Senju clan were all injected by Chen Que. Master, what is this? Conan walked in, asking softly. You came just in time. Take a shot too. Before Conan could react, Chen Que had already prepared the needle, gazing at the people lying all over the hall. Chen Que pressed his palms together, and wooden steps grew beneath each of them. He carried Conan into a room. By now they were all falling into slumber. This was the safest method he had personally tested. Although they, unlike him, lacked a sage body, his cells were complete, and therefore less aggressive than Hashirama's cells. With the complementary effect, the success rate was approximately 97%, quite high. When Orochimaru resurrects, can you locate him immediately? Chen Que stood in the sunlight basking in its warmth, and asked the system in his mind. No. He used the Nine-Tails essence to deceive the world's consciousness, making it believe he is the Nine-Tails. Thus everything about him will be concealed and protected. Then what can you do to counter his system? Can he keep resurrecting forever? That would mean I can never kill him. Chen Ke's eyes were as deep as a pool of water. Everything depends on you. I am merely a tool to assist you in growing stronger. If I did everything for you, what would be the point of your existence? Hearing the system's words, Chen Que was startled. It was the first time the system had spoken like this. He suddenly felt that his relationship with the system was one of mutual exploitation and benefit. Thinking this for some reason, Chen Que felt a sense of relief. Tell me, is there a way for me to become stronger for you to gain the ability to defeat him? Orochimaru asked. Currently I cannot defeat the other system. Unless you eliminate Orochimaru, only then can I deal with a system without a host. Chen Que, hearing the system's words, he felt as if everything had returned to square one. What if I seal Orochimaru? Can his system still break him out of the seal? Chen Que waved his hand lightly, and a small wooden stump appeared before him. He sat down, gently pondering. It cannot be sealed. Not even the worlds will trap us, let alone you. However, since you mentioned it, I do have a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to take it, I'm only advising. The system's voice was calm and emotionless. Then it shifted its tone. Chen Ke's eyes lit up slightly. Let's hear it. Though his heart raced with excitement, Chen Que suppressed his eagerness and spoke calmly. He had no intention of being used as a pawn. In your mind lies the course of this world. You can alter the events that would originally occur in this world and disrupt the plot. This will cause the will of this world to stir in turmoil, and the power of origin to dissipate in chaos. Seizing the moment, I can absorb this origin to strengthen us both and perhaps even find an opportunity, the system said softly. Chen Que fell into contemplation. Bathed in sunlight, he quietly closed his eyes as if weighing whether the system's words were truth or falsehood. In truth, his mind had begun to drift far and wide. He knew well the method the system spoke of. Wasn't it simply a pattern of rewriting the plot and plundering the origin? After who knows how long, when Chen Que felt his body growing hot under the sun, he slowly opened his eyes. This time Minato didn't die and the Nine-Tails emerged. Did you obtain the origin? Chen Que raised his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the pristine white clouds in the sky, and said indifferently, At that time you had not awakened and were taken by the other side. Orochimaru's immortal body was to a large extent the benefit the other side reaped this time. Then if I change the plot again, won't the origin power be split with the other system? What meaning would all my efforts have then? Chen Que hit the nail on the head. The other side is currently wrapped and protected by the world's will and dare not act. If they make a move, the world's will realize it has been deceived, not to mention gaining benefits. They'll be in for trouble. The system tirelessly began to explain, though it was unclear what role it played in all this. From what you've said, the world's will is quite formidable. If we do this, won't we be discovered? Could something go wrong? Adhering to the principle of clarifying everything, Chen Que asked again. Don't worry, your body originally belongs to this world. Moreover, with me here, the world's will cannot detect you. We are equivalent to natives while they are equivalent to stowaways. Oh, so how will we split the spoils? Chen Que asked flatly. System. Chen Que. System. A 6-4 split. I get the 6. Chen Que. System. 50-50. Chen Que. System. 60-40, you 6 and me 4. Or forget it. Chen Que. Deal. After a silent round of bargaining, the spoils dividing meeting came to a successful conclusion. But what if you cheat me when the time comes? Besides, I have no idea how much it is, it's all up to you. Suddenly Chen Que, who had been somewhat satisfied, spoke indifferently. For a moment the scene fell silent again. Our system is bound by rules, we cannot lie, that is a hard rule. Moreover, since the specific split has been stated, it will be honored to the letter. The system was silent for a moment before speaking softly. Chen Que fell silent as well. I wonder what kind of being could create you all. Chen Que did not ask further, merely saying this in a low voice. When the system's words involved rules, Chen Que would not press further. For all things are constructed with rules as their framework. Beings like the system, though seemingly inscrutable, are also bound by rules. This Chen Que believed. If I were to drastically alter the plot, could you handle it? After a moment of silence, Chen Que said leisurely, I suggest proceeding step by step. A drastic change would cause an accident. The system, shaking off its gloomy mood, answered in a soft voice. Oh, do you systems need to fall in love? Sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Chen Que blurted out unexpectedly. Still not awake, do my cells really have that much staying power? Chen Que sat under a tree cleaning his fingernails with a kunai. Every now and then he glanced toward the room not far away. Sensing that the person inside was still wrestling with the cells, Chen Que felt a bit helpless. To be honest, he had been in this world for so long that he no longer remembered much of the plot. Besides, the story only truly began when little Naruto started going to school and causing trouble. Not much had happened before that, so he couldn't be bothered to act. If he messed up and caused some chain reaction, wouldn't that be ridiculous? With that thought, Chen Que stood up, stretched, mustered some energy, and walked toward the luxurious base. And luxurious it was. Those three little ones, having awakened stage 1, would release, were put to work as carpenters and could produce all sorts of wooden things. Had the blueprints the clones had made, and they were fully ready to build a palace. If only Chen Que hadn't hit a snag and his clones scattered. The clones that had split off were still kept busy with experiments and record-keeping. He reckoned they really could have pulled it off. Once they're awake, damn it, why am I even waiting? I can just make a wood clone. Chen Que blinked, feeling a little dazed. Since waking up, he had taken to doing everything himself. Am I getting old? Is my memory going bad? Chen Que had become a bit of a grumbler. He pressed his hands together and summoned a wood clone. Don't fool around. Keep an eye on them. If anything goes wrong, you won't be going out for fun again. Chen Que said to the mischievous clone, like a parent scolding a child. Night fell. After some fussing over his appearance, Chen Que arrived at Minato's home sporting a modern hairstyle and outfit. The lively voices inside the house quieted. Then Chen Que heard a familiar voice. Keep eating. Let me, Lord Jiraiya, see what kind of riffraff has shown up. Before the words faded, the wooden door let out a harsh creak. The light from inside spilled past the doorway. Who are you? What do you want? Seeing the unfamiliar man before him and his strange clothes, Jiraiya frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Chen Que noticed that Jiraiya had aged quite a bit. A strange emotion stirred in Chen Ke's heart. But hey, why wasn't there any background music for my entrance, huh? It should have been so cool. Orochimaru, who had been about to answer Jiraiya, suddenly had a flash of insight. Something was missing. As if possessed, he blurted out a complaint. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiraiya was stunned. Then he closed the distance in a single long stride. Orochimaru. A complicated expression crossed Jiraiya's face. First excitement, then confusion, and then he didn't quite know what to say. After a long silence, he said softly, I became a writer, a very popular one. It was your manuscript that gave me the inspiration. Jiraiya spoke gently. Inside the house, Minato heard the commotion and came out with Kushina to take a look. The faint smile on his face began to stiffen. Should I call you Chen Que or Orochimaru? What have you done to Snake Uncle? Seeing Chen Ke's face, Minato instinctively assumed he was Orochimaru. The name swap between the two last time had left him confused. After all, a while ago, after the two had left, a series of huge booms had come from the distance, shaking the earth. When they went over to check, they found nothing at all. The only remaining traces were the two statues commemorating the battle between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, which had been reduced to ashes. The flying thunder god mark left there was also gone. Seeing Minato's tense face, Chen Que felt a pang of emotion. Especially being called Snake Uncle made him feel his status had gone up a notch. Little Minato, don't get worked up. I beat that man and drove him away. He was severely wounded and needs at least a decade to recover. He ruined my reputation, so I use his face. Chen Que explained softly as he transformed into Orochimaru's appearance. Hearing this, Minato hesitated. In his memory, the man whom he didn't know whether to call Orochimaru or Chen Que was so skilled at the transformation technique that he could maintain it even amid the battle fluctuations of released ninjutsu. Seeing Minato like this, Chen Que felt a little helpless. Chakra began to gather in his hand as wisps of pale blue converged into a rapidly spinning sphere that kept expanding. This is one of the advanced forms of the Rasengan. Seeing the Rasengan, Minato relaxed slightly. After all, making such a sphere looked simple, but in reality it took considerable time to learn. Jiraiya meanwhile walked over and circled around Chen Que once. Then he stroked his chin. This look is pretty cool. If it weren't for my self-created jutsu requiring my beautiful flowing hair, even I would be tempted to try it. Jiraiya, clacking in his wooden clogs, paced around Orochimaru. Seeing his teacher like this, Minato had originally wanted to invite Chen Que inside to have a meal. But then he remembered Naruto was still so young and Kushina was still somewhat weak. So he suppressed the thought. After all, if someone who also knew space-time ninjutsu got too close, Minato couldn't guard against him. For the safety of his wife and child, Minato set the thought aside. Still, it didn't seem polite to leave a guest standing outside. How about we go out for a drink? Minato said quietly, not wanting to make Jiraiya lose face. When Jiraiya heard this, his heart stirred slightly. Naruto is too young and Kushina's body hasn't recovered yet. You stay home with them. Orochimaru and I will go out for a couple of drinks. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Chen Que had no objection. He was mulling over whether to give Jiraiya would release. That should count as changing the plot, right? Besides, his cells now were nothing like Hashirama's cells back then. There were far fewer restrictions. Even if Jiraiya couldn't inherit, would release it could greatly increase his strength, and it didn't seem like it would pose any threat to Chen Que. At that thought, Chen Que felt an itch to act. He suddenly realized that changing the plot wasn't as difficult as it seemed. For him it even seemed quite easy. However, he didn't seem ready to do it right away. He would wait until his strength was greater. This was a massive undertaking. If he wanted to treat others as tools, he needed the power to casually suppress a crowd. If he trained a whole group of people and ended up losing control, that would be a joke. It's been so many years, yet you haven't changed a bit. The two walked along the road, their shadows stretching long, very long. Jiraiya recalled that when Chen Que had just used the Rasengan, the transformation technique had been disrupted, reverting him to his original appearance. He spoke softly. You haven't changed either. We agreed to go drinking. Where are you planning to take me? Chen Que looked at the road and the changes of Konoha, replying to Jiraiya. When we drink we naturally have to go somewhere interesting. Just the two of us grown men, what's the fun in that? Jiraiya chuckled softly as if he had thought of something seeming a few years younger. Do you know where Tsunade is now? The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Chen Que asked softly. He planned to take Nawaki away when the time came. After all, the 13 remaining warriors of his family were still in the land of rice fields. Upon hearing Chen Que mention Tsunade, Orochimaru's originally beaming face turned somewhat cold. The chill then eased slightly, as if he had recalled Tsunade, the tenderness in his heart. Back then I shouldn't have given Tsunade to you. If I'd known you were this kind of person. After a long while, Jiraiya shot a fierce glare at Orochimaru. He said coldly, his expression turning somewhat angry. Seeing Jiraiya, who could barely contain his emotions, Chen Que was slightly taken aback. Why would you give Tsunade to me? What are you talking about? When did that happen? Chen Que asked, somewhat puzzled, unable to figure out what Jiraiya was talking about. Seeing Chen Que like this, the flames in Jiraiya's eyes quickly flared, then turned into a trace of pity. Hurry up. I want to drink. Oh. Standing outside the door, Chen Que felt waves of fragrant breeze wafting over while Jiraiya had already stepped inside. Sigh, you never change. Chen Que shook his head and strolled inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiraiya with a girl in his arms ordering things. Two more sat on either side, gazing at the women, who wore only a wisp of gauze, their fair jade-like arms and collarbones faintly visible. Chen Que couldn't help but swallow hard, much to his own embarrassment. He dared not look further down. Then Chen Que watched as Jiraiya was pressed with drinks from all sides. Chen Que was speechless. The women, thinking Jiraiya was a big spender, all crowded around him, leaving Chen Que to be treated as if he were invisible. So Chen Que drank his wine in silence, nibbling on side dishes, occasionally glancing at the dashing Jiraiya. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Before long, Jiraiya was drunk under the table. Realizing the big spender was already wasted, the women turned their fiery attention to Chen Que. Chen Que felt a flicker of displeasure. Seeing Jiraiya already passed out, he no longer had the mood to drink. Check please. How much did we spend? Chen Que walked toward Jiraiya saying to the women who were about to crowd around him. Then the woman left to fetch someone. Preparing to settle the bill. Handsome, your total comes to 100,000 real. Chen Que was taken aback. Then he said, somewhat astonished, his voice rising a few decibels. 100,000 real. Just for this. What kind of wine are you selling to be this expensive? Chen Que questioned, puzzled while reaching into his bosom. Handsome, what you ordered is our finest sake, and the girls who accompanied you are the prettiest too. Chen Que was at a loss for words at her response. When he touched the silver notes in his bosom, he who had been somewhat tipsy gave a sudden shiver. Then he pulled out several crumpled banknotes. After slowly smoothing them out, Chen Que realized that all he had on him was 1,250 real. Why don't you fetch a basin of cold water and splash him awake? I forgot to bring my money. With that, Chen Que tucked the crumpled notes back into his bosom. One had to wonder how could someone so capable end up so pathetic. At the entrance, Jiraiya was drenched from head to toe, while Chen Que stared straight ahead. Behind them were gazes of awkward disdain. It turned out Jiraiya's royalties had long been squandered on pleasure-seeking and debauchery. This time, seeing Chen Que after so many years, he had planned to swindle him. That was why he had gotten drunk so early. Unexpectedly, a basin of cold water splashed him awake. The two were instantly dumbfounded. All they could do was ask the tavern staff to go to Minato's house to collect the money. The tavern staff didn't know Jiraiya, but they knew Minato was the fourth Hokage. How could they believe a drunkard's words? They were about to be surrounded and beaten by a group of thugs. Jiraiya had no choice but to use a jutsu to prove his identity as a shinobi. Chen Que felt so awkward that he thought he could use his toes to perform with style and build a mansion, but he made no move to do so. As someone preparing to transform into a behind-the-scenes mastermind, one must learn to disguise oneself. Control the urge to show off. True masters are always hidden in the crowd. After all, true hermits hide in the bustling city. It was absolutely not because he feared that if he fought he would be exposed and humiliated. Just imagine facing an opponent. So you're that broke-ass Orochimaru. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. Or perhaps, you are the poorest man I've ever seen. I Uchiha Madara acknowledge you as the poorest. The very thought was too much. Before long, Minato arrived. Seeing the two looking disheartened, Minato flashed them a confident smile. He walked into the tavern with his head held high. Not long after, Minato walked over to them, his blonde hair drooping, looking dejected. Teacher, aside from my allowance, all my money is in Kushina's custody. Besides, being Hokage doesn't pay a salary, and I haven't taken on missions in a long time. Naruto was just born. There are expenses everywhere. The three raised their heads at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the night sky. Their expressions were filled with endless sorrow. Weird glances came from all around, making the three feel embarrassed. Before long, a man walked over. Well, if it isn't Minato. It hasn't been that long, but now that you're not Hokage, you've already become this pathetic. The newcomer was none other than the wealthy Uchiha Fugaku. How much did they spend? They don't even have money to pay for a drink. Unbelievable. Fugaku fumbled with the large handful of private savings he had just pulled from his bosom, then asked how much was it. 100,000 real. How much money do you all have? Let's pool it together. When Minato called me, I rushed out so quickly that I just grabbed any wad of private money I could find. I figured drinking wouldn't cost much. Fugaku's arrogant expression vanished and his voice grew much quieter. Seeing Fugaku like this, Minato felt endless bitterness in his heart. Men, when they're married with kids, they all understand. Marriage is the grave of life. Perhaps we should have the two seniors rest at my home, Uchiha Fugaku said softly after the four men had settled the bill for the drinks. He and Minato had collaborated many times during the Third Great Ninja War, forging a strong bond of friendship. That was why Minato, unable to pay for the drinks, thought of seeking Fugaku's help. Minato glanced at Fugaku, recalling that he was indeed a man of wealth. He then turned to the other two. Jiraiya's eyes were already glazed with intoxication, and he showed no intention of using chakra to dispel the alcohol. Chen Que offered a faint smile. All right. Minato, you should head back first. He patted Minato's shoulder and spoke gently. Minato's expression was slightly conflicted. Finally he said softly, "Please take good care of my teacher." Chen Que simply waved a hand indicating he had nothing more to say. Minato's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Fugaku supported Jiraiya, his face showing some hesitation as if he wanted to say something but held back. Senior, may I ask how to address you? Seeing Minato's respectful demeanor, Fugaku could no longer suppress his curiosity. You can call me Chen Que. Chen Que replied with a faint smile. Yes, Senior Chen Que. In the room, Jiraiya lay on the floor on a makeshift bed, his snoring echoing steadily. Chen Que, however, found it difficult to fall asleep on the bed. After tossing for a while, he realized he had no drowsiness at all. He sighed, sat up from the bed, and gently opened the door. Guess, do you require anything? If you need assistance, just call out. Before Chen Que could step out of the room, a female voice reached him. It was the maid Fugaku had arranged to wait outside. It's fine. Go about your duties. I'm just stepping out for some fresh air. With that, Chen Que leaped up and landed on the roof. Gazing at the brightly lit Uchiha compound, Chen Que felt a wave of melancholy. Such a thriving clan, yet it was counting down its days. A gentle breeze blew, and Chen Que allowed himself to enjoy the moment. He leaned against the tiles, staring at the night sky and admiring the scenery. Not long after, he heard some movement nearby. Chen Que did not turn his head nor pay any attention. It's almost 11:30. Why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing that Chen Que ignored him, the newcomer asked softly. Your snoring is louder than before. I can't sleep, Chen Que replied in a tone of mild irritation. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya, who had been snoring moments ago, now somehow awake. And his expression seemed somewhat lucid. After all these years, why haven't you found a partner? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked softly. You should go back to sleep. Don't ruin this beautiful night. Chen Ke's tone was dismissive, carrying a hint of impatience. Oh. A soft sound came as Jiraiya clumsily climbed down. But soon another faint noise arose beside him. Chen Que was about to kick the annoying Jiraiya off the roof when he paused in surprise. The newcomer was not Jiraiya. He turned his head slightly to look. He saw a young man, Uchiha Shursui. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Ke's mind. Why would this young man whom he didn't know come here? Sorry for disturbing your view, Shursui said before Chen Que could speak. Oh, it's no trouble. From this spot you can see the entire Uchiha clan at a glance. Seeing that Chen Que remained silent, Shursui spoke softly. Quite nice. Chen Que nodded slightly, offering a brief comment. He was referring to the scenery. Silence fell again. After a long pause, just as Shursui was about to speak again, Chen Que said leisurely, Young man, go back. Don't stand too high too often. You're still young, try looking from below for a while. The view from above can be intoxicating and it's easy to lose yourself. Addressing Uchiha Shursui, the one who would guide Uchiha Itachi, Chen Que spoke gently. Shursui had the clan's interests at heart. He was constantly pondering whether there was a way to satisfy both the village and the clan. Itachi's heart belonged only to the village and his younger brother. Both were young men with a strong sense of the bigger picture, perhaps because they liked to stand high and look at the scenery. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Shursui was momentarily stunned. But he said nothing. With a light movement, he vanished from the spot. Chen Que continued to admire the beautiful view. Before long, there was movement beside him again. Senior, care for a drink? Shursui approached, carrying a jug of fine wine and a roasted chicken in his hand. Had he gone to fetch them just now? This single jug isn't enough, Chen Que said with a faint smile. Shursui was taken aback, then his figure disappeared again. Speed truly allowed one to do as one pleased. In a moment, Shursui reappeared on the roof with 2 jars of wine. Shursui of the body flicker, bringing wine and meat, what are you up to? Chen Que picked up the small cup Shursui had brought earlier. He slowly poured a drink, took a satisfied sip, and said softly, Below us is the finest guest room of the Uchiha clan. I often come here to enjoy the view. It's rare to find someone who appreciates it as much as I do, so I thought we could chat since the night is still young. Chen Que listened quietly, showing no intention of speaking. He tore off a drumstick and began to gnaw at it. Senior, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Seeing that Chen Que remained silent, Shursui picked up the remaining small cup, pouring wine as he asked. Quite prosperous, with a large population, like a village within a village, Chen Que replied indifferently, chewing on the chicken as if he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. He was somewhat casual. Shall I fetch some grilled meat as well? Seeing that the roasted chicken was already half-eaten, Shursui asked softly. Hearing Shursui's words, Chen Que struggled to swallow the meat in his mouth, then took a large gulp of wine to wash it down. He waved his hand. No need. I just wanted something to line my stomach before drinking. This roasted chicken is quite tasty, so I had a few extra bites. Watching Chen Que lift the wine jug and drink directly, Shisui was a bit bewildered. The delicate little wine glass in his hand seemed to have lost its purpose for a moment. Young man, real drinking is done by hugging the jar, that's how you enjoy it. Your cup is too small, no spirit in it. Seeing Shisui's twitching mouth, Chen Que found it quite amusing. Kid, you're still growing. Go to bed early. Just as Shisui was about to lift the lid of the wine jar and start drinking, Chen Ke's voice drifted over, causing Shisui's movements to pause slightly. Shisui. So I'm just a tool. I only had 1 cup. Then senior, you should rest early too, Shisui said, a bit confused, watching Chen Que gnawing on a roast chicken. He hadn't even had a single bite. On the eaves 2 jars of wine were placed beside Chen Que. There was also a wine flask and a meager remainder of roast chicken. Unknown whether the pair of glasses were Shisui's cherished possessions, so he took them away. The flask might have been contaminated by Chen Ke's saliva and the oil from the chicken. Abandoned by the disgusted Shisui. Interesting, kid. The next day. You're leaving so soon? Looking at Jiraiya, who had packed his bags and carried a large scroll on his back, Chen Que said softly. Yes, I'm about to leave. This time I came back partly because of Naruto's birth to see him. And partly to see how you're doing. Now everything's fine, so I can continue to wander the world, Jiraiya said softly, looking at Chen Que. Oh, enjoy yourself. Chen Ke's mood was a bit subtle. Orochimaru. Turn back into your original form. Even though you look handsome now, I still prefer the old you. A real man would be pathetic if he abandoned his true appearance for such a reason. Jiraiya stared at Chen Que and said seriously. Chen Que was stunned for a moment. His chakra fluctuated and he transformed into the appearance he had worn for decades. Take care. With a deep look at Chen Que, Jiraiya turned and left. Half raising his hand, he imitated Chen Ke's signature gesture and waved. Chen Que watched Jiraiya's retreating figure in silence. Chen Que. If only I could be as free and easy as you. Jiraiya's silhouette disappeared from sight. Chen Que began to feel a sense of loss. Sigh, after all these years as old friends. Chen Que murmured softly. Then he vanished from the spot. Jiraiya, you seem a bit melancholy. Jiraiya, who was walking, froze upon hearing the voice. Then he slowly turned his head. Orochimaru. I told you, call me Chen Que. What are you doing? Jiraiya, whose eyes had become slightly reddened, watched Chen Que suddenly pull out a large syringe with a needle gleaming coldly. Chen Que. I'll call you Chen Que, okay? Put that thing away. Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he watched the approaching figure. He slowly stepped back. Chen Que said nothing more. With a flicker, he stabbed the needle into Jiraiya's shoulder. The sharp tip easily pierced through Jiraiya's robe. Ah! As Jiraiya cried out, Chen Que had already withdrawn the needle. The syringe contained his cells mixed with other chemicals. And the dosage was generous. Chen Que had no intention of telling Jiraiya. After all, if he told Jiraiya, this easygoing ninja, upon hearing about getting an injection, there was a 70% chance he would refuse without hesitation. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but his vision went dark and he fainted. Chen Que looked at the unconscious Jiraiya, a bit stunned. Standing still, he stared at the fallen Jiraiya for a long time. Sigh. Carrying Jiraiya's summoning scroll on his back, Chen Que grabbed one of Jiraiya's feet, dragging Jiraiya toward Konoha. The sun was fierce. A gentle breeze ruffled Chen Ke's short hair and slightly lifted the hem of his clothes. It formed a picturesque scene. When Chen Que dragged Jiraiya to the Uchiha clan's compound, Uchiha Fuyu was somewhat bewildered but said nothing. Chen Que simply thought that the Uchiha clan was situated on the outskirts of my village. The environment was pleasant. Before long, Shui men rushed over. Evidently, although he was no longer the Hokage, his information network remained quite efficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew about it. Moreover, he even knew Chen Ke's identity. However, he pretended to know nothing. Shui men had mentioned his matters, including the appearance of 2 Dishiwans. He had no intention of coming out to explain things to Dishiwan. No one knew what he was thinking. Snake uncle this. Seeing that Jiraiya had been lively and energetic when he said goodbye in the morning, yet now he had become like this. If it weren't for his breathing, Shui men would have suspected Chen Que had killed his teacher. I gave your teacher a bit of fortune, don't worry. If you're not at ease, you can take him to your home. He'll wake up in about half a month to a month, I suppose. Chen Que had originally wanted to say half a month. But then he remembered the companion from the land of fields who still hadn't woken up. Should I send the teacher to the hospital? If he doesn't eat for a month, won't he starve to death? Shuimen said somewhat hesitantly. No need. If you don't believe me, you can sense his body. That immense vitality, let alone not eating for a month, he could go years without food and still be fine. Chen Que said softly. With his immortal body cells, if he still starved to death, then this physique would be nonsense. In the end, Shuimen didn't take Jiraiya away. He sensed the powerful energy within Jiraiya's body. He believed Chen Ke's words. After all, this was something Chen Que had done, only Chen Que knew what it was. It was better to leave Jiraiya with Chen Que. Knock knock. Chen Que sat cross-legged on the bed. A knock came from outside the door. What is it? Chen Que opened his eyes with some displeasure and said toward the door. Our clan leader invites you to dine. All right. Chen Que tidied his somewhat disheveled clothes. He straightened his slightly messy hair. Senior Chen Que, I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. Fu Yu's expression, though somewhat cold, was still gentle in tone. Seeing the intangible yet imposing aura emanating from Fu Yu, Chen Que guessed that Fu Yu had just finished his work. Not at all. I should thank you for providing me with lodging. Chen Que smiled faintly and said calmly. He walked toward the seat Fu Yu had reserved for him. Before long, Uchiha Mikoto began serving the dishes. We have a guest. Stop teasing, littles. Was you? Yes, mother. Mikoto called toward the inner room. A childish voice came from inside, yet the tone of speech felt very mature. It was like a contradiction. Shortly after, a young boy walked out. In his youth, his nasolabial folds were not yet deep, but they were beginning to show. His eyes were bright and spirited, but occasionally his brows knit slightly and his pupils contracted. What a handsome young man with a story to tell! Chen Que sighed inwardly. This is Senior Chen Que. Fu Yu showed a rare happy smile, looking at you with doting affection. Clearly, having a talented son like you was indeed a source of pride. Greetings, Senior Chen Que. You walked over to Chen Que, gave a slight bow and spoke. He was remarkably well behaved. Endearing. Chen Que was a bit stunned. The child was so well-mannered and performed such a grand courtesy. As an elder, should he give a small gift as a token? How about a little injection? He thought to himself. But after thinking, he abandoned the idea. Those he had injected had not yet woken up. He didn't know if there would be any reward later. After all, if they obtained would release, it would be a significant change to the storyline. After thinking, Chen Que patted Yu's head. Good child, very obedient. In Chen Ke's mind, he had the thought of teaching little Yu to make a raisin gan. But recalling that you could perform hand seals with one hand at an incredible speed, teaching him the raisin gan might actually hinder him. Seeing that Chen Que seemed to like you, Fu Yu's heart stirred. Now that the Uchiha clan was in such an awkward position, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to have you become the disciple of this mysterious-looking senior? Senior flatters me. Yu frowned slightly and straightened up. He didn't like others touching his head. Just as Fu Yu was about to bring up the matter, Mikoto walked over carrying the final dish, saying, The food is all served, please enjoy. Seeing this, Fu Yu stopped. It would not be too late to fill his stomach first. Senior, please try Mikoto's cooking. Her cooking is quite good, not inferior to that of a restaurant, Fu Yu said softly. Meanwhile, Mikoto was holding little Sasuke by her side. She had no intention of joining them for the meal. You are a fortunate man, having married a good wife and been blessed with 2 intelligent children. Chen Que took a bite and felt that Mikoto's cooking was indeed excellent. He said softly. Itachi took a few bites and then excused himself. Mother, please go eat. I'll take care of Otsuto. Mikoto looked at Itachi with affection. Silly child, you are still a child yourself in the stage of growth. You should eat more. Seeing Itachi's mature demeanor, Chen Que felt a pang of unease. What kind of circumstances could it be that would drive this young man down such a path of no return? At 12 years old, he had already done something that shocked the world. Naruto and the others were just graduating at 12. Itachi was playing nearby, holding Sasuke. He would occasionally stick his tiny fingers into little Sasuke's mouth, causing Sasuke to cry out in protest. The others laughed at the scene. Let me bring you some sake, Mikoto said, gently rising to her feet, noticing the smiles on Chen Que and Fu Yu's faces. Fu Yu glanced at Chen Que, and seeing no objection, nodded lightly. After eating and drinking their fill, Fu Yu had someone show Chen Que around the Uchiha compound. He did not bring up the matter of having Chen Que take Itachi as a disciple. After all, Chen Que was still staying here. There was no need to rush. Sincere feelings never endure, only tricks win hearts. But at their level any trick could be seen through at a glance. Thus they returned to simplicity. Sincerity became the greatest trick. Sir, where would you like to go? The ninja leading the way asked softly. I would like to see your Naka shrine. The leading ninja fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Que chuckled inwardly. Though it was said that the Uchiha clan were proud, they were quite humble in the presence of the strong. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was not just the Uchiha clan. Which ninja did not look down on commoners with their noses in the air? Of course, except for those who had risen from the commoners themselves. And some kind-hearted souls. Let's go back. It's not very interesting, Chen Que said after walking for a while feeling bored. He suddenly remembered that Jiraiya was still lying in the guest room. Not everyone in the Uchiha clan was hospitable. There were also schemers. If they did something foolish, it would only harm many people. Oh, very well, sir, the leading ninja said, slightly startled but saying nothing more. That night, under Fuyue's enthusiastic hospitality, he again enjoyed a dinner. Still unable to sleep in his room, he casually sensed and found Jiraiya still unmoving. Bored, he went up to the roof again. Senior, you seem to like this view. Shursui, that little rascal, came over again soon after. Compared to this view, I prefer this starry sky. As I said, kids shouldn't stand so high all the time, Chen Que said in dissatisfaction. The starry sky. Is Senior trying to tell Shursui that his vision is still too shallow? Shursui paused for a moment, glanced at the view of the Uchiha compound, then looked up at the sky. Seeming to understand something, he said softly. As the hope of the Uchiha clan's revival, have you truly understood the thoughts of your clansmen? I don't mean just the ninjas who admire you, but the ordinary people. The Uchiha clan is gathered under the surname Uchiha. The clan also belongs to them. Excluding these ordinary people, how many are left bearing your surname? So don't stand on high ground every day looking at these things, and don't imitate me. You are still too young. Keep your feet on the ground. Rarely Chen Que spoke more than usual. To be honest, he spent his days racking his brains on how to deal with Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru would revive at any time, and he also had a system making him extremely troublesome. So his mood was not good every day. And his mind was not at ease. All right, Senior, please rest early, Shursui said after a moment of contemplation. He said softly, then disappeared from the rooftop. As for our Chen Que, he was now like a scholar, constantly feeding others chicken soup for the soul. I've been in this world for so long and haven't properly seen its scenery. It's truly regrettable. I must appreciate the scenery of this world more in the future to make up for what I missed in the past. The atmosphere quieted again. After a long time, Chen Que murmured to himself. With different mindsets, one sees different things. Host, the first batch of people you modified have succeeded. Most of them have obtained the wood release. Many have acquired other traits of your constitution. But the essence obtained is negligible. It shows that your method is unworkable. This will make the will of the ninja world even stronger. At night, Chen Que, who was sleeping, sat up. He was awakened by the voice of the system in his mind. Isn't it good that the will of the ninja world becomes stronger? After all, we need to live here as well. Chen Que, still half asleep, said subconsciously. It is good. The will of the ninja world becomes stronger, and as the favorite son of this world it will also become stronger. And now Orochimaru, who is capturing the Nine Tails, will be resurrected faster. Not possible. That's ridiculous. How much has it increased? How much time has been accelerated? Chen Que was stunned by the bad news. For now it's fine. Their strength is not that great, and the world's will not increase much. The acceleration is not much. When the number of powerhouses in this world reaches a certain level, and the strongest breaks through the highest limit of this world's power, this world will evolve. Oh, next time you speak, don't be so alarmist, okay? In the long run, it's also a good thing for us. After all, the higher the strength, the broader the horizons, and the more solutions there will be. Orochimaru said softly. Full of wisdom. What he lacked was time. Lack of time to develop the sage body, lack of time to evolve his eyes. Senior, the Hokage is looking for you. A few days later, Fuyue came to Chen Que's room and said softly. Okay, I understand. Chen Que nodded lightly. Then walked out. The Hokage's office. Change back to your original form. You look ugly in this form. Yuan Fei rose and put down the document in his hand and looked at Chen Que, who stood before him without saying a word. Oh. If I don't send someone to call you, will you forget that I am your teacher? Orochimaru. Yuan Fei Risen took a drag of his cigarette and said in a deep voice, looking at the still old and cheap teacher before him. Old man, you are old. Seeing Chen Ke's irrelevant reply, Yuan Fei Risen became a bit irritated. It seems you do have a talent for research, disappearing for so many years when Konoha needed you most. Now your appearance is still at the age of 18, yet there is no trace of the Yin seal. It's truly incredible. Yuan Fei Risen said with some envy. Not bad, a small achievement. How about I let you live a few more years and you let Minato become the Hokage? What do you think? Chen Que smiled slightly and said softly, for him, if Yuan Fei didn't die but instead abdicated, that would be a big change. Then when Minato takes over, the Uchiha clan won't be destroyed and instead will return to the core of power. These were all things that deviated from the script. Hearing Chen Ke's words, a hint of temptation appeared in Yuan Fei Risen's eyes. He was indeed old. The older one gets the more afraid of death. I am indeed old. I can abdicate, but not to Minato. If I abdicate, it should be you who becomes the Hokage. After all, you are my disciple. He is only my disciple's disciple, not on the same boat. Yuan Fei Risen said softly. It seems that when Minato was the Hokage, this cheap teacher had been sanctioned. But I have no interest in being the Hokage. Seeing that Yuan Fei Risen was becoming a bit tempted as he spoke, Chen Que quickly stopped him. He would never be the Hokage. In the original story, Naruto became the Hokage. How busy he became. Even Hinata, who had risen suddenly, was neglected. Being a Hokage is not about interest, it's about responsibility. Yuan Fei Risen looked at Orochimaru with interest and said, as long as Orochimaru doesn't want to be the Hokage, he is still his good disciple. I have no sense of responsibility. I won't do it. It's fine, I can teach you. Seeing so many people coveting the throne of the Hokage, he offered it to this cheap disciple, yet the cheap disciple kept declining. It made him a bit displeased. It can be said that if you want to be the Hokage, it's not allowed. If you don't want to be the Hokage, it's also not allowed. In Yuan Fei Risen's heart, he wanted everyone to envy the throne of the Hokage but never be able to sit on it. That was what made him feel the best. Seeing Yuan Fei Risen like this, Chen Que was a bit confused. What is this all about? He pondered his own strength and the current critical point. Chen Que thought for a moment. His eyes began to turn crimson. I have the Sharingan and its 3 tomo. How could I become the Hokage? The Uchiha clan would cause an uproar. Chen Ke's vertical pupils contracted slightly. Aside from the golden vertical pupils, the rest of his eye background turned crimson. 3 black tomo rotated gently. Seeing Chen Ke's Sharingan, Yuan Fei Risen's eyes widened like bronze bells. You have cracked the secret of the Sharingan. Yuan Fei Risen was not angry. Instead, he spoke hesitantly, as if stammering softly. Just an accident, it can only be used on myself. Chen Que said calmly. The tomo dissipated. Yuan Fei Risen was still staring blankly. My disciple is indeed a genius. After a long time, Yuan Fei Risen said softly. This sentence was extremely complex. It contained extreme admiration, inexplicable relief, and a hint of strangeness. After all, he knew that Danzo had gathered so many people and spent so much time, and they had achieved nothing. His disciple had achieved it without him even noticing. It was truly astonishing. A trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. His mentality began to undergo an inexplicable shift. If Orochimaru were kept in Konoha as the Hokage with his talent, wouldn't everyone in Konoha become extraordinary? Moreover, he could bring various conveniences to Konoha. The most important thing was that Orochimaru was his disciple. To say there was no emotion would be a lie. You are my disciple, you should inherit everything from me, including the position of Hokage. After a long time, Yuan Fei Risen came back to his senses and said firmly, Chen Que, the script must be wrong. I think you are still capable and young, you should do it yourself. Seeing Yuan Fei Risen acting as if he had taken the wrong medicine, Chen Que was utterly bewildered. Enough said, I'm out of here. His figure flickered and he left the Hokage's office using the body flicker technique. My disciple Orochimaru has the qualities of a Hokage. Looking at the empty office after a long time, Yuan Fei Risen murmured softly. His heart became more and more eager to try. Especially when he remembered that Chen Que was still in the appearance of an 18-year-old. His heart grew fervent. The next day a letter began to be conveyed throughout the ninja world. The scourge of the ninja world, De Shiwan, was actually someone else. He had been framed by a special transformation technique and blamed on De Shiwan. This was a letter of guarantee from the fire shadow of Mu Yi Yuan Fei Rizhan. The Cloud Ninja who had originally been having minor skirmishes on the border of Mu Yi were left bewildered by this move. But thinking that doing so might not be advantageous, they thus sent a team to Mu Yi to see if they could extort something. At the same time they harbored some improper thoughts with ulterior motives. Because there were members of the Ri Xiang clan present, any attempt at a surprise attack would essentially be nothing but a futile effort. This time they wanted to go to Mu Yi to investigate, and see if there was an opportunity to obtain a pair of Baiyan for research. Senior, what did the Fire Shadow Lord want with you? Do you think it's inappropriate for Senior Zilai Yi to stay in our Yujibwa clan? Seeing Chen Que return, Fu Yu anxiously found Chen Que. He asked softly. Don't think too much. As long as Shui Men is safe, your Yujibwa clan should still be secure. Seeing Fu Yu's expression, Chen Que felt a complex emotion. He was clearly the head of a prestigious clan, yet he had become somewhat humble for the fate of the Yujibwa clan. In the original story they were either played by Yuan Fei Rizhan or by Tuan Sung. Facing these wolves wasn't enough internally, it was also chaotic. Because they thought that with the genius Ji Shui they might be able to awaken Wan Hua Tong. By then controlling the Nine Tails, what could Mu Yi do to stop them? No longer would they have to endure the disrespect of two commoners as they did now. What they didn't know was that the Nine Tails had turned into a little baby. What they didn't know was that Ji Shui had no intention of rebelling. Everything was merely their own delusion. This. Fu Yu was stunned by Chen Ke's straightforward words. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Rest assured, take good care of the children, give them more love and don't put too much pressure on them, Chen Que said softly. Then he went into the room. Mu Yi has cleared Dishiwan's name. Should we stop looking for Dishiwan? The two were wearing black robes with red clouds and conical hats. Why so much nonsense? Watch out or I'll kill you, Jiao Du said irritably. He still had a pact with the Shiwan. He vaguely remembered that sweet-talking kid. He had still joined the Akatsuki organization, but the Dishiwan he had been waiting for never came to find him. It made him a bit annoyed. However, the people in this organization were somewhat formidable. He couldn't quite defeat them, and they seemed to trust him quite a bit. They assigned him to manage the organization's finances and the members' activity funds. This made him frequently feel anxious and uncertain. He recalled the Shiwan mentioning that there was a partner who could continuously produce explosive tags. This made him feel somewhat incomplete. What could be more tempting than an endless supply of weapons? Their current tasks were just small-scale, taking on some mercenary jobs. There were also killing rogue ninja and bounty hunters to exchange for money at the exchange office. The people from Cloud Village have arrived. System, if I change his fate, will there be any gain? A few days later, Chen Que learned that the people from Cloud Village had come to Mu Yi. He knew what would happen next, so he began to discuss with the system in his mind. Ning Si is one of the 12 strong ninja of Mu Yi, considered a second-tier supporting character. Changing his outcome should bring considerable gains, but not too much. The system analyzed and said softly. Oh. Chen Que responded softly, drawing out the syllable. His expression, which had rarely changed over the years, revealed nothing of his thoughts. Lord Tuanzong, the people from Union Village have come to Mu Yi this time, intending to get their hands on the Baiyan. In the route, a young man with glasses knelt before Tuanzong and spoke softly. He was the intelligence prodigy Yao Shirdo. You are truly remarkable. I don't know how many people I've sent to Union Village, but they all returned in defeat. I didn't expect you to still bring me so many surprises. Lord Tuanzong flatters me. Do left the route and quietly walked to a place. It was an orphanage. Do hid in a corner, greedily gazing at the woman who had given him his surname Yukushi Nono. Soon he would have to leave again. He gently touched the glasses on his nose. Those were a gift from Nono. Lord Tuanzong Do has gone to the orphanage. In the route, a ninja knelt before Tuanzong, reporting intelligence. Tuanzong pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Like a beast about to devour. Call Nono here. Tell her that if she kills a person for me, I will release Do. Thinking of how Nono had come to the route several times to demand Do's return, Tuanzong said softly. I originally thought you could continuously cultivate talents for me, but now it seems no one is more talented than Do. And now you have become Do's anchor. Only by killing you can Do become complete. Endure humiliation, live in darkness, never see the light. This is Do's fate. He doesn't need family bonds to tie him down. At night, Do lay in bed unable to fall asleep for a long time. Don't worry, Director, I will definitely save you from this dark place, he murmured softly. His originally gentle expression suddenly froze. Who's there? A sound of breaking wind came. When Do saw Nono, his expression froze. This person was the foster mother he had been longing to save. Director, it's me. It's me, Do. Do tried to take off his glasses to let Nono see them. Nono remained unmoved. A pitch-black kuwu gleaming with cold light stabbed fiercely towards Do. Seeing that Nono had no intention of stopping. However, the kuwu was aimed straight at his vital point. At that moment he was bewildered. He remembered Nono, who had given him his surname, personally taught him medical techniques, and treated him like her own son. In a daze the kuwu came closer. Just as it was about to hit him, his body moved instinctively. He snatched the kuwu and plunged it in without thinking. When he came to his senses, Nono was already lying on the ground. Do quickly crouched down, his hand glowing with green light, trying to heal Nono. Who are you? Hearing those words, Do's heart completely collapsed. I who was once nobody found my home, and now it has been denied. Do felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart. He had lost his only spiritual support. Who am I? Do stared blankly at the blood staining his palm. Who am I? Who am I? Just then a figure entered the room. Looking at the person kneeling on the ground. You merely lack the materials to understand yourself. I's name your younger self, none can prove the real you. If you cannot accept the past, then find substitutes, and make up for them bit by bit. Isn't that fine? Chen Que looked at the Do before him. Unable to sleep, he had somehow left the Ujiwa clan compound. Soon he saw an assassin who couldn't even use stealth properly. Feeling bored, he quietly followed behind this assassin. As a result, he discovered the scene. Seeing Do, who kept asking himself, Chen Que subconsciously spoke the words from before. He no longer remembered where those words came from. Hearing Chen Ke's words, a glimmer of life returned to Do's originally confused eyes. What materials? Do asked somewhat dazedly. If you want to know who you really are, just collect all the things and information in this world and you can basically find the result you want. Chen Que chuckled softly. Come to me. If you want to know who you are, I will give you the answer. Before Do could recover, Chen Que spoke again. As if something was wrong, or perhaps he had gotten used to feeding others chicken soup for the soul recently. Looking at Chen Ke's outstretched hand, Do instinctively regarded Chen Que as a light in the darkness. He grasped it tightly, wanting to break free from the darkness like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. And so it was. When they returned, there were two people. Chen Que now had a little follower. Every day that you fail to dance is a betrayal of life. My little Liu, where are you? It's time to join the dance competition. At night, the guest room of the Ujiwa clan welcomed another guest. Chen Que, on the other hand, was murmuring to himself in his room. People from the hidden cloud village arrived in Konoha and began to wrangle with Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a long stretch of pointless chatter, Hiruzen Sarutobi could barely discern their intentions. The following day, Kabuto returned to the route and reported that he had been rescued by a man named Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a surge of joy. Yet he suppressed his elation and inquired softly what happened. Why were you rescued? Is there someone who dares to commit violence in Konoha and touch my people? Kabuto's glasses lens glinted faintly. Merely an assassination attempt by a second-rate assassin. Remembering that he had forgotten to bring out Nono's body, his heart ached again, but he suppressed it. He was a man without a past. That night, gazing at Hinata, who had been abducted by cloud ninjas for some unknown reason, Chen Que fell into deep contemplation. In the original story, she was abducted as a child. Now she was just an infant. Why kidnap a baby? Could it be that they intended to raise her? As he pondered, Chen Ke's thoughts began to stray into inappropriate territory. As if watching a play in his mind, he observed the ninja sprinting while clutching the child. Chen Que stirred slightly, then activated his Mangekyo, and appeared behind the opponent. A piece of sturdy wood materialized in his hand. With a flicker of movement, he drove it into the ninja's heart. He watched as the ninja held by the shoulder perished. Chen Que seized the child from the ninja's grasp. He then gave a subtle wave, and a tree swiftly absorbed the ninja's flesh and blood, converting them into nourishment. Sensing that someone was hastening toward him, Chen Que pinched Hinata's tiny cheek. He then hung her from a tree branch and vanished from the spot. In the original story, that ninja was killed and his body bore the marks of the gentle fist. Hayashi Hyuga never imagined that as the esteemed head of the Hyuga clan's main house, he would be forced to pay with his life for killing a ninja who had stolen his own daughter. In the end, Hisashi Hyuga sacrificed himself in his stead. How utterly humiliating! The honor of both Konoha and the Hyuga clan was completely shattered. Some claimed it was for the greater good to avoid reigniting war and suffering. But when you are bullied to such an extent that you can only endure without striking back, what is the point? It would be better to become a dog. Yet after Chen Ke's intervention, the Cloud Ninja's body had vanished without a trace and his comrades could not find him. They could only grumble and accuse Konoha of harboring malicious intent, claiming it sought to trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. They heaped all kinds of blame upon Konoha. But Hiruzen Sarutobi, for reasons unknown, deviated from his usual demeanor, and directly ordered the envoys to be expelled. Though upon reflection it made sense. After all, Minato was still alive. With just Minato alone he could hold back an entire army. The Flying Thunder God was that formidable. Father, why am I still the one grilling meat today? Didn't we agree to take turns? In a mountain forest, Kakashi wore a mask, his ninja headband covering one eye, revealing only a single eye. As if ashamed to be seen. I'm your father. I make the rules. If I tell you to do it, you do it. Stop your blathering or I'll hit you, Sakumo said irritably. He had been traveling with Kakashi for quite some time precisely to prevent Kakashi from returning to that place of sorrow. He knew that Kakashi, like himself, was a child of deep emotions and loyalty. Thus he went to great lengths to drag Kakashi out of his nightmare. It must be said that Sakumo was a great father. It was definitely not because he wanted a vacation himself, but because he was concerned for his son. System: why does Orochimaru have background music every time he appears in the original story? Why don't I have any? Did you embezzle my innate talent? On that day Chen Que once again fell into this grave issue, revisiting the old grievance. Senior, are you there? The system remained silent for a long time. Just as Chen Que was about to go up on the roof to enjoy the breeze, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. After a moment's thought, Chen Que said softly. He looked at Shisui, who was carrying 2 jars of wine and 2 roasted chickens. Chen Que secretly swallowed. Back from your mission. Living the good life, aren't you? Seeing that Shisui had brought gifts, Chen Ke's tone softened as he spoke gently. Then the two of them each took a chicken and began to eat. After they were sated, Chen Que drank wine while using a saban to pick his teeth. Shisui, on the other hand, was rather stuffed and took a while to recover. Senior, I would like to ask you a question, Shisui said softly. Chen Que glanced at him sideways and asked gently. I have a friend. He is caught in a dilemma. This and that. After listening to Shisui's tale of his friend's family drama and village disputes, Chen Que recalled the things he himself had done when he was young. Don't spend all your time dwelling on such trivial and messy thoughts. Remember this: all misfortune stems from the fact that the person involved is too weak. As long as you are strong enough, nothing can stand in your way. Take the time you spend on sightseeing and use it to strive for strength. Senior, it's not me, it's my friend, Shisui interjected while listening to Chen Ke's words. Whether it's you or your friend, it's the same. All tragedies arise from being too weak. The world itself is a place of survival of the fittest. The strong have the right to speak while the weak are merely raised like lambs to be eaten and sheared. If tragedy still occurs, it's because you are not strong enough. Do you understand? Chen Que said softly. Oh, Shisui became thoughtful. Senior, but my friend doesn't have enough time. He has no time to become strong. What should he do? Shisui initially stood up to leave, but then sat down again and asked once more. Then find a powerful backer. Better yet, find a wealthy woman. As long as you are handsome enough, and you know how to. Chen Que said subconsciously. When Shisui walked out of Chen Ke's room, Kabuto drifted in quietly. His eyes held a hint of bewilderment, and a trace of strangeness. The way he looked at Chen Que seemed as if he were looking at a heartbreaker. But upon reflection it made sense. He had just tricked Kabuto into coming here, and now he was having a heart-to-heart with another child. Kabuto, is there something you need? Seeing Kabuto standing dazed at the door, Chen Que asked softly. Lord Chen Que. Kabuto parted his pearly teeth. Kids should go to bed early and grow up well. Before Kabuto could speak, Chen Que dismissed him. Oh, I'm not small, was Kabuto's last stubborn protest. The Senju clan grounds. A clan that was once bustling with activity. Now only a woman in her 30s remained. Lord Tobirama, I have no choice but to summon you as well, otherwise Minato Namikaze will be difficult to deal with. Yunshi's tone was filled with admiration and complexity. This was the Senju clan. A place where Hashirama and Tobirama lived for a long time. Some of their hair and other remains could still be found. The principle of the impure world reincarnation is to use the genetic material left by the deceased to form a contract with them without the deceased's knowledge, then summon the soul of the deceased and attach it to a living sacrifice, covering it with dust to restore its original appearance. This is the impure world reincarnation. And because this technique requires the sacrifice of a living person's life, it is also classified as a forbidden technique. Yunshi quietly read the information on the impure world reincarnation. Much of the information had been supplemented by her over decades. She quietly walked into the underground laboratory. Several coffins were placed there. Then she went to another place. Before long she wheeled out another coffin. After some operations everything was ready. Yunshi walked around the once prosperous clan grounds. Finally she walked to the very center again. Then she stood there as if turned into a statue. Soon a crystal tear slid from the corner of her eye. Her gaze was filled with endless sorrow. After preparing these killing tools for so many years, when it came time to let them emerge, she hesitated. After a moment, her gaze became resolute again. Just as she was about to form the hand seals, she stopped. No, if I do this I won't have another chance if it fails. I need to think of a foolproof plan. Moreover, a more fatal problem arose. Her current strength was only that of a chunin. Having studied this jutsu day and night, she had no time for training. After resurrecting them, she couldn't control them at all. Am I doomed to fail before I even begin? Thinking of the jonin she had reincarnated, even controlling them was so difficult. Sigh, at least let the lords see the tragedy of their clan, Yunshi murmured to herself. She went home and took out a brand new scroll. Lord Tobarama's masterpiece must not be lost with my death, Yunshi muttered to herself as she wrote delicate characters on the scroll. Lord Chen Que, someone is looking for you. Noon. Chen Que had just finished eating at Fugaka's house. He was about to enter his room for some training. A servant gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Chen Que didn't intend to let them in. He just asked indifferently. It's Yunshi Senju, the last surviving member of the Senju clan. Hearing this, Chen Que was slightly stunned. Then a woman's face came to his mind. Let her come in. Sit down. Chen Que sat in the main seat sipping tea, gently looking at this now plump woman. Different from her original goddess-like appearance, she now resembled a juicy peach. Radiant and fresh. Though her face remained beautiful, it was her intellectual aura that was even more captivating. Chen Que observed her while sipping tea. Yunshi sat down gently. Looking at this unfamiliar face, she felt a bit nervous. She was inherently an introverted person. Is Jiraiya here? I want to see him. After a long while, as Yunshi saw Chen Que merely sipping tea without acknowledging her, she said softly, He's asleep. He'll probably wake up in a while. Is there something you need? Hearing that she was looking for Jiraiya, Chen Que said indifferently. He wondered when Jiraiya and Yunshi had gotten involved. Then can you tell him when he wakes up? Tell him I have urgent business, and asked him to come see me without fail. Yunshi stood up and bowed. The beautiful curves were somewhat stirring. All right, got it. Chen Que waved his hand lightly, signaling her to leave. The atmosphere was so awkward that he had long wanted to escape. Yunshi walked out quietly, her back looking somewhat weary. What do you need him for? Can I help instead? As she opened the door to leave, Chen Que spoke softly using his original voice. After all, she was one of the few acquaintances from before. Chen Que intended to ask if she was in trouble. If it was some drama of thugs lusting after beauty, it would be amusing. Hearing Chen Ke's voice, Yunshi was dazed and startled. Chen Ke's original voice was too distinctive. Anyone who heard it would never forget it for a lifetime. Orochimaru. Yunshi slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with a mix of recollection, emotion, and something else. I'm called Chen Que now. So what's your urgent matter? Let's hear it. Chen Que didn't look at her but at the teacup in his hand, his thumb gently rubbing the rim. And nothing. Remembering the person Orochimaru, Yunshi instinctively changed her answer. Oh, then it's nothing. You may go. The mist of recollection in Chen Ke's eyes quickly cleared. The confusion in his gaze dissipated. Meanwhile, the presence of Orochimaru created a sense of unease in Yunshi's heart. Originally she planned to have Jiraiya deliver the scroll she had written to Tsunade, thereby sending away a top-tier combatant, killing two birds with one stone. But now Orochimaru was also here, adding another top-tier combatant to the village, one even more mysterious than Jiraiya. This made her heart sink into the abyss. Chen Que watched the ripples in her eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing the change in Chen Ke's gaze, Yunshi quickly turned and left. She felt as if she had been seen through by those eyes. This feeling was too unbearable. Time flowed by. One day Chen Que was delving into the secrets of the immortal body. Suddenly a commotion came from the next room. Chen Que was momentarily taken aback. Then he remembered that there was indeed someone else living next door. What the hell? Big Chen Que. What did you do to me? Just as Chen Que was about to push the door open, a robust voice rang out. Creak! The door swung open as Chen Que pushed it, and he was momentarily stunned to see Jiraiya, who looked as if he had aged 10 years younger. Moreover, the prematurely white hair now showed a few strands of black. Chen Que. Contrary to the complaints Chen Que had expected, Jiraiya called his name softly. His gaze was gentle yet tinged with complexity. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Chen Que froze, his heart struck as if by something. It was the first time he had seen Jiraiya like this. The ever-carefree Jiraiya, whose eyes now held such intricate emotions. Don't look at me like that, it's weird and disgusting. Chen Que originally intended to jest, but his words softened as they left his mouth. The atmosphere grew awkward. Chen Que fumbled in his bosom, then produced a scroll. Practice this well. Don't end up dead because you're a slacker. He tossed the scroll to Jiraiya. Chen Que turned to leave, but after a few steps he suddenly halted. Qianshou Yunshi came looking for you. She said she has something important, and wants you to come over. I think she's quite nice. If possible, get together with her and have a little Jiraiya, that would settle one of my worries. Chen Que gazed at the brilliant flower outside the door, speaking without turning back. Having said that, he left the room. Without any visible movement, the door closed behind him. Why all of a sudden so sentimental? It's not like I'm ungrateful for your kindness. I remember everything you've done for me, but I can't get anything good in return. The immortal arts aren't mine, and I can't teach them casually. If you ever need anything, I'll repay you with my life. Jiraiya spoke to the shoes by the bedside. Before he could finish, the sound of the door closing came. Damn you! Jiraiya muttered, then laughed softly, a teasing curse escaping his lips. Thinking back to the times they had shared, a warmth filled him. Sensing that his chakra had already increased 5 or 6 times, along with the comfort spreading through his body, Jiraiya knew that injection was no ordinary thing. With that thought, he unrolled the scroll Chen Que had tossed onto the bed. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly picked it up. A moment later, the unfurled scroll fell onto the bed, rolling slightly. Too precious. I don't deserve this. The man's eyes grew red. Big Chen Que. After a while, an awkward Jiraiya pushed open Chen Que's door. Go. Study the wood style well, it's immensely powerful. And live well. That would be the best use of my efforts. Before Jiraiya could speak, Chen Que's cool voice rang out, his eyes still closed. The door closed again. In the room, Chen Que slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the now shut door, momentarily lost in thought. For a long time, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I guess I've adapted to the local customs without realizing it. I've become entangled in bonds too. You have to live a long time, you're one of the few friends I truly acknowledge. Chen Que murmured softly. Then he closed his eyes again. He was at a critical juncture now. His eyes had not yet evolved into the Rinnegan, but the chakra within him was already vastly different from before. Outside the village, Jiraiya cast a long glance back. It was in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Unlike his usual carefree and decisive turns, this time there was a trace of melancholy. After a long pause, he turned his head. Why so cold and aloof? Such a tsundere, Jiraiya teased softly. Then with a firm gaze he strode forward. He was going to find Tsunade, to deliver the mysterious scroll and a letter into her hands personally. In the Uchiha clan, a gaze pierced through the doors through the bustling village and caught sight of that solitary figure. And in the Senju clan, another gaze looked into the distance. Time flew by once again. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chen Que continued to freeload off the Uchiha clan, enjoying the comfort of having his meals, clothing, housing, and transportation all provided for. It was simply too pleasant. The Senju clan ancestral hall. Though it was daytime, candles were lit all around. Yunshi, dressed in a white robe with a white headband, was slowly but earnestly forming hand seals. Characters resembling tadpoles spread out rapidly as she pressed her palm against the ground, crawling and expanding. 4 coffins emerged from beneath the earth. They stood upright beside Yunshi. An eerie wind swept through the ancestral hall, causing the candle flames to dance wildly, as if reflecting ferocious spirits. The first coffin slowly opened with a click. Then 4 figures stepped out, Qianshou Shijian clad in red armor with pitch-black pupils and cracks covering his face. "Am I not dead?" he murmured, gazing ahead in confusion. "Father!" Unlike Shijian, who was still trying to comprehend what was happening, Feijian stared at the figure beside him and exclaimed in shock. The other 2 turned to look. "Your unworthy descendant Yunshi pays respects to all the elders." Before they could reunite, Yunshi spoke softly. "You are Yunshi. You've grown so big," Feijian murmured, his voice tinged with emotion. Mizuha looked at this usually silent descendant with mixed feelings. Indeed, the ones Yunshi had summoned were Qianshou Shijian, Qianshou Feijian, Xuanhua Shuihu, and Qianshou Fojian. Fearing that Feijian would be stopped by Shijian, Yunshi had also called out their ancestor. "Feijian-sama?" Yunshi's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of the elders. Qianshou Fojian remained silent, still dazed from having been dead for so long. "Speak! Why did you summon us?" "This is my forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation, isn't it?" Feijian stated calmly. "Feijian-sama, you must avenge the Senju clan." Yunshi suddenly didn't know what else to say, merely weeping softly. At that moment, Xuanhua Shuihu knelt down before Fojian. Jujian's head was buzzing. Fojian's head was also buzzing. Since he had died when Zhujian and Feijian were still young, his mind was a mess. "Why is this woman kneeling to me?" Fojian seemed to regain some clarity. "Tell me what happened after I died." His voice was flat yet carried an intimidating authority. Zhujian and Feijian listened with trembling hearts. Fojian listened as the kneeling one spoke, filling in the events after his death. At first, Fojian burst into laughter. "Zhujian, my son, you did well, even crushing the Uchiha clan. But building a village together." As he listened, Fojian's brows furrowed. Remembering that Zhujian and Feijian had shouldered the entire clan at a young age, he held back his words. After they finished their account, Fojian immediately felt a sense of involvement, though he had been somewhat confused before. "Building a village is fine, but why bring in these insignificant little clans? Not only that, but you let them become Hokage. Don't you know that those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts?" Fojian stamped his feet in fury, and with a slap he struck Feijian across the face. Zhujian shuddered beside him, clearly having been subjected to his father's discipline before. Feijian looked at Zhujian in grievance. "Father, all of this was arranged by Big Brother. I was just a researcher of jutsu forced to become Hokage. I was following Big Brother's will before his death." Seeing Zhujian staring at the ground, Feijian grew furious. "Little girl, what did you mean by avenging the Senju clan just now?" Fojian asked softly. The others present except Shuihu thought the Senju clan had been attacked. Feijian remained silent. His perception was unparalleled. Seeing the ancestral hall, he understood everything. "Fojian-sama, I..." Looking at Shuihu, who was signaling him with her eyes. Yunshi hesitated, finding it hard to speak. "Stand up and speak." "They are all sinners, but you are not. Stand up and speak. The Senju clan has been wiped out. This is all the conspiracy of the old dog Sarutobi and Danzo, using the Whirlpool Country crisis to destroy both clans." Yunshi steeled herself and spoke calmly. Zhujian looked at Feijian with complex eyes. Feijian stared silently at the ground. Shuihu's face was filled with sorrow. After hearing this, Fojian staggered back 2 steps, then collapsed onto the ground. He then knelt before the ancestral tablets. Seeing this, Yunshi also knelt down. "To think that the Senju clan, such a powerful family, would end up like this. I, Fojian, have raised 2 fine sons. I entrusted the Senju clan to them, and they directly destroyed it. I am guilty." Fojian kowtowed, continuously muttering his guilt. After a long while, Fojian rose with a weary air. He picked up the memorial tablets of Zhujian and Feijian and crushed them to pieces. "You are not worthy of the name Senju. You have defiled it, and even in death you cannot be forgiven. Father." Fojian looked at his 2 sons with a face ashen as death. Angry at their lack of effort, sorrowful at their misfortune. "I don't have 2 such fine sons. You are saints. Do not be buried in the Senju clan grounds. Do not claim the name Senju. We are not worthy of you. I, Senju Fojian, led the Senju clan without expanding it, but I gave my all and protected the ancestral legacy. I was blind to entrust the clan leadership to you, Zhujian. You, Zhujian, are a saint, making all clan members merry commoners, directly planning to end the Senju name. How great you are! And you, Feijian, I thought you were intelligent and could help your brother support the Senju clan's foundation. You are powerful, you are noble. Do you know how Konoha was built? It was paved with the lives of Senju clan members. What right do you have to act on behalf of the Senju ancestors and forgive the blood feud with the Uchiha clan? You bastards! You are powerful, but you didn't leave a way out for the clan. You carried out saintly deeds. The Senju who have died over thousands of years could pave the entire land of fire. How dare you do this? Little girl, don't cry yet. I'll back you up. Where are those old dogs Sarutobi and Danzo? I'll tear off their heads to pay homage to the ancestors of the Senju clan. Ancestor, their strength is formidable, we are no match for them. Yunshi sobbed softly. But Sama saw his descendant bullied like this and was furious. What about the civilian descendants of the Senju clan? Every one of us could take a blade and stab those two scoundrels full of holes. But Sama said softly, his voice brimming with bloodthirst. In Konoha only I bear the name Senju now. Besides me there is the young clan leader Tsunade who wanders outside. After we grow old the Senju clan will become history as if it never existed. Yunshi said softly. Get out of here. Don't stay and defile the shrine of the Senju clan. This is the resting place of heroic spirits. It's not enough that you discuss me, do you have to discuss the ancestors too? Hearing Yunshi's words, Butsuma walked over to Hashirama and gave him a kick. Hashirama was sent flying directly, half his body turning into paper, then quickly regenerating. He still showed no intention of standing up. He knelt there listlessly, his heart heavy with sorrow. Although he had arranged for peace-seeking clan members to marry civilians and abandon the Senju surname, many were still unwilling. Thus the Senju clan had continued to exist, its foundation remained. But Tobarama's backstab left him utterly bewildered. Even with 10 lives he could not bear such a grave sin. Though he had always longed to end the wars and create a peaceful home, he would never dare to directly destroy the millennia-old Senju clan. How could he face the ancestors of the Senju clan in the afterlife? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to his very backbone? Before he could think further, a figure flew out again. It was Tobarama, followed by Mito. Mito's inaction had led to the death of her maternal family, and the complete annihilation of the Senju clan. The sight of her made Butsuma's heart churn. How could he have married such a worthless thing? Strictly speaking, Mito was even more unforgivable. Yunshi, right. My current strength is only around that of a jonin, far from my peak. Does this technique of yours have any limitations? Butsuma sat on a cushion. Though it was unsettling, it was still better than looking at those scoundrels. Ancestor, this technique of mine has no major restrictions, but if the summoned person is disobedient, I need to suppress them with chakra and mental energy. I'm only a chunin now, I can't do it. But because you didn't resist, I didn't need to control your minds, so it worked. Butsuma was silent for a moment. Then he asked softly, what medium is needed to summon me? Yunshi, go to this place. This is the former cemetery of the Senju clan, and also here and here. Let these people be reincarnated first, they are my father and my grandfather. I'll explain to them and they'll understand the situation. As for the later ancestors, let my father and grandfather explain. Don't panic. In this world, even if the Senju clan is completely dead, we are still the strongest. These graves over here belong to our outstanding warriors of the Senju clan, they can be of great help. After all this is done, wait for me to ask my father again. Let these ignorant people see what the Senju clan really is. Butsuma asked Yunshi for a Warring States era map, and then said softly, Scram! Why are you still kneeling? I've already perished once, and you present me with such a grand surprise. Now you intend to infuriate me. Qianqiu Foxian walked out of the ancestral hall and, seeing the 3 still kneeling on the ground, said sarcastically, Yunshi, don't mind them. Go quickly and come back quickly. I'll stab those old bastards a few holes. Even Tian Dao was stabbed by me and cried out loudly, let alone these little brats. How dare they mess with my Qianqiu clan? It infuriates me. You eat more food. Health is the capital of revolution. Watching you eat a few mouthfuls and then go to help Mei Qin take care of the baby again, Chen Que said softly. Fu Yu took a light bite of rice. Then he put down his chopsticks. Senior, it seems you quite like you. And you is in need of a teacher. How about taking you as your disciple? Fu Yu said softly. Chen Que was taken aback, his chopsticks pausing mid-air. Subconsciously he wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, he changed his mind. All right. Then he picked up a piece of meat. If he refused, it seemed there would be no place to freeload anymore, and he would no longer get to taste Mei Qin's cooking. You! Come here quickly! Hearing Chen Que's agreement, Fu Yu hastily called for you. You quietly walked back. Father, what is the matter? Fu Yu did not hesitate. Kneel down and kowtow to the senior. From now on you are the senior's disciple, Fu Yu said hastily. There was no room for explanation or discussion. The authority of the head of the family was fully displayed. In fact, Fu Yu was not a fool. He had long guessed Chen Ke's identity. But he had been pretending not to know. Even now he had no intention of exposing it. Watching Yu, who was pressed down by Fu Yu and directly performing the ritual bow, Chen Que suddenly felt a strong sense of being schemed against. But since he had already made a decision, he had no intention of backing out. Instead, he said softly, Are you willing to become my disciple? There are many benefits to becoming my disciple, but you also need to do some things. Yu's originally somewhat dazed eyes upon hearing Chen Ke's words instinctively looked up at Chen Que. Looking at Chen Ke's eyes, Yu felt as if he were a wild horse being tamed. He felt a bit inexplicable, but indeed Chen Que seemed to possess a kind of magic. He wondered if the children who had been lured away by Chen Que had the same feeling as young Yu. I am willing. Teacher, please speak. Coming back to his senses, Yu also gave a crisp kowtow and asked softly, If anything happens, you must tell me. You must not act on your own. Whatever I say you must do, even if in your understanding it is wrong. Chen Que stared into Yu's eyes and said seriously. Yu was slightly stunned, feeling a bit bewildered. What kind of oppressive treaty was this? Fu Yu's expression also became somewhat interesting. Seeing Yu show a hint of hesitation, Chen Que said softly, Don't worry, I won't make you do anything heinous. Teacher, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Yu sensed his father's expectant gaze and answered solemnly, Good child. Get up, Chen Que said softly, gesturing for Yu to rise. Okay, teacher. Meichin Holdings Wuju brought a flask of wine and with elegant fingers held 2 wine cups. She gently placed them on the table. Fu Yu looked at his wife with a face full of affection. This kind of tacit understanding was beyond words. Senior, let's have a couple of drinks, Fu Yu said softly. All right, Chen Que replied indifferently, watching Fu Yu pour wine for himself. The next day Fu Yu held a grand apprenticeship banquet in the side hall. Nonsense. Don't you know how sensitive the Yuzhibo clan is right now? And you still take Yuzhibo Yu as a disciple? Yuanfei Risen naturally had been invited by Yuzhibo Fu Yu. Old man, my affairs are none of your business. Besides, I have confidence in my strength. If anyone has a problem, tell them to come to me. Chen Que replied indifferently. Just last night Chen Que had sent a clone to research how to make a pair of brothers lose their blood relation. He didn't want to end up teaching a disciple for nothing only to have him be easily taken away. So he began making preparations in advance. Seeing Chen Ke's resolute attitude, Yuanfei Risen was left speechless and choked. So you mean to protect their clan? After a long silence, Yuanfei Risen stared intently into Chen Ke's eyes and spoke. None of your business. Chen Que didn't want to bother with this old man. He actually wanted him to become Hokage, which was absurd. Yuanfei Risen turned and left, his figure filled with the weariness of old age. This man had finally become enveloped in the aura of decline. He did not understand Chen Ke's actions, nor did he wish to understand. He also had other thoughts in his mind. Perhaps he could use this identity to pull the Yuzhibo clan, this combat power, to his own side. But he felt quite sorry for his teacher Qianshou Feijian. If only he had given the Qianshou clan more opportunities back then. Maybe he could have done the same. Last night he dreamed of Feijian. He woke up terrified. He was a bit unsure how he would face his teacher after he was buried 100 years later. Night. Chen Que was still on the rooftop, letting the wind blow over him. The wind was sweet and fragrant. It was as if the white tea and clear breeze had no other concerns. I was being whimsical, and the wind was playing with me. The atmosphere was extraordinary. Before long another little one appeared beside him. The 2 jars of wine and 2 roasted chickens were immovable as thunder. At that moment Chen Que felt like a big shot being constantly pursued. But then he thought of his own overflowing domineering aura, and he began to subdue all the little brats. Chen Que was a bit afraid to take risks anymore. After all, this thing was somewhat unreasonable. If one day the old man were to pull a 1-for-1 swap, wouldn't he be done for? Even though he had already reached the beyond Kage level, and was groping for the door of the 6 paths, his soul was still extremely weak. Moreover, he had never seen that technique and didn't know its specific power. But the 9 tails with its formidable physique and chakra had been easily sealed. Chen Que dared not be rash in his heart. First he should properly reach the 6 paths level. Seeing Chen Que lost in thought, Jishui had no intention of disturbing him, and quietly let the wind blow. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then it turned resolute and brilliant. "What are you thinking about, young man?" Seeing Jishui silently lost in thought, Chen Que glanced at him with some interest. Then he picked up the wine jar and said softly. Seeing Chen Que directly take the wine instead of the roasted chicken, Jishui was a bit surprised. "This kind of thing, if you eat it occasionally, it tastes good. But eat too much and you'll get sick of it," Chen Que said softly, looking at Jishui. "Then I'll go buy something else," Jishui said softly. "No need. Okay." At this time, Yunchi had quietly slipped out of the village to go on an archaeological expedition. As for the other three, they were still kneeling in the ancestral hall. Qianzhou Fujian looked around left and right. Although he found it somewhat novel, his expression indeed grew darker, remembering when he entrusted things to Zhujian. The population of the clan. Then he looked at this clan territory. Probably not even 1/10 of the Qianzhou clan's population could fit. After a long while, Feijian, who had been kneeling on the ground, struggled in his heart for a moment, then stood up. He strode towards Qianzhou Fujian. "What are you doing here?" Qianzhou Fujian did not turn around. He spoke softly. "Father, I know I was wrong. Let me capture those treacherous disciples and interrogate them thoroughly." "What do you think, father?" Feijian said softly, somewhat dazed. "Interrogate? You've let the clan be wiped out, and you still want to interrogate?" Qianzhou Fujian's waist moved slightly, and with a whip-like kick he sent Feijian flying. Looking at this troublesome son, he was annoyed. Thinking of the Yuzhibo clan, none of them had become Hokage, yet they were fine and their clan was still thriving. His own eldest and second sons were both Hokage, yet their clan was wiped out. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Seeing his father's anger reignited, Feijian felt quite helpless. "Father, maybe there is some misunderstanding," Feijian said softly after a long while. "Misunderstanding?" Qianzhou Fujian's voice was indifferent. His figure flickered, appearing beside Feijian, and he raised his hand to slap him. Second son, I thought you were as clever as me, but I was wrong about you. At a time like this you're still speaking for these murderers. How magnanimous of you!" Qianzhou Fujian looked at his unfamiliar son, his eyes filled with gloom. "If I had known you were such scum, I should have strangled both of you at birth. It's a pity that my third and fourth sons died early. You don't avenge your father's murder, you don't avenge your brother's murder. Do you know? You're not even human. And you still prattle on in front of me, huh?" Qianzhou Fujian's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. "You two leave. I will personally lead the spirits of the Qianzhou clan to crush this village that has brought such shame upon the Qianzhou. Perhaps then you two great sages can still put on a show of crossing swords with this old man." Qianzhou Fujian said no more. Feijian felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart. Every word from Qianzhou Fujian cut to the quick. It was more painful than being beaten to death, leaving him dazed for a moment. Recalling his seemingly glorious life, had he really done the right thing? He had apparently pacified the flames of war in the land of fire, saving countless lives. But even the vengeance for his father's murder and the killing of his two younger brothers could be forgotten. Those subordinates who had always followed him, they died, and that was one thing, but even their descendants were wiped out. At this moment Feijian's heart sank into a deep swamp. "Husband, I'm sorry. I really didn't know things would become so serious. I was useless. I couldn't see their wolfish ambitions. And afterwards I didn't avenge you or our clan's people," Shuihu said softly. "Father is right. I am indeed an ingrate. We are dead now, so let's not bother with these matters. After death, Zhujian, no longer influenced by Azura's will, does not want to discuss these questions of right and wrong. In his life he had a clear conscience. The only one he felt guilty towards was his old father. He had defied his old father's will. He had forgotten the vengeance against the Yuzhibo for his father's murder and his two brothers' deaths. He had forgotten those clansmen who had always followed him and died on the battlefield, yet he had not brought them what they desired. Instead, he had let their descendants' lineage be completely cut off. Thinking of this, he felt guilty again. It turned out he hadn't truly had a clear conscience. He had only been blinded. Thinking of those clansmen who had always supported him, those trusting eyes like sharp blades. Thinking of this, he walked softly to the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. He knelt straight down, burying his head on the ground. Remembering how he had kowtowed to other Kage. He didn't know when it had come to this. Because of the damned war, because he wanted to end the flames of conflict. He, Qianzhou Zhujian, had been worthy to all the world, but only unworthy to his own clan. Then perhaps I was truly wrong. Interesting indeed. Chen Que, who was about to sleep, casually released his perception and sensed something intriguing. After a moment of thought, Chen Que vanished in a flash and appeared at the entrance of the Qianshou clan. He stepped inside lightly. The night wind howled and the long-abandoned Qianshou clan compound exuded an eerie atmosphere. Moments later, Chen Que strode directly toward the ancestral hall. "I never expected Konoha to produce a junior like you," came a voice before Chen Que could speak. Zhu Jian, who was meticulously cleaning the memorial plaque, said softly, "Are you so certain that I am from Konoha?" Chen Que stepped lightly into the hall. He took a few incense sticks, flicked his wrist, and a wisp of blue smoke rose. Chen Que held the incense, bowed gently, then walked to the incense burner and inserted them. "Why are you here so late?" Zhu Jian found a cushion and sat down, watching Chen Que as he spoke softly. "Taking a walk," Chen Que replied without a ripple of emotion. "Even if the Qianshou clan has declined, the ancestral hall is not a place ordinary people can enter." Zhu Jian spoke calmly. "So I am no ordinary person." Chen Que looked down at the man known as the god of shinobi, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Then how extraordinary are you?" Feijian approached from behind, gazing at the slender silhouette. "Qianshou Shujian, Qianshou Feijian, impure world reincarnation. Interesting. I have studied this jutsu, but I have not fully understood it." Chen Que found a cushion and sat down. After all, the other was the god of shinobi standing, and looking down on him was not entirely appropriate. "You seem to know a great deal even about impure world reincarnation." Feijian frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice, murderous intent surging within him. He had to let the old man have his fun. If the plot were exposed before it even began, they would be in a difficult position. At that point he would become nothing more than a punching bag. "I know almost all the secrets of this shinobi world," Chen Que said without turning around. Instead he fixed his gaze on Zhu Jian. Seeing Feijian arrive, Zhu Jian said nothing more and continued wiping the spirit tablets. "Quite the boast." Feijian was not angered, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. "It is the truth. I advise you to abandon any thought of attacking. The power you possess now is barely a tenth of your prime. You are no match for me." Zhu Jian paused in his cleaning. "Oh." Chen Que heard Feijian's words and the sharp sound of rushing air. He clapped his hands together. Two sturdy wooden vines rose from the ground, entangling Feijian's legs as he sprinted with incredible speed. His near-instantaneous movement was caught by the wood style. "Wood style!" Feijian's body dissolved into a puddle of water. A surprised voice came from behind. Zhu Jian also stopped and stared at Chen Que. "Many years ago, not long after you Qianshou Feijian died, your brother's body was dug up and used to study the secrets of wood style. I managed to obtain a fraction of it by chance. Your grandson Qianshou Xingshu is my disciple. My teacher is Yuan Fei Rizin." Chen Que rarely spoke so much. But before he could continue, Feijian spoke. "I accept the identity of my brother's grandson's teacher, but I do not accept the identity of Yuan Fei's disciple. I have no such good disciple," Feijian said coldly, his tone utterly indifferent. It seemed he stood on the same side as Fujian. After all, everything had happened because of his erroneous decisions, and he could not be as carefree as Zhu Jian. From the moment he became Hokage, he began to plan against the Yuzhibo clan. This showed his deep love for his family and his unyielding memory of the blood feud, though it had always been obstructed by Zhu Jian. Only after Zhu Jian's death could he prepare to reign in the Yuzhibo. He had no choice. The plan had not yet been implemented when the first war began. He was also powerless. Watching Feijian's expression, Chen Que chuckled inwardly. Things were getting interesting. This was not the original storyline. This time he could reap a great harvest. "Who are they? How dare they touch my brother's body the moment I died?" Feijian asked with some indignation, even though he already had an answer in his mind. "You know who they are. As for touching your brother's body, they did far more than that. They even dissected and studied your nephew, who was an ordinary person. If I hadn't been protecting Xingshu, he would have suffered the same fate long ago." Chen Que spread his hands. He spoke softly. "What exactly do you want? Why are you here sowing discord?" Zhu Jian looked at Feijian, who was about to explode with anger, and said gently, No. I would never sow discord. After all, I am the next candidate for Hokage. If you two wreak havoc, what use would I have for a ruined Konoha as Hokage? I merely respect you both and wish to let you know the truth so you are not fooled. After all, Lord Zhu Jian is a saint who kowtows to anyone," Chen Que said calmly. His tone seemed ordinary, but there was a hint of mockery in it. There are not many people with wood style now, and you are one of them. You are birds of a feather. How can we trust you? Feijian had calmed down and spoke flatly. Talent is not something easily explained. The mediocre remain mediocre, but geniuses, no matter what happens, are still geniuses. Chen Que shamelessly praised himself. Is your reliance on your wood style? Zhu Jian spoke calmly, unshaken by the mockery, and showing no reaction to the news of his son's death. Have you seen that door? Chen Que did not answer Zhu Jian's question but asked meaningfully. Could it be that you? Zhu Jian's expression changed. Several fragments of his face fell off in surprise. Feijian was completely baffled, unable to understand the cryptic exchange between the two. It is impossible to push open that door relying solely on one's own strength. After a moment, Zhu Jian said with some complexity. Oh, that's you. After provoking and sowing discord, Chen Ke's figure vanished from the spot. It was thrilling. He had originally wanted to ask Zhu Jian how far he had progressed, but he found that Zhu Jian was also stuck at this point. However, he did not panic. With the system, he could afford to be capricious. The next day, having scrounged a meal as usual, Chen Que was about to return to his training when he paused. Itachi not bringing your little brother today? Looking at the young lad before him, Chen Que picked at his teeth with a saban and teased softly. Master, I would like you to teach me how to become stronger, Itachi said quietly. What's the matter? Chen Que asked, a little surprised, his voice gentle. I want to become stronger soon so I can help father. I don't want him to furrow his brow whenever he's alone. I want to ease his worries. Oh, I see. You should have started school by now, shouldn't you? Chen Que looked at the resolute little Itachi and asked. Itachi nodded slightly. What is your understanding of ninja? Chen Que asked softly. Ninja are people who far surpass ordinary humans. They are weapons of the battlefield. When they kill, it is always with a single fatal blow. So ninja are tools, Itachi said softly. His small face was grave as he recalled what Fugaka had taken him to see on the battlefield. Those are just ordinary ninja, Chen Que blathered. He didn't know a damn thing. Then what are they? Itachi raised his little head somewhat confused and asked. Ninja. When weak, it's all about navigating human relationships. When strong, they are like gods, able to decide life and death at will. Chen Que softly offered his own fallacious theory. Anyway, this world is exactly like this. Whoever is strongest gets to be right. Itachi was dumbfounded, feeling that school had taught him nothing. Itachi, in this world there is no right or wrong. There is only the distinction between strong and weak. If you are strong, you are right. If you are weak, you are wrong. Even breathing is wrong. There are also shameless scoundrels who, despite their lack of real strength, always use words to brainwash others and try to control them. Such people are called hypocrites. If you can't beat them, stay far away. If you can beat them, kill them outright. Don't listen to their drivel. Because they spend the time meant for growing stronger on studying how to use twisted logic to persuade others, making people believe that the speaker is right, and thereby manipulate them. Chen Que pinched Itachi's little cheek and said softly, But shouldn't the strong protect the weak? Itachi asked. Chen Que was briefly taken aback. Then he said softly, Remember this, the great power you gain is meant to protect your own family. If you truly reach the pinnacle of this world, you can set the rules and control everyone. And when you can control everyone, you can create even more rules to protect the weak. That is the right way. Chen Que ruffled Itachi's head, then patted his shoulder. Oh, I'll protect my parents and my little brother. And Master too, Itachi said in a low, earnest voice, looking seriously at Chen Que. He looked just like a little adult. What you need to do now is eat well and grow properly. After refining chakra, you can study how to control it and make it obey your command. Also practice the speed of your hand seals, go for a run and get some exercise. Having a healthy body is what you should focus on now. Chen Que had no intention of teaching Itachi. The boy was still too young. The boy would have to train hard on his own, lay a solid foundation, and forge himself. Otherwise, giving him a cheat later would not necessarily be a good thing, it might instead harm him. After that day, Itachi would eat an extra bowl of rice every day or a few extra rice balls. He also ate many more dishes. It seemed Chen Ke's rambling had a little use after all. At least it was effective for fooling young Itachi. Shisui too kept to his old routine every night. He brought wine to Chen Que, and the drinking snacks had started to vary as well. This made Chen Que feel that this kid was truly decent. He knew to respect the elderly and cherish the young. A bedraggled Yunshi, somewhat like a refugee, returned to the village once more. That archaeological expedition of hers had ended up lasting over a month. Fortunately, the ancient tombs were all within the Land of Fire, and not too far from the village. They were just a little hard to locate, so it had taken a fair amount of extra time. After she returned to the village, more than 100 villagers had gone missing in succession, drawing Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention. He began an investigation. Yet he found nothing at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also quite a marvel. At the very first moment of the incident, two figures had already taken shape in his mind. Chen Que and Danzo. But he was disappointed. He had found nothing. Originally he had wondered whether, if it were Danzo, he should first strip Danzo of his position, and then find a way to swallow up the power of Root. After all, with Chen Que as a buffer, there was no pressing need to deal with the Uchiha clan. And Konoha still had quite a number of experts. Minato the Ninetails, Jinchuriki himself, and Chen Que. He had a pile of underlings beneath him. After the last incident, the Hyuga clan had become his lackeys. His handling of the previous matter had taken everyone by surprise. Others showed no particular reaction, but the Hyuga clan was moved to tears of gratitude. Furthermore, because of the shift in the storyline, Chen Ke's chakra had grown by more than a full tier. Thus, tempted by the allure of greater strength, Chen Que deliberately went to the Senju clan to sow discord and reveal some hidden matters. While he was at it, he asked the senior predecessors for their cultivation insights. Beneath the Senju compound, things were starting to get lively. Butsuma, who had rich combat experience, planned to add a few more people. After all, the sacrifices used to resurrect them had been ordinary villagers. Thus their strength was generally not too high. Some barely made it to Jonin. Butsuma's father-grandfather, and a few exceptionally gifted clansmen hovered around elite Jonin. Quite a few had fallen straight to Chunin. They hovered around elite Jonin, with many more having fallen directly to Chunin. Although they had rich combat experience, infinite chakra, and even undying bodies. But their strength was too low. Moreover, there were quite a few things that could counter them, so they had to wait until the time was ripe. Hashirama meanwhile spent every day in the shrine. Mito waited outside, not daring to enter. Yunshi, on the other hand, had grown much thinner. After all, doing this every day was more than anyone could endure. But fortunately, the important parts hadn't grown thinner, instead they looked even more. This day was just like any other. The blazing sun hung high and the streets were bustling with endless streams of people. Let the second squad conduct a covert search. First, locate the descendants of our Chiensho clan. Once found, notify me. When we engage and draw attention, you must find a way to evacuate the descendants. This was said in the underground base. Chiensho Fujian stood before 300 impure world reincarnated clan members deploying his troops. His father and grandfather stood behind him. Clan leader, how should we identify them? The commander assigned by Chiensho Fujian to find the Chiensho descendants asked softly. I don't care. Figure it out yourselves. If I have to handle everything, what use are you all? Chiensho Fujian fixed his gaze on the clansman, speaking in a deep, unwavering tone. Understood. Yunshi, what do you think of my arrangement? Chiensho Fujian looked at Yunshi, who stood not far away, and asked softly. Seeing Yunshi's silence, Fujian felt a pang of discomfort. This child was a good child. He was good at everything, but if he couldn't lead in battle, that would be troublesome. After all, with Yunshi they could continuously reincarnate clan members. In the future, this powerful force could also be used to purify the diluted bloodline of the Chiensho clan. If anything happened to him, Yunshi could serve as the pillar. He would then lead the Chiensho clan army. This army, blessed with immortality, was an incredibly formidable force. He looked at the gathered army. Standing not far away, Chiensho Fujian wore a complex expression. Father, perhaps we should bring our clan's descendants to Mai. There's no need for both sides to suffer losses. Finally, Fujian couldn't hold back and stepped forward, speaking softly. Fujian, it's good that you can correct your mistakes. Just make sure to protect Yunshi's safety. I don't need you to interfere in other matters. Our Chiensho clan has always believed in one principle, an eye for an eye. It's not about the bread but about the pride. Chiensho Fujian said softly, gazing at his clansmen who were already poised for action. Fujian said nothing more, merely nodding lightly. After Fujian left, Yunshi walked softly to Fujian's side. My lord, is 300 really enough? Konoha still has many experts now. Yunshi spoke with some concern, his voice slightly hoarse. Fujian glanced at the clansmen preparing themselves. There's no choice. If we add more people, it will be easy to expose ourselves even underground. Striking now catches them off guard. Fujian said softly. Yunshi pondered. Then we could reincarnate more clansmen outside. Coordinate from within and without. After a moment of thought, Yunshi suggested softly. We are already dead, dying once more is no big deal. Besides, delays invite trouble. Fujian said softly. He could hardly wait to spread the fearsome name of the Qianqiu clan once again across the ninja world. According to his plan, the strike should take down quite a few enemies. Then they would take away those clan members with impure bloodlines, go into hiding, develop for a while, and protect them. Population had become the Qianqiu clan's Achilles heel. Even with their legendary jutsu to reincarnate all deceased clansmen, conquering the entire ninja world would be meaningless. Without descendants to carry on, everything was empty talk. So this operation was merely to vent their anger. Reviving the Qianqiu clan was the paramount priority. Even if they truly wanted to destroy Konoha, they had to first screen out the clansmen and send them away. Oh, this might not be enough, I suppose, Chen Que muttered as he looked into the distance, heading to Fu Yu's house for a meal. He said to himself. The guide in front instinctively turned back, about to ask Chen Que if he had any instructions. But just as he was halfway around, a calm voice came from behind. Never mind, continue leading the way. Chen Que spoke softly, as if he could see through the guide's thoughts. Lord Hokage, recently some unidentified people have appeared in the village. They are all masked as if afraid to show their faces, yet there are no records of them entering. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu member knelt lightly before Yuanfei Rizen's desk and spoke softly. Unidentified people. What are they doing in the village, do you know? Yuanfei Rizen puffed on his pipe gently. He opened the drawer, took out the crystal ball, and instinctively wanted to use it to investigate. But as if thinking of something, he stopped. How many are there? Are they ninja or ordinary people? Also, have the missing villagers been found? Could they have disappeared into thin air in the village? His pipe tapped the desk repeatedly. Yuanfei Rizen looked at the Mai outside the window and said absent-mindedly. Yes. With a soft sound, the Umbu man left. Alas, times of trouble. What is happening? Yuanfei Rizen pinched his brow with his thumb and index finger, trying to dispel the worries in his heart. For 2 consecutive months, over 300 villagers had disappeared, giving him a massive headache. Moreover, rumors unfavorable to him were spreading in the village. Some even suspected that these villagers were captured for human experiments. And as the village leader, to have such a huge incident occur without his knowledge was in hindsight quite ridiculous. But it also sent a chill down his spine. It showed that he had not yet fully controlled the village. Had this not happened, he would have thought he had everything under his thumb. Summon someone, go find the head of the Rishiang clan. After thinking, Yuanfei decided not to wait passively. After all, he needed to give the villagers an explanation quickly, otherwise it would cause widespread panic. A village without its villagers would suffer a great blow. Moreover, if he could not figure out the cause of this matter, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Old man, may I ask who your ancestors are? In a residential house, a person with his mouth and nose covered and wearing a hat asked the old man and sighed. Simple and straightforward. Concise and to the point. You brat, where are your manners? How can you ask about someone's ancestors right off the bat? Even if you're trying to build a connection, you don't do it like this. The old man said irritably to the impure world reincarnation ninja. Seeing the old man like this, the man was speechless. I just want to inquire about how many commoners the Qianqiu clan merged into back then. The masked ninja said softly. Asked my ass? The Qianqiu clan is extinct. The rest are all commoners of my. What's the point of asking like that? The old man gave the furtive man a deep look. He said grumpily. Feijian, I'll leave this task to you. Go to the Hokage's office tonight and check if you can find any information. Feijian was somewhat helpless. Knowing Feijian's speed, he could only let Feijian go. Father, why don't we just sneak into the commoners' homes and look at their ancestral tablets? Feijian said subconsciously. Then he remembered that when his elder brother sent the clan members away, he had stripped them of their surnames. He was left speechless. How could they find them? Not giving any hope at all. Seeing that Feijian's suggestion was good at first, but then he stopped mid-sentence, Feijian felt a bit distressed. His pure black eyes stared at Feijian. Father, when elder brother implemented this plan in order to let the Qianqiu clan completely integrate into my, he stripped them of their surnames. And even if they died, they couldn't have their names on the tablets. Feijian said hesitantly. Slap. A loud bang echoed from the table. Feijian slammed his hand heavily on the table. You bastard! Are you trying to piss me off? He wants to cut off the Qianqiu surname, yet he hypocritically stays in the shrine. Someone kick him out! Fujian instantly became furious. The dirt on his face kept falling off. Father, you can't kick him out. If we make a commotion in our clan grounds, outsiders will know we are here. Why don't we ask elder brother if he remembers anything? Fujian, seeing his father a bit angry, tried to persuade him tactfully. It was like when Fujian was about to spank Zhujian when they were children. He had always been Zhujian's little warm coat. For a moment Fujian recalled many things. Father, I feel we have miscalculated. Mai also has the evil Uchiha clan. Their combat power can barely stand against us in a 30-70 split. If the Uchiha intervene, we'll be in trouble. Fujian recalled that ever since the evil Uchiha clan appeared, his elder brother seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer doted on them. This made him very angry. Sometimes he even wondered if his dear elder brother had been brainwashed by the evil Uchiha. Fujian's mind was churning like wind and clouds, but he spoke calmly. Our enemies are not them. We mainly target the Hokage faction. We have immortal bodies. The Uchiha are weaklings, they dare not show their faces when they see our Qianzhou clan appear. Fujian said dominantly. After a moment Fujian changed the subject. However, our main goal now is to find a chance to bring our Qianzhou descendants out. Everything else is minor. Let's go ask that brat if he remembers anything or if there are any records. Fujian said softly. His tone was full of righteous indignation, as if he didn't care about the Uchiha at all. Elder brother. At the shrine Fujian used Flying Thunder God and arrived instantly. As soon as he appeared he couldn't wait to call out. What's wrong, Fujian? Zhujian looked at the flustered Fujian and asked with some confusion. Faced with Zhujian's inquiry, Fujian could only repeat verbatim. So and so, thus and such. There are no records. I don't know either. I had thought about it long ago. On one hand, it was to let our Qianzhou clan take the lead in integrating into the village and set an example. On the other hand, isn't it good enough that our descendants are alive? Even though they don't share our surname, and their bloodline is thin, at least they are still living. Zhujian said softly, as if a holy light radiated from him. Fujian looked at his hopeless elder brother, speechless. But he said nothing. If it weren't for his elder brother's seemingly foolish actions, the Qianzhou clan would now truly be only 3 people. Thinking of this, Fujian gasped. His eyes widened, looking at Zhujian in disbelief. Could it be that his cheap elder brother had seen through everything all along, and deliberately did this? If he thought along this line, then his elder brother was pretty impressive. But recalling how his brother would often lower his head and mutter curse-like gibberish, Fujian felt that something was off. Probably it was just a coincidence. Then, elder brother, do you remember their pseudonyms? The clan members integrated into the village, you must have paid some attention, taking care of their daily lives, right? Fujian thought for a moment, and asked again. I didn't think that far. The entire Mai are my people. I didn't give special care to the Qianzhou. After all, they trusted me and agreed to build a home together. If I show favoritism to the Qianzhou, how can I create a big family? Zhujian seemed to recall something. He smiled foolishly. Seeing his elder brother like this, Fujian was honestly speechless. But everyone's choices are different. If you don't agree, you can keep it to yourself, but don't disturb others. Just walk toward your own goals. Did that rebellious son really say that? Senju Butsuma asked softly, looking at Tobirama before him. Indeed, everything was done covertly. After all, our clan is so powerful, he didn't pay much attention. Senju Butsuma fell silent. Speed up the investigation. Sneak into their homes tonight and check them out. Find them as soon as possible. Butsuma waved his hand, signaling Tobirama to leave. I want you to do me a favor. In the room where Chen Que was cultivating, a figure appeared. What favor? Chen Que slowly opened his eyes, looking at Senju Tobirama before him. Nawaki is your disciple. Tsunade is your comrade in arms. I want you to bring them back. Tobirama said softly. His gaze at Chen Que was eerily intense. Apart from the 3 of them, I also saved 13 others from your clan. 10 of them have awakened with release, and 3 have physiques comparable to Hashirama's. If you need them, I can have them help you. Finding people takes too much time. I don't have the time. Chen Que flickered to the table, sat down lightly, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and then answered Tobirama softly. What? Would release? Even Tobirama, with his vast knowledge, was astonished, not just surprised but shocked. Yes, would release. Those 13 alone could level the entire Konoha. Of course, except for a few individuals. Chen Que admired the teacup in his hand, speaking casually as if such a staggering feat were merely a trivial matter. Tobirama stared directly at Chen Que. You are a terrifyingly remarkable young man, far more outstanding than I was at your age. But from what I know, you come from a civilian clan in Konoha. Sarutobi has treated you well, why don't you help him? Tobirama pondered for a moment, and asked softly. He was good to me. In the past he truly was kind to me, and I owe him for that. To ease the Senju clan's wariness, he forced me to take Nawaki as a disciple. I didn't want to, but he compelled me and I accepted. I understand that in his eyes I am merely a talented tool. So my debt of gratitude toward him is used up. Let's not talk about this, it's meaningless. Chen Que said carelessly, not in the least concerned that these words might reach Sarutobi's ears. Sir, dinner is ready. A knock came from the door. Tobirama's figure vanished from the room. Wait a moment. Chen Que said softly to the servant outside, then activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to check for any flying thunder god marks. He was quite displeased that Tobirama had appeared so abruptly in his room. What if he had been in the middle of something? For someone to suddenly show up like that, wouldn't it be ridiculous? Soon Chen Que arrived at Fugaku's house. Seeing the family waiting for him, Chen Que felt a warmth in his heart. After all, he had been alone in this world, and now he was almost a part of this small family. Every day Mikoto would instinctively cook extra portions for him. Fugaku would call him to meals on time. Shursui would bring him midnight snacks. This lifestyle felt quite comfortable to him. Senior Itachi wants to graduate early. What do you think? Fugaku asked softly when Chen Que was almost done eating. Inside the room, Itachi, who was holding little Sasuke, looked at Chen Que with eager eyes. Keep studying. You've only been in school for a few months. Why graduate? Children should have a good childhood. Chen Que said without a second thought. Good heavens, if he let him graduate, wouldn't he graduate even earlier than in the original story? I think so too. He said he wanted to graduate early to help me, and I was touched. But children should enjoy their childhood. After all, the world is relatively peaceful now. Fugaku said softly. Father Master, I am an adult now. Itachi said softly, holding little Sasuke. Mikoto chuckled while eating. Request denied. You should settle down for now. When you do graduate, I'll give you a big gift. Chen Que patted Itachi's head and said softly, leaving no room for argument. Fugaku watched the three with a smile. Oh. I think my chances of graduating now are 100%. Itachi said softly. As if telling Chen Que that the academy had nothing left to teach him. Even 100% is useless. You're too young now. Don't think that because I graduated at 6 I was a genius. In reality, on the battlefield I was nothing but cannon fodder, a slightly bigger ant in the ninja world. Moreover, due to age, chakra growth is painfully slow. Chen Que said softly, not wanting Itachi to graduate so early. He wanted Itachi to enjoy the joy of learning and to bond well with the child from the Izumi clan. Brother, what are the secrets of your wood release? In the shrine, Tobirama and Hashirama sat on cushions. Tobirama asked softly. No secrets. It's just a Kekei Genkai from combining water and earth chakra, Hashirama said, casually scratching his head. Looking at his brother like this, Tobirama was speechless. Orochimaru saved 13 children of the Senju clan. He gave 10 of them wood release and 3 of them have physiques on par with yours, Tobirama said softly. No way. Hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama blurted out in surprise. After the shock, he instinctively thought Tobirama was messing with him and looked at him seriously. But seeing the grave expression on Tobirama's face, he said softly. Are you serious? He didn't fool you. Have you seen them? Knowing the power of wood release, he naturally understood its significance. Orochimaru said it himself, and he can have those 13 help us level Konoha, Tobirama said with some complexity. Hashirama fell silent. He is also a child of this village. Why would he do this? Aren't the civilians' children the biggest beneficiaries of the village? It keeps them away from war and death. After a moment of silence, Hashirama spoke softly. He is a genius. The thoughts of a genius are different from ordinary people's. Tobirama thought for a moment. That was the only explanation that made sense. Lord Hokage, is there something you wish to see me about? Hyuga Hayashi stepped into the Hokage's office, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was perusing a document. Yes, there is indeed something. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not set down the document but continued reading, leaving Hayashi standing before him. A moment later, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the document on the desk. He looked at Hayashi, whose expression remained calm, showing no trace of impatience, and felt a flicker of relief. Recently Konoha has been uneasy. Many villagers have vanished without a trace. I deployed numerous ANBU at the exits but found nothing. I suspect the incidents are occurring within the village itself. I want you to lead a team using the Byakugan to inspect every corner of Konoha, inside and out, and report what is truly happening. Sarutobi waited a moment, then spoke softly. Hyuga Hayashi felt a wave of surprise after hearing this. Clearly he had not been aware of the matter. On one hand, his clan paid little attention to commoners, on the other Sarutobi Hiruzen had suppressed the news too well. Very few knew of it. All of it. Including the clans. After a brief pause, sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze still upon him, Hayashi inquired softly. Yes, all of them. Every clan must be inspected. Here is my official order. Go. If they refuse to let you in, show them this. Should they have objections, they can come to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently. Understood. Watching Hyuga Hayashi depart, he murmured to himself. With this, even if you hide in a rat hole, I'll drag you out. Tsunade, what a coincidence. Fancy meeting you here. After months of searching, Jiraiya had finally found Tsunade. She still looked like a young woman, fierce as ever. Nawaki too had grown into a handsome man. Out with it. What do you want? Tsunade rolled her eyes, ignoring Jiraiya's remark. Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade's enchanting demeanor, felt his heart itch as if a cat were clawing at it, a maddening, unsatisfying sensation. Minato's having a baby, I'm heading back. That old friend of yours from the same clan asked me to find you and gave me a letter and a scroll. Jiraiya produced the letter, holding it still, along with a small scroll he didn't open. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Tsunade recalled her dear friend's face and spoke softly. Nawaki quietly slipped away, having nothing to discuss with him. Long time no see. Care for a drink? Jiraiya smoothed the fringe on his forehead and said gently. Sure. Tsunade tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't bother to read the letter or scroll, intending to look at them at night in her room. After all, if Jiraiya had gone to such lengths to find her, it couldn't be anything urgent. Why are you fidgeting like that? At the small tavern, Tsunade watched Jiraiya across the table, who kept squirming as if ants were crawling on him. Tsunade said irritably. Jiraiya instantly deflated, resting his chin on the table. Don't you see I've become more handsome? Seeing Tsunade wouldn't look at him, he murmured. I see that. But can you stop being so shallow? Look at how old we are. Still going on about being handsome, does that matter? Can it put food on the table? Tsunade snapped. Jiraiya was a bit bewildered. Didn't you notice I've grown younger? He made one last desperate attempt. Oh, congratulations. No wonder you're still so childish, you've regained your youth. Tsunade said without sincerity. Come on, aren't you surprised? Seeing Tsunade's utter lack of astonishment, Jiraiya protested. Surprised about what? I look even younger than you. My grandmother was already old when she died, but the last time I saw her she still looked 18. Tsunade retorted with a hint of exasperation. Jiraiya fell into thought upon hearing her words. After a moment he realized Tsunade's bragging was entirely justified. By the way, where's that brat Nawaki? He asked in a low voice. Probably out playing. It's been hard on him wandering with me all these years. Send him back to Konoha. Orochimaru is there now and seems to be staying for a while. Jiraiya said softly. Orochimaru. What's he doing in Konoha? Wasn't he gone for years? Tsunade said flatly, her heart now calm. Time was the best remedy, capable of erasing everything, every relationship, every trace, as if they had never existed. It could wash away all things, smoothing over marks until nothing remained, as if nothing had ever happened. At night, looking at the dead drunk Jiraiya, Tsunade showed a trace of contempt on her slightly tipsy face. She instructed the newly returned Nawaki to help Jiraiya to his room. Tsunade stared blankly at the moonlight outside the window, lost in thought. Then, as if remembering something, she took out a letter. After reading the letter, Tsunade's expression darkened. She grabbed a scroll and rushed to Nawaki's room. Thump. 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 Nawaki, stop sleeping. Hurry up and pack. We're returning to Konoha overnight. Something important has happened. Tsunade shouted. Jiraiya, who had been muttering in his sleep on the adjacent bed, suddenly opened his eyes. The flush on his face quickly receded. He promptly opened the door and stepped out. Tsunade, what's happened? Jiraiya asked softly, watching Tsunade's back as she walked toward her room. Tsunade did not stop. Go back to sleep. We need to go back and deal with a private matter, Tsunade said without looking back. Jiraiya stared after her with deep eyes. Then he went into his room and packed as well. Under the night canopy the three of them kept leaping through the trees. Tsunade, what on earth is going on? Jiraiya watched Tsunade and Nawaki as they sped along, shouting the question at them. Nawaki was also baffled, having no idea what his elder sister was doing. He could not make head or tail of it. Tsunade came to a stop on a tree branch, the bough swaying violently from the sudden force of her halt. The only daughter of the Senju clan is preparing to rise up, overthrow Konoha's tyranny, and avenge our slain clan members, Tsunade said softly after a moment's thought. Jiraiya was taken aback, thinking of the frail woman in his memory. His only impression was of a voluptuous, breathtakingly beautiful woman whose every expression was enough to make anyone lose their senses. Her strength is only that of a chunin. Isn't starting a revolt just sending her to her death? Jiraiya asked, somewhat puzzled, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. You don't understand. When a member of the Senju clan does something, it is never that simple. She must have something to rely on, Tsunade said softly, stroking the scroll in her embrace. Nawaki's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Jiraiya, on the other hand, could not understand where such confidence came from. Lord Hokage, aside from a few clans, we have searched nearly every corner of Konoha inside and out, but we found no clue, said a member of the Hyuga clan softly in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. Hearing Hayashi Hyuga's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank. Go. Search every last clan. I want to see exactly where this strangeness is coming from. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the desk with force. Clearly his mood was far from calm. Understood. He watched Hayashi Hyuga take his leave. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out at the night. I will see for myself the root of this darkness in Konoha. Lord Hokage, there are about 40 or 50 of them. At night they enter the homes of civilians as if looking for something. Yet they have not taken any villagers. It seems they have nothing to do with the disappearances. After a while an Umbu figure appeared in the brightly lit office. Kneeling on the ground, the Umbu reported quietly. Have you found their hideout? What is their strength? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked straight ahead, not at the kneeling Umbu. This subordinate cannot see through their strength. If I could exchange some blows with them, I should be able to get a read on them, the Umbu replied softly. Go for now. Don't let them discover you. Find their hideout, and we'll take them all down at once. Hiruzen Sarutobi made a throat-slitting gesture and said in a somber voice. Night had fallen. In a room Yunshi was reading a book. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Rap, rap, rap. Who is it? Yunshi asked, a trace of uncertainty in her voice, toward the door. An honest man has come calling late at night. Won't you see him? Chen Que said in a low voice. Yunshi's heart thumped when she heard the voice outside the door. It was Orochimaru's voice. Sorry to intrude at this hour. He looked at Yunshi, who had just bathed, her hair still damp and her face flushed. A faint fragrance drifted into Chen Ke's nose, stirring his heart with restless thoughts. What is it? Why are you here so late? Yunshi stood at the door, making no move to let him in, and asked softly. We are old friends. Won't you invite me in for a while? Chen Que said softly. It is a lone man and a lone woman. Asking you into my room at this hour is hardly appropriate, Yunshi said, refusing to fall for his charms. She answered merely in a cold tone. Jiraiya has sent word back. I am thirsty. Give me a cup of water and I'll read it to you. What do you think? Chen Que still bore the manner of a refined gentleman, and said faintly. Hearing his words, Yunshi's heart gave a nervous thump. She asked instinctively. What did he say? Chen Que fell silent, merely smiling faintly. Seeing him like that, Yunshi gave him a long, deep look. She then opened the door and gestured for Chen Que to enter, but she made no move to close it. Won't you shut the door? What if someone overhears us? Chen Que asked softly. Yunshi was momentarily stunned by his words. It's fine. Apart from this little house, the Senju clan's land has long been deserted, Yunshi said coolly after a slight start. Oh. Go on then, what message did Jiraiya bring? Yunshi poured a cup of tea and bent down to hand it to Chen Que, revealing a deep cleavage. Chen Que was dazed for a moment by the abyss-like cleavage before him. Then he stood up and stepped toward Yunshi. What are you doing? Yunshi watched him with a flustered look, her face crimson. It was her first time being this close to a man. Chen Que advanced one step at a time and Yunshi backed away one step at a time. Before long she was pressed into a corner. Chen Que pressed his hand against the wall behind Yunchi, his breath landing on her face. Yunchi's face burned bright red and her heart raced. She began to grow dizzy with confusion and desire. Chen Que greedily took in a breath of her fragrance. Then he lowered his head, bringing his mouth close to Yunchi's ear. He blew a soft breath. Yunchi's body went limp, nearly collapsing into Chen Ke's arms and melting into a pool of water. Seeing her like this, Chen Que found it all very amusing. He suppressed the restless longing in his heart. I want the complete technique of impure world reincarnation. The warm voice from before was gone. An icy voice slipped into Yunchi's left ear. It is said that words of love should be whispered into the left ear. But what Chen Que said was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky striking Yunchi's heart. How could you know about this? Yunchi looked at him in disbelief. She even forgot how intimate their posture had become. Seeing Yunchi's face turn slightly pale, Chen Que curled the corner of his mouth and smiled like a demon. I've known it all along. Chen Que slowly withdrew his hand from the wall, taking a few strands of silky hair that brushed across Yunchi's beautiful face before gently sliding down until her cheeks flushed again. Only then did Chen Que hook his index finger under Yunchi's chin, tilting her head upward to meet his gaze. They locked eyes. Yunchi's heart was in turmoil. After a long moment she bit her lip and whispered, "Did you tell that old bastard Yuanfei?" Chen Que studied Yunchi. He slowly lowered his head. Yunchi, frightened, closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered down like a fan. I didn't tell him. I only want this technique to teach my disciple. He thinks he's so strong. I want him to see his ancestor. Chen Que stopped his descent, his face now just a fist away from hers. Yunchi kept her eyes shut and turned her head away. Her hands instinctively pushed Chen Que away, but his body remained as still as a rock. I don't know what you're talking about. Yunchi didn't tell Chen Que. To her, Chen Que was too mysterious, like a pitch-black curtain, and not a good person. If his mood shifted, her plans might be ruined. Because of the perfect impure world reincarnation and the release seals, her ancestors were not under her control at all. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your plan. Seeing Yunchi reluctant to speak, Chen Ke's voice grew warm again, like a gentle neighbor. I don't believe you. You don't seem like a good person. Yunchi blurted out in response. After she spoke, Yunchi's heart pounded, but she heard no reply from Chen Que for a long time. She cracked one eye open only to find him staring at her with great interest, as if he intended to do something sinister. Wah, what do you want? Yunchi whispered. What do I want? I've already told you my goal long ago, haven't I? It's just, you're not that stupid, are you? Don't you realize you have no bargaining power with me? Chen Que walked to the table, picked up the tea, and took a gentle sip. Yunchi instinctively wanted to bolt. Don't think about running. Even if you escape, it's useless. All your years of hard work are here. Chen Que watched Yunchi, who was now near the door, and said softly. Yunshi's steps faltered. What hard work? All my data is in my head. She still tried to struggle and change the subject. Drop your petty tricks. I know someone who can extract a person's soul and use a ninjutsu to make them spit out secrets. Think carefully. Once the soul is drawn out, you die. Chen Que said softly, recalling the arrogant look of Itachi in his mind. And 100% graduation. He wasn't joking. He really intended to summon Uchiha Madara and let Madara spank Itachi's ass to teach the descendant a lesson, and also let Itachi see the true power of the Uchiha. Although he himself possessed the Mangekyo, he only used it for running around. It wasn't convenient to show Itachi. To be honest, now that Hashirama had come out, his mischievous side had emerged. He wanted to see if they could spark something different. As for Yunchi, she was a bit frightened by Chen Ke's words. I am one of the few remaining members of the Senju clan. And such a ninjutsu doesn't exist in the world. You're lying. Yunchi crouched on the ground, staring at Chen Que. You can reincarnate the dead and you find soul extraction strange. Chen Que said lightly. Enough nonsense. Write it down quickly. It's already late. Let's finish and go home. Chen Que said impatiently. I'm scared. Can you give me a few days? I'll write it for you then. Yunchi sensed the killing intent emanating from Chen Que, her mind racing, and finally spoke softly. You've been single for so long. Should I give you a hand? Then you'll surely be able to think of it. Chen Que didn't answer, only pressed closer. Yunchi looked at the door, then at Chen Que. She thought of the descendants of her clan who had yet to be found. Now was not the time to fall out with Chen Que. Fine, I'll write it. As if frightened by Chen Que, Yunshi gathered her clothes to avoid exposing her fair skin. She walked to the table, picked up a scroll and a brush. Don't try to fool me. I've studied this technique for many years, Chen Que said softly. He walked to the table and watched Yunshi. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Yunshi's heart sank. She had originally planned to write 3 parts truth and 7 parts falsehood to deceive him. Now she was in a tight spot. She recalled Chen Ke's previous talk about the care and breeding of lab mice, and felt a wave of complaint. Orochimaru, what brings you to my clan grounds so late? Just as Yunshi was about to write 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood to buy time, an indifferent voice came from outside the house. Senju Tobirama, does reincarnation not need rest? Chen Que didn't turn around, only said softly. Indeed, I don't need rest. Tobirama spoke calmly, unbothered by Chen Ke's use of his name. Yunshi was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Que to remain so unruffled even when her ancestor Senju Tobirama appeared. Oh, Chen Que replied lightly, as if acknowledging Tobirama's words. Don't just stand there. Keep writing, Chen Que said softly to Yunshi, his tone a bit gentler out of respect for Tobirama. Yunshi looked at Tobirama pleadingly. Tobirama gazed at Chen Ke's back. He pondered for a moment. Write it for him. He is an ally of the Senju clan, Tobirama said softly. He had already seen Yunshi's complete version of impure world reincarnation, and had even refined it. Hearing Tobirama's words, Yunshi was bewildered. But seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she bit her lip and began to write quietly. When do you plan to act? Seeing Tobirama's cooperation, Chen Que asked softly. Soon. Within the next 2 days, Tobirama replied calmly. Oh. Chen Que nodded, sat down at the table, and began to drink tea. We'll need your help then. My father is too impatient and our forces are insufficient. I hope you can bring the people you mentioned. After a moment of silence, Tobirama said in a deep voice. All right. I was already planning to help you. The people are ready and have gathered outside the village. Chen Que replied calmly without keeping him in suspense. What do you want with impure world reincarnation? Are you trying to revive your parents? If so, I advise you against it. It's better not to disturb them. The room fell silent save for the scratching of Yunshi's brush. The silence stretched. After a moment, Tobirama spoke softly. As the creator of this technique, he had originally intended it to remedy regrets. But in the end he discovered that the technique could not truly resurrect the dead. So he planned to use it as a weapon of war and developed the mutual explosion tag to complement it. However, when he completed the mutual explosion tag, Hashirama banned it. He also discovered that Tobirama was experimenting and completing the impure world reincarnation. Even this incomplete version of impure world reincarnation was banned. Thus things had come to this. Chen Que made no move to state his intentions, he merely let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. It's written. A moment later. Yunshi said in a crisp, bright voice. Tobirama walked over, took it in his hand, and looked it over. After finding nothing out of order, he gave a slight nod. He handed it to Chen Que. This technique is extremely dangerous. Do not use it to do anything heinous, Tobirama said softly as Chen Que reached out to take it. All right. Chen Que picked up the scroll and his figure faded on the spot. Lord Tobirama. Yunshi looked at the idol she had adored since childhood, her white teeth gently biting her lip as if she wanted to ask something. It's fine. He is Nawaki's master. Although he appears distant, apathetic, and numb, he still has a heart. His heart beats just like ours. He is not a bad man. He was simply raised in a different environment. What we see of him is all he allows us to see, that is the umbrella protecting his fragile heart, Tobirama said softly. Yunshi listened, utterly bewildered and unable to understand. Patriarch, we have been discovered. Several men who had been watching us have been dealt with. At present we can detect roughly 300 people. They should be descendants of our Senju clan. 200 are confirmed, while the remaining 100 or so only have a 60 to 70% chance of belonging to the Senju. The next day, Butsuma's Senju listened quietly to his clansman's report. Then protect those 200 people. Don't bother with the remaining 100 or so. After all, we have no intention of killing civilians, so they're safe enough. Go on and await our message. Lord Hokage, we searched every clan and found nothing, Hayashi Hyuga said quietly, standing before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Did you search your own clan? Hiruzen looked at Hayashi before him and asked softly. We searched it. The Hyuga clan was the first one we searched, Hayashi said in a low voice. Have you searched all of Konoha? I don't believe they're not in Konoha. Did they sprout wings and fly out? Hiruzen asked again. Well, there are a few clans we haven't gone to, such as the Kurama clan and the Senju clan. Hayashi thought for a moment, and said softly. As soon as Hiruzen heard his words, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Wait a moment, Hiruzen said quietly, then turned and headed for the secret chamber. Without a word he opened the scroll of seals. He searched for a while. That shouldn't be. Why isn't it here? Hiruzen frowned deeply. After checking again he still did not find what he wanted. Ah, that's it. He closed the scroll of seals, plucked a single hair and tucked it between the pages. Then he walked over to the wall and knocked softly. A brick popped out lightly and a small scroll came into view. He gently unrolled the scroll and immersed his mind in it. This was exactly the original version of the impure world reincarnation that Chen Que had seen. A moment later. Not good, Hiruzen bellowed. The next moment he appeared in the office. Quickly summon Danzo and call the other clan heads here, Hiruzen shouted without explaining anything. A creeping dread seized his heart. Damn it! Why didn't I notice this sooner? Hiruzen angrily slammed the desk, filled with bitterness and regret. Father, it's time to act! Underground Tobirama Senju slowly opened his eyes and looked at his father Butsuma Senju. It's still not quite the moment. What's wrong? Butsuma looked at Tobirama with a trace of doubt and asked quietly. Quite a few people have walked out of the Hokage's office and gone toward the major clans. I suspect we've been exposed, Tobirama said with a flat tone. His eyes were perfectly calm. This was Tobirama on the battlefield, possessing absolute composure and rationality, entirely in command of the situation. Butsuma gave him a long, deep look. The squad leaders nearby had also heard the conversation and turned to look at them. Sensing his clansmen's gazes, Butsuma half raised his right hand. With a sweeping wave of his hand he said, Begin operations. Move out. His voice was dull and low, like a thunderclap erupting in the modest space. A series of piercing air rupture sounds rang out. Hashirama in the shrine stared deeply into the distance. Sigh. Forget it. Everything I should have done in life I have already done. A sigh ancient and weary rose from the shrine. Mito, if you want to go, then go. Go and help father. Given your position, you are allowed to, Hashirama said softly to Mito outside. Husband, Mito called out softly. In an instant her gaze turned icy and cross-shaped pupils appeared in her eyes. A hair tie was bound around her long hair and a divine robe was draped across her shoulders. Nine Tails Jinchuriki mode. When she died, the Nine Tails had clearly already been transferred out. Yet she could still summon it, just as the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails Kinkaku and Ginkaku and other Jinchuriki could after being reincarnated. A dreadful aura shot upward into the sky. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be split apart. Hashirama knelt motionless on the cushion, gazing at the vanishing figure beyond the door. He was like a block of wood, his emotions in turmoil. Father, it's sister-in-law, she has come to aid us. Tobirama sensed the formidable aura erupting behind him. Appearing beside them in an instant, he spoke with a note of excitement. Brother, how I long to fight alongside you once more. Tobirama's foot tapped lightly upon the ground, and from his feet a sheet of water emerged. It spread outward, at once expanding thousands of meters in a flash. When he reappeared, he stood at the water's edge. Though he now possessed boundless chakra, his ordinary mortal body was far too fragile. His chakra reserves were not great. This is my battlefield, he declared. The water barrier expanded further. Butsuma watched Tobirama's technique, awe and wonder shining in his eyes. Take your positions. Fire the signal flares. One after another signal flares bloomed across the sky like fireworks, celebrating the Senju clan's return to the ninja world. What? The shinobi of the village sensed the terrifying aura and leaped onto their rooftops, then surged spontaneously toward the Hokage Tower. Some lower-ranked shinobi hurried to lead civilians to shelter. A colossal barrier of light descended over the village, enveloping Konoha within. The barrier squad activated a protective dome. But the enemy had erupted from within, so the barrier seemed all but useless. Chen Que sat in his room, gazing toward the heart of Konoha, as though his eyes could pierce through all things and reach the center of the battlefield. In the reception hall. What? The Hokage wants me to come. Fugaku stared at the ANBU before him. All right, wait a moment, what? Fugaku, who had been about to go seek Chen Que for a talk, abruptly rose to his feet. The three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, soon forming a straight line pattern. This chakra. Gazing into the distance, he looked toward the ANBU. Fugaka's eyes quickly returned to normal. Mikoto, take Itachi and Sasuke to the senior's place. I will go see what's happening. Fugaka rushed out. Father, I told you, I'm fine. I'll carry out my missions properly, Kakashi said to his nagging father beside him. They had spent years on vacation. In a few days would be the anniversary of his mother's death, so the father and son had leisurely made their way back. Good to know. I've only got you as my son with you this old and still worrying me. Really? Their casual conversation came to an abrupt halt. They looked toward the distant village where a pillar of chakra shot into the sky. Their expressions changed and they rushed swiftly toward Konoha. 8,000. Father, I will work hard and prove that perseverance and effort can surpass genius. A figure in a green skin-tight suit looking like a kappa guy was doing push-ups. Next, brace yourselves for my unending youth. Guy sprang to his feet and headed toward the wooden training post. Just as he was about to begin training, a pillar of chakra erupted into the sky. Without hesitation, without pausing to sense it, he charged without a moment's doubt toward the source of the surging aura. Kushina, I'll send you and Naruto to Orochimaru's place. He most likely won't join the battle and it's safer there. Minato looked at his worried wife with a grave expression and said softly. Kushina wanted to say something more, but sensing little Naruto's tiny hand clutching her arm, she nodded. Very well. So they've come. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew deeply from his pipe, then set it down solemnly upon the table. He wiped the tidy table clean. Mito-sama. Hiruzen said, his expression complex. Clutching the white Hokage robe, he tore it off with a single yank. A black battle suit appeared upon his body. He placed the Hokage hat on the table he had just wiped. He donned his battle headband, its two black straps fluttering endlessly. Standing atop the Hokage tower, he cast a deep, sweeping gaze over the prosperous Konoha. Wherever leaves dance, the fire still burns. Hiruzen murmured softly. A golden figure appeared behind him, fist smashing viciously toward his head. Hiruzen dodged with a tilt of his head. Mito-sama, why? Hiruzen evaded gently. He asked in a low voice. Mito showed no intention of speaking. Golden chains erupted from behind her, a sky-filling storm of whips lashing toward Hiruzen. In an instant the Hokage tower was reduced to rubble. Hiruzen stared gravely at the golden chains forged from sealing techniques. Sister-in-law, allow me. Just as the chains were about to strike Hiruzen, a cold and different voice rang out. Sensei. The golden chains retracted and lashed toward the gathered ANBU. Hiruzen watched Tobirama stepping over the water with a deeply complicated expression. He called out softly. Tobirama gave Hiruzen a long, piercing look. Beneath his feet a colossal water dragon rose, lifting him high into the air. I have no such fine disciple as you. One water dragon after another slowly emerged from the watery veil behind Tobirama, each gathering vast quantities of chakra in its jaws. Hiruzen, about to speak, saw the scene before him, and his eyes instantly blazed with fury. His hands moved like afterimages, forming seals. A massive earth dragon rose beneath him. Surrounding buildings toppled rapidly. Huge earthen walls surged up from under his feet. Yet it was already too late. Before the earthen walls could rise, one colossal water cannon after another blasted from the water dragon's jaws. The shadow of fire will illuminate the village. A yellow figure appeared amidst the sky-filling cannons. Then the water cannons vanished swiftly. Tremendous explosions echoed endlessly beyond the village, shaking heaven and earth. Konoha's blue wild beast arrives. A blue figure wove through the golden chains. The golden chains shattered rapidly. Mito merely watched it all in silence. Emotionlessly she continued forging golden chains, smashing them into the ANBU ninja. Sensei, why would you destroy the village you poured your heart and soul into? Hiruzen, seizing a moment to breathe, said in a low voice to Tobirama. He tried to persuade Tobirama. Minato, hearing Hiruzen's words, was stunned and stood blankly on the ground. Danzo, along with several hundred underlings, also arrived at the battlefield. He had not wanted to come in the first place. But when he learned the newcomers were the Senju clan, he began mustering his forces. The fall of the Senju clan was largely his doing. But Sama watched the battle erupting across the field. His clansmen were being ambushed, skirmishing with a group of masked fighters. He stared grimly at the barrier of light overhead. He knew that unless this barrier was broken, the clansmen could not be taken away. But just as he was about to speak, a wave of green swept through heaven and earth. Flowers bloomed across the heart of Konoha and colossal trees shot skyward. Spreading rapidly, 13 figures strolled down the street as if on an idle walk. With every step trees sprang forth. In an instant Konoha became a vast forest. Would release. Hiruzen watched the giant trees growing everywhere. His eyes bulged as if they would leap from their sockets. Tobirama-sama! The 13 figures reached Tobirama and knelt quietly. These were their ancestors. Ha! My brother has worthy successors. The Senju clan has worthy successors. Tobirama laughed wildly at the sight of his 13 valiant clansmen. My lord, what shall we do? Number 1 Rose stepped forward and asked softly. First shatter the barrier, Tobirama said after a moment's thought. But the moment he finished speaking, the already thriving trees grew even more enormous. All the buildings within the village were reduced to fragments. Like a natural catastrophe. Minato watched the dense proliferation of trees, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He seemed to have discovered the bane of the Flying Thunder God technique. So this is wood release. Incredible. Stop them now. Hiruzen, gazing at such horrifying wood release and charging toward the barrier high above, shouted desperately. The barrier within was far more fragile than the one outside. If this continued, there would be no stopping it. Though he did not know their intent, he knew he could not allow their aim to succeed. Tobirama stood atop the water dragon, showing no intention of acting. He wanted to see for himself how genuine Chen Ke's boasts about these warriors truly were. Hold there! Minato charged toward the 13. Number 1 watched the charging Minato and raised a single finger, their signal, their battle plan. Vast wooden hands lunged at Minato. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes, Minato dodged and advanced. A burly bald man stepped forward, clenching his iron fist. Veins bulged along his arms like serpents writhing beneath the skin. He smashed down with his fist. A terrifying shockwave surged toward Minato. The earth beneath his feet crumbled like foam, clods of dirt and stone infused with titanic force, easily piercing through trees and shattering walls. Minato saw the sheer power of the enemy and vanished in a flash, retreating. If he were so much as grazed, he would be crippled at best, dead at worst. Then the barrier fragmented like shattered space. 3 massive men encircled the outer ring. Within the inner circle, a man's hands formed seals at lightning speed. Super Tree World descends. Centered on the 13, the scattered trees across the entire village began to respond. Suffocating, despairing wood release blanketed everything. Thick roots lashed outward, hunting for living beings, preparing to drain them dry and turn them into nourishment to strengthen themselves. Ah! Screams broke out across every corner of Konoha. 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher! Members of the Hyuga clan charged toward the battlefield, their Byakugan activated. Every giant tree that appeared was violently shattered by their strikes. The trees avoided the Senju clan and attacked everyone else. For a time, Konoha's shinobi found themselves struggling to cope. Guy was being restrained by Mito. Waves of huge golden chains surged savagely toward the masses. Even with the opening gates, Guy could barely withstand it. Watching this, Minato dared delay no longer. He closed his eyes, then opened them. 2 dashes of orange appeared on his eyelids, Sage Mode activated. But he did not stop there. Centering on himself, a dome of light appeared. Flying Thunder God barrier dancing all around. The light barrier directly enveloped everyone upon this battlefield. Minato vanished from where he stood, utterly completely gone. When he reappeared, he was above the 13. A colossal Rasengan came crashing down upon them. Just as the giant man's massive fist was about to strike him, his form vanished once more. Seeing this, Tobirama's expression grew stern. Be careful, within this barrier he can teleport at will. The Senju clan's compound was also being relentlessly invaded by wood release. The trees halted only at the threshold of the shrine, as if some man-eating beast lurked within, terrifying them from entering. Sigh. Hashirama ceaselessly chanted sutras. When the wood release encroached upon the Senju clan's compound, he chanted faster. Only when it was about to crash into the shrine did he let out a faint sigh. The space seemed to freeze. The once vibrant trees instantly lost all life, withered and turned into pools of mud. Father! I fear. Hashirama slowly rose to his feet. He could not bear to see the village he had built with his own hands destroyed like this. Chen Que sat in the room, which now held many more people. Suddenly his wood clone appeared beside him. In its hand it held a white figure and an arm. The arm appeared utterly lifeless, nearly reduced to withered bone. You protect them. Leave these things to me, Chen Que said indifferently to his wood clone. Because of his presence, the Uchiha compound had suffered no harassment from the trees. Itachi Shursui, come over. Shursui had originally wanted to join the fight, but Chen Que had stopped him and brought him into the room. Sensei, what do you intend to do? As the three walked into the small courtyard, Itachi could not help but ask. Shursui watched curiously. Chen Que meanwhile patiently studied a scroll. Before long, a wooden coffin was manifested by Chen Ke's wood release. He placed the white Setsu's body inside the coffin. Then he began to work. After a short while, the preparations were complete. Minato's great ball Rasengan unsurprisingly succeeded in breaking the 13-man formation. After all, being able to teleport freely within this barrier was simply too monstrous. Fortunately, his offensive techniques were not overwhelmingly powerful, but his speed was so blinding that it was difficult to cope with. The rapidly growing trees came to a halt. Because of Minato, they had to dodge the Rasengan, interrupting the jutsu they were casting. The 13 showed little change in emotion. This jutsu itself was meant for clearing the field. Most ninja hit by it would be instantly killed. Minato watched them stop using wood release, but he had no intention of stopping himself. These people gave him an overwhelming sense of threat. Watching Minato charge in again, the burly men began to feel quite irritated. After a few exchanges, however, they were filled with helplessness. They truly could not even touch the hem of his garments. It was deeply frustrating. Number 1 watched this, extended his thumb, index finger, and middle finger, and formed a 3-hand sign. That was tactical 3. The ones who had been getting hot-headed instantly calmed down. They quickly dispersed. Body flicker technique. Minato instinctively tried to intercept, but was blocked by 3 men as solid as iron walls. Minato looked at them with some gravity. To be honest, his speed was certainly fast, but he could not kill in a single blow. Before he even reached their bodies, their powerful motor nerves had already reacted. Forcing an advance would not be wise. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The other 10 scattered, standing on the branches, having escaped Minato's flying Raijin barrier. The trees wildly grew once more. The Senju clan members who had been pushed back regained the upper hand. The main reason was that the sacrificial vessels used for the reincarnation were too inferior, suppressing their strength far too heavily. Although they possessed immortal bodies, being dispersed meant they needed time to reform. Moreover, the Ino Shikacho clan had already rushed to the battlefield. Their constant sneaky attacks were extremely annoying. Furthermore, only 200 of them were truly on the battlefield, another 100 had gone to evacuate their descendants. When Tsukumo and Kakashi approached the village, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The sight before them no longer resembled a village at all, it had turned into an ancient primeval forest. It was incredibly dense, so much so that even a single person passing between the trees became difficult. The branches were also tightly intertwined. Konohagakure was no more. Even the once solid Hokage rock had become overgrown with trees, and the carved faces upon it had long vanished. Perhaps they had crumbled into rubble, perhaps turned into dust. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared blankly at everything before him, utterly stunned. Clearly, he could no longer wait. The losses were already heavy enough. The village's valuables and belongings would soon be completely wiped out if this dragged on. If the battle were not ended soon, the villagers might all be slaughtered. By then, Konoha would truly be finished. Indeed, he had already sent a group of ANBU to protect and evacuate the villagers. Teacher, stop this. If this goes on, Konoha will be completely ruined. Hiruzen Sarutobi for the moment could think of no way to break the deadlock. Wood fears fire, but this was wood release. Not to mention whether these trees could be burned at all. This was Konoha, and with such dense vegetation, any real fire would turn into a towering inferno. Even ordinary water release would not extinguish it. Stop. Stop what? I am already a dead man. My descendants were bullied. I was reincarnated to take revenge. Why should I stop? Tobirama Senju said flatly, not giving Hiruzen Sarutobi an ounce of face. Especially when he looked at Hiruzen's useless appearance, the more he looked the angrier he became. No skill at all, yet full of cunning schemes. Teacher, all of this is my fault. You may do whatever you want to me, but please make them stop. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, then spoke in a dejected tone. I do not have such a fine disciple as you. You have no strength, just a load of nonsense. Have you lived all these years like a dog? You cannot even protect Konoha. What right do you have to be Hokage? Did you truly think your petty political tricks were presentable? Tobirama was unmoved by Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen indeed had nothing to say. No matter how eloquent he tried to be when facing Tobirama, he truly did not know what to say. After all, what he had done was indeed dishonorable. Moreover, it was utterly despicable. The other party was not merely the aggrieved party, he was also his teacher. Guy, who had once again destroyed part of Mito's golden chains with his extreme speed, came to a stop. He realized that he could not keep shielding the ANBU behind him. If this continued, Konoha would be doomed. He stood like Ultraman. He crossed his arms. He clenched his fists. Then he swung them heavily downward. The energy within his body erupted violently, and his speed instantly multiplied several times over. The chains that had seemed so impenetrable now revealed countless openings. His figure flashed. The expression on Mito's face was still frozen in shock. Then her entire body turned into dust. Unforgivable. To reduce Konoha to this state. It was only then that Guy looked at the present Konoha, and saw not a single trace of its former self. Trees, nothing but more damn trees. Guy's figure flickered, appearing at Tobarama's side. Unsurprisingly, he grasped empty air. Guy, go after the living ones first. They are reincarnated bodies. Even if you kill them, they will revive. Guy gave no reply. He charged unhesitatingly toward the three burly men. Then came a clash. Or rather, Guy simply slammed his fist straight into the opponent's fist. The sound of cracking bones came from the bald giant's seemingly mighty muscles. Those muscles were broken by Guy. They were still far too weak. Facing Guy with the sixth gate open was like being hammered by a mere flick of Kisame's finger. The giant was blasted away, snapping more than a dozen trees along the way. It was clear how immense Guy's strength was. He not only withstood the enemy's tremendous force but also countered. The giant tried to sit up but simply could not. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. It was the brain's protective mechanism. Although his powerful body had already begun repairing the damage, the remaining two burly men broke into cold sweat at the sight. Guy's speed was not as fast as Minato's. But Minato did not dare to take their fists directly so they could hold him off. Guy, however, was unreasonable, and his speed was equally terrifyingly fast. They had no time to gather power or stack their monstrous strength. Guy, leave them to me. Go take out those using wood release. Minato saw that although Guy was fierce with the sixth gate already open, he clearly could not last much longer. Keeping it open too long could even become dangerous. That was why Minato made the suggestion. Guy's charge toward the two suddenly stalled. When he reappeared, he was not far from number one. Number one silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, suppressing the panic in his heart. Their bodies were not as strong as those of the three men. A single punch from Guy could blow them apart. The other 11 also noticed the situation and prepared to intervene. The burly men being held back by Minato could not bear it any longer either. The three of them had not obtained wood release, but they had obtained powerful physiques. However, their mastery was not yet complete. After all, they had only acquired these physiques recently, barely managing to adapt to the terrifying power. True development was still far off. Boom! Number one's figure turned into a block of wood. Guy had no intention of stopping. Instead, he charged at the others. Time was life. When number 7 also turned into wood, Guy could no longer restrain himself. Having attacked two wood release users and found both to be wood clones was simply too infuriating. He stood amid the 10, his aura turning savage once more. Sixth gate full open. The surrounding trees bent under the pressure of this power. He swung his scorching fists with extreme speed, producing massive flames through friction with the air. Layers of flames burst out before him like a flock of scorching peacocks. Morning peacock! The searing birds turned into a wide-range attack. It was like a map-wide bombardment. The seemingly indestructible wood-release trees began to spontaneously combust before the flying peacocks even touched them. The 10 on the trees fled without hesitation. But whatever they could think of, Guy naturally thought of too. Number 4's body quickly turned into a pile of ashes, burned to nothing. Chen Ke's wood-release forces suffered their first real casualties on the battlefield. But there was no helping it. Even if Chen Que himself came here and encountered a ferocious King Guy, he would have to flee. Tobarama's expression of watching the show went rigid. He had not expected Guy to be so strong, that he could kill a descendant of the Senju clan without Tobarama being able to react. This made rage blaze within him. Remember, there were only 13 of them in total. Losing one meant losing a great deal. These were all excellent descendants, the hope of continuing the bloodline. Seeing the remaining juniors once again about to face danger, Tobarama softly formed a hand seal. While Hiruzen was dumbfounded, layer upon layer of waves rushed toward Guy. Meanwhile, Tobarama flickered rapidly across the water. As long as it was water he had created, he could use flying Raijin without limit. The principle was similar to Minato's Bringer of Darkness technique. Instantly the world became pitch black. Though this jutsu was called a genjutsu, it was not an ordinary genjutsu. It was merely a technique to obstruct the enemy's vision. Tobirama soon realized he had miscalculated. The 8 gates was a nightmare for all genjutsu. The technique was utterly useless. Fortunately, at the critical moment he successfully saved the junior, who had nearly fallen into the tiger's mouth. Kai, go rest. Just as Kai was exhausted and about to open the 7th gate, which he could not yet master, a faint voice came from beside him. The newcomer was none other than Shimushuomo. His robe used to shield against the wind, and sand fluttered continuously. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes. His hand was already gripping the hilt of the white fanged blade. Kai's mind was somewhat dazed, and he couldn't take it in for a moment. Kai stopped. Kakashi also arrived. With the tip of his foot lightly touching the branch, he arrived beside Kai. His face was no longer covered with a cloth but was openly revealed, his handsome visage. He lifted the ninja headband, revealing the injured eye. A knife scar ran through the upper and lower eyelids, and a 3-tomo Sharingan was in the eye. Kai heard Kakashi's words, and the fierce energy in his body subsided. His legs went weak and he was supported by Kakashi. The battle was once again on the brink of erupting. But at that moment the trees began to rapidly wither. It was as if they had been scorched for months and withered without nutrients. The trunks also turned to powder, drifting in the air. Stop this farce! A figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. Beneath his feet was the only tree that had not withered. His voice, amplified by chakra, reached everyone's ears. For a moment the battlefield froze. All eyes turned to Qianshou Zhujian on the tree. Feijian looked at his elder brother with a complex expression. The reincarnated Shuihu stopped her Jinchuriki mode, her eyes fixed on Zhujian. Now there was not a single tile to be seen in Mai. It had been completely reduced to a flat plain, though some hard objects still stubbornly remained on the ground. Zhujian has come out in the courtyard of the Uchiha clan. Chen Que gently formed hand seals. Let you 2 old friends meet, he said, performing a complex series of seals. He appeared quite clumsy. Soon after he pressed his palms together. A hole appeared in the ground and a pitch-black coffin slowly rose from beneath. Yujishui, let me show you that this is the true power of the Uchiha clan, Chen Que said softly. The coffin fully appeared on the ground. The lid flew off directly. A chilling, domineering, murderous aura slowly revived. Has the plan begun? Ben walked out of the coffin, asking as he did. Then he turned and saw Chen Que and 2 little brats. When he saw the robes of Yu and Jishui, Ban's mouth twitched slightly. This is not your plan. The Qianshou clan and Mai are fighting, and your old friend is also there, Chen Que said without intention of small talk. He wanted to see Ban beat up Zhujian. After all, Ban's sacrifice was white setsu, which could at least restore their power to about 60 to 70% of their former strength. But Zhujian's power was only 20 to 30% of his former self. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Ban instinctively wanted to make this impolite junior dance, but then he sensed a certain aura. A grin spread across his face. Ha ha. Only a wild laugh remained in place. His figure had already vanished. Let's go see the power of your ancestors, Chen Que said, lifting one with each hand and disappearing. Yu and Jishui were a bit dazed, subdued by the power Ban had inadvertently unleashed. They were still little kids, how could they have seen such great power? On the battlefield, seeing Zhujian resolve the wood release with a single move, Fujian was furious. Traitor! Traitor! Clan members, execute the traitor! Fujian shouted. He couldn't hold back. The Qianshou clan members who were confronting the masked ninjas all rushed toward Zhujian. Tuanzang watched this scene with interest. Dogs biting dogs was his favorite thing to watch. He even wanted to buy a bag of melon seeds to snack on. Yuan Fei, risen seeing Qianshou Zhujian come out to organize the war, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time he felt a bit smug. The Qianshou clan had rampaged through Mai, destroyed everyone's homes and killed many people. The Hokage rock was also damaged, needing to be recarved. It wouldn't be too much to remove the 2 Hokage from the Qianshou clan. Then he would be the greatest Hokage of Mai, and future Mai would only know him. Yuan Fei risen as the greatest Hokage, the hero who saved Mai. The Qianshou clan would be nailed to the pillar of shame from being a meritorious family. Thinking of this, Yuan Fei risen's heart burned with excitement. Clearly he was thinking of the days when he would be remembered for ages. Big brother Feijian was about to say something. A wild laughter appeared across the entire battlefield. Ha 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 ha, Haxalama. Madala. Hearing this wild laughter, Zhu Jian became stunned, murmuring softly. A shockwave emerged from the center. The already barren Mai was once again scraped off a deep layer of topsoil. For a moment everyone in the battlefield stopped again, guessing whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Yuzhibo Ban. Many ninjas who knew the legend of Ban muttered his name. The smoke dispersed. A domineering man stood in the field. Zhujian, in the same undead state. Why are you so weak? I have surpassed you, Zhujian, Ban said with a complex tone. Clearly he had sensed Zhujian's strength. Yuzhibo Ban, why were you reincarnated? Could it be Orochimaru? The scene fell into silence. Feijian asked somewhat uncertainly. He hadn't expected Chen Que to be such a troublemaker. But it seemed he had done well. Now his elder brother was clearly an enemy, and Ban would surely confront Zhujian. Oh. Who called me? A giant tree rapidly rose. The figure of Chen Que appeared on it. He didn't want to look up to others, so he also imitated Zhujian and performed a wood release. Would release Yuanfei. Risen hadn't yet regained his composure when his disciple caused trouble again, and he saw Chen Que activate wood release. Thinking of all these people who suddenly could use wood release, he felt that he was really old, a hero in his twilight years. Tuanzang's face turned livid with anger. He had been working on it for so long and hadn't gotten it. He never expected that this bastard was the one who had created wood release. For a moment his heart was filled with greed. He planned to pressure Yuanfei later to make Chen Que hand over wood release. But he didn't stop to think if he was overestimating his own strength. It really is you. Why did you summon Yuzhibo Ban? Feijian asked softly. Although his heart was complicated, he didn't show much emotion. My disciples didn't know the true power of the Uchiha clan, they were too conceited. So I summoned one of the most outstanding clan leaders of their clan to broaden their horizons, and prevent them from being blinded by a single leaf. Chen Que said nonchalantly. Once this matter passed, he could reap the benefits. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Ban felt a bit pleased. He gave Chen Que a deep look. The words "most outstanding clan leader" made him overjoyed. He had definitely taken note of Chen Que. Zhujian, what heinous thing have you done? Why are you turning your blade against your own clan? Not showing any respect for elders or love for the young? Ban said lightly, mocking Zhujian. What did you come here for? With your strength there should be no way you could be controlled right. Hashirama looked at Madara and asked softly. A trace of tenderness appeared on his face. After all, the two had shared a special bond since childhood, later building the village together. Even if they had ultimately disagreed, and even though Madara had been killed by his hand, Madara remained irreplaceable in his heart. Naturally, I came to finish the battle we never finished. Madara, his face marked with cracks, stared seriously at Hashirama. To him nothing was more exhilarating than a thoroughly unrestrained battle. Especially fighting atop the ruins of Konoha. It made his heart leap with joy. It was precisely because of this village that Hashirama had chosen to walk a path opposite to his own. I have things to tend to right now. After I finish, I'll fight with you. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama remained unmoved. Gazing at the desolation around them, he felt a pang of regret that he had appeared too late. No, I refuse. Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara picked his ear with his little finger, and said indifferently, I told you long ago, the peace you insist on cannot withstand a single blow. You should also take a good look at how much of a failure your conviction has been. After a moment, Madara added flatly. Hearing this, Hashirama's face froze. He thought of how after his death the ninja world had once again become a living hell. The village that looked so bright had resorted to every kind of darkness. No matter what, this is the fruit of our blood and toil. I will not allow anyone to destroy it. After pondering for a moment, Hashirama spoke, his tone decisive and overbearing. What a coincidence. I want nothing more than to destroy it all. Madara vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared he was already at Hashirama's side. Hashirama hurriedly moved to counter, but in a single exchange Madara repelled him more than 10 meters away. The gap between them was absurdly vast. But Butsama had not forgotten his objective. Seeing his unfilial son being held up, Butsama hastily issued orders. Clansmen, kill them all. The remaining 12 people walked over to Chen Ke's side and silently looked on, showing no intention of intervening. They were baffled, unable to understand why Hashirama Senju was stopping them, and what their own perseverance was even worth. Just as Hashirama made his stance clear, Mito once again entered her Nine-Tails Jinchuriki mode and charged to help Hashirama. After Madara casually formed 2 hand seals of fire jutsu akin to a forbidden art burst from his mouth. It engulfed Hashirama and the Konoha ninja. Fire release Great Dragon Fire. His eyes transformed into the Mangekyo's Sharingan. Evidently the secret behind his enhanced ninjutsu was the Mangekyo's passive ocular power. The towering flames surged toward Sarutobi and the others, enveloping Hashirama as well. Tobirama watched the scene with a profound gaze. Forming a hand seal with one hand, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Root. He intended to hunt down Root's shinobi first. As for Danzo messing with his nephews and Hashirama's corpses, his resentment clearly ran deep. Those two little bastards had gotten him killed. His figure appeared behind a Root member, a sword's glint flashed in his hand, and he vanished once more. All that remained in place was a headless corpse. Sarutobi watched everything with keen interest. The towering sea of fire before him was blocked by gigantic trees rising one after another. Hashirama, why have you become so weak? Madara lowered the hand from his mouth, and the fire release ceased. Then beneath him 100-meter-tall Susanoo with 4 arms emerged. Clad in Krotengu armor and possessing legs, it was the 4th stage Susanoo, the highest form of Susanoo. It could also grow infinitely large as long as enough chakra was poured into it. Madara drew the sword at Susanoo's waist and with a single stroke cut down dozens of the trees that had been blocking the flames. Wow, Master, is this the true power of our Uchiha clan? Itachi stared at the scene and asked Chen Que in astonishment. And this is only the appetizer. His current eyes are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Once he awakens the Rinnegan, even meteorites falling from the sky will become mere toys at the mercy of his gravitational pull and repulsion. Chen Que explained calmly without any intention of elaborating further. He himself did not know whether his Mangekyo could advance directly to the Rinnegan. If it could, he would be absolutely thrilled. Not to mention everything else, the mere ability of the Rinnegan to manipulate force fields and fly was a power he had always dreamed of. Not to mention its devastating power. Seeing this, Hashirama did not hesitate. He pressed his hands together, and an enormous wooden dragon man rose from beneath his feet. Its height soon matched Madara's Susanoo. The wooden dragon man charged straight at the Susanoo, ready to engage in close-quarters combat. However, because Hashirama's current vessel did not possess much chakra, even with unlimited chakra at his disposal, the wooden dragon man's body was far more fragile. And it was difficult to make up for that gap with battle experience alone. The aftershocks of the two giants' clash easily tore the surrounding earth into enormous craters. Hashirama had overestimated himself. As he was now, he simply could not spare the attention to control the aftershocks of his battle with Madara. Madara, let's fight somewhere else. Madara gave Hashirama a deep, meaningful look. Useless kindness. You want to protect the villagers in the underground shelters, don't you? The attack we exchanged just now already killed and wounded quite a few of them. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer had any intention of merely watching. Minato, evacuate the villagers now. Even though he dabbled in political scheming, even though he was sometimes weak-willed, even though he coveted power, even though his heart was black, he loved Konoha deeply and he was willing to sacrifice his life for it. He might not care whether a few hundred villagers lived or died, but when Konoha faced a crisis of this magnitude, he could not sit idly by. Danzo, overhearing their exchange, also felt his heart sink. Use sealing jutsu. Send these dead souls back. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of concealing anything. If all the people of Konoha died, then what the hell would he be Hokage of? Anyway, he had already shouldered enough blame. As for the sealing jutsu he had acquired on the sly, he could simply explain it away later. Besides, the land of whirlpools had long since perished. The Root members who had been suppressed by the Senju clan's undying bodies immediately became like maddened stray dogs. One out of every few Root members was unleashing sealing jutsu, fast, precise, and ruthless, sealing the Senju clan's reincarnated members. This move shocked Butsuma. He had never imagined that sealing jutsu could suppress them so thoroughly, nor had he expected so many Root members to have mastered it. It was an utterly absurd affair. This was largely because most of the Senju clan possessed monstrous physical strength, and that strength inclined them toward close-quarters combat. Long-range ninjutsu had become their glaring weakness, and now sealing jutsu was a hard counter to them. Seeing this, Tobirama hesitated no longer. One dragon head after another rose from the water curtain, each gathering power in its mouth. Blue water cannonballs stacked one after another, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. Tobirama's only weakness had always been his meager chakra reserves. He had to split every drop of chakra in two just to make it last. Yet his talent for creating ninjutsu was extraordinary. Most of the techniques he created were forbidden jutsu, and even he himself had the will but not the power to use them freely. Now with unlimited chakra he could joyfully unleash water release and every forbidden jutsu besides it. Tobirama made no further hesitation. One water cannon after another blasted toward Root and the clan members bound by sealing jutsu. Tremendous rumbles shook the earth, leaving the battlefield in ruins. Row after row of earthen walls rose before Root, walls raised in desperation. Tobirama saw his ninjutsu weakened by them, but he paid it little mind. He had long since been prepared for this. The Senju clan members, the reincarnated ones who had just been sealed, rapidly pieced their bodies back together. Danzo, is this how I taught you to fight? Tobirama's lips curved upward and then his figure vanished. When he reappeared, an exploding tag had appeared on Danzo's body. Master, you really have grown old. A single tag like this can't even blast through my chakra protection. Danzo looked at Tobirama and mocked him lightly. Little did he know Tobirama's expression was already turning rather interesting. You were never an honest man. Don't tell me you never snuck a look at the forbidden jutsu I wrote. Mutually multiplying exploding tags technique. The first tag detonated, and then one after another endless tags were summoned forth, merrily exploding in a continuous chain of blasts. The Root members hastily retreated. After more than 10 seconds Tobirama stopped the jutsu. After all, this technique burned through funds far too quickly. You actually didn't die. Once the explosion stopped, Tobirama said in slight surprise. The blast had been so intense that his sensory perception could not penetrate it. Only after the explosions ended could he sense again. Not far away a figure walked out, none other than Danzo. It was merely a shadow clone carrying 80% of my chakra. If his master had attacked him directly instead of gently placing the exploding tag, he might have seen through the decoy. Danzo looked at Tobirama with a solemn expression. What had just happened had frightened him. He had not expected his master to show the slightest regard for their old bond and go straight for the kill. Then how did your Ryo body evade my perception? Tobirama asked calmly. He thought that this worthless disciple was not entirely a good-for-nothing after all. Just a special item, Danzo said offhandedly. Tobirama was ruthless in his own right. Seeing that Danzo had no intention of explaining, he flickered into motion and prepared to kill Danzo once more. A true portrait of a compassionate master and a dutiful disciple. Yet at that very moment a white light fell upon the spot where he appeared. It took one of his arms clean off. This time Tobirama was genuinely astounded. He had not imagined that anyone could react and move with such terrifying speed. Someone had actually caught up to and countered him in his flying thunder god state. Who are you? Tobirama asked coolly. Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo answered evenly. How did you catch up to me? The instant I emerged from space your attack was already upon me. Tobirama, turning into a curious child, asked softly. I knew your target was Danzo, so I casually swung a sword to try my luck. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I hit you on the first try. Tsukumo said indifferently. Whether it was the truth or not was anyone's guess. I'm coming for you, Lord Second Hokage. Watching Tobirama's arm recover, Tsukumo said gravely. Tobirama looked at White Fan with no intention of responding. He formed hand seals with a single hand. A shroud of darkness descended around him. Bringer of darkness technique. His figure faded from where he stood. White Fang's body blazed with dazzling white light, ready to unleash his ultimate strike at any moment. Then he was dumbfounded. Tobirama had no intention of fighting him at all. Instead, he charged into the crowd. Like a starving wolf entering a sheep pen, he casually swung his blade, not a single wasted motion, effortlessly reaping the lives of the ninja. Hatake, Tsukumo, what are you doing? Stop him! Seeing Tsukumo still rooted in place, Danzo shouted furiously. Tsukumo had no intention of acknowledging that old bastard. He quietly studied Tobirama's rhythm. To be honest, catching up with a teleporting Tobirama and striking faster than him was impossible. No matter what he did, he would always be half a beat too slow. Madara, with Susanoo active, was hacking away merrily. Hashirama's wooden dragon golem seemed to possess 100% bare-handed blade-catching ability, every time it caught the blade with both hands. The main problem was that they could not directly clash with Madara. On one hand, civilians were still being evacuated in waves by Minato, on the other the gap between their strength and Madara's was far too vast. Mito did not hesitate at the sight. She leaped onto the wooden dragon golem's head and thick sturdy chains materialized behind her. Like colossal tails, they slammed fiercely against Madara's Susanoo. Madara stepped back a few paces, his expression somewhat grim. Then he and the Susanoo formed hand seals simultaneously. The eternal Mangekyo in the Susanoo's eyes aligned perfectly with Madara's own eternal Mangekyo. Then a towering inferno spewed forth from the mouth of the 100-meter-tall giant. A sea of fire stretching more than 1,000 meters engulfed everyone on the battlefield. It showed not the slightest restraint. "Master, I'm so hot!" Itachi stood beside Chen Que and murmured, beads of sweat covering his little head. In front of them a translucent chakra barrier appeared, shielding them within. Fugaku at the edge of the battlefield stirred and leaped onto the tree. He was a little worried about Itachi. In a critical moment, he could unleash Susanoo to resist. Compared with Madara, the Asura of the shinobi world, he did not think Chen Ke's strength was all that impressive. Perhaps Chen Que could not even defeat him once he awakened his Mangekyo. Just then the system finally reacted. Host has drastically altered the plot of Konoha and obtained a vast amount of world origin. Chen Que felt no ripples in his heart at the system's words. As usual, exchange for chakra. He did not choose to exchange for the Rinnegan. It would not be of much use anyway. It would also draw the attention of the world's will, more trouble than it was worth. It was better to strengthen his chakra and advance to the 6th paths level with Otsutsuki chakra and a sage body. His Mangekyo would naturally undergo a transformation. A torrent of vast chakra poured ceaselessly into his body. The sea of fire around him churned violently, repelled by the chakra within him. As if it would not permit any other chakra to exist near him, the sea of fire around him rapidly dispersed. This drew Madara's attention. At a certain moment Chen Que felt he could control the force field around him, and his heart stirred. Then, manipulating the force field, he slowly rose into the air. Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui were lifted into the sky by his force field. System. Have I reached the 6 paths level? Sensing the boundless chakra merging into his body, Chen Que asked the system absent-mindedly. Wave after wave of enlightenment merged into his soul. Before long the robe on his body transformed into white garments covered with magatama. Yet his hair remained black, unchanged. In his hand a sinister black staff condensed. One by one black truth-seeking orbs began to appear behind him. Each tiny truth-seeking orb drained a tremendous amount of his chakra. By the time he had created 4, the chakra in his body had reached its limit. He understood his own realm now. This was half-step 6 paths level. Yet without a tailed beast inside him, he had been forcibly pushed to this level. One could imagine just how much his chakra had increased. In the past, all the chakra in his body could probably condense at most a single truth-seeking orb. Now he had condensed the staff, the battle robe, and 4 truth-seeking orbs. That meant his chakra had increased several-fold over its original amount. Everyone stopped. He felt the chakra within him rapidly recovering. Chen Que said calmly. The wool had already been sheared, there would be other chances to come. There was no need to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs in one go. His voice resounded across the entire battlefield. Madara, who had been fighting with great relish, frowned and looked at Chen Que. Then, seeing Chen Ke's state, his heart tightened. He had once awakened the Rinnegan. With the aid of the Rinnegan, he had naturally possessed the sort of power Chen Que now had, and even greater. It was just that at that time he had already grown old, and his body was deeply withered, so he could not unleash the Rinnegan's true might. But the attractive and repulsive forces surrounding Chen Que were utterly familiar to him. Madara thought it over. He was a man who cared deeply about face. Although being addressed in such a commanding tone by Chen Que annoyed him, if they fought, and he ended up beaten into the ground, his pride would suffer even more. In a single thought he had made his choice. The Susanoo around him faded away and he prepared to leave. Madara, don't go. Stay in Konoha. Teach my disciple well, he is an outstanding junior of your Uchiha clan. Chen Que said softly, watching Madara prepare to leave. Madara froze for a moment, then walked over to Chen Que. He might as well see what today's ninja were like and how his schemes were progressing. Father, let's go. Tobirama flickered and appeared beside Butsuma. Butsuma was a little dazed, then gazing at the battlefield in shambles, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Let's go. We'll assemble at the destination. The reincarnated Senju clan members departed in force. Seeing this, Hashirama said nothing. The wooden dragon golem dispersed and returned to the shrine. It had originally intended to fade away, but recalling that Madara had not yet left, it changed its mind. Mito quietly stayed by Hashirama's side. Whatever Hashirama did, she would support him. Chen Que watched this, said nothing, and slowly descended to the ground, ready to bring everyone back to the Uchiha. Fugaku followed quietly behind Madara like a little henchman. Madara had always been Fugaku's idol. Wait! They can leave but you people cannot. Just as Chen Que was leading them away, Danzo spoke coolly. Everyone present was baffled, uncertain what Danzo was playing at. Root operatives slowly converged surrounding the group of a dozen or so people. Old man, are you still asleep? Can you even stop me? Chen Que said to Danzo, exasperated. Then Danzo said, Sarutobi, this joke of yours has gone too far. Konoha has been devastated like this and suffered tremendous losses. Your disciple played an indispensable role in it. Are you still trying to shield that fine disciple of yours? Danzo's heart burned with fervor. In his view, Chen Que could merely fly for a short time. He wasn't even afraid of his teacher's flying Raijin, so how could he fear Chen Que? That such a kid could fly too, couldn't he? Thinking this, he wanted to seize the opportunity, using Sarutobi's authority to make a proper move. He coveted the enviable wood release and the technique that revived Madara. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not be bothered with his good comrade. Was his mind scorched, or was his thinking consumed by greed that he could utter such nonsense? Could the current Chen Que really be someone they could control? Seeing Sarutobi ignore him, Danzo's expression soured. They still had this many people. He felt that a single Madara Uchiha was nothing to fear. His sealing jutsu was the natural nemesis of reincarnation jutsu. As for Chen Kei's subordinates, Tsukumo and Minato, they could be dealt with easily. Besides, he and Sarutobi had a whole host of men under them. However he looked at it, there was no reason they would lose. Even if they lost, they could plead with Hashirama and Mito to intervene. They probably wouldn't die. The stakes were so great that no matter how he thought about it, it was worth taking the risk. Hiruzen, you'd better think this through. Konoha has been destroyed to this extent. If you don't atone with merit, your time as Hokage is over. Danzo threatened coolly. Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed a faint smile, turned, raised his hand, and signaled his subordinates to leave. Tsukumo meanwhile walked over to Chen Que. How did things get so out of hand? Tsukumo still didn't understand what had happened. Mainly because by the time he returned, the battle was already nearing its end. I did a little stirring. Nothing to do with me, I was just a bystander. The two ignored Danzo and began to chat. Seeing how close the two were, Hiruzen left, and Danzo's face darkened. The impulse in Danzo's heart was endlessly eroding his rationality. Orochimaru has never dared to make a move. He must be wary of my identity, and shouldn't dare fight me. How about arresting him? Once he's locked in a cell, he'll be completely at my mercy. Unconsciously, Danzo was lost in a beautiful dream. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Besides, Chen Que hadn't dared to strike even when Danzo was about to move against him. This gave him a slight illusion, a feeling that Chen Que must be wary of him. With that thought, his mind began to stir with ambition. Seize him. After a moment's thought, finding that Chen Que showed no intention of responding, Danzo Tuansung, burning with rage, ordered his men to surround Chen Que. Chen Que was slightly taken aback, not expecting Tuansung to actually make a move. In his mind he assessed the value Tuansung could provide, and after a moment of contemplation he realized that this shadow of the pot seemed to have little significance. With a subtle shift of his body he moved. A powerful repulsive force surged toward the root. The ground behind him was once again gouged out tens of meters deep. Lu Jing did not bother to look at the root members he had gravely wounded and sent flying. Instead, a black spherical object appeared in his hand. It transformed into a spear and hurled toward Tuansung. Tuansung's eyes dilated wide with shock. He was pinned down by Chen Que and thus fell a mere shadow of the pot, meeting his end. Sensing that Tuansung had lost all signs of life, Chen Que paid him no further attention. A man of little value who had repeatedly jumped before him. He wondered what Tuansung had been thinking. Host has killed Tuansung, altering the fate of Shui. The system's voice echoed in Chen Ke's mind. As usual, continue exchanging for cultivation, Chen Que said without even finishing listening, without hesitation issuing the command to the system in his mind. The root members standing there were dumbfounded. With Tuansung dead, they were instantly leaderless, plunged into confusion. Some harbored murderous intent, wanting to avenge Tuansung. But before they could act, a group of Umbu arrived. They lifted Tuansung's corpse and took away the root members as well. A flicker of complex light shone in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. Soon after, Minato Namikaze returned to the village. The casualties among the villagers were minimal. They had evacuated in time, though the loss of property and ninjas was considerable. The unending wood release was a battlefield wonder. Along the way, Itachi kept glancing back with curiosity at Ban. Shui also stole glances, leaving Ban somewhat bewildered. After the battlefield fell silent. Soon Hashirama appeared in the center of the village. He clasped his hands together. A surge of immense chakra erupted. The uneven damaged ground was filled in by wood release, rapidly transforming into rows of wooden buildings. A few hours later, aside from the lack of electricity and furniture in the rooms, a brand new Konoha village stood in its place. And a steady stream of ninjas were transporting grain and other supplies from distant warehouses. These were reserves stored during peacetime, intended for emergencies such as war and natural disasters. The efficiency of the ninjas soon became apparent. Within a day they had fully restored water and electricity supplies. The daimyo's relief supplies were also en route to Konoha. "Take a seat," Ban said softly to Chen Que. Chen Que took out a stool and sat down, showing no restraint as a guest. Ban's room was next to Chen Ke's. Chen Que had come over for a visit. "Do you have business with me? Your disciple and that young man just left," Ban said indifferently with an air of aloofness. "Nothing much, just came to check on you, old man," Chen Que replied, casually surveying the room. "What's there to see? But speaking of which, why did you revive me with that strange technique?" Ben asked, eyeing Chen Que with suspicion. "Just wanted you to meet your old friend Hashirama. And also let my disciple, who's been living in a well, see the power of the Uchiha clan so he can avoid unnecessary detours and not be blinded by a single leaf," Chen Que said without hesitation, his voice soft. "Is there nothing else? Your strength is formidable, surpassing even Hashirama and me in our prime, yet you possess no special bloodline. I find that quite intriguing," Ben said, hearing Chen Ke's words. "The power of the human body is infinitely versatile. But how do you know I don't have a special bloodline?" Chen Que first tossed out a casual remark, then shifted his tone. Ben looked into Chen Ke's eyes, then recalled that Chen Que seemed to also possess wood release, which piqued his curiosity. "How did you acquire wood release? Did you achieve it by transplanting Hashirama's cells? Or did you comprehend the mysteries of water and earth and derive it yourself? The power of science knows no bounds." Chen Que sighed, muttering slowly in response to Ban's question. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Ban was somewhat baffled. He pondered, is there any difficulty involved in this process? Isn't it just a matter of transplanting it into the body? Ben fell into deep thought, utterly perplexed. "Your disciple and the other young man are quite remarkable, with exceptional talent," Ben said, changing the subject lightly, unwilling to dampen Chen Ke's evident pride. "Indeed, they are two promising lads," Chen Que replied, feeling rather pleased. The room fell into silence. Neither of them was particularly talkative, making the conversation somewhat awkward. "Why don't you go see Hashirama? As far as I know, you two were good friends," Chen Que asked curiously. "Different paths, no common ground," Ben said, gazing out the window, lost in thought. "Oh. What are your paths and how are they different?" Chen Que stared at Ban's face, which was both imposing and marred with cracks. "All matters of the past. After death these things are buried with the earth. Let me take a good look at the ninja world and then I should return to that sunless place." Ben picked up a cup of water, took a sip, finding it tasteless. "I'll have to trouble you to teach my disciple and sure sway for a while," Chen Que said, standing up and speaking softly before taking his leave. After Chen Que left, Ban's cloudy eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "Interesting." The room returned to silence. "Are you returning to the land of rice fields, or will you assist the Senju clan?" Chen Que asked softly, looking at the 12 burly men before him. Originally he had summoned them to serve as muscle and for show. But now that his own strength had greatly increased, they were no longer of use. It was better to set them free as a gift to Nawaki. Just as Chen Que thought this, the door suddenly burst open. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Nawaki returned. "Teacher, I miss you." Nawaki rushed forward without a word and gave him a bear hug. Tsunade looked at Chen Que with a complex expression. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was stunned by the sight of the burly men in the room. 12 big men at once, impressive. No wonder Chen Que didn't like women, so that's how it is. Jiraiya's mind raced with speculation. Noticing Jiraiya's strange look, Chen Que ignored him. "You're too late. The Senju clan has already evacuated. Hashirama is at the Senju shrine. Tobarama has left and I don't know where he's gone," Chen Que said, setting Nawaki down. Without a word, Tsunade pulled Nawaki and left. Jiraiya remained where he was. After a moment he spoke softly. "How about a few drinks? Did you bring money?" "Yes." "Then let's go. You all go back first. Leave with Tsunade and Nawaki," Chen Que said, making the decision for the silent crowd. "Let's go drink at the Uchiha compound. After walking around the streets, Chen Que and Jiraiya were dumbfounded to find that no tavern at all had opened for business. The supplies they had gathered earlier had all evaporated, including the silver. Chen Que could only make the suggestion with a slightly stunned look. Jiraiya scratched his head and nodded blankly. The two then sat in the small courtyard and began drinking. Before long, Tsunade returned with Nawaki, a trace of loneliness in her eyes. Soon they were all drinking together. Once Tsunade and Nawaki were drunk, Chen Que calmly pulled 2 large syringes from his robe. He injected them without blinking. At the sight of the huge syringes, Jiraiya instinctively stepped back. He had been traumatized by them last time. Then, realizing he wasn't the target, the corners of his mouth curled upward. That's just how people are. Suffering oneself is bitter, but seeing others suffer the same way restores one's inner balance. Soon 2 more guest rooms in Fugaka's residence were occupied. After the gathering broke up just as Chen Que was getting ready to wash up and sleep, Jiraiya appeared in Chen Ke's room. "What's up? Haven't had enough to drink?" Chen Que asked instinctively. "The old man wants us over there." Jiraiya's eyes were perfectly clear. He looked at Chen Ke's back and said calmly, "Oh." When the two arrived at the Hokage's office, quite a few people were already there. Minato and Sakumo were there along with 2 old men they had never seen before. "Old man, what did you call us over for?" Jiraiya asked with his usual irreverence. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he made no move to speak. Soon one ninja after another appeared in the office, all of them exceptionally powerful jonin. They were not Anbu, they were the elite face of Konoha. After a long while, when all the relevant personnel had arrived, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed. The room fell silent. "Alas, this disaster that has befallen Konoha is entirely due to my failure to see clearly. I never imagined that Danzo, holding such a high position, would commit acts so inhuman. Not only did he steal the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's corpse for experiments, he also seized Hashirama's son, and used him as a test subject. What I never could have imagined was that this villain also had a hand in the fall of Uzushio and the Senju clan, and that was what brought this great calamity upon Konoha." Hiruzen Sarutobi's pained, heavy voice echoed through the office. Those present in Konoha understood without a word. Those who had returned from missions outside also already knew the whole story. Seeing no one respond, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt somewhat displeased. If no one picked up the thread, wouldn't this become a monologue? Alas, I never imagined Danzo would harbor such wolfish ambition. Truly, a man cannot be judged by his appearance, nor the sea measured by a bucket. After a long pause, his old comrade-in-arms Hamura Mitokado chimed in slowly. What else could he do? Previously, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane had been able to play both sides between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. But now, with only Hiruzen Sarutobi holding unchallenged power, he dared not speak carelessly. After all, the true mastermind behind this incident was Orochimaru standing right there. But no one dared say a word. They all tacitly pretended to know nothing. The implications were too deep for them to grasp. Hearing Hamura Mitokado being so sensible, Hiruzen Sarutobi was secretly pleased. His deep gaze shifted to Koharu Yutane. These 2 advisors were nothing but figureheads. Only Danzo had truly been able to contend with him. Now that Danzo was gone, wasn't Konoha ruled by his master and disciples circle alone? Sensing Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze, Koharu Yutane's heart jolted. "I propose that all members of the Shimura clan be exiled to the front lines, never allowed to return, and forbidden from ever using the Shimura name again." The old crone's vicious, ruthless words echoed through the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Koharu Yutane to strike so hard with her first words. After all, they were old comrades. How could she leave no room for mercy? "If you ask me, we should wipe out the entire clan. The blood running through Danzo's veins is utterly filthy, and his descendants can't be any better. Just cut the weeds and dig up the roots so no fish slips through the net, and the embers don't rekindle." Before those in the office could recover from Koharu Yutane's words, Hamura Mitokado's voice echoed through the room again. Each suggestion was more ruthless than the last. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind stirred, and he felt a growing urge to go along. But then he remembered that among the root members he had arrested, quite a few were Danzo's trusted confidants. If he wanted to win them over, he certainly couldn't do something like that. The power of root was not to be underestimated. How about this? No man is a sage, and who can be without fault? Although he committed this monstrous crime, punishment has never extended to one's family. Let us have the villagers vote and decide. What do you all think? Hiruzen Sarutobi played the kindly old mediator, smoothing things over. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Danzo had always kept himself deeply hidden. Very few villagers even knew that someone like Danzo existed in Konoha. If they followed Hiruzen Sarutobi's approach, Danzo's descendants would in all likelihood be sliced to death by villagers who had lost family, money and grain. A fine scheme: divert the flood eastward and kill with a borrowed blade. Yet he still maintained the image of a good man. All the villagers' rage over this incident was channeled in that direction and vented. Then with a few perfunctory words of grief he let the enormous calamity be brushed aside. And Orochimaru, the true mastermind, became the hero who had slain Konoha's darkness Danzo. It had to be said that Hiruzen Sarutobi's maneuvering had completely reshaped everyone's perception of him. Still they didn't care much. They were after all ninja who dwelled within darkness themselves. Killing schemes, filth, the shadows beneath the sun, were constant companions. Moreover, many had been deeply brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and were fanatical devotees of his. The few who truly saw the situation clearly, and whose strength lay beyond Hiruzen's control, were ironically close to Chen Que. Take for example Sakumo, Minato, Jiraiya and Fugaku standing not far away. The rest were Hiruzen Sarutobi's lackeys. At this point Konoha could truly be called a one-man dictatorship. And every one of them had survived the battlefield by being ruthless. As long as their own interests weren't affected they couldn't be bothered to care. From this one could see that most of the ninja who died in this incident were passionate civilian ninja from minor clans Umbu or Root. They and the civilians however had not sacrificed much. If a house was destroyed a new one would be built, only their deposited savings were gone. From now on Konoha would still be a peaceful, thriving village. Even if some harbored hatred, the power gathered in this office could easily steer the course of events and suppress it. Then it's settled. Go about your duties. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two stay. A matter that had looked extremely serious was thus resolved with breezy ease. Seeing everyone being so cooperative, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved a hand lightly. In the office only the three of them were left. The Umbu outside had also been waved away by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Suddenly Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his palm hard on the desk. Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do? He was like an aging lion king, past his prime yet still imposing. This incident has nothing to do with me. Chen Que spread his hands and said calmly. You dare say that? Wood style was your doing, wasn't it? Konoha was leveled by wood style, and you still say it has nothing to do with you? Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. They were people of the Senju clan, Chen Que said flatly. One side was furious, the other was utterly unruffled, a stark contrast. Do you think I can't see that they were all following your orders? Hiruzen Sarutobi barked. Enough. You're an old bag of bones now. How about I give you one too? At the very least it can extend your life by a decade or more. If your luck is good, living a few more 100 years isn't out of the question. Chen Que really didn't feel like arguing with Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was too much trouble. The man was clearly burning with rage. A shot of sedative would do the trick. Why say so much? Hiruzen Sarutobi's angry face froze and his fury vanished halfway through, flaring up. Then his old face broke into a smile like a daisy. I knew my good disciple was filial. Come on, make it snappy. Hiruzen Sarutobi changed his tune at once. The older a person grows, the more he fears death, and he was no exception. After this great battle his strength had not declined too much, but he often felt that his will outran his power. Moreover, this could prolong his life. How could he possibly refuse? Jiraiya watched the two birds of a feather from the side, utterly bewildered. Chen Que pulled out a syringe as thick as a fist. He had no idea how Chen Ke's robe could hold so many things. Actually, it was just a 10 cubic meter system space he had obtained in exchange for origin force. Reaching into his robe was only to mislead onlookers. At the sight of such a huge syringe, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face filled with terror, while Jiraiya's heart itched to try. It was as if he were inwardly screaming, hurry, inject it. Inject it. What a fine pair of filial disciples. You'll be unconscious for about half a month. Take it and inject yourself. Arm or but either is fine. Chen Que said flatly, placing the syringe on the desk. Half a day later, after issuing a few orders, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced that he would go into seclusion for half a month. If anything came up, they were to seek Orochimaru or Minato. He himself appeared in a hidden chamber while his clone lay on the bed holding the fist-sized syringe. His eyes were somewhat vacant, and the sensation was strange. Karma. Ah. Just as Hiruzen was muttering to himself, the clone descended like an embodiment of justice. A needle nearly 10 centimeters long plunged viciously into Hiruzen Sarutobi's buttock. A piercing scream echoed through the secret chamber. Time quickly slipped by. Soon the children, Sasuke and Naruto, reached the age to begin their schooling. Upon the ruins of the Whirlpool country a new nation had emerged. The once young country founded by the orphan survivors of the Senju clan became a land teeming with formidable warriors. Many who had fled the Whirlpool country chose to return to their ancestral soil and join the once young country. The other great nations sent scouts into the territory a few times then fell into silence. This piece of meat was too tough for them to bite. The Hokage rock was recarved, but since Hashirama Senju had not faded away, Sarutobi's ambition remained unfulfilled. He was still the third Hokage. Now his hair had turned black as if he had regained his youth. Chen Que continued to stay with the Uchiha clan, enjoying fine food and drink every day with no reason to leave. Moreover, as Hiruzen Sarutobi regained his youth and no longer acted foolishly by offering him the Hokage position, Chen Que felt much relieved. The village and the nation seemed to have returned to a long-lost peace. The internal turmoil within the Uchiha clan had also subsided considerably after that major incident. Shursui had now grown into a young man and awakened his Mangekyo. With Chen Que protecting Itachi, the latter had not fallen victim to Obito's schemes and had awakened his eyes. Nor had he witnessed Shursui's death, so he only possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. Madara had gone out for a stroll a few years ago and showed no signs of returning. Chen Que knew even without thinking that Madara had likely gone to the land of rain. Kakashi, true to the title of White Fang's son, trained relentlessly in swordsmanship instead of copying 1,000 techniques and following the path of the copy ninja. Yet the Sharingan constantly drained his chakra. He refused to replace it with ordinary eyes, determined to keep watching over this world for his old friend. Jiraiya had set off on another journey. Itachi, after Sasuke enrolls in the academy, I'll take you somewhere, Chen Que said casually after dinner. Chen Que spoke in a calm tone. Sasuke looked at Chen Que with a hint of timidity, perhaps because of the flicking and forehead taps he had endured. He had developed a shadow of fear toward Chen Que. However, Sasuke was no longer an arrogant brat, he had learned reverence. It showed that Chen Que was quite skilled at raising children. Master, where are we going? After dropping Sasuke off at school, Itachi came to Chen Que's room and asked softly. Go fetch Shursui. I'll take you both to learn something valuable. Chen Que didn't answer directly but spoke gently. Soon Shursui and Itachi stood before Chen Que. He pressed his palms together, and the three vanished from the room. When they reappeared, an ancient villa stood before them beside a vast pond. Oh, little snake boy, you've come. I thought you'd forgotten about big sister, came a rumbling voice that shook the ground. The white snake sage slithered over. How could I forget you, sister snake? I'm here now. By the way, where's little white? I didn't see him. Chen Que asked with a hint of curiosity. He succeeded in transforming into a dragon and went out to play, the white snake sage said softly. Not bad, he actually made it. I came this time to learn the advanced version of sage art and to teach my disciples as well. After a moment of thought, Chen Que came straight to the point. That's wonderful, I've been bored to death. The white snake sage agreed readily. Itachi and Shursui stared at the colossal creature before them, panic flickering in their eyes. They stood timidly behind Chen Que, overwhelmed by the pressure of a higher life form. Thus Itachi and Shursui began their training in sage mode. Chen Que would occasionally drop by to check on them. He was in no hurry, as sage art no longer held much significance for him. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited so long before coming. Little White had succeeded in his transformation and gone out to play. Why disturb his vacation? After a few days, Chen Que fell into a deep slumber, contemplating the secrets of the 6 paths. His cultivation had reached its peak, yet it was still insufficient to fully step into the 6 paths level, which made him anxious. He didn't know what was wrong. This sleep lasted 6 years, during which he completely missed the growth of Naruto and Sasuke. When he awoke, the two were already at their graduation period, performing tedious D-rank missions. Upon his awakening, Itachi and Shursui each received 2 injections from him. It was worth noting that his syringe had grown larger and more terrifying. The 2 young men's faces turned green. But under Chen Que's overwhelming authority, they could only submit helplessly. In a dark corner of the ninja world, a red cocoon slowly cracked open. Chen Que-kun, are you ready? I'm back. At that moment, Chen Que's long-forgotten system began to emit continuous warnings. Warning: Orochimaru has been resurrected. Warning. The system's voice plunged Chen Que into deep thought. He hadn't yet reached the 6 paths, and that troublesome little vixen had come back to life. Moreover, he didn't know where she was. The enemy was hidden while he was exposed, a very uncomfortable situation. With that in mind, Chen Que decided to go talk to Kushina, to see if Kurama had any methods. After all, Kurama's perception was terrifying. His own perception was only mediocre. Snake uncle, what brings you here? When Chen Que arrived at the courtyard, Minato emerged from the house and asked softly. The other me has been resurrected. Last time it stole Kurama's origin essence, granting it the power of revival. Chen Que did not hide the truth from Minato. Ah. Minato was stunned by Chen Ke's words. Senior, how can you be sure you are the real you? After a moment, Minato asked cautiously. The space-time technique he wields is the same as yours, while mine is different, Chen Que explained calmly. Minato's wariness was understandable. After all, Kushina was his treasure. If Chen Que hadn't brought up the matter, Minato wouldn't have thought of it. But since he did, Minato naturally had that question. Soon Chen Que fixed his gaze on Kushina. A moment later, he pulled Kurama's adorable little body out of her. Without hesitation, Chen Que channeled his own life force into Kushina's body in a continuous stream. Minato, who had been about to bristle, calmed down. After a moment, Chen Que produced a large syringe and administered an injection to Kushina. Don't worry, it's a good thing. When she wakes up after half a month of sleep, you'll understand, Chen Que said calmly. Minato fell into thought, recalling Jiraiya's previous slumber, and understood. Kurama, let's go. Seeing Kurama still bewildered, Chen Que gently kicked the little fox's rear and said softly. Huh? Kid, who are you? How do you know my name? How did you pull me out without the girl dying? Kurama asked in utter confusion. Don't ask so many questions. I need your help with something, and then you'll be free. Chen Que had no intention of answering. Looking at Kurama's tiny form now, he felt a bit disappointed, wondering if the fox was still useful. Minato watched the one-man, one-fox pair depart with a dazed expression. The constant worry that Kurama would betray its master had finally subsided. He looked at his sleeping wife, bent down, and gently kissed Kushina's forehead. Do you remember when your origin essence was stolen? When they reached a quiet spot, Chen Que asked directly. At Chen Ke's words, Kurama's fur bristled instantly, as if recalling a terrible memory. Its vertical pupils contracted. The creature was terrified. After a long silence, Kurama calmed down. That guy was terrifying. He could drain my origin essence out of thin air, nearly killing me. What are you planning to go after him? Kurama looked at Chen Que and asked calmly. Yes, I intend to cause him trouble. Chen Que answered without hesitation. Your strength. I can't see through you anymore, but I can sense that you still have a long way to go, Kurama said after a moment of silence. Can you sense your lost origin essence? Chen Ke's brow furrowed with worry. No, unless he's very close to me, Kurama thought for a moment and answered truthfully. For some reason, being with Chen Que relaxed him. And he loved the feeling of freedom now, instead of being trapped in a cage where his only movement was confined to a narrow space. How close does he have to be for you to sense him? Chen Que asked curiously. About 1,000 kilometers. System, come out and see if I'm wrong. Chen Que fell silent, mocking the system in his mind. This world truly marvelous, still possessing such mystical ninjutsu that can resurrect the dead in another form. Walking through the myriad phenomena nation forged by the Senju clan, Orochimaru remarked with some emotion. He saw infinite possibilities in this technique. Sasuke, you're back so early today. Chen Que sauntered through the Uchiha district with Kurama. Seeing Sasuke return, he asked with curiosity. Sasuke was somewhat bewildered upon seeing Chen Que. Chen Que was his brother's master, and he didn't know what to call this somewhat deranged man. Tomorrow we're leaving the village for a C-rank mission, Sasuke answered vaguely after a moment's thought, skipping any form of address. What Sasuke didn't know was that Naruto would feel even more awkward facing Chen Que. Since Naruto's own father Minato had to call Orochimaru's snake uncle, wouldn't Naruto have to call Chen Que grandpa? Oh, a C-rank mission. C-rank. Chen Que repeated softly, then froze for a moment. You're escorting an old man to the land of waves, aren't you? Chen Que said nonchalantly, making a show of counting on his fingers. Chen Ke's words made Sasuke pause, looking at him strangely. Were you following me? Sasuke asked, somewhat surprised. Follow you, my ass? I even know you'll run into a couple named Zabuza and Haku, Chen Que said casually with a sidelong glance. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Yeah, right, like I believe that. Watching Sasuke leave, Chen Que fell into deep thought. Both the male lead and the second lead are there. Messing with their storyline should net me a decent harvest, right? Chen Que muttered to himself, stroking his chin. He planned to tag along tomorrow to check things out. Take a look at that pretty boy and save their lives. Chen Que was still far too lacking in chakra. Without relying on tailed beasts, breaking into the Six Paths realm was no easy feat. The next day, the moment Sasuke stepped out, Chen Que stealthily followed, as if planning a sneak attack. From afar, Chen Que saw three little runts curiously observing everything around them. It was their first time leaving the village, so they were full of wonder. Chen Ke's figure flickered and he had already arrived at the land of waves. They were dawdling too much, he'd rather find a spot in the land of waves to fish and relax. A few days later, Chen Que rescued Zabuza and Haku, then set them free. Though his source essence had increased a bit, it wasn't much. There could be two reasons for that. One was that Orochimaru's system had taken a share. The other was that the world's will had grown stronger. Upon realizing this, Chen Que felt rather uneasy. After all, this essence was directly tied to his strength. So he began wandering the ninja world with Kurama, searching for traces of Orochimaru. Hey kid, slow down. It's been ages since I've flown and my head's spinning. I can't help you sense anything like this. Up in the air, Chen Que, now skilled at flight, was getting excited and sped up. Kurama cried out that he couldn't take it. Hearing Kurama's words, Chen Que was a bit baffled, but he had no choice but to slow down. What happened half a month later was unexpected yet made perfect sense. You're here, Orochimaru said, his expression complex as he looked at Chen Que before him. Yes, I'm here. I found you, Chen Que said softly, looking at Orochimaru. Let's settle this once and for all. A long silence followed. Chen Que spoke quietly. Orochimaru frowned deeply, showing no intention of speaking. He gently picked up the teapot, refilled his own cup, rinsed the cup for Chen Que, and poured him a serving. Have some tea. You've had a long, dusty journey, Orochimaru said calmly, watching Chen Que. Seeing Orochimaru in such a state, Chen Que sat down gently and picked up the teacup. Actually, Blue Star is fine. Your system was just feeding you lies, Chen Que said softly, noticing that Orochimaru had no intention of attacking. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes lit up at Chen Ke's words, then quickly returned to calm. The system's existence is a deep mystery. I want to study it, but that requires having overwhelming power, Orochimaru said seriously. Why be so fixated on it all? Some things just don't have answers. The system either came from a supreme being or it was born from incredible fortune of heaven and earth, Chen Que said softly, looking at Orochimaru. I don't necessarily need to understand it completely, but I think it's a decent path that keeps me from losing my way. It can keep me moving forward. You know what I mean, Chen Que-kun. You're a scholar too. Orochimaru refilled Chen Ke's tea. The two didn't fight like last time, instead they chatted like old friends. You should leave this world. If possible, lend a hand to Blue Star. We're on the same planet like two nurtured goo worms. Fighting to the death is not my wish, Chen Que said softly, tapping the table with his index and middle fingers together. Chen Que-kun, you seem to have lost the fire of your youth. But well, we've grown old, Orochimaru said gently, raising his hand in a toasting gesture, as if saluting the passing of their youthful days. My power is insufficient to leave this world. The system won't help me because lately I haven't been doing the tasks it gives me, Orochimaru explained softly after finishing his tea. Seems like your system isn't that friendly after all, Chen Que finally managed to say after a long pause. It's fine, really. The system is quite humane. Refusing tasks doesn't bring punishment. Perhaps it's because the other half is with you, Orochimaru said quietly. Maybe. My system is pretty useless, Chen Que replied, not wanting to discuss the system any further. There was no point in saying too much. Now he could kill Orochimaru before the latter could even react. That was why he could speak so calmly and peacefully. After all, many choices weren't that bad. As long as you had enough power, you could afford many choices. What's more, Orochimaru's system was extremely cunning. It had given him a huge cheat from the very beginning, making it impossible for him to kill Orochimaru. That ability was too disgusting. Even at his current level, on the verge of fully entering the Six Paths rank, he couldn't do anything to Orochimaru. In other words, unless Orochimaru was willing to sacrifice himself like Kurama did for Naruto with the Baryon mode, he could resurrect infinitely in this world. Orochimaru couldn't use Baryon mode either. Kurama feared the demonic statue of the outer path, but Orochimaru had no such fear. He was simply a complete bug. Oh. Seeing that Chen Que had no intention of discussing systems further, Orochimaru didn't ask either. Since he died at Chen Ke's hands last time, his consciousness had been locked in a dark room for 10 years, and it was unbearable. It was a waste of life, a waste of truth. That was why he had been waiting for Chen Que here all along. He wanted to talk. But to his surprise, Chen Que seemed to have no intention of fighting either. "What are your thoughts?" Chen Que asked calmly after downing another cup of tea. Orochimaru's heart tightened slightly. "Chen Que-kun, let's cooperate. Once I gain enough power, a power like yours, I'll head to the neighboring planet, use it as a springboard, leave this multiverse, and never come back," Orochimaru said, seeming calm after a moment of silence. Lu Jing sensed the violent pounding of Orochimaru's heart, and the sincerity in his words. At his current realm, he could roughly judge whether a person was telling the truth, or lying. "Can I trust you? Or rather, can I trust you, Orochimaru? Your system I'm not so sure about." The room fell into a tense silence, but with Chen Ke's words the atmosphere warmed up and became harmonious again. "The system is just a tool. It has no say in what I want to do. And I can sincerely tell you I don't like lying. After all, exploring the truths of the universe is already exhausting enough. I don't have time for lies," Orochimaru said calmly, staring at Chen Que. Chen Que gazed deeply at Orochimaru. "Last time you harbored murderous intent toward me. This time it's completely gone. Can you tell me why?" Chen Que picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup. "When I first revived, I was indeed full of killing intent towards you. After all, you killed me once, and my consciousness was trapped in that dark room for over a decade, unable to do anything. But then I discovered that this world had many wondrous things. So I changed my mindset. There are so many interesting things waiting for me, why should I drown in hatred? Besides, over these 10-odd years, I believe your power has reached a height I can't comprehend. So I've given up on fighting. I'm not dead anyway." Chen Que sipped his tea, his mind racing with thoughts about the original Orochimaru's character combined with the variables from Blue Star. Trying to deduce how much of Orochimaru's words were true. "System, is there anything that can constrain people and your kind of systems?" Chen Que asked the system in his mind. He knew that the human heart was fickle. Perhaps the Orochimaru before him was sincere now, but once he grew stronger he might have other ideas. He truly couldn't kill Orochimaru, otherwise he wouldn't have resorted to conversation to resolve the issue. The system fell silent. Chen Ke's question was a fatal one. Seeming to sense the system's unease, Chen Que added, "I won't use such a function on you. After all, we're partners. From being weak to now, only you have been by my side," Chen Que said calmly. A moment later, a sheet of paper materialized out of thin air, manifested from golden light appearing between the two of them. "Have your system sign this pact with you. This pact can bind us both and our systems. Whoever even thinks of breaking the pact shall perish body and soul and be cast into eternal suffering," Chen Que declared calmly. Orochimaru was silent. After a long pause, Orochimaru, following Chen Ke's instructions, dripped a drop of blood onto the paper. Seeing this, Chen Que did the same. Then the golden paper rapidly dispersed, splitting into two and sinking into their foreheads. Chen Que extended his hand and Orochimaru did the same. Their hands clasped together. "Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business." Thus a looming threat and chaotic affair was formally and ceremoniously resolved. "Go back. Konoha is your home," Chen Que said softly to Orochimaru before leaving. His words gave Orochimaru a moment's pause, and then the latter nodded. Very well. He assumed Chen Que wanted to keep an eye on him, to watch him closely so he couldn't stir up trouble. But with the treaty signed, he had no fear that Chen Que would grow stronger and turn against him. The two figures vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they had already reached Konoha. "Stay at your own home. Since you came back, I haven't so much as touched your room." "All right." With one major problem settled, Chen Que strolled through the prosperous streets of Konoha. But the peace did not last long. Before long, an Umbu appeared behind Chen Que. "Something I can help you with?" Chen Que asked without turning around. "The Hokage requests your presence." "I see." Chen Que waved his hand, signaling that the man could leave. "Old man, what do you want with me?" Chen Que had just arrived at the office when he asked softly, before Hiruzen Sarutobi could even speak. "I want to hold a Chunin exam in Konoha, raise the village's prestige, and let every major financial magnate see Konoha's new strength so that when they have missions they think of Konoha first. If you want to do it, then do it." "Then why did you specifically call me here?" "I'm not interested in that." Chen Que looked at the vigorous Hiruzen Sarutobi and said irritably. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and kept fidgeting with it. A long silence passed. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he carefully placed the pipe on its stand. I'm tired. After this I intend to step down as Hokage. You will succeed me as Hokage. Chen Que had no idea what Hiruzen Sarutobi was playing at, bringing up this old matter again. You know me, I have no interest in the Hokage seat. But you're still perfectly capable of being Hokage for decades to come. Why don't you want the job anymore? Have you lost your mind? Chen Que retorted irritably. I've grown weary of it. The village has already become what I wanted it to be. I'm not sure what to do with myself anymore, it all feels a bit flat. I just want to go live out my remaining years in peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were startling. Chen Que was baffled, feeling that the world's corrective force was meddling again. He never expected that Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man who valued power so highly, would so casually abandon what he held dear. Have Jiraiya do it. I have no interest. After thinking it over, Chen Que felt this was yet another major event. After all, the Chunin exam was tied to a looming crisis in Konoha. By now no one should dare attack Konoha. Konoha wouldn't collapse and the old man wouldn't die. Tsunade wouldn't become the 5th Hokage then. If the role went to Jiraiya instead, that seemed like a decent outcome. It would be easier for the old man to accept. He won't do. He has neither lofty ambition nor a gift for command. Then let it be Sakumo or Minato. Chen Que kept shoving aside the very thing countless people cherished. He had absolutely no desire to become Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi found Chen Que's attitude a headache, unable to understand why Chen Que would disdain something as wonderful as power. How many times had he offered to abdicate now? Every single time Chen Que refused without hesitation, showing him no respect at all, which was hard to take. Can you tell me why you're so unwilling to become Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his ethereal sage-like beard and asked softly. No interest. Just no interest, Chen Que said irritably. The position of Hokage was a prize in the eyes of passionate youths and a treasure in the eyes of those who delighted in political maneuvering. But to him the Hokage seat was even more tedious than the most monotonous cultivation. Only after Chen Que left did Hiruzen Sarutobi snap back to his senses. Staring at the empty space before him, he felt as if he had just woken from a dream. The next day rumors spread all over the village about how outstanding Orochimaru, the 3rd Hokage's disciple, was and how immense his power had grown. There were also rumors that the 3rd Hokage, seeing the village stabilized, could step down with peace of mind. In the shadows the rumors began swirling again. Orochimaru, do you want to become Hokage? That old man is such a nuisance. In a somewhat dilapidated little house, Chen Que and Orochimaru sat together. Chen Que said gloomily. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I have no interest either, Chen Que-kun. With time like this I'd rather spend it on research, that would be far more interesting. A silence fell between them. By the way, there's a secret passage entrance under the bed and some experimental equipment inside. You're welcome to use it. After a pause, Chen Que said calmly. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. Then I thank you, Chen Que-kun. He smiled faintly and said quietly. In truth, if even missiles could be crafted with ninjutsu, building a few pieces of equipment was nothing at all. Still, since it was a thoughtful gesture from Chen Que, he had no intention of refusing. By the way, I have a plan. I don't know whether you'd be interested. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Chen Que spoke softly. Oh? What plan? Orochimaru asked with interest upon hearing Chen Que's words. There's a deeply hidden organization in the shinobi world and I want you to go help them. Their ultimate goal is to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Chen Que did not go into too much detail. He felt waiting like this was too slow. Why not take the initiative and hasten their progress? As he thought it over, Chen Que paused slightly, and then a new thought struck him. Why should he follow their path at all? Why not simply capture all 9-tailed beasts, except for the 8 tails and 9 tails, and deliver them over, then toss in a little of the 8 tails and 9 tails chakra as well? Wouldn't that be simple enough? If only he already had the Rinnegan. He would even have gone down personally to seize the demonic statue of the outer path, and revive the 10 tails himself. But at this thought Chen Que was troubled again, because doing so would still be walking the same old road as the original story. It all seemed meaningless. He might even end up working in vain for someone else's benefit, which was simply absurd. Very well. I was getting a bit bored anyway. At Chen Que's words, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered slightly. Clearly he found the idea somewhat intriguing. After all, the secrets of creatures like the tailed beasts were quite fascinating. Not long after Chen Que left, Orochimaru left as well. He had a fair amount of interest in that organization. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Que placed great importance on this organization. He wanted to see what marvelous things lay inside it that could intrigue Chen Que so deeply. A few days later the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. Since the early rounds were rather dull, Chen Que had no intention of watching. He waited until the first and second rounds had finished. Only then did Chen Que go over, though with little enthusiasm. Once there he did a slight double take. The battle was Naruto versus Kiba. Unlike the flustered Naruto he remembered from the original story, Naruto used a clean, crisp body flicker technique closed in on Kiba and swiftly knocked him to the ground. Though he lacked the Nine Tails as a cheat code, Naruto's early potential was extraordinarily fierce. Add to that the fact that Minato was still alive and his training of Naruto had never ceased. Moreover, the Rasengan, which Chen Que had told Minato to teach Naruto, had not even been used yet. Of course, more importantly, Naruto still carried Ajura's powerful power within him. It simply hadn't been awakened yet. But it had subconsciously strengthened his physique a great deal. Sasuke meanwhile had Itachi's guidance. Without the shackles of the Heaven's Curse seal, and without the bizarre techniques of the Hidden Sound Village, he too dominated the arena. One team, two powerhouses. And then there was Sakura with hair that looked as if a dog had gnawed on it, pinned to the ground by a foreign ninja and pummeled. She was battered black and blue, tears streaming from her eyes. Naruto, watching from the stands, was furious. In the end, Sakura managed to concede with honor, and was carried off. Sasuke watched with a calm, indifferent expression. Naruto, that devoted puppy, hurried over to check on her. At that thought, Chen Que began to wonder what kind of girlfriend he should find for Sasuke. Just as he was musing over this, he glanced at Itachi, whose arm was linked with Uchiha Izumi's. Itachi's cheeks were deeply flushed. Chen Que groaned inwardly. Forget finding him a girlfriend. Let Sasuke stay single. Let his older brother do the heavy lifting. Rock Lee, just as in the original story, had the bones in his arms and legs shattered into pieces. The final round was still scheduled a month later, perhaps to stimulate Konoha's economy and encourage the wealthy magnates vacationing in the village to spend more. At the hospital, the doctor shook his head. Guy bowed to the doctor with a dejected look. Doctor, is there really no other way? Guy asked earnestly. There is, unless you can find Lady Tsunade, the miracle healer. Her medical skill is second to none. What I cannot solve she can easily handle and heal. Hearing this, Guy was stunned. Recalling that the entire Senju clan had left Konoha, his expression turned despondent. Guy had not known the hidden circumstances at the time, but Kakashi knew quite a bit. Later, Guy also learned the full story. Even so, he didn't feel the Senju clan had done anything wrong. If someone else had touched what he held most dear, he too would retaliate at any cost. Now Tsunade was in the Wanxiang kingdom on a different side. He simply couldn't go to her for help, and there was no reason for her to assist him. Of course, he wasn't the sort to give up easily. He planned to seek out the first Hokage at the Senju Shrine to plead with him to see if there was a way, or perhaps to establish a connection to Tsunade. Kakashi had taken Sasuke for special training. Naruto had gone out with Minato. Sakura was lying in the hospital. Hashirama, you're really hopeless. Your chess game is atrocious. Outside the shrine, Chen Que was playing chess with Hashirama. Mito sat beside them like a devoted housewife. Chen Que would occasionally come by to spend some time with Hashirama. Though he didn't entirely approve of Hashirama's methods in life, everyone had a different position. Everyone could choose their own path and their own convictions. Of course, he was no saint himself, so he had no right to judge whether the other person's actions were right or wrong. I haven't fully mastered this chess game yet. Let's play dice instead. Hashirama deftly pulled a set of dice from his robe. Have you ever won a single game in your entire life? Chen Que said, at a loss for words. He couldn't understand why Hashirama and Tsunade both loved playing this so much. Yet their gambling luck was unbelievably bad. Still, they reveled in it. Kai! What are you doing here? Hashirama pulled out dice, and Chen Que turned pale at the mere sight, immediately making a swift escape. As he walked out of the Senju clan's compound, he caught sight of Kai hurrying past with an urgent expression. Then, as if recalling something, a hint of curiosity faded from his expression. Kai looked at Chen Que with a complex gaze. He did not like Chen Que, for the last incident had essentially been orchestrated by Chen Que as the mastermind. Yet he was a man of courtesy. Even if he disliked someone, he would never show a displeased countenance. Lord Dishiwan, my disciple has been injured this time, fractured bones in one hand and leg. I wish to seek out Senior Hashirama to see if Lady Gangsho can be found for treatment. Kai's heart was filled with anxiety, yet he explained himself calmly and unhurriedly. Oh, that's not a serious matter. I can also heal. Would you like me to take a look? Chen Que listened quietly to Kai, then spoke leisurely. Hearing Chen Ke's words, Kai felt a flicker of doubt. Then he realized that Gang Shou wandered far and wide. Finding her would take an unknown amount of time. Since Chen Que before him claimed he could heal, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. At this thought, hope swelled in his heart, and he bowed deeply. Then I trouble you. Let's go. Chen Que said nothing, only nodded. In the ward, Chen Que gazed calmly at Shaoli lying on the bed. A surge of life force gathered in his hand. He knew nothing of medical techniques. He simply needed to channel abundant life force, manipulate the shattered bones back together, and let the vitality heal them. That was the principle. The principle was simple and the operation effortless. After waiting half an hour and putting on a pretense of treatment, young man, get out of bed slowly and adjust. Don't subconsciously protect the injured limbs, they are stronger than before. Chen Que not only healed the body but also mended Shaoli's heart. Those who have suffered severe injuries even after recovery tend to subconsciously favor and protect the injured parts in daily life and combat. Thank you, senior. Supported by Kai, Shaoli bowed earnestly. Chen Que wiped the cold sweat he had deliberately worked up. He rubbed his pale face. It's nothing serious. Your vitality hasn't been too heavily damaged. Rest for 10 days to half a month and you'll recover. It's worth it to heal a passionate young man like you. Chen Que feigned weak legs as he walked out of the ward, heading toward the Yuzhibo clan. He hoped that this one act would be enough. If they ever became enemies, Kai wouldn't immediately unleash a Night Kai kick. That would have made his efforts worthwhile. Meanwhile, Kai was weeping as he embraced Shaoli. Shaoli, you must repay Lord de Shiwan well. The master and disciple were once again filled with burning passion. Chen Que staggered toward the Yuzhibo clan, playing the part to the fullest. But he hadn't expected Kai not to see him off. That caught him off guard. He even began to doubt his acting skills. Inside the room, Lu Jing sat leisurely sipping tea. Just then, "Teacher, I think something's wrong with me," Itachi said as he pushed open the door. "Oh, what's the matter?" Chen Que gently set down his teacup, his tone turning serious. After all, he had been guiding this young disciple Itachi for so long. If something went wrong, all his efforts would be wasted. More importantly, in the original story, Itachi suffered from a blood-related illness which had always weighed on Chen Ke's mind. Although Itachi had successfully received the inoculation, the results were random. It all depended on his constitution. But if it failed, that would be truly distressing. "Teacher, look! My Sharingan has turned into a big windmill." Chen Que was stunned by Itachi's words. He looked at Itachi. Itachi's 3 Tomo had already transformed into the Mangekyo. "That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. What are you thinking?" Chen Que said with some exasperation. "But that's not right, teacher. Our ancestor Yuzhibo Ban's Mangekyo didn't look like this," Itachi insisted. "Everyone's Mangekyo is different. You should go read the clan's records more often or ask Chishui." Chen Que said, a bit annoyed. He had taken Itachi as his disciple when the boy was still young. Whenever Itachi had doubts, he would come directly to Chen Que. That was why even after awakening the Mangekyo, Itachi treated it as a mutation. He hurried to ask Chen Que. But it was somewhat subtle that Chishui had never told Itachi about his own Mangekyo awakening. However, considering the usual process of awakening the Mangekyo, Chen Que could understand. "Don't get so worked up. I've already inoculated you. Just cultivate step by step. The Mangekyo Sharingan is only the beginning." Chen Que instinctively wanted to touch Itachi's face. Then he realized this young man had grown into a tall youth, even taller than himself. Itachi noticed Chen Ke's gesture. Slightly embarrassed, he fetched a stool and sat beside Chen Que, pouring tea with the pot. Chen Que was momentarily taken aback. "Before I knew it, little Itachi has grown up. Time to find you a wife. Let me propose to the Quan family on your behalf." Chen Que, as always, stroked Itachi's head and spoke softly. "I leave it to you, master," Itachi murmured. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks, clearly showing his shyness. "What a bashful young man," Chen Que muttered inwardly. After Itachi left, Chen Que, filled with worry, stealthily followed him. He knew that the awakening of the Mangekyo from a 3-Tomo Sharingan was usually triggered by some kind of trauma. Even a talent like Hagoromo Otsutsuki possessing the Otsutsuki chakra had to endure trials to awaken the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan. For instance, witnessing the death of his beloved, personally slaying Hamura, then using the sage's talisman to revive him, and grant him mastery of senjutsu. Earlier he had deliberately refrained from asking. Now, feeling uneasy, he secretly followed to take a look. Then he saw Itachi crouching in the small courtyard holding a pitch-black, motionless object in his hands. Chen Que focused his gaze. It was a crow. He felt a bit speechless and vanished from the spot. Just now he had discerned that it was merely a dead crow. Presumably this crow was a gift from Shisui, and Itachi had raised it for quite some time only to have it die on him. His three-tomo Sharingan's power had already reached its peak, and this stimulus triggered the awakening of the Mangekyo. Then he himself noticed it, thinking he was ill, and rushed over to ask Chen Que. Now that he knew it was nothing serious, he remembered the little crow was still unburied and went back to bury it. Chen Que made a calm deduction, estimating that he was likely correct. The next day Lu Jing acquired some money and antiques from Fugaku, then led a few Uchiha clan members to help Itachi propose marriage. Izumi's parents did not refuse and agreed directly. They were well aware of the bond between Izumi and Itachi. The two sides began to discuss an auspicious date. Upon checking, 2 days later turned out to be a fortunate day. So the Uchiha clan made grand preparations. All the notable figures in the village received invitations. Fugaku, directing the servants to decorate the courtyard, had a smile so wide it seemed to bloom like a flower. Chen Que, not wanting to cause trouble, lounged on the rooftop watching the joyous family. "Do you have anyone you fancy? You're practically my disciple. I'll go propose on your behalf and handle everything," Chen Que said softly, sensing a presence behind him. "My lord, please don't tease me," Shisui replied, a bit embarrassed. Chen Que turned to look at Shisui's flushed face, intrigued. He was getting addicted to playing matchmaker. Surprisingly, arranging marriages was quite amusing. Chen Que found himself enjoying it. 2 days later a grand wedding began in Konoha. Sasuke, hearing that his elder brother was getting married, rushed back immediately. Kakashi had no choice but to follow. Minato and Naruto were no exception. Sasuke returned with a sullen expression. Itachi was the one who cherished him most in this world. If Itachi married, Izuna would share his big brother's love, and if a child was born, Sasuke would be left with no one's affection. Thus he was utterly displeased. But before he could concoct any mischief, he saw Chen Que making a gesture with his thumb and forefinger, and immediately a shiver ran down his spine. He could only resign himself to a bitter sorrow. "That wicked old Chen Que goes too far. When I grow stronger, I'll tie you to a tree and spank you," Sasuke thought viciously to himself. He regarded Chen Que as the ultimate villain behind this tragedy. "Sasuke, why do you seem unhappy about Itachi brother's wedding?" Naruto poked Sasuke's side with his finger, puzzled. "Naruto, you need to get stronger quickly and keep up with me so that later I can lead you to defeat the darkness of my Uchiha clan," Sasuke said meaningfully. All right. I'll help you. But you should be the one chasing after me. You've never beaten me at school," Naruto replied, excitedly winking. "That's because I was going easy on you, hiding my true strength. A gentleman conceals his abilities and bides his time. What do you know?" Sasuke pouted, speaking crossly. "Wow, that line is so cool," Naruto exclaimed in admiration. "Of course my big brother taught me," Sasuke answered smugly. The two whispered to each other while the surroundings buzzed with excitement. Everyone was waiting for the main figures to appear. I'm off. Naruto, who had been murmuring with Sasuke, suddenly sensed something. He quickly took his leave from Sasuke and stealthily went to the hall to find Kushina and Minato. "Oh, if it isn't little Naruto! Why are you dodging me?" Chen Que appeared behind Naruto, grabbing his collar. Naruto struggled to break free. Suddenly he formed hand seals. "Ultimate technique, super sexy jutsu." Poof! A figure entirely covered in pixelated mosaics appeared in the center. Chen Que was momentarily stunned, then a faint blush crept onto his face. With a flicker he vanished from the spot. He wondered how Naruto, raised by Minato and Kushina, could still master such a subtle and powerful technique. Sasuke meanwhile covered his eyes with a flushed face. Peeking through a gap between his fingers he watched. Seeing Chen Que leave, Naruto quickly dispelled the transformation and doubled over with laughter. Ha, my technique is the strongest." The people nearby who hadn't paid attention glanced over. Seeing Naruto laughing alone, they lost interest. Once again they stared eagerly at the wedding altar or chatted with those around them. Those attending the wedding were all high-ranking individuals, many hoping to seize an opportunity. If they encountered a benefactor, it could mean instant success. So they had no time for children, every moment was precious. Some were waiting for the main figures to appear ready to flatter them, hoping the distinguished Uchiha clan would take notice and elevate their status. Soon the wedding ceremony began. Chen Que, Fugaku Mikoto, and Izumi's parents sat at the head table blessing the couple. Everyone present, whether genuine or not, displayed a joyful atmosphere. Of course, little Sasuke was an exception. This child was egocentric and extremely conceited. Thus he sulked in silence. But he dared not show it, fearing retribution. How is the plan going now? In a pitch-dark cave lit by 2 torches, Madara toyed with a special kunai in his hand. This kunai was a gift from Izuna, a finely crafted piece. Because of your appearance in Konoha, Obito's identity has been suspected by Nagato. He no longer has Nagato's trust. Fortunately, Nagato's plan hasn't changed for now. A black apparition stood before Madara. Madara sat askew on his chair, listening casually. That's enough. Go back and keep watch. He waved his hand. He motioned for the dark figure to leave. After it had gone, Madara looked down at the kunai in his hand. Izuna, don't worry. Once your big brother creates a world of peace, I will resurrect you. Madara's low voice echoed through the cave. In another cave, Obito lounged against the wall at his ease, staring emptily at the dirt above, just like an addict. Obito, you have to pull yourself together. This is only a small setback. Spiral White Setsu's voice sounded from Obito's body. It was bizarre. What's there to pull together for? Madara Uchiha has already revived himself. What am I still working for? Obito's voice was somewhat dejected. His eyes were completely listless. Didn't you want to create a world with Rin in it? In your state now, how can you create it? White Setsu's voice sounded again. Don't panic. Madara as he is now is nothing to fear. When the time comes, we just need to watch the show. Obito said indifferently. Obito, you've been lying flat for more than half a month. Don't you need to poop? Seeing that Obito was all right, Spiral White Setsu shifted his tone. You'd better go to sleep now, or I'll beat you to death. Obito flew into a rage, forming a stark contrast with his earlier breeziness. Teacher, do you think what we're doing might be a little wrong? In the land of rice fields, Chen Que's wood clone lay sprawled on the bed. Conan, blushing, pounded Chen Que's back. The two of them seemed to have long been forgotten. What's the rush? Keep massaging me properly. Did you learn the massage I taught you last time? Chen Que's clone said calmly, like a slave finally turning the tables and singing. Conan's face instantly became peach-colored and she got up and fled. Has that original body of ours actually forgotten us? Watching Conan leave, Chen Que's wood clone stared after her, her slender waist and exaggerated curves rippling as she ran. It made the clone feel a little unsettled. I wonder if us wood clones can have children. If we took a bunch of kids back to the original body, his expression would be priceless. Chen Que had completely forgotten the two of them in the land of rice fields. The two, with nothing else to do, spent every day together, and something subtly wonderful grew. If the wood clone had been a little more crooked, the row of rice would have popped into popcorn long ago. Meanwhile, Conan's master-disciple bond with Chen Que had also changed its nature. Naturally, Chen Que knew nothing of it. After the major matter with Itachi was concluded, he quietly picked up a meteorite and brought it back. That meteorite had caused no end of harm, hurting quite a few children. So Chen Que picked it up on a dark and windy night. But afraid of radiation, he tossed it to the system. His truth-seeking orb increased by 1 again. He had never imagined that such a thing would happen. He felt a little regretful. It had indeed been a bit rash. But once a thing went into the system, it was like a meat bun thrown at a dog, never coming back. Life fell quiet once more. Soon the final stage of the Chunin exam arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi first rattled on endlessly until the feudal lords frowned and grew impatient. Only then did Hiruzen smack his lips and stop, still somewhat unsatisfied. The battles began. Shikamaru had another brief moment of coolness, quietly stealing Temari's heart and drawing her attention. Naruto's opponent was an unknown ninja knocked flat in 2 or 3 moves, without turning into a pile-driving battle. As for Sasuke, his opponent was still Gaara. Lightning flashed and firelight clashed with yellow sand. Without Orochimaru's scheming, the Kazekage did not meet disaster. So he was not tricked by Orochimaru into attacking Konoha. Gaara was still rather afraid of his father, so he didn't cause any trouble. Sasuke too was extraordinarily gifted. At 12 he had awakened a one-tomo Sharingan in the land of waves. Lightning flashed and yellow sand churned. In the end, Gaara, unable to use many of his techniques, fought Sasuke to a draw. Young Sasuke's face instantly fell. Seeing Naruto win so easily, he felt indignant. The final outcome was not much different. Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin, but since outstanding ninjas were many, Kankuro and Naruto were also promoted to Chunin. As for how Naruto managed to get in, Minato, my son is competing today, so I won't go to watch. To avoid suspicion. Examiner, I understand. I understand. After all, Minato had been the Hokage and had a wide network. And under his training, along with the subtle influence of Azura's will and chakra, Naruto's strength had indeed taken flight. Sakura's injuries had healed. Seeing Naruto with a smug grin, she was furious. Then, noticing Sasuke's dark and unreadable expression, she hastily went over to seize the opportunity. Sasuke, it doesn't matter that you weren't promoted to Chunin. There's still next year. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a worried face. Humph. I don't need you blabbering in front of me. Just roll away. Sasuke, already upset, became even more irritated at the sight of Sakura. She had bragged to Naruto not long ago, and now her face was slapped. Sasuke, Naruto was just lucky. There isn't a single thing about him that compares to you. I think you were the best candidate for Chunin. You just ran into an opponent with outstanding defenses. Seeing Sasuke's hostile tone, Sakura quickly shifted the blame to Naruto. Sasuke felt better after hearing Sakura's flattery, but he had no intention of acknowledging this bootlicker. He turned to look for the figure of his big brother Itachi. He wanted to go whining to his big brother and beg for comfort, stealing away his brother's love for Izumi. Sakura, where's Sasuke? Seeing Sakura with Sasuke, Naruto came scampering over. But when he came over, he didn't see Sasuke and asked in confusion. Humph. Sakura clenched her small fist and whacked Naruto on the head. Then she turned and left. Seeing Naruto, all smiles made her even angrier. It was bad enough that she hadn't been promoted, but even Sasuke, the most likely candidate, hadn't been. What right did Naruto have to become a Chunin? It was obvious he had fixed the match by relying on his father, the fourth Hokage. Naruto was left rather depressed. He didn't care afterward. Sakura often hit him, and he felt it was fine. Others knew his status as the crown prince, so they either dared not play with him, or were just underlings trying to curry favor. Sakura ignored his status and would thump him whenever she felt like it. He found that rather warm and familiar. Chen Que happened to see this and was a little speechless. He realized this kid Naruto had fallen too deep. In the Hokage's office, listen, old man, are you crazy? How did you arrange Team 7? The son of a Hokage and the son of a clan head, why did you put a civilian in there? Chen Que walked into the Hokage's office and said, somewhat exasperated. I just arranged it blindly. If you're so capable you come be the Hokage, you'd arrange it the same way. Hiruzen Sarutobi grinned, showing a row of yellow teeth. TCH. Move Hinata Hyuga into Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke both have ties to me, and Hinata Hyuga is from the main family of the Hyuga clan. That way they can look after one another. Chen Que thought for a moment, and said straightforwardly. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a bit confused, unable to figure out what was going on in Chen Ke's mind. Still, he said softly, Naruto is already Konoha's crown prince. If he were also close to the heirs of two major Konoha clans, wouldn't the future Konoha be dominated by his Namikaze family? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Chen Que was speechless. Naruto is a good child. He firmly upholds your will of fire. He is your finest successor. Besides, he has a deep bond with you. Chen Que said calmly. All right, since you have objections, your teacher will just make the change. Sakura's performance in this exam was truly painful to watch. Although Hinata Hyuga lost, losing to a genius like Niji was no disgrace. Niji himself was gifted with astonishing talent, and with his father Hizashi still alive, he had soared even higher. Sakura. In the afternoon, Kakashi received a notice from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without hesitation, he arrived at Sakura's home. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura quickly placed Sasuke's photo in the corner of the table. You should report to Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi tomorrow. Her teaching style suits me better. Kakashi did not waste words, he got straight to the point. His indifferent voice echoed in the room. With that, his figure flickered and vanished, leaving Sakura no chance to speak. Sakura was about to say something, but seeing the empty space before her, her eyes reddened. She gently removed the ninja headband from her forehead, then put it back on. Geez, I said I would be a good ninja. How can I give up so easily? Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew the gap between herself and the other two, but she had never dared to think about it. In her eyes there was always Naruto, that fawning admirer who unconditionally treated her well, protected her, let her hit him and let her scold him. Moreover, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. She felt an immense pleasure in hitting him and ordering him around, so much so that it almost made her forget her own commoner status, allowing her to feel like a lofty queen who could trample on Naruto, a person of noble birth, thus narrowing the gap between herself and Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was the legitimate son of the Uchiha clan head, and the status gap was as vast as a chasm. Only in this way could she avoid feeling so inferior when she was with Sasuke. Hinata heard Kurenai's words, her delicate face flushed slightly, and a figure came to mind. That was when she was young, when some children called her a monster. Naruto descended from the sky on a multicolored auspicious cloud, swiftly dealt with them, and drove them away. Naruto-kun was so handsome he left a deep impression on her heart. Even though Naruto had forgotten this incident, she never felt the slightest fade. Instead, her feelings deepened like aged wine. Kurenai looked at this state of Hinata and was speechless. What an ingrate! Are you thinking about that handsome Uchiha boy? Kurenai said irritably, then patted Hinata's head. Her hand felt a sudden heat. A maiden's heart is fluttering. Watching Hinata, still lost in thought, Kurenai left, planning to have a good talk with Kakashi to make him be more attentive and protect her precious disciple. Hinata, as the princess of the Hyuga clan's main family, was so mature that it broke one's heart, making Kurenai worry. Meanwhile, Kakashi was at home drinking tea with Sakumo. He absent-mindedly held a book titled Ninja's White Purity, especially when he saw some seductive parts. His fair cheeks flushed bright red. He wanted to put on a mask to avoid being seen in such an unusual state. What book are you reading so attentively? Sakumo looked at his son's flushed face and said in exasperation. Then he looked down and saw the title. His own face reddened slightly. He curled his index and middle fingers together and knocked them on Kakashi's head. Not learning good things at such a young age, reading books written by Jiraiya. Kakashi was jolted back to reality by the sharp pain, and quickly put the book into his bag. Father, you're blaming me. Your study is full of collector's editions, limited editions, unavailable outside. Kakashi covered his head and said weakly, Oh, you dare talk back. His two fingers now clenched into a fist, and he punched Kakashi's head. Kakashi! Kurenai came over and saw two faces that looked strikingly similar. The older Kakashi was hitting the younger Kakashi. Both sensed the presence, and immediately sat back in place, as if nothing had happened. The air instantly fell silent. The three of them felt a bit awkward. Sakumo-senpai, Kakashi is already grown up. You shouldn't keep hitting him like this. A handsome guy like him might get deformed from the beating. After a while, Kurenai said softly. Ahem, I'm not Sakumo. I'm Kakashi's cousin Kakadon. Sakumo has gone out to travel and enjoyed the scenery. This beautiful lady you can chat with. Kakashi slowly. His originally oily voice instantly became magnetic. He politely smiled at Kurenai, winked at Kakashi, and then vanished. He also had a reputation to maintain. If people found out that he, Sakumo, still hit Kakashi at this age, it would not be good for his name. What if some young lady admired him and heard this news, feared he was abusive, and dared not go on a date with him? Kakashi's face was covered in dark lines while Kurenai was a bit bewildered. She was obviously dumbfounded by Sakumo's trick. Kakashi, when did you get a cousin? He's so handsome with such a pleasant voice. Why didn't you introduce him to me? Kurenai didn't look at Kakashi but stared at Sakumo's retreating figure, unable to recover for a long time. Kakashi. He's a playboy who has deceived countless girls, and many pregnant girls were dumped by him. In order to prevent this unusual Kurenai from becoming his stepmother, Kakashi started to slander him. Kakashi, I might believe it if you did that, but your cousin? No way. I knew from the first glance that he's not that kind of person. You must be the one who always reads forbidden books and gets scolded by him, so you're defaming him. Kurenai saw the corner of a book sticking out of Kakashi's bag and said with disdain. Kakashi, what did you come to see me about? With a helpless look, Kakashi asked with vacant eyes. Nothing, just to ask you to take good care of my precious disciple. If she loses a single hair, I'll hold you responsible, Kurenai said fiercely. Then she thought of Kakashi's older brother, and flashed a sweet smile. Understood, Kakashi said helplessly. Then he stopped paying attention to this girl whose heart was full of spring poetry. Seeing Kakashi like this, Kurenai curled her lips and turned to leave. She didn't use the body flicker technique, instead she walked out boldly, her eyes darting around. Soon her eyes lit up. Not far away there was a handsome man wearing a black kimono, his exaggerated pectoral muscles largely exposed, his wet white hair combed back. Little stars sparkled in Kurenai's eyes. Kakadon! After a moment of holding back, Kurenai ran towards the man. The man was holding a book of poetry, shaking his head while reading the classics. Young lady, you've mistaken me. I am not my nephew Kakadon, I am Tsukumo Hataki. Tsukumo showed a polite yet slightly awkward smile, and said gently to Kurenai. Kurenai was stunned. Tsukumo-senpai, do all members of the Hataki clan look the same? Because Tsukumo had been inoculated by Chen Que, there was no trace of age on his body. On the contrary, he looked even younger than Kakashi, with a deep worldly wisdom in his eyes. This was fatally attractive to a love-struck maiden. Well, miss, you're looking for my nephew. I can go call him for you. Tsukumo revealed a warm smile and said softly. No need, senior. I have 2 movie tickets but no one to watch with me. Would you like to accompany me? Kurenai, hearing Tsukumo's deep magnetic voice, soon forgot about Kakadon. Tsukumo was simply a combination of Kakashi and Kakadon, the man who embodied the excellence of both. The young lady's warm invitation Tsukumo cannot refuse. I would be honored to comply. Kakashi felt speechless upon sensing his father, who had slicked back hair and wore flamboyant clothes, going to the movies with Jiraiya. Thinking of some terrifying possibilities, he shuddered. Dashyuin, what business do you have here? In the rain country, Dashyuin walked deeper step by step. Before long he was stopped by a figure. I didn't expect my reputation to be so widespread. Dashyuin smiled faintly, showing no intention to answer. He had found a notebook in his original home. That was a notebook that Chen Que had forgotten. It contained many secrets. Others could not decipher them, but he naturally could. Moreover, he was now in a cooperative relationship with Chen Que, who had asked him to join the Akatsuki, so he came. He also wanted to see what the Rinnegan described in Chen Que's notes was like. Many things were written too concisely by Chen Que, and he couldn't fully understand them. For instance, what was the Tensigan? He had never even heard of it. The ninja world's troublemaker Dashyuin, how could his reputation not be huge? Gueijio said indifferently, his sharp fangs making one's scalp tingle. Troublemaker TSK Tisk, you really are a naming genius. Dashyuin shook his head and said in a displeased tone. Spit it out quickly, what are you here for? If nothing, then leave at once. This is not a place for you to be reckless. Gueijio said coldly. I'm not here to stir trouble, of course. I'm here to join you. Dashyuin's voice was somewhat sinister, his tone unfathomable. Follow me. Gueijio gave Dashyuin a deep look, then said indifferently. Dashyuin followed with interest. The Zinhuos has successfully joined the Akatsuki. Obtain a pair of high-purity Byakugan and obtain Otsutsuki chakra, which can be converted into the Tensigan. The Otsutsuki chakra can be obtained from Chen Que. Since the treaty was signed, the killing intent of the two systems had lessened, as if they were networking. Uncle Shuomao, let's watch. Zirihong and Shuomao walked awkwardly on the road. Indeed, Shuomao's outfit had an extremely high head-turning rate. It was not only handsome and cool but also exuded a wild beauty. Call me Big Brother Shuomao. We hit it off right away. From now on you are my sworn sister. Shuomao, without waiting for Zirihong to finish, immediately said domineeringly. Oh, okay, Big Brother Shuomao. Zirihong's face flushed red. It was then she understood why Chu Tian would blush whenever she saw the handsome boy of Team 7. In the evening the movie ended and they had a simple meal as night fell. Let me walk you home. I'm worried about you walking alone at night, Shuomao said gently. Zirihong felt a warmth in her heart. She nodded. Her perfect face was tinged with blushes. The two walked side by side on the street, their steps and sync, each stride identical in length. Big Brother Shuomao, I'm here. Would you like to come up for a drink of water? Zirihong said shyly. That's not appropriate. Night has fallen. A man and a woman alone in a room would harm your reputation. Shuomao shook his head and declined. With that his figure vanished from the spot. Zirihong looked at the empty space ahead with some disappointment. The perfect man was already gone. Everything that happened today felt like a dream, making her head buzz. She was dazed. She turned and entered her boudoir in disappointment like a fragile girl. Shuomao returned home and saw his idle son Kakashi reading those damn little forbidden books again. You worthless brat, are you forcing me to start a new game by having another child? Kakashi was unperturbed. He had lost interest in women. He only wanted to see the world well for Dai-Tu's sake and live on for Lin's sake. He did not belong to himself. If he wanted, many women had secretly given him their hearts, but he turned a blind eye. However, if he didn't marry and have children, his position as the only son of the Hataki clan would be troublesome. His father would find excuses to beat him every few days, seeing him as a constant annoyance. Now that his father was smitten, if he could have a few younger brothers he would be free and happy, otherwise he would have long lost his temper. Dashuan, what brings you here so late? Chen Que looked at the figure in the room and asked softly. I want the Otsutsuki chakra. Dashuan did not intend to hide anything and said directly. All right. Seeing Dashuan's gaze, Chen Que calmly agreed, then pulled out a large syringe. Injecting it will put you to sleep for about half a month. Arm or buttock, whichever you prefer, Chen Que said softly. Dashuan looked at Chen Ke's trust in him and felt a complex emotion. He took the syringe and nodded. Thank you. I have already arrived in the Rain Country. I'll meet the leader soon, Dashuan said softly. All right, take care of yourself. If things go wrong, don't hesitate to retreat. The situation there is quite complicated. Chen Que thought for a moment and explained the seriousness to Dashuan. All right. Dashuan said nothing more and his figure vanished. After Dashuan left, Chen Que inspected the area. Finding no flying thunder god marks nearby, he continued to refine his chakra. Constant dripping wears away the stone. It is not a day's work. Walking this path alone with nothing to draw upon, one can only grit one's teeth and forge ahead. When hitting a wall, crash through it. After breaking the wall, keep moving forward. Chen Que once again entered seclusion, sensing that the day of the clash between gods and immortals was not far off. The power within his eyes grew increasingly saturated. His sage body was now stronger than Zhu Jian's, for Zhu Jian's sage body had relied on the chemical reaction between sage arts and Ashura's chakra, while Chen Que, building upon Zhu Jian's foundation, had combined it with a complete Otsutsuki chakra. Sometimes he thought about swapping his current eyes for a pure Byakugan to directly evolve into a Tensigan. But Susanoo was too magnificent to abandon. Time flew by and soon a month had passed. Chen Ke's days remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Dashuan's life had become exciting. He now possessed a pair of Tensigan Otsutsuki chakra would release and modern technology-based techniques. Today was the day he officially joined the Akatsuki. Soon Dashuan laid eyes on the legendary leader. Tian Dao sat on a chair while the others were out on missions. There was also a beautiful girl covered in black rods looking utterly bizarre. Tian Dao lowered his head, reading documents on the table. Gui Jiao turned and left without a word. Dashuan curiously examined Peiyan's eyes. He could sense that these eyes possessed only a fraction of the Rinnegan's true power, nothing to fear. Why did you decide to join the Akatsuki? Dashuan casually found a stool, sat down, and looked around with interest. Nothing escaped Peiyan's perception. Boredom. Just wanted to come out and play. I heard your ambitions are grand, so I thought I'd take a look. Dashuan replied nonchalantly. As far as I know, you're not a rogue ninja from Konoha. We only accept rogue ninjas into our ranks. That would go against our principles, Peiyan said, glancing at Dashuan before turning his attention back to the papers in his hand, apparently busy with affairs. Oh, a rogue ninja. All I have to do is scratch the ninja headband right. Dashuan fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a ninja headband, and before Peiyan could respond, used his finger as a blade to carve a slit across it. He then tossed it aside. Peiyan sensed Dashuan's casual attitude and felt a bit speechless. I'll give you a task. Every member of our organization is a seasoned combatant. Go capture the Jinchuriki of the Wind Country, and I'll let you join. Do you accept this mission? Peiyan said casually. He had already sensed that the Three Tails was about to revive. It was time to act. I don't accept. Contrary to Peiyan's expectations, Dashuan eyed him with a sinister smile, as if stalking prey. This irritated Peiyan. Then leave. Without completing the trial, you cannot join the organization. Peiyan's cold voice echoed through the office. You misunderstand. I don't want to do tasks because I want to be the leader. I challenge you. Dashuan slowly removed the cosmetic contact lenses from his eyes. The blue-white Tensigan gleamed, exuding an aura of sacred purity. You're looking for... Peiyan began as he looked up but stopped mid-sentence. His pupils contracted. His black ringed eyes seemed to warp. Then his brow furrowed. What kind of eyes are those? Why do I sense such immense power in them? Peiyan asked curiously. The Tensigan and I that rivals the Rinnegan. Dashuan curled his lips and said flatly, as if thinking Peiyan was somewhat ignorant. Hey, are you kidding me? I only know that the Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. One who possesses the Rinnegan is a god. I've never even heard of your Tensigan. Payan couldn't help but laugh. Deshiwan thought him ignorant, while Payan thought Deshiwan was arrogantly clueless. Want to fight? If you lose, become my underling. Deshiwan ignored the comment, and directly issued the challenge. In his view, Chen Ke's intention was to speed things up. If he became the leader and commanded the whole field, wouldn't that also accelerate the process? Moreover, when he activated the Tensigen, he could see deeper truths. Now he could control his own repulsive force and even travel to the neighboring planet. But he was still uncertain. Even his system advised him to cooperate with Chen Que. All signs indicated that the neighboring planet was not as simple as it seemed. Especially the things Chen Que had written, he had never even heard of them. In Chen Ke's eyes, he was probably as ignorant as Payan. Follow me. Payan stood up, giving Deshiwan a deep look. When he reappeared, he was already floating in the sky outside. Deshiwan smirked. With a flicker, he was beside Payan, standing in the air as if on solid ground. Payan's expression grew darker. From the shadows, Changmen immediately used the black rods to channel a massive surge of chakra into Payan. Deshiwan watched the scene below with interest. Changmen also stared at Deshiwan's location through the Rinnegan. The two seemed to pierce through all obstacles and lock eyes. Do you want to fight here? If so, you might lose all your hard work in an instant. Deshiwan sensed that Changmen's chakra had been fully transmitted. He spoke calmly. Follow me. Payan remained reticent, his words clipped as if speaking more would drain him. Can you make the decision? I mean, if you lose, the position of leader goes to me. Deshiwan floated effortlessly behind Payan, hands clasped behind his back like a sage taking a leisurely stroll. Agreed. Clearly Changmen was very confident in this Tian Dao clone. Moments later, the two stood in midair above a mountain range. You go first. Consider this an old senior giving a junior a hand, Deshiwan said flatly. You first, lest it ends in an instant, and you blame me for not respecting the elderly. Payan turned the tables, retorting. Oh, Deshiwan replied indifferently. Then his black hair instantly turned white. He was now clad in a white robe adorned with Tomo, holding a staff in his hand. Behind him, truth-seeking balls floated, soon reaching 5 in number. But they stopped at 5 as if hitting a limit. If Chen Que were here, he would find it strange. Datong Mu Shirin, who was born without eyes, had taken Huahua's highly pure Byakugan and directly transformed it into a Tensigen, instantly gaining 9 truth-seeking balls. Though not at the 6 paths level, he wielded power that belonged to that realm. It was as if the World's Will had granted him a blessing, much like the Sage of 6 Paths Yui before sealing Kagaya. Similarly, Zhu, in order to preserve one of Yu's eyes, concentrated the power of 2 Rinnegan into one, transforming it into a 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Though immensely powerful like Mingren, he only had 4 Tomo. When Do saved him, he had implanted Zhu Jian cells into his body, combining the powers of Sun Luo Wan's Xiang Ashura's and Indra's chakra and converting Otsutsuki chakra. But ironically, after the battle, he couldn't even produce truth-seeking balls. What should have been a complete version became a trial version. Later, when Borin stabbed his Rinnegan with a kunai, he still failed to reach the 6 paths level. He was utterly overwhelmed. If Chen Que witnessed this, he would likely wonder whether it was the World's Will suppressing him, or something else. Unfortunately, he was not present. Pain, sensing Orochimaru's formidable power, could no longer remain still. His chakra surged rapidly within, putting him on high alert. Meanwhile, Chen Que, who was in seclusion, felt this overwhelming aura and stirred as well. He vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was at the site of the Third Great Ninja War. His spatial teleportation unfortunately could only take him to places he had visited after acquiring this dojutsu. The first time he obtained it, he had been on the edge of the Third War battlefield. It was a fair distance from where the two were now dueling. Upon arriving, Chen Que sensed Orochimaru's chakra and immediately recognized the identities of the combatants. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Orochimaru truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. Your expression changed. Do you now realize the gap between us? This is the power of science, Orochimaru remarked casually. Enough chatter. Attack now, I still have papers to sign. Orochimaru found Pain's stubborn, unyielding demeanor rather amusing. You and I are not on the same level. 3 truth-seeking balls were drawn to Orochimaru's hands by his azure chakra, and he began to manipulate them. A blue light screen materialized before him. In duels between masters, every move was lethal. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash the Jinrin Tensei. Soon an azure tornado burst forth from the light screen, hurtling toward Pain. It expanded rapidly in the air, its energy grotesquely immense. This was a technique capable of piercing the moon. Pain sensed the vast chakra surging toward him and hesitated not a moment. He thrust out both hands. A full-power Shinra Tensei erupted from before him. Normally the repulsive force radiated in all directions without blind spots. But Orochimaru's jutsu was so terrifying that Pain exerted extreme control, channeling all repulsive force toward that deadly azure tornado. The formidable repulsion collided with the tornado. No one could wield this technique better than he. Yet the disparity in their realms caused his signature move to falter. The tornado struck like a blow against glass. The dense, powerful repulsion held for but a moment before being easily pierced by the cyclone. Pain's expression darkened. He slammed both hands onto the ground, summoning the massive Gedo statue before him. This was the husk of the Ten Tails, theoretically the most indestructible object in the world. The tornado drew closer. Even behind the Gedo statue, Pain felt no sense of safety. The Rinnegan in his eyes spun ceaselessly. Somewhat exhausted, he paused for a moment, then a surge of delight washed over him. I see it now. Those 3 eerie spheres of yours, the devastating tornado. It's all driven by those black orbs, isn't it? My Shinra Tensei wasn't wasted effort. Pain smiled. Just as the tornado was about to strike the Gedo statue, a powerful gravitational force burst from his body. Bansho Tenin? Pain raised his hand with a wild look, focusing all the gravitational pull on one of the 3 truth-seeking balls. He sought to disrupt its trajectory and thus halt the tornado. Soon the gravitational force shook the truth-seeking ball. The smile on Orochimaru's lips faltered. An intriguing junior, the Rinnegan's perception is indeed extraordinary. One of the truth-seeking balls diverted by the gravity collided with the other 2. The tremendous spiral force faltered. Its power diminished greatly. Yet it did not stop charging straight into the Gedo statue's shell. Cracks appeared across the statue's surface. But moments later it rapidly regenerated as if untouched. Chen Que, observing from the shadow side, and then after a moment's thought understood. After all, Hagoromo and Hamura had sealed Kagaya away. The Ten Tails husk had also been sealed on the moon. If the Tensigan could shatter the Ten Tails shell, then either Hagoromo or Hamura could have done so. Had that been the case, Hamura would not have needed to leave behind a clan, including himself, to dwell in solitude upon the moon. Thus, like Kagaya herself. It was utterly unkillable, unbreakable, indestructible. It could only be sealed away. Still, he found Pain's method of breaking the technique rather impressive. He had never imagined that the Jinren Tensei could be so easily countered. Easy. It must have been quite easy. Pain's entire body seemed drained. The chakra that Nagato had left within him was completely depleted. He had only used 1 Shinra Tensei and 1 Bansho Tenin. Before even unleashing Chibaku Tensei, he had become an empty shell. Orochimaru noticed this but made no move to attack. Though he had little interest in power, since it was his own strength, he intended to master it fully. For now he was simply using Pain as a practice dummy. Hurry up and refill your chakra, I'm not satisfied yet. Orochimaru pouted and said indifferently. Feeling his chakra mostly restored, truth-seeking balls once again materialized behind him. Pain cast a deep glance at Orochimaru, then closed his eyes. Nagato's chakra had begun transmitting through the black rods, but the distance to his main body was considerable, so it would take a little time. Seeing Orochimaru's arrogance, Chen Que felt a twinge of envy. Especially when he realized that Orochimaru had secretly developed the Tensigan and 5 truth-seeking balls. It vexed him greatly. He had worked so long and still hadn't reached the Rinnegan, yet Orochimaru had obtained the Tensigan so effortlessly. It was utterly absurd. Still, he had to admit he preferred the Rinnegan. Just its combat perception alone was something the Tensigan could never match. The Tensigan's attacks were sharp but merely passable in comparison. The Rinnegan had its own offensive capabilities, of course, excluding Sasuke's seemingly sharp Amenotejikara. Shortly 5 truth-seeking balls floated again behind Orochimaru. Pain's chakra had been replenished. This time he did not hesitate. A black sphere rapidly formed in his hand, which he then tossed into the air. His hands clasped together. Chakra surged into the core of the black sphere, which expanded swiftly. A powerful gravitational force radiated from its center. Trees and earth from the ground shot upward into the sky. Take this, Chibaku Tensei. Emboldened by the technique, Pain roared as he unleashed it. Orochimaru, feeling the immense pull, instinctively flew outward. Then his expression soured. The suction had disrupted the force field beneath his feet. He briefly lost the ability to fly. His Azure Byakugan locked onto the black sphere. Since Pain had thrown it, he could not afford to ignore it. Annoyed, he noticed that the Byakugan revealed the sphere to be covered in a dense, intricate web of chakra. Even if a flaw appeared, it would be difficult to breach such a wide-scale technique. Orochimaru's body was gradually drawn upward toward the black sphere. Rocks and earth from the ground kept pelting him from below, infuriating him. Blue light gathered slowly in his hand. Soon a blue orb materialized in his palm. This technique could absorb the chakra of other jutsu and possessed considerable penetrating power. The blue orb flew from his hand toward the core of Chibaku Tensei. Orochimaru's body was slowly pulled closer, and as the black sphere expanded, the gravitational pull grew stronger. The black sphere swelled larger and larger. Then he felt a bit dumbfounded. The blue orb detonated quickly, releasing a trace of chakra from his body, but it was negligible. Clearly, Chibaku Tensei had transcended the realm of ordinary ninjutsu. A truth-seeking ball flew from behind into Orochimaru's hand, rapidly transforming into a spear. Without hesitation, Orochimaru hurled it with all his might toward the black core. It pierced through easily. But he was stunned. The black core had grown too massive, his black rod was far too small. Even if it could penetrate, the core would simply use chakra to repair and fill the gap instantly. It was a futile effort. Frustrated, Orochimaru suddenly felt the Tenseigan was rather useless. How could it ever be ranked alongside the Rinnegan? The remaining 4 truth-seeking balls flew into his hands. He fiddled with them, staring helplessly at the approaching blackness, ignoring the rocks and earth that kept crashing into him from below. Moments later, a glint of gold appeared in his hand, growing brighter, mixed with blue. It coalesced into a massive blue-golden great sword clutched in his grip. Orochimaru knew that the Kimrin Tensei could only deliver a single slash, so he carefully adjusted his angle. But Pain's positioning was too cunning. He could not bring Pain into the attack's range. Helpless, Orochimaru flicked his wrist. The golden light blazed with blue, tinging its edges. Terrifying energy erupted. The kilometer-wide sphere, including its black core, was split in two, and the relentless golden energy pulverized everything into dust. The ground beneath Orochimaru's slash was rent like tofu, a colossal chasm appearing, its depth reaching tens of thousands of meters. Pain drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. His opponent's jutsu were absurdly powerful. He had never imagined that Chibaku Tensei could be broken. "If I made you the leader, what would you do?" Pain gave Orochimaru a deep glance, then spoke indifferently. "Naturally, I would collect the tailed beasts. Once the 9 are gathered, they won't dare to start a war easily, because the moment they do, they would face our wrath." Orochimaru spoke calmly, confident in his plan. He had, after all, already seen the script. "Oh." Pain offered a faint reply. After hearing this, his thoughts failed. "Let's continue. Your chakra is empty again. Summon your real body quickly so we can have a proper spar." With his Tenseigan, Orochimaru easily perceived Pain's state, and knew his chakra was depleted. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's own chakra had recovered nearly half. He marveled inwardly at the strength of this physique. "I'll stop. If you want to be the leader, I'll let you have it." Nagato's mind stirred, recalling a masked figure, and the Uchiha Madara who had appeared in Konoha. He decided to retreat for now. So he spoke through Pain. "Oh, how dull!" Orochimaru was a little speechless. He let his white robe slowly fall away, deactivating the Tenseigan mode. "When the organization members gather next time, I will advocate to you and inform them all," Pain said softly. Then his figure floated away, heading back to the land of rain. Orochimaru stood still, not moving but watching with interest behind him. "Chen Que, would you like to spar with me?" He had detected Chen Que. "Ah, the Tenseigan indeed. The Byakugan's investigative ability is far superior now." Chen Que appeared slowly, floating midair. "First, recover your strength." Chen Que had no intention of attacking, yet he spoke calmly. "Very well." Orochimaru, hearing Chen Que's words, didn't let his pride get the better of him. He replied indifferently, then found a tree branch and sat down. "I didn't expect that becoming the leader would be so easy. Chen Que, what should I do next?" Orochimaru started chatting idly with Chen Que beside him. "Collect the 1 tail through the 8 tails freely. For the 9 tails, just find the tools left by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They contain part of its chakra. The current 9 tails is a docile child, it's useless. If it's not enough, we can wait until Mito is reanimated by impure world reincarnation and see if we can extract her chakra for a second use," Chen Que said calmly. After a moment, Orochimaru stood up. "Chen Que, I've recovered. But your eyes haven't evolved yet. Can we really fight?" Orochimaru suddenly realized something. He spoke. Having obtained the Tensigen, he now understood the gap these eyes created, something ordinary could not bridge. It's fine. Let's give it a try. I haven't fought in a long time. Chen Ke's clothes quickly turned white. His hair color remained unchanged. A staff appeared in his hand and 5 truth-seeking balls materialized behind him. Orochimaru was slightly surprised to see Chen Que also capable of using truth-seeking balls. He too activated the Tensigen mode. Compared to Chen Que, his transformation was more complete. Such was the power of the Tensigen. Chen Ke's eyes turned into golden cross-shaped pupils, the vertical pupils deeper and tinged with other colors. The purple tear-like marks under his eyes also deepened. This was the Sage mode. Orochimaru was astonished by the vast chakra within Chen Que. His sky-blue Tensigen looked somewhat naive. Chen Que flickered and appeared beside Orochimaru, swinging his staff at him with thunderous force. Orochimaru raised his 6-pad staff to block. But just before the collision, his figure appeared behind Chen Que. Chen Que was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Orochimaru's flying thunder god to have reached such a level. However, his powerful perception was his confidence. The moment Orochimaru reappeared, Chen Que sensed his position. Then he vanished again. Their fighting style resembled a clash of immortals. Orochimaru disappeared once more. Alright, Chen Que, let's stop this. If we keep playing like this, we won't even touch each other's sleeves. Orochimaru appeared and quickly spoke. I was just testing the waters. And it's been a while since I last fought. I'm a bit rusty. Chen Que smiled slightly, not chasing after Orochimaru with his staff. Are you ready now? Orochimaru was a little speechless, but his heart burned with excitement. After all, Chen Que possessed the same sharp space-time jutsu as him. That meant if either wanted to flee, the other could only stand there dumbfounded. Just like earlier, Pain's techniques seemed formidable, but he never used Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru had merely toyed with Pain as a target, and since Pain himself was a puppet, breaking him cost nothing. If Orochimaru activated Flying Thunder God, Pain could only stand frozen. His techniques could only affect gravitational fields, but they were helpless against space-time jutsu. Alright, I see you're getting impatient. But let me warn you, if you can't handle it, retreat immediately. My jutsu might be a little fierce. Don't be foolish and clash head-on, Chen Que said calmly, seeing Orochimaru's eagerness. Orochimaru was a little speechless at Chen Ke's confidence, but his Tensigen remained fixed on Chen Que. Under those eyes, Chen Que could not play any tricks. The chakra within him was completely transparent to Orochimaru. Here I come. Chen Que stood in the air, hands clasped together. His formidable chakra erupted violently. Orochimaru was shocked by the burst of chakra. What was he doing? But soon he got his answer. A giant over 1,000 meters tall appeared beneath Chen Que. What the hell is that? Orochimaru was dumbfounded seeing Chen Que standing on the giant's forehead. But he also grew excited. He formed hand seals. This is the complete Susanoo. Chen Que looked at the Susanoo deity covered in Tengu armor beneath his feet, slightly dissatisfied. The principle of Susanoo was simple: the more chakra, the larger the Susanoo. But at the moment, Chen Que couldn't customize its face, a bit frustrating. So this is Susanoo. But why is it so huge? Orochimaru marveled, forming seals while waiting for Chen Que. Around him, pools of liquid metal rose from the ground. Soon Orochimaru stopped. Sigh, it's only semi-automatic. My Optimus Prime. Orochimaru climbed into the cockpit of an 800-meter mecha's forehead. The truth-seeking balls behind him turned into various weapons grasped by the mecha's hands. You're truly a genius! Chen Que sighed in admiration, gazing at Orochimaru's Optimus Prime. He drew the colossal Kusanagi sword from Susanoo's waist. The Kusanagi sword, like the sword of Totsuka and other divine weapons, could be equipped by Susanoo. Susanoo gripped the sword with both hands. Orochimaru, are you ready? Chen Que stared at the giant blade in his hands, his heart burning with excitement. He asked Orochimaru with a hint of impatience. Ready. Heavy, bear it. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Chen Que controlled the massive Susanoo and charged toward Orochimaru. But halfway there, Orochimaru's remark left him utterly dumbfounded. Damn! Can't you just fight in close combat? Another mechanical arm sprouted from Optimus Prime's back, transforming into a bear hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters thick. Chen Ke's scalp nearly tingled. He had no choice but to slightly rotate his cross pupils, making Susanoo's Mangekyo spin as well. Boom! The ground shook. A shell dozens of meters in radius blasted out of the barrel. It was like thunder roaring in the sky, startling Chen Que into a shudder. Who could withstand this? The giant bullet sped toward a distant mountain peak. A massive gap appeared midway up the several hundred-meter-high mountain. Isn't that a missile? Calling it a Barrett is an insult. Chen Que smacked his lips, looking at the devastation on the distant peak, utterly speechless. We agreed not to use space-time ninjutsu, and now you're using it with Susanoo. That's no fun. Besides, I'm not aiming at your head, I'm aiming at Susanoo's lower half. Orochimaru said somewhat irritably. He still wanted to test how durable Chen Ke's Susanoo was. I haven't even mentioned how unfair you are. I only have a sword and you're using firearms. No, not just firearms, but missiles. Chen Que retorted in exasperation. Ah well. But this is all I can do. I don't know anything else. Orochimaru said somewhat sheepishly. Chen Que was speechless. Susanoo quickly dissipated and chakra returned to his body. If that's the case, don't blame me. Chen Que pressed his palms together. The ground shook. A formidable surge of chakra seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Sage Art Susanoo would release true 10,000 hands top-ranking Buddha. After a string of incantations, a Buddha about 3,000 meters tall was summoned by Chen Que. The earth began to crack, unable to withstand the weight of such pressure. The Buddha was clad in golden armor inheriting the color of Susanoo. Countless arms were also coated with a golden sheen, quickly transforming into extravagant gauntlets. Orochimaru saw the colossal wood-release Buddha piercing the clouds. Its head was shrouded in mist, resembling a true Buddha. In comparison, his own massive Optimus Prime looked like a toy. Wait my ass! Optimus Prime raised its right hand, signaling a pause. But before Orochimaru could finish, Chen Que gave the order. Chakra rapidly evaporated, and even Sage Mode could barely be maintained. Boom! Boom boom! The Buddha above the clouds looked down upon Optimus Prime with a compassionate expression. Yet tens of thousands of hands moved relentlessly. Soon a dense barrage of fists surged like a tidal wave toward Orochimaru's Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime's feet ejected jets of gas, lifting its body off the ground. A huge missile was exposed on its chest, quickly launching. Just as the ferocious fists were about to land, a deafening explosion erupted. The missile had barely launched before it was pummeled. The powerful swift fist winds blew the explosion toward Orochimaru's Optimus Prime. Orochimaru's figure flickered as he escaped with flying thunder god. The once impressive Optimus Prime, which had lasted less than 3 seconds, was reduced to a crumpled sheet of metal. The gunpowder inside exploded to no effect. Because the fists were too dense. The overwhelming attack was so concentrated that there was no gap. Even the energy from the missile explosion was subdued by the colossal fists. It was like a dud. No sound could be heard, not even the sonic booms of the dense fists. Orochimaru watched the Buddha, still swinging its arms, filled with awe. With such a concentrated assault, had it struck the ground, it could easily have carved out a crater tens of thousands of meters wide. Then he noticed the Buddha was getting shorter. No, it was sinking into the ground. A pit over a kilometer in radius swallowed the Buddha's ankles. Orochimaru grew intrigued. He formed hand seals. Chen Que showed no signs of stopping. He wanted to see how long his chakra could sustain the armored Buddha's attack. The Buddha's fist continued to hammer. A massive East Wind Express appeared behind Orochimaru, its size alone reaching over a kilometer. It was packed with pure TNT. If he could have managed nuclear energy, he would have crafted a nuclear bomb to test. For now he had to settle for concentrated gunpowder. Meanwhile, Chen Que was sensing his chakra and the hard object beneath his feet, unaware of what Orochimaru was doing. Chen Que, watch out! This is thousands of tons of gunpowder! Orochimaru warned. The East Wind Express shot straight toward Chen Que. Hearing the warning, Chen Que looked up from his feet. But the moment he lifted his head, he saw a behemoth flying toward him. Before he could say anything, a deafening roar filled his ears, leaving him momentarily deafened. The Buddha's fists faltered. This is murder! Damn! Chen Que shouted with his eyes shut. The glare was too dazzling. Soon the Buddha, now with only a few thousand arms, was blown away by the blast wave. This was partly because many of its arms had been digging. They had been shielding against the missile's shockwave, but their energy could not withstand it. In the distance, Orochimaru saw that Chen Que was in bad shape, not even using space-time ninjutsu. He flashed over, grabbed Chen Ke's body, and retreated. After a long while, the blast subsided, revealing a chasm tens of thousands of meters wide before Orochimaru. Chen Que was knocked unconscious by the successive explosions. Fortunately, the shield formed from his truth-seeking balls had blocked most of the damage, or he would have been killed. Orochimaru dragged the unconscious Chen Que back to the battlefield. Looking at the scene of devastation, he swallowed hard. Boom! What the hell? Where did that explosion come from? Startled, Orochimaru dropped Chen Que. He quickly flew back to Chen Ke's side. But before he could react, something underground seemed to detonate, unleashing another powerful explosion. An ethereal glowing gate appeared beneath the two. Before Orochimaru could respond, they were sucked in. After the explosion ceased, the figure of Pain appeared nearby. What? What is this? Did a meteorite strike the ninja world? Before him lay a crater tens of thousands of meters in radius, bottomless like an abyss. Pain swallowed hard and was about to descend to investigate when the chasm exploded again. Pain left without looking back. If his clone fell, and retrieving it would be difficult. When Chen Que woke up, he found his clothes torn and tattered. Orochimaru was lying beside him. Wake up, what happened? Chen Que shook Orochimaru. Soon Orochimaru opened his eyes, dazed. Where is this? Orochimaru uttered a soul-searching question. I should be asking you that. You're asking me where this is? Are you kidding me? Chen Que said, annoyed, looking at the bewildered Orochimaru. All I remember is seeing you pass out, and then I went to save you. Then there was a huge explosion, and we were sucked into a beam of light, and then I blacked out too. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before replying. Great, just great. Why throw a missile? Now we're in a fine mess, Chen Que said irritably. Orochimaru gave a shy smile, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked into the distance. Chen Que also looked in the direction Orochimaru was staring. What the hell? That battle fluctuation, they both said almost in unison. Then without a word they flew toward the source of the disturbance. Before long they saw a tattooed man brutally beating two vaguely familiar figures. Naruto, are you alright? At that moment a thin long-haired man asked worriedly, looking at the yellow-haired man who had been sent flying. Damn, that's Naruto and Sasuke. They're so grown up, Chen Que said in surprise. So you two are the strongest men in the ninja world. Ishiki Otsutsuki looked down on Naruto and Sasuke from above while Boruto watched anxiously. Seeing this, Chen Que decided not to just spectate. Orochimaru, let's go kill that arrogant bastard. He signaled to Orochimaru, who promptly activated his Tensigen mode. Chen Que was not to be outdone. Truth-seeking balls whirled behind him, spinning playfully. Their erupting chakra drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. All eyes turned to them. Snake Uncle! Sasuke stared blankly at Chen Que while Naruto addressed him as Snake Uncle, just like Minato used to. What's going on? Why are there only a few of you left? Chen Que asked, feigning calm while his mind was churning. He wasn't surprised to see adult Naruto and Sasuke. What surprised him was that they recognized him. That meant they were still in the ninja world, just at a different point in time. They had traveled through time, arriving decades into the future. Sasuke, where's Itachi? Chen Ke's heart tightened as he asked anxiously. After you disappeared, no one paid much attention at first. But after a few years, when you still hadn't returned, they searched for you like madmen. Later they had a feeling you weren't on this planet anymore. So the third Hokage led a group of elites to search for you. My brother was among them. Sasuke looked at Chen Que, who still looked unchanged, and spoke with a hint of complexity. Why were they looking for me? Chen Que was puzzled. Did he really have that good a relationship with those people aside from a few disciples? It was a conspiracy. We only found out later. After you vanished, Konoha's strength skyrocketed. Then someone devised a scheme spreading rumors that you were trapped in another star region. Most of the people who had benefited from you were powerful and they couldn't sit still. Later, when the Akatsuki appeared, we realized they might have wanted to lure away Konoha's strong fighters. But what we didn't expect was that even the legendary Uchiha Madara was a pawn. The real mastermind was Black Zetsu, that man who wanted to revive his mother. That's why he orchestrated all this, Sasuke said grimly. He roughly explained the whole story. How long have they been gone? You're all grown up now and they still haven't returned. Chen Que felt a warmth in his heart followed by worry. After all, those who had received his favors were deeply connected to him. Two of you, I never expected the ninja world to have experts like you. You're far more impressive than the so-called strongest men in the ninja world, Ishiki said with interest, looking at Chen Que and Orochimaru as if they were beneath his notice. Several other kids were watching from a distance. Chen Que pondered for a moment, then stopped, hesitating. He pressed his palms together. Seeing Chen Que make a move, Orochimaru didn't hold back, spinning 5 truth-seeking balls in his hands. He was ready to go all out from the start. Ishiki stared at Orochimaru with a grave expression, sensing the immense power in his technique. A chill ran down his spine. On his left, a Byakugan focused intently on them, on his right a Rinnegan with a wheel-like pattern and 8 spokes in the center. Be careful, Snake Uncle. His right eye can make any object shrink or enlarge. He also has a technique that blocks perception. Sasuke, unlike in the original story, had Rinnegan in both eyes. He kept his eyes fixed on Ishiki as he explained his abilities. That's right, Snake Uncle. He also has space-time ninjutsu, extremely troublesome, Naruto added. The determination Kurama had mustered began to fade with their arrival. He didn't want to die either. Hearing about the enemy's abilities, Chen Ke's face darkened. This was practically tailored to counter him. Whether it was Susanoo or the giant Buddha, bigger was always better. But this guy's Rinnegan could shrink or enlarge anything in an instant. How was he supposed to fight that? This is a nightmare from the start. Orochimaru, hold him off. I'll go find some backup. Without hesitation, Chen Que turned to leave. He couldn't fight this thing. He could already imagine his multi-kilometer or even tens of kilometers tall Susanoo or Buddha shrinking into a miniature version. Orochimaru was speechless when he heard Chen Ke's words. This was insane. Chen Ke's move had completely thrown him off. I already charged up 5 truth-seeking balls and now you want me to stall. I'll only have 1 shot and the explosion might not even be visible. This is ridiculous, Orochimaru grumbled inwardly. He paused his hand movement. How did someone like you come to exist in the ninja world? Orochimaru asked, staring at Ishiki. Ishiki was momentarily taken aback. His gaze grew distant. Seeing that the golden wheel reincarnation explosion in Orochimaru's hand had been cancelled, Ishiki, feeling no longer threatened, decided to unburden his heart to someone of considerable strength. Thousands of years ago in the ancient era, I and my guardian Kagaya descended upon Earth. To cultivate the 10 tails into a divine tree and harvest the chakra fruit, I planned to sacrifice Kagaya, who was 1 level below me, to the 10 tails. But at the critical moment, Kagaya turned against me and attacked. Completely off guard, I was ambushed by Kagaya and lost my ability to fight. Kagaya intended to feed me unconscious to the 10 tails. Just as I was about to be devoured, I used the secret technique Sukuna Hakona to shrink my body and escape. But the 10 tails still managed to eat half my body. With my lower half consumed, it grew into the divine tree you ninjas know as the one Kagaya guarded. By this time, Chen Que had already fled and Orochimaru was feeling overwhelmed. He couldn't understand a word Ishiki was saying. Not a single word. It was quite awkward. Who would have thought that someone as powerful as you could be betrayed by your subordinate? After a long pause, Orochimaru said slowly. Yes. For thousands of years. If not for this, I would have kept devouring divine tree fruits and might have become a god by now. Ishiki's voice was filled with complexity and regret. Meanwhile, Chen Que was frantically gathering materials, his figure darting across the ninja world. Soon he had collected everything he needed. He suddenly paused, remembering the Boruto series he had only half-watched. The Kara organization. They must be secretly cultivating a divine tree. His heart stirred, but he had no idea where to find them. The second 10 tails was in a different dimension. System, how do I activate my Rinnegan? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Que, thinking of the urgent situation, asked the system for a quick solution. You can activate it anytime. Your energy is already sufficient. The only reason you didn't before was fear of attracting the world's will. Now the world's will is evolving and can't interfere with you. Oh. Chen Que was startled, then remembered that he had sown seeds in many exceptionally talented individuals. It was possible that some extraordinary beings had emerged. That would explain a few things. What more can I ask? Hurry up. The enemy is formidable. That Rinnegan looks incredibly powerful and I can't beat him. What are you afraid of? As long as you're strong enough, he's no match for you. That eye technique that makes objects shrink or enlarge is just trash. It doesn't work on living beings, the system said irritably. Just as Chen Que was about to say something, a sensation washed over him. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed. His vertical pupils began to spin, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, cross-shaped mangekyo. They rapidly evolved in his eyes as if simulating something. Soon the cross-shaped pupils stabilized and began to rotate continuously. The chakra in his body transformed again, undergoing earth-shaking changes. Before long, a touch of white appeared in his eyes, turning them completely white. Occasionally purple light flickered. Black lines appeared on the white background with a golden cross-shaped pupil at the center. Chen Que didn't take time to savor it. He simply pressed his palms together, creating a series of light screens as he worked. Soon he vanished and reappeared on the battlefield. When he arrived, the scene was rather amusing. Orochimaru was still chatting with Ishiki while the others stared in disbelief. The atmosphere was quite peculiar. "Oh, you're still chatting, huh?" Everyone in the scene stared at the horned figure with a genuine Rinnegan on his forehead, and mutated Rinnegan in both eyes, himself. Chen Que said awkwardly. "You've been away for a while and actually gained the full power of the Otsutsuki clan. Would you be willing to become my subordinate? Just let me implant a karma seal on you and you'll have a chance to become a god." Ishiki Rinnegan turned to Chen Que, speaking with a hint of admiration. No thanks. How about you become my little brother? Offer up your treasures and I'll have your back." As Chen Que spoke, his Rinnegan flickered with a violet gold light. His Rinnegan possessed two dojutsu. One was the Super Talk no Jutsu. The other was Super Amplification. It could double the effect of any ninjutsu. "Sure, boss." Ishiki's eyes flickered with intense struggle. Moments later he lowered his proud head, submitting at Chen Ke's feet. Chen Que was puzzled. "That worked. Where are your treasures? Did you produce the god tree fruit? Get it out for your big brother to taste." Chen Que probed slightly. "Orochimaru, beware of treachery." The two little ones quickly warned. Chen Que also kept a cautious mind. He didn't know whether the super amplified talk no jutsu had succeeded or not. So now he was testing Ishiki. Watching Ishiki tear open a spatial portal behind him, Chen Que observed this space-time ninjutsu with keen interest. "Boss, my treasure is the second tentails I cultivated. As for the god tree fruit, it doesn't exist yet. It needs to devour lifeforms from other star domains to grow." The colossal tentails was set aside by Ishiki. Chen Que glanced at it and lost interest. Without the fruit, everything seemed bland. If he could just claim it ready-made, fine. But having to create it himself was annoying. "All right, put it away. Your big brother isn't interested in this thing. Go find the people from the ninja world for me. They should be lurking on your planet." Chen Que waved his hand, speaking with some impatience. As for why he was so casual, it was because he had just heard the system's prompt. The talk no jutsu had taken effect, permanently altering the other's will. There was no rebound. So Chen Que directly gained control over Ishiki. He sent his newly acquired little brother off to work. Moments later, amid the stunned gazes of the group, Ishiki left, departing with ease. Orochimaru looked at Chen Que with a bewildered expression. He wondered if he too had fallen under such an eerie jutsu. Everyone present could see it. Chen Que had just used a powerful ninjutsu, but no one understood what it was. "Orochimaru, can your system take us back? I still have unfinished business. Skipping straight here is absurd." Staring at Ishiki's retreating figure, Chen Que said ruefully. "I asked long ago. Unless we find the dragon vein of the Wind Country, there's no other way to return to the same timeline in the past," Orochimaru said helplessly. "A dragon vein? Wind Country?" Chen Que recalled the deal he made before, a vivid memory. "I can't sense the direction of the dragon vein. Can you sense it, Chen Que?" Seeing Chen Que lost in thought, Orochimaru inquired. "That dragon vein we blew up, wasn't that it?" Chen Que gave Orochimaru a disdainful look, then said, "This." Orochimaru recalled the battlefield seemed to be at the border of the Wind Country, and was momentarily speechless. "Are you going to conquer the Otsutsuki planet now, or stay here and live in seclusion?" Thinking they could never go back, Chen Que said sorrowfully. He hoped Orochimaru would stay and keep him company. After all, everything had changed now. With Orochimaru around, they could at least play chess. Ignoring Sasuke and Naruto, his two close friends Chen Que and Orochimaru, who was considering his options, traveled through mountains and rivers. One day, while fishing with Orochimaru, Chen Que suddenly felt a wave of weakness washing over his entire body. He felt as if rays of light were streaking across the sky, as though he were about to ascend to the heavens and enter the state of decline. With each passing day he grew weaker and weaker. The system seemed to have fallen into silence. No matter how Chen Que called out to it, there was no response. Seeing this, Orochimaru grew intensely anxious. The next day, Chen Ke's end seemed near. He lay motionless on the bed, unable to move. Orochimaru quietly tended to him. At the same time, he extracted cells from Chen Ke's body, preparing to study what was wrong with him. Chen Que too seemed to be reaching the end of his life, growing weaker day by day. Aging with each passing day, Every day that passed he seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. The cells of the immortal body showed no signs of activity, as if they were completely powerless against the aging process. Don't bother with all this. Take me to see the blue sky and white clouds, Chen Que said weakly, watching Orochimaru continuously feed him medicine. Don't worry, I've found a way. I'll cure you soon and restore you to your former self, Orochimaru said, unhurriedly feeding Chen Que medicine and constantly comforting him. Stop trying to fool me. I'm telling you, I possess the supreme ocular technique, the Baishiansui. I'm also a 6 paths level expert. I know exactly what's going on with my body, Chen Que said weakly. His skin, as loose and wrinkled as chicken skin, stood out starkly under the light streaming in through the window. Don't talk anymore. I'll take you outside to have a look, all right? Orochimaru said with a hint of exasperation. Hurry up. I've lived long enough to have no regrets. Now I just want to see the sun outside one more time, Chen Que said, propping himself up slightly and leaning against the bed with difficulty. Chen Que-kun, don't lose heart. I have a bold idea now. I'm preparing a new body, and once I transfer your soul into it you can achieve immortality, Orochimaru said softly as he helped Chen Que up. The corpse reincarnation, is it? Chen Que looked at Orochimaru with hazy eyes. Corpse reincarnation. Corpse reincarnation is a fine name. This ninjutsu shall be called corpse reincarnation. No need. I don't want to live like that, Chen Que said with difficulty. What meaning is there in living by swapping bodies? Alright, if you don't want it then we won't do it. I'll help you research a better ninjutsu, Orochimaru said nonchalantly upon hearing Chen Que's words. He planned to knock Chen Que unconscious and carry out the procedure secretly if it came to that. Chen Que sat in a wheelchair pushed by Orochimaru onto a vast grassy lawn. Look, I made this when I had nothing to do. Does it have a modern feel? Later I'll add some skyscrapers, Orochimaru said softly. At that moment Chen Que's eyes were deep in thought, somewhat captivated. A hint of reluctance flickered in his cloudy gaze. He slowly pushed himself up on the armrests of the wheelchair. He tried to stand up. Orochimaru quickly moved to support him. Don't help me. I want to stand up on my own, Chen Que said calmly, hearing the commotion. Orochimaru controlled the force field, gently lifting Chen Que's body so he could stand without too much effort. Ha! I Chen Que! Chen Que stood up straight, his back erect like a lion gazing at the land before him. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed long and loud. His voice was filled with dominance. But before he could finish he fell straight backward. The white light before his eyes grew even more intense. Chen Que! Orochimaru caught Chen Que's body, watching as Chen Que's hand dropped. Orochimaru quickly grasped Chen Que's hand. Sensing that Chen Que's life force had already been severed, he sat down heavily on the grass, supporting Chen Que so that he lay back on the greenery. Comfortable, isn't it? Wood release is truly a remarkable ninjutsu, Orochimaru murmured softly as rays of rainbow light emanated from his body. In the hospital room a man slowly opened his eyes. Doctor, he's awake. He's really awake. The electrotherapy really works. The man stared blankly at the ceiling. The bright white hot light above stung his eyes, causing tears to stream down. Keep it down. Let the patient rest quietly. The patient was originally weak in constitution. When he was found he was barely breathing. Even though we tried our best to save him, he became a vegetable. Now we've used electrotherapy to wake him up. I don't know if there will be any side effects, the attending physician said softly. Chen Que, his mind still in a daze, listened to the conversation in the room. His thoughts gradually became clear. Was it all just a dream? In the ninja world? Orochimaru sat up from the hospital bed. Snake, you're awake. A burly man grinning like a blooming daisy suddenly appeared in the room, quickly coming into Orochimaru's view. Orochimaru smiled a sinister smile. Sorry for the trouble, teacher. I hope you like this gift, Chen Que-kun. Orochimaru looked out the window. His gaze was deep and filled with the vicissitudes of time. But the world's will our account is not yet settled.